Jean Van Raid was not the kind of beginner anyone should have underestimated. To everyone else, he might have looked like just another new adventurer, but in truth, he was our hero, the strongest person in that place, and the one who understood this bizarre world better than anyone standing there. While the other newly arrived recruits at the ceremony rushed ahead with reckless shouting, each one desperate to be the first to snatch up the most powerful-looking weapons, Jean Van Raid stayed quietly off to the side. He simply watched the whole mess unfold, as if the frantic scramble in front of him was nothing more than a ridiculous little circus. All around him, the other recruits clawed and fought over the gear that looked strongest, shamelessly grabbing weapons from one another as if manners no longer mattered. But Jean Van Raid paid none of it any attention. Instead, he reached for the weakest blade on display, a miserable-looking weapon so unimpressive that not a single person had cared to look at it, because its stats seemed completely useless. One rookie nearby immediately burst out laughing, openly calling Jean Van Raid an idiot right to his face. But Jean did not so much as twitch. His expression remained perfectly composed, calm enough to make it seem like the insult had not even reached him. And immediately after that tense little moment, the ceremony itself finally began. A horde of bloodthirsty monsters suddenly came surging out all at once, their bodies crashing forward like a violent, living tide rushing straight toward the recruits. The new adventurers instantly fell apart. Panic spread through them in seconds as they swung their weapons wildly, stumbled over their own feet, and completely failed to make any meaningful move against the monsters bearing down on them. Jean Van Raid, however, already knew the secret hidden inside this trial. With a single clean swing of that rusty blade, he struck one of the monsters before it could even cry out, and its body exploded apart into mangled pieces right in front of everyone. But the chain of events that led to this moment had actually begun a little earlier, back at the adventurers' camp. The instant Jean Van Raid first arrived there, a strange wave of nostalgia washed over him. The rows of tents, the feeling in the air, even the way the camp was laid out. It all felt eerily familiar, as though he had already walked through that place countless times across several lifetimes. Then, from the direction of the registration desk, a girl suddenly called out to him, snapping his attention away from that strange sense of familiarity and pulling him back into the present. When Jean Van Raid turned his gaze toward her, her face stirred something buried deep inside him. It was painfully familiar, the kind of recognition he could not simply brush aside or explain away. At that exact instant, a glowing system window abruptly flashed open before his eyes, hanging there in his vision as if the world itself had responded. Then, without the slightest warning, an overwhelming flood of memories slammed into his mind all at once. Thousands upon thousands of hours spent inside this world came rushing back to him in a single dizzying instant. He remembered its lands, its systems, its secrets, and every hidden corner he had once explored, all pouring into his head with crushing force. That was the moment Jean Van Raid understood the truth with absolute clarity. He had been thrown into the world of the online game Grand 7, the very same game where he had once been known and respected as a true professional. And for Jean Van Raid, this was not only a disaster. It was also an opportunity. He knew the loopholes, the exploits, the hidden tricks, and every unfair advantage buried inside this world. And if he used that knowledge properly, no one here would be able to stand in his way. With that realization burning sharply in his mind, Jean Van Raid turned around without hesitation and walked straight into the portal. The scene waiting for him on the other side nearly overwhelmed him, because every single detail matched the world he remembered with frightening precision. A system message appeared in front of him, announcing that Jean Van Raid had entered the baptismal altar. He stared across the area in quiet amazement, slowly taking in the surroundings and realizing that even this tutorial arena had been recreated exactly as it had appeared in the game. Almost immediately, Jean Van Raid began measuring everything around him against the knowledge stored in his memories. The walls, the object placements, the spacing, and every small detail of the arena. He remembered clearly that the tutorial always gathered 5 new adventurers together before forcing them into the baptism ritual. Among the other recruits stood a bald, rough-looking man with an openly aggressive presence, the kind of person who pulled attention toward himself the moment he stepped forward. There was also a freckled woman gripping a spear, her posture tight and alert as she braced herself for whatever dangerous trial was about to begin. As Jean Van Raid silently observed the group, he confirmed piece by piece that everything was unfolding exactly the same way it had in the game. But that realization also brought the danger into sharper focus. This was no longer just a game displayed on a screen. If he died in this place, there would be no restart, no second attempt, and no chance to redo his mistakes. Even so, Jean Van Raid believed the knowledge from his previous life could become his greatest weapon. turning this deadly situation into a real path toward survival and success. Then the system released another warning, announcing that the baptism ritual would soon begin and ordering every recruit present to choose their equipment. Jean Frive and Raid took note of it with quiet satisfaction, because even the system announcements were following the exact sequence he remembered from the game. The bald recruit reacted immediately, rushing forward before anyone else could stop him, clearly determined to claim the best weapon before the others had a chance. He charged toward the strongest-looking choices with greedy speed, moving so quickly that the other recruits had barely even processed what was happening. Spread out before them were several weapons waiting to be claimed, including a spear, a bow, and multiple swords arranged for the recruits to choose from. Without even a second of hesitation, the bald man grabbed the spear, seizing it with the confidence of someone who already believed it belonged to him. The system identified the weapon as the Guardian's Spear, a respectable E+ ranked weapon. The bald man immediately clutched it protectively, making it obvious from his stance that no one else was allowed anywhere near his prize. Another recruit cheerfully selected a red sword, an E-rank weapon that may not have been flawless, but still looked dependable enough through the eyes of a beginner. The remaining recruits continued arguing, shoving, and scrambling over whatever weapons appeared strongest at first glance, each of them trying to secure the best possible advantage. Jean Frive and Raid, meanwhile, did not move. He simply watched them fight over the obvious choices, his face calm and his body showing not even the faintest hint of impatience. He remained composed because he already understood that the situation was a trap. From his memories, he knew about the forced job system, where a person's performance during the baptism ritual would determine which classes they could unlock afterward. To Jean Frive and Raid, that system was brutally unfair to anyone starting out. He even remembered how players in the past had restarted their characters again and again, all just to chase better job options from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the bald man looked incredibly pleased with himself, wearing the smug confidence of someone convinced that securing the Guardian's Spear had already put him far ahead of everyone else. When he noticed Jean Frive and Raid hanging back instead of fighting over a weapon, the bald man sneered at him and mocked him as useless dead weight. Jean Frive and Raid responded to the insult with dry indifference, his voice calm and almost bored, as if getting angry would have taken more effort than the comment deserved. That cool reaction only irritated the bald man even more. No matter how sharply he tried to provoke him, Jean Frive and Raid refused to be shaken in the slightest. Only after the others had finished making their choices did Jean Frive and Raid finally step forward toward the weapon he had truly been waiting for. He walked right past the flashier options without slowing his pace, showing no hesitation at all as he ignored the weapons everyone else had been so desperate to claim. Then Jean Frive and Raid reached down and picked up a plain, unimpressive short sword, the kind of ordinary weapon that looked far too weak to draw anyone's attention. The system revealed its identity as a normal short sword, the lowest ranked option available, with only a single point of attack power to its name. The bald man immediately burst into laughter again, mocking Jean Frive and Raid and predicting that choosing such a pathetic weapon would ruin his future job options before his adventurer life had even truly begun. Jean Frive and Raid knew very well that common sense in this world said a person's job determined their strength. But as he stood there holding that ordinary short sword, he quietly began to wonder whether that belief really told the whole story. Jean Frive began turning over a dangerous possibility in his mind, one that most people in this world would never even think to challenge. What if the common sense everyone accepted without question had actually been wrong from the very start? Instead of trusting the shallow judgment of ordinary recruits who only looked at weapon ranks and flashy stats, Jean Frive relied on the instincts of someone who had lived as a hardcore player. Guided by that experience, he understood that choosing the normal short sword was not foolish at all. In fact, it was the only option that truly made sense. At last, the ritual formally began. The system's voice rang out coldly across the arena, announcing that the recruits had only 5 short minutes to prove whether they were worthy. The instant the trial started, winged centipedes began dropping into the arena in a swarm. Their long, segmented bodies twisted and writhed through the air as they descended toward the startled recruits below. The system then laid out the objective in plain terms. Before the timer ran out, every recruit had to defeat as many of those monsters as they possibly could. Jean Frive recognized the creatures the moment he saw them. They were winged centipedes, monsters designed specifically for this baptism ritual, and they were rarely encountered anywhere outside this exact trial. He also remembered the trait that made them especially dangerous. If even one of those centipedes landed a proper hit, its poison could paralyze the victim instantly, leaving them helpless on the spot. Even while the bald man continued running his mouth and throwing insults his way, Jean Frive refused to waste energy getting pulled into the argument. Jean Fry only told him, in a low and steady voice, that he should worry about surviving first. But the bald recruit took that warning completely the wrong way, glaring back as if Jean Fry had just mocked him from above. Jean Fry quickly decided that paying attention to someone like that was pointless. He pushed the bald man's noise out of his mind and fixed his focus entirely on the trial unfolding in front of him. Then the system gave the signal for the real battle to begin, and in that same moment, the entire swarm started closing in at once. One winged centipede suddenly split away from the mass, its body angling downward as it dove straight toward the gathered recruits. Jean Fry watched its approach without the slightest sign of panic, his eyes calmly tracking every twitch and shift in the monster's body. As he followed its movements, Jean Fry confirmed that even the monster's behavior matched the game he remembered perfectly. And if its movement patterns were identical, then its weak points had to be sitting exactly where his memory said they would be. Then one of the centipedes suddenly rushed straight at Jean Fry from the front, slicing through the air as its entire body aimed directly for him. But Jean Fry had no intention of fighting it like an ordinary beginner swinging blindly in fear. Instead, he prepared to take full advantage of the game's ruthless critical hit mechanics. He adjusted the short sword in his hand, shifted his stance with careful control, and waited for the perfect instant to move with sharp, deliberate precision. Then Jean Fry struck. His blade flashed forward in one clean, practiced motion, without a single wasted movement. The short sword hit exactly where it was supposed to, driving straight into the monster's hidden weak point with flawless accuracy. The system immediately confirmed a result that should have looked impossible to everyone watching. That winged centipede had been defeated in one single hit. The other recruits froze where they stood, staring at the fallen monster in disbelief, as if their eyes could not accept what had just happened right in front of them. Jean Fry, however, stayed completely quiet. His expression barely shifted at all as he looked down at the result of his strike. For Jean Fry, that outcome was exactly what he needed, because it proved that his memories were still reliable. The bald man tried to dismiss it as simple luck, but even he could not fully hide how shaken he was after seeing that one-hit kill. Jean Fry's mind moved fast as he carefully confirmed the real meaning behind what had just happened. Every game had bugs, and to Jean Fry that was nothing unusual. He remembered very clearly that this baptism ritual had one of those bugs hidden right out in the open. If the normal short sword struck the exact weak point of a winged centipede, the monster would die instantly, no matter how pathetic the weapon stats appeared on paper. In other words, the weakest weapon in the entire arena, the one everyone else had ignored, was actually capable of triggering a one-hit kill exploit. And now that the exploit had worked even in this real version of the world, Jean Fry understood something important. He alone held the key to completely dominating the baptism ritual. Meanwhile, the woman with the spear was struggling far more than he was, forcing herself to hold off a centipede with raw strength and desperate, strained movements. Another recruit, the one who had chosen the red sword, was fighting just as awkwardly. He swung clumsily at a centipede, trying to bring it down through the most difficult method possible. The bald man eventually managed to take down one of the centipedes with his spear, and the moment he succeeded, his confidence swelled almost instantly. He began boasting loudly for everyone to hear, completely convinced that his performance had already secured the swordsman job he had been aiming for. With pride thick in his voice, the bald man openly declared that his kill count would be enough to earn him the strongest class he had wanted from the start. Jean Fry found the bragging more irritating than impressive. In his mind, the bald man reminded him exactly of the worst kind of player he had dealt with back in the game. Just then, another winged centipede suddenly lunged in Jean Fry's direction, rushing straight toward him without warning. Jean Fry slipped to the side with such effortless ease that the monster's attack almost looked like a joke passing by him. The centipede shot past its target completely, overshooting Jean Fry before it could even twist its body to correct the attack. As Jean Fry moved through the swarm without losing his rhythm, he realized something unexpected. This real version of the game might actually be even more enjoyable than the original. A fresh centipede suddenly dropped from above, diving down toward him from the air with its body curled for another attack. Jean Fry circled behind it with smooth, effortless footwork, slipping neatly into its blind spot before the creature could properly react. The monster failed to track his movement in time. Its body twisted after him too slowly, unable to keep up with where he had gone. Jean Fry cut it down cleanly, and the system immediately recorded yet another instant kill. By the time the time limit finally ran out, Jean Fry still had a faint smile on his face as the system announced the end of the baptism ritual. With the trial now finished, the system began assigning jobs to each recruit based on how well they had performed. One recruit, who had managed to defeat 7 monsters, was offered only modest class options, including Hunter, Compounder, and Shield User. The others quickly understood the harsh reality. Even 7 kills were not enough to open the door to the powerful classes they had truly been hoping for. The bespectacled recruit ended up with an even worse result, and he could barely process the failure as the outcome appeared before him. Because he had defeated 0 monsters, he was denied adventure registration entirely, leaving him with no job options whatsoever. The bald man, however, exploded into celebration, because his result showed that he had successfully reached 15 kills. That score finally unlocked the swordsman option he had been chasing from the very beginning. The bald man basked in the attention gathering around him, wearing a wide grin as if the entire baptism ritual had already ended with him standing proudly at the top. Jean Fry, however, showed no immediate reaction at all. Instead, he quietly lowered his eyes to his own result window and examined the numbers in complete silence. Seeing Jean Fry remain so quiet, the bald man's smirk grew even more smug. He mocked him by saying he must have gotten lucky, then asked with obvious arrogance what kind of job Jean Fry had managed to receive. Jean Fry paused for a brief moment, not because he was shaken, but because he already understood that the result in front of him carried far more meaning than anyone around him could possibly realize. The bald man's confident expression began to crack ever so slightly, his smug look faltering as Jean Fry's calm silence caught him completely off guard. Then Jean Fry slowly turned his head toward him, and in that single quiet movement, the atmosphere between them suddenly shifted. Jean Fry's result was far beyond anything normal recruits could be expected to achieve. He had defeated 33 monsters, a number high enough to unlock almost every major class, including powerful options like swordsman and summoner. The bald man's face turned pale with horror as the truth sank in. Jean Fry had not merely beaten his score. He had completely surpassed him and opened up far more choices than anyone there believed a recruit could reach. Desperate to protect the scraps of pride he had left, the bald man insisted that he could choose swordsman too. But Jean Fry ignored that desperate show of confidence and calmly understood the real situation. Unlocking swordsman with only 15 kills had actually been the bald man's true lucky break. Jean Fry knew very well that most players considered swordsman and summoner the strongest jobs in the entire game, the kinds of classes every beginner dreamed of seeing on their results screen. But with everything Jean Fry remembered from his previous experience, his sights were already set on a path completely different from what ordinary players would chase. Without hesitating for even a second, Jean Fry made his decision. The system immediately confirmed Jean Fry's selected job and granted him the first-time job bonus, including the initial equipment that came with his choice. To everyone's absolute shock, Jean Fry chose Compounder, passing over the prestigious combat classes that had been waiting right in front of him. The other recruits could only stare at Jean Fry in stunned silence, unable to understand why anyone would throw away such rare and powerful class options on purpose. The bald man finally could not hold himself back and blurted out that Jean Fry's choice was idiotic, his voice rising with disbelief. He loudly insisted that Compounder was the weakest job in the entire world, even while Jean Fry's newly opened status window plainly confirmed the selection in front of them. Jean Fry did not waste even a single breath trying to argue back. Ignoring the ridicule surrounding him, Jean Fry immediately opened his inventory. He understood something none of the others did. A class only looked weak when the person using it had no idea how to bring out its real value. What Jean Fry had truly wanted from defeating 33 winged centipedes was never applause, fame, or some impressive job title. From the very beginning, his real target had been the materials those monsters dropped. Inside his inventory were rare drops that could only be obtained from the winged centipedes in this ritual, including their tails, their wings, and their blood. Those materials were incredibly valuable because this tutorial event offered the only chance to obtain them at all. With complete composure, Jean Fry arranged the exact recipe he had been aiming for, then placed the normal short sword in as the final component required to complete it. The short sword and the gathered materials rose into the air together, floating inside a glowing magic circle as Jean Fry began the combination process. The system explained that the compounder's skill could fuse specific items together, though activating that fusion required spending mana. Jean Fry activated the skill right away, without showing the slightest trace of hesitation. A bright burst of light swallowed the ingredients, wrapping around them as the separate materials began merging into something entirely new. This was the true reason Jean Fry had chosen Compounder from the very start. The others could only stand there and watch, confused and uneasy, as Jean Fry created a piece of equipment so powerful that, back in the game, it had once broken the balance of the entire system. Jean Fry successfully completed the compound, and from within the fading light emerged a strange hidden weapon that should never have appeared this early in the game. Jean Fry confirmed the weapon's identity. Centipede, a mysterious high-rank blade with strong attack power and an active skill that tripled damage against weak points. He knew that most adventurers were usually judged by their level and the skills tied to their job. Under ordinary logic, equipment was treated as little more than a supporting bonus, something that simply added a bit of attack power or defense on top. But Jean Fry knew the truth behind that assumption. Certain rare hidden pieces of equipment completely broke that rule and could transform a user's strength in overwhelming ways. Among serious players, gear like that was known as hidden equipment. With that advantage finally secured, Jean Fry arrived in Rogue Begin, the starting town where new adventurers took their first real steps into the world. He walked through the familiar marketplace, taking in the busy streets and lined-up stalls while quietly confirming that everything around him matched the game preserved in his memory. As Jean Fry passed between the vendors, his eyes continued scanning the town carefully, like someone retracing a route he had already traveled countless times before. The more clearly he recognized the central town exactly as it had appeared in the game, the more certain Jean Fry became that his knowledge would continue to hold true. Jean Fry casually accepted an apple from a vendor as he passed by, but even that simple action did not distract him. His mind remained fixed on what he needed to do next. Now that he had obtained his first hidden item exactly according to plan, Jean Fry began considering how best to use that early advantage. He recalled the true objective of the game: to clear all 7 S-rank dungeons scattered across the continents by defeating each of the 7 bosses waiting inside them. For the time being, however, Jean Fry knew that survival had to come before everything else. Instead of taking the normal beginner route through low-rank dungeons, he decided to power level immediately and skip far ahead. Jean Fry headed straight toward a C-rank dungeon portal, choosing a reckless shortcut that only someone with deep foreknowledge of the game would dare to attempt. The dungeon he entered was a forest dungeon known as the Forest Inhabiting the Guardian. Its clear condition was simple, but completely absolute: defeat the boss monster. The moment Jean Fry stepped inside, the system warned him that he would not be able to leave until the boss had been defeated. His own status made the danger painfully clear. Jean Fry was still only level 1, equipped with beginner gear, and carrying the compounder job. He knew this dungeon was normally designed for adventurers around level 17 to 30, which made entering it at his current level an incredibly dangerous gamble. Before Jean Fry could even fully adjust to the dungeon's atmosphere, he realized the forest had already begun forcing him into combat. A level 17 devil plant attacked immediately, proving in an instant just how badly outmatched Jean Fry should have been. Jean Fry summoned Centipede without hesitation, trusting his memory of the monster's attack patterns, even while facing a gap of 16 entire levels. Jean Fry wrapped his fingers tighter around the hidden blade Centipede, feeling its weight settle in his hand as he fully stepped into a fight where one careless movement could end his life instantly. He understood the danger with painful clarity. If that monster landed even one clean blow, it could be over right there. But instead of freezing up, Jean Fry forced his mind to sharpen and locked every bit of his attention on the enemy. The devil plant made the first move, snapping its thorn-covered vines forward with terrifying speed. The sharp tendrils ripped through the air toward Jean Fry, closing the distance in an instant. Jean Fry slipped past the attack by the narrowest margin, just barely avoiding the thorns. But rather than shake his confidence, the dodge made his gaze grow even colder, because that movement had matched the pattern from his memory perfectly. He stopped himself from rushing in too early and waited with controlled patience, watching for the exact opening that always appeared right after the devil plant finished its first attack sequence. The instant its weak point showed itself, Jean Fry drove Centipede forward in a precise critical strike. At that same moment, Centipede's mind's eye activated, and the devil plant was cut down before it could even begin its next attack. A huge wave of experience rushed into him from the kill, launching Jean Fry upward at an unbelievable pace, from level 1 straight to level 10 in a single leap. Jean Fry quickly noted the effects of leveling up. His health and mana increased automatically, and on top of that he gained fresh stat points that he could freely assign wherever he needed them. Because Centipede was already giving him more than enough offensive power, Jean Fry poured every single new point into defense, making sure that stronger enemies would not be able to kill him instantly later on. That choice began paying off almost right away, and Jean Fry silently gave Centipede credit for turning what should have been a reckless death sentence into actual forward momentum. He understood now just how valuable Mind's Eye truly was. With Centipede's raw attack power combined with its weak point damage bonus, Jean Fry could hunt enemies far above his own level and still come out ahead. Even so, Jean Fry could feel that Centipede had not shown everything yet. Somewhere inside that hidden weapon, there was still another layer of potential waiting to reveal itself. With his first victory secured behind him, Jean Fry pushed deeper into the dungeon, continuing his dangerous leveling run without allowing himself to slow down. The farther he advanced, the more the forest seemed to swallow every sound around him. That unnatural silence pressed against the air, warning Jean-Fry that something much more dangerous was lurking close by. By the time Jean-Fry realized what was happening, the trap had already closed around him. He had walked straight into an ambush. 3 level 23 noir snakes surrounded him at the same time, instantly turning what had been a risky but controlled grind into a deadly trap with almost no obvious escape route. Jean-Fry recognized the monsters immediately as the dungeon's mid-bosses, and he knew exactly how absurd the situation was. Encountering 3 of them together was the kind of rare disaster no player would ever want to see. Before Jean-Fry could properly shift his position or create space, one of the noir snakes launched itself at him. He had no choice but to dodge desperately, throwing his body out of the way just in time to avoid being swallowed whole by the monster's attack. Even in that terrible position, with the snakes closing in around him, Jean-Fry confirmed one important thing. Their movements still matched the game. So he forced himself to search for a way through the pattern. Another snake rushed at him so suddenly that it nearly caught him unprepared, reminding Jean-Fry in the harshest way possible that he had almost no room left for error. Jean-Fry sprinted between their attacks, driving his body forward again and again while fighting to keep panic from clouding his judgment. He pushed down the fear tightening in his chest and forced himself to trust the attack patterns he had memorized long ago, even as the danger pressed in from every side. Remembering their weakness, Jean-Fry focused on the neck. That was the only place where his blade could reliably cut through the noir snake's tough bodies. He planted his foot firmly against the ground, steadied his breathing, and prepared himself for a counterattack that had to be perfectly precise. Jean-Fry's plan was simple, but the risk was enormous. He had to strike one snake cleanly in the neck before all 3 of them could overwhelm him completely. If his timing landed perfectly, Jean-Fry believed he could still take one of the noir snakes down with a single decisive blow. His blade found its mark, but the noir snakes reacted faster than he had expected, moving in at the last second and interfering before the attack could finish the job. One snake shifted to protect another, using its body to block the fatal strike and ruining Jean-Fry's attempt to end the fight in one hit. Jean-Fry immediately understood what made this so dangerous. The 3 noir snakes were coordinating with one another, covering each other's openings and making his usual weak point strategy far harder to use. That teamwork cost him dearly. One of the snakes slipped past his guard and sank its fangs deep into his shoulder. Jean-Fry tore himself free despite the pain, instantly realizing just how dangerously close he had come to dying right there. He cursed the situation under his breath, but even with blood spreading and pain ripping through his body, Jean-Fry refused to loosen his grip on Centipede. He answered with a desperate slash, throwing everything into the counterattack as he tried to flip the fight around before the next strike could land. That counterattack finally severed one snake's neck, breaking their formation apart and giving Jean-Fry the opening he had been desperately waiting for. Another noir snake fell soon after, and the experience from that kill surged into him, pushing Jean-Fry from level 10 up to level 13. But the victory came with a brutal price. Jean-Fry was left with only 8 HP, his body hovering right on the edge of critical condition. Even then, Jean-Fry judged the result as acceptable. As dangerous as it had been, the situation had still remained within the range of risk he had prepared himself to face. The reason was simple. By raising his defense to 72 earlier, Jean-Fry had made sure he could barely survive a blow that should have killed him outright. And that near-death state had also fulfilled a hidden condition connected to Centipede. Centipede responded immediately, announcing that its second skill had finally awakened. A system alert flashed in front of Jean-Fry's eyes, showing his speed explode from 19 all the way up to 190. The unlock was confirmed, and Jean-Fry instantly understood what had happened. Centipede had awakened a completely new power. Still crouched between the remaining noir snakes, injured and surrounded on all sides, Jean-Fry suddenly found the advantage shifting into his hands. The change in his stats made it obvious that this was not just some small boost. The increase was overwhelming, enough to completely change the flow of battle. Centipede's second skill was Divine Excel, a passive ability that multiplied Jean-Fry's speed by 10, but only when he was standing on the very edge of death. With that explosive speed now surging through him, Jean-Fry cut down the 2 remaining noir snakes before either one of them could even react. Jean-Fry gave a dry apology to death itself for surviving once again, then accepted another rush of experience as his level climbed all the way to 17. At last, the battlefield fell silent, and the bodies of the noir snakes began dissolving around him, fading away from the forest floor. Leaning back against a nearby tree to catch his breath, Jean-Fry judged that his leveling run had gone well enough for the moment. Jean-Fry knew the sensible move would be to heal himself immediately, but recovering now would erase the critical state speed boost from Divine Excel. Instead of healing himself right away, Jean Fry made the dangerous choice to keep his near-death condition active. He decided to rely on Divine Excel's overwhelming speed and his own knowledge of the game to carry him through whatever danger waited deeper in the forest. Jean Fry hated the thought of having to injure himself on purpose later just to force his body back into a critical state. Because of that, preserving the speed boost he already had became far more valuable to him than simply recovering his health on the spot. Once that decision settled firmly in his mind, Jean Fry pushed his back away from the tree, steadied his breathing, and forced himself to keep moving through the forest. Now strengthened by Divine Excel, Jean Fry tore through the ordinary monsters with frightening speed, cutting them down before they could even turn into a real threat. With his speed boosted so dramatically, every encounter became little more than a blur of motion followed by one clean, decisive kill. The weaker mobs collapsed so quickly that the fights barely felt like fights anymore. They appeared in his path and almost in the same instant, they were gone. Jean Fry quickly came to a clear conclusion. The dungeon's regular monsters were no longer enemies he needed to seriously worry about. Even though Divine Excel did not directly increase the amount of experience he earned, Jean Fry began to see its true value. By allowing him to clear monsters far faster, it effectively multiplied the efficiency of his leveling run. As long as he could keep up this pace, Jean Fry believed he would be able to reach the boss in a properly prepared state. Still, before that happened, there was one item he absolutely needed to compound. Jean Fry reviewed the required ingredients in his mind, starting with the first materials on the recipe list, water and thorngrass. Then he remembered the remaining components as well: strong acidic berry, caterpillar, skull jelly leaves, fresh blood flower, and hariri seed. The recipe annoyed him more than a little. For something that was only a D-rank item, needing that many separate materials felt ridiculously excessive. Jean Fry remembered that the original game had been heavily criticized for exactly this kind of crafting system, where realism and tedious material gathering were pushed almost too far. Still, standing around complaining would not make any of the ingredients appear faster. So Jean Fry pushed the frustration down and focused on the task. He decided that he had to gather every last material he needed before he accidentally crossed paths with the boss again. Jean Fry continued searching deeper through the forest, following the terrain from his memory and moving toward the areas where the required resources should be found. As he picked up each ingredient one by one, the long and troublesome recipe slowly began to come together. Near the water, Jean Fry harvested the necessary plants, steadily assembling the compound materials piece by piece. When he finally discovered a strong acidic berry, Jean Fry felt confident that his preparations were progressing smoothly. But just as he was focused on gathering materials, a voice suddenly called out to him by name. Jean Fry turned around with caution in his eyes, unsure who in this world would recognize him and call out to him inside a dungeon like this. The moment he saw the newcomers, Jean Fry understood who they were. They were people from his home village. The blonde one, Julius, immediately began mocking him for becoming an adventurer, dragging out the old insult he used to throw at him and calling him Jean Fry the loser. Jean Fry remembered that Julius had supposedly been an adventurer for years, yet he was still hanging around beginner territory. At the same time, Jean Fry noticed that Julius had figured out his compounder job just by looking at his equipment. Julius kept sneering at him, implying with every word that Jean Fry must have been too poor to afford any proper equipment. Then Julius turned toward his companion and dismissed Jean Fry as nothing more than a poor villager, someone he would feel ashamed to even call a friend. But Julius did not stop there. He went even further, cruelly bringing up Jean Fry's dead father and bedridden mother, talking about their suffering as if it were something worth laughing at. Jean Fry felt disgust rising inside him as he looked at Julius, unable to believe that this was the person fate had decided to place in front of him at that moment. Behind all those insults, Jean Fry silently reaffirmed the truth in his own heart. He had become an adventurer because he needed to earn money for his struggling family. As Julius continued talking, turning Jean Fry's hardship into a source of entertainment, Jean Fry's patience began to crack little by little. Julius noticed the shift in Jean Fry's expression and immediately threatened to beat him again, just like he had done back in the past. Jean Fry silently weighed his options, deciding whether he should strike back right there or endure the humiliation a little longer. Before Jean Fry could make that choice, a monstrous roar ripped through the forest and cut straight through the confrontation. In that instant, both Jean Fry and Julius understood that something far worse than their argument had just arrived. Julius's companion seemed to recognize the danger first, but fear caught in his throat and strangled the warning before he could say it clearly. Then the dungeon boss appeared right in front of them. A level 31 Cyclops, towering over the forest with a crushing, terrifying pressure. Jean Fry immediately ordered Julius to run, knowing that if Julius stayed where he was, The boss could kill him in a single instant. But almost immediately, Jean Fry realized the worst part. The Cyclops had already chosen its target. The boss raised its massive club high into the air and swung it down toward Julius with lethal force. For one split second, Jean Fry froze as he watched the crushing attack come down, the impact moments away from landing. Julius was hurled aside by the shock of the impact, barely escaping immediate death as his body was thrown away from the strike. Then the Cyclops activated its one-eyed skill, and the rules of the entire battle shifted in an instant. Jean Fry judged the level gap right away and understood the problem. His normal attacks would barely be able to scratch through the boss's defenses. The Cyclops tore up a massive chunk of wood and gripped it tightly, using it like a crude but terrifying weapon. It brought that makeshift club crashing down with enough force to crush anything caught beneath it. Jean Fry dodged the blow by the narrowest margin, but in that same moment, the boss's attention shifted completely onto him. A system message appeared in front of him, confirming that Jean Fry had now been targeted by the Cyclops. Because of the Cyclops' one-eyed skill, escaping was no longer possible. Jean Fry had been locked into the battle. Accepting that retreat was completely off the table, Jean Fry steadied himself and prepared to fight the boss seriously. The Cyclops attacked again, swinging its massive weapon toward him with another devastating blow. At the absolute last instant, Jean Fry slipped out of the strike zone, his body moving just before the attack came crashing down. The impact smashed into the ground right behind him, close enough that one slower step would have left him crushed beneath it. Jean Fry recovered almost the moment his feet touched the ground, planting himself with sharp, controlled balance. By now, every motion of the boss had already been carved into his mind, and with Divine Excel pushing his speed past ordinary limits, all he had to do was trust his body to move exactly as fast as his instincts demanded. From his hiding place, Julius watched with wide eyes, and the Jean Fry in front of him no longer felt like the same man he had been looking down on just moments ago. Jean Fry's movements had become so ridiculously fast that Julius could barely keep the fight in his line of sight. The same person he had mocked earlier was now streaking around the boss like a shadow, and Julius found himself struggling to accept that this was truly the very same Jean Fry. Jean Fry kept racing around the Cyclops without slowing down, cutting past its legs, slipping through its blind spots, and circling from angle to angle. Every step was a test, every dash a search for the one opening that could actually make a difference. He understood perfectly well that simply dodging would not win this battle. No matter how long he survived, the fight would eventually turn against him, so if he wanted to take this monster down, he needed something more decisive than speed alone. So Jean Fry stopped moving like he was only running away and began using the entire battlefield to his advantage. The rough ground beneath him, the Cyclops' heavy swings, even the destructive force of the boss's own attacks all became pieces he could use to guide the monster into the position he wanted. Then, in a sudden explosive burst, Jean Fry charged directly toward the Cyclops. Instead of backing off, he ran up the long garment hanging from the monster's body, using the flowing fabric like a slanted path to climb toward its upper half. The Cyclops erupted into a furious roar the moment it realized Jean Fry had slipped inside its guard. He was far too close now, moving too quickly and too tightly for the monster to shake him off comfortably. Jean Fry drove one foot hard against the boss's shoulder, then kicked off with every bit of strength he could gather, launching his body even higher into the air above the Cyclops. While suspended midair, his body twisted sharply, sweeping around behind the Cyclops in a tight, fast arc. His movement was so quick and clean that the monster's single enormous eye could no longer keep track of where he had gone. As the Cyclops' back opened up before him, Jean Fry caught sight of the exposed structure at the nape of its neck. In that split second, he understood exactly what he was seeing. The boss's true weak point was right there, completely unguarded. Jean Fry lifted Centipede high above him, carefully aligning the blade with that vulnerable spot and preparing to drive it in with lethal precision. He committed his entire body to the downward strike, letting gravity and momentum drag him forward as Centipede came plunging straight toward the Cyclops' nape. But even before the attack could fully land, Jean Fry felt it in his hands and knew immediately that something was not right. Centipede only managed to bite shallowly into the Cyclops' flesh. The wound was nowhere near deep enough, and that weak cut made one thing painfully obvious. The gap in level between them was still far too large for a clean killing blow. That tiny wound told Jean Fry everything he needed to know. Even with his overwhelming speed, and even with perfect knowledge of the boss's attack patterns, his raw power still was not enough to finish this monster by force. The Cyclops felt the failed strike against its neck and slowly turned its enormous eye toward Jean Fry, its glare burning with open rage. Without giving him even a breath of time to recover, the monster attacked again, swinging at him with savage, overwhelming force. Jean Fry had no choice but to pull back at once, dodging away from the incoming blow. He slashed only to create a little distance, not because the attack had any real hope of seriously damaging the Cyclops. At that moment, Jean Fry saw the situation for what it was. Trying to fight the Cyclops head-on in a wide, flat space was simply too dangerous when the difference in their levels remained this severe. Meanwhile, Julius could only stay crouched behind cover and stare. His face had gone pale, and every violent shock from the battle seemed to shake the area around him even harder. Jean Fry continued flashing around the Cyclops at a blinding pace, drawing out its attacks, dragging its attention from one direction to another, and slowly controlling the rhythm of the battlefield, while everyone else remained frozen as helpless spectators. Hidden among the bushes, Julius trembled in complete confusion. He could not even begin to understand what kind of buff had turned Jean Fry into someone so fast that his eyes could barely catch more than a flicker of movement. Jean Fry suddenly broke away from the Cyclops and drove his blade into the ground. In that brief pause, he steadied his body and forced his racing thoughts back into order. His chest rose and fell as he tried to catch his breath, but his mind was already working ahead. If he was going to win this fight, there was one specific item he had to create immediately. He quickly reviewed every material he already had on hand, checking through the list in his head one by one. After that quick mental inventory, he realized that only a small handful of components were still missing. Since those remaining materials could be found nearby, Jean Fry began scanning the surrounding area with sharp attention. At the same time, he kept one careful eye on Julius, the blonde bystander still hiding close by. Before long, Jean Fry spotted exactly the low-grade ingredients he needed: skull jelly leaves, hariri seed, and even a caterpillar, all within reach in the nearby area. Just then, the Cyclops charged forward again, and Julius panicked the instant he realized the monster's path was shifting toward his hiding place. Terrified, he shouted at Jean Fry to stay away from where he was hiding. Jean Fry paid no attention to the chaos or Julius's panic. Moving with sharp precision, he snatched up the needed materials right in the middle of the commotion and sent them straight into his inventory. With those ingredients secured, Jean Fry immediately headed toward water, already knowing that it was the final basic component he still needed for the mixture. Once Jean Fry collected the water, the last missing piece fell into place. Everything required for the first mixture was finally in his possession. Now that all the materials were complete, Jean Fry's confidence returned. Without leaving the battlefield, he immediately began the compounding process right there in the middle of danger. His system-assisted crafting activated at once, and the gathered ingredients began to merge in front of him, combining under the precise control of the system. The first result did not look especially impressive. At a glance, it was only a weak poison, the kind that slowly chipped away at health over time instead of delivering instant damage. Julius immediately pointed out the obvious problem, warning that poison alone would be useless here. Cyclops were known for their extremely high resistance to poison, so a normal toxin would barely matter. Jean Fry did not bother arguing with him. Instead, he simply agreed, making it clear that this weak poison was never meant to be the final product he was trying to create. Then Jean Fry brought out Noir's snake cerebrospinal fluid, a much rarer material he had prepared ahead of time. With that in hand, he revealed that he planned to use it to refine the poison even further. Without wasting even a second, Jean Fry began the second round of compounding. This time, he added the rare catalyst directly into the mixture, pushing the poison beyond its original state. The poison transformed almost immediately, upgrading into a far more dangerous version, one capable of inflicting severe damage over time instead of merely draining health little by little. Julius stared at the process in disbelief, completely shaken by what he had just seen. The idea that Jean Fry could compound the same item more than once left him utterly stunned. Jean Fry moved straight into the final step without hesitation, lifting the enhanced poison and pouring it carefully over his weapon, Centipede. Julius could only watch in bewildered silence as Jean Fry continued the process like it was completely natural. It was obvious Jean Fry was following a plan, but Julius still could not understand where that plan was leading. Then the system confirmed the result. Jean Fry had successfully added a poisonous attribute directly to Centipede. With Centipede now awakened into its true venomous form, Jean Fry finally held the exact tool he had been trying to create from the very beginning. Only then did Julius finally understand what he had witnessed. Jean Fry had used repeated compounding to stack attributes directly onto his weapon, and the sheer impossibility of that realization left Julius completely speechless. But before Julius could fully process the meaning of it, the Cyclops began closing in once again, its massive body bearing down on them with terrifying pressure. Jean Fry turned to face the monster without a trace of fear. He greeted it like an old opponent stepping back into the ring, declaring that the second round had finally begun. The Cyclops made the first move, lifting its enormous arm high above its body before bringing it down with crushing, overwhelming brute force. Jean Fry made no attempt to block the Cyclops head-on, because taking that kind of force directly would have been suicide. Instead, he used the broken terrain and the water nearby to slip away at an angle, letting the monster's crushing attack slam past him while he slid cleanly out of danger. As the Cyclops continued forcing its way forward, the poisonous energy now coating Centipede lashed through the air around its huge body. A lethal haze seemed to hang in the narrow space between Jean Fry and the monster, turning every close exchange into another chance to infect it. Jean Fry caught that brief opening and immediately struck back with a powerful blow. Centipede smashed into the Cyclops with enough force to shake its massive frame, sending a visible jolt through the monster and throwing its balance off for a moment. He did not allow the Cyclops even a second to regain its footing. In the very next breath, Jean Fry climbed straight onto the monster's body, pressing in close and keeping himself tucked inside the blind spots where its enormous limbs could not easily reach him. Because Jean Fry already understood every part of the Cyclops' attack pattern, his movements carried no trace of hesitation. He fought with a calm, almost chilling confidence, slipping around each swing as though the monster had announced its next move before making it. The Cyclops roared in pure frustration, its anger echoing across the battlefield. Its usual rhythm was beginning to collapse, because every time it tried to catch Jean Fry, he slipped away from its reach at the very last moment. Jean Fry kept carving across the Cyclops again and again, never staying in one place for long. Each slash opened another wound, and every cut pushed more of the poison from Centipede deeper into the monster's enormous body. The system confirmed the effect almost immediately. The Cyclops had been severely poisoned, and from that moment on, its health would continue draining away over time. But the Cyclops' natural resistance reacted right away. Before the poison could fully settle into its body and deliver its complete damage, the monster purged the effect and forced it out. Jean Fry did not back away, and his focus did not shake. If the Cyclops could erase the poison one time, then he would simply keep applying it again and again until even the monster's resistance could no longer keep pace. Another precise strike landed across the Cyclops' body, and once more, the severe poison seeped into it through the fresh wound. Yet the Cyclops nullified the effect again, turning the entire fight into a brutal test of endurance. Jean Fry's relentless persistence against the monster's stubborn resistance. Even with the poison being erased repeatedly, Jean Fry remained completely composed. His eyes stayed locked on the openings in the Cyclops' movements, and he refused to let irritation ruin his timing. He drove the poison into the Cyclops yet again, forcing another dose through Centipede's blade, only for the monster's resistance to cancel the effect once more. But even though the poison kept getting removed, the pressure was not meaningless. Little by little, the Cyclops' movements began to slow, its body grew heavier, and the strain of constantly resisting the effect started wearing it down. Jean Fry watched the Cyclops begin to falter, and that was all the proof he needed. His strategy was working, even if he had to force the same effect through the monster's defenses over and over again. At that point, Jean Fry was certain that poison truly was the right answer. As long as he kept driving it into the Cyclops without giving it room to recover, the monster would weaken, and now that it had finally started to break, he committed himself to ending the battle with one decisive strike. Jean Fry raised Centipede high above his head, the blade poised for a heavy overhead attack meant to finish the Cyclops once and for all. The blade came shooting down toward the Cyclops' single eye, aimed directly at the monster's most exposed and vulnerable point. The strike landed as a critical hit, and in that perfect instant, Jean Fry's mind's eye skill activated. The blow sharpened with deadly accuracy, driving into exactly the place it needed to hit. The Cyclops' entire body convulsed from the impact, its massive frame trembling violently as all the accumulated damage finally became too much for it to endure. At last, the Cyclops crashed down to the ground, defeated. The system immediately credited Jean Fry with the kill and awarded him the experience from bringing down the boss. The blonde witness could do nothing but stare in silence, his eyes wide and frozen as he struggled to accept the impossible scene that had just unfolded right in front of him. Then a terrifying thought began creeping into his mind. This black-haired adventurer might actually be Jean Fry Van Raid, the very person he had never imagined seeing in such an overwhelming form. When Jean Fry turned his gaze toward him, that suspicion became even harder for the blonde man to push away. Fear completely took over. Convinced that he might be the next one in danger, the blonde man spun around and ran, not waiting for any explanation or even daring to look back. Now standing alone beside the fallen Cyclops, Jean Fry dismissed Centipede and calmly checked his own condition, then turned his attention to the rewards he had earned from the fight. His status showed just how dangerously close the battle had been. Even after defeating the boss, Jean Fry had survived with only 8 HP remaining. Satisfied with the levels he had gained, Jean Fry decided not to spend his stat points immediately. Instead, he opened his inventory first, wanting to inspect the boss drops before making any other decisions. The rewards from the Cyclops included a large amount of gold, along with a Cyclops Fong. That gold meant a great deal to Jean Fry, because the moment he saw it, he was already thinking about sending it home to support his mother. Once again, he felt the clear advantage of fighting alone. With no party members around to split the rewards, every coin and every item drop belonged entirely to him. But out of everything the boss had dropped, the item Jean Fry truly cared about was the Cyclops eyeball. It was undeniably grotesque to look at, but Jean Fry did not care about how disgusting it seemed. Its appearance meant nothing to him. The only thing that mattered was the hidden value it could unlock. With the eyeball now in his possession, Jean Fry had successfully secured one of the key materials required for the next piece of hidden equipment. His next destination was the flat plain D-rank dungeon. When Jean Fry arrived there, the familiar scenery immediately stirred memories from his previous life. This place was tied to events he had already lived through once before, and the surroundings carried that strange sense of recognition. But those memories did not pull him off course. If anything, they sharpened his focus, making the reason he had come here feel even clearer. Jean Fry reminded himself that the true goal of the game was to defeat the demon god on each of the 7 continents, starting with the first one on this very land. In order to move toward that goal, he needed to obtain the second piece of hidden equipment connected to the statue of the fallen goddess. The trial for that equipment required the Cyclops eyeball and one more additional material, which was exactly why Jean Fry had made his way into this dungeon. Before long, he encountered the monsters that lived in the area, mountain dogs. But to Jean Fry, they were not a serious threat at all, only easy prey standing in his path. Since he still needed to raise his level, Jean Fry cut down the mountain dogs as he moved forward, continuing his search for the specific material he had come here to find. As he fought, his larger dream stayed clear in his mind. A world where ordinary people no longer had to live in fear of monsters or the demon gods. He also wanted enough wealth to give his family a comfortable life, one where his mother would no longer have to struggle just to get by. But beneath that hopeful wish, there was also a much harsher desire burning inside him. Jean Fry wanted enough power to silence every person who had ever looked down on him. That determination pushed him through battle after battle, and before long, his effort began paying off with a chain of level-ups. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Adventurer Association began broadcasting astonishing news. A new adventurer had set an unprecedented baptism record by defeating 33 creatures. The report publicly revealed the name of that adventurer as Jean Fry Van Raid. The news spread through town at incredible speed, along with the description of a black-haired, blue-eyed man who was now making his way toward the town of beginnings. That same wave of spreading news carried one more disturbing report with it. Cobalt birds had been hunted far beyond what should have been normal, and their population in the area was falling at an alarming speed. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Jean Fry gradually began to sense that something about this place was off. The deeper he looked around, the more the area felt strangely empty in a way it should not have. Instead of finding the ordinary prey he had expected to encounter, Jean Fry only discovered scattered remains lying across the field. After searching for so long without seeing even a single living cobalt bird, he could not help narrowing his eyes in confusion. Jean Fry went over his objective once more in his mind. The material he still needed for the hidden equipment was none other than cobalt bird feathers. Cobalt birds were never supposed to be some rare, elusive monsters that barely appeared. So the fact that they had vanished this completely made the situation feel more and more suspicious. Thinking back to the dungeon structure on this continent, Jean Fry knew this D-rank area should have been one of the best places to find them. In fact, it was supposed to have one of the highest spawn rates for cobalt birds, and that only made the mystery harder to brush aside. Even here, in the place where the birds should have appeared most frequently, there was not a single one to be found. Since wandering around the field was clearly not going to solve the problem, Jean Fry put away his weapon and stopped wasting time. He decided to return to town and gather proper information instead. With that decision made, Jean Fry headed back toward the city, planning to investigate the situation properly before continuing a blind search that might lead nowhere. Once he arrived in town, Jean Fry began looking for a general store. If anyone knew what had happened to the missing cobalt birds, the local shopkeepers and townspeople were the most likely place to start. Before long, Jean Fry spotted a store that looked promising, and he made his way toward it, intending to ask around and collect whatever information he could. But before Jean Fry could even step inside properly, a group of rough-looking men suddenly burst out through the entrance. They shoved him aside as they rushed past, forcing their way out like he was just blocking their escape. The men laughed loudly among themselves as they ran, proudly bragging about what they had taken. Their arms were loaded with stolen goods, and they showed no shame at all as they fled the scene. Jean Fry was knocked aside by their momentum, treated as if he were nothing more than a minor obstacle standing in their path. As he watched the men race off with the stolen items, Jean Fry quickly pieced together what had happened. It seemed he had walked straight into the aftermath of a robbery. Up ahead, directly in the path of the fleeing thieves, a mother and her young daughter happened to be standing in the street. The mother noticed the danger only a moment too late. At nearly the same time, one of the thugs barked at the little girl to get out of the way. Before the child could even react or move her feet, she was struck hard and sent tumbling off balance. For one brief, helpless instant, the little girl was suspended in the middle of her fall, unable to catch herself before she hit the ground. Jean Fry moved without the slightest hesitation. In a flash, he crossed the distance and caught the child safely in his arms before she could crash down onto the street. Holding the girl securely, Jean Fry looked after the fleeing men, his gaze sharpening as he recognized them. They were the same group that had been causing trouble around the area. One of the thieves glanced back over his shoulder while running, as though he had sensed that something behind them had not gone the way it was supposed to. The mother hurried over in a panic and thanked Jean Fry with all the sincerity she had, relief spreading across her face the moment she saw that her daughter was safe. Jean Fry brushed off her gratitude like it was nothing worth making a fuss over. Beside him, the mother knelt down near her frightened child, trying gently to calm her trembling heart. Nearby, an older shopkeeper muttered bitter curses under his breath. The way he spat out the name of the mountain dogs made his hatred for them painfully obvious. Jean Fry quickly realized the old man was probably the owner of the store that had just been looted. Turning toward him, he asked about the thieves who had escaped. The shopkeeper's answer confirmed Jean Fry's suspicion. The Mountain Dog Guild was not just some vague rumor after all, they truly existed, and they were actively operating in this area. The moment Jean Fry connected the Mountain Dog Guild with the disappearance of the cobalt birds, his confusion began hardening into anger. The shopkeeper explained that the guild was made up of thieves and poachers who preyed on anyone weaker than them. They had already robbed so many local shops that some were nearly stripped bare. Jean Fry quietly repeated the guild's name to himself. From that moment on, the Mountain Dog Guild was no longer just a piece of information. It had become the next obstacle standing in his way. He understood very well what facing a guild meant. This was not just a handful of random criminals, but an organized group of like-minded adventurers, making them far more troublesome to deal with alone. Even so, everything he heard from the mother and the shopkeeper painted a clear picture. These people were dangerous, shameless, and willing to hurt innocent civilians without the slightest hesitation. Once Jean Fry linked their abuse of ordinary townspeople with the overhunting of cobalt birds, the situation stopped being a mere inconvenience. To him, it had become personal. Right there, Jean Fry made his decision. He would track down the Mountain Dog Guild himself. Following the trail they had left behind, Jean Fry slipped into a narrow back alley and continued deeper until he eventually found the hideout the thieves were using. Before revealing himself, he stopped in place and kept perfectly still, listening carefully to the voices and movements coming from inside. Within the hideout, the thieves were drinking freely, laughing among themselves, and sorting through the stolen goods they had taken from the shops. Their leader bragged without restraint, boasting that they had already cleaned out most of the nearby stores and were preparing to move on to their next target. Jean Fry's eyes moved across the piles of stolen goods around them. While staying hidden, he searched through the supplies for any sign of the cobalt bird feathers he needed. He studied the room in total silence, carefully taking in every corner and every stack of loot while the thieves remained completely unaware that they were being watched. Among the gathered supplies, Jean Fry noticed several seal jars placed apart from the rest of the stolen goods, as if they were being kept separately for a reason. Inside one of those jars, he finally saw them, the cobalt bird feathers he had been searching for all this time. In that instant, Jean Fry understood the truth behind the missing birds. These men were the ones responsible for hunting the cobalt birds almost to extinction in this area. While the thieves drunkenly mocked the news about the adventurer who had defeated 33 creatures, Jean Fry stayed hidden in the shadows and listened without saying a word. Their stupidity meant nothing to him. What truly mattered was the number of enemies gathered inside the hideout, and there were far too many for him to treat the situation carelessly. Before Jean Fry could decide on the cleanest way to handle them, one of the thieves suddenly noticed his presence. Jean Fry was caught off guard, realizing only then that the man had used a stealth skill to conceal himself until the very last second. Thinking quickly, Jean Fry tried to bluff his way out of the situation. He acted like nothing more than a harmless stranger who had wandered into the wrong place by mistake. But the thieves did not believe him for even a moment. They revealed that they had already killed another supposed spy who had tried using that exact same excuse. Then one of them lunged without warning, knife flashing in his hand, and Jean Fry barely managed to twist his body away from the sudden attack. In that instant, Jean Fry knew the chance to talk his way out had completely vanished. The thieves had already made their decision with their blades, and once violence filled the room, there was no longer any room left for negotiation. Accepting that the situation had officially become a fight, Jean Fry called Centipede back into his hand. The jagged weapon appeared in his grip, and his posture shifted at once as he prepared to move. Before the attacker could even recover from the knife strike he had missed, Jean Fry slipped around him with frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind the man's back. A sharp kick snapped into the thug's footing, striking low and breaking his stance before he could steady himself. His balance collapsed almost instantly, leaving him completely exposed. Jean Fry flowed past him in one smooth motion, never wasting a step. The exchange was controlled so cleanly that the thug had no chance to regain the rhythm of the fight. Then Jean Fry struck him across the face with a heavy blow, hitting hard enough to send the man crashing down. The thug screamed as he slammed into the ground, the sound echoing through the hideout. Only after that impact did the other guild members finally realize what was happening. One by one, they turned toward the noise, their expressions shifting into startled alarm. Now that his hiding place had been exposed, Jean Fry clicked his tongue in irritation. The timing could not have been worse, and he silently cursed how quickly the situation had fallen apart. The guild members moved fast, spreading out to surround him as they assumed he had to be a spy sent by some rival group. Jean Fry still tried one final time to explain himself, saying that he had only come for the cobalt bird feathers. But even while Jean Fry tried to act harmless, the weapon already drawn in his hand ruined the act completely. No one was going to believe a peaceful excuse from someone standing there armed and ready. To the thieves, the situation was already settled. Jean Fry had attacked one of their own, and that was all the reason they needed as they shouted for him to be killed right there. Jean Fry finally gave up on persuading them. If words were useless against people like this, then he would simply take the cobalt bird feathers by force. The remaining members of the Mountain Dog Guild fanned out around him, raising their weapons from every side. They were clearly preparing to rush Jean Fry all at once. Jean Fry faced the first thug who charged him head-on, standing his ground without the slightest flinch as the man came barreling toward him. With a precise motion, he knocked the incoming weapon aside, redirecting the attack before it could land. Then, before the thug could follow up, Jean Fry immediately countered. Centipede flashed across the man's face, cutting into him hard enough to draw blood and stop his charge right where it stood. The wounded thug stumbled backward in panic, clutching his ruined nose as blood spilled through his fingers. But Jean Fry had already moved on, turning his attention toward the next enemy. The man's exaggerated scream rang through the hideout, loud and pathetic enough to expose just how little discipline this gang actually had despite their numbers. Jean Fry dryly pointed out that he had only struck him with the flat of the blade. Even so, the thug's dramatic reaction was enough to make the others hesitate and shake their confidence. When another attacker came swinging from behind, Jean Fry muttered in annoyance that this was exactly why he hated fighting guilds alone. A single opponent was simple, but one person against a whole crowd was always a nuisance. He lowered his body with practiced ease, slipping beneath the attack as the weapon passed harmlessly over his head. Then Jean Fry drove a brutal kick straight into the attacker's midsection. The impact folded the man over and sent him staggering backward, unable to keep his momentum. A third thug immediately lunged in with a spear, trying to exploit the brief moment while Jean Fry's body was still turned. Jean Fry caught the spear shaft with one hand, stopping the thrust cold. In that same instant, the enemy's own attack became something Jean Fry controlled. Then the black-haired Jean Fry created an opening with a sudden crushing strike, smashing one of the thugs before the man could even understand what was happening. A system notice immediately confirmed a critical hit, and Jean Fry's mind's eye skill activated at the same time. Only then did he realize he might have put a little too much force into that blow. As the man collapsed, Jean Fry offered a casual apology in a calm voice. That relaxed tone made it even more obvious that, by this point, the fight was already firmly under his control. Another bandit rushed in from behind him, an axe raised high over his head. He clearly thought he had found a careless opening and tried to punish Jean Fry for it. Jean Fry slipped under the axe swing before it could connect, letting the heavy blade carve through nothing but empty air. In the same fluid motion, He drove his jagged weapon straight into the attacker's face, striking with brutal and exact precision. The force of the blow carried through into the man's chest, and the thug dropped almost instantly, unable to remain standing after the impact. Still completely calm, Jean Fry remarked that he had never come here looking for a fight in the first place. Standing over the fallen men, Jean Fry told the remaining thieves that what had happened was simply the result of their own actions finally catching up to them. With the immediate attackers taken care of, Jean Fry turned his focus back to the only reason he had entered the hideout at all, the cobalt bird feathers. But just as Jean Fry was about to move toward the jars, he sensed a new threat slicing into the air around him. A fresh attack tore into the scene with far more power than anything the ordinary thugs had thrown at him so far. Jean Fry barely managed to catch the incoming blade, and for the first time since the fight began, he was forced into a real defensive stance. The newcomer mocked Jean Fry for leaving himself open, his voice carrying the smug confidence of someone who had been waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Jean Fry recognized the use of covert immediately, and in that instant he understood. This was the same hidden attacker who had concealed his presence earlier. He identified the man as the enemy who had ambushed him back in town, the very same one who had tried to strike from the shadows before. The two faced each other in the street, and the atmosphere changed all at once. What had been a chaotic brawl now carried a far more serious weight. The bandit introduced himself proudly as Sub Masuwa, the sub-master of the Mountain Dog Guild. He said it as though the title alone should have been enough to intimidate Jean Fry. Jean Fry answered without the slightest hesitation, admitting that the name meant absolutely nothing to him. To him, Sub Masuwa's dramatic introduction landed more like a bad joke than a threat. Sub Masuwa remembered Jean Fry as the target they had failed to kill before, and he openly regretted not finishing him off when he had the chance. Jean Fry mocked him right back, pointing out how ridiculous it was for someone who called himself a thief to rely on weapons that were so obvious and flashy. Sub Masuwa brushed off the insult with a sneer, looking down on Jean Fry as nothing more than an amateur who only knew how to talk big. He insisted that Jean Fry was only dangerous because he happened to possess a rare weapon, not because he had any real skill of his own. With a smug expression, Sub Masuwa began lecturing him, saying that every adventurer had a job, and that impressive equipment alone meant nothing once a real fight began. According to Sub Masuwa, true strength came from developing job skills properly, not from leaning on expensive-looking gear that only seemed powerful on the surface. But while Sub Masuwa kept running his mouth, Jean Fry punished the opening without hesitation. He cut in with a quick slash, ending the lecture before it could continue. Sub Masuwa treated Jean Fry's slash like a personal insult, and instead of backing down, his arrogance only swelled even more. With a smug look, he insisted that Jean Fry's cheap starter armor had already given him away as nothing but a rookie compounder. He pointed directly at Jean Fry's armor with a sneer, mocking the plain equipment as the basic set handed out to compounders during the tutorial, as if that alone proved Jean Fry was beneath him. At the same time, Sub Masuwa could not deny that Centipede was on a completely different level from that beginner gear. To him, that only made Jean Fry look even more suspicious, like someone borrowing an overpowered weapon to bluff his way through a fight he did not deserve to win. Jean Fry did not interrupt him. He stayed quiet and let Sub Masuwa keep running his mouth, listening as the man repeated again and again that the rare weapon was the only reason Jean Fry could stand there with such confidence. Sub Masuwa laughed right in Jean Fry's face, his voice dripping with contempt. He mocked him by saying Jean Fry even looked like someone experiencing a real battle against an actual adventurer for the very first time. To show just how superior he believed himself to be, Sub Masuwa raised his power and summoned several swords into the air around him, letting them hover as proof of his confidence. The floating blades spread out around Sub Masuwa in a dangerous formation, hanging in the air like sharpened threats. From the way they positioned themselves, it was clear he could strike from several directions at once. Jean Fry did not panic when he saw the blades appear. Instead, his eyes calmly tracked each one, following their spacing and rhythm as he studied exactly how they moved. Sub Masuwa then began explaining the basic rule of adventurer combat, saying that once an opponent's job was exposed, that opponent would be forced into a serious disadvantage. Since Sub Masuwa had already convinced himself that Jean Fry was a compounder, he claimed there was only one thing he needed to pay attention to, the movement of Jean Fry's sword. Jean Fry calmly turned that reasoning back on him, pointing out that Sub Masuwa had been talking for quite a while, yet had barely revealed anything meaningful about his own job. Even so, Jean Fry did not need much more to make his guess. Without hesitation, he bluntly called Sub Masuwa what he was, a thief. Sub Masuwa immediately panicked and blurted out a messy denial, but the awkward way he reacted only made him look even more suspicious than before. Jean Fry's thoughts quickly shifted away from the man's reaction and toward the real danger. If Sub Masuwa had already learned plunder, then there was a chance he could steal Centipede directly out of Jean Fry's hands. With that risk hanging over the fight, Jean Fry decided there was no reason to let this drag on. The longer Sub Masuwa stayed conscious, the more troublesome the situation could become. Jean Fry rushed straight towards Sub Masuwa before the floating swords could fully take control of the battlefield, closing the distance with sharp, immediate speed. He raised Centipede high and committed himself to a decisive overhead strike, aiming to end the fight in a single clean blow before Sub Masuwa could pull another trick. But just as Jean Fry moved in, hidden members of the Mountain Dog Guild suddenly appeared behind him. In that instant, it became clear that Sub Masuwa had never intended to fight alone. The ambush caught Jean Fry off guard, forcing him to react immediately before the trap could close around him from behind. As the men rushed in using covert as well, Jean Fry realized the trick at once. The entire group relied on the same concealment skill to hide their presence until the perfect moment to strike. At the very last possible second, Jean Fry flipped away from the attack, narrowly slipping out of the coordinated strike before their weapons could connect. Even though he managed to escape the ambush, the forced retreat disrupted his rhythm and left his body briefly off balance. Jean Fry adjusted his tactics instantly, lowering Centipede and shifting his stance into a low-angle counterattack instead of continuing the overhead strike. The blow landed directly between Sub Masuwa's legs, striking the most humiliating and devastating spot possible with brutal accuracy. A supercritical hit triggered immediately, and Jean Fry's mind's eye activated again, seizing that perfect opening and turning the attack into something even more destructive. Sub Masuwa's thoughts went completely blank. The overwhelming pain wiped away every bit of arrogance, composure, and smug confidence he had been showing only moments earlier. His scream ripped through the street, sharp and loud enough to make everyone nearby freeze where they stood. Sub Masuwa's subordinates rushed toward him in a panic, shouting desperately for their submaster to stay conscious as they crowded around him. Jean Fry gave another dry apology while the men checked on Sub Masuwa, only for them to realize that their submaster had already passed out completely. With Sub Masuwa lying unconscious at his feet, Jean Fry calmly lifted his gaze and shifted his attention toward the remaining guild members. He told them plainly that the match was already over, whether they were ready to admit it or not. Then Jean Fry made his warning perfectly clear. If they did not want to end up just like their leader, they needed to hand over the cobalt bird feathers immediately. The pressure behind his demand was enough to freeze the men in place. The moment they met Jean Fry's eyes, their confidence began draining away. Jean Fry repeated the warning as the remaining thieves hesitated, fear spreading through the group while they glanced back and forth between him and their unconscious submaster. He pressed them again for the cobalt bird feathers, making it absolutely clear that he expected them to obey without stalling, arguing, or offering any more excuses. The survivors nervously echoed his demand, their voices trembling as they confirmed that he really was asking for the cobalt bird feathers. They were just beginning to comply, but before they could hand anything over, more members of the Mountain Dog Guild arrived and immediately pointed Jean Fry out as the attacker. The newcomers accused Jean Fry of beating down their people, and without taking time to understand the situation, they quickly assumed he had to be someone from a rival guild. Jean Fry could only feel his annoyance rise as even more enemies kept showing up, as if the Mountain Dog Guild had an endless supply of members crawling out of every corner. Armed men began surrounding him from every direction, crowding into the alley until the already narrow space started to feel like a trap closing around him. One of them loudly boasted about the Mountain Dog Guild's reputation, while another seemed genuinely baffled that so many members had been called in just to deal with one opponent. Only then did the newcomers finally notice what was right in front of them. Sub Masuwa sprawled unconscious at Jean Fry's feet. The sight of their submaster lying there sent a wave of shock through the entire group, cutting through their confidence in an instant. A closer look made the truth impossible to deny. Sub Masuwa was completely knocked out and clearly in no condition to continue fighting. The guild members refused to believe that Jean Fry could have defeated him in a fair fight. Instead, they convinced themselves that he must have taken advantage of Sub Masuwa somehow. Jean Fry privately agreed with that only in one sense. Sub Masuwa had been drunk on his own weak abilities and blinded by his own overconfidence. As the crowd reeled in confusion, a new voice suddenly cut sharply through the noise, demanding to know exactly what was happening. A much larger man appeared with escorts behind him, stepping into the alley with a presence that changed the entire atmosphere the moment he arrived. Just by standing there, he made it obvious that he was not another ordinary member. His presence alone marked him as the true authority among them. The Mountain Dog Guild members immediately straightened and greeted him with respect, calling him their master. The moment he appears, the men rush in from all directions, closing around him in a tight, noisy circle. It is as if every single one of them has been holding back the same panic, and now they all start talking at once, desperately trying to explain the mess that just unfolded. The adventurer only needs one glance at the man in front of him to understand the situation. This imposing figure has to be the guild master, and with a dry, sarcastic thought, he can already picture the man's name being some equally absurd version of Masuo. The guild master does not waste time dressing the incident up with polite excuses or complicated explanations. In his eyes, the whole thing is brutally straightforward. Someone had walked straight into his territory and dared to start trouble with his guild. His subordinates quickly point toward the submaster lying unconscious nearby, using the man's battered, motionless body as undeniable proof. To them, this intruder had somehow managed to defeat one of the guild's own leaders. But instead of flying into a rage and attacking immediately, the guild master goes still. His eyes narrow as he silently studies the boy standing before him, weighing him with a calm, threatening stare that feels even more dangerous than shouting. The adventurer does not shrink back under that pressure. He stands his ground and meets the guild master's gaze directly, his expression steady, as if there is absolutely nothing about this man that gives him a reason to panic. After casting his eyes over the men scattered on the ground and confirming that they really are members of his guild, the guild master turns back toward the boy. Then, with a sharp look, he asks which guild the adventurer belongs to. The adventurer answers right away without even a pause. He makes it perfectly clear that there is no guild name protecting him from behind. He is acting alone, and he does not belong to any organization at all. That answer makes the guild master's expression shift. For the first time, surprise breaks through his confidence, and he asks if the boy is seriously saying he caused all of this damage completely on his own. When the adventurer calmly confirms that he did, the guild master suddenly throws his head back and laughs. Instead of sounding furious, his laughter carries a strange amusement, as if the situation has become entertaining to him. Rather than crushing the boy for revenge right then and there, the guild master's attitude takes an unexpected turn. He says he likes that kind of nerve, and instead of punishment, he offers the adventurer a place within the guild. The sudden offer hits so far out of nowhere that the adventurer is left frozen for a brief moment. 1 second, the air was thick with hostility, and the next, the guild master is trying to recruit him. The guild master explains that normally, anyone foolish enough to raise a hand against his guild members would never be allowed to simply walk away. Under ordinary circumstances, that kind of insult would demand a painful punishment. But this case is different. Since the boy managed to defeat Submaster Masuo, the guild master decides that the achievement alone is impressive enough to qualify him for a place among their ranks. He even throws an arm around the adventurer's shoulders like they have already become old friends. With that casual gesture, he tries to sweep the entire confrontation aside and turn the whole thing into an invitation to drink together. The adventurer cuts him off immediately. His refusal comes out flat, cold, and unmistakable, leaving no room for the guild master to pretend he misunderstood. The instant that rejection reaches the guild master's ears, the friendly smile and easygoing mood vanish completely. It is as if that cheerful attitude had never existed in the first place. The adventurer then makes his reason clear. He came here for one purpose only, to get the cobalt bird feathers. He has no interest whatsoever in joining a rotten guild that survives by preying on people weaker than itself. The guild master demands that the issue of the feathers be addressed, but anyone watching can tell the boy's insult has struck far deeper than the original request. The word itself seems to linger in the air. He repeats the word rotten, as if he can hardly believe it came out of the boy's mouth. His face tightens, and he asks whether he truly heard that insult correctly. The adventurer does not soften his words or try to take anything back. He confirms it openly, calling the guild corrupt, predatory, and rotten all the way down to its core. That becomes the final spark. The guild master answers not with more words, but with violence, swinging his massive polearm down in a brutal attack aimed directly at the adventurer. The weapon crashes into the ground with horrifying force. The street splits under the impact, cracks race through the stone, and broken chunks burst outward from the point where the blade lands. The adventurer manages to dodge before the strike connects, but the destruction left behind says everything. This is not just another thug with a weapon. This opponent is operating on a completely different level. The crater carved into the street becomes its own warning. Just looking at the shattered ground makes it clear that the guild master's strength is terrifyingly real, not just an empty display. Standing there amid the cracked stone and rising debris, the guild master speaks again with chilling calm. He announces that he has changed his mind. He no longer has any interest in recruiting the adventurer. After that insult, he decides he will break the boy completely and reduce him to a slave instead. The adventurer immediately throws away his earlier assumption. After seeing that kind of destructive power, he realizes this man is probably not a thief at all. He snaps back with a sharp kick, trying to interrupt the guild master's advance and break his rhythm. But the man forces his way through the counterattack, pushing forward without losing momentum. A broad, sweeping follow-up attack comes tearing toward him next. With no space to safely block it, the adventurer has no choice but to dive away before the blow can crush him. He hits the broken street, tumbles across the scattered debris, and rolls clear of the attack. Then he quickly pushes himself back up, getting to his feet before the next strike can come crashing down. The adventurer understands the danger immediately. If he ends up copying a job skill from someone this powerful, the result could become disastrous, so he has to finish the fight before it reaches that point. With that decision locked in, he charges forward instead of backing away. He closes the distance aggressively, trying to keep the guild master from settling into full control of the battle. Another heavy swing slices through the air toward him. But at the perfect instant, the adventurer drops low, slipping beneath the attack with precise timing and barely any wasted movement. The guild master's eyes widen just slightly. He is clearly surprised that the boy can read his movements so cleanly and dodge attacks that should have been enough to overwhelm him. In that tiny opening, the adventurer moves behind him. Sliding into position, he drives a quick, sharp strike straight into the guild master's back. The hit lands with enough force to hurt, but for the guild master, the pain is not the most important part. The impact tells him something else entirely. He realizes the boy is intentionally striking with the flat of his blade. Even in the middle of a dangerous fight like this, the adventurer is still refusing to use lethal force. At the same time, the adventurer quietly acknowledges the truth to himself. This man is seriously tough, far tougher and sturdier than the enemies he has dealt with up to now. Then the guild master finally reveals the truth behind his job. He activates a skill and declares it clearly. Unequip. In the very next instant, the weapon vanishes from his hands. The massive polearm is gone, leaving the guild master standing there completely barehanded. The adventurer understands right away that this is not some cheap trick or simple sleight of hand. The disappearing weapon has to be connected to the guild master's true class. The guild master follows it up by declaring another skill. Infight. The atmosphere around him seems to tighten, as though the real danger is only just beginning. The effect quickly becomes clear. As a fighter, once he removes his weapon, his physical stats are doubled for a full 3 minutes. The guild members watching from around them explode into cheers. They shout in excitement, thrilled that their master has finally entered his strongest hand-to-hand fighting state. Now the adventurer finally understands what he is up against. This man was never a thief at all. He is a fighter, and that makes this battle far more dangerous than the adventurer first believed. The guild master launches himself forward with only his bare fists. Even without the weapon, his attack comes with overwhelming force, somehow feeling heavier and more dangerous than before. His fist tears through the air toward the adventurer, moving with a speed that surpasses any of his earlier swings. The punch smashes through stone as the adventurer twists away at the last possible moment. He barely avoids taking the terrifying blow directly, escaping by only a narrow margin. Seeing the destruction caused by that single punch, the adventurer feels the danger with chilling clarity. If a fighter using infight lands even one clean hit on him, it would probably be enough to kill him. So Gene Fry makes the risky choice to step straight into the danger instead of backing away. He darts in close, slipping behind the guild master's back, where those terrifying fists have far less space to build up their killing momentum. The guild master answers with a furious roar that shakes the air around him. Even with Gene Fry moving into his blind spot, he twists his body violently and hurls another savage strike, clearly putting enough force behind it to finish the fight for good. Gene Fry blocks out everything else, the shouting, the footsteps, even the pressure of the attack itself. In that instant, his attention narrows completely to the timing, and he trusts his instincts as the blow comes ripping toward him. Then, at the exact moment the opening appears, Gene Fry drives his weapon hard into the guild master's side. The strike lands cleanly, sinking in with perfect timing, and once again, it triggers a devastating critical hit. Mind's Eye activates yet again, sharpening that single blow into something far more dangerous. The guild master's confidence finally cracks, and a pain scream bursts from him as the damage tears through his body. The guild members watching from the sidelines suddenly go completely quiet. Their eyes lock on the scene in front of them, their faces stiff with disbelief, as if their minds cannot keep up with what they have just seen. And then their master crashes heavily to the ground. The moment his body hits the street, that stunned silence breaks apart, and panic begins spreading through the guild members like a wave. For the first time, the men start looking at this black-haired newcomer with genuine fear. Whispers rise among them as they wonder if he might actually be the famous adventurer mentioned in the recent reports. They quickly compare the boy standing before them with every detail they have heard. The black hair, the blue eyes, the way he fights. One by one, the pieces fit together far too perfectly to dismiss. Jean Fry catches their murmurs as they mention black hair and blue eyes. As the words reach him, he gradually begins to understand exactly whose identity they are attaching to him. The realization spreads through the crowd almost all at once. The frightened guild members stare at him with wide eyes as they finally recognize the young man standing in front of them. They identify him as none other than the blue-eyed Jean Fry from the news, the adventurer whose name has already started spreading and stirring up attention wherever it is heard. When Jean Fry turns toward them, as if he is about to say something, that tiny movement is enough to snap the last thread of courage they had left. The entire group breaks instantly. They scatter in every direction at once, running for their lives and leaving their fallen guild master behind without even the smallest attempt to help him. Left alone in the sudden quiet, Jean Fry can only stare after them in confusion. He is baffled that they somehow know his name, and even more baffled by how quickly they abandoned everything and fled. Still, Jean Fry decides there is no point wasting time trying to figure it out right now. His goal has not changed. First, he needs to find the cobalt bird feathers, and after that, he can return the stolen goods to the general store. Soon after, the scene shifts away from the chaos and into Sigrun Fall, a B-rank dungeon where the air feels colder, heavier, and far more ominous the deeper one goes. Inside the dungeon, Jean Fry reflects on how quickly the boss fight ended this time. Almost immediately, a notice confirms what happened. Baphomet has been defeated, and he has gained experience from the battle. With that finished, Jean Fry moves deeper inside and makes his way toward a grand stone statue of a fallen goddess, standing silently within the dungeon like it has been waiting there for ages. He does not approach the statue with nervousness or stiff reverence. Instead, his steps are calm and familiar, almost like he is returning to a place he already knows well. Looking up at the statue of the fallen goddess, Jean Fry greets it in a surprisingly casual way. It feels less like he is addressing a sacred monument, and more like he is speaking to an old acquaintance after a long absence. He reminds himself that this statue is hiding more than simple decoration. If he can solve the mechanism built into it, then he should be able to obtain a second piece of hidden equipment. With the necessary materials already prepared, Jean Fry begins setting up the puzzle. In his usual easygoing way, he jokes to himself that this must be their touching reunion at last. He notes that anyone with sharp enough intuition should notice something strange right away. The stone goddess's eye has the look of a hidden trick, as though it is clearly waiting for something to be placed there. Sure enough, Jean Fry discovers the concealed slot in the fallen goddess statue's left eye. It is exactly the kind of opening meant to hold the Cyclops' eye. But that is not the only secret. He also spots a thin gap tucked into the statue's wings, shaped just right for a single feather, revealing another hidden mechanism that others seem to have completely missed. Jean Fry carefully places the feather into that narrow missing space. The moment it fits into position, the statue's hidden condition is finally completed. At long last, the fallen goddess's wish, which had remained unanswered for so long, is fulfilled through Jean Fry's actions. A brilliant light suddenly spills through the shrine, spreading across the stone chamber and washing over everything around him as the statue begins to respond. Then, something truly miraculous happens. The stone goddess begins to shed tears, making it clear that this is not merely some cold mechanical device, but a response that feels almost alive. Those tears soon transform into a reward before him. It is as if the statue itself is showing its joy and gratitude in the only way it can. A second hidden item appears in front of Jean Fry, presented to him as the final gift from the fallen goddess statue. That reward is Lucifer's halo, a mysterious item with incredible effects. It greatly increases luck, grants passive mind reading and magic detection, and even carries one more sealed ability that has yet to be revealed. Jean Fry immediately understands why something this powerful had been locked behind such a difficult and oddly specific condition. An item with this many advantages could never have been easy to obtain. Now that the trial is complete, Jean Fry stands before the quiet statue and calmly accepts the result of everything he has just unlocked. He promises the fallen goddess that he will put Lucifer's halo to proper use. After receiving such a valuable reward, he has no intention of letting it go to waste. Without hesitating, Jean Fry decides to equip Lucifer's halo right away. He wants to see for himself what this powerful hidden item actually looks like once it is worn. The halo appears above his head, glowing clearly for anyone to see. But instead of being impressed by how powerful it is, Jean Fry is mostly bothered by how ridiculous and embarrassing it makes him look. Even with that awkward appearance, he decides to keep it equipped. No matter how strange or eye-catching the halo may be, the benefits it gives are simply too useful to throw away. Now that Lucifer's halo is equipped, Jean Fry shifts his focus back to his real objective. The next step is still the same. He has to reach the S-rank dungeon. Leaving the shrine and the fallen goddess behind, Jean Fry heads toward the adventurer's hall, determined to find some way into the dungeon no matter what it takes. But once he arrives, Jean Fry quickly realizes that getting into an S-rank dungeon will not be as simple as walking up and entering whenever he wants. His target is Agni Volcano, an S-rank dungeon known for its extreme danger. Because of that risk, entry is restricted only to parties with at least 7 members. Since no party is currently recruiting new members, Jean Fry's plan to enter the dungeon right away comes to an irritating stop before it can even begin. He recalls that even if an S-rank boss is defeated, the dungeon itself will eventually respawn somewhere else on the same continent. And defeating the first demon god would also give him the right to travel onward to the next continent, which means clearing this dungeon is an essential step he cannot avoid. Because Jean Fry wants to move forward as quickly as possible, being blocked by a party requirement only makes the delay feel even more frustrating. Then, from somewhere nearby, he overhears people talking about Freyna the Flame Magician and her party, a well-known group gathered inside the hall. The instant Jean Fry hears Freyna's name, his attention shifts sharply toward the conversation, as though that single name has given him a new lead. Before long, he spots Freyna surrounded by her team. From a short distance away, Jean Fry studies the group carefully, quietly sizing them up and considering what kind of party they might be. Using the information revealed by Lucifer's halo, Jean Fry silently checks the woman standing ahead of him. The details line up clearly in his mind. Her name is Freyna Ashbury, and she is a level 45 magician. As Jean Fry observes Freyna from a short distance away, Lucifer's halo keeps hovering right above his head in the most impossible-to-ignore way. Before he even opens his mouth, that glowing ring has already made him stand out from everyone else in the hall. Then, for the first time since he equipped it, Lucifer's halo activates its mind-reading effect. Jean Fry suddenly hears thoughts that were never spoken aloud, hidden beneath the calm surface of the people around him. Through the halo's ability, Jean Fry learns what Freyna is really feeling. She wants to challenge the S-rank dungeon as soon as possible, almost desperately, but her party still does not have enough members to meet the entry requirement. The instant Jean Fry understands that, he realizes the halo has just handed him the perfect opening. This is exactly the chance he needed, and he decides to act before that opportunity slips away. Just as Freyna's group looks ready to abandon the attempt for today and leave the hall, Jean Fry steps forward. He cuts in before they can walk away, making his move at the last possible moment. He stops them in a polite tone, but there is enough firmness in his voice to make the entire group pause. One by one, their attention shifts toward him. Jean Fry then lays out his offer directly. He tells them he wants to join their party, presenting himself as the missing member they need if they are planning to enter Agni Volcano. Unfortunately, with Lucifer's halo shining over his head, making a normal first impression is completely impossible. Freyna's entire group stares at him like some bizarre stranger has just wandered up out of nowhere. Jean Fry can read the reaction from their faces without needing anyone to say it out loud. None of them are taking him seriously, and every awkward stare seems to scream that he looks absolutely ridiculous. One of Freyna's teammates rejects him almost immediately. He tells Jean Fry that they have already decided to postpone the dungeon attempt and that he should go look for another party somewhere else. But Lucifer's halo quietly exposes what is really behind that refusal. Their hesitation is not only about numbers, it also comes from concern for an injured teammate who is still recovering in the hospital. Jean Fry quickly pieces the situation together. This party is not shorthanded because they are lazy or indecisive. They are missing someone important, and that person was badly enough hurt to leave them stuck. Even after learning that, Jean Fry does not step back. Instead, he shifts his focus toward Freyna and asks to hear the decision from the leader herself. He presses Freyna by pointing out that she seems deeply anxious about the S-rank dungeon. With that one comment, he makes it clear he has noticed far more than she expected a stranger to see. Freyna answers coldly, telling Jean Fry that her concerns are none of his business. But behind that guarded expression, Lucifer's halo reveals the truth. Her father has been missing inside that dungeon for more than a month. That is when Jean Fry understands the real weight behind her urgency. Freyna is not trying to enter Agni Volcano out of simple ambition or pride. For her, this dungeon is painfully personal. Before Jean Fry can fully absorb what Freyna is going through, Lucifer's halo picks up another sudden surge of anxiety from someone else nearby. The moment Jean Fry senses that sharp wave of distress, his body moves before anyone can react. He lunges into action so abruptly that the people around him are left startled. Jean Fry quickly introduces himself by name, making sure they know who he is. At the same time, he admits that he also needs to enter the S-rank dungeon as soon as possible. The name Jean Fry immediately rings a bell for Frena's party. Several members pause, their expressions changing as they look at him more carefully than before. A moment later, the connection clicks into place. They remember the recent reports that have been spreading among adventurers and begin linking those rumors to the young man standing before them. They realize that Jean Fry is supposed to be the adventurer who defeated 33 monsters in the baptismal altar. But because he looks so unimpressive at first glance, that unbelievable achievement is hard for them to accept. Jean Fry awkwardly accepts that his accomplishments have already become public knowledge. Still, instead of feeling proud, the attention only makes the whole situation feel more embarrassing. Frena, meanwhile, continues studying Jean Fry with growing unease. Something about him feels strange to her, almost like he can see straight through people, and yet he carries a presence that does not belong to an ordinary adventurer. To Frena, Jean Fry gives off the weight of someone who has endured more danger, pain, and hardship than his plain appearance would ever suggest. Lucifer's halo confirms the awe beginning to rise inside Frena. When Jean Fry senses that shift, he realizes he may actually have a real chance of being accepted into her party. Then Frena finally makes her decision. She allows Jean Fry to join them, and the rest of the party reacts with visible shock at how suddenly she accepts him. Her approval is firm enough to shut down the objections before they can grow any louder. Whether the others like it or not, they are forced to accept the leader's choice. Even so, Frena gives Jean Fry a sharp warning. If he turns out to be useless once they are inside the dungeon, they will abandon him without the slightest hesitation. Jean Fry accepts that harsh condition without complaint. In fact, he is satisfied, because Lucifer's halo has helped him secure the entry route he needed into the S-rank dungeon. Soon after, the newly assembled party arrives at Agni Volcano. Together, they step into the dangerous S-rank dungeon, crossing into a place where one mistake could cost them dearly. Once they are inside, Jean Fry is immediately placed at the very front of the formation. It is the most dangerous position, and he understands right away that Frena is testing him without mercy. One armored teammate keeps watching Jean Fry with open suspicion. His gaze makes it clear that he still doubts whether bringing an outsider like him along was truly the right decision. Frena states her position plainly. If Jean Fry proves useful, then he can remain with the party. But if he fails to show value, he is nothing more than disposable bait. As the party advances deeper through the scorching volcanic terrain, the pressure around Jean Fry stays thick and uncomfortable. The heat is bad enough, but the distrust aimed at him makes the atmosphere even heavier. Arthur, the red-haired archer, eventually speaks up. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asks whether Jean Fry is truly the adventurer from the news. Jean Fry responds with a vague and evasive answer, trying not to make too much of it. But instead of calming Arthur's doubts, that unclear reply only makes the archer more suspicious. Arthur continues to watch Jean Fry closely, his eyes lingering on him with obvious doubt. His expression says plainly that he is nowhere near convinced yet. Lucifer's halo confirms what Jean Fry can already sense from Arthur's stare. The red-haired archer still does not trust him at all. Another teammate goes even further and mocks Jean Fry openly. He calls him a fraud, ridiculing both his supposed strength and the strange halo floating above his head. Jean Fry snaps back internally, irritated by how everyone keeps judging Lucifer's halo by its ridiculous appearance. To him, it is frustrating, because the item's abilities are absurdly powerful despite how silly it looks. At that exact moment, Lucifer's halo's magic perception detects something unusual. A sudden, unfamiliar surge of magical movement ripples through the area. Jean Fry senses that the monsters near the summit have all begun moving at the same time. It feels as though something has stirred the entire upper region into motion all at once. Realizing that everything above them is starting to descend together, Jean Fry understands the danger immediately. A disaster is about to come crashing down on the party. Without waiting for anyone else to figure it out, Jean Fry shouts for the shield user to protect everyone. His command cuts through the tension before the others can even grasp what is happening. The warning comes just in time. A heartbeat later, the party finally feels the danger for themselves as Agni Volcano begins erupting beneath their feet. The suspicious tank starts to challenge Jean Fry's authority, clearly ready to question why he is giving orders. But the violent eruption swallows the argument before it can go any further. The mountain explodes with terrifying force. Molten debris blasts high into the sky, the dungeon trembles around them, and the entire volcanic landscape seems to roar to life. Jean Fry shouts again, ordering everyone to guard themselves. His voice slices through the chaos as flaming rocks begin raining down from above, turning the air itself into a deadly threat. The party reacts instantly, scrambling beneath the sudden barrage as panic flashes across the formation. Everyone rushes into place at once, while the sky above them fills with burning chunks of debris, each one dropping like a piece of the volcano itself. The shield user moves fast, raising his guard before the falling rocks can crush them. Without wasting a second, he casts Reflect Guard, throwing up a protective defense around the group just as the molten stones come roaring down. A barrier flashes into existence around the party, glowing against the red volcanic light. The first wave of flaming boulders slams into it with terrifying force, shaking the air as the shield catches the impact. As Jean Fry looks up at the endless rain of burning stone, he realizes there is no safe path forward right now. Until this violent bombardment dies down, they have no choice but to remain trapped where they are. Freyna quickly takes command and orders everyone to hold their position. Her voice cuts through the confusion, telling the party to stay together and endure the eruption instead of scattering in panic. Then Freyna steps forward herself, moving ahead of the others with the presence of someone used to leading through disaster. In that moment, she takes control of the crisis with complete authority. Freyna begins preparing an enormous spell, gathering heat and magical power around her body. As the energy builds, she calls upon Meteorite Blaze, ready to answer the eruption with firepower of her own. A massive magic circle spreads across the volcanic ground beneath the party's feet, shining intensely against the scorched terrain. Freyna draws in enough blazing magic to challenge the disaster falling from above. Freyna lifts her staff high into the air and points it straight toward the storming sky. Her focus locks onto the incoming inferno, aiming the full force of her spell at the falling rocks. Her magic erupts upward like a blazing pillar, surging from the ground into the sky. The flames rush to meet the molten debris before it can reach the party below. The volcanic rocks are swallowed by Freyna's fire in midair. One after another, the flaming chunks vanish before they can strike the ground, erased by the force of her spell. Jean Fry watches with genuine surprise as Freyna wipes out the entire threat almost instantly. What should have been a deadly volcanic disaster is reduced to fading sparks drifting through the air. In that moment, Jean Fry finally understands why people call her the Flame Magician. Against Freyna's power, even a rain of volcanic destruction can be burned away before it ever lands. But while everyone's eyes are fixed on the sky above them, a new danger begins forming below. Without warning, the ground under the party starts to crack and split apart. A huge fissure tears open directly beneath their feet, ripping through the volcanic floor like the dungeon itself is breaking apart. The sudden collapse throws the entire formation into chaos. Arthur is the first one to lose his balance. As the ground crumbles beneath him, his body pitches backward, and he starts slipping toward the open chasm. Jean Fry reacts the instant he sees Arthur falling. Without even a moment of hesitation, he lunges toward him, moving before anyone else can catch up to what is happening. As the others cry out in alarm, Jean Fry dives after Arthur and stretches his arm as far as he can. At the very last possible second, his hand catches Arthur's and keeps him from falling alone. But the momentum is too strong. The force of saving Arthur drags Jean Fry over the edge as well, and before either of them can recover, both of them plunge down into the darkness below. As they fall, Jean Fry desperately reaches toward the crumbling wall beside them. His hand searches for any ledge, crack, or rough edge that might slow their descent even a little. But he realizes too late that the walls are too fragile and unstable. Every possible grip breaks away, and there is no solid handhold strong enough to stop their fall. The drop is much deeper than Jean Fry expected. As the darkness rushes past them, he understands with a cold jolt that the impact at the bottom could easily kill them both. By sheer luck, they do not slam into bare stone. Instead, the two of them crash down onto the soft body of a giant cotton bat, their fall cushioned by the monster beneath them. Jean Fry recognizes the monster right away and understands that it is relatively weak. More importantly, he realizes they survived only because Lucifer's halo gave them an almost impossible stroke of luck. The cotton bat, of course, is not pleased about becoming their landing cushion. Its soft body shifts beneath them, stirring with clear irritation as it begins to react. Jean Fry immediately grasps the danger of their new situation. If they stay on top of the monster too long, it will have the chance to retaliate, so they need to get off it fast. He tells Arthur to jump down and face the cotton bat properly with him. Staying exposed on the monster's back would only make them easier targets once it starts fighting back. Jean Fry warns Arthur that the cotton bat is not as harmless as it looks. It stores the force of impacts and releases that power back as amplified counterattacks, which means their fall has already charged it with dangerous strength. Arthur is still shaken from the sudden fall, but his pride flares up right away. Instead of listening, he snaps back and insists that he does not need Jean Fry warning him about anything. As the cotton bat begins moving to attack, Jean Fry instantly reads the danger in its motion. He prepares to respond before Arthur's stubbornness can put him in even worse trouble. Jean Fry draws his weapon and calls out the warning again, trying to make Arthur understand. But the cotton bat has already launched itself straight toward Arthur. Jean Fry bursts forward without hesitation. He throws himself into the path of the monster's attack, moving to protect Arthur before the strike can land cleanly. Even with Jean Fry rushing in to intercept it, the cotton bat's counterattack still sends Arthur smashing into the wall. The impact proves exactly how dangerous the monster's stored force can be. Arthur slams hard against the rock, his body jolting from the collision. The blow leaves him hurt, rattled, and visibly shaken, knocking away the confidence he had only moments ago. Jean Fry turns toward Arthur with obvious frustration on his face. From his expression alone, it is clear he knows this happened because Arthur refused to listen. Jean Fry scolds Arthur for ignoring the warning and orders him to stay back if he wants to survive. Then he steps in front of him, placing himself between Arthur and the monster as he takes control of the fight. Arthur can only stare from behind Jean Fry's back. Standing between him and the cotton bat, Jean Fry faces the monster alone, calm and steady, without showing the slightest trace of fear. When Arthur looks at the shattered wall behind him, the reality finally sinks in. If Jean Fry had not stepped in when he did, that impact would have killed him outright. Jean Fry, meanwhile, feels the brutal truth of this dungeon settle in. Even an ordinary monster inside an S-rank dungeon carries frightening power, far beyond what a casual adventurer could afford to underestimate. When the cotton bat charges again, Jean Fry does not back away. He plants his feet firmly against the rocky ground and meets the monster head-on. In one sharp exchange, Jean Fry brings the cotton bat down. The fight ends so quickly that Arthur is left frozen in place, unable to fully process what he just witnessed. Arthur realizes that Jean Fry killed the cotton bat with a single clean hit. No matter how unbelievable it looks, the result is right in front of him, impossible to deny. Far above them, Freyna begins using dowsing magic to search the depths of the chasm. Her focus turns downward, trying to trace where the two fallen party members might have gone. Freyna carefully spreads her magic through the lower area, scanning the darkness beneath the split ground. She searches for any sign that can lead her to Jean Fry and Arthur. Her teammates gather close around her, their faces tense with worry. One after another, they ask whether she has found any trace of the two who fell. Freyna confirms that Arthur is still alive. The moment those words leave her mouth, relief washes through the waiting party, easing the fear that had been gripping them. At the same time, Freyna's thoughts turn to Jean Fry. She understands that he only fell into the chasm because he tried to save Arthur. Remembering how quickly Jean Fry sensed the eruption before anyone else could react, Freyna begins to look at him differently. He no longer seems like just a suspicious outsider who happened to join them. Some of the party members suggest going after Jean Fry and Arthur right away, but Freyna refuses to let them rush down blindly into the depths without thinking. Freyna insists that searching for them now would waste the strength they still need for the battle against the demon god. As harsh as it sounds, their true mission has to remain the party's first priority. Since Freyna's group is already continuing toward the summit no matter what, she makes a cold but practical judgment. If Arthur survives the fall and keeps moving on his own, then they should naturally be able to meet up again somewhere along the route ahead. Deep in her heart, Freyna can only leave Arthur's survival in his own hands for now. As she turns her focus back to the climb, she silently hopes that both her missing father and her younger brother will make it through this dungeon alive. Far below the others, Jean Fry finally pieces together the truth. Arthur is not just another member of Freyna's party. He is her younger brother, and like her, he entered this dungeon to search for their missing father. Once Arthur manages to steady his breathing and pull himself back from the shock, Jean Fry prepares to move again. He has no intention of wasting precious time sitting around in the lower depths. Arthur looks completely confused when Jean Fry starts walking farther into the lower area instead of trying to climb back toward the summit. From his expression, he clearly has no idea what Jean Fry is planning. Jean Fry answers that confusion in the bluntest way possible. He tells Arthur that if he tries to face the demon god with his current strength, he will only be walking straight into his own death. Instead of recklessly rushing back upward, Jean Fry decides they should use the lower levels first. By hunting monsters down here, Arthur can build up strength before throwing himself into a battle far beyond him. Lucifer's halo reveals the hesitation twisting inside Arthur's heart. But beneath that uncertainty, Jean Fry can also sense something genuine. Arthur really does want enough power to stop being a burden to the others. So Jean Fry gives him a simple choice, without softening it or making it sound heroic. If Arthur truly wants to become stronger, then he should follow him. Arthur accepts, his voice carrying nervous excitement despite himself. Even so, the uneasy look on his face makes it obvious that he still does not fully understand what kind of training Jean Fry is about to drag him into. Jean Fry's idea of a little hunting turns out to be far more intense than Arthur imagined. Before long, the two of them are standing in the middle of a flock of high-level flame bone birds. The burning birds immediately swarm around them, their fiery bodies circling through the air. Arthur is forced into combat almost instantly, before he even has the chance to calm his nerves. One flame bone bird suddenly dives straight toward Arthur. Its burning body cuts through the air like a streak of fire, closing the distance before he can fully prepare himself. Arthur knows he cannot let the monster get any closer. Forcing his shaking hands to move, he pushes through the fear and makes himself act. He steadies his aim as best he can, locking his eyes onto the charging bird. With the monster rushing in fast, Arthur decides he has to release the arrow before it reaches him. The arrow flies cleanly through the heated air and strikes the flame bone bird head-on. It pierces the monster just as the burning creature comes diving in. The flame bone bird crashes down dead, its body dropping to the ground in front of him. That single shot proves that when Arthur keeps his focus, he really can fight even in a place like this. Breathing hard from the pressure, Arthur clenches his resolve. Refusing to be looked down on, he tells himself that even if nothing else, he can at least handle a one-on-one fight. Then Arthur turns, expecting to compare his progress with Jean Fry's. In his mind, Jean Fry should be nearby, locked in another intense battle against the same flock. Instead, Arthur finds Jean Fry sitting calmly in the middle of a pile of dead flame bone birds. From the way he is relaxing there, it looks like his fight ended ages ago. Jean Fry casually looks up from his little break, acting as though there is nothing strange about resting among the monsters he has just wiped out. His relaxed attitude only makes the scene feel even more absurd. Arthur is horrified when he realizes Jean Fry is casually eating the bird's drop item like it is some kind of snack. And as if that were not strange enough, Jean Fry even offers some to him. Before Arthur can fully process the ridiculous sight in front of him, another flaming beast charges toward him. Just like that, it becomes painfully clear that this so-called training is far from over. A little later, Jean Fry finds Arthur doubled over in pain. His body clearly pushed past its limit. Jean Fry immediately checks on him, urgently asking if Arthur can still stand. Arthur forces himself upright despite the strain running through his body. He insists that he is still fine, but the way he struggles to keep steady makes it obvious that he is barely holding himself together. Jean Fry takes control without wasting a second. He orders Arthur to move somewhere safe while he handles the monster himself. Inside the cavern, Jean Fry steps forward alone. He places himself directly between Arthur and the flaming salamander waiting ahead, taking the danger onto himself. The beast glares back at Jean Fry with fierce hostility, its eyes fixed on him with aggression. Even so, its movements look strangely uncomfortable, as if something inside it is bothering it. Jean Fry quickly reads the situation and realizes the salamander is suffering from an upset stomach. Whatever it recently swallowed has clearly made its movements slower and heavier. He coolly guesses that the creature is about to vomit. Instead of panicking over the monster's condition, Jean Fry treats its weakened state as a possible opening. The salamander suddenly retches violently, its body convulsing. Then it spews a foul mass onto the cave floor in front of them. Mixed into that disgusting mess, human bones spill across the ground. The sight confirms the dark suspicion that had already begun forming in Jean Fry's mind. Seeing the remains scattered there, Jean Fry reaches the grim conclusion. The salamander really did eat a person. Then Arthur notices something lying nearby among the remains. A familiar sword rests half-buried beside the scattered belongings, and the sight immediately catches his eye. Arthur freezes the moment he sees it. Before he can even force the words out, the horrifying truth begins sinking in through his stunned expression. Jean Fry tries to keep Arthur from falling apart right there. He urges him to calm himself before panic and grief completely take over. The salamander, meanwhile, recovers enough to keep watching them. Its eyes remain fixed on the pair, and its body tenses as if preparing to continue the fight. Arthur recognizes the sword and the clothing mixed among the remains as his father's belongings. The realization hits him like a physical blow, leaving him shaken to the core. Jean Fry's system reads the emotions exploding inside Arthur and identifies a massive surge of vengeance. Every bit of that rage is directed straight at the salamander. In an instant, Arthur's grief hardens into pure killing intent. His voice drops into a furious threat, filled with pain, hatred, and the need to make the monster pay. Arthur charges forward, completely driven by the need to avenge his father. Any trace of caution is burned away by grief as he rushes straight toward the salamander. He storms past Jean Fry and throws himself at the monster without any plan at all. At that moment, Arthur is moving on nothing but anger and desperation. Jean Fry shouts for Arthur to stop, immediately recognizing how dangerous the charge is. If Arthur keeps rushing in like that, he will only get himself killed. But Arthur refuses to hear him. His eyes stay locked on the monster that took his father, and he keeps advancing recklessly without slowing down. Jean Fry has no choice but to forcefully knock Arthur away from the salamander. He drives him off course before that blind charge can turn into a fatal mistake. Even after hitting the ground, Arthur's rage does not fade. Through clenched teeth, he swears that he will tear the salamander apart with his own hands. Behind them, the monster looms dangerously close, still ready to attack. Arthur keeps struggling to rise, desperate to throw himself back into the fight no matter the risk. Jean Fry pins Arthur down and holds him in place, refusing to let him rush forward again. He knows Arthur is about to throw his life away in a blind attack. Jean Fry snaps at Arthur with real anger in his voice, demanding that he listen for once. Even if it is only for a single moment, Arthur has to hear him. Arthur fights against Jean Fry's hold, refusing to calm down. He insists that he has to kill the salamander right now, even if that means facing it completely alone. Before Arthur can sink any deeper into that blinding grief, Jean Fry snaps at him hard, forcing his own voice to cut through the chaos. He is not just yelling to be heard. He is trying to drag Arthur back to his senses, even if only long enough for him to stop, breathe, and think for one single second. Then Jean Fry hits him with the ugliest truth of all. If Arthur charges in now and gets himself killed too, then the people still waiting for him, the last pieces of the family he has left, will be abandoned with nothing, not even him. This time, the words actually reach him. They pierce straight through the red haze swallowing Arthur's thoughts, and for the first moment since his rage took over, that fury begins to crack beneath the painful weight of what Jean Fry has just said. Jean Fry sees that opening and refuses to let it close. He presses Arthur even harder, reminding him of the truth he already knows deep down, that no matter how badly he wants revenge, there is absolutely no way he can defeat that salamander by himself. Arthur knows Jean Fry is right, and that makes it almost impossible to argue back. But admitting it only twists the grief in his chest even tighter, because now he is not just angry. He is being crushed from every direction by the unbearable feeling of helplessness. With his voice cracking under the pressure, Arthur screams that the monster who killed his father is standing right there in front of him. Even if the odds are impossible, even if he knows he cannot win alone, he cannot just stand there and do nothing. Jean Fry's system reads the emotion spilling out of Arthur in waves. It understands that this is not ordinary anger anymore. It is the raw, desperate fury of someone trapped against the wall by his own weakness. Arthur's hand curls into a shaking fist, his knuckles tightening until they look painfully strained. It is as if that one clenched hand is the only thing keeping the rest of him from breaking apart completely. At last, Arthur manages to pull himself back from the edge. His breathing slowly becomes steadier, one shaky breath at a time, and with clear effort showing on his face, he apologizes for letting his emotions take control. Jean Fry now turns his full attention toward Arthur. He is no longer speaking only to hold him back. Now his tone shifts, treating Arthur like a partner in this fight, someone who may still survive if they move carefully. First, Jean Fry confirms that Arthur is a hunter. Then, without wasting even a second, he asks what items Arthur has with him, turning the situation away from blind panic and toward the first fragile pieces of a real plan. Arthur blinks, visibly confused by the sudden question. After everything that just happened, Jean Fry's sharp change in direction catches him completely off guard. Even so, Arthur begins going through his supplies one item at a time. As he lists what he has, he eventually mentions a strange item called cotton bat's fluff, something he has been carrying around without ever really understanding what it was for. The instant Jean Fry hears that name, realization flashes through him. He recognizes cotton bat's fluff as a hidden item connected to the hunter class, and in that moment, he understands that Arthur has been carrying exactly what they need all along. Jean Fry does not stop to explain every hidden detail behind it. Instead, he cuts straight to the point and tells Arthur to listen carefully because now there is a plan, and from this moment on, every single part of it matters. He tells Arthur that if they move correctly, and if they follow the plan without hesitation or panic, then the two of them really do have a chance to take down the salamander together. Jean Fry lets the words hang there for a moment, giving Arthur time to understand what is being asked of him. Now it is up to Arthur to decide whether he can trust Jean Fry when everything is already on the line. Arthur makes his decision. He agrees to follow Jean Fry's lead, forcing his grief down behind a hard look of determination as he commits himself to the plan to kill the salamander. With that choice made, the two men move into position. They stand against the burning menace ahead of them, while the salamander faces them head-on like a living wall of heat and danger. Arthur steadies his footing and gathers himself again. He forces his trembling hands under control, slows his breathing, and prepares himself to carry out the role Jean Fry has given him. The salamander begins to advance. Its huge body gives off a terrifying pressure, and the heat rolling from it makes every heavy step feel like a threat closing in on them. Jean Fry gives Arthur the first order in a short, sharp command. Before the real clash begins, Arthur needs to strengthen him. Arthur reacts immediately. He draws on his hunter class skill, and the first words of the incantation begin to leave his mouth as he focuses his power on Jean Fry. Through his chant, Arthur calls out to the spirits, asking them to rise and lend their strength. His voice carries the plea forward, guiding that power toward Jean Fry and toward victory. Arthur's battle cry activates. Its power settles over Jean Fry like a sudden surge of support, raising both his strength and speed for the next 5 minutes. The salamander senses the change almost immediately. Its attention sharpens, and its gaze fixes more intensely on the enemy before it, recognizing that Jean Fry has suddenly become stronger. Arthur then hands over the cotton bat's fluff, passing Jean Fry the exact item he had asked for. This strange little piece of their setup now becomes a key part of the plan. Jean Fry feels the buff's effect easing some of the strain on his body. Then he tells Arthur to stay focused and follow the plan exactly from here on out, with no hesitation. With every piece finally in place, Jean Fry launches forward. He closes the distance at high speed, driving straight toward the salamander to meet it at close range. The salamander responds to his charge at once. Its burning body shifts and braces, turning fully toward the threat rushing directly at it. Jean Fry pushes right into the monster's space, deliberately cutting the distance down to almost nothing. His goal is clear, to make sure the salamander's attention locks completely onto him. As he moves in, Jean Fry understands exactly how reckless this battle really is. A monster with this much HP is the kind of enemy that should normally be worn down by a whole party of players, not challenged by only 2 people. Even with that knowledge, Jean Fry does not slow down. He slips inside the danger zone and lands the first decisive blow, slicing into the salamander with his poison blade. The blade's effect takes hold immediately. Heavy poison begins spreading through the salamander's body, marking the start of their slow, grinding strategy to wear the monster down over time. Jean Fry reveals that this was never an ordinary attack. He had coated the strike with the centipede's poison, turning that first slash into a wound far more dangerous than it looked. But that poison is only the first layer of the plan. Jean Fry has already prepared the next move as well, setting Arthur up to attack from a distance, while the monster keeps its focus locked on him. Arthur's arrow slices through the air and slams into the salamander's forehead. The shot lands cleanly at the weak point between its brows, exactly where it needed to hit. The instant Arthur's arrow connects, Jean Fry pulls back from direct contact. He leaves the ranged pressure to Arthur while shifting his own position and preparing for the next opening. Jean Fry notes that the first stage of the plan has worked exactly as intended. The salamander's normal weak point really is right between its eyes. Arthur calmly reaches for another arrow and fits it into place. The panic from earlier is gone from his movements now, replaced by steady hands and a focused, unwavering stare. Jean Fry knows a close-range fighter would struggle to exploit that weak point alone. That is exactly why Arthur's role in this battle is so important. His arrows can reach the spot Jean Fry cannot safely target again and again. Arthur continues firing from a safer distance, while Jean Fry keeps himself moving in front of the monster. He baits the salamander into turning, lunging, and exposing itself over and over. Jean Fry weaves around the monster's snapping jaws, dodging just outside its reach each time. By staying close enough to enrage it but quick enough to avoid being caught, he keeps the salamander furious and occupied. Together, they keep the pressure steadily rising. Jean Fry draws the attacks from the front, while Arthur uses every opening Jean Fry creates to shoot from a safer position. Under their combined assault, and with the poison continuing to eat away at it from within, the salamander begins to choke. Its movements grow rougher and heavier as its strength starts to falter. Jean Fry senses the momentum of the fight beginning to shift. Instead of relaxing, he immediately braces himself, already knowing that the next phase is about to begin. Then, all at once, the salamander enters berserk mode. Its stats surge upward in a sudden spike, and the entire battle becomes far more dangerous than it was just moments before. Arthur throws up his guard against the sudden blast of heat and force. He shields himself as the wave rolls outward from the monster and crashes across the battlefield. Even from where he stands, Arthur can feel the heat pouring off the salamander's berserk state. It is so intense that the very air seems to press against him like a burning wall. But Jean Fry does not retreat. Even with the salamander powered up and the danger rising higher than ever, he charges straight back in. Jean Fry reminds himself that berserk mode is not just a simple power-up for the salamander. Sure, every one of its stats is climbing at the same time, but that violent transformation also changes the monster's body structure, and hidden inside that change is a brand new weakness. Keeping that new weak point in mind, Jean Fry grips the cotton bat's fluff and prepares to use it at the perfect moment. That strange item is no longer just a random tool in his hand. It is the key to turning the salamander's transformed body against itself. The salamander lets out a furious roar that shakes the air around it. Its burning body tightens, the flames around it flaring as it gathers strength for an attack even heavier and more dangerous than the ones before. Jean Fry meets the monster's force head-on. He releases a violent burst of lightning mixed with raw impact, clashing directly against the salamander's power and forcing open the tiny window he needs to keep the plan moving. Seeing that every condition has finally lined up, Jean Fry's confidence sharpens like a blade. The timing, the item, the monster state, everything is ready now, and he declares that the preparations are complete. He thinks back to the most important detail about the salamander's berserk mode. After the transformation takes hold, its weak point is no longer sitting conveniently in the center of its forehead. Arthur draws another arrow from his supply and sets it against the string. His body stays tense, but his aim remains controlled as he waits for Jean Fry to tell him exactly where the next shot needs to go. Jean Fry reads the monster's altered stance and spots the new weakness in its changed posture. Without hesitating, he shouts for Arthur to aim at the salamander's front legs. Arthur releases the arrow the moment the order reaches him. The shot drives straight into one of the salamander's front legs, striking with enough force to break its balance and throw off its footing. Jean Fry follows immediately, wasting no time after Arthur's hit. He rushes in and brings down a heavy slash on that same damaged area, stacking even more damage onto the salamander's wounded leg. Jean Fry's mind's eye activates, and his perception sharpens in an instant. The salamander's movements, its injuries, and the way its body is starting to weaken all become clearer in his sight. By reading the monster's current state, Jean Fry judges that they are close now. If they can keep pressing just a little longer, the next decisive opening should finally reveal itself. The salamander's injured front leg can no longer hold up under its own massive weight. It suddenly buckles beneath the creature, making the huge monster stagger as it fights to stay upright. Arthur keeps another arrow already prepared on the string. His gaze stays fixed straight ahead, locked on the salamander as he waits for Jean Fry's next signal. The salamander's body sinks lower toward the ground, its posture becoming more unstable with every passing moment. Between the poison eating at it and the damage to its front leg, the monster is clearly losing control of its stance. Jean Fry sees the salamander sagging and immediately moves closer. That drop in posture tells him the monster is starting to show unmistakable signs of collapse. As he closes in, Jean Fry notices another important detail. The flames wrapped around the salamander's body are no longer blazing with the same fierce intensity as before. Those weakening flames tell Jean Fry that the salamander has entered a critical state. But he also knows this does not mean the fight is over, because the monster can still recover by pulling those flames back into its own body. Just as Jean Fry predicted, the salamander shifts into regeneration mode. It begins restoring its HP, desperately trying to drag itself back from the brink after all the damage they have dealt. Arthur's expression tightens in horror when he realizes what is happening. Even after they have poisoned it, wounded it, and nearly brought it down, the creature can still heal itself. Jean Fry understands the pressure of the situation instantly. They have to finish the salamander before Arthur's 5-minute buff expires, and before the monster's regeneration can fully bring it back. Arthur signals that he is ready for the final shot. His bow is raised, his arrow is prepared, and his attention is locked completely on the monster in front of him. Jean Fry steps directly into the salamander's line of sight. He deliberately places himself in front of the monster, forcing its attention onto him and away from Arthur. He answers Arthur with calm certainty, his voice steady despite the danger. The final step of their plan has already begun. Jean Fry challenges the salamander head-on, making it clear that this battle ends here. He commits himself to finishing the monster before it gets even the smallest chance to recover. Then he rushes straight into the salamander's reach, intentionally stepping into the danger zone. Every movement is meant to provoke the beast, daring it to attack him directly. The salamander takes the bait. It lunges forward with its jaws stretched wide, coming at Jean Fry as though it is ready to swallow him whole in one terrifying bite. In that exact instant, Jean Fry seizes the opening he has been waiting for. Facing the monster's open jaws, he commands it to open its mouth even wider. Jean Fry slashes upward through the gap with precise force. The strike pries the salamander's jaws farther apart, creating a clear path straight into the monster's mouth. The salamander reels back, its mouth now fully exposed. The opening is wide enough at last, and the final move can finally begin. Jean Fry throws the cotton bat's fluff into position above the salamander's open maw. The moment it hangs there, he gives Arthur the signal to fire. He warns Arthur that this is the one shot they absolutely cannot afford to miss. Every part of their plan and possibly their survival depends on this single arrow. The cotton bat's fluff hangs directly above the salamander's open mouth, suspended in the air like bait placed exactly where the final strike needs it to be. Arthur aims through the center of that opening, his line of sight perfectly aligned. His hands stay steady, and his focus does not waver for even a second. In a low voice, almost like a promise meant only for himself, Arthur says that he will not miss. Arthur releases the arrow with clean, perfect control. The shot flies forward in a straight and precise line, cutting through the tense air between him and the target. But the projectile is not aimed directly at the salamander's body. Instead, it races toward the cotton bat's fluff hanging above the monster's open mouth. The arrow pierces through the cotton bat's fluff, exactly as Jean Fry intended. In that instant, the hidden effect he had been relying on from the very beginning activates. Now changed by the fluff's power, the shot continues forward and plunges into the salamander's open mouth. It drives deep into the monster's body, disappearing into the creature from within. The salamander reacts on instinct and gulps the attack down. Before it can understand what has happened, it has already swallowed the shot into its core. For one brief, terrifying moment, Arthur's heart drops. Nothing happens right away, and it almost looks as if their carefully built plan has failed. But Jean Fry begins counting down, his voice calm and controlled. That steady countdown makes it clear that he expected the effect to take a moment before it truly activated. The salamander remains standing for another second, still upright and unaware. It has no idea that the real damage is already waiting inside its body. Jean Fry reaches the end of the countdown with complete confidence. His tone makes it sound as though the result has already been decided. Then, deep inside the salamander's body, the hidden effect finally triggers. The monster erupts from within. The reflected force detonates through its core, tearing the damage outward from the inside in a devastating burst. After releasing all of that stored counterforce, the cotton bat's fluff bursts apart. This purpose is fulfilled in that one brutal, perfectly timed moment. Jean Fry reveals the trick behind the item. Cotton bat's fluff absorbs incoming attacks and reflects them back with triple the power, which is exactly why he needed the salamander to swallow the shot. As the battle finally reaches its end, Arthur's battle cry buff wears off. At the same time, after all that brutal exertion, Jean Fry's stomach debuff clears as well. The salamander's remaining strength drains away at last. Its massive body can no longer hold itself up, and it begins collapsing under the full weight of the damage. The salamander's enormous body finally loses all strength. It pitches forward under its own weight, crashing down with a heavy impact and collapsing onto the ground right in front of Jean Fry. The system responds immediately, confirming that the salamander has been defeated and awarding the experience reward. Jean Fry stands there catching his breath, then dryly marks the subjugation as complete, as if he is trying to make the impossible sound routine. After the battle ends, Arthur stands by himself on the jagged rocks, holding the sword they recovered from the monster. Behind him, Jean Fry watches quietly, letting Arthur face the meaning of that weapon in silence. Arthur says nothing as he tightens his hands around the hilt. His eyes remain lowered on the blade, and little by little, the reality of having his father's sword back begins to settle heavily over him. Jean Fry silently removes the halo-like effect surrounding his own body. Without interrupting Arthur's grief, he eases himself out of the center of the moment and gives Arthur room to confront what has been left behind. Then Arthur catches movement nearby. He lifts his head and sees his sister and the others finally arriving, reaching the battlefield only after the danger has passed. His sister rushes toward him at once, panic written all over her face. Her eyes scan him desperately as she asks if he is hurt, terrified that he might have been injured in the fight. But the moment her gaze drops to the sword in Arthur's hands, her whole body freezes. She recognizes that weapon instantly, and the fear in her expression shifts into something heavier. That familiar blade tells her the truth before Arthur even has the chance to explain. The sword he is holding belongs to their father. Arthur forces the words out in a strained voice, explaining that he found both the sword and their father's clothes inside the salamander's stomach. His sister can no longer keep her emotions contained. Overwhelmed by everything at once, she pulls Arthur into a tight embrace, clinging to him with relief because he managed to come back alive. She tells Arthur that the most important thing is that he survived. In her eyes, he did everything he possibly could for their father, even if the pain of it is still unbearable. Arthur finally breaks down, unable to accept those words as praise. Through his tears, he insists that the victory was not truly his at all, because Jean Fry was the one who really saved them. When his sister asks who Jean Fry is, Arthur immediately turns around. His eyes search the area, looking for the man who guided him through the battle. But by then, Jean Fry has already slipped away from the group. He leaves quietly, without standing around to receive gratitude, attention, or praise. Arthur realizes it just a moment too late. He watches the man who saved them walking away in silence, disappearing before anyone can properly thank him. The others notice it too. They understand that the mysterious stranger vanished almost immediately after the danger was gone, as though he never intended to stay. Jean Fry keeps walking off on his own, choosing to remain apart from their reunion. He does not step into the family's grief or make their mourning about himself. One of the others steps forward and offers to help with what still has to be done after the battle. The fighting may be over, but the painful work left behind has only just begun. Arthur and his sister pull their attention away from the rescuer who has vanished. Now they turn toward the heartbreaking task of laying their father to rest. They place the recovered sword at the grave, leaving it there as a final tribute. Arthur quietly says farewell, wishing his father a peaceful rest after everything that has happened. Arthur and his sister kneel side by side before the grave. Together, they lower their heads in prayer, sharing the silence of their grief. While the family mourns, Jean Fry remains away from them in the shadows of the cavern. He watches quietly for a short moment, then prepares himself to move on. Jean Fry falls silent before the grave as well. The weight of the battle, the death it could not undo, and everything it cost settles heavily over him. Arthur and his companions gather around the memorial in the volcanic wasteland. With the recovered sword left behind as proof of their farewell, they honor the dead in the only way they can. That sight draws Jean Fry into an old memory. For a moment, the grave before him fades, and he is taken back to the day when he and a little girl first learned that disaster had struck. In that memory, an adult comes rushing in with devastating news. Breathless and urgent, they tell the children that their father has been caught up in the calamity. The young boy struggles to process what he has just heard, unable to fully understand the meaning of those words. Beside him, the little girl clings to him in fear, her terror impossible to hide. Then, from the present, someone calls Jean Fry's name. The sound cuts through the memory and pulls him sharply back to where he is. Arthur thanks Jean Fry from the heart. He tells him that he did not only save Arthur's life, but also helped recover what remained of Arthur's father. Jean Fry tries to brush the praise aside. He insists that Arthur survived because of his own strength, and because of the will he showed when the fight became impossible. But Arthur refuses to let him dismiss it that easily. He admits that without Jean Fry's help, he would never have survived the salamander, let alone everything that followed afterward. The others think back to what they witnessed during the battle. Jean Fry had stood alone against that blazing monster, facing its attacks directly without stepping back. Even the rumors they had heard about Jean Fry suddenly feel incomplete. Whatever people had said about him before, it had not captured the truth of just how far his strength really went. The party begins to understand that the person traveling with them is not ordinary at all. He is far more dangerous and far more powerful than any of them had realized. Jean Fry cuts off the praise before it can continue any further. Instead of letting everyone dwell on him, he turns their attention back toward the real threat that is still waiting ahead. He reveals that the one controlling the monster attacks is still above them, waiting at the summit. Jean Fry names the culprit clearly: Helmbros, the demon god who commands the monsters across the continent. The blonde mage reacts at once. Anger flares across her face, and she vows that she will burn Helmbros to ashes. With their next enemy finally made clear, the group continues forward. They push through the scorched mountain pass, climbing toward the summit of the volcano. As they make their way up, lesser monsters burst from the burning terrain and rush at them. The armored man draws his blade and steps in to meet the attackers head-on. The priestess and Arthur move with him, striking down the flying beasts that swoop toward the group. They cut through the attackers while keeping the climb from slowing. Jean Fry casually crushes another monster that gets in their path. He clears it away with almost no change in his pace, continuing forward as if it were only a minor obstacle. At last, the group reaches the summit of Agni Volcano. There, a seething lava pit churns before them, marking the entrance to the demon god's lair. The party searches across the summit, looking from one side of the scorched ground to the other. But Helmbros is nowhere in sight, and confusion begins spreading through the group. A tense, uneasy silence settles over everyone. The longer the summit stays still, the more they begin to sense that something about this place is terribly wrong. Then, without any warning, a towering pillar of fire erupts from the crater in front of them. Flames blast upward from the heart of the volcano, tearing through the air. In that instant, the party realizes the truth. The enemy was never waiting on the surface. He had been hiding beneath the summit itself. Helmbros rises from the magma, finally revealing himself. Before them stands a level 50 demon god, carrying the trait Scorching Heatwave. The monster announces its arrival with a thunderous roar. The entire summit trembles beneath the sound, and Helmbros' overwhelming presence fills the volcanic air. The full force of Helmbros' roar slams across the summit like an invisible shockwave. It hits the weaker members of the party so hard that they instinctively crouch down, throwing their hands over their heads just to endure the pressure. Even the veterans, who have already survived countless battles, freeze in place for a brief moment. The crushing presence pouring from the demon god's body fills the volcanic air, heavy enough to make everyone's instincts scream at once. The blonde mage feels that pressure immediately and understands just how abnormal it is. This is not ordinary intimidation from a powerful monster. The force radiating from Helmbros alone is already far beyond anything a normal creature should be able to release. Helmbros looks down at the humans gathered before him with pure contempt. To him, their arrival is not a threat at all. It is nothing more than a pack of foolish mortals willingly walking into their own deaths. Jean Fry catches the demon god's first movement in an instant. His eyes sharpen, and he shouts for everyone to retreat, warning them that Helmbros is about to open the fight with a breath attack. The warning proves correct almost immediately. Helmbros' massive body lunges forward, surging toward them with terrifying force and confirming exactly what Jean Fry had already predicted. The priestess does not doubt Jean Fry's judgment for even a second. She raises her voice and orders the entire party to fall back, pushing everyone to get beyond the range of the incoming attack. Most of the group scrambles away from the danger zone as quickly as they can. While they retreat, the priestess stays alert, keeping her eyes on the others and preparing to cover anyone who might fall behind. But then the priestess notices something that makes her blood run cold. Jean Fry has not moved at all. He is still standing there, completely exposed instead of fleeing with the rest of them. Jean Fry faces Helmbros from point-blank range with eerie calm. He watches without flinching as the demon god unleashes its blazing breath directly toward him. A roaring torrent of flames floods the exact spot where Jean Fry was standing. In an instant, the ground is swallowed by fire, and the entire area turns into a blazing inferno. Even from a distance, the scorching heatwave tears into the party's defenses. The heat bites through their protective gear and rattles the very equipment they had trusted to keep them safe. Arthur panics the moment he sees the flames crash down. From where he stands, it looks as if Jean Fry has been caught directly in the heart of the attack. When the flames finally begin to fade, Helmbros is already certain of the result. The demon god assumes the human who dared stand there has been burned away completely. Helmbros sneers at Jean Fry's supposed fate, mocking him as a fool who chose to face that heat head-on. In the demon god's eyes, a human like that should not have left even ashes behind. The others stare desperately into the smoke and wavering heat. Their eyes search the scorched ground for even the smallest sign that Jean Fry somehow survived. Arthur and the rest of the party begin to fear the worst. They struggle to accept the possibility that Jean Fry may truly have been erased by that single blast. Then Helmbros' gaze suddenly sharpens. Through the thinning smoke, the demon god notices something that should not have been possible. A lone silhouette is still standing in the exact place where the flames struck. It remains unmoving amid the drifting smoke, as if the inferno had failed to touch it at all. Helmbros can hardly believe what he is seeing. He cannot understand how any human body could endure that level of heat and still remain upright. Jean Fry steps out through the smoke with a smile on his face. He reveals that the attack barely even felt warm to him, thanks to the fire resistance he gained from eating flame bone bird meat. For the first time, Helmbro's expression changes with genuine interest. This strange human, who survived a direct blast of his flames, has finally become something worth looking at. Jean Fry throws the taunt right back at the demon god. He says that for such a grand-looking attack, it was pretty disappointing if it could not even make him sweat. Arthur bursts with relief the moment he sees Jean Fry alive. The fear gripping his chest flips instantly into stunned joy and excitement. The priestess is left completely speechless. Without fire resistance, that breath should have melted any ordinary person on the spot. Yet Jean Fry is still standing there. Jean Fry knows his brutal preparation has paid off. After forcing himself to eat 50 pieces of flame bone bird meat, he gained 7 minutes of fire resistance, even though the effect is still draining away his health. But surviving the flames does not mean he is safe. Jean Fry's condition is already critical, and his body has been pushed dangerously close to its limit. Knowing he does not have much time left, Jean Fry activates God's speed. His speed multiplies tenfold as he prepares to move faster than the demon god can properly react. Helmbros praises Jean Fry's nerve, sounding more amused than angry now. To the demon god, this human may finally be interesting enough to play with. Jean Fry steadies himself and sharpens every bit of his focus. He knows full well that surviving the opening attack was only the beginning, and the real battle against Helmbros has just started. Helmbros triggers Scorching Heatwave once again. But this time, it is not fired as a single breath blast. The heat spreads outward as a burning aura that floods the entire battlefield. The heat rolls across the summit in every direction, sweeping over the scorched ground like an invisible tide. Even from far away, the others are forced to raise their arms and shield themselves. Arthur feels the attack eating into him almost immediately. He realizes at once that this is different from the first blast because this damage is not fading, it keeps going. The entire party is afflicted with burn. The status effect takes hold across the group, draining their health second by second. The priestess quickly orders everyone to get behind the boulders. She warns them that this heat wave can pierce through ordinary equipment, making their usual defenses feel almost meaningless. Even the gear they prepared specifically for the volcanic terrain proves useless against Helmbros' skill. One attack from the demon god is enough to make all that preparation feel fragile. Arthur cannot understand how Jean Fry is still standing out in the open. Right in the center of that unbearable heat, Jean Fry remains exposed while everyone else is being forced into cover. Jean Fry declares that the warm-up is over. At that exact moment, his fire resistance cancels out the burn effect trying to eat away at his body. Helmbros admits that Jean Fry is clearly different from other humans, but he warns him not to mistake surviving the heat for actually being able to win the battle. The demon god promises to crush Jean Fry's arrogance with real force. His tone makes it clear that the next attack will not be as simple as the flames from before. Around the crater, the lava begins to surge violently. It churns and rises like the volcano itself is responding as the battle shifts into an even deadlier stage. Watching from behind cover, the others grow tense. They fear Helmbros may be preparing to drag the entire fight down into the magma itself. Jean Fry adjusts his grip on the black blade, tightening his hand around the weapon. His body stays ready as he prepares to face whatever new phase Helmbros is about to reveal. He lowers himself into a fighting stance, keeping his eyes locked on the demon god. Every muscle is held in readiness as he waits for even the smallest opening to appear. As Jean Fry studies Helmbros' attack pattern, he realizes something important. The obvious flames are not the real danger. The true threat is the hidden follow-up waiting behind them. Helmbros launches another burst from below, forcing the attack up at Jean Fry from the ground. It is meant to push him into a predictable reaction and set him up for the next trap. Jean Fry barely slips away in time, avoiding the sudden strike by the narrowest margin. As he moves, he realizes Helmbros is layering attacks, stacking one move directly on top of another. Then Helmbros unveils a special move. A crushing force comes tearing down toward Jean Fry with terrifying speed and overwhelming weight. The impact sends a shockwave blasting across the battlefield. The summit rattles so violently that even the party members, hidden behind the rocks, feel the force slam through their cover. The priestess understands the danger immediately. Helmbros' physical attacks are far faster than any of them expected, and that realization makes the fight even more terrifying. Jean Fry catches one of the incoming claws on the edge of his blade and forces it aside with a sharp parry. The impact rings through his arms like metal being struck, and even Helmbros reacts with surprise at the fact that a human managed to withstand it. For the first time, Helmbros openly acknowledges the change in front of him. Jean Fry is no longer just some irritating human who wandered into its path. Now, the demon god admits he has become genuinely interesting. Helmbros charges in again, closing the gap with much sharper intent than before. This time, its movements feel more deliberate, as if the demon god wants to test Jean Fry directly in close combat. But instead of ending Jean Fry immediately, Helmbros chooses to drag things out. It begins treating the fight like entertainment, toying with him as though the struggle itself has become something worth savoring. The summit erupts in flames all over again. Fire bursts across the battlefield in violent waves as Helmbros keeps up the pressure, refusing to give Jean Fry even a moment to breathe. From somewhere beneath the ground, Helmbros' voice echoes upward with a mocking edge. It challenges Jean Fry to block the next attack just as well, daring him to prove that his earlier defense was not a fluke. The others immediately realize that Helmbros' voice is coming from underground. But the problem is, none of them can tell where the demon god will strike from, or what Jean Fry intends to do about it. Jean Fry does not chase after the sound or move blindly across the rocks. Instead, he stays exactly where he is, choosing to wait until Helmbros reveals itself. Arthur is completely baffled when he sees Jean Fry close his eyes in the middle of the fight. With danger surrounding him from every direction, it almost looks as if Jean Fry has decided that sight no longer matters. In the very next instant, the earth explodes upward. Helmbros' hidden attack bursts from below with violent force, tearing through the ground in a sudden eruption. Helmbros strikes from behind, aiming directly for Jean Fry's blind spot. The demon god clearly expects that surprise blow to land before Jean Fry can even react. Arthur and the others can only watch in horror as the attack closes in. From their position, there is nothing they can do to stop it or even reach Jean Fry in time. Jean Fry activates magic perception, trusting the passive power of his halo instead of relying on his eyes. Rather than seeing the battlefield normally, he begins sensing the flow of magical energy around him. The spectators are left speechless as Jean Fry's awareness seems to shift into something completely different. He is reading the battlefield in a way none of them can understand or follow. Helmbros darts away again, slipping back out of Jean Fry's reach before staying in one place for too long. Keeps moving through the battlefield, trying to remain unpredictable. Jean Fry's halo reveals its second skill, magic perception. This ability allows him to detect the magical presence of adventurers and monsters within a 5-kilometer range. Helmbros grudgingly admits that Jean Fry's instincts are sharp. Even so, irritation leaks through its voice, because its surprise attacks are not landing nearly as easily as it expected. Jean Fry corrects Helmbros immediately. He makes it clear that this is not instinct at all. He understands the demon god's movements far too well to call it simple guesswork. Helmbros dismisses that confidence as nothing more than lucky arrogance. Without giving Jean Fry time to say more, the demon god immediately launches into another attack. Jean Fry keeps his distance across the jagged rocks, refusing to be pulled into Helmbros' rhythm. He will not chase blindly or let the demon god bait him into a reckless move. He mocks Helmbros' hit-and-run tactics right to its face, calling out the pattern for what it is. Then he demands that the demon god stop hiding and fight him properly. Instead of rushing after Helmbros without a plan, Jean Fry decides to combine magic perception with god speed. With both skills working together, he can track the demon god and punish the next opening the moment it appears. Jean Fry reminds himself that this sequence is familiar. To him, Helmbros' movements feel like something he has practiced against, repeated, and memorized countless times before. When the next hidden strike erupts behind him, Jean Fry is already moving. He reacts before the attack can fully reach him, slipping out of danger at exactly the right moment. Arthur shouts a warning the instant he sees the threat appear. Panic flashes across his face as his voice cuts across the battlefield toward Jean Fry. But Jean Fry has already responded before Arthur's warning can even reach him. Helmbros is stunned as the ambush misses, and Jean Fry vanishes from the spot where he had been standing. Using the explosive acceleration from his speed boost, Jean Fry launches himself high into the air. He rises above Helmbros before the demon god can adjust to his movement. From above, Jean Fry raises the black blade over his head. His body lines up for a powerful descending strike, preparing to drive the counterattack down with full force. The strike lands cleanly. Jean Fry's blade carves a deep line through Helmbros' body, forcing the demon god to feel the full weight of his counterattack. Helmbros can barely process what just happened. The demon god is stunned that Jean Fry managed to strike it with that much precision and speed. Jean Fry answers Helmbro's challenge not with words, but with action. That single counter forces the demon god to acknowledge that he is fully capable of striking back. He then taunts Helmbros openly for underestimating him. His words make it clear that looking down on him was a mistake the demon god is already starting to pay for. The others watch the exchange in disbelief. From behind the rocks, they can sense that the balance of the fight has begun to shift in a way none of them expected. Arthur can only stare at Jean Fry in amazement. Almost breathless, he calls the feat incredible, unable to hide how shocked he is by what he just witnessed. Helmbros snarls that one hit does not change anything. Then it insists that its mission is far more important than this duel with a single human. The mention of a mission immediately unsettles Jean Fry. Nothing like that existed in the game knowledge he has been relying on, and that difference sends a troubling thought through his mind. He pushes that concern aside as the magma begins to churn once more. Whatever the discrepancy means, he forces himself to stay focused on Helmbros standing in front of him. Jean Fry decides there is no time to question it now. Before Helmbros can regain control of the fight, he resolves to land another hit. Helmbros lunges again, all three heads driving the assault forward at once. The demon god closes in with overwhelming force, trying to crush Jean Fry beneath the sheer weight of its attack. Jean Fry slips inside the assault at the last possible moment. He cuts upward through the narrow opening in Helmbros' attack, turning the demon god's own momentum against it. The blow becomes a critical hit, and Mind's Eye triggers successfully. With that sharpened perception guiding him, the force of Jean Fry's counter becomes even more precise and devastating. Helmbros is shaken by the possibility forming in its mind. It begins to wonder if Jean Fry is truly reading where every attack will come from before it even happens. Jean Fry feels a surge of satisfaction when he realizes the strike did more than just damage Helmbros' body. Something far more useful has taken hold. The system confirms it clearly. Helmbros has been severely poisoned. From this point forward, the demon god will continue losing health every single second. Helmbros recognizes the poison almost immediately as it spreads through its body. Furious, it accuses Jean Fry of relying on dirty tricks once again. Jean Fry answers calmly, refusing to be shaken by the accusation. He points out that exploiting an enemy's weakness is not a dirty trick. It is one of the most basic rules of battle. Then he bluntly reminds Helmbros that its lack of poison resistance is not some hidden mystery. Anyone who prepared properly for this fight would know about it. Watching from a distance, the party finally begins to grasp just how formidable Jean Fry really is. Every move he makes seems calculated, dangerous, and far beyond what they had imagined. The priestess reflects on the terrifying truth that countless parties have been wiped out by this demon god. Yet Jean Fry is still standing there, matching Helmbros alone. Jean Fry keeps provoking Helmbros, deliberately calling the demon god a stupid dog. His goal is clear, to keep Helmbros angry, careless, and easier to read. Jean Fry fixes his eyes on the demon god and dares it to keep chasing him, practically inviting Helmbros to drag the battle out even longer. Because at this rate, if the monster keeps wasting precious seconds like this, the poison spreading through its body will end everything in less than 5 minutes. From behind the jagged wall of rocks, the rest of the group can do nothing but crouch low and stare out at the battlefield. They watch helplessly, forced to witness the deadly duel unfold as the fight begins deciding its own outcome right in front of them. Helmbros' fury erupts all at once, its rage bursting out like a physical force. With a vicious snarl, the demon god swears that it will tear Jean Fry to pieces long before the poison inside its body ever has the chance to take its life. The sheer pressure of Helmbros' anger blasts across the battlefield in violent waves. Those shockwaves crash into the rocky shelter where the party is hiding, making it painfully clear that even taking cover is only barely keeping them out of danger. Arthur quickly realizes there is no path for him to force his way close enough to support Jean Fry. As the scorching heat rises even more fiercely around them, he is left with no real choice except to retreat again, step by frustrating step. The priestess reacts immediately, ordering everyone to move back even farther from the battlefield. Her warning is clear. If they stay too close, they will only become extra burdens that Jean Fry cannot afford to protect while fighting for his life. Arthur grits his teeth so hard his frustration is almost visible, every backward step feeling like a betrayal. He hates having to retreat while Jean Fry remains alone out there, facing the demon god with no one beside him. With bitter honesty weighing on him, Arthur admits the truth he cannot ignore. As he is now, his strength is nowhere near enough to stand beside Jean Fry in a battle operating on this terrifying level. Helmbros refuses to simply accept the poison eating away at it. Instead, the demon god answers with another savage eruption, unleashing a fresh surge of blazing flame across the battlefield. But in the middle of the smoke and heat, one of its heads suddenly coughs and sputters, the sound breaking through the chaos. That single reaction makes it clear that the poison has already started tearing through the demon god from the inside. When the smoke finally begins to thin, Jean Fry is still standing there, calm and composed despite everything. His posture remains steady, and the rhythm of the battle is still firmly in his hands. Jean Fry notices the change almost immediately. Something about the demon god's fire breath feels wrong. The attack is no longer following the familiar pattern he remembers from the game. Helmbros focuses sharply on him, watching the way Jean Fry reacts to each attack. The demon god concludes that he must be using some kind of ability that allows him to sense magic directly as it gathers and comes crashing down. Jean Fry does not bother taking the accusation seriously. He simply brushes it aside, mocking the demon god for trying to disguise its own losing position behind a convenient excuse. Helmbros responds by spreading its claws wide, its enormous body shifting with a new and deliberate intent. The monster's posture makes it clear that it is about to change the entire way it attacks. With a low growl, Helmbros points out that knowing the direction of an attack is meaningless if Jean Fry still cannot respond to every strike at the same time. Prediction alone will not save him from being overwhelmed. The demon god presses the threat even harder, its voice full of cruel confidence. It asks Jean Fry whether he truly believes he can handle attacks that come crashing at him all at once. Then Helmbros makes the danger impossible to ignore. It asks what Jean Fry plans to do if all three of its heads attack together, moving in perfect coordination from different angles. For the first time, Jean Fry's expression wavers. The meaning behind Helmbros' words clearly catches him off guard, and that brief shift on his face says he understands something is wrong. The others cannot make sense of what the demon god is implying either. None of them understand the threat until the answer begins revealing itself directly before their eyes. Helmbros' three heads suddenly tear away and separate, each one forming into its own body. In an instant, one terrifying enemy becomes three coordinated attackers, spreading out around the battlefield. Jean Fry freezes for a single breath, his eyes narrowing as the situation changes. He realizes at once that the monster has just done something completely outside what he expected. Fry is genuinely stunned, because this phase was never part of the game knowledge he had been relying on. Before he can fully rebuild his plan, the three bodies crash down around him and immediately launch the next assault. Jean Fry watches as yet another wave of danger explodes around him from multiple sides. Even with exhaustion dragging heavily on his body, he meets the situation with strained, dry sarcasm. He admits that the enemy is right about one thing. Even if he can still read and predict their attacks, he will not be able to last much longer if they keep swarming him from every direction at once. One of the demon beasts bares its fangs and snarls at him, declaring that the human standing in front of them will be the first one to die. Jean Fry catches the threat the instant it leaves the monster's mouth. Without wasting even a heartbeat, his body reacts and shifts straight into motion. A massive Hawmike demon swings in with a brutal attack, its strike cutting through the space where Jean Fry had been standing. Jean Fry slips away by a hair's breadth, then immediately answers with a sharp slash from his blade. As he gauges the condition of his own body, Jean Fry realizes just how close he is to the edge. He is barely hanging on now, so drained that even a glancing blow could be enough to finish him. Even with almost no strength left to spare, he continues weaving through the monster's attacks at point-blank range. Every dodge is barely enough, each movement keeping him alive by the smallest possible margin. But Jean Fry refuses to let panic take control. Instead, he decides that this kind of desperate, razor-thin battle is exactly the sort of situation where he performs at his best. A grin pulls across his face as he treats the life-or-death struggle almost like a high-stakes game. Even with death pressing in from every side, he intends to enjoy the fight until the very end. The demon god laughs at the sight and mockingly praises the battle, as if savoring Jean Fry's resistance. Then it promises that once Jean Fry finally falls, his dead companions will be sent down to hell right along with him. Jean Fry does not respond with fear or hesitation. Instead, his gaze grows colder, his focus tightening as he prepares himself for whatever attack comes next. The demon god moves in to bring the battle to an end, gathering an overwhelming amount of force into one final blow. Its intent is clear, it means to crush Jean Fry completely with this strike. Jean Fry braces himself as the monster closes the remaining distance. In that moment, the entire battlefield seems to narrow down to the single killing blow rushing straight toward him. Then, at the very last instant, A new spell suddenly tears into the battle with explosive force, Frost Explosion. Jagged spears of ice burst forward and rip through the demon's body, interrupting the execution before it can land. The frozen attack stops the finishing blow in its tracks and saves Jean Fry from being killed. A woman steps onto the battlefield and calls out the demon god with sharp contempt in her voice. She condemns it for ganging up on a single man instead of facing him fairly. Freyna makes it clear that she has not forgotten being treated like dead weight. Now, she has come in person to settle that insult directly with the demon god. The wounded demon god turns toward her with obvious irritation, its attention forced away from Jean Fry. Now it has another enemy on the battlefield, and it can no longer focus everything on him alone. Freyna warns Helmbros that if it keeps provoking them like this, it will only speed up its own death. Her tone carries a calm certainty, even as the battlefield burns around them. Jean Fry does not hesitate for even a second once she creates the opening. He rushes in at once and drives his blade hard into the demon's armored body. His strike bites cleanly through the monster, cutting deep and severing a major section of its body. It is as if he has carved away part of the demon god's terrifying form in a single decisive motion. The severed piece crashes heavily to the ground, the impact making the victory feel real. At that moment, the surviving party members finally realize that the flow of the battle has truly started to turn. Freyna tells Jean Fry that with that rescue, the debt between them is now settled. Her voice remains calm and controlled, even with chaos still raging all around them. Jean Fry accepts her help without wasting unnecessary words. He steadies himself again, fixes his focus back on the enemy, and notes that only 2 parts of the demon god remain. A system notice confirms the result of the strike. Jean Fry has successfully destroyed the right body of the demon god Helmbros. The remaining companions erupt with relief and excitement, unable to hold back their reactions after what they have just witnessed. Right before their eyes, a demon god has actually been brought down. Jean Fry suddenly doubles over beneath the crushing weight of the strain, his body finally revealing just how much the battle has taken from him. Behind him, Freyna remains close, standing at his back as the fight continues. Even while Jean Fry is still bent over catching his breath, his eyes never drift away from the battlefield for a second. His body may be struggling, but his mind is already counting the 2 remaining demon bodies that still need to be taken down. Before anyone can relax, one of the surviving bodies suddenly throws itself forward in a frenzy. Roaring over the loss of its fallen brother, the monster lets pure rage drag it straight back into the fight. But this time its target is not Jean Fry. The demon twists its gaze toward Freyna instead, charging right at her while snarling that it will tear her apart with its own claws. Jean Fry moves before the attack can reach her, cutting directly into its path and placing himself between Freyna and the charging demon. At the same time, Freyna reacts from behind him, quickly raising a defensive spell to keep the danger from breaking through. In that brief exchange, Jean Fry realizes that Freyna is capable of using ice magic too. But Freyna quickly explains that fire is still her true specialty, and compared to that, her control over ice is only limited and unreliable. Freyna also warns him that the heat spreading through the area is getting more and more dangerous. The protective buffs she cast are holding the burning effect down for now, but she makes it clear they can only suppress it for a short time. Jean Fry tells her to focus on keeping that support active and not let the protection collapse. As long as she can hold that line steady, he makes it clear that he will take care of the rest himself. Then Jean Fry activates God's speed once more, and his entire body launches forward in a sudden burst. Without even a trace of hesitation, he shoots straight toward the demon like an arrow loosed from a bow. Riding that explosive speed, Jean Fry tears through the monster's defense before it can fully recover its balance. The demon has no time to guard, no time to react, and no chance to stop him. The impact crashes down with terrifying force, so violent that the scorched ground beneath Jean Fry splits open. Long cracks spread across the battlefield, carving through the earth from the pressure of the blow. Freyna keeps her barrier locked firmly in place, refusing to let the protection waver. Inside that shielded space, Jean Fry continues pressing forward, attacking relentlessly and giving the demon no room to breathe. With his predictive skill guiding every movement, Jean Fry finds the perfect opening and delivers another precise strike. His blade cuts through the demon's torso with brutal accuracy, ripping deep into its body. A second system notice appears soon after, confirming what everyone has just witnessed. The left body of the demon god Helmbros has been defeated as well. Jean Fry immediately understands why this takedown was possible. The poison spreading through Helmbros had already weakened the demon badly, turning what should have been an impossible kill into something far more manageable. Then Jean Fry notices another change on the battlefield. The final body is no longer rushing at them, and instead it has retreated into the burning crater, hiding itself deep inside the suffocating heat. Freyna tells Jean Fry that the others should be safe now, as long as they stay under cover and keep their distance. Jean Fry agrees with her judgment, but his eyes remain fixed on the crater ahead. Freyna knows very well that she cannot be the one to deliver the final blow. So instead, she decides to do the one thing she still can, pour every bit of support she has left into Jean Fry. Gathering the last of her strength, Freyna casts Sunflame. The spell flares up around Jean Fry like a final blessing of fire, wrapping him in power before the last clash begins. The spell flows directly into Jean Fry's body, strengthening him from within. His attack power rises, and at the same time, his resistance to fire is reinforced for a limited period. Jean Fry understands the value of the spell immediately. This new buff stacks on top of the protection he already has, giving him a real chance to push forward through the inferno waiting inside the crater. Freyna then explains the cost behind using Sunflame. While the buff remains active on Jean Fry, she will be completely unable to use magic herself. After giving him everything she can offer, Freyna leaves the rest of the battle in Jean Fry's hands. With quiet sincerity in her voice, she wishes him luck. Jean Fry thanks the flame magician with genuine warmth, acknowledging her support without making a big show of it. Then he turns away from her and walks alone toward the burning crater. Deep within the volcanic crater, the last remaining demon body struggles to recover. It is surrounded by boiling heat and restless flames, its wounded form hidden in the heart of the fire. The demon seethes with humiliation, unable to bear the fact that mere humans have driven it into such a miserable state. It swears that once it recovers, it will make them pay with revenge. But before that recovery can happen, Jean Fry appears right in front of it. He mocks the demon for hiding in the crater, asking if it is finally finished playing whack-a-mole. With Freyna's support layered over his own protection, Jean Fry moves through the volcanic hell as if it is nothing. The flames roar around him, the heat presses in from every side, and yet none of it seems able to touch him. His expression stays calm, almost chillingly cold, as he advances without fear. That steady look makes the situation painfully obvious. This time, Jean Fry is the one standing in the position of power. The demon can only stare at him in stunned disbelief. Cannot understand how a mere human is standing unharmed in the middle of a place that feels no different from a living volcano. Jean Fry barely gives the demon's outrage any attention. He brushes it aside with casual contempt, as if the monster's shock is too meaningless to even take seriously. The demon chokes out that this cannot be possible, its voice cracking with disbelief. What it is seeing right in front of its eyes is something it refuses to accept. Jean Fry keeps walking forward without slowing down. Step by step, he closes the distance through the blazing heat and moves in to bring everything to an end. The demon god dies while still trapped in disbelief, unable to accept the truth even in its final moment. It has been slain by a single human standing right before it. The instant Helmbro's life is extinguished, the entire crater erupts in a violent blast. Fire and force surge outward together, roaring from the depths like the mountain itself has been torn open. Outside the crater, the companions stare in alarm as the explosion shakes the area. For a moment, fear flashes across their faces, and they worry that the volcano itself may have started erupting. Freyna quickly realizes what is truly happening. This blast is not a natural eruption from the volcano, but the destructive aftermath released by the demon god's death. Then Jean Fry's figure finally breaks through the smoke, flame, and pressure of the blast. His emergence from the explosion becomes the proof everyone needed. The impossible fight has really ended. Fry comes out alive, but the strain finally forces him down to one knee. The others immediately rush toward him in a mixture of panic and relief, calling Jean Fry's name as they hurry to confirm that he survived. Jean Fry reassures them that the battle is finally over, his words calming the chaos around him. Meanwhile, the others scramble at his side, rushing to bring healing potions and help him recover. When one of his companions finally says the truth out loud, the weight of it settles over everyone. Jean Fry calmly confirms it himself. He really did kill a demon god. The siblings exchange a quiet look, and in that moment, the heavy tension in their eyes begins to fade. They understand that the vengeance they carried for their father has finally been fulfilled. Freyna softly says that because of this victory, their father can finally rest in peace. After everything they endured to reach this moment, those words carry a deep and quiet relief. The system then formally confirms the defeat of the demon god Helmbros. Along with that victory, Gene Fry receives his rewards and an enormous amount of experience. But Gene Fry's first reaction is not pride, triumph, or even shock at the achievement. The moment he sees how much gold he has earned, his eyes light up with pure delight. The reward list reveals a massive payout, far beyond anything ordinary. On top of that, it also includes rare materials taken directly from Helmbros itself. Even with those flashy rewards laid out before him, Gene Fry's mind is already moving elsewhere. His attention drifts past the gold and materials, straight toward the one item he truly came here to obtain. Fry's attention shifts again as Freyna approaches him. She looks like she is struggling to find the right words, clearly overwhelmed by just how deeply indebted she feels after everything he has done. Her brother steps forward as well, adding his own honest gratitude. He admits that without Gene Fry they never would have survived the fight, and they might not have even reached the summit at all. Behind them, the rest of the group stands quietly, saying nothing for the moment. But their expressions make their feelings clear. They share the same gratitude, even without putting it into words. Gene Fry casually waves off the formal thanks, refusing to take all the credit for himself. He insists that everyone had a part in the victory, even if the system happened to credit him with the demon god's materials. Gene Fry especially makes sure to point out Freyna's final support spell, giving her full credit for it without hesitation. He openly says that her help was one of the decisive reasons he managed to push through that last brutal stretch of the battle. Freyna thanks Gene Fry for saying that, her expression softening at his words. But deep inside, she cannot stop herself from thinking that even if she had never cast that buff, Gene Fry probably still would have found some way to win. Still wanting to repay Gene Fry with something more than words, Freyna offers him the best reward she personally received from the battle. She presents him with a B-rank scorching rock, hoping it can count as a meaningful gift. The instant Gene Fry hears the name Scorching Rock, his eyes widen in obvious shock. That single item is not just valuable to him, it is exactly the thing he has been searching for from the very beginning. Freyna is caught completely off guard by how strongly Gene Fry reacts. She stares at him in confusion, unable to understand why one B-rank material could make him look as though he has just found a priceless treasure. Gene Fry does not hesitate for even a second. Right away, he offers to trade one of his top-tier hardclaws in exchange for Freyna's Scorching Rock, as if the decision has already been made in his mind. That offer leaves Freyna and everyone around her stunned in place. By ordinary standards, Gene Fry is suggesting an absurd trade, an S-rank material for something that should be worth far less. When Freyna asks why he would offer such a one-sided exchange, Gene Fry answers without any embarrassment. To him, the Scorching Rock is worth far more than even the most prized claw on the entire continent. Seeing that Gene Fry is being completely serious, Freyna stops trying to argue or negotiate. Instead, she simply hands him the Scorching Rock directly, giving it to him without asking for anything in return. Gene Fry celebrates like he has just obtained the true treasure of the whole expedition, his excitement impossible to hide. Freyna can only stare at him in bafflement, unable to understand how his priorities work at all. But strangely enough, Freyna does not feel offended or bothered by his blunt honesty. If anything, that straightforward and oddly sincere side of Gene Fry makes him seem unexpectedly charming to her. Then, without warning, a system message appears and reveals something Gene Fry did not expect at all. Freyna has developed a small crush on him. Another system message follows almost immediately, making the situation even more uncomfortable. It reveals that Jedis is burning with jealousy because he has liked Freyna for a long time, and Gene Fry realizes he may have accidentally walked straight into a very awkward mess. Gene Fry decides to ignore the uncomfortable atmosphere for the time being, choosing not to touch that emotional disaster at all. Instead, he focuses on the one fact that matters most to him: he has finally secured the Scorching Rock. With his first major objective finally completed, Gene Fry's thoughts begin turning toward his next destination. His attention shifts to the second continent, a place ruled by desire, temptation, and the dangerous pull of gambling. Back in the central city of the first continent, the long expedition finally comes to an end. After all the danger, loss, and desperate fighting, the journey that brought them this far reaches its closing point. The siblings decide that it is time for them to return home and take responsibility for their town in their father's absence. When they part from Jean Fry, their farewell carries warmth, respect, and a quiet sense of gratitude. Frena's brother tells Jean Fry that the next time they meet, he will have become much stronger. With sincerity in his voice, he thanks Jean Fry from the bottom of his heart for everything he has done for them. Jean Fry answers him with a calm smile, accepting those words without making the moment overly dramatic. He simply tells him that he will look forward to the day they meet again. As Jean Fry prepares to leave, he quietly reflects on how far he has come. The memories from his previous life helped guide his choices, but the people he met on this journey have started to matter to him as well. Since Jean Fry has already sent his earnings back home, there is nothing left holding him in place. Without wasting any more time, he begins preparing to move toward his next destination. Jean Fry makes his way toward the portal that connects the first continent to the second continent. Step by step, he approaches the gateway that will carry him into the next stage of his journey. Nearby onlookers whisper among themselves about the rumored demon god Slayer, their curiosity clearly stirred. But when they glance at Jean Fry, they quickly dismiss the idea, unable to believe this plain, beginner-looking man could possibly be the one behind that title. The system then confirms Jean Fry's newly earned title, First Demon God Slayer. Right after that, it asks whether he wishes to proceed onward to the second continent. Jean Fry accepts the prompt without drawing any attention to himself. Then he steps through the portal as casually as if he is not making history, but simply heading to the next town over. The witnesses can barely process what just happened in front of them. They stare in stunned silence as the unremarkable man they had dismissed moments ago vanishes through the portal before their eyes. Jean Fry arrives in the central city of the second continent, a place known by the ominous name Prison of Desire. Standing in that new city, he quietly prepares himself to begin the next chapter of his journey. Almost as soon as Jean Fry settles into his new surroundings, he notices a missed call from Amelia. Seeing her name on the screen makes him pause, wondering what could have happened for her to contact him now. When Jean Fry answers the call, Amelia greets him as her brother, but her tone is already sharp with irritation. Before he can say much of anything, it is clear that she is upset. Amelia immediately demands an explanation for the ridiculous amounts of money Jean Fry has been sending home. More importantly, she wants to know exactly where all of that money is coming from. She bluntly asks whether Jean Fry has gotten himself mixed up in something shady. The question hits him so directly that he has to scramble for a believable answer right there on the spot. Jean Fry stiffens under Amelia's interrogation, suddenly aware of how dangerous this conversation has become. He knows that if he gives even one wrong answer, his sister's suspicion will only grow stronger. Fry reminds himself that he has been hiding his adventurer life from both Amelia and their mother because he does not want them to worry. So he quickly reassures Amelia that he is not doing anything illegal, and although she still sounds doubtful, she reluctantly accepts his answer for the moment. Then Amelia reveals something that cuts through everything else. Their mother's condition has recently gotten worse, and the news hits Jean Fry so hard that it leaves him shaken into silence. After the call ends, Jean Fry sits alone, letting Amelia's words sink in one by one. The reality of his mother's worsening condition settles heavily over him, pressing down harder than any battle injury. Jean Fry realizes that the money he has now is nowhere near enough. If he wants to pay for proper treatment before it is too late, he needs to gather far more money, and he needs to do it quickly. The thought of his mother suffering turns Jean Fry's worry into something sharper. His expression hardens, and that fear slowly transforms into a clear, urgent determination. While Jean Fry is still brooding over what his next move should be, voices nearby catch his attention. He overhears people discussing an auction item with a name that immediately stands out to him: High Elf Stare. The moment Jean Fry hears that name, he jolts upright as if the air around him has changed. He knows exactly what the High Elf Stare is, and more importantly, he understands why it matters so much. Jean Fry recognizes the High Elf Stare as a key ingredient needed to make an elixir, something that might be able to cure his mother. What shocks him even more is that an item like that should not even be obtainable on this continent. In Jean Fry's mind, that elixir instantly becomes the only treasure that truly matters. Compared to the chance of saving his mother, piles of gold and rare materials lose all meaning. Jean Fry also knows that if an item like High Elf Stare appears at auction, the wealthiest people in the city will swarm toward it. The price will be astronomical, so he resolves to build up enough capital no matter what it takes. To raise money as quickly as possible, Jean Fry enters an E-rank dungeon located out in the snowy wastes of the second continent. The frozen landscape becomes the first step in his urgent plan. Jean Fry knows that higher-rank dungeons are usually the fastest way to make a fortune. But this low-rank dungeon holds a hidden opportunity, and that specific chance is the real reason he came here. When Jean Fry finally spots what he has been searching for, his expression brightens immediately. The look on his face makes it clear that his gamble has paid off. A rare Kate Sith appears before Jean Fry, its presence standing out clearly against the snowy dungeon. To him, the creature looks exactly like the opportunity he has been waiting for. Jean Fry calmly notes that he has found his target, keeping his voice and expression steady. His focus narrows completely onto the rare creature in front of him. Instead of attacking the Kate Sith like an ordinary monster, Jean Fry takes a different approach. He begins offering it the special items he prepared in advance for this exact encounter. The Kate Sith's eyes light up with visible delight the moment it notices the bait. Its attention is pulled completely toward the tempting offerings laid out before it. Jean Fry gently coaxes the Kate Sith closer, using silver vine, warm grass, cold fish, and several other treats. Patiently and carefully, he draws the rare cat toward him one small step at a time. Jean Fry goes even further by laying out a soft little bed made from warm grass for the Kate Sith. He arranges it with surprising care, making sure the rare cat has a comfortable place where it can curl up and relax without a single worry. The Kate Sith is completely overjoyed by the special treatment, its earlier caution fading away almost instantly. With every gift Jean Fry offers, the rare cat's guard melts more and more, until it is clearly won over from head to tail. As though it wants to thank Jean Fry for spoiling it so generously, the Kate Sith suddenly flicks something bright toward him. A shining golden coin arcs through the air and lands in his hands like a little reward from the pleased cat. That coin turns out to be Kate Sith's golden coin, an incredibly rare hidden item with an unbelievable effect. As long as Jean Fry keeps it in his possession, every bit of money he earns will automatically be doubled. Jean Fry thanks the Kate Sith for giving him such an amazing treasure, clearly recognizing how valuable it is. Meanwhile, the satisfied little cat happily clings to the treats and comforts he prepared, looking perfectly pleased with the exchange. For Jean Fry, getting that coin is the real prize of this entire trip. He celebrates the hidden item with open excitement, knowing that this one reward will change everything about how quickly he can earn money. Now that Kate Sith's golden coin can double every payout he receives from this point on, Jean Fry sees no reason to waste even a moment. He immediately shifts into hunting mode and starts going after monsters right away. With Kate Sith's golden coin already active in his possession, even ordinary monster kills begin producing twice the usual reward. Every simple victory now brings in far more gold than it should. Jean Fry cuts down stronger beasts one after another, moving through the dungeon with focused efficiency. Each doubled reward keeps piling on top of the last, turning every fight into another burst of pure profit. After clearing the boss as well, Jean Fry finally pauses to check everything he has earned. Looking over the results, he judges that he has gathered enough money to move on to the next part of his plan. By the time Jean Fry finishes counting everything, his total funds have climbed to an unbelievable amount. He now has more than 12 million gold sitting at his disposal. Satisfied that 12 million gold is enough seed money to start with, Jean Fry decides it is time to return to the city. From there, he plans to take that fortune and multiply it even further. That decision leads Jean Fry to a place called Seconds Club. It is there that the next phase of his money-making plan begins to unfold. Jean Fry steps into an underground casino, entering a hidden den where greed practically hangs in the air. Temptation, vice, and shameless desire are all laid bare inside, as if the place has stopped pretending to be respectable. After seeing just how rotten the casino already is, Jean Fry quickly understands what kind of place he has walked into. Since everyone here clearly believes anything goes, he decides there is no reason for him to hold back either. The moment Jean Fry begins playing, he can feel the flow of fortune shifting in his direction. Almost immediately, it becomes obvious that luck is leaning overwhelmingly in his favor. Around the table, the other gamblers laugh loudly, cheer at each roll, and celebrate without a single care. None of them realize that Jean Fry is quietly starting to take control of the room right under their noses. Then a system notice exposes a bald gambler named Ent as a fraud. It reveals that he has already cheated his way into more than 10 million gold, building his winnings through dishonest tricks. Jean Fry notices Ent's cheating at almost the same moment Ent's group notices Jean Fry's growing pile of winnings. The instant they see how much money he has gathered, they mark him as their next target. Ent looks at Jean Fry and completely misreads the situation. In his mind, this newcomer is just another easy challenger, another naive victim he can strip clean at the table. Jean Fry approaches Ent with a polite, easy smile, playing the part of a harmless newcomer perfectly. With a relaxed attitude, he invites Ent to join him for a match, hiding his true intentions behind that friendly expression. Even while pretending to be inexperienced, Jean Fry immediately sees through Ent's lie about being new to the game. Since the rules are not a problem for him, he decides he can simply learn how everything works as the match goes on. Ent, fully convinced that he has found the perfect mark, generously offers to let Jean Fry decide the stakes. He has no idea that the roles have already reversed, and that he is the one being hunted now. Lucifer's halo warns Jean Fry that the roulette dealer is about to rig the game. The dealer will not be working alone either. Planted accomplices around the table are ready to help steer the trap. But Jean Fry does not back away after noticing the setup. Instead, he decides that a crooked casino like this might actually give him some useful entertainment before he drains it dry. Jean Fry quickly understands the rules of the roulette game in front of him. The dealer throws 2 balls, and each player must call out 2 numbers before the outcome is decided. If a player only guesses part of the result correctly, the payout is cut in half. But if both numbers are called perfectly, the reward doubles, and the game keeps going until someone wins without repeating any earlier guesses. When it is Jean Fry's turn to give his numbers, he answers without hesitation. In a calm voice, he chooses red 36 and black 8. Then Jean Fry sends a shock through the entire table by staking 10 million gold in one move. The wager is so massive that it goes far beyond anything the gamblers expected from him. Everyone around him freezes, staring at him in disbelief as if they have not heard correctly. Jean Fry, completely unfazed, calmly pressures them to stop gawking and keep the game moving. With complete confidence, Jean Fry repeats both of his chosen numbers and the enormous wager attached to them. The way he says it makes it feel like he already knows exactly how the round is going to end. Then Jean Fry turns the pressure directly onto Ent. He reminds the bald gambler that if he fails to give his answer before the balls stop moving, the rules say he automatically loses. Jean Fry realizes that the cheating pattern is almost laughably easy to read. For him, the entire game has stopped being a gamble and has turned into something close to a guaranteed win. Right in front of everyone, Jean Fry locks in the same 10 million gold bet on the exact 2 numbers the dealer's side intends to force. He is not avoiding their trick. He is stepping directly into it and taking it for himself. The casino staff are visibly stunned, their faces tightening the moment they understand what he has done. Somehow, Jean Fry has predicted the landing spots perfectly, and that realization shakes their confidence at once. Jean Fry keeps smiling as the roulette wheel spins, letting the tension around the table stretch tighter and tighter. While the balls circle the wheel, he watches the panic build as the round moves toward its unavoidable result. The dealer's accomplice grows more and more desperate with every passing second. The trap they had carefully prepared for Jean Fry has suddenly turned back on them, and now they are the ones being cornered. Jean Fry silently gives credit to Lucifer's halo for the advantage. Thanks to that ability, he can read through their entire scheme from the first move to the final outcome. He identifies the dealer as a hunter-class cheat, someone using a precision skill to control the roulette balls. With that skill, the dealer can force the balls to land on chosen targets instead of leaving the result to chance. Just as Jean Fry predicted, that hidden skill guides one ball directly onto 36. The second ball follows the same rigged path and lands perfectly on 8. After confirming the double hit, Jean Fry coolly remarks that luck seems to be on his side tonight. Around him, the cheaters can only reel in shock, unable to accept that their own trick has been used against them. Jean Fry pieces together the scam with ease. The dealer fixes the numbers, secretly signals them to his cronies, and then the group cashes in, so Jean Fry simply decides to exploit their own dirty method instead. The bald Ent suddenly explodes in anger, unable to keep his composure after the loss. He falsely accuses Jean Fry of cheating and tries to drag management into the situation before the truth can come out. When the manager arrives, Ent and the other crooks immediately rush to frame Jean Fry first. They try to bury the entire situation under accusations before Jean Fry has a chance to expose what they were really doing. But the manager has no intention of investigating the matter honestly. Instead, he treats Jean Fry's victory as a problem that needs to be removed from the casino floor as quickly as possible. Jean Fry understands what is happening almost immediately. The manager is part of the same corrupt operation, which means this situation is not going to be settled with a calm conversation. At last, the manager drops the polite act completely. His expression hardens, and he orders his men to seize Jean Fry by force. Jean Fry responds in an instant by flipping the table with explosive force. The sudden move smashes apart their rush before the thugs can close in and surround him. One thug lunges straight toward Jean Fry, convinced that he can grab him easily at close range. He charges in without realizing how badly he has misjudged his opponent. Jean Fry slips cleanly past the thug's reaching arms with smooth, precise movement. In the same motion, he delivers one sharp counter and knocks the man out before he can even recover. Jean Fry lands lightly in the center of the room, his posture calm as if the chaos around him barely even exists. While everyone else is still reeling from the sudden clash, the attacker is left staring in shock, unable to understand how easily Jean Fry slipped through. One of the casino staff pushes the situation even further out of control. Right there in the middle of the hall, he raises a bow, draws his aim toward Jean Fry, and turns the casino floor into a battlefield. At that exact moment, Ent comes rushing in from behind with a knife in hand. He keeps screaming that Jean Fry is the cheater, as if shouting the accusation loud enough will somehow make his obvious lie sound true. Jean Fry's expression sharpens as he turns their own accusation back against them. The real frauds have been hiding behind the casino's rigged games, and now he is ready to make them pay for it. In one harsh, decisive movement, Jean Fry stomps Ent down before the knife can become a real threat. The attack is crushed instantly, and Ent's desperate ambush is stripped away before it even has a chance to land. Weapons lie scattered across the floor, and beaten men are sprawled all around him. Standing alone in the middle of that wreckage, Jean Fry looks over the room and calmly asks who wants to step up next. The manager finally begins to understand the mistake he has made. The harmless-looking newcomer he thought he could threaten is actually someone far more dangerous than anyone in the casino expected. Then one of the subordinates suddenly recognizes something about Jean Fry. His appearance lines up with a news report about a rookie who shattered the baptism ritual record. That possibility shakes the manager at once. If the report is true, then the man standing in front of them is not some ordinary beginner they can push around. The guild members start fearing an even more terrifying possibility. If Jean Fry has already made it to the second continent, then he may have actually been the one who defeated the demon god Helmbros. Jean Fry quickly grows bored with their frozen hesitation. With no patience left for their stalling, he tells them to either throw him out already or stop wasting his time. Their attitude flips in an instant. The manager drops into exaggerated politeness, lowering himself almost shamelessly as he apologizes for ever daring to suspect Jean Fry in the first place. Privately, the manager knows he cannot beat Jean Fry in a direct fight. So instead of pushing any further, he decides to cut his losses for now and try to deceive him another way. When the manager carefully asks what kind of compensation Jean Fry wants, Jean Fry does not even need a moment to think. His answer is already decided. Jean Fry demands every single coin the casino has. Then Jean Fry adds another condition on top of the money. He wants an invitation to the central auction, calmly treating the entire payout as cheap hush money for the casino's cheating. Jean Fry makes the threat impossible to misunderstand. Either they pay him what he wants, or he reports them to public security and tears the whole place apart all over again. With no way left to resist, the casino is forced into submission. They hand over the money and send Jean Fry off toward the Second Life Central Auction Hall. Even after walking away with more than 570 million gold, Jean Fry does not let himself relax. If he wants to secure the High Elf's tier, he knows he still needs even more capital. As Jean Fry studies the auction lineup, one item immediately stands out from the list. His attention locks onto the rare Qinglong wine. Jean Fry realizes that if he can get his hands on the Qinglong wine, it will let him craft a hidden piece of equipment much sooner than he originally planned. That alone makes the item worth watching closely. When the Ice Chimera's Fong comes up for bidding, Jean Fry moves aggressively right from the beginning. Without easing into it, he opens the auction with a 1 million gold bid. The hall is stunned when another bidder immediately pushes the price far beyond that. In a single move, the bid shoots all the way up to 10 million gold. Jean Fry is genuinely caught off guard by that number. He cannot help wondering who would spend so much money on an item at this level. It does not take Jean Fry long to recognize the person behind the bid. It is the same casino manager from before, and this time he is clearly moving on behalf of a much larger force. The manager looks delighted, finally believing he has found a way to sabotage Jean Fry in public. Since he cannot defeat him directly, he is more than happy to attack him through the auction instead. Jean Fry quickly realizes that the casino never truly handed over everything it had. The manager must have kept extra resources hidden in reserve, saving them for a moment exactly like this. Jean Fry also understands that the High Elf's tear will most likely be saved for the very end of the auction. That means he cannot afford to burn through too much money before the final bidding war arrives. The Ice Chimera's Fang is eventually sold to the Wind Snake Guild for 10 million gold. With that result, Jean Fry now knows exactly which force has chosen to stand in his way. The people around Jean Fry begin whispering explanations about the Wind Snake Guild. They describe it as a massive organization with branches spread across all 7 continents. Jean Fry had already learned from the manager's mind that he was connected to the Wind Snake Guild. What he had not realized was that the organization's influence reached such an enormous scale. The guild's branch master, a long-haired man clad in armor, studies Jean Fry from a distance. He confirms that this is the same person who raided their casino. The manager quickly adds fuel to the fire, insisting that Jean Fry also stole their auction invitation. He urges the guild to strike back and make Jean Fry pay for humiliating them. The branch master agrees without hesitation. He orders that Jean Fry be crushed for daring to challenge the guild that secretly controls the city from behind the scenes. As the auction keeps moving, Jean Fry decides to test how far they are willing to go. He places a 50 million gold bid on ancient red clay, watching carefully for their reaction. That opening number alone sends a ripple of shock through the audience. The hall reacts immediately, stunned by how boldly Jean Fry is throwing money into the auction. The Wind Snake Guild answers without delay, crushing Jean Fry's bid with overwhelming force. Their counteroffer jumps straight to 200 million gold. Jean Fry realizes then that their budget is far deeper than he first expected. Just like that, the guild claims another item, proving they have more money to throw around than he can easily match. Then Lucifer's halo warns Jean Fry of the guild's true intention. The Wind Snake Guild plans to interfere with every single bid he makes, purely to get revenge on him. Jean Fry understands how dangerous that is. If this continues, he could lose the High Elf's tier and be forced to rely on far riskier methods later. He admits to himself that he cannot defeat a giant guild in a direct money fight. So instead of trying to outspend them head-on, he begins searching for another angle. Jean Fry deliberately keeps bidding on lesser items, using himself as bait. With Mermaid's large scale, he lures the guild into spending 40 million more than they needed to. He repeats the same trick with Blood Murder's knife, pushing the guild into paying again while he calmly backs away from the final purchase. Each time they think they are blocking him, but they are really draining themselves. Then Jean Fry even pushes them into spending 300 million gold on the Qinglong wine, the very item he had actually wanted for himself. Instead of chasing it blindly, he lets the guild swallow the cost. To everyone watching, it looks like Jean Fry is losing badly. The hall sees him as a lone player trapped in a one-on-one auction war. He has no real chance of winning. The manager mocks Jean Fry with obvious satisfaction, convinced that a single player can never outspend a giant guild. In his mind, they have successfully stolen every item Jean Fry wanted. Jean Fry, however, quietly decides that the real fool is the man celebrating too early. The game is not over yet, and the manager has no idea what he has actually been led into. At last, the auction reaches its final item. This is the one treasure Jean Fry has been waiting for since the beginning, the true reason he came here. The host raises the tension throughout the hall, building anticipation with every word. He introduces the sacred treasure as the most beautiful droplet in the world. Then, before the eyes of everyone in the auction hall, the final item is finally revealed. The treasure Jean Fry has been waiting for appears at last, the High Elf's tear. The bidding for the next item began at an unbelievable 50 million G, and as that heavy number settled over the auction hall, Jean Fry quietly straightened himself, already preparing to make the move he had been waiting for. The very moment the starting price was called out, Jean Fry moved without the slightest pause, cutting straight through the silence and raising the bid all the way to 500 million G in a single breath. At that point, it became obvious he had been restraining himself on purpose, keeping his true funds hidden for this exact round, while the Wind Snake Guild still hesitated, smugly believing they could overpower him with money the same way they had before. Jean Fry remained seated with a calm, almost unreadable expression, completely ready for the final clash. His gaze stayed locked in the direction of the guild's representatives, as if he were silently asking whether they still had the courage to respond. Rather than pressing them immediately, Jean Fry deliberately left the door open, almost like he was courteously giving them a chance to strike back, assuming they still had anything left in their hands to fight with. The manager, still drowning in his own arrogance, snapped at the Wind Snake Guild representatives without a second thought. He ordered them to double the price once more, completely refusing to accept that they might actually be cornered here. But the instant the Wind Snake Guild attempted to raise the bid to 1 billion G, the auction system reacted at once. A harsh red mark flashed against them, cutting through their confidence like a warning sign they could no longer ignore. Then a formal announcement rang out across the auction hall, making it clear to everyone present that the representatives of the Wind Snake Guild were no longer allowed to place any bids on this item. Gene Fry simply watched in silence, his face barely changing at all. Only the faintest shift in his expression suggested that the trap he had carefully prepared had finally snapped shut around them. Gene Fry quietly enjoyed the sudden turn of events, fully aware that the Wind Snake Guild had walked right into the exact position he wanted. The manager immediately burst out in disbelief, protesting the decision, only for the staff to inform him that the guild had already reached the maximum number of successful bids permitted. The host calmly explained the rule the manager had failed to notice. In this special auction, any bidder who successfully won 5 items would be forbidden from bidding any further, a restriction designed specifically to stop one faction from monopolizing the entire event. The manager's expression warped with pure fury, because he only understood the restriction after it had already locked him in place, leaving him with no way to undo the damage. Gene Fry dismissed him with a cold, almost contemptuous attitude, treating the manager like a complete amateur who had never understood that this was not a normal auction from the very beginning. He then pointed out the real nature of the event, making it clear that this entire auction had been specially authorized under the official sanction of the Adventurers Association. And because the auction held that special status, the anti-monopoly rule was absolute. Even if most players would never realize such a hidden restriction existed until the moment it was already too late, the rule still had full force. Gene Fry thought back on the unusual selection of rare items being offered and knew that alone should have warned the manager something was different. But the man had been so blinded by greed and pride that he never once stopped to question the auction's true structure. Once the manager was forced to accept the ruling, all he could do was shake with rage. His voice trembled as he accused Gene Fry of deliberately setting this whole thing up against him from the very start. Nearby, the branch master stood watching without saying a word. His expression gave nothing away, even as the manager completely lost control of himself in front of the entire hall. With the Wind Snake Guild no longer able to submit a valid counterbid, there was no reason for the auction to drag on any longer. The host moved forward, and the sale was officially concluded. In the end, Gene Fry obtained the High Elf's tier for 500 million G. Even so, the auction system's strange habit of calling him the Halo customer still grated on his nerves more than he wanted to admit. The manager finally erupted, his anger spilling out in front of everyone as the truth hit him. Gene Fry had not merely won the item from him, he had guided the entire flow of the auction from the beginning and turned the rules into a weapon. Clenching his teeth hard, the manager swore that he would make Gene Fry pay. He declared that this would not end like the casino incident, and that this time, no matter what, he would not allow Gene Fry to leave safely. Consumed by rage, the manager began gathering power right there inside the crowded auction hall. A dangerous spell started forming around him, even though there were countless people standing dangerously close by. Gene Fry cursed under his breath, anger flashing through him as he realized just how reckless the manager had become. All because his pride had been wounded, he was willing to put everyone in the hall at risk. To prevent the surrounding bystanders from being caught in the crossfire, Gene Fry challenged him head-on. He told the manager to take the fight outside, making it perfectly clear that he had no intention of backing down or running away. Gene Fry also called him out directly, pointing out that he was still continuing to cast despite fully understanding how dangerous that spell would be in such a tightly packed place. But by that point, the manager had been swallowed by humiliation and hatred. His face darkened with a kind of furious obsession that no longer left room for common sense or restraint. He knew exactly what would happen if he released the spell at point-blank range. It could kill Gene Fry on the spot, and in that burning moment of rage, the urge to do it anyway nearly overtook him. Before the situation could spiral any further, the branch master finally stepped forward. His warning was sharp and controlled, reminding the manager that if they caused open violence here, the Adventurers Association would punish them without mercy. The manager tried to argue back, insisting that Gene Fry had humiliated the guild far too badly to simply let it pass. But before he could keep going, the branch master cut him off immediately. The branch master's voice turned cold as he ordered the manager to stop acting like a child throwing a tantrum. He made it clear he had no intention of wasting any more time on such a disgraceful display. Forced to choke down his fury, the manager finally obeyed. He lowered his hostility, pulled back his murderous intent, and left the auction hall together with the branch master. After they were gone, Jean Fry quietly considered how everything had ended and decided that the auction had still gone well overall. He had secured the High Elf's tier, and although he had failed to claim some of the other items, he could still recover them later as long as he moved quickly. Even with that in mind, the loss of the Qinglong wine continued to irritate him. That item would have helped speed up the plans he had already put into motion, so letting it slip away still left a bitter feeling behind. Jean Fry reminded himself that the wine was not completely impossible to obtain somewhere else. The problem was that acquiring it through normal methods meant clearing an annoying quest, and that inconvenience was exactly why losing it here bothered him so much. And the longer Jean Fry thought about that troublesome detour, the more convinced he became that he had every reason to target the Wind Snake Guild again. Before Jean Fry could leave the area, a woman approached him. Her eyes lingered on him with open curiosity as she remarked that his appearance was certainly unusual. Her attention quickly settled on the glowing halo above his head. She seemed genuinely fascinated by it, staring as though she had never come across equipment like that anywhere before. Jean Fry did not know who this woman was or what she was after, so instead of answering directly, he turned the conversation back toward her. He asked why she seemed so interested in the Wind Snake Guild and its branch master. The woman identified the armored, long-haired man without any hesitation at all. According to her, he was the second continent branch master of the Wind Snake Guild. Even after giving that answer, her gaze continued to drift toward the guild's side. The way she watched them made it obvious she had her own reason for keeping such a close eye on their movements. Jean Fry admitted that he did not personally know the branch master, though he made it clear he still had unfinished business with the Wind Snake Guild. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked the woman who she was. The woman introduced herself as Mira, an adventurer who was currently following the guild under an assignment issued by the Adventurers Association. The moment Jean Fry heard her name and assignment, something clicked in his mind. He realized that Mira was not some ordinary adventurer standing nearby. She was one of the famed 8 Guardians. Jean Fry remembered that the 8 Guardians were the Adventurers Association's officially recognized S-rank adventurers, a group that stood at the absolute peak of the profession. They were elite figures trusted with the most important and dangerous requests. In exchange for carrying that responsibility, they were granted exceptional authority, enormous wealth, public prestige, and influence far beyond ordinary adventurers. That title brought old memories back to Jean Fry. In the past, after clearing nearly everything the game had to offer, he would often take requests from the Adventurers Association almost casually, as if they were just another part of his routine. Mira then asked whether he would be willing to let the Wind Snake Guild go for the time being. Jean Fry answered that he still intended to chase them down, but before doing that, there was one more thing he wanted to ask. He asked Mira where she had gotten her information, then smoothly guided the conversation back toward the detail that had caught her interest from the start, the glowing halo above his head. Jean Fry quickly understood that Mira might not even know hidden equipment existed. If he carelessly explained too much, the information could easily cause even more trouble for him later. So instead of revealing the real answer, Jean Fry awkwardly tried to come up with something harmless on the spot. He searched for a casual explanation that would make the halo seem much less suspicious than it actually was. Jean Fry's halo quietly sensed Myra's reaction, almost as if it were reading the shift in her attention for him. But the answer it gave back was nothing like what he had expected. His odd-looking gear had not made her suspicious in the normal way. Instead, it had completely awakened the hidden equipment fanatic inside her. Mira was not actually looking for some complicated, drawn-out explanation about the halo's functions or mechanics. What truly held her gaze was the halo itself, floating above Jean Fry's head like a strange little accessory, because in her eyes, that piece of equipment was simply too adorable and unusual to look away from. When Mira noticed that Jean Fry had suddenly stopped speaking, she leaned her head slightly to the side and studied his face more closely. With her curiosity growing sharper, she asked if something was wrong, clearly trying to read whatever had made him freeze up. Jean Fry hurried to smooth over the awkward moment, forcing out a light laugh as if nothing serious had happened. With a casual smile that looked a little too deliberate, he claimed that explaining the halo properly would take too much time and probably become far more complicated than necessary. For a moment, the conversation sank into a strange and uncomfortable silence. Jean Fry and Mira simply stood there facing each other, both of them holding back their real thoughts while the air between them grew more awkward by the second. Then, instead of pressing him any harder, Mira suddenly chose to back off. She quietly decided that if Jean Fry was not willing to explain the halo himself, then she would simply look into it later on her own terms. Jean Fry thanked her, letting out a quiet breath of relief as the pressure finally eased. But even as Mira turned and walked away, he could not fully relax, because something about the way she left made him feel that this little halo problem was not truly finished. After she was gone, Jean Fry thought back over the entire encounter and felt a cold flicker of caution run through him. Meeting one of the 8 guardians was already risky enough on its own, but learning that she had an obsession with rare equipment made it feel as though he had just been personally marked. Mira, on the other hand, could not push Jean Fry's equipment out of her thoughts at all. Even after traveling as far as the 7th continent and seeing countless unusual items, she had never encountered anything as strange, charming, and fascinating as that glowing halo. By the time Jean Fry and Mira finally went their separate ways, both of them were left with a lingering sense of curiosity. In their own minds, they were both wondering the exact same thing. Just who was the person they had crossed paths with? Later, under the pale moonlight hanging over the Moonlight Wasteland dungeon, Jean Fry had already moved on to a completely different location. There, beneath that cold glow, he continued making preparations for the next stage of his plan. Inside the dungeon, Jean Fry stood against the level 80 giant goblin boss and dealt with it without much difficulty. He cut through the battle so smoothly that the entire fight looked less like a desperate struggle and more like another necessary step in his larger strategy. From that victory, Jean Fry obtained the Goblin Snatcher Glove, a hidden item with a particularly dangerous effect. Its ability allowed him to steal one item from the inventory of any opponent who had already been incapacitated. Satisfied with the hidden reward in his hands, Jean Fry also checked the steady growth of his own stats. Everything confirmed that his level grinding was moving along smoothly and that his preparations were paying off. Right there, Jean Fry adjusted his original route and changed the order of his plans. Before heading to Grace Castle to obtain the Ice Chimera's Fong, he decided that securing this hidden equipment first was the smarter move. That adjustment mattered more than it seemed, because recovering the Qinglong wine was an essential part of crafting the next hidden item Jean Fry had already set his sights on. Without it, the next stage of his plan would become far more troublesome. Using magic detection, Jean Fry traced the movements of the Wind Snake Guild and began following them from a distance. He kept himself hidden, watching their route carefully as he waited for the perfect chance to make his move. But while tracking the guild, Jean Fry noticed something he had not expected. Mira was already shadowing the Wind Snake Guild as well, and from the look of it, she had started following them even before he did. From her own concealed position, Mira spotted Jean Fry once again. It did not take her long to understand what was happening. He was also tailing the Wind Snake Guild, moving through the shadows for his own purpose. At almost the same time, Jean Fry sensed Mira's presence behind him. The moment he noticed her, he understood that he was no longer the only one hunting the Wind Snake Guild from the darkness. Just then, Jean Fry discovered something even more suspicious. The Wind Snake Guild was slipping away through a secret passage hidden inside the wall, and that sudden escape route made the chase feel much more urgent. Following them beneath the quiet moonlight, Jean Fry eventually arrived at the Wind Snake Guild's private biotope. It was a secluded place tucked away from ordinary eyes, and the atmosphere alone made it clear that something suspicious was being secretly cultivated there. Inside the biotope, a nervous guild subordinate carefully watched Simone Bradbury's expression while presenting the latest flower harvest. His words sounded proud, but his tense posture made it obvious he was terrified that his life might depend on whether the branchmaster was satisfied. The subordinate hurried to explain the value of the crop, insisting that the flowers could be sold for a premium price. In his panic, he emphasized that the profits would help repair the guild's damaged finances. Desperate to show that he was useful, the subordinate promised that they could expand production even more. Then, trying to guess Simone Bradbury's thoughts, he awkwardly suggested that maybe the branchmaster simply enjoyed growing flowers. At that exact moment, Jean Fry suddenly appeared among them as if he had been there all along. His tone was casual, almost too relaxed, making it obvious that he had already been listening to their conversation for quite some time. Simone Bradbury immediately understood that Jean Fry's sudden intrusion was not something they could take lightly. Beside him, the subordinate froze in place, panic spreading across his face, as he struggled to process Jean Fry's unexpected appearance. Jean Fry stepped forward calmly, showing no sign that he intended to retreat or make excuses. His steady posture and composed expression made it clear that he had come to this hidden place on purpose. Without wasting time, Jean Fry exposed what they had been hiding. He revealed that the flowers growing in the biotope were moonlight azaleas, a plant that could be processed into illegal magic doping. Jean Fry pushed the accusation even further, explaining that the drug made from those flowers came with severe side effects. He then reminded them that the Adventurers Association had already banned it completely. Caught completely off guard, the subordinate began stammering, desperately trying to come up with an excuse. Simone Bradbury, however, stayed silent, his expression unreadable as he watched Jean Fry with guarded, calculating eyes. Simone Bradbury tested him with a sharp question, trying to figure out whether Jean Fry had been sent as a spy by the Adventurers Association. Jean Fry answered immediately and flatly denied that he was working for them. Instead, Simone Bradbury quickly realized what Jean Fry had truly come to obtain. Jean Fry was after the Qinglong wine, and Simone Bradbury made his own offer clear. If Jean Fry handed it over, he would overlook everything else. Jean Fry openly dangled the idea of a deal in front of them, keeping his tone calm while tightening the pressure. In doing so, he forced the Wind Snake Guild members to show just how far they were willing to go. The subordinate was the first one to lose control. Unable to tolerate Jean Fry's attitude any longer, he snapped and rushed into action, only to be overwhelmed almost immediately. Jean Fry dropped him with a single strike, and that one brutal movement made the difference between them painfully clear. Despite his calm appearance, Jean Fry was far more dangerous than the subordinate had imagined. From within the shadows, the white-haired woman who had been secretly watching the situation realized that the confrontation had crossed a line. What had started as a tense exchange had now turned into a real fight. Jean Fry continued pressing them while still calling the whole thing a negotiation. He made it clear that he was willing to pay for the Qinglong wine, but he had absolutely no intention of giving up the leverage he had already secured. Only then did the subordinate finally understand the true reason Jean Fry had been targeting the auction from the very beginning. The real prize he had been aiming for all along was the Qinglong wine. Refusing to accept any kind of deal or compromise, the subordinate made up his mind. In his eyes, killing Jean Fry was better than allowing him to take the wine from the Wind Snake Guild. Jean Fry met that hostility with cold indifference, warning them that if they rejected his deal, he would simply report their illegal Moonlight Azalea field to the Adventurers Association. That threat struck the exact nerve it needed to, pushing them straight toward murder. The subordinate charged at Jean Fry with everything he had, no longer trying to hide his killing intent. His desperation finally broke into open violence as he threw himself into the attack. Jean Fry calmly met the incoming blow with his strange black blade, stopping the attack without losing his composure. His steady expression made it clear that this fight had started because of their decision, not because he had forced it. The subordinate paid for that choice almost immediately. Before he could recover or shift his stance, Jean Fry's counterattack cut through him with ruthless precision. Jean Fry struck him down, and the man collapsed right at Simone Bradbury's feet. With the weaker opponent fallen, the true threat inside the biotope now had no choice but to step forward. The hidden observer stared in shock from her concealed position. She was stunned that Jean Fry had ended the weaker enemy in a single hit, and even more surprised by the unfamiliar weapon he had used to do it. Jean Fry then shifted his attention fully towards Simone Bradbury. With a mocking edge in his voice, he taunted him for finally deciding to treat the situation seriously. Simone Bradbury introduced himself properly, declaring that he was a level 97 warrior and the branchmaster of the Wind Snake Guild. With that, he made it clear that he no longer intended to hold anything back. Jean Fry welcomed the escalation with open confidence, showing no fear at all toward a much stronger opponent. In fact, he seemed eager to test both his own strength and the power of his weapon against someone on Simone Bradbury's level. Still hidden from sight, the woman chose not to interfere just yet. She decided that if she stayed quiet and kept observing, this fight might reveal far more than she could learn by rushing in too soon. Beneath the pale moonlit sky, Jean Fry and Simone Bradbury stood facing one another with their blades already drawn. For a few tense seconds, neither of them moved, as if both warriors were silently measuring the gap between them, reading each other's timing, and waiting for the first real sign of killing intent. Simone Bradbury was the first to break the stillness. He stepped forward with the steady, controlled confidence of a veteran warrior, carrying himself like someone who fully believed a rookie such as Jean Fry could be crushed before the battle even properly began. Jean Fry met Simone Bradbury's attack directly, But he did not try to win by matching him strength for strength. Instead, he relied on exact timing, clean footwork, and carefully aimed counters, turning every movement into a calculated response. Their weapons crashed together with a sharp metallic impact, and the moment their blades locked, Jean Fry immediately felt the difference between them. The raw weight behind Simone Bradbury's strike was nothing ordinary, pressing down with a level of power far beyond a normal opponent. Jean Fry quickly acknowledged the truth in his own mind. Simone Bradbury's level was higher than his, and if this fight turned into a direct contest of pure strength, then every exchange from here on out would become incredibly dangerous. Even with that danger clear in front of him, Jean Fry refused to back away. He continued parrying each incoming strike, keeping his eyes and instincts focused on the tiniest openings, while searching for a way to twist the battle back in his favor. Simone Bradbury unleashed a fierce series of heavy slashes, one after another. Each blow came crashing down with enough force to shake Jean Fry's guard and push him further into a defensive position. Jean Fry clenched his teeth as the pressure mounted, forcing his body to keep up with the brutal rhythm. No matter how heavy the attacks became, he refused to let his timing collapse even for a single instant. From her hidden vantage point, the white-haired observer recalled the rumors that Jean Fry had shattered records during his baptism. Even so, as she watched the clash unfold, she judged that Simone Bradbury still held the advantage when it came to sheer physical power. The duel continued to grind forward, and Jean Fry survived not by overpowering Simone Bradbury, but by reading the current of each attack. He slipped through the pressure with careful precision, avoiding disaster by the smallest margins. Little by little, Jean Fry adjusted his footing, shifting his balance with every exchange. He kept parrying as if each clash was not just defense, but another step toward something Simone Bradbury had not noticed yet. Simone Bradbury sneered at him, calling him nothing more than a talented rookie with no real path to victory. Then he questioned whether Jean Fry truly intended to throw his life away here for some noble, heroic ideal. Jean Fry rejected that idea without hesitation. He made it clear that he was not fighting for heroism, justice, or any grand moral cause. He was fighting for his own goals, and he had no intention of stopping in this place. Simone Bradbury brushed off Jean Fry's resolve with cold disdain, treating it as nothing but the empty barking of someone who was weaker and had not yet understood his place. Then Simone Bradbury pushed the fight even harder. His attacks grew faster and heavier, each swing layered with more force as he tried to overwhelm Jean Fry's guard through sheer pressure and relentless volume. Jean Fry continued moving through that storm of steel, deflecting blade after blade without losing himself to panic. Every second he survived became another step forward, another small piece of progress hidden inside the clash. For the first time, Simone Bradbury felt something unsettling in the flow of the battle. A faint flicker of unease crept into him, warning that raw strength alone might not be enough to finish this opponent. That unease sharpened quickly into real alarm. Simone Bradbury began to realize that Jean Fry was no longer reacting like an ordinary enemy cornered under pressure. The white-haired observer sensed that shift as well. Her eyes narrowed from the shadows, and her attention locked even more sharply onto every subtle movement Jean Fry made. What stunned her most was the sight of Jean Fry dodging Simone Bradbury's attacks with his eyes closed. He moved through the danger as if sight itself had become unnecessary, his body responding before the blade even reached him. From what she could tell, the white-haired observer concluded that Jean Fry might be reading Simone Bradbury's movements through magical sensing alone. Whether it was a skill or an equipment effect, it was something unlike anything she had ever seen before. Jean Fry sank even deeper into that strange state. His breathing gradually steadied, his movements became smoother, and he placed more and more trust in the sensation guiding his body through the fight. Simone Bradbury rushed at him again, but this time Jean Fry met the attack with far greater composure. He no longer looked like someone desperately clinging to defense by a thread. The balance of the clash began to change. Jean Fry's sharpened defense slowly transformed into controlled offense, and each movement he made carried more confidence than the last. At that exact moment, Jean Fry realized that the condition he had been pushing toward had finally been met. The hidden requirement he had been building up through the fight had clicked into place. Lucifer's halo unlocked its third skill. From her hiding place, the white-haired observer saw the halo above Jean Fry begin to glow. The moment its light changed, she immediately understood that this sudden shift was coming from his equipment. The new skill had awakened because Jean Fry had finally maxed out the Halo's hidden magic sensing parameter. By repeatedly parrying powerful enemies, and especially by enduring this battle against Simone Bradbury, he had pushed that hidden stat past its limit. Jean Fry understood just how fortunate he had been to max out that stat so early. It had only happened because he happened to face someone as powerful as Simone Bradbury at exactly the right time. But that sudden breakthrough stole Jean Fry's attention for one dangerously brief instant. Simone Bradbury did not miss that tiny lapse. Without hesitation, he seized the opening and slashed deep into Jean Fry from behind. Certain that his strike had ended the battle, Simone Bradbury scolded Jean Fry coldly. He mocked him for losing focus at the critical moment and for misjudging the true limits of his own strength. Simone Bradbury continued lecturing him in a harsh, detached voice, saying that the world was vast. No matter how gifted someone might be, there would always be another person standing higher, waiting above them. With that conclusion already fixed in his mind, Simone Bradbury lowered his guard. He was completely convinced that Jean Fry had been defeated and that the fight was already over. Jean Fry answered Simone Bradbury's lecture with open contempt. In that instant, Simone Bradbury was forced to confront something impossible. Jean Fry was still standing right in front of him. Simone Bradbury's confidence cracked as he stared at Jean Fry in disbelief. He could not understand how anyone could remain alive after taking a blow that should have ended the fight completely. His thoughts began racing in confusion, searching desperately for an explanation. He wondered if some hidden skill, rare ability, or special effect had protected Jean Fry at the final second. From the shadows, the white-haired observer arrived at the same conclusion. Whatever Jean Fry was, there was clearly something deeply abnormal about him. Simone Bradbury was certain his blade had cut through Jean Fry's body. And yet, the corpse he expected to see was nowhere in front of him, leaving only a result that made absolutely no sense. Before Simone Bradbury could understand what had happened, an unseen strike suddenly tore into his chest. He staggered backward in shock, his eyes widening as pain ripped through him. He could not even tell when the attack had been launched. What frightened Simone Bradbury the most was the fact that Jean Fry seemed not to have moved at all. There was no visible swing, no clear step, nothing he could read. Then more invisible attacks pierced Simone Bradbury's body one after another. Each strike tore through his certainty just as brutally as it tore through his flesh. As blood flooded into Simone Bradbury's mouth, horror swallowed his thoughts. All he could do was wonder what Jean Fry had done to him and how such an attack was even possible. His sudden scream echoed through the field and startled the hidden observer. She heard Simone Bradbury howling in pain, yet from where she watched, she could not see any obvious cause behind it. Simone Bradbury stumbled through the moonlight azalea field in blind panic. The disciplined warrior from moments ago was gone, replaced by someone unraveling completely under invisible fear. Jean Fry followed from a calm distance, watching Simone Bradbury thrash and flail in terror. To anyone else, it looked as though he was fighting attacks that only he himself could perceive. Jean Fry then revealed the truth behind the nightmare. Lucifer's Halo's third skill, Phantom Playground, had the power to trap anyone who had seen his eyes inside hallucinations. Even while suffering under that terrifying skill, Simone Bradbury bitterly admitted that he had already known the truth. The world contained monsters far beyond his own level. With the outcome of the fight already decided, Jean Fry finally let his attention drift away from Simone Bradbury. Then he turned his gaze toward the woman who had been watching everything from concealment. Mira finally stepped out from the darkness where she had been hiding, her figure emerging clearly beneath the moonlight. Jean Fry turned his gaze toward her without surprise, silently acknowledging the presence he had already sensed watching from the shadows. Mira looked at him and asked if he had been enjoying the act of pretending he never noticed someone following him. Jean Fry answered without dressing it up, calmly confirming that he had known she was there from the beginning. Jean Fry made it clear that Mira herself had never been the real problem in his eyes. He guessed that she was most likely moving under an Adventurers Association mission, then gestured toward the Moonlight Azalea operation, pointing out that uncovering something this blatantly illegal should be more than enough for her to complete that objective. With that said, Jean Fry tried to leave the entire aftermath in Myra's hands. He calmly began distancing himself from the illegal cultivation site, acting as though his role in exposing the place had already come to an end. But just as Jean Fry was about to walk away from the scene, his steps suddenly stopped. In that instant, he remembered the real reason he had tracked the Wind Snake Guild all the way here in the first place. Jean Fry opened his inventory right there in the middle of the biotope. From the side, Mira watched every movement closely, her suspicion sharpening as she tried to figure out what he was planning to do next. He then equipped the Goblin Snatcher glove, the hidden tool he had gone out of his way to obtain for exactly this kind of situation. It was a piece of gear designed for looting enemies who had already lost the ability to keep fighting. The glove's effect was simple, but terrifyingly useful. It allowed Jean Fry to select a single item from the inventory of a defeated opponent and take that item for himself. Jean Fry used the glove on the unconscious subordinate first, bending the ability toward the man who could no longer resist. Out of habit, he offered a brief apology, even though the subordinate was in no condition to hear or answer him. The glove produced exactly the item Jean Fry had been chasing all this time. The Qinglong wine, the S-rank item he had wanted from the very start, finally appeared in his hands, and the moment he secured it, satisfaction spread across his face. With the Qinglong wine safely obtained, Jean Fry believed the next demon god battle would become much easier to handle. Deep in his heart, beneath that calm exterior, he quietly asked his mother to wait for him just a little longer. Myra's expression tightened as she watched Jean Fry speak with that private resolve. Even without knowing the full story, she could sense that something deeply personal was hidden behind his calm attitude. When Myra questioned him about what he had just done, Jean Fry visibly stiffened. He quickly grew nervous and hurried to insist that every item he had used was completely legal. Myra accepted that explanation for the moment, but her tone did not soften completely. It was clear that even if she had no solid reason to challenge him, she was still not fully convinced by everything she had just witnessed. Still, without any firm evidence or proper grounds to stop him, Myra had no choice but to let Jean Fry leave the area. Jean Fry walked away from the ruined biotope with the Qinglong wine now in his possession. Behind him, Myra remained among the damaged flowers, silently turning over everything she had seen in her mind. As Myra replayed the battle and its aftermath, she noted one important point. There had been no clear proof that Jean Fry had used forbidden items or any banned job skills during the fight. That left Myra with the most logical explanation she could form. Jean Fry's overwhelming strength had most likely come from his equipment. And since none of the equipment she had seen matched the Adventurers Association's list of banned gear, Myra could only reach one conclusion. Jean Fry's raid was simply far more extraordinary than he appeared at first glance. Later, Jean Fry arrived at Tobar's workshop on the second continent, finally carrying the materials he had fought so hard to gather. After everything that had happened, he was now ready to move into the next stage of his plan. He had come prepared to use the Qinglong wine as the trigger for another hidden equipment event. If everything went correctly, that event would lead him to a brand new piece of rare gear. Outside the workshop, Jean Fry overheard someone angrily complaining about Tobar. The person was furious that the blacksmith refused to listen to anyone unless they first brought him the proper gift. Jean Fry recognized the situation immediately. From his own experience, he understood that frustration very well, because Tobar's stubborn personality had always worked exactly like that. Even with the commotion spilling out around the workshop, Jean Fry stepped inside with a bright, cheerful attitude. He moved like someone who already knew the pattern and had come fully prepared for how this meeting would unfold. To draw Tobar's attention, Jean Fry presented the prepared board along with the Qinglong wine. He offered them up almost like a tribute, placing the bait directly in front of the stubborn legendary blacksmith. The legendary blacksmith Tobar responded with his usual hostility. He glared at Jean Fry with open irritation, looking at him as though he were just another bothersome visitor wasting his precious time. Tobar immediately barked at Jean Fry to get out of his workshop. But Jean Fry only observed, almost fondly, that the old blacksmith had not changed at all. Jean Fry pushed his way into the conversation anyway, refusing to let Tobar's bad temper drive him out. He insisted that Tobar should at least hear him out for a moment before throwing him away. Then Jean Fry let out an exaggerated sigh and said it would be a real shame if Tobar missed the chance to taste such an exceptional liquor. He dangled the words carefully, knowing exactly where to aim. That one mention struck Tobar instantly. His irritation broke for a moment, and his attention snapped straight toward the liquor. The instant Tobar recognized the Qinglong wine, his anger twisted into desperate greed. His eyes locked onto the bottle, and he immediately demanded that Jean Fry leave it behind. Tobar even lashed out with a kick in his impatience, acting less like a legendary craftsman and more like a stubborn child throwing a fit because someone was keeping a treat away from him. Jean Fry kept the bottle safely out of Tobar's reach, refusing to let the old man snatch it too soon. He remembered clearly that, in the original game, handing over this wine was the key to triggering a hidden event. Under normal circumstances, the Qinglong wine alone would have been enough to soften Tobar's attitude and make him forge an S-rank item. But Jean Fry knew there was a far better route hidden beyond that standard reward. So Jean Fry revealed the second material he had prepared in advance: a scorching rock. Jean Fry explained that he had obtained the scorching rock from Freyna during the previous demon god battle. When Tobar realized Jean Fry had brought both of the key materials together, even he was visibly stunned. Once Tobar understood the true value of what Jean Fry was offering, the mood inside the workshop finally shifted. The hostility eased enough for the two of them to sit down and begin a proper negotiation. Jean Fry poured Tobar a drink, and with that first cup placed before the old blacksmith, the hidden event he had been aiming for truly began. The liquor struck Tobar hard the moment he tasted it. His emotions rose quickly to the surface, because that familiar flavor reminded him of the spirit his late wife had loved so dearly. Tobar began rambling once again about his wife and how much she especially enjoyed that liquor when it had been warmed by a scorching rock. Jean Fry quietly endured the familiar story, listening patiently because he knew this was part of the process. By humoring Tobar patiently and serving him another cup, Jean Fry fully stepped into the hidden event he had been working toward from the very beginning. Jean Fry recalled the special result tied to combining the Qinglong wine with the scorching rock. Instead of stopping at the normal S-rank reward, that combination would push the outcome even higher, transforming it into an unknown grade hidden item. Eventually, Tobar broke down into drunken self-blame over his dead wife, his emotions spilling out without restraint. Jean Fry waited through the entire collapse with steady patience, because he understood that even this painful moment was part of the hidden event's required flow. After staying up with Tobar through the entire night, Jean Fry finally reached his limit. Exhaustion overwhelmed him completely, and he collapsed, unable to keep himself awake any longer. Jean Fry woke with a start when the forging was finally complete. His awareness snapped back all at once as the long-awaited result of the hidden event arrived before him. The next morning, Tobar stood over him while Jean Fry struggled to shake off the heavy fatigue from the night before. His body still felt weighed down after enduring Tobar's drunken emotions until dawn. Now in a far better mood than before, Tobar offered Jean Fry a reward in exchange for the extraordinary drink he had brought. The old blacksmith's attitude had changed completely from the hostility of the previous day. Jean Fry flattered Tobar exactly the way the old man liked, respectfully praising his legendary title. He knew very well that Tobar enjoyed having his status as a master craftsman acknowledged. That careful gamble paid off perfectly. After all the preparation, risk, and patience, Jean Fry finally received his third piece of hidden equipment. The item was Idaten's leg, an unknown rank piece of equipment with incredible abilities. It greatly increased speed, allowed the wearer to move across any kind of terrain, and even granted short-range teleportation, while one additional locked skill still waited to be revealed. With Idaten's leg finally secured, Jean Fry felt a quiet wave of satisfaction settle over him. At last, everything he had needed to accomplish on the second continent was complete, and there was nothing left here that could delay his next move. His next destination had already been decided. Jean Fry would head for Grace Castle, the dangerous S-rank dungeon of the second continent, waiting far away in the depths of a frozen region. Before moving on, Jean Fry reviewed the abilities of Idaten's leg one more time, confirming each effect in his mind. With this final piece of preparation now in place, he knew he was ready to advance to the next stage of his plan. Just as Jean Fry was about to leave the workshop behind, Tobar suddenly tossed him one last item. The gesture was rough and casual, almost as if the old blacksmith were simply throwing away a parting gift without making a big deal out of it. The gift turned out to be a strange non-alcoholic hot sake, something created after the Qinglong wine had been boiled for far too long. Odd as it sounded, drinking it granted an extremely warm status effect, making it far more useful than it first appeared. Tobar confirmed that Jean Fry was heading toward the S-rank dungeon, and then, in his own gruff and awkward way, sent him off with a rare expression of thanks. Before Jean Fry departed completely, Tobar added one final warning. He told him not to underestimate the demon god of ice, because that enemy was not merely powerful, it was also clever enough to be truly dangerous. Not long after, Jean Fry arrived at the entrance gate of Grace Castle. The world around him had been swallowed by snow, freezing wind, and the brutal mountain cold that seemed to bite into everything it touched. Around the gate, other travelers struggled forward through the miserable weather. Their bodies bent against the icy wind as they pushed into the frozen mountain region one slow, heavy step at a time. Even with his new mobility equipment equipped, the cold still hit Jean Fry hard enough to make him wince. The freezing air cut sharply around him, reminding him that this place was dangerous before the dungeon even began. Then Jean Fry remembered Tobar's parting gift. Since he already had something that could deal with the cold, he decided there was no point in standing there and suffering through the weather for no reason. He pulled out the flask Tobar had given him, holding it firmly in his hand, while the icy wind continued to roar around the entrance gate. Ignoring the curious looks from the people nearby, Jean Fry lifted the flask and drank from it right there on the spot, as if the stairs around him did not matter at all. The effect activated almost immediately. A steady warmth spread through Jean Fry's body from the inside out, comfortably shielding him from the cold for the next 100 minutes. Jean Fry felt relieved as the chill faded from his body. Thanks to the drink, he no longer needed to waste time gathering or preparing special winter gear before challenging the dungeon. The bystanders, however, saw only his light clothing and the strange halo floating above his head. They began mocking him under their breath, assuming that anyone dressed like that in such weather had to be reckless, foolish, or maybe both. Their gossip grew even more dismissive as they watched him. In their eyes, Jean Fry looked like nothing more than a clueless rookie who had no idea what kind of S-rank dungeon he was about to walk into. Jean Fry paid no attention to their voices at all. He shut out the noise around him and kept his focus locked on the objective waiting ahead inside Grace Castle. A system notice appeared in front of him, reminding Jean Fry of one of Grace Castle's harshest rules. This dungeon had a strict 2-hour clear limit, and that restriction could not be ignored. Now that the time limit was active, Jean Fry resolved to move as quickly as possible. From this point forward, every wasted second could become a problem. If Jean Fry failed to clear the dungeon before the deadline ran out, he would be expelled from Grace Castle and punished by losing half of his inventory and money. In other words, the race against the clock had truly begun. The penalty reminded Jean Fry once again of just how brutal this game had always been. One major failure could erase enormous progress and force him to grind his way back up all over again. That brief touch of nostalgia disappeared almost instantly. Jean Fry sensed heavy magical activity already stirring somewhere inside the castle, and his attention snapped back to the danger ahead. Then he noticed other challengers moving ahead of him through the frozen region. Their figures cut across the snow, all heading toward the same destination. Realizing that he had competition, Jean Fry decided he needed to reach the Demon God Hall before anyone else. If he wanted to secure the Ice Chimera's Fong, he could not afford to fall behind. Far below, ordinary adventurers were still struggling through the snow as they made their way toward the castle. Each step looked heavy, slowed down by the punishing cold and the harsh terrain beneath them. The frozen ground itself seemed to fight against them. Every slope, snowdrift, and uneven patch became another obstacle, dragging their progress down to a crawl. The adventurers slowly began to understand how bad their situation was. Between the blizzard and the miserable terrain, they might run out of time before they even reached the castle entrance. Their difficult advance was suddenly interrupted when a giant rabbit-like monster charged toward them through the snow, bursting into their path before they could properly react. The creature revealed itself as a level 82 Kunikuris. For adventurers already struggling just to move forward, a monster that strong turned their desperate climb into an immediate crisis. Despair spread through the adventurers as they realized what this meant. If monster attacks kept delaying them like this, they would never reach Grace Castle within the time limit. One of the adventurers shouted desperately for support as the beast closed in. Panic cracked through his voice, making it clear that the situation was getting out of control. But instead of supporting them from behind, Jean Fry simply ran through the air above them. He crossed the sky as naturally as if the frozen terrain below had no meaning to him at all. Without even slowing his stride, Jean Fry dropped straight into the fight. His body cut into the battlefield with effortless speed, arriving before the others could fully grasp what was happening. As he moved, Jean Fry enjoyed the strange freedom of his new mobility. He confirmed that his passive skill, free walking, allowed him to move freely across any terrain, even through open air. Jean Fry quickly noticed that more enemies were already closing in. Their presence approached before the first threat had even been fully dealt with. 2 more level 82 Kunikuris leapt toward Jean Fry in midair, attacking from above as if they intended to drag him down before he could pass through. Pressed for time, Jean Fry offered a casual apology, but his blade did not hesitate. He cut both monsters down at once without allowing his pace to slow. Jean Fry left the rest of the scene behind as the monsters' bodies scattered through the air. He continued forward, while the battlefield below fell into stunned silence. The shocked adventurers finally recognized him as the strange figure from the entrance. And when they saw the halo floating above his head, they realized he was the one they had mistaken for a restless spirit. Even the surviving monster seemed shaken by Jean Fry's sudden presence. Its reaction made it look as though it had just encountered something far beyond ordinary understanding. For a brief moment, both the adventurers and the monster instinctively treated the so-called restless spirit with a strange mixture of fear and reverence. After hearing their reaction, Jean Fry turned his threat on them and warned them to keep quiet. Then, without wasting another second, he immediately continued onward toward the castle. At last, demon god Almud's castle came into view. It rose ahead through the frozen landscape like the heart of the dungeon itself, looming over the snow and ice. Jean Fry reached the castle ahead of the other challengers exactly as planned. By using his mobility, he had cut through the delays that were slowing everyone else down. Satisfied with his pace, Jean Fry noted that the entire trip had taken only 5 minutes. For a dungeon with such a harsh time limit, that speed was a major advantage. But his satisfaction disappeared the moment he sensed another presence. Someone else had already arrived before him. At the entrance, Jean Fry spotted Mira, the white-haired woman from the 8 Guardians, approaching the castle ahead of him. Jean Fry immediately suspected that Mira might also be after hidden equipment. The last thing he wanted right now was to get tangled up with her again, especially inside an S-rank dungeon. At the same time, Jean Fry could not understand why someone of Mira's rank would even bother challenging a dungeon like this in the first place. For an 8 Guardian, her presence here felt far too unusual to ignore. Without giving herself even a heartbeat to reconsider, she reaches straight for the gate mechanism and forces it into motion, moving with the kind of certainty that makes it seem like hesitation was never part of her vocabulary. Her purpose is painfully clear. The man she has been chasing is supposedly concealed somewhere beyond this entrance, and no matter how dangerous the dungeon is, or how cruelly the time limit hangs over every adventurer who steps inside, she has no intention of turning around now. She knows better than to underestimate the person she is after. This target is not some ordinary enemy she can casually brush aside, but even with that certainty weighing on her, she hardens her resolve and advances toward whatever is waiting beyond the gate. From the outside, he keeps his eyes fixed on her every move, already bracing himself for the entrance trial that should normally stand in the way of anyone trying to break into this place by force. But instead of playing along with the gate's usual rules, she chooses the most direct answer possible. With raw power, she smashes her way through, tearing open a path straight inside and leaving him caught between genuine admiration and obvious irritation. After witnessing that overwhelming strength with his own eyes, he has no choice but to acknowledge it. Her reputation as one of the 8 Guardians is not just empty praise or inflated rumor. She clearly has the power to back that title up. The moment she vanishes into the depths of the structure, he drops down from where he had been watching and immediately starts moving after her, wasting no time at all. In his mind, her violent method actually turns out to be convenient. Thanks to the hole she carved through the entrance, he no longer has to spend precious time dealing with the dungeon's opening gimmick himself. But just as he is about to press farther inside, something shifts behind him. His senses catch movement closing in, and he realizes the rabbit monsters have already managed to catch up to him again. Several kunikuras spread out and tighten the circle around him from multiple directions, their bodies low, tense, and ready to spring. Seeing them still chasing after him, he cannot help but remark on just how stubbornly persistent these things are. Then, in the very next instant, the entire pack attacks at once. They hurl themselves toward him together, rushing in like they plan to bury him beneath their numbers before he can react. Before even one of them can reach him, he triggers Tempest Teleportation, a short-range teleportation skill with only a limited number of uses available each day. The kunikuras crash forward, but their claws and bodies meet nothing but empty space. Their coordinated attack misses completely as his figure disappears from the exact spot where he had been standing. A moment later, he materializes much farther inside the castle, appearing near the polar ice chamber located on the 9th floor. Seeing where he has landed, he allows himself a brief sense of satisfaction. The teleportation worked flawlessly, cutting out a huge stretch of the dungeon in a single move. Still, he remembers the rule of this place. The demon god chamber cannot be accessed directly, and before the path forward will open, he needs to defeat the mid-boss guarding this section first. Now that Idaten's leg is equipped, he expects his movement to be on a completely different level. With that speed and mobility on his side, this route should be faster for him than it has ever been before. Fueled by that confidence, he steps forward without the slightest fear, already treating this run like a chance to break his own personal record. Meanwhile, far away in the hidden ice chamber of the annex, another scene is already taking shape, one far colder, quieter, and much more brutal. There, Garuda Gastome, the master of the Wind Sword Guild, has driven a group of terrified followers into a corner. With nowhere left to go, they can only recoil in fear and beg him desperately to stop. Above Garuda Gastome, a timer shows the amount of life he still has remaining inside the dungeon. But instead of looking at it with panic, he studies it with cold calculation, as if it is nothing more than a resource to be measured and spent. In a voice stripped of warmth, he explains exactly why they are about to die. To him, their mistake is simple: they were too slow, and that makes them useless. Then, as if his words need to be proven through blood, Garuda Gastome swings his sword without a second of hesitation, and without even the faintest trace of mercy. One of his own subordinates is cut down right in front of the others, his body collapsing before their horrified eyes as the rest are forced to watch. As Garuda Gastome's remaining time rises, he shows no grief for the life he has just taken. Instead, he only grumbles about the time they have wasted, as if their deaths are merely an inconvenience. One of the surviving subordinates drops to the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably as he lowers himself and begs for forgiveness with everything he has left. Garuda Gastome responds with a merciless lecture, telling them that people who have no value deserve to die, twisting his own cruelty into a sick lesson about worth and usefulness. He raises his blade again, his posture relaxed but terrifying, clearly enjoying the fear spreading across their faces and taking pleasure in the brutality he controls. Then the timer jumps sharply once more, making the horrible truth impossible to ignore. Every person Garuda Gastome kills adds to the amount of time he can remain inside the dungeon. One subordinate stands rooted to the spot, completely frozen by terror. He cannot run, cannot fight back, and cannot even force a single word from his throat. The remaining men plead with all the desperation they can muster, begging him to spare them while Garuda Gastome calmly prepares to take yet another life. Garuda Gastome only mocks their panic, making it clear that, in his eyes, their lives are worth no more than a handful of extra hours added to his own survival. Then his irritation shifts toward the others. His expression hardens as he demands to know why so few new arrivals have been brought to him today, complaining that the supply is nowhere near enough. One subordinate answers in a trembling voice, explaining that they are still trying to gather more people and bring them in, but the process is taking longer than expected. Garuda Gastome meets that excuse with a threat as cold as the chamber around them. If they fail to deliver more victims, then they themselves will take the missing sacrifice's place. Only then does the subordinate fully grasp the nightmare in front of him. Garuda Gastome has been murdering people to steal their dungeon time limits for himself. As his gaze drifts over the pile of bodies nearby, the realization grows even worse. Garuda Gastome is prepared to keep repeating this slaughter for months if that is what it takes. Garuda Gastome's annoyance becomes more obvious with every passing moment, his patience thinning as the number of victims being brought to him fails to match his expectations. He reasons that Simone, the executive, was likely captured by the 8 Guardians, and that the association must once again be working to dismantle his guild from the top down. Even considering that possibility, Garuda Gastome remains dangerously confident. As long as he is inside this dungeon, he believes the time limit system itself protects him from anyone trying to hunt him down from outside. He sneers at the castle's sacred appearance, looking at its holy atmosphere with contempt while turning the place into nothing more than his own private slaughterhouse. Back near the polar ice chamber, the protagonist races through the corridor like a streak of motion, cutting down the monsters in his path with smooth, acrobatic precision that makes every movement look effortless. Snow beasts rush at him one after another, but each one is dropped so quickly that their attacks barely have time to take shape before they are already being cut apart. Before long, the fight becomes completely one-sided. No matter how fiercely the monsters lunge, the protagonist uses his speed and mobility to stay just beyond their reach, slipping away before they can pin him down. He can feel exactly how much freedom the hidden equipment gives him in battle, and there is a clear thrill in the way it lets him move freely without being trapped or cornered. Even with the fight going so smoothly, he cannot ignore the immense magical pressure pressing in from deeper within the castle. He recognizes one source of that power as the second demon god waiting on the 10th floor, but another presence somewhere in the castle feels even stronger. Still, he forces his attention back to the immediate priority. Almud comes first. With that dangerous presence still lingering in the back of his mind, he drives forward and finishes off another beast as it charges straight toward him. Now that the corridor is almost completely cleared out, He expects the mid-boss guarding this area to show itself at any second. And just then, right on cue, a nearby door begins to open. The white-haired woman from the 8 Guardians steps into the area at last, and the moment her figure appears, her presence seems to slice straight through the freezing atmosphere around her. The protagonist understands it right away. That stronger magical pressure he sensed earlier had been coming from her, and seeing that she has already reached this floor sends a clear rush of relief through him. She lets her eyes move across the chamber with a slight look of confusion, taking in the strangely empty surroundings and noticing that there is not a single monster still moving anywhere nearby. But that confusion only lasts for a brief moment. Behind her, the icy air begins to warp and gather, twisting together as 2 enormous snow golems slowly start to form. The monsters fully emerge as level 92 snow golems, massive mid-bosses built from dense packed snow, jagged ice, and the raw power of the dungeon itself. The white-haired guardian immediately senses that something about this is wrong. Mid-bosses should not be appearing this abruptly, and definitely not under conditions this abnormal. Without losing even a single second, she begins casting a summoning spell, standing firm as magical power gathers around her in the cold air. She calls out to Sylphid, a powerful wind elemental, and the atmosphere around her shifts at once, as that unseen force responds to her command. From above, the protagonist watches while hanging upside down and hiding, and the instant he sees the spell take shape, he recognizes exactly what kind of magic she is using. He notes that calling forth an elemental like that is far beyond the reach of an average adventurer, because only an extremely high-level summoner could pull off magic of that caliber. In her own mind, the white-haired guardian offers a quiet apology to the hidden observer she believes may be somewhere nearby, making it clear that she has no time to get involved in anyone else's situation. Then she redirects Sylphid's power toward the snow golems, aiming the elemental force directly at the 2 enormous bosses standing before her. Violent wind starts wrapping around the golems, coiling tighter and tighter around their massive bodies, as the pressure inside the chamber suddenly surges. The white-haired guardian closes her hand with calm precision, and that single gesture becomes the signal that releases the attack. In the next instant, compressed wind and flashing lightning rip through the snow golems, erasing both mid-bosses at once with one devastating strike. The protagonist is left completely stunned, struggling to process the fact that she destroyed both mid-bosses at the same time as casually as if it were nothing. After seeing that display, he has no choice but to admit that the white-haired guardian exists on a level far beyond what ordinary adventurers could ever hope to reach. With the 2 bosses defeated, the sealed route finally opens, revealing the path that leads deeper toward the demon god chamber. The protagonist recognizes the newly revealed door the moment it appears, understanding at once that this is the entrance leading directly to Almud. Still keeping his presence hidden, the protagonist slips down from his hiding place and lands quietly, making sure not to draw the white-haired guardian's attention. The white-haired guardian chooses not to remain there any longer. Instead, she decides to continue her search elsewhere, turning her attention toward the annex as her next destination. From the direction she chooses, the protagonist realizes she is most likely chasing a person rather than going after the demon god, and that thought leaves him relieved that their goals do not seem to clash. Even so, just as she is about to move on, the white-haired guardian suddenly senses something strange behind her, as if a presence has slipped just beyond the edge of her awareness. She turns back sharply and scans the area with focused eyes, trying to locate the watcher she almost managed to detect. But when she finds nothing there, doubt begins to settle in. She wonders if that strange feeling was only her imagination, nothing more than the false impression that someone had been watching her. Pushing that suspicion aside, the white-haired guardian brings her focus back to her mission and continues on with the task that brought her here. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrives at the corridor on the 10th floor, now standing just outside the entrance that leads into the demon god chamber. He activates the final door, setting the mechanism into motion as the way into the chamber slowly opens in front of him. Inside, the protagonist is met by a frozen throne room filled with corpses impaled on jagged pillars of ice, each body serving as a grim reminder of Almud's cruelty. Facing the figure waiting in that frozen hall, the protagonist addresses the second demon god, Almud, with the familiarity of someone who already knows this enemy all too well. Almud stands before him at level 100, and the throne room itself carries a passive effect that weakens every adventurer inside by 20%. With a predator's grin, Almud welcomes the protagonist into his chamber, treating him not like a true challenger, but like fresh livestock that has wandered straight into his lair. The protagonist checks his own status and confirms that his hidden equipment is boosting his stats enough to offset the weakening effect placed on him by the chamber. Almud's laughter echoes through the frozen throne room, while the victims trapped around them make the atmosphere feel even darker, crueler, and more vicious. Overflowing with cruel confidence, Almud promises that the protagonist will soon end up just like the others, another corpse added to his frozen collection. The bodies sealed and displayed in ice around them make Almud's threat feel terrifyingly real, as though the room itself is showing exactly what awaits anyone who loses here. Every victim impaled throughout the chamber stands as proof that Almud has committed the same brutality again and again before. At first, the protagonist feels no active magic coming from the bodies impaled on the ice, so he assumes the victims are already dead. But then he realizes that his first assumption was wrong. One of the men pinned to the ice is still barely alive, his body broken and fading, but not yet completely gone. Using what little strength remains in him, the surviving man forces out a warning, telling the protagonist to run before it is too late. Almud answers that desperate plea by detonating the ice spike, killing the man instantly before his warning can continue any further. The protagonist watches the shattered pieces of ice rain down around him, his expression staying calm even as the brutal scene plays out before his eyes. He recognizes Almud's opening move from the game, but he also understands that this real battle may not follow his memories perfectly. Almud boasts that humans have no value at all, except as food meant to fill his stomach and satisfy his hunger. He reveals that many adventurers have already stepped into the chamber today, and that the protagonist is now the 10th one to arrive. Clearly delighted by the growing number of victims, Almud looks forward to the feast waiting for him with open anticipation. The remaining impaled man stays within the demon's sight, reduced to nothing more than another piece of Almud's grotesque display. Even in his dying state, the victim can still feel the overwhelming pressure pouring from Almud, a crushing force heavy enough to weigh down the very air around them. For one brief moment, the protagonist reflects on how absurd it is that anyone would ever try to face a monster like Almud head-on. Almud finally stops waiting and launches himself forward, his body moving with terrifying speed as he rushes straight at the protagonist, clearly aiming to carve him apart right where he stands. The protagonist does not panic in the face of that sudden charge. The instant Almud closes the distance, he calmly activates Tempest teleportation and lets the skill carry him out of danger. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist disappears from directly in front of Almud and reappears behind him, burning through one of his limited daily uses to shift his position in an instant. Before Almud can even twist around to react, the protagonist's blade cuts through the air and flashes across the demon's face, opening a bloody wound with one clean, precise strike. From where he hangs on the ice, the dying survivor can only stare in stunned silence, his eyes widening as the flow of the battle suddenly turns against the demon god. Almud staggers back in disbelief, completely unable to accept that a mere human actually managed to reach him and leave a mark on his body. The protagonist remains calm despite Almud's outrage, quietly judging the wound and noting that although the cut looks painful, it is still far from enough to decide the fight. Almud quickly begins to understand that the protagonist is not just reacting at random. This opponent knows his attack patterns, and even Almud is forced to acknowledge, however bitterly, how cunning that makes him. The protagonist keeps his composure the entire time, treating the clash less like a desperate battle for survival and more like a controlled warm-up before reaching the real reward he came here to claim. Almud answers by raising his power even higher, and above them, the ceiling fills with enormous ice spears, each one gleaming coldly as they hang over the chamber like execution blades. The protagonist stays right where he is beneath that incoming threat, watching the formation carefully and reading the shape and timing of the attack instead of rushing blindly to escape. Then, all at once, the ice spears come crashing down, slamming into the battlefield and burying the area beneath a massive, jagged formation of frozen destruction. From his throne, Almud looks over the frozen wreckage with absolute confidence, already convinced that the single overwhelming strike has settled the fight. A smug expression spreads across Almud's face as he assumes no ordinary human could ever dodge an attack that swallowed the battlefield so completely. But in the next moment, the protagonist appears right beside him, slipping past that confidence entirely and driving his weapon deep into Almud's torso before the demon can respond. At that perfect instant, Centipede's mind's eye activates, sharpening the strike and turning the blow into a brutal critical hit. Blood erupts from the wound as Almud's body buckles under the force, and the demon god is driven down onto one knee. Almud is clearly shaken, his expression twisting with shock because the attack came so suddenly that he never even saw the protagonist move. Only then does Almud realize the truth. The protagonist is not simply fast. He can appear at Almud's side almost instantly, as if distance itself barely matters. The protagonist studies the situation with a cool head, recognizing that with 3 hidden pieces of equipment now active and Almud attacking recklessly, the battle has already fallen well within his control. Even so, he stops himself from finishing Almud off too quickly, because he still needs the demon god alive long enough to summon the ice chimera and create the Fong he came here to obtain. The haloed swordsman rushes in once more, driving forward as if to end the ice demon before Almud has any chance to recover the advantage. But the blue-skinned demon catches sight of the incoming attack and immediately stiffens, sensing the danger closing in before the strike can land. The protagonist suddenly stops short when he sees what Almud has done, positioning himself behind a mortally wounded hostage as a shield. For one split second, the protagonist hesitates, forced to measure his attack against the possibility of cutting down the helpless man standing in front of Almud. Almud savors that hesitation and mocks him for it, revealing with cruel satisfaction that the hostage is already dead, and that he is only using the corpse as a shield. The protagonist curses Almud's cruelty, anger rising not only at the demon's depravity, but also at himself for being forced into even that brief moment of restraint. Noticing that momentary hesitation, Almud taunts him with renewed confidence, asking why the overwhelming power he showed earlier seems to have vanished so suddenly. With his composure returning, Almud raises his hand again while still treating the corpse like a grotesque prop, preparing to unleash another technique. Almud activates Glacier Marionette, a sinister spell that turns the dead into frozen puppets bound under his control. The first corpse is seized by the spell and lifted into the air, jagged ice clamping around its body like the strings of a twisted puppet. One after another, more dead victims begin to rise as frozen marionettes, transforming the chamber into a horrifying army of corpses. A surviving witness watches in pure terror, realizing that the bodies of the victims are being twisted into weapons right before his eyes. Even the nearby survivors begin to twitch and stir under Almud's influence, proving that the spell can spread through those who have already fallen. Almud commands the puppets to attack, ordering the dead to move in his place and kill the protagonist for him. The reanimated bodies begin closing in from across the chamber, forcing the protagonist to face innocent victims who have been warped into attackers against their will. The protagonist recognizes the ability as another impossible anomaly, something that should not exist within the game's original rules, just like the strange changes he had already seen with the other demon gods. Among the impaled victims, one man is still barely holding on to life, and Almud notices that unexpected survival lingering among the dead. The dying man realizes that the protagonist has finally found him, even as the last of his strength continues to drain away. Using that opening, the protagonist strikes from behind and slashes through Almud's arm with a lightning-fast cut. Almud turns toward the wrong target, reacting far too late to stop the counterattack that is already slicing into him. The protagonist coldly reminds Almud that the helpless victim is not the one he should be focusing on. His real enemy has been standing right behind him. Humiliated by being outplayed so cleanly, Almud explodes with fury, his pride wounded even more deeply than his body. A system message appears, revealing that the slash has done more than injure him. It has also inflicted severe poison on the demon god Almud. The poison begins spreading through Almud's body immediately, steadily eating away at his health with every second that passes. Desperate to regain control of the battle before it slips away completely, Almud calls out for a new summon. In response, 3 level 99 ice chimeras emerge, summoned onto the battlefield to crush the protagonist through overwhelming force. But instead of showing even a hint of fear at their appearance, the protagonist sharpens his focus, as though this is the exact moment he has been waiting for. The protagonist rushes forward with clear satisfaction, finally seeing the monsters he came all this way to harvest. Before Almud can even finish gloating over his summons, the ice chimeras are cut down in an instant. The severed heads of the ice chimeras drop to the frozen floor one after another, thudding and rolling across the hall, while the demons can only stare at the remains in stunned, speechless silence. The haloed swordsman, however, remains perfectly composed, almost looking satisfied as he confirms that the ice chimera fangs he came all this way to obtain are finally in his possession. At the same time, he notices something else important. After that fierce exchange, his weapon centipede has finally been worn down past the durability threshold he was deliberately aiming for. Somewhere else amid the chaos, a faint smile slowly forms, suggesting that another person has been watching quietly and waiting for the perfect moment to step in. Back in the frozen hall, the haloed swordsman calmly tells Almud that their little game has come to an end, while Almud can only stare back at him, confused by that sudden surge of confidence. Then a system notice appears, confirming that the necessary condition has finally been fulfilled and Centipede's third skill can now be unlocked. Centipede's hidden ability becomes available at last, handing the haloed swordsman a brand new trump card right in the middle of the fight. Even as that new power awakens, the force of the battle continues to shake the grand hall, with heavy aftershocks rumbling through the frozen chamber. In another room, a wounded subordinate drags himself weakly across the floor toward a cloaked swordsman, begging his master for help with desperate, trembling words. The man simply looks down at him with cold, uncaring eyes, showing no concern whatsoever, as if the injured follower crawling at his feet is nothing more than a nuisance. He mutters that hiding in a place like this does have its advantages, but it is also beginning to become troublesome. Even so, he quietly prepares himself to act. The injured subordinate stiffens in fear, his body locking up as he braces for what is coming, because his master moves with absolutely no trace of mercy. Violent wind begins to coil around the hidden swordsman, sharpening and gathering around him until the air in the room turns tense and dangerous. Then he releases a cutting slash without hesitation, killing his own subordinate and using that death as part of his escape and concealment. A silver-haired woman arrives soon after, and the moment she sees the cloaked man, she identifies him as Garuda Gastome, the master of the Wind Sword Guild. She begins listing his crimes one by one, naming murder, human trafficking, illegal gambling, contraband dealing, and a long chain of other offenses. And even after naming all of that, she makes it clear that this list is only a small fraction of everything Garuda Gastome has actually done. Calling him every bit as vile as the rumors claim, she prepares to carry out her mission and summons powerful elementals to her side. First, she calls forth Undine, the water elemental, and the atmosphere shifts as a cool, flowing pressure spreads through the room. Next, she summons Ifrit, the fire elemental, and fierce heat surges into the frozen space, pushing back against the surrounding cold. Finally, she brings forth Sylphid, the wind elemental, completing the trio of powerful spirits under her command. With 3 high-ranking elementals standing at her side, the silver-haired woman takes control of the entire room without even needing to raise her voice. Garuda Gastome realizes at once that she can command top-tier summoned beings as naturally as breathing, and that tells him this woman is no ordinary pursuer. He demands to know who she is, and the woman answers him directly, introducing herself as Mira Goldland. Speaking with the authority of one of the 8 guardians, Mira Goldland declares that she has come to arrest Garuda Gastome and hand him over to the Adventurers Association. Meanwhile, in the battle against Almud, Centipede's 3rd skill finishes unlocking for the Haloed Swordsman as well, arriving at exactly the right moment. He welcomes the timing without hesitation, because this new power is precisely the tool he had been waiting to use. Almud, poisoned and mutilated, lashes out with furious humiliation, still trying to overpower the human he stubbornly keeps calling livestock. The demon god finally abandons the idea of eating him, and instead declares that he will crush the Haloed Swordsman completely. Almud forces itself back together, gathering its remaining strength as it prepares a final transformation to keep the fight going. Ice suddenly bursts from Almud's back, spreading outward in jagged sheets as enormous frozen wings begin to take shape. Those wings stretch wide behind the demon god, giving Almud the ability to move through the air and attack from an entirely new angle. With a mocking laugh, Almud launches upward, trying to seize control of the battle again from high above the chamber. The demon dives and circles aggressively through the air, snarling that the Haloed Swordsman should have stayed down when he still had the chance. But the Haloed Swordsman follows Almud into the air, throwing the demon's arrogance back at him and remarking how satisfying it feels to stand above him for once. He twists the insult even further, clearly savoring the chance to literally look down on Almud after all the contempt the demon has thrown at him. Enraged by that mockery, Almud charges straight toward him through the air, unable to tolerate being looked down on by a human. Still trying to break his composure, Almud demands to know how long the Haloed Swordsman can keep pretending to be so calm. As Almud speaks, crackling power condenses into one hand, gathering into another attack meant to end the fight once and for all. Hovering on its frozen wings, Almud shapes that gathered power into a long icy spear, its sharp tip gleaming with deadly force. Declaring that anyone who interferes with its mission must die, Almud hurls itself forward, turning the spear and its own body into a deadly aerial assault. The Haloed Swordsman reads the attack clearly, holding his position in the air as he waits for the exact moment to respond. Then, at last, he calls upon Centipede's 3rd skill. That skill, Meltdown, changes the blade into a liquid weapon, allowing Centipede to shift, flow, and reshape itself freely. The Haloed Swordsman understands the meaning immediately. From this point on, Centipede can take whatever form his imagination demands. Almud keeps pressing forward with full confidence, convinced that the Haloed Swordsman cannot keep surviving forever by doing nothing but dodging. But in the middle of the assault, Almud suddenly senses that something is off, as if the timing of the exchange has slipped out of his control. The Haloed Swordsman raises the liquefied blade high above his head, reshaping the flowing weapon into a massive edge meant to come crashing down. Almud tries to block the strike, but by then, the demon god is already trapped directly beneath the transformed blade. The blow descends as Toxic Heaven Gate, a devastating poison-infused execution strike that crashes down onto Almud from above. The instant his blade connects, the swordsman feels the force of the strike pass cleanly through his opponent's body. A faint, satisfied smile starts to form on his face, because this is not just another enemy falling in front of him. With this blow, he has personally brought down 2 demon gods now, and in his eyes, that means he has just set a completely new record for himself. Ormad's body begins to blacken from within, as though the poison is spreading through every inch of his ruined flesh. Cracks crawl across him, pieces of his form crumble away, and under the combined weight of the poison and the swordsman's final attack, the demon god's body starts breaking apart bit by bit. Then a system message appears directly before the swordsman, its cold display making the result impossible to deny. Just as the devastated battlefield already shows, the second demon god, Ormad, has officially been defeated. Ormad's winged body finally gives out completely. With no strength left to hold itself up, the massive corpse crashes down hard against the floor, lying there in a lifeless heap. The terrifying pressure he once carried is gone, leaving behind only a motionless body stripped of all its former menace. A clear completion screen flashes into view, showing the final time for the run. When the swordsman reads the result, satisfaction rises in him at once. He did not merely survive this brutal battle. He cleared it faster than anyone before, creating a brand new fastest record. One of the surviving victims can only stare at him with wide, disbelieving eyes, struggling to accept what he has just seen. A single person really defeated a demon god alone. And through the pain, fear, and confusion still clouding his mind, the survivor begins to wonder if he might actually make it out alive. Another notification appears right after that, announcing that the previous record holder's clear time has been completely beaten. The old record has been pushed aside without mercy, replaced by the swordsman's almost unbelievable new achievement. The survivor who had been impaled starts to fade as teleportation light gathers around his injured body. He has avoided dying in this place, but the system is still not letting him escape for free. Before sending him away, it will take the penalty it demands. The swordsman watches quietly as the man disappears into the light, accepting the result for what it is. Even if that survivor has to pay some kind of price before leaving, the most important thing is that he will still be alive. More importantly, the swordsman immediately checks the item he came here for in the first place. Once he confirms it is properly in his possession, he can finally relax a little. The ice chimera fong material has been secured. With that rare ingredient finally obtained, there is only one material left before he can create the elixir needed to cure his mother's illness. From here on, the last thing he has to find is the ancient red clay. Just as the swordsman begins thinking about where he should head next, the entire building suddenly shakes again. But this tremor feels different from before, heavier, rougher, and filled with a violent force that seems to come from something entirely separate. Outside, the castle itself seems to groan under the pressure of another battle unfolding nearby. The walls, floor, and air all vibrate as if 2 enormous powers are crashing against each other somewhere close by. Mira stands firm behind a swirling barrier made of wind and water, holding her ground as Garuda keeps pushing forward, without giving her a moment to breathe. His attacks slam into her defenses again and again with relentless force, forcing her to brace herself through every impact. Garuda watches Mira endure his assault, and instead of looking frustrated, he seems to be enjoying the situation. He does not treat her resistance like a serious threat at all. To him, this fight feels more like a lesson, with himself acting as the one generously teaching her. Myra's eyes sharpen as she measures the situation, but she does not retreat. Instead, she quickly changes the flow of battle and gives a new command, calling for a fire attack, blazing mirage breath. Ifrit answers Myra's order without delay, and roaring flames erupt around the spirit in an instant. A fierce wave of fire surges forward from there, rushing straight toward Garuda and filling the space between them with blistering heat. The flames twist around Garuda in a blazing spiral, wrapping him inside a burning vortex. Yet even while standing at the center of that scorching attack, he remains calm and steady, his posture unshaken and his control completely intact. With one smooth swing of his sword, Garuda cuts directly through the fiery assault. The elemental flames split apart beneath the edge of his blade, scattering before they can fully close in and consume him. The force of his counterstroke tears the flames apart completely, and the wind trailing behind his sword carves harsh marks across the floor. What had been a roaring, powerful attack is reduced to broken sparks, drifting heat, and scattered embers. Mira narrows her eyes as she watches the result unfold in front of her. It becomes obvious that simply throwing overwhelming elemental force at Garuda will not be enough to bring him down. Without losing any time, Mira shifts her strategy again and issues another command. This time, instead of fire, she calls upon a water technique, Raging Current Wave. Undine gathers a huge surge of water around Mira, the liquid rising, twisting, and circling her like a living shield. Then, in the next moment, that protective current begins to reshape itself, turning into an offensive formation aimed straight at Garuda. But Garuda has no intention of letting the rushing water trap him. He raises his sword and brings it down once more, slicing through the current before it can fully close around him and pin him in place. The water attack bursts apart against his blade, scattering into countless harmless droplets. The crushing wave that should have swallowed him instead rains down around his body, completely stripped of the force it once carried. From a hidden position nearby, the haloed swordsman silently watches the battle play out. He keeps himself concealed and does not interfere, carefully studying every movement, every exchange, and every shift between Mira and Garuda. Only after seeing their clash does the swordsman understand what caused the tremors from earlier. The violent shaking that ran through the building did not come from the demon god at all. It was the result of Mira and Garuda fighting here. As the swordsman observes Garuda's sword technique, his expression turns more serious. The man's skill with a blade is clearly far beyond ordinary, and judging from what is happening, he is most likely the guild master Mira came here to capture. Garuda notices that Mira still has not shown her full strength, and his amusement turns into open mockery. He sneers at her restraint, saying that by fighting so half-heartedly, she is disgracing the title of Eight Guardian. Then Garuda lifts his sword, his confidence becoming even sharper than the blade in his hand. Since Mira's attacks have failed to impress him, he decides to personally show her what a real strike is supposed to look like. Wind begins to coil tightly around Garuda's sword, gathering along the edge with frightening precision. The surrounding air seems to compress around the blade, as if he is focusing every bit of pressure into a single killing blow. A massive whirlwind forms above Garuda, twisting upward higher and higher before surging toward Mira. The violent spiral bears down on her like a storm that has been sharpened into the shape of a blade. Even Mira is forced to go fully defensive as the pressure closes in. The force behind the attack pushes down on her defenses so heavily that she can no longer afford to treat Garuda's power lightly. Seeing how dangerous the strike is becoming, the hidden swordsman shifts from his cover. His body tightens, ready to move at any second if Mira truly looks like she is about to be overwhelmed. Garuda commits fully to the swing, convinced that he has finally driven Mira into a corner. His blade descends with absolute confidence, the confidence of someone who believes the fight has already been decided. Then he releases the technique in a single devastating motion whirlwind slash. The attack tears straight through Mira's guard, and the wind-forged blade slips past her defenses in an instant. With one brutal, precise slash, one of her arms is severed cleanly. Blood sprays into the air as the strike lands with terrifying accuracy. For a brief moment, it truly looks as if Garuda has ended the entire battle right there with one overwhelming blow. From his hiding place, the haloed swordsman stares in shock at what has just happened. He cannot immediately tell whether Mira has really been finished off, and the sudden brutality of Garuda's attack leaves him frozen for a heartbeat. Garuda looks down at the result of his attack and boasts that Mira was far weaker than he expected. He dismisses her summoned spirits as nothing more than empty bluffs, acting as if none of them had ever posed a true threat to him. But Mira does not answer with fear. Instead, her voice carries cold contempt as she compares Garuda to a fool too small-minded to understand the true difference between their levels. That insult finally cuts through Garuda's smug amusement. For the first time, the confidence on his face begins to falter, and his expression shifts from mocking superiority to a flicker of unease. Mira then reveals the truth he has been trying so hard to stand above. Garuda Gastam is not a current legend standing at the height of glory. He is a former member of the Eight Guardians, someone who has already fallen from grace. The revelation hits Garuda like a heavy blow, stunning him in place. In that instant, the superiority he had been clinging to begins to crack, crumbling under the weight of Mira's words. Only then does Garuda realize the truth, but by that point it is already far too late. The body he believed he had cut down was never Mira's real body at all. It was only a mirage-like decoy, created to mislead him from the start. Mira decides that it is time to teach him properly, not as someone beneath him but as someone who once walked a similarly foolish path. Her tone carries the weight of experience, and her next move is meant to make him understand the difference himself. She tells Garuda to look closely, because what comes next is what a real attack actually looks like. A new aura suddenly flares to life behind Garuda, heavier and far more dangerous than anything Mira has summoned so far. The instant he senses it, his body reacts before his pride can even catch up. Mira calls forth the spirit of heavenly thunder, Chiron. Garuda instantly understands that the entire situation has changed. The swagger he carried throughout the fight disappears from his face, replaced by the cold realization that he is now the one standing in genuine danger. Garuda's confidence shatters in a single instant, and the arrogance on his face disappears like it was never there. Panicking, he tries to stop Mira before the attack can fall, suddenly desperate to speak with her. The man who had been laughing at her just moments ago now acts as if talking things out is the only lifeline he has left. Mira does not slow down, and she certainly does not give Garuda even the tiniest opening to bargain his way out. With her expression cold and unwavering, she steps forward and releases a thunder technique with the kind of decisive force that leaves no room for mercy. A pillar of divine lightning drops from above like judgment itself, crashing down directly onto Garuda and swallowing his body in a blinding flash. The roar of heavenly thunder drowns everything out, crushing his resistance beneath a force far beyond what he can endure. Garuda's body jerks violently inside the lightning, his muscles seizing as the electric punishment tears through him from head to toe. No matter how powerful and untouchable he seemed before, under this overwhelming strike, he has no way to fight back at all. While Garuda is still staggering from the blast, Mira keeps moving forward without the slightest hesitation. She refuses to give him a second to breathe, no chance to recover his balance, and no opportunity to pull himself back together. At last, Garuda collapses into the mess of smoking puddles and scorched floorboards around him, his battered body left helpless on the ground. The proud guild master who had stood there with such arrogance is now reduced to a broken figure at Mira's feet. Mira looks down at Garuda's ruined state and sees it as a fittingly pathetic end. For a criminal who gained power by using and preying on others, being crushed down to this miserable condition feels like exactly the punishment he earned. As Jean Fry watches Mira standing there with 4 powerful spirits gathered around her, he silently reevaluates just how dangerous she really is. One conclusion becomes painfully obvious to him: turning Mira into an enemy would be nothing short of a disaster. Mira's eyes shift slightly, her attention drifting toward the spot where Jean Fry has been hiding. Even though he has done nothing obvious to reveal himself, she still senses the presence of the hidden observer watching from nearby. Without even fully turning her body in his direction, Mira calmly calls him out by name: Jean Fry Van Raid. Since he has already been discovered, Jean Fry awkwardly tries to deny that he was spying on her fight. Mira chooses not to make a big issue of it, partly because he never stepped in or interfered, and partly because she still remembers the encounter they had before. Mira's spirits move in around the fallen Garuda, surrounding his weakened body from every possible side. With him completely secured, they prepare to take the defeated guild master away before he can even think about escaping again. Jean Fry pieces together what he has just witnessed and realizes that Garuda really was the Wind Serpent guild master. When Mira mentions that the demon's presence has vanished, Jean Fry answers her plainly and honestly: it disappeared because he was the one who defeated it. Mira accepts Jean Fry's explanation without pressing him for more details, giving him only a brief word of congratulations. Then she quickly turns her attention back to leaving, because her own mission is not completely finished yet. Before Mira departs, she leaves Jean Fry with one final comment, her words lingering in the air between them. She tells him that their paths will most likely cross again. Jean Fry watches in silence as Mira and the Thunder Spirit escort Garuda away from the battlefield. As their figures gradually disappear from sight, he starts to understand that whatever connection he has formed with Mira is no longer something brief or temporary. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the Adventurers Association headquarters, where the aftermath of the whole incident has already begun to settle into place. Garuda is now shown locked in heavy chains, his body restrained so completely that all freedom has been stripped from him. His capture is no longer just the result of a battlefield defeat, it has become an official matter. The vice president praises Mira for completing the mission and bringing Garuda safely into custody. His words carry clear relief, the kind that comes from someone who fully understands just how dangerous that criminal truly was. Mira receives another round of thanks, and the vice president informs her that the Wind Serpent Guild will soon be dismantled as well. Now that Garuda has been captured, the organization he once controlled is already starting to fall apart. The vice president hopes that this crackdown will serve as a strong warning to other criminal guilds and keep more crimes from spreading. Mira gives only a restrained response, but the tone behind it suggests she is not entirely convinced that justice alone can make problems like this disappear. A sharp-eyed woman notices that the bespectacled man beside her seems distracted, as if his mind has wandered far away from the conversation in front of him. She immediately presses him about it, wanting him to say out loud what is actually weighing on his thoughts. The bespectacled man admits that his attention has drifted from the current discussion. He acknowledges that there is one particular adventurer who has caught his interest, someone intriguing enough to make him curious. In silence, the man focuses his thoughts on that name. The intensity of his attention makes it clear that this mysterious adventurer is not someone he can simply brush aside or forget. Elsewhere, Jean Fry arrives on the third continent, stepping into an entirely new stage of his journey. As soon as he reaches the area, he begins scanning his surroundings and turning his attention toward the next objective waiting ahead. Jean Fry understands that once he defeats the demon on this continent, the ingredients needed for the universal elixir will finally be complete. That means the cure for his mother's illness is now closer than it has ever been. But before Jean Fry can go after that goal directly, he checks the state of his current weapon. The centipede lance is already badly worn down, and the damage on it is too serious to ignore. Jean Fry quickly realizes that the centipede lance will never survive a battle against the third demon lord. If he takes it into that fight as it is, it will almost certainly break, so finding a replacement has to come first. With that decision settled, Jean Fry reorganizes his priorities. Before challenging the demon, he sets out to obtain the fourth hidden gear. Jean Fry's search leads him into the central district of the third continent, where the streets are livelier, busier, and packed with movement. As he moves through the area, the clues pointing toward his next destination begin to fall into place. He makes his way toward an inn called the Soaring Dragon King's Pavilion, already knowing that this place is far more than an ordinary lodging house. Somewhere within its walls, a hidden path is waiting for him to uncover. The innkeeper welcomes Jean Fry just like he would any regular guest, wearing the calm and practiced expression of someone offering ordinary hospitality. But behind that normal greeting, the secret entrance remains carefully hidden from public view. When the innkeeper asks whether Jean Fry needs a room, Jean Fry smoothly follows along with the act. He says he will stay for the night, presenting himself as nothing more than a regular traveler looking for lodging. Then Jean Fry makes a strange request about the room, one that would sound completely bizarre to anyone who did not know better. In reality, that unusual wording has nothing to do with comfort or preference. It is the hidden passphrase. The innkeeper catches the meaning of the code immediately, though his face remains carefully controlled. Without saying anything unnecessary, he silently acknowledges that this guest understands the secret arrangement. The innkeeper accepts Jean Fry's request right away, keeping his expression calm and professional the entire time. He grants access without revealing anything suspicious to anyone who might be watching from the public side of the inn. Jean Fry is then guided away from the normal rooms and open areas where ordinary guests would go. Step by step, he follows the route down into a concealed underground passage hidden beneath the inn. As Jean Fry descends deeper, he thinks back on just how obscure this passphrase is supposed to be. Under normal circumstances, it is information that can only be learned through a hidden event on the fifth continent. Jean Fry feels relieved that he remembered the clue before wasting time searching in the wrong places. Because that memory came back to him, he can avoid a long detour and move straight toward the hidden gear. When Jean Fry finally reaches the bottom, he steadies himself and prepares for whatever might be waiting ahead. Any location that protects hidden gear is bound to come with some kind of trial or challenge. Jean Fry steps into a secret ranked dungeon disguised as an underground boxing gym. At first glance, the place looks like a fighting arena, but beneath that surface, it is clearly part of the hidden trial he came here to face. Inside the arena, the reigning champion gives off an overwhelming sense of raw physical power before the match even begins. Just by standing there, he looks like a massive wall Jean Fry will have to break through. The arena formally calls the selected challenger forward, demanding that Jean Fry prove his strength in front of everyone. His opponent is introduced as the legendary boxer, Mike Weather Inoue. Jean Fry recognizes the dramatic setup immediately, but he does not let the theatrical atmosphere pull his focus away. He remembers clearly that Inoue is much more dangerous than his appearance or the showy presentation might suggest. Jean Fry braces himself, fully aware that the hidden gear is tied directly to this fight. If he wants to take it from Inoue, then the road forward is not going to be simple or easy. The announcer's voice rises loudly over the arena as the main event officially begins. Both the champion and the challenger are named before the crowd, turning this hidden trial into a full spectacle. Inoue is introduced as a massive undefeated champion, a fighter whose record alone tells the audience how terrifying he is. Every detail in the announcement makes it clear that he has dominated this arena over and over again. Compared to him, Jean Fry is presented as a lightweight unknown, someone who appears to be stepping into a fight far beyond his class. To the watching crowd, the difference between the two fighters looks almost ridiculous. Then the rules expose the real trap hidden inside the match. Jean Fry is not allowed to use his personal equipment. The fight will last for only one 3-minute round, and points are earned by landing hits on invisible target zones. On the surface, the match sounds almost fair, since victory goes either to the fighter with the higher score at the end or to whoever reaches 10 points first. But that simple-sounding condition only makes the challenge seem far more winnable than it actually is. But the true threat of this fight is not hidden in the point system at all. The real danger is the knockdown rule, because in this match, the moment a fighter hits the floor even once, the battle ends immediately, which means Jean Fry has to stay standing no matter what. The bell rings sharply through the underground arena, its sound cutting across the crowd and signaling the start of the match. The instant it echoes out, the fight begins with no delay and no time to prepare. Inoue explodes forward the very second the match starts, closing the space between them with shocking speed. Before Jean Fry can fully settle his feet or lock into his stance, the champion is already right in front of him, throwing the first attack. That opening charge proves something terrifying right away. Inoue's huge frame does absolutely nothing to slow him down. His massive body moves with a speed that feels almost unnatural, making the rush even more difficult for Jean Fry to read. Jean Fry barely slips out of the way of the first flurry, narrowly avoiding a clean hit by the smallest margin. But Inoue gives him no chance to breathe, immediately linking one punch into another and keeping the pressure moving without a single break. As Jean Fry watches the rhythm of Inoue's punches, he quickly starts to understand what is happening beneath the surface. The champion is not just throwing heavy blows at random. Right from the opening exchange, he is intentionally targeting the highest value scoring zones. Rather than recklessly trading punches with someone like Inoue, Jean Fry keeps his guard drawn tight around his body. He focuses on reading the angles, following the lines of each attack with his eyes, and paying more attention to the movement pattern than the fists themselves. Jean Fry's evasive footwork slowly begins to disturb the rhythm of Inoue's opening rush. Each sidestep, lean, and narrow escape throws the champion's offense slightly off course, buying Jean Fry a few more precious seconds inside the storm. Then, in the middle of that non-stop barrage, Jean Fry catches sight of a small gap. The instant he sees that opening, his body shifts forward, and he prepares to fire a straight counter before the chance disappears. Jean Fry slips inside the path of Inoue's attack and drives a clean punch into one of the hidden scoring zones. The hit lands exactly where it needs to, sharp, compact, and precise enough to trigger the system. Even Inoue is caught off guard for a brief moment by how quickly Jean Fry identified the target. The champion's expression flickers with surprise, showing that he did not expect this challenger to understand the rules so fast. The scoreboard reacts immediately, awarding Jean Fry the very first point of the match. In just one exchange, he proves that his eyes and instincts are far sharper than anyone in the arena expected. Inoue warns Jean Fry not to let one early point go to his head. His tone makes it clear that this tiny success means almost nothing, and that Jean Fry should not mistake it for a real advantage. Jean Fry refuses to back down and answers Inoue directly, telling him that the point was something the champion allowed on purpose. Then he turns the pressure back on him, openly challenging Inoue to stop holding back. Instead of getting angry at Jean Fry's boldness, Inoue looks genuinely amused. That nerve catches his interest, and the champion begins to feel that this challenger might actually be worth taking seriously. Inoue's expression sharpens as the atmosphere around him changes. Then he declares that the real fight begins now. The champion's next punch comes in with an entirely different level of force. The air seems to tighten around his fist as the power behind the strike rises all at once, making the incoming blow feel far heavier than before. The punch slices past Jean Fry's face by a hair's breadth, close enough for him to feel just how dangerous it was. He survives the exchange, but only by the thinnest possible margin. Inoue studies Jean Fry's movements with frightening precision and immediately understands the weakness in his approach. Sharp eyes may help him dodge for now, but once his stamina starts to run low, those eyes alone will not be enough to save him. Then Inoue begins pounding Jean Fry with a relentless barrage, sending punches in from one angle after another. The blows come so quickly and heavily that the space around Jean Fry seems to fill with pressure from every direction. Jean Fry knows that if he falls even once, the entire challenge is over, so he chooses the safer kind of pain. He raises his guard and takes the damage on his arms instead of risking a reckless dodge that might throw him off balance. As the pressure continues to build, Jean Fry remembers the hidden truth behind this stage. Anyone who treats this like a normal boxing match is being led straight into a guaranteed loss. Every point the challenger earns only causes Inoue to become faster and stronger. What looks like progress on the scoreboard is actually the trap closing tighter, punishing Jean Fry harder the more successful he appears to be. Before long, the scoreboard makes that reversal painfully obvious, with Inoue's points rising at a terrifying speed. Jean Fry, meanwhile, is pushed deeper into defense, unable to find the freedom to strike back properly. Inoue overwhelms him with a non-stop combination, driving Jean Fry backward step by step. Before Jean Fry can create enough space for a real counter, the champion has already forced him into a corner. Pinned in place with nowhere easy to go, Jean Fry has no choice but to endure blow after blow behind his guard. Even while the punishment batters his arms and body, he keeps thinking, searching for the real condition needed to clear this trial. That is when the truth finally clicks into place for Jean Fry. He was never meant to win this match in the normal sense. He only needs to win the battle by approaching it in a completely different way. The actual requirement for obtaining the fourth hidden gear is not defeating Inoue through points. All Jean Fry has to do is stay on his feet and survive the entire 3-minute round without being knocked down. Once Jean Fry understands that condition, he immediately stops focusing on outscoring the champion. His goal shifts completely to survival, to enduring each second and holding himself upright until the clock finally runs out. Even then, Jean Fry still throws out counters whenever the chance appears. But those punches are no longer meant to win the score. They are there to disturb Inoue's rhythm and keep the champion from crushing him without resistance. As the timer drops below 1 minute, Jean Fry is already battered dangerously close to collapse. His body is bruised, shaken, and heavy with pain, but despite everything Inoue has thrown at him, he still has not fallen. Jean Fry forces his exhausted body to keep moving, even as every step feels more difficult than the last. He refuses to lower his guard for even a moment, because one mistake now would end the entire challenge. Inoue, now genuinely excited, recognizes that Jean Fry has pushed him further than anyone has in a long time. The champion's expression changes, lighting up with the thrill of a fight that finally feels alive. Inoue decides that he will be the one to determine how this match ends. With that resolve clear in his stance, he intensifies his assault again, pouring even more force and conviction into every punch. Jean Fry sees the decisive blow coming, and he understands the danger before it reaches him. But his worn-out body can no longer respond as cleanly as before, making it impossible to avoid the strike completely. Inoue's devastating uppercut lands with brutal force, the kind of punch that should have ended the fight on the spot. The impact snaps through Jean Fry's body so violently that, for an instant, the entire arena seems to hold its breath. And yet, Jean Fry's feet never stay off the canvas long enough for it to count as a knockdown. Somehow, even under the force of that crushing blow, he refuses to fully collapse. Jean Fry steadies himself without saying a word, dragging his body upright through sheer willpower. His knees tremble beneath him, but he forces himself back into balance before the match can claim him. To everyone watching, it is almost unbelievable. Jean Fry is still standing. The hidden clear condition remains intact, and his chance has not been taken away yet. With only a few seconds left on the clock, Inoue promises that his next attack will finally finish Jean Fry. His confidence returns in the form of one final threat, aimed straight at the challenger barely holding himself together. Jean Fry plants both feet firmly against the canvas and braces for the last exchange. There is no space left to retreat and no time left to rethink anything. He only has to endure. Inoue charges in once more, convinced that this final strike will settle everything. His entire body drives forward behind the punch, carrying enough force to end the challenge once and for all. But at the very last instant, Inoue's certainty breaks. Jean Fry moves in a way the champion does not anticipate, throwing off the timing of what was supposed to be the finishing blow. Jean Fry slips past the attack by the smallest possible margin and answers with a desperate cross-counter. His punch lands in return, packed with every last bit of strength he can still force out of his battered body. The arena erupts at the sight of the counter, the crowd reacting to the dramatic hit. But for Jean Fry, the true value of that punch is not the applause or the score. It is the final few seconds of survival he has just bought for himself. Inoue acknowledges the strike with honest interest, admitting that Jean Fry is far more intriguing than he first appeared. The champion can no longer write him off as nothing more than a lightweight challenger. Jean Fry knows he cannot step back now, not when the bell is so close. The final sound is almost within reach, and surviving until it rings is the only thing that matters anymore. At last, the final gong rings out across the underground arena. Inoue is far ahead on points, so according to the official score, the champion is declared the winner of the match. The scoreboard confirms the expected result, recording Jean Fry's defeat in the formal outcome. But beneath that visible loss, the hidden objective has been completed exactly as required. Inoue praises Jean Fry as the first fighter who has ever lasted the full 3 minutes against him without falling. To the champion, that achievement alone is enough to make Jean Fry a challenger he will never forget. Moved by the sheer stubbornness Jean Fry showed in the ring, Inoue's expression gradually softens, losing the hard edge of a champion looking down on a challenger. Instead of letting everything end as nothing more than a victory on the scoreboard, he chooses to send Jean Fry off with a parting gift worthy of the fight he just survived. Jean Fry receives the gift with sincere gratitude, feeling the brutal gamble he took inside that ring finally turn into something real. After enduring every punch, every near collapse, and every second of that punishing match, the reward now resting in his hands makes all that suffering feel worthwhile. With that, Jean Fry obtains the fourth hidden gear, Soul Vantage. It is a powerful fist-type weapon made for close-range combat, carrying fire-based power and special abilities that become even more dangerous when used through counterattacks. Once Jean Fry makes it back outside, however, he does not spend long admiring the prize he just earned. The moment Soul Vantage is safely secured, his thoughts immediately return to the demon he still has to defeat. Jean Fry wastes no time at all and heads straight for the third continent's S-rank dungeon, the Ravennen Ruins. His steps are steady and urgent, because every moment he delays is another moment separating him from the elixir he needs for his mother. The Ravennen Ruins stretch across a barren wasteland, with broken stone, cracked ground, and lifeless earth spread out as far as the eye can see. At first glance, the place seems silent and empty, but that dead quiet only makes the danger hidden beneath it feel even more ominous. Jean Fry carefully studies the shattered landscape in front of him, his gaze moving across collapsed structures, scattered rubble, and every broken piece of the ruins. He has no intention of wandering around aimlessly, because he is already thinking about how to force the enemy to reveal itself. Jean Fry reminds himself that this dungeon does not work like a normal one. There are no ordinary monsters roaming around the area, only demon lords, so if he can defeat the ruler of this place, the entire dungeon will be cleared in one stroke. The real problem is the third demon lord, Jackal. Unlike enemies that can simply be hunted down, Jackal is infamous for being extremely difficult to locate, appearing only when certain rare conditions are fulfilled. Jean Fry knows that countless adventurers have crossed this wasteland over the years, searching through the ruins again and again. Yet most of them never even reached the boss, failing before they could stand in front of Jackal at all. For most adventurers, the search itself becomes the thing that breaks them. Their stamina, patience, and confidence are drained away little by little, long before they ever get a chance to fight Jackal directly. Jean Fry has no intention of wasting his time in the same way. Instead of letting the dungeon drag him around blindly, he decides to use its hidden trigger and force the encounter to happen on his own terms. He begins searching through the ruins for the one specific object that can draw Jackal out. Every collapsed wall, buried fragment, and broken structure becomes part of the hunt as he scans the wasteland with purpose. At last, Jean Fry finds exactly what he has been looking for: a coffin lying half-buried beneath the rubble. The moment he sees it, its presence alone tells him he has reached the right place. Jean Fry does not hesitate for long. Even though he knows opening the coffin is considered a taboo act in this land of the dead, he grips it firmly and drags the lid open. Before going any further, Jean Fry offers an apology to the sleeping dead sealed inside. Still, his desperation leaves him no room to honor that boundary, and he admits that he has no choice but to cross this line. Inside the coffin rests a preserved corpse, still lying in the same place where it had been sealed away. The sight confirms Jean Fry's guess immediately. This is the trigger he needed to activate. As the coffin opens completely, the dead body inside begins to glow with a pale, unnatural light. Spiritual energy seeps out from within, and the stillness surrounding the corpse slowly gives way to an eerie rising radiance. A soul begins to rise from the coffin, drawn upward by the disturbance Jean Fry has caused. The very moment the dead are desecrated, the summoning process begins. The released soul shines even brighter, its glow cutting through the desolate ruins as the dungeon reacts to the violation. Around Jean Fry, the air seems to tighten, as if the entire wasteland has noticed what he has done. The spirit spirals higher into the sky, leaving a trail of light behind as it ascends above the ruined ground. Its release pulls at something powerful hidden deep within the ruins, drawing that presence straight toward Jean Fry. Jean Fry's detection skill immediately sends him a warning. A strong magical force is approaching at high speed. Whatever he has called out with the coffin is now coming directly for him. The ground begins trembling beneath Jean Fry's feet as that incoming presence draws closer. He braces himself against the vibration rolling through the ruins, steadying his stance while the wasteland shakes around him. But Jean Fry does not panic at the pressure closing in. If anything, he welcomes it because this powerful arrival is exactly what he took the risk to provoke. The ruined wasteland suddenly erupts as the hidden ruler finally reveals itself. Dust, shattered rock, and broken pieces of stone scatter outward as the dungeon's true threat rises into view. The third demon lord, Jackal, appears in response to the disturbed soul. His arrival proves that Jean Fry's dangerous method has worked exactly as intended. Jean Fry recalls the truth behind this dungeon and the land surrounding him. The Raven Inn ruins are known as the Graveyard of Souls, a sacred place where the dead were once enshrined and protected. Jackal immediately condemns Jean Fry for disturbing the dead. In his eyes, opening that coffin is not just a battle tactic. It is a grave sin committed against the souls resting in this sacred place. As the guardian of the souls within these ruins, Jackal makes the punishment clear. Jean Fry's offense has triggered a special judgment, and that judgment cannot simply be ignored or avoided. Jackal declares that Jean Fry will pay for his sin with his life. His words land with the weight of a sentence already decided, heavy, cold, and absolute. Jackal then formally names himself, standing before Jean Fry as the one with the authority to judge anyone who trespasses against the dead. Those who violate these souls, he claims, must answer directly to him. Jean Fry responds by equipping Soul Vantage without a moment of delay. The fist-type hidden gear boosts his attack as he raises his guard, preparing himself for a close-range fight against Jackal. Jackal does not open with a simple physical attack. Instead, he activates his special trait, Judgment Scales, and a supernatural trial begins to descend over the battlefield. Jean Fry's soul is forcibly pulled from his body and drawn into the scales as the judgment begins. The sensation is deeply unnatural, as though the battle has suddenly moved beyond flesh, weapons, and ordinary combat. The scales begin weighing Jean Fry's soul against the released spirit from the coffin. This is no longer just a contest of strength between an adventurer and a demon lord, it has become a moral sentence shaped by the dungeon itself. Jackal declares that he will purify Jean Fry's impure soul and send it onward as punishment for what he has done. To Jackal, this is not cruelty or revenge, but righteous execution carried out in the name of the dead. Jean Fry remains surprisingly calm despite the strange effect gripping him. Instead of struggling blindly against the judgment, he starts reading the mechanic carefully, trying to understand exactly how the scales decide their punishment. Jean Fry shifts his position within the scale, testing the balance and watching how the system responds. Every tiny change, every small reaction, gives him another clue about the rules behind this supernatural punishment. The balance eventually tips against Jean Fry, confirming the outcome of the trial. In this judgment, the released soul carries more weight than his own. A system message appears, announcing that Judgment Scales has passed sentence on Jean Fry. The verdict has already been decided, and the punishment is now about to take effect. Back on the real battlefield, a ring of power closes tightly around Jean Fry. The judgment follows him out of that spiritual trial and locks its effect directly onto his physical body. Jean Fry is struck by a severe debuff as punishment for desecrating the soul. All of his stats are reduced by 30%, cutting deeply into his fighting ability before the battle has even truly begun. Jackal repeats the charge against him, insisting that Jean Fry's crime cannot be cleansed by anything less than death. In Jackal's eyes, only that final punishment can serve as proper atonement. But Jean Fry had already expected this exact penalty before he ever opened the coffin. Even as the debuff settles heavily over his body, his expression remains composed and steady. Jean Fry understands Judgment Scales for what it truly is, a debuff trait designed to weaken adventurers before the real battle starts. He accepts the penalty as the necessary price for forcing Jackal to appear quickly. Even with his stats weakened, Jean Fry knows he cannot allow this fight to drag on. He has to defeat Jackal before the Demon Lord reveals any other abilities he does not know about. Jean Fry opens the battle with Dark Bullet, launching himself forward in a direct burst of high-speed movement. His body shoots across the ruined battlefield, aiming to close the distance before Jackal can take control. Even with the debuff weighing down his body, Jean Fry's movement splits into afterimages as he rushes ahead. The illusion-like trails scatter around him, making his approach look as if several attacks are coming at once. Jackal sees through the trick immediately. Heaven's will may be enough to mislead ordinary adventurers, but a creature like Jackal is not fooled by that illusion for even a moment. Once Jean Fry realizes that deception will not work against Jackal, he abandons the trick without hesitation. From that point on, he commits himself fully to a direct contest of strength against the Demon Lord. Jean Fry pulls every bit of speed and momentum from his charge into one brutal downward smash. His entire body drops behind the motion, turning the strike into a crushing blow meant to break straight through Jackal's defense before the Demon Lord can recover. With Dark Bullet driving him forward, Jean Fry tears directly into Jackal's range before the Demon Lord can fully shift out of the way. In the blink of an eye, the space between them vanishes, forcing Jackal to meet the incoming attack head-on. The blow crashes down with frightening force, slamming into the ground hard enough to blast open a crater beneath the impact point. Broken stone erupts outward in every direction as the Ravennen ruins shake under the weight of the strike. Jean Fry presses the attack from above, refusing to let Jackal find a comfortable rhythm in the fight. His goal is clear: break the Demon Lord early, before Jackal can seize control of the battlefield and turn the ruins against him. His face stays cold and intensely focused as he commits everything to this opening exchange. There is no hesitation in his eyes, no wasted movement, only the urgent need to end the fight as quickly as possible. The attack collides with Jackal's guard and staff in a brutal impact that shakes the air around them. For a moment, fist, weapon, and dark magic grind violently against each other, creating a shockwave that ripples across the shattered ground. Jackal answers by lifting a shield of dark magic in front of himself. The barrier catches Jean Fry's strike at the most critical instant, blocking the force before it can turn into a decisive hit. Because the strike fails to break through, Jean Fry is left exposed for one brief but dangerous moment. His own momentum has carried him deep into Jackal's space, and that tiny opening is exactly the kind of chance a Demon Lord would never ignore. Jean Fry lands and immediately pulls himself back into a proper fighting stance, resetting his balance before Jackal can punish him cleanly. Across from him, Jackal is already preparing a ranged counterattack, ready to make him pay for the failed assault. Jean Fry can feel the 30% debuff dragging at his body with every single movement. His reactions are just a fraction slower, his timing is slightly uneven, and that small delay turns every exchange with Jackal into something far more dangerous. At that exact moment, Jean Fry's interface suddenly flashes with an incoming call from Amelia. The notification slices into the middle of the battle like an alarm, appearing at the worst possible time. The moment Jean Fry sees Amelia's name, his focus jolts sharply. Amelia would never reach out to him in the middle of a situation like this unless something serious had happened. His thoughts immediately jump to his mother, and a flash of fear runs through him before he can suppress it. If Amelia is calling him right now, then something may have happened to the very person he is fighting so desperately to save. That split-second distraction nearly costs Jean Fry everything. Another attack comes crashing toward him while his attention wavers, and for a brief instant, he is almost crushed before he can properly respond. At the last possible moment, Jean Fry twists his body through the path of the incoming strike. The attack tears past him with terrifying force, but he narrowly avoids taking the full hit directly. Even while dodging, Jean Fry forces himself not to answer Amelia's call. No matter how badly he wants to know what is wrong, he has to keep his eyes on the enemy in front of him for just a little longer. Jean Fry accelerates again, pushing forward with even more urgency than before. If he can finish Jackal quickly, then he can call Amelia back before the fear tightening in his chest grows any worse. Jackal begins forming another technique, and the darkness around his body starts twisting into motion. This time, the Demon Lord raises the intensity of the battle by unleashing Dark Spiral. As Jackal gathers a swirling mass of dark power, Jean Fry refuses to freeze under the pressure. Amelia's call is still weighing heavily on his mind, but hesitation here would only give Jackal the chance to kill him. Jean Fry activates Soul Vantage's fire-based skill, and flames suddenly flare around his fist. Heat rolls over his knuckles as the weapon's power surges, strengthening the counterattack he is about to throw. Jackal's expression shifts with visible surprise when Jean Fry's fists ignite in flame. The sudden change catches the Demon Lord off guard, transforming Jean Fry's bare-handed strike into something far more threatening. Jean Fry activates Fire Fist without hesitating over the cost. His health begins to drain steadily, but in exchange, the power behind each of his strikes doubles. Jean Fry immediately drives the flaming punch straight into Jackal's face. The impact proves in an instant that Fire Fist is no empty trick, as the burning blow snaps through the Demon Lord's guard with raw force. As Jackal reels from the hit, the system confirms exactly what Fire Fist does. It is a simple and direct power boost, but the strength it grants comes at the steep price of Jean Fry's own life force. Jackal quickly regains his footing, refusing to let a single flaming punch shake him for long. Instead of retreating, the Demon Lord steadies himself, fixes his posture, and prepares to strike back. After examining the attack, Jackal dismisses it with open contempt. In his eyes, Jean Fry has done nothing impressive at all, just wrapped some fire around his fist and called it power. Jean Fry treats Jackal's reaction as nothing more than empty posturing and refuses to let it intimidate him. Across the ruined ground, the two glare at each other, each one answering the other's contempt with a cold stare of his own. Offended by Jean Fry's attitude, Jackal gathers a dark sphere into his hand. The Demon Lord vows to silence him for good, letting the darkness swell thicker and heavier with clear killing intent. Jean Fry immediately senses that the incoming technique is something unfamiliar. More importantly, the pressure pouring from it tells him this is not an attack he can afford to treat carelessly. Jackal shapes the spell into a massive pitch-black meteor fist. The darkness condenses into a crushing form so dense and heavy that the air around it seems to bend under the pressure. Before Jean Fry can fully prepare a counter, the huge invisible force hidden inside the technique comes crashing down on him. The blow arrives with brutal speed, striking faster than he can properly brace himself. Jean Fry is smashed into the ruins and sent tumbling violently through broken stone. Rubble bursts around his body as he tears across the shattered ground, swallowed by dust and debris. Jackal smugly reveals the real danger behind the attack. The darkness itself was never the only threat. The true strike was an invisible fist concealed within it. Dust and shattered rubble slowly settle over the spot where Jean Fry was buried. For a brief moment, the battlefield falls strangely still beneath the drifting debris. From inside the wreckage, Jean Fry coughs and forces himself through the pain, confirming what he just experienced. Jackal's attack is nothing like anything he remembers from the game. That difference instantly puts Jean Fry on high alert. If Jackal can use abilities that never appeared in the game, then the demons in this world may be acting differently from the versions he thought he understood. In the middle of that realization, Amelia's call suddenly reaches Jean Fry again. The interruption returns at the worst possible moment, cutting straight into the fight once more. Jean Fry tries to ignore the call and force his attention back onto Jackal, but the repeated ringing keeps dragging at his awareness, pressing into his thoughts while the battle continues around him. Jackal mistakes Jean Fry's survival for arrogance, as if getting back up means Jean Fry believes he cannot be hurt. Jean Fry brushes off the blow in response, comparing it to even harsher punishment he has already endured before. Jackal refuses to accept that answer and gathers darkness around himself once again. The Demon Lord prepares another strike, determined to crush Jean Fry properly this time. Jean Fry knows he cannot afford to let this battle continue much longer. Fire Fist is still burning through his life, and every second that passes makes the cost heavier and more dangerous. Amelia calls again, adding another layer of pressure just as Jean Fry tries to force the fight toward its conclusion. Each unanswered call feels more ominous than the last. Another invisible blow sweeps toward Jean Fry, forcing him to move instead of answering. He dodges the attack, but the interruption keeps tugging at his focus, refusing to let him fully settle into the fight. As Jean Fry regains his footing, a cold feeling settles deep in his chest. Beyond the immediate danger of Jackal, he senses that something somewhere else has gone terribly wrong. Facing Jackal again, Jean Fry can no longer push that ominous feeling aside. The Demon Lord is still right in front of him, but Amelia's repeated calls make it impossible to ignore whatever may be happening elsewhere. Jean Fry reaches for another skill, deciding that the flow of the fight has to change right now. If he stays trapped in Jackal's rhythm any longer, he may lose the chance to act before it is too late. Jean Fry activates Wind Transfer. In a sudden burst of wind and lightning, Jean Fry vanishes from the place where he had been standing. The movement is so abrupt that he slips cleanly out of Jackal's line of sight. For one brief moment, Jackal loses track of him completely. The Demon Lord's focus is thrown off by the sudden disappearance, and his balance wavers as his target vanishes from the battlefield. Jean Fry reappears at a distance, successfully repositioning himself outside Jackal's immediate reach. With space finally opened between them, he has bought himself a crucial moment to decide what he needs to do next. Only after forcing himself a small opening in the middle of the chaos does Jean Fry finally get the chance to answer Amelia's frantic call, pulling his attention toward the voice that has been desperately trying to reach him. The instant the call connects, Jean Fry's tone comes out tense and sharp, irritation cutting through his words, as he demands to know why Amelia has been calling him again and again in such a desperate rush. From the other side of the call, Amelia sounds completely swallowed by fear. Her voice trembles so badly that the words almost get stuck in her throat, and all she can manage to force out is that something terrible has happened to their mother. With panic spilling through every breath, Amelia tells him that their mother's condition has suddenly worsened in a terrifying way, and according to the healer, there may be almost no time left to save her. That one sentence hits Jean Fry like a heavy strike straight to the chest. For a brief moment, his body goes still, his expression frozen as the weight of the news sinks in. But Jean Fry does not stay stunned for long. His face hardens, his eyes sharpen, and his thoughts snap back into place as he immediately understands just how serious and urgent the situation has become. As Amelia pleads through the call for him to return home as fast as possible, the demon notices the sudden shift in Jean Fry's face. Sensing that split second of distraction, it lunges forward, trying to turn his shaken emotions into an opening. Jean Fry catches on immediately. He realizes the enemy has read the change in his expression, and now the demon is moving in, hoping to turn his momentary disturbance into a fatal weakness. Without wasting another breath, Jean Fry tells Amelia that he is heading back right away. His answer is firm and immediate, making it clear that from this moment on, his family takes priority over everything else. The demon snarls furiously at him, condemning him for disturbing the dead in the first place. Its voice is full of rage as it declares that trying to escape now would be something it could never forgive. Jean Fry responds without the slightest hesitation. He draws up his power, and a gigantic fist made of pitch-black raw stone forms before him, crashing down with the force of a crushing counterattack. The instant that massive stone fist surges forward, Jean Fry throws himself right behind it, using the momentum of his own strike to press forward and wrest control of the battle back into his hands. Once again, flames begin to gather around Jean Fry's hand. The fire burns brighter and denser with every second, showing that he has committed himself to finishing this fight in one decisive exchange. He gives a brief apology for ending things so suddenly, but there is no softness in his voice. He has an emergency waiting for him, and he cannot afford to spend even one more second trapped in this battle. Jean Fry dives in head-on with Fire Fist, driving the blazing punch straight toward the demon. But instead of being blown apart by the impact, the demon somehow manages to catch the flaming attack directly. The jackal bares its teeth in a vicious grin and boasts that a single attack like this could never be enough to kill a creature like it. But Jean Fry is not fooled by the demon's arrogance. He can already tell that the repeated fire damage has burned deep into the jackal's strength, leaving it far weaker than it is willing to admit. Still desperate to turn the situation around, the jackal gathers what remains of its power and calls forth another pitch-black meteor fist. High above them, the dark fist begins to take shape once again, hanging over the battlefield like a final black judgment preparing to come crashing down. Jean Fry does not panic, flinch, or move to dodge. Instead, he plants himself firmly, steadies his breathing, and calmly prepares the answer he has already chosen. In that instant, Jean Fry remembers something important. Fire Fist is not his only option when it comes to turning an enemy's own power against them. He activates Soul Vantage's X Counter, a skill designed to reflect an opponent's attack back at them with 3 times the original force. The moment Jean Fry's flaming fist connects, the demon's confident expression begins to crack. The jackal is caught completely off guard, realizing too late that something far worse is about to happen. At that exact moment, X Counter activates. The jackal's own destructive force is twisted back against it, rebounding with terrifying power and blasting the demon away. The reflected impact hurls the demon high into the air, its body thrown upward helplessly by the overwhelming force of its own attack turned back on itself. A heartbeat later, the jackal comes crashing back down into the ruined ground with brutal force, sending a heavy shock through the broken surroundings around it. Blood bursts from the jackal's mouth as its body convulses from the damage, making it painfully clear that Jean Fry's counterattack has landed as a fatal blow. Jean Fry coldly runs the numbers in his head, calculating the multiplied damage from the reflected strike. Then, with absolute certainty in his voice, he declares that the battle is over. The system confirms that the demon jackal has been defeated, and Jean Fry receives the rewards from the battle, including experience, money, and rare materials. Jean Fry feels satisfied only because he has obtained what he needed from the fight. He does not linger to celebrate, and his mind immediately turns toward one thing: getting back home as quickly as possible. The scene shifts back to his family's house, a quiet home standing on the edge of the first continent. Inside one of the rooms, Amelia, a healer, and a nun stand around their unconscious mother. The air feels painfully heavy, filled with helpless silence and the tension of people who can only wait. When Amelia sees Jean Fry arrive, relief finally breaks through the fear on her face, and she calls out to him immediately. Jean Fry rushes into the room without slowing down for even a second. The first thing out of his mouth is the only question that matters to him now: how is their mother doing? As soon as he steps inside, Amelia hurries toward him, unable to hold back the fear, worry, and relief that have been building inside her. The healer explains that their mother has fallen into a coma because of late-stage mana deficiency disease, and dark black patches have now begun spreading across her skin. Jean Fry sees the seriousness of her condition with his own eyes as the healer continues, explaining that her failing mana has already weakened her vital functions. Then the healer admits the cruel truth: even high-rank healers can no longer save her. Hearing that, Amelia stands nearby on the verge of complete despair. Jean Fry steadies his frightened sister, grounding her with his presence, and firmly promises that he will not let their mother die. In the very next moment, Jean Fry makes his decision. If no one else in the room can cure this disease, then he will be the one to cure it himself. While everyone around him struggles to believe what he is saying, Jean Fry silently uses all 90 of the stat points he has saved and pours every last one directly into intelligence. With that single massive investment, his intelligence surges upward in one sudden leap, rising from 145 all the way to 250. The moment he reaches that new threshold, his alchemy job skill responds immediately and levels up. Jean Fry quickly checks the rare materials he has collected so far, confirming that he has ancient red earth and ice chimera foam among them. And along with those precious materials, he also has a vial of high elf's tears, the final rare ingredient needed to complete the recipe. Now that every requirement has finally been met, Jean Fry begins performing alchemy right there in the room, without waiting for anyone else to react. What he creates is a universal medicine, an SS-rank cure so powerful that a single sip can completely remove every disease and status ailment. Realizing that he has truly succeeded in making the legendary medicine, Jean Fry allows himself the briefest moment of relief, a faint smile crossing his face. The healer recognizes the medicine from ancient records, and the sight leaves them stunned, unable to believe that Jean Fry has actually produced something so extraordinary. Ignoring the shock spreading through everyone in the room, Jean Fry walks straight toward his mother's bedside with the medicine held firmly in his hand. Jean Fry stands beside his mother's bed, leaning over her with his eyes fixed on her pale, unmoving face. In that moment, every other thought disappears, and all he can focus on is whether this medicine can still reach her in time. Even though the cure is already in his hand, the sight of his mother's condition is still frighteningly severe. Jean Fry forces himself to stay calm, steadying his breath as he prepares to give her the one chance they have left. As he lowers his gaze to the medicine, Jean Fry thinks about the true purpose of the alchemist class. It exists to create high-rank items that ordinary people could never obtain, and he realizes just how narrowly he managed to gather the necessary ingredients before everything became too late. He opens the medicine with the utmost care, moving slowly and carefully, as if that small container holds not just a potion, but the last remaining hope for his mother's life. Then Jean Fry carefully lets the potion drip into his mother's mouth, watching each drop disappear past her lips while silently wishing, with everything he has, that she will open her eyes again. After giving her the medicine, there is nothing more Jean Fry can do except wait. He stays close beside her, holding her carefully, while Amelia stands behind him in anxious silence, almost too afraid to breathe. At last, a small change begins to show. The dark, blackened marks spread across her body start to crack little by little, slowly breaking apart as if the illness itself is being pushed out. Her eyelids tremble faintly, then begin to open with slow, fragile movement. Right before their eyes, the legendary medicine proves that it has truly taken effect. For a brief moment, Amelia can do nothing but stare. She is so stunned by what she is seeing that her mind almost cannot accept that the miracle she prayed for is actually happening in front of her. Their mother finally wakes up completely, but the cure has done more than remove the illness. Because the medicine erased every abnormal condition from her body, it has also taken away her memories along with them. Amelia rushes to her mother's side in pure joy, her tears and relief spilling out all at once. Jean Fry stays beside them quietly, exhausted and silent, watching the scene unfold. Their mother looks at Amelia and notices her shaken face, the tears, and the obvious distress in her expression. But without her memories, she cannot understand why everyone around her looks like they have just survived a nightmare. Jean Fry gently calls out to her, his voice soft and careful. But when she turns her eyes toward him, there is no recognition in her gaze at all, as if she no longer remembers who he is. Trying not to let his voice waver, Jean Fry asks how she feels. Before anything else, he wants to know whether her body has truly recovered from the disease. She slowly becomes aware of her own condition and realizes that, despite being bedridden for so long, her body now feels strangely normal again. Meanwhile, Amelia breaks down even harder, overwhelmed by the thought of how close they came to losing her forever. When Amelia tells her that Jean Fry was the one who cured her, their mother looks at him in confusion. She struggles to understand how something that impossible could have been done by him. The healer confirms Amelia's words in a voice filled with disbelief, making it clear that Jean Fry's universal medicine truly erased every symptom from her body. Their mother immediately understands that a medicine of such an unbelievable level could only come from dangerous adventuring. From that realization, she begins to suspect that Jean Fry has become an adventurer himself. Jean Fry tries to avoid the topic, brushing past her suspicion as calmly as he can. He insists that the only important thing right now is that she is safe and alive. But Amelia refuses to let him escape with that excuse. She cuts him off immediately, rejecting his attempt to dodge the truth and slip away from responsibility. Jean Fry is left standing there awkwardly, completely exposed. Amelia and the healer both look at him as though there is absolutely no way he can talk his way out of this conversation now. Then his mother rises with surprising strength, moving far more steadily than anyone expected. It proves that the cure did not simply pull her back from death. It restored her body completely. Jean Fry's shoulders tense as he quickly tries to calm her down. He can already feel the scolding coming, and all he can do is nervously brace himself for it. His mother calls him out directly, scolding him for running away from home and becoming an adventurer without saying a single word to his family. Realizing that no excuse will get him out of this now, Jean Fry finally stops resisting. He lowers his guard and obediently accepts the lecture like someone who knows he has been caught. The healer quietly thanks him, speaking in a gentle voice. Then, almost like an observation from the past, they softly say that Jean Fry has always carried the same kind of temperament as his father. While Amelia tries to speak up in his defense, Jean Fry privately comes to an awkward realization. The universal medicine may have restored his mother a little too perfectly. His mother admits that she understands why he chose this path, but the worry in her eyes says more than her words. She is afraid of what might happen to him if he keeps walking such a dangerous road. Jean Fry reassures her as gently as he can, telling her that, at least for now, he is safe. He tries to ease the heavy fear that has settled in her heart. But instead of begging him to quit or stay home, His mother suddenly tells him to go and defeat the magic gods. Jean Fry is completely caught off guard by her words. He stares at her in shock, stunned that she has skipped past ordinary concern and is suddenly talking as if she is sending him out on a quest. She reminds him that she knows him far too well to misunderstand him. She can see the kind of road he has chosen, and she knows there must be a reason behind it. Looking at Jean Fry, she sees the same determination his father once carried. From that alone, she understands that he became an adventurer because there is something important he must accomplish. When Jean Fry quietly admits that her guess is right, she gives him permission to keep moving forward, now that she has finally recovered. Jean Fry accepts her words, but he does not leave the conversation there. Before moving on, he tells her there are two promises he wants from her. First, he makes her promise that she will contact him every single day, no matter what, and that she will never die on him. His mother accepts that promise. Jean Fry pauses after that, hesitation briefly showing on his face. Then, with the emotion still caught in his chest, he asks her for one more thing. Before he can fully hide the feeling in his voice, his mother sincerely thanks him and pulls him into a warm embrace, turning the moment into something more comforting than any promise could have been. Jean Fry returns the hug quietly, holding his mother close for a moment. Then, in a soft voice, he asks her to please take care of herself. With his family finally safe again, Jean Fry leaves home. As he goes, he promises them that he will come back. From the doorway, Amelia and their recovered mother watch him walk away. Their eyes follow his back as he heads toward the next destination waiting for him. As Jean Fry departs, his thoughts drift to mana deficiency syndrome. He reflects on the disease caused by creatures that drain magic, and he thinks about all the people who are still suffering because of it. From there, Jean Fry reaches one clear conclusion. If the magic gods are destroyed and the world is finally freed from their influence, then the disease itself might disappear as well. But his memories from the game warn him that the answer is not that simple. Even after the 7 known magic gods were defeated, those magic-draining creatures still did not vanish. That contradiction pushes Jean Fry toward a deeper suspicion. His thoughts begin to center on the unreachable 8th magic god, the one that may be hiding the answer behind everything. Jean Fry's next destination is the 3rd Warrior Coliseum, located in the city of the 3rd continent. He arrives at the Battle Olympia venue, where powerful fighters from every corner of the world have gathered, each one drawn there for the tournament. Jean Fry slips into the crowd, quietly observing the tense yet excited atmosphere around him. Even surrounded by so many strong competitors, his eyes remain calm and confident. The tournament is announced as a competition spanning the entire continent, created to decide who truly deserves to be called the strongest adventurer. At that declaration, the entire crowd explodes with excitement. Cheers roar through the venue, and with that thunderous energy filling the air, Battle Olympia officially begins. Jean Fry gazes out across the packed venue, taking in the waves of noise rolling through the arena. The cheers, the tension, and the heat of anticipation are exactly as overwhelming as he expected Battle Olympia to be. The rules of the tournament are laid out clearly for everyone listening. Adventurers from all 7 continents are allowed to participate, but every contestant's stats will be adjusted to level 150, with the absolute upper cap stopping at 155. Because those rules do not place any limits on job skills or equipment, Jean Fry immediately catches the loophole hidden inside them. For someone with a build as unusual as his, that small opening could become a major advantage. He reminds himself that even though the prize money is massive, the gold is not what brought him all the way here. The real reason he entered is the special reward that can only be earned by winning this tournament. That bonus prize is worth far more to Jean Fry than any amount of money. With it, he could accelerate his growth and move much closer to the level of power needed to stand against the magic gods. More than anything else, Jean Fry understands that the true value of Battle Olympia is not the fame or the cash prize, but the rare advancement path hidden behind its victory reward. All across the venue, seasoned veterans, hungry challengers, and even mysterious figures hiding their true identities have gathered for the same reason, each one hoping to climb to an even higher stage. Then the coveted bonus reward is finally revealed to the crowd. An SS rank job change scroll. The moment its name is announced, every serious competitor in the arena sharpens their gaze. The preliminary round begins with 2 major evaluations. First, each contestant must have their magic power measured, and after that, they will be tested on their raw attack strength. Only the 8 contestants with the highest combined scores will be allowed to advance, meaning everyone else will be cut before they can even reach the main event. Jean Fry steps forward for the first evaluation and places his hand onto the measuring circle. He watches the device activate beneath his palm, preparing to read the level of his magic power. The system begins processing Gene Fry's magic output, calculating his result as the ranking board prepares to update in front of the waiting contestants. When the top results appear, the leading contestants' scores are displayed for everyone in the venue to see, making it immediately clear just how fierce the competition is. Gene Fry's result ends up buried near the bottom, all the way down in 2189th place with only 72 points. It is exactly the disastrous kind of magic score he had been worried about. Even so, Gene Fry does not panic. He accepts the result calmly, knowing that an alchemist's magic power is naturally low, and that he may not have even reached the tournament's normalized level yet. The officials quickly move the contestants into the attack power test, giving Gene Fry one final chance to drag himself back into contention. Gene Fry stands before the striking machine and studies it in silence. Behind his calm expression, he is already calculating how to overturn the rankings with a single decisive move. He steadies his breathing and reminds himself that even if his magic power score was terrible, overwhelming raw attack strength can still make up the difference. Around him, the other contestants swing fiercely at the machine, each one trying to leave behind a stronger impact than the last. Gene Fry, however, stays composed as he prepares his own method. Gene Fry activates Fire Fist once more, calling up the same dangerous power boost that helped him survive his previous battle. With flames wrapping tightly around his hand, Gene Fry prepares to double his attack power, planning to use that blazing strike to flip the tournament rankings in his favor. He also brings out a counter skill capable of returning triple the damage he receives, turning what should look like a defensive option into a deadly trap for anyone who underestimates it. Calm and fully confident in the setup he has built, Gene Fry readies another fire-enhanced strike. His posture remains steady as the heat around his fist grows stronger and more intense. Then he follows it with Jet Black Meteor Fist, stacking even more destructive force on top of the attack until the punch becomes a six-fold strike. The result erupts through the arena with a thunderous impact, so powerful that the nearby crowd can only stare in stunned disbelief. Contestants standing elsewhere in the venue hear the explosive sound echo across the arena, and they immediately realize that Gene Fry has done something extraordinary once again. His rivals quickly connect that shocking impact to Gene Fry, their expressions tightening as they wonder what hidden trick he has managed to use this time. After the arena host regains control of the restless crowd, the announcement comes that the attack power test results are finally ready to be shown. When the rankings appear, Gene Fry Van Raid's name stands at the very top for attack power, surpassing the other leading contenders with an overwhelming score. Gene Fry lets out a quiet breath of relief. His terrible magic score no longer matters nearly as much now that his attack score has carried him safely forward. With all the preliminary scores combined, the 8 fighters who will advance into the main tournament are finally announced to the arena. Gene Fry calmly accepts his place among the finalists, even while some nearby competitors clearly bristle at the sight of him standing beside them. Before the main tournament can begin, a familiar voice suddenly calls out to Gene Fry from nearby. Rami Alias appears with a teasing smile on her face, accusing Gene Fry of following her around, as if there is no way their meeting here could possibly be a coincidence. Gene Fry immediately fires back without missing a beat, saying that Rami Alias is the one who keeps appearing in front of him no matter where he goes. Just like that, their reunion turns into a playful back and forth full of suspicion, with both of them acting as though the other person is the strange coincidence. Rami Alias thinks back to Gene Fry's earlier performance and concludes that he must have relied on some strange piece of equipment again to produce a result like that. But rather than satisfying her curiosity, that thought only makes Rami Alias even more interested. Her eyes sharpen as she wonders what Gene Fry is truly capable of beneath all those tricks. Gene Fry realizes that Rami Alias can hear his thoughts, and instead of hiding it, he openly guesses that she must be aiming for the job change scroll as well. His guess catches Rami Alias off guard for a moment, causing her expression to shift before she can fully cover it. She admits that he is right, because anyone seriously chasing real strength would naturally want the chance to obtain a job change. Gene Fry recognizes her as one of the 8 guardians, and he understands that she is using the alias Rami Alias to avoid drawing too much unwanted attention. Their private exchange is cut short as the air inside the arena changes, and the main tournament is officially about to begin. The bracket is revealed for everyone to see, along with the stakes waiting at the end. The winner will claim 1 billion G and the SS rank job change scroll. Gene Fry studies the tournament bracket with interest, especially after realizing that if he keeps advancing, he will move closer to a match against Rami Alias. The first match of the finals is announced as Gene Fry Van Raid vs Gringy Mistel, and Rami Alias offers him a hollow little wish of good luck. Gene Fry immediately notices that Rami Alias does not mean a single word of it. As Gene Fry steps into the arena, the spectators begin looking him over and dismissing him as a scrawny oddball who must be relying on equipment instead of real strength. The crowd insists that his preliminary results must have been some kind of mistake, even mocking his halo-like gear as though that alone proves he does not belong among the finalists. Then his opponent makes his entrance in full armored grandeur, and the dramatic contrast between the two of them only makes Gene Fry look even more ridiculous to the audience watching from the stands. Gringy Mistle is introduced to the entire arena as both an alchemist and the guildmaster of the Silver Demon Guild, and the moment he steps forward, it is obvious that his reputation has arrived even before his first move. The spectators immediately begin shouting Gringy Mistle's name, hyping him up as the man behind his own nearly unbreakable defenses. With that kind of reputation hanging over him, more than a few people in the stands are already placing their bets on his victory. With Gene Fry and Gringy Mistle now facing each other in the arena, the tension settles over the field. The starting signal is given, and the first match of the finals officially begins. Gene Fry stands there without the slightest change in expression, calm and motionless in the center of the arena. The crowd's roar, the pressure of the match, and the spectacle surrounding him do not seem to shake him at all. From the very beginning, Gringy Mistle looks down on Gene Fry as if he has already won. He calls the match boring, clearly convinced that the tournament has handed him an opponent who will barely be worth his time. Without waiting to see what Gene Fry is actually capable of, Gringy Mistle makes the first move. He charges in, trying to crush the fight immediately before Gene Fry can do anything to prove himself. Gene Fry reacts in an instant, his body moving the moment danger closes in. At the same time, fierce flames burst to life around his fist, wrapping his hand in a blazing glow. In the blink of an eye, Gene Fry closes the distance between them and strikes first, landing a clean blow before Gringy Mistle can even properly react. And Gene Fry does not stop with that opening hit. He follows up at close range with a brutal barrage, each punch hammering into Gringy Mistle and stripping away more of the confidence he walked in with. Even the armored face protecting Gringy Mistle cannot endure the force of the assault. Under Gene Fry's relentless punches, the armor begins to crack, then smash open piece by piece. Gene Fry keeps forcing him backward with overwhelming pressure, giving Gringy Mistle no chance to breathe, recover, or even reset his stance. The final strike sends Gringy Mistle flying straight into the arena wall with terrifying force. The stone caves in around his body, leaving a deep crater carved into the impact point. Gringy Mistle collapses into the broken rubble, completely crushed by an assault so fast and brutal that almost no one in the arena had time to understand what happened. The audience can only stare in stunned silence, their cheers dying in their throats as they struggle to process how quickly the crowd favorite has been destroyed. Gene Fry remains standing calmly in the aftermath, his expression almost unchanged. That quiet composure makes the impossible upset feel even more unreal to everyone watching. The officials check the situation and confirm that Gringy Mistle is no longer able to continue, ending the match almost as quickly as it began. As Gene Fry is declared the winner, he looks at the result with casual calm and wonders to himself whether he might have gone just a little too far. From the side, Rami Alias watches him closely, her eyes narrowing with growing fascination as she studies the fire-infused equipment Gene Fry used in the fight. The next first-round match is then announced, shifting the arena's attention toward Aji Shunsats, who is set to face Rami Alias. The crowd immediately turns its focus onto Rami Alias's appearance, judging her by her looks instead of her strength and dismissing her as someone who does not belong on the battlefield. That contempt quickly becomes openly sexist, with voices from the stands insisting that women have no place fighting in the Colosseum at all. Gene Fry grows visibly irritated as he listens to the taunts echo through the arena. What bothers him is not only the insults themselves, but how easily the crowd seems to accept that kind of behavior. When the match begins, Aji Shunsats faces Rami Alias with lecherous confidence instead of caution. He acts as if the fight is already his to play with, treating her less like an opponent and more like a toy. Rami Alias answers his disgusting attitude with cold indifference. Her expression remains steady, showing no fear, no hesitation, and absolutely no interest in entertaining him. Aji Shunsats continues acting like a creep, convinced he can toy with Rami Alias simply because he has already underestimated her from the start. Rami Alias responds by summoning spirits with complete control, calling forth the wind spirit Sylph and the fire spirit Ifrit as if it is the most natural thing in the world. Before Aji Shunsats can even understand what is happening in front of him, an enormous spell descends from above, bearing down on him with terrifying force. The crowd recoils at the sheer scale of the attack, And in that instant, one thing becomes painfully obvious to everyone watching. Aji Shunsat's is already finished. The match ends almost immediately after that, and Rami Alias is declared the winner before the shock in the stands has even had time to settle. Jean Fry watches the result with genuine admiration, impressed by how effortlessly Rami Alias ended the fight, and how decisively she handled her opponent. The remaining first-round matches move forward without any major surprises or dramatic incidents, and before long, the entire opening round of the tournament comes to an end. The semi-final bracket is announced next, and Jean Fry finds himself matched directly against Rami Alias, bringing their long-awaited clash much closer than before. On the other side of the bracket, the second semi-final is set as Ryuta Factor against Chimerian, completing the final 4 matchups of the tournament. Somewhere else in the arena, a long-haired observer watches Jean Fry with quiet intensity, his gaze fixed on him as if silently marking him as someone worth remembering. Jean Fry senses that sharp scrutiny directed at him, and his expression grows more serious as he becomes aware of the attention. The long-haired observer judges Jean Fry to be far beyond an ordinary adventurer, perhaps even strong enough to be compared with Mira. Then the arena calls for the first semi-final match to begin, pulling everyone's attention away from the silent observation and back toward the battlefield. Jean Fry and Rami Alias are both summoned forward, finally brought face-to-face for the fight that has been building between them since their paths crossed. They step onto the field with a familiar tension hanging between them, like rivals who have been circling each other for far too long and can no longer avoid the clash. Rami Alias smiles with confidence and taunts Jean Fry, telling him that this is his last chance to run away before the match truly begins. Jean Fry does not back down. Instead, he welcomes the challenge, seeing this as the perfect chance to settle their strange rivalry once and for all. With the roaring crowd watching every movement, the semi-final match between Jean Fry and Rami Alias officially begins. Rami Alias makes the first move without hesitation, opening the fight by calling on her spirits once again. She summons the Spirit of Flame, bringing Ifrit back into the arena as blazing heat begins to dominate the battlefield. The moment Ifrit appears, Jean Fry braces himself. He recognizes immediately that this battle will be far more dangerous than her previous match. The audience erupts with excitement, thrilled to see the Spirit Summoner display her power again on such a massive stage. Jean Fry understands that even dealing with one spirit is already troublesome enough. If Rami Alias summons more than that, this fight could quickly turn into a nightmare. Rami Alias raises the pressure without the slightest pause, summoning not only the Spirit of Water but also the Spirit of Heavenly Thunder. 3 powerful spirits appear at once around the battlefield, surrounding Jean Fry with crushing elemental pressure from every direction. For the first time since the match began, Jean Fry is visibly shaken, his calm composure cracking under the sheer intimidation of facing 3 simultaneous summons. The crowd has never seen a summoning of this level before, and the moment all 3 spirits appear on the battlefield, the entire arena seems to shift at once, their cheers surging completely behind Rami Alias. Rami Alias makes it clear that she already understands Jean Fry is no ordinary opponent. Precisely because she knows he is strong, she has no intention of starting slowly, testing the waters or holding anything back. Jean Fry covers the tension tightening inside his chest with a sarcastic comment, trying to keep his usual rhythm on the surface. But deep down, he knows this match has suddenly crossed into truly dangerous territory. The Water Spirit is the first to move, unleashing Water Dragon Wave as a roaring torrent rises and surges straight across the arena toward Jean Fry. Jean Fry immediately breaks into a sprint, racing away from the rushing water while the violent wave tears across the arena floor right behind him. He keeps moving without letting himself slow down for even a moment, his eyes scanning the battlefield as he searches for any narrow path that might let him slip through the crushing pressure. The wave nearly reaches him at the very edge of its range, forcing Jean Fry into a desperate last-second dodge just to avoid being swallowed whole by the rushing water. Rami Alias gives him no time to catch his breath. The moment he escapes the water, she immediately chains the assault and orders a lightning strike. Before Jean Fry can properly reset his stance, the Thunder Spirit comes crashing down toward his position with terrifying speed. Jean Fry is startled by how fast the follow-up comes, his eyes widening as he realizes Rami Alias is linking the spirit's attacks together with almost flawless timing. The spectators are just as shocked, staring in awe at the speed, coordination, and precision of Rami Alias's spirits as they strike one after another without leaving a gap. The lightning impact blasts a crater into the arena floor, sending broken stone and debris flying as Jean Fry crouches low in the aftermath. Jean Fry instantly understands the danger. If an attack like that lands directly, it will not just injure him, it will end the match right then and there. To carve out even the smallest moment of breathing room, Jean Fry forms a fireball behind him, letting the flames gather and swell at his back. Then he shifts fully into a fence, pulling that gathered fire into his fist as he launches himself forward through the pressure. Jean Fry fires back with fire fist, driving a blazing counterattack straight ahead as he tries to break through the elemental assault surrounding him. But Rami Alias walks through the flames without taking damage, proving that Jean Fry's attack by itself is not enough to break through the setup she has prepared. She remains completely composed, barely reacting to the fire at all, as if Jean Fry's attempt was not even worth acknowledging. Jean Fry is shaken enough to wonder, half in disbelief and half in alarm, whether Rami Alias is actually trying to kill him in the middle of an official match. He admits to himself that no matter how strange Rami Alias may be, her skill is absolutely real, and one careless mistake against her could finish him instantly. Rami Alias coldly tells Jean Fry that he is performing worse than she expected, her voice cutting cleanly through the noise rolling across the arena. Jean Fry answers with a bluffing smile, pretending he is still relaxed as he claims that he underestimated Rami Alias as well. Rami Alias mocks him right back, saying that even if his tricks are interesting, his aim is still disappointingly poor. The crowd throws its support completely behind Rami Alias, shouting from the stands and urging her to crush Jean Fry without showing him any mercy. Spectators start placing bets all over again, now convinced that the outcome is already obvious and that Jean Fry has no real chance of turning the fight around. Others begin jeering that Jean Fry must be throwing the match on purpose, because from their seats, he looks so hopelessly outclassed that they cannot imagine another explanation. The insults keep piling up one after another, echoing from every direction, and even Jean Fry's patience begins to crack under the constant noise. He reflects bitterly that the Colosseum's unruly crowd has gone far beyond being loud or annoying. At this point, their behavior has become downright pathetic. Rami Alias, however, seems perfectly comfortable in that harsh atmosphere, almost as if she enjoys the pressure, the chaos, and the roaring crowd pressing in around them. Jean Fry's irritation slowly hardens into determination, and the look in his eyes sharpens as he prepares to make his next move. Rami Alias decides that it is time to end the fight, calling upon Chiron, the Thunder Spirit, to deliver a decisive finishing blow. The Thunder Spirit begins gathering a concentrated charge, lightning condensing around its form as the finishing attack starts to take shape. Rami Alias unleashes Thundering God, and lethal lightning floods across the arena in a blinding, destructive surge. Jean Fry barely escapes the strike zone in time, throwing himself clear as the blast tears into the ground and shatters the stone around him. He tries to force his way through toward Rami Alias, but her spirits keep intercepting him, cutting off every possible route before he can close the distance. The Water Spirit prepares another attack while the Thunder Spirit continues pressing him from another angle, trapping Jean Fry between two relentless forces. Jean Fry realizes that fighting three spirits at the same time leaves almost no opening at all for him to launch a proper counterattack. Even so, he forces himself to keep moving forward, acknowledging that Mira, the woman fighting under the name Rami Alias, is every bit as strong as the rumors claimed. As Jean Fry studies the formation more carefully, he notices something important. Ifrit is staying close to Rami Alias, while the other two spirits are the ones handling the offense. That positioning tells Jean Fry that Rami Alias has already planned around his fire fist, keeping the flame spirit nearby so it can neutralize his attack if he gets too close. He concludes that Rami Alias is deliberately using water and thunder to pressure him, while holding fire in reserve as protection against his strongest move. So Jean Fry decides he has to strike first, before that layered defense tightens even further and leaves him with no way in. He bursts forward with lightning-fast movement, forcing the spirits to react as he slips out of their expected line of attack. Rami Alias realizes a moment too late that Jean Fry is no longer standing where she expected him to be. Jean Fry reappears behind her, having slipped through the formation with teleportation, his fist already charged with blazing fire. He commits everything to that one blow, aiming to end the match with a clean hit before Rami Alias can recover or call her spirits back. For one brief instant, Jean Fry believes he has completely caught her from behind. But in the very next moment, he senses that something is wrong, because the attack does not finish her the way it should have. A system warning flashes through Jean Fry's mind, telling him that Mira has lured him straight into a trap prepared in advance. Rami Alias reveals the final piece of her plan and calls out for Swift Wind Blade. At point-blank range, the wind spirit suddenly dropped in like a blade from the air, diving straight toward Jean Fry. What had looked like his clean, successful advance was instantly flipped on its head, turning into a perfectly timed ambush right in front of his face. In that split second, Jean Fry finally understood what Mira had truly been aiming for. She had kept the wind spirit hidden as her fourth threat, saving it patiently until the exact moment he stepped in too close to pull back safely. Only now did Jean Fry realize just how far Mira had been willing to go for this setup. She had practically cast aside her own safety, using herself as bait just to create one perfect opening for her extra summon to deliver a decisive blow. A savage blast of wind erupted around Jean Fry, exploding outward with frightening force. In an instant, the entire arena was swallowed by a blinding surge of white pressure, roaring across the battlefield like a storm breaking loose. The spectators fell completely silent, their voices dying in their throats as they watched the blast devour the arena. Faces across the crowd turned pale, because from where they stood, an attack that violent looked impossible for anyone to withstand. Mira was convinced that her trap had landed exactly as she intended. From her position, it seemed obvious that after taking a direct hit like that, Jean Fry should have been finished, unable to stand back up ever again. But just as that certainty began to settle in her mind, Mira sensed movement shifting somewhere inside the haze. Her expression immediately tightened, and she realized with a chill that the match had not ended yet. From within the thinning smoke, Jean Fry stepped back into sight. His body was bruised and battered from the impact, but he was still upright, still breathing, and unmistakably alive. As the smoke continued to fade, the truth became impossible for everyone to ignore. Jean Fry had survived Mira's deadly trap, and even with visible damage covering him, he remained standing firmly in the fight. Even Jean Fry himself had to admit that the attack had been lethal. If he had not activated Gale Teleport at the very last instant, that single strike would have ended the entire match right there. His system confirmed that Gale Teleport had successfully activated, but the warning that followed was harsh. For the rest of that day, Jean Fry would only be able to use the skill 3 more times. For a brief moment, Mira's calm composure finally cracked. She had been absolutely certain there was no way to escape that trap. Yet Jean Fry had somehow slipped through it and survived. Jean Fry did not allow Mira even a second to gather herself after that shock. Instead, he drove forward once more, launching his body straight back into the battle without hesitation. As he rushed ahead, Jean Fry began to read the battlefield more clearly. If he wanted to tear through Mira's formation, he might have no choice except to depend on high-level teleportation again and again. Mira's eyes widened as alarm flashed across her face. If Jean Fry could teleport more freely than she had expected, her entire setup was in danger, and she immediately shouted for Ifrit to respond. But Jean Fry did not charge straight at Mira like she expected. In the middle of his advance, he shifted his target completely and hurled himself directly toward the fire spirit instead. Without a trace of hesitation, Jean Fry confronted Ifrit head-on. He chose to smash straight through the protective shield that Mira had been keeping in reserve, forcing his way into the heart of her defense. Their fists collided in the center of the arena with a thunderous impact. Flames burst outward from the clash, mixed with scorching heat and raw force that rippled violently through the battlefield. Even facing Ifrit in close combat, Jean Fry dug his feet into the ground and refused to give an inch. Against the spirit's overwhelming power, he held his position and would not be forced back. Mira then revealed the true reason behind that defensive choice. Jean Fry's fiery fist could be blocked by Ifrit, because an attack of the same element could cancel out and neutralize his flames. At that moment, Jean Fry finally saw through the structure of Mira's strategy. Her defense had been built around elemental cancellation, and now that he understood it, he prepared to answer it in his own way. Jean Fry's flaming strike was stopped dead in its tracks. The moment it collided with the same element, its force was smothered completely, leaving the attack unable to break through. Mira explained the problem plainly, making it impossible to misunderstand. When 2 attacks of the same element crashed together, they cancelled each other out, which meant Jean Fry's repeated assault would never get him anywhere. But Jean Fry did not step back, nor did he show even the slightest hint of frustration. His calm reaction made it clear that he had already prepared another way to deal with her defense. Right in the middle of the fight, he dismissed the weapon he had been using. Without breaking his rhythm for even a second, Jean Fry swapped his equipment and prepared a new option. Mira caught the change at once, and her eyes sharpened with caution. She could tell immediately that this new weapon was not just a simple replacement for the one he had abandoned. A dark blade began forming along Jean Fry's arm, taking shape with an ominous, threatening edge. The moment it appeared, his entire presence shifted, as if he had moved into a completely different tactic. Jean Fry revealed the crucial difference behind the new weapon. This blade carried the poison element, which meant Mira could no longer depend on elemental cancellation to shield herself from his attacks. With that advantage now in his grasp, Jean Fry charged directly toward Mira. He closed the distance at high speed, pressing in before she had enough time to properly adjust her formation. Then Jean Fry activated Meltdown, and the blade along his arm began to liquefy. Its solid shape softened and turned fluid, allowing the weapon to shift freely even in the middle of combat. The skill's effect was powerful, but it carried a severe price. Once Meltdown had been used, Jean Fry would not be able to activate it again for another 48 hours. The liquefied weapon stretched outward, spreading into a strange, shifting mass around Mira. She stared at the unnatural movement with uncertainty, trying to figure out what kind of attack Jean Fry was preparing. Jean Fry could see that his summoned centipede was already close to falling apart. It was barely holding on, with just enough strength left to survive one final exchange. By the time Mira realized what was really happening, the chance to avoid it had already slipped away. The centipede had started closing in around her from both sides. Jean Fry completed the trap by invoking 100-legged Guan Yin. Using the centipede's spirit, he forced it to coil around Myra's body and bind her tightly in place. The pressure of the constriction was overwhelming. As the centipede tightened around her, Myra's control began to falter, and under that crushing force, she could no longer command her spirit properly. The binding force tightened even more around Myra's body, pressing down with unbearable weight. Pain twisted across her face, leaving her trapped and helpless in visible agony. At last, Myra's strength finally gave out. Her body slackened in the centipede's hold, and all the fight drained from her until she could no longer continue resisting. Jean Fry quietly noted just how narrow the outcome had been. His centipede had survived by the smallest possible margin, and his entire gamble had only barely managed to pay off. The officials stepped forward and made the call. Since Mira was no longer able to continue the match, Jean Fry was officially declared the winner. With the fight finally over, Jean Fry withdrew the centipede spirit from the battlefield. Its grip loosened, and the crushing hold around Mira was released. As Myra's body started to collapse, Jean Fry reacted quickly. He moved in and caught her before she could hit the ground hard. Mira slowly regained just enough awareness to move her eyes. Through the pain and exhaustion written across her face, she lifted her gaze and looked up at Jean Fry. Although the result clearly frustrated her, Mira accepted it with surprising calm. She did not argue or make excuses, and instead admitted that she had lost. Jean Fry praised her for staying composed even after defeat. Mira answered honestly, saying that refusing to acknowledge someone stronger would only make her look foolish. Jean Fry then offered her a detoxifying healing potion. It was something he had already prepared ahead of time, clearly meant for exactly this kind of situation. Mira took the bottle from him without saying a word. Jean Fry did not press her for a response, simply turning away and letting the tense moment pass on its own. Left alone with her thoughts, Mira finally admitted the truth to herself. Jean Fry's combat ability was far beyond what she had originally believed when the match began. Then a system notice appeared, revealing that Mira had become fascinated by Jean Fry's equipment. The message confirmed exactly what Jean Fry had already suspected during the match. Her curiosity only grew stronger as she replayed everything he had shown in battle. His illusions, his teleportation, his flaming fists, and most of all, that strange weapon capable of changing its shape all remained fixed in her mind. That quiet fascination inside Mira did not remain gentle for very long. The more she replayed Jean Fry's equipment in her mind, the brighter her eyes became, until the excitement on her face was almost too obvious for her to hide. With the first semifinal now decided, the announcer wasted no time moving the tournament along. His voice rang through the arena as he called out the second semifinal, setting Ryuta Factor against Guna Cimmerian. Under the thunderous cheers of the crowd, the next two fighters entered the arena. They walked to opposite sides of the battlefield, then turned around at nearly the same moment, facing each other head-on. Ryuta stood there with complete confidence, his stance loose but filled with certainty. Everything about his posture made it clear that he had no plan to let this match drag on for long. Gunas received that confidence without showing even the smallest trace of fear. Rather than being pressured by it, he seemed to accept it with ease, as if this fight was something he might actually enjoy. At the edge of the arena, Jean Fry watched the match begin while casually taking a drink. But the moment the situation suddenly shifted, his relaxed mood was shattered, catching him completely off guard. Jean Fry's easygoing expression disappeared almost instantly. His eyes sharpened as he stared toward the arena, sensing that something unusual had just disturbed the air around the battlefield. Mira noticed the change too. Even from the sidelines, she could feel how quickly the atmosphere around the stage had tightened, as if the tension had snapped into place all at once. Before the spectators could even fully understand what had happened, the semifinal was already over. Gunas ended the match with one overwhelming blow, and the announcer declared his victory almost immediately. Jean Fry stared at the result without saying a word, his gaze narrowing as the meaning of that single strike sank in. Gunas was not merely strong. His power existed on an entirely different level. It was then revealed that Gunas was a swordmaster, an advanced class reached only after a swordsman completed a job change and stepped into a far higher tier of combat power. Even after crushing his opponent with such ease, Gunas showed no excitement or arrogance. He simply stood there calmly, his expression unreadable, as though that effortless victory had taken almost nothing from him. Across the arena, the two finalists looked toward one another in silence. Neither of them needed to speak as they quietly measured the strength and danger waiting on the opposite side. Jean Fry reached his conclusion almost immediately. Just as he had expected, the final opponent standing in front of him would be nothing like an ordinary fighter. The announcer confirmed the final matchup for everyone watching. On one side stood Jean Fry, the unpredictable alchemist loaded with surprises, and on the other stood Gunas, the swordsman who had crushed every opponent in his path. What unsettled the crowd the most was that Gunas still had not revealed the true depth of his abilities. His strength remained mysterious, overwhelming, and impossible for anyone there to measure clearly. At the highest point of the tournament, both finalists were finally called forward. The entire arena seemed to hold its breath as everyone prepared for the championship match to begin. Before Jean Fry walked out, Merrill warned him to give the fight everything he had, but not to get himself killed in the process. Jean Fry only answered sharply, brushing her concern aside and telling her to mind her own business. After that, Jean Fry stepped into the arena. His feet carried him straight toward the center of the battlefield, where Gunas was already waiting for him. For a brief moment, Jean Fry came to a stop and quietly studied the swordsman in front of him. He took in Gunas' presence, weighing the pressure around him before making his first move. Gunas was the first one to break the silence. With his gaze fixed calmly on Jean Fry, he asked in a steady voice whether he was ready. The final match began, and the instant it did, Gunas' power surged outward. A sharp, oppressive force swept through the arena, making the air itself feel heavier. Gunas declared that he would bury Jean Fry almost immediately. His words were cold and controlled, carrying the confidence of someone who truly believed the outcome was already decided. Jean Fry answered with a teasing remark instead of fear. He pointed out that, for someone wearing such a cool and composed expression, Gunas sounded far more passionate than he looked. From the sidelines, Mira watched both fighters closely, comparing them with a careful eye. In her judgment, their overall strength seemed roughly equal, but even so, she believed this battle would end quickly and decisively. Jean Fry responded to the pressure by activating his third equipment skill, Title Match. As the ability awakened, the atmosphere around him shifted, and the final truly began in earnest. Title Match granted Jean Fry 3 timed rounds, with each round boosting his stats higher than the one before. But the risk was just as severe. If he failed to win before those rounds ended, the equipment itself would vanish. The first round activated immediately, doubling every one of Jean Fry's stats in a single surge. At the same time, the skill placed him under a strict 3-minute limit. Jean Fry revealed that this final equipment skill was not something he could use freely from the start. It could only be unlocked after his first 2 skills had already been used, making it a true last resort trump card. Even knowing the danger, Jean Fry accepted the gamble without hesitation. In exchange for that massive temporary power, he would lose soul vantage completely if he failed to finish the fight before time ran out. Both fighters lowered themselves into their stances, facing one another with the arena watching in tense silence. Around Jean Fry, his aura began to climb higher, swelling with the pressure of the final match. Gunas had no intention of wasting even a single second. He opened the battle with dry fire, moving with the composed precision of a swordsman already prepared to end everything quickly. In the blink of an eye, Gunas closed the distance between them. His attack came so fast that Jean Fry barely had enough time to settle fully into his stance. A blinding sword strike flashed across Jean Fry's field of vision. Before he could even think about launching a counterattack, he was forced onto the defensive. Jean Fry scrambled to avoid the incoming strike, shifting his footing and trying to reposition himself. But even as he moved, Gunas' pressure continued bearing down on him without pause. Gunas linked his slashes together with terrifying smoothness. Each swing flowed into the next so naturally that Jean Fry could barely find even a single breath between attacks. Jean Fry quickly understood that this sword skill was far more dangerous than he had first expected. One careless step, one mistimed reaction, and the match could be decided instantly. Gunas watched Jean Fry's responses carefully and picked up on something important. From the way Jean Fry moved, it was clear he already had some familiarity with the abilities gained after a job change. A job change marked the moment an adventurer advanced into a higher tier class. It meant stepping beyond their original role and gaining access to a stronger, more specialized path of power. That kind of promotion did not only grant new skills, it also brought a massive increase in raw stats, and that was exactly the overwhelming force Jean Fry was now being pushed to face. Even with title match doubling every one of his stats, Jean Fry was still being forced backward. Gunas' relentless assault kept driving him away, step by step. Gunas never broke his calm rhythm. With steady breathing and precise sword movements, he continued pressing forward, using clean and controlled swordwork to dominate the entire exchange. Jean Fry had no choice but to leap away over and over again. His evasive movements were not about gaining the advantage anymore, they were simply keeping him from being cut down. He landed low against the ground, his body tense and ready to spring again at any second. But even then, he still had not found a way to take control of the fight. Jean Fry burst sideways once more, trying to slip out of Gunas' line of attack. He moved just ahead of the next slash, desperately searching for a safer angle. At last, Jean Fry brought back his flaming fist. Instead of continuing to dodge without end, he chose to stop giving ground and prepare a real counterattack of his own. He launched himself down from above, gathering all the force he could into a direct fiery strike. Flames wrapped around his fist as he drove the attack straight toward Gunas. Gunas received the attack without the slightest hint of concern. He looked up at Jean Fry as though the flames meant nothing at all, asking if that was truly the best he could do. In Gunas' eyes, Jean Fry's movement looked clumsy and unimpressive. The attack was too rough, too obvious, and too insignificant to feel like a real threat. Jean Fry recognized the technique for what it was, a swordmaster skill, and in that moment, he understood clearly that this final battle would be far more difficult than he had expected. Round 1 expired before Jean Fry could land the finishing blow he needed. The instant that window closed, title match forced him into the second round, tripling every one of his stats as the pressure around his body surged to an even heavier level. Gunas noticed the shift the very moment it happened. His eyes narrowed just slightly, calmly catching the sudden increase in Jean Fry's speed, aura, and overall presence without needing a single word of explanation. With his speed now rising dramatically, Jean Fry felt the balance of the fight begin to change. At this new level, he believed Gunas should no longer be able to track his movements as easily as before. Jean Fry made up his mind to finish the fight right then and there. He knew he had to overwhelm the swordsman during this round, before title match advanced into its final and most dangerous stage. Gunas acknowledged the improvement with the same calm honesty he had shown from the start. Jean Fry had definitely become faster, but to Gunas, that speed still was not enough to truly matter. As Jean Fry charged in, Gunas answered with X-counter. In a single motion, he turned what should have been Jean Fry's chance to attack into a trap placed directly in his path. At point-blank range, Gunas moved before Jean Fry could finish his strike. He cut straight into Jean Fry's timing, interrupting the attack completely, then mocked him for still being a step too slow. The counter exploded with brutal power, crashing into Jean Fry and blasting him backward. In that one instant, the entire flow of the exchange was violently reversed. Jean Fry was thrown through the impact, his body taking the full force of the blow. The shock rattled him hard, leaving him stunned as he struggled to pull himself back under control. From the sidelines, Mira watched the exchange with growing alarm in her eyes. The longer this final continued, the more obvious the gap in power between Jean Fry and Gunas seemed to become. Jean Fry was forced to admit the truth to himself. Gunas was not simply stronger than he had expected. His strength had already surpassed even the worst-case scenario Jean Fry had imagined. Before Jean Fry could properly recover his stance, Gunas was already preparing another technique. The pressure around him rose again, as if he intended to end the match on the spot. Lightning began gathering around Gunas' body and blade, crackling across him in brilliant arcs. The radiant force built rapidly, charging a sword art bright enough to illuminate the entire arena. That power drew inward toward the edge of his sword, compressing tighter and tighter. Soon, it condensed into a brilliant point of energy, shimmering with terrifying intensity. Then Gunas released Radiant Slash. Without the slightest hesitation, he sent the attack tearing straight toward Jean Fry. The beam ripped across the arena in a blazing line of light, cutting through the battlefield with overwhelming speed. The moment it struck, the impact erupted in a violent explosion. The crowd recognized the famous technique immediately. Shock swept through the stands as the spectators reacted to the sight of such a powerful sword art being unleashed in front of them. Jean Fry moved at the final possible instant. He barely managed to avoid the worst of the blast, slipping away just before the attack could take him head-on. Even so, Mira instantly understood the meaning behind what she had seen. Gunas had mastered Starbeam sword style, one of the most difficult techniques available to the Swordmaster class. Jean Fry's expression tightened as the danger in front of him became clearer than ever. This was no longer just a difficult match. It had turned into a fight where one mistake could truly cost him everything. The audience could feel that intensity as well. Both finalists had now proven themselves to be the real deal, and the stands erupted with excitement as the crowd cheered for the clash between two absolute monsters. Mira judged that Gunas' power was already comparable to the 8 Guardian Stars. That realization weighed heavily on her, leaving her to wonder how Jean Fry could possibly defeat someone like him. After the blast faded, both fighters pulled back and reset the distance between them. They faced each other again across the arena, while everyone braced for the next exchange. Then the second round ended, and title match moved into its final stage. Jean Fry's power climbed even higher, pushing every one of his stats to 4 times their normal level. Jean Fry steadied himself and released a slow, controlled breath. He knew perfectly well that everything now depended on this final, narrow window of power. Even with the cost hanging over him, Jean Fry activated Fire Fist again. If he could not finish Gunas during this round, his equipment would vanish, but he accepted that risk without stepping back. Flames roared to life around both of Jean Fry's fists, wrapping his hands in blazing heat. With those burning fists raised, he faced Gunas for the clash that would decide the entire match. Gunas sensed the change immediately. The atmosphere had shifted once again, and he understood that the next exchange would determine everything. Mira reached the same conclusion from the sidelines. Her eyes locked onto the battlefield with tense focus as the final decisive moment began to take shape. Jean Fry made the first move, exploding forward with every bit of speed and power title match had given him. His body shot across the arena like a released arrow. Gunas answered by stepping in as well. Instead of retreating even a single inch, he moved straight into Jean Fry's charge and met him head-on. Jean Fry's flaming punch closed in fast, but Gunas invoked Stormlight at the last possible moment. The technique intercepted the strike, and the two powers collided violently between them. Jean Fry twisted through the opening and slipped behind Gunas in a flash. The sudden movement forced the swordsman to react in surprise as Jean Fry disappeared from the line of attack he had expected. From above and behind, Jean Fry committed himself to the finishing blow. He aimed to end the fight before Gunas could fully turn and defend against him. He drove both flaming fists straight toward Gunas at point-blank range. Every bit of his momentum poured into the strike as the flames bore down on the swordsman. Gunas barely managed to turn in time. With no room to evade, he raised his sword in a desperate guard, trying to survive the ambush crashing down on him. But at that critical instant, Jean Fry changed his equipment again. Before Gunas could adjust, the flaming attack was replaced by his poison weapon. For the first time in the fight, Gunas looked genuinely startled. Jean Fry had switched gear right in the middle of the final exchange, a move even Gunas had failed to predict. Jean Fry triggered Meltdown once more, and the poison blade immediately began to liquefy. Its solid form softened and shifted, becoming something far more unpredictable than a normal weapon. The weapon burst apart into floating poisonous shards, scattering through the air around Gunas. In moments, those fragments surrounded him before he had any real chance to retreat. Gunas realized the danger a moment too late. This attack carried poison, not an element his own power could simply cancel out or neutralize. That realization finally cracked Gunas' composure. The calm mask he had worn throughout the fight broke for the first time. In that same instant, Jean Fry switched back to Fire Fist and drove a flaming punch into Gunas. He struck while the poison closed in around him, layering both threats together. The combined attack landed cleanly. Gunas was visibly shaken as the flames and poison forced him into a dangerous position he could no longer ignore. Believing he had finally landed the decisive blow, Jean Fry declared that the match was over. In his mind, Gunas had no way left to turn the situation around. But Gunas still refused to fall. Drawing on the last of his strength, he raised his sword again and prepared one final, desperate counterattack. Before Gunas could release his strike, Jean Fry vanished from his sight once again. The swordsman was left scanning the battlefield, searching for where his opponent had gone. Jean Fry reappeared above Gunas, suspended in the perfect position to attack from his blind spot. From there, he had the opening he needed. Now moving with newly awakened lightning speed, Jean Fry realized in that split second that he had unlocked another skill even sooner than he expected. A system notice confirmed it clearly. By fighting against a job-changed opponent, Jean Fry had unlocked vast speed of lightning legs, along with its ultimate move Dragon God Storm. Jean Fry did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. The moment that newly awakened power entered his grasp, he activated Dragon God Storm and unleashed it at once, throwing everything into the skill before Gunas could recover. Gunas reacted instantly, lowering his center of gravity and bracing himself where he stood. Violent currents began ripping through the arena around him, whipping the air into chaos as the entire battlefield trembled under the pressure. Around Jean Fry, a massive lightning dragon took form, its crackling body coiling through the air like a storm given shape. It towered over Gunas, glowing with raw power as if it were about to devour him whole. Before Gunas could find even the smallest path of escape, the lightning dragon surged forward. Its enormous body bore down on him with terrifying speed, closing the gap in an instant. The attack crashed down as a furious storm of slashes and lightning. The strikes came so fast and so violently that even Gunas could not fully understand what had hit him before the damage swallowed him. Gunas was blasted straight through the arena wall, his body disappearing into a violent burst of shattered stone. The crowd recoiled in stunned disbelief as debris exploded outward from the impact. When the dust finally began to settle, Gunas was left slumped in the wreckage. Buried among broken stone and rubble, he could no longer lift himself back to his feet. The officials quickly confirmed the result. Gunas Sumerian was no longer able to continue, and with that decision, the final match reached its decisive end. Jean Fry Van Raid was announced as the spectacular winner of the tournament. His victory rang out across the arena, and the crowd erupted around him in a wave of roaring cheers. Jean Fry celebrated with a deep rush of relief washing over him. Even as he enjoyed the win, he openly admitted that he had only pulled it off because his equipment had managed to hold out just long enough. From the corridor, Mira watched Jean Fry's victory without saying a word. Her gaze stayed fixed on the arena, lingering there even after the cheers began rising all around him. After a long, quiet moment, Mira finally turned away. Even as she left, she was still processing the distance between Jean Fry's current strength and her own. Watching what Jean Fry had achieved sparked something new inside Mira. Silently, she made up her mind that if she wanted to stand near that level, she would have to become much stronger herself. The announcer proclaimed Jean Fry as the champion of the 111th Battle Olympia. Along with the title, he was awarded the massive prize of 10 billion G and a precious job change scroll. Later, Jean Fry arrived at the altar hidden deep inside the S-rank dungeon known as the Rovman Ruins. Standing before it, he was finally ready to claim his prize and put the scroll to use. The moment Jean Fry saw the job change scroll in his own hands, excitement surged through him. This was the reward he had been waiting for, the one item he had fought to obtain. Jean Fry decided there was no point in saving it for later. Since the scroll was already right in front of him, he was going to use it immediately. A prompt appeared before Jean Fry, asking whether he wanted to activate the job change scroll and proceed with changing jobs. Jean Fry knew most adventurers would simply choose yes and accept the class change without overthinking it. But he had come to this altar with a completely different purpose in mind. He studied the prompt closely, keeping his eyes on every option that appeared. Jean Fry was preparing to use the scroll in a way that most adventurers would never even consider. With that hidden plan already settled in his mind, Jean Fry reached toward the confirmation choice. He was ready to begin the strange sequence he had come here for. Jean Fry began by activating the altar's hidden command. Instead of accepting the scroll's normal effect, he deliberately chose not to change jobs first. The system confirmed the result of that refusal. By declining the job change, the scroll would not be consumed, and the item would remain safely in Jean Fry's possession. Jean Fry continued the trick by agreeing to equip the scroll while still avoiding an actual class change. Step by step, he carefully threaded through the unusual command sequence. That hidden sequence triggered the altar's secret equipment conversion option. At last, the path Jean Fry had been aiming for from the very beginning opened in front of him. Already expecting the payoff, Jean Fry stayed calm and simply waited. His gaze remained fixed ahead, watching for the hidden reward to finally reveal itself. Without hesitating, Jean Fry completed the final input. He locked in the command immediately, making sure the opportunity would not disappear before he could claim it. Instead of being consumed like an ordinary job change scroll, the item began to materialize as something real. Before Jean Fry's eyes, the scroll took shape as a true piece of equipment. Jean Fry remembered that only the altar inside the Rovman Ruins could reveal this hidden command. It allowed a refused class change to be converted into an equip action instead. The system accepted the trick completely. Rather than being spent for a normal job change, the scroll was equipped as gear. The scroll transformed into the Memoria necklace, a mysterious high-rank item that boosted Jean Fry's intelligence. Even more importantly, it allowed him to freely switch into any job he had defeated before. Satisfied with the outcome, Jean Fry counted the Memoria necklace as his fifth hidden equipment. Another powerful piece had now been added to his growing arsenal. Jean Fry immediately understood just how dangerous the necklace truly was. From this point on, he could change jobs in the middle of battle and borrow the unique skills of enemies he had already defeated. With the Memoria necklace secured and the third demon god already defeated, Jean Fry decided it was finally time to move forward again. His next destination was already clear. Jean Fry would head for the fourth continent and continue his journey there. Jean Fry made his way toward the teleport portal, the transfer point that would carry him onward to the fourth continent. Now wearing the newly acquired Memoria necklace, Jean Fry stepped into the transfer point and prepared himself for the next stage of his journey. Even before arriving, Jean Fry reminded himself of the warning surrounding the fourth continent. It was infamous as a place where adventurers lost their drive and eventually gave up. Keeping that warning firmly in mind, he advanced carefully into the portal. Around him, the transfer magic began to gather and wrap his body in light. Jean Fry refused to let his guard drop. No matter what kind of place waited on the other side, he braced himself and prepared to face it head-on. Jean Fry arrived at Force Resort, the main street of the fourth continent. The moment he stepped out, he took in the bright, open scenery spreading all around him. Instead of a dangerous battlefield or a grim dungeon entrance, Jean Fry found himself facing a lively beach. Carefree adventurers filled the area, relaxing, playing, and enjoying themselves without a hint of tension. This continent did not even try to hide what it was. Everywhere Jean Fry looked, the place seemed designed around rest, comfort, and pleasure rather than danger or survival. The people around Jean Fry were completely absorbed in leisure. They laughed, lounged, and soaked in the resort atmosphere, making it easy to understand why the place felt so inviting. Even with that peaceful mood surrounding him, Jean Fry refused to fully relax. Instead of letting the resort atmosphere dull his instincts, he kept his senses sharp. Jean Fry understood exactly why this continent ruined so many adventurers. After endless battles, dungeon crawling, and constant danger, it offered pure recreation like a reward they would never want to leave. That temptation was precisely why so many adventurers lost the will to return to the dungeons. And while Jean Fry was thinking that through, someone suddenly approached and asked if he was alone. The unexpected voice made Jean Fry turn his head. His attention shifted away from the beach and toward the person who had just spoken to him. There, Jean Fry found a small sea wolf girl looking up at him. She addressed him with an easy familiarity, as if walking up to travelers at the resort was completely natural for her. The girl introduced herself as Kukuru, a rare sea wolf adventurer who worked as a guide at the resort. She was there to help newcomers like Jean Fry find their way around. Kukuru's eyes practically shone as she leaned closer to Jean Fry, full of eager energy. With a bright smile, she offered to guide him anywhere he wanted to go, acting as though every corner of Force Resort was already her personal territory to show off. Jean Fry introduced himself in a flat, straightforward way, but he also made his stance perfectly clear. He had not come all the way to Force Resort to look around like a tourist, and he had absolutely no need for a guide. Kukuru ignored his refusal as if she had not heard it at all. Instead, she latched onto Jean Fry with cheerful confidence, acting like everything was already settled as she insisted on showing him her favorite places first. Jean Fry rejected the offer even more firmly this time. He made it clear that resort attractions, famous scenery, relaxing routes, and anything meant for sightseeing held no interest for him whatsoever. The moment he said that, Kukuru's cheerful expression dropped. Her cheeks puffed up in disappointment, and she sulked like Jean Fry's refusal had personally ruined the entire day she had planned. Jean Fry saw that opening and immediately tried to pull himself out of the conversation. Before Kukuru could drag him into anything even more troublesome, he started to disengage and move on. But then, to his surprise, Kukuru suddenly backed off on her own. She waved him goodbye with the same bright, carefree smile as before, as if her interest had vanished just as quickly as it had appeared. Jean Fry watched her walk away with a puzzled look on his face. The encounter had ended so abruptly that even he was thrown off by how strangely fast the little guide had changed directions. Still, Jean Fry decided there was no point wasting more time thinking about her. Whatever Kukuru's deal was, his actual mission was far more important than some odd beachside interaction. Jean Fry's plan was simple from there. He would use the stat points he had saved, inspect the durability of his equipment, and then head straight for the next demon god without letting himself get delayed. But the instant Jean Fry opened his status window, a strange feeling hit him. His attention sharpened at once, and the relaxed beach atmosphere around him seemed to disappear. Jean Fry realized that Soul Vantage was gone. The moment he noticed it missing, a memory clicked into place. Someone had touched his window earlier. A second later, the full truth slammed into Jean Fry. His weapon had been stolen right from under his nose. Jean Fry's suspicion immediately turned toward the strange guide who had clung to him so casually. Now it made sense. Kukuru may have been aiming for his weapon from the very beginning. Elsewhere, Kukuru was already celebrating by herself. She practically glowed with pride, delighted that she had pulled off another successful theft. To Kukuru, Jean Fry had looked like just another ordinary adventurer who happened to carry surprisingly decent gear. And in her mind, the weapon she had stolen was definitely going to sell for a very nice price. Pleased with her catch, Kukuru admired Soul Vantage like a merchant examining a valuable piece of merchandise. The more she looked at it, the more thrilled she became over how profitable it seemed. Meanwhile, Jean Fry was still absorbing the shock of the loss. His expression darkened as he processed the fact that one of his most important weapons had vanished from his possession. He replayed the earlier moment of contact in his mind and confirmed his suspicion. Kukuru must have taken Soul Vantage at the exact instant she grabbed onto him. Kukuru continued gloating happily as she hurried away with her prize. From her point of view, the theft had gone perfectly, and she was completely satisfied with how cleanly she had pulled it off. As Kukuru moved through the beach, her thoughts were already racing ahead. She began imagining how much money Soul Vantage would bring once she found the right place to sell it. Her escape suddenly came to a stop when she bumped straight into a woman on the beach. The unexpected collision nearly made Kukuru stumble, interrupting her pleased little getaway. Kukuru quickly apologized, expecting the moment to pass like a simple accident between strangers. To her, it seemed like nothing more than an ordinary misunderstanding. The woman calmly took the blame for the collision herself. Then she looked Kukuru over with a gentle expression, asking softly whether she had gotten hurt. But then the woman's tone quietly changed. She revealed that their meeting had not been random at all. She had actually been looking for Kukuru. At that very same moment, Jean Fry finally snapped into action after tracking down the thief. His focus locked onto Kukuru immediately, and there was no hesitation in his movements. Jean Fry charged straight toward Kukuru, closing the distance with sharp, urgent speed. He was determined not to let her slip away while still carrying his stolen weapon. The woman recognized him right away as Jean Fry Van Raid. Her eyes widened slightly as his sudden arrival confirmed exactly who had just entered the scene. Jean Fry's appearance also confirmed the woman's suspicion that trouble had arrived. In an instant, the peaceful beach scene lost its relaxed mood and tightened with tension. In the rush of the moment, Jean Fry grabbed the woman instead of Kukuru. He refused to let anyone connected to the situation slip out of reach before he understood what was going on. Kukuru panicked as Jean Fry stormed into the scene and took control of the moment. Her quick, clean getaway had fallen apart right in front of her. Jean Fry demanded that his stolen weapon be returned immediately. At the same time, the woman protested in confusion, acting as if she had no idea why he had grabbed her in the first place. Already fed up with the act, Jean Fry called Kukuru out directly. He accused her openly, making it clear that he knew exactly what she was and what she had stolen from him. In the middle of that confusion, the woman suddenly dumped her cold drink right over Jean Fry's head. The liquid splashed down and drenched him before he had any chance to react. She immediately scolded Jean Fry for grabbing a little girl, twisting the entire situation on the spot. With one sharp accusation, she made him look like the one causing trouble. For a brief moment, Jean Fry was genuinely caught off guard. He stood stunned by how quickly the woman had turned the scene against him. Then recognition struck him. Jean Fry realized she was the same woman he had met before, while she snapped at him and demanded that he let Kukuru go. Jean Fry and the woman clashed over Kukuru right there on the beach, their argument cutting through the relaxed resort mood. Watching their exchange, Kukuru quickly realized that these two already knew each other. Jean Fry tried to explain that Kukuru had stolen from him, but the woman cut him off before he could finish. She treated every word he said like nothing more than a convenient excuse. The standoff only grew sharper as Heather Sidhe refused to back down. Her stance made it clear that she had no intention of simply stepping aside and accepting Jean Fry's claim. Before Jean Fry could settle the matter himself, chains suddenly lashed into the scene. They cut through the tense argument without warning, snapping everyone's attention toward the new threat. A trap clamped down around Kukuru in an instant. Chains wrapped her wrists, ankles, and torso all at once, binding her tightly before she could dodge or even properly cry out. Kukuru froze in disbelief, staring down at the chains now wrapped around her body. Only then did it fully hit her. She had been captured. A gang of rough-looking adventurers emerged from nearby, their faces twisted with satisfied grins. Their trap had worked exactly as they had planned. They bagged Kukuru like she was cargo, boasting that a member of the sea wolf tribe was an incredibly rare catch. To them, she was nothing more than something that would bring in a huge profit. The silver-haired woman immediately said they needed to report the capture to their guild master. Her words made it clear she was treating Kukuru like valuable merchandise rather than a person. Jean Fry stopped them before they could leave with her. He insisted that he still had unfinished business with Kukuru, and he was not about to let them take her away that easily. The gang leader admitted that they had been shadowing Jean Fry ever since hearing that he had crossed over from the Colosseum. They had been watching him far longer than he realized. He revealed that Kukuru was only a convenient side profit for them. Beastmen sold well, of course, but Jean Fry himself had always been their real objective. At last, the gang named their true target openly. The one they had been hunting from the very beginning was Jean Fry Van Raid. The moment Jean Fry heard a group of complete strangers say his name so casually, his expression turned sharp. That single detail was enough for him to understand the situation. These weren't just random street thugs looking for an easy victim. They already knew exactly who he was, which meant he had walked straight into the path of criminals who hunted named targets for profit. The silver-haired woman's eyes narrowed as she looked them over, and she recognized them almost immediately. They were adventure hunters from the Kanga Guild, a brutal organization from the fourth continent known for ambushing travelers, robbing them of every valuable item they carried, and disappearing before anyone could properly respond. Jean Fry pieced it together in an instant. If these people had gone through the trouble of targeting him by name, then there was almost no doubt they were after the billion-gold bounty attached to him. And the look in his eyes made one thing clear: this was far from the first time greedy players had caught the scent of money and rushed in. The hunters didn't even try to pretend otherwise. Smug smiles spread across their faces as they openly admitted that robbery was their specialty. From the way they carried themselves, they were already acting as though Jean Fry had been trapped, cornered, and stripped of any real chance to escape. Their leader decided there was no reason to drag things out any longer. He barked a quick command to the rest of the gang, ordering them to tie Jean Fry up at once and tear through his inventory before he had even the slightest chance to make another move. One of the hunters stepped forward right away, lifting his arm as a set of chains snapped outward with a metallic burst. His capture skill shot straight toward Jean Fry, aiming to wrap around him and lock his body down before he could react. But Jean Fry was already moving. Before the chains could close in and tighten around him, he slipped out of their path with quick, clean footwork, leaving the attack to snap shut around nothing but empty air. For a brief moment, the hunters completely lost sight of him, but instead of retreating or hesitating, they shifted their attention elsewhere, focusing on Kukuru's other identity as well. They recognized her as Lami Alias, the Colosseum semi-finalist whose name had also begun to spread. The silver-haired woman's face tightened as the meaning settled in. Her reputation had already traveled far enough that even a gang like this knew her by name, and in their eyes, that meant she had become another valuable piece of prey. Then Jean Fry suddenly appeared above her, calm and composed despite the chaos unfolding below. In a dry, almost teasing tone, he pointed out that she had apparently become famous enough to attract this kind of trouble, even while she was supposed to be taking a break. She admitted that the Kanga Guild was already infamous enough to have been flagged by the association, which meant these people were not merely random criminals wandering around. But as she watched the situation develop, she also began to realize that this ugly little encounter might actually be useful to her. Rather than stepping away or trying to create distance, she planted herself firmly in front of the gang leader. Her stance changed, her eyes hardened, and her whole posture squared up as though she had already made the decision to fight him head-on. At the same time, one of the hunters grabbed Kukuru and started dragging her away from the battlefield. Jean Fry noticed it immediately and shouted after them, his voice cutting sharply through the commotion as he ordered them to stop. But before Jean Fry could chase after Kukuru, another hunter slid directly into his path. The man blocked him from the front, forcing Jean Fry to stop and deal with the obstacle standing between him and the kidnappers. Jean Fry understood the danger instantly. He couldn't let himself get stuck in a bare-handed fight against Fourth Continent adventurers, not when every passing second meant Kukuru was being carried farther and farther away from him. Just then, a flamboyant ally of the silver-haired woman burst onto the scene, his blazing hair making him impossible to miss. He was already holding the gang leader upside down as if the man weighed almost nothing, loudly shouting for the others to hurry up and finish clearing out the small fry. Jean Fry could only admit the inconvenient truth of his situation. In his current state, he wasn't going to be much help, because Kukuru had taken his weapon earlier and left him standing there completely unarmed. One of the hunters noticed that opening immediately and lunged straight at him. The man charged in fast, clearly hoping to take Jean Fry down before he could find anything useful to defend himself with. Jean Fry dodged at the last possible moment, slipping away from the incoming strike. As he moved aside, the silver-haired woman called out to him, asking if there was any kind of weapon he could use if she lent it to him. Jean Fry asked whether a potion maker like her carried anything that could actually work in a fight, even something as simple as a flask. His question caught her completely off guard, and for a brief second she stared at him in bafflement, clearly unsure what he expected from her inventory. Even so, she didn't waste precious time arguing with him. Instead, she opened her inventory right in front of him, deciding that it would be faster to let Jean Fry look through what she had stored and judge for himself. Jean Fry's eyes moved rapidly across her gear list. He scanned item after item with focused attention, and before long, something inside that strange and crowded collection caught his eye. In that moment, Jean Fry began to understand exactly what sort of collector she really was. This was not the inventory of someone who only kept practical tools for daily use or items that matched her own class. Her storage was packed with odd, highly specialized equipment gathered from all kinds of classes, regions, and unusual sources. It was the kind of bizarre treasure pile that only someone truly obsessed with rare gear would go out of their way to keep. Jean Fry noted that she really did seem fixated on collecting rare equipment. One cursed staff in particular stood out among the items, but it was so specialized that only a high-level mage could ever equip and use it properly. Then he noticed another item that was just as useless to her personally. By that point, the pattern was obvious. She wasn't gathering weapons because she could use all of them herself. She was hoarding rare gear even when the equipment had absolutely nothing to do with her own class. A nearby hunter sneered at Jean Fry, mocking him for wasting valuable time digging through someone else's inventory in the middle of a fight. But Jean Fry didn't let the insult push him into rushing. His eyes stayed steady as he continued calmly searching through the collection. At last, Jean Fry found something that actually fit the situation he was in. His gaze stopped on one specific item, and the moment he saw it, he decided that this was the piece he was going to borrow. Without the slightest hesitation, Jean Fry selected the item from her inventory and pulled it out. The way he handled it made it seem as though he had already figured out exactly how he intended to use it. The silver-haired woman quickly warned him that the weapon was exclusive to thieves. As far as she understood, someone with Jean Fry's potion maker class should not have been able to equip it at all. Jean Fry answered her with complete confidence, as though that problem had already been solved. Then, without showing even a flicker of doubt, he activated the power of the Memoria necklace and triggered its job-switching ability. The necklace responded at once. In the span of a single instant, Jean Fry's class changed, shifting him from potion maker into thief. His appearance changed along with the new job. His outfit and overall presence adjusted to match the thief class, making it obvious that the necklace had worked exactly as intended. The silver-haired woman froze where she stood, her eyes widening in open disbelief. Right there in front of her, Jean Fry had performed a true job change on the spot as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She quickly realized this was not ordinary class progression. Her mind raced as she tried to find an explanation, wondering whether he had used a job change scroll, or perhaps something even stranger and rarer than that. Now that he had switched into the proper class, Jean Fry immediately activated the thief skill. He moved through the skill window with practiced ease, using the ability as naturally as though he had always been meant to use it. He explained that the skill could even be used directly through the interface, then gave her credit for owning such a useful thief item. In Jean Fry's hands, what had looked like an odd accessory suddenly became a very real advantage. The item was actually a famous thief's wrapping cloth, a valuable piece of equipment with a reputation of its own. But just as she had warned him, it was something only a player with the thief class could equip. The silver-haired woman recognized the cloth right away, but confusion still lingered across her face. She knew exactly what the item was, yet she clearly had no idea what Jean Fry intended to do with it in the middle of an active battle. She protested that the wrapping cloth was never meant to be used as a combat weapon. But Jean Fry ignored the warning completely and began manipulating it anyway, handling the cloth with the calm confidence of someone who understood its real purpose. Jean Fry pointed out that her reaction told him everything he needed to know. She owned the item, but she had never figured out what it was truly designed to do. Then Jean Fry showed her the proper way to use it. With smooth and deliberate movements, he wrapped the cloth and drew from it as if he were opening a hidden arsenal that had been waiting inside all along. From the cloth, he pulled out a massive spiked club forged from a hell ogre. What had looked like ordinary wrapping suddenly revealed itself as a weapon cache, capable of storing and releasing something terrifyingly powerful. The silver-haired woman stared in stunned disbelief. She had owned that cloth all this time, yet she had never once imagined it could be used in such an absurdly powerful way. Now that he finally had a weapon in hand, Jean Fry tightened his grip around the enormous club and swung it into motion. The heavy weapon cut through the air, and in an instant, his stance shifted from defensive to openly dangerous. The chain user tried to respond, raising his defenses as quickly as he could. But against Jean Fry's sudden counterattack, his reaction was already a step too late. Jean Fry's first strike smashed straight into the man's face. The impact landed with brutal force before the hunter could properly guard himself or recover his balance. Jean Fry followed through without holding anything back. The blow shattered the chains and crushed the attacker's momentum completely, dropping him right there in one overwhelming exchange. With one enemy taken down, Jean Fry cursed under his breath at the time he had already lost. His eyes immediately swept across the surrounding area, searching for the kidnappers who had carried Kukuru away. Then Jean Fry spotted the direction they had gone. Their trail led toward the distant guild headquarters, and the moment he saw it, he locked onto that path without the slightest hesitation. Jean Fry glanced over at Mira, the massive borrowed weapon still in his grip, and told her he would have to hang onto it for a little while longer. With Kukuru still captured and in danger somewhere ahead, this was not the moment for him to return it. Mira immediately began checking through her inventory, her eyes moving quickly across her treasured collection. But the instant she noticed the empty spot where one of her precious items should have been, her expression stiffened. Another valuable piece from her hoard had vanished without a trace. Jean Fry understood the situation almost the moment he saw her reaction. The pattern was far too familiar to ignore. Kukuru had stolen from Mira as well, just like she had already taken Jean Fry's own weapon earlier. With a tired, almost resigned look on his face, Jean Fry accepted that the problem had just grown even more annoying. Since he already had to chase after Kukuru to recover his own stolen weapon, he might as well retrieve Mira's missing treasure while he was at it. But Mira clearly had no intention of being left behind to wait quietly. She stepped forward with sharp, angry momentum and demanded to know exactly where Jean Fry thought he was going without taking her along. Mira's temper flared even hotter as she declared that getting her collection back mattered more to her than her own life. Then she charged ahead in a blaze of fury, leaving Jean Fry to watch her back and quietly note just how dangerously fired up she had become. Their pursuit led them straight to the headquarters of the Kanga Guild. The building rose ahead of them like the center of the enemy's den, the very place where the kidnappers had taken Kukuru after dragging her away. Inside the guild headquarters, the hunters proudly showed Kukuru off as though they had captured some priceless prize. They presented her as a rare beastman, treating her discovery like a lucky haul that could make them an enormous fortune. Kukuru fought hard against the chains holding her down, struggling with everything she had. But the guild leaders only watched her with cold, calculating eyes, seeing not a frightened person in chains, but merchandise whose worth was being silently measured. One of the guild masters looked Kukuru over and agreed without even a hint of hesitation that she would sell for an incredibly high price. There was no compassion in his voice at all, only the flat greed of someone counting future profit. The other guild master calmly approved the plan as well, speaking as if selling Kukuru were nothing more than passing another valuable item through their hands. To him, her fate was already just another transaction. These two men were the Bajura brothers, the vice master and master of the Kanga Guild. Both of them were powerful mages, and the relaxed confidence in their stance made it obvious that they were used to controlling this place through intimidation and fear. The red-haired hunter then gave his report, saying that Jean Fry had been found exactly according to their plan. From the ambush to Kukuru's capture, every step seemed to have unfolded just the way they had intended. The hunters were convinced that their trap had already succeeded. In their minds, Jean Fry would soon be handled by the men they had sent after him, and those same men would return once the job was finished. But before the guild leaders could enjoy that confidence for even a moment longer, a violent crash exploded from the entrance. The sudden impact ripped through the room, instantly shattering the smug atmosphere that had filled the headquarters. Alarm spread through the guild as the leaders turned sharply toward the ruined doorway. Splintered debris lay scattered around the entrance, and the damage made one thing painfully clear. Someone had forced their way inside. Mira stormed in first, her eyes blazing with anger as she announced that she had finally found them. She demanded that they return her collection at once, while Jean Fry stepped in behind her and arrived right in the center of the chaos. Jean Fry complained that Mira could have just used the door like a normal person, but Mira's expression didn't soften in the slightest, and she made it bluntly clear that nothing, not even a door, was going to stand between her and what she came for. Kukuru stared at them in total disbelief from where she was bound. Still trapped in chains, she could only watch as Jean Fry and Mira appeared inside the Kanga Guild headquarters, as if they had kicked their way straight through fate itself. The entire guild was thrown into confusion by their sudden arrival. With the intruders standing right in front of them, the hunters demanded to know what had happened to the men who were supposed to have dealt with them outside. Mira brushed those hunters off as though they were nothing more than garbage, saying they were probably floating with jellyfish by now. Then her stare turned cold and dangerous as she ordered the guild to hand Kukuru over. The threat hanging in the air grew so heavy that the room seemed to fall silent around it. Two nearby onlookers immediately understood that these intruders were not ordinary enemies. They had just walked into the territory of someone truly dangerous. Mira met that tension with nothing but a cold, unimpressed stare. There was no fear in her eyes, only the sharp, merciless look of someone already prepared to destroy anything blocking her path. Without wasting another word, Mira struck back. Wooden tendrils lashed into the room with sudden force, whipping forward like living weapons as they sliced through the tense air. One of the Bajura brothers greeted Mira in a mocking tone, acting as though her attack was nothing more than a rude interruption. Even with the room thrown into chaos, his confidence barely seemed to waver. He scolded Mira for barging into their headquarters, trying to take control of the confrontation through pure arrogance. Every word he spoke carried the intent to put her back beneath him. The Bajura brothers quickly realized that the true target they had wanted had slipped out of their hands for the moment. But instead of getting stuck on that mistake, they immediately shifted their attention and decided to hunt Mira down instead. Jean Fry tried to stop the situation from spiraling even further. He identified them as the Bajura brothers of the Kanga Guild and warned them that their crimes had already been reported to the association. The Bajura brothers stood side by side, their positions and movements naturally falling into sync. From that alone, it was clear they had fought together countless times and knew exactly how to cover each other. But the brothers dismissed the association's messengers as if they were beneath concern. Then their attention moved toward Kukuru, and they decided that the girl beside Mira carried the scent of the target they had been searching for anyway. The Red Bajura brother stopped wasting time on words and moved to settle everything by force. Another wave of wooden tendrils surged forward, spreading across the room like a swarm of living spears. The tendrils rushed toward Jean Fry and Mira from several directions at once, closing the space around them. Yet even as the attack bore down on them, neither of them showed panic, their expressions remaining almost unsettlingly calm. Then Jean Fry finally made his move. Instead of only backing away from the assault, he slipped through the incoming tendrils with sharp, controlled motion, choosing to step into the fight rather than keep retreating. Jean Fry accepted the situation with a reluctant look, realizing there was no peaceful way out anymore. If the Bajura brothers were determined to fight, then there was no avoiding battle. Mira reached that same conclusion in her own way. Her gaze turned even colder as she decided that any guild capable of producing people like this deserved to be wiped out completely. Mira called forth Sylph, summoning the wind spirit to aid her in battle. The air around her immediately began to stir and gather, building into a force ready to strike at her command. The blue Bajura brother responded without delay, raising an earth element fortress around himself. Stones surged upward from the ground, forming a thick, heavy defensive barrier between him and the incoming attack. His stone defense locked solidly into place, turning him into the shield of the brothers' formation. With that fortress wrapped around him, it was obvious he intended to absorb whatever force Mira sent their way. Mira understood the problem immediately. This was an awful matchup for her, because her wind magic was at a natural disadvantage against strong earth-based defenses. The Red Bajura brother laughed with complete confidence, convinced that his brother's fortress could never be broken by Mira's wind. From his point of view, the outcome of the clash already looked decided. But before that defense could decide the battle, Jean Fry suddenly appeared above the earth wall. A strange weapon was already raised in his hands, poised to come crashing down with dangerous force. Jean Fry warned the blue Bajura brother that he had no personal grudge against him. But if the man insisted on getting in his way, then Jean Fry would have no choice but to treat him as a target too. Then Jean Fry brought his weapon down against the earth wall. The strike slammed directly into the stone barrier, challenging the strength of the defense head-on. The Red Bajura brother reacted immediately, sending more wooden tendrils snapping toward Jean Fry. They surged in to trap and crush him before he could continue pressing his attack against the wall. The sudden pressure forced both Jean Fry and Mira to dodge away. The Bajura brothers' coordination made it clear they could attack and defend from multiple angles at the same time. As Jean Fry moved, the brothers mocked him, brushing off his reputation as a battle champion like it meant nothing. In their eyes, Arena fame did not guarantee that he would survive inside their guild. Under the Bajura brothers' relentless pressure, Jean Fry and Mira were both driven back. For a short but dangerous moment, the two of them were pinned down and forced fully onto the defensive. At the doorway, the two men from earlier appeared again, dragging the captive fox-haired girl along with them. Kukuru was still wrapped in chains, unable to break free from their grasp. Kukuru remembered the terrifying reputation surrounding the Bajura brothers, with trafficking, torture, and murder all tied to their names. Seeing them in front of her now, she fully understood just how dangerous this situation had become. Jean Fry judged that the brothers' combination of earth and wood magic would be extremely troublesome to break through. Beside him, Mira snapped back in irritation, blaming him for charging in so recklessly and making things harder. Jean Fry immediately snapped back at Mira, throwing the blame right back onto her and saying that her attacks were the real weak link in this fight. Even with enemies surrounding them and Kukuru still trapped in chains, the two of them somehow still found room to argue in the middle of a life-or-death crisis. Their argument only became sharper from there, with Jean Fry and Mira firing complaints at each other almost perfectly in rhythm. The timing was so strangely smooth that, absurd as it looked, their bickering seemed more coordinated than their actual battle strategy. Then, without even the slightest warning, a violent explosion ripped through the room. The blast swallowed the battlefield in noise, smoke, and force, cutting their argument off as if the whole space had been struck silent at once. When the heavy smoke finally started to thin out, the spot where Jean Fry and Mira had just been standing was completely empty. There was no shadow, no fallen body, and not even the smallest sign left behind in that place. Kukuru and the men escorting her could only stare in confusion, their eyes locked on the empty space in front of them. One moment Jean Fry and Mira had been right there, and in the next breath, they had vanished without any clear explanation. The Bajura brothers quickly jumped to the conclusion that their enemies had been blown away by the explosion. Sneers spread across their faces as they mocked the fight, acting as though Jean Fry and Mira had been finished off far too easily. The red-haired escort barely seemed interested in anything beyond the reward. The moment he believed the threat had been erased, his thoughts went straight to the money, focusing only on how quickly they could collect their payment. Kukuru's heart dropped as guilt flooded through her chest. Still bound tightly in chains, she blamed herself for what had happened, believing that Jean Fry and Mira had died because they came all this way to rescue her. But then the red-haired escort noticed something that didn't make sense. There were no bodies anywhere among the smoke and shattered debris, which meant Jean Fry and Mira had not been killed at all. Somehow they had slipped away. Jean Fry reappeared soon after, making it clear that the disappearance had never been an accident. He had not been swallowed by the explosion. Instead, he had used that burst of chaos exactly the way he intended. Jean Fry immediately told Mira to stop wasting her breath on pointless arguments and help him recover the stolen equipment first. With Kukuru still in enemy hands and their gear missing, they had no time left for petty fighting. Mira calmly turned the Bajura brothers' own irritation back against them, suggesting that they must be exhausted from dealing with foolish underlings like the ones they had sent out. Her voice stayed cool, but the sting behind her words made the room tense all over again. Mira then made her stance perfectly clear. As a member of the association, and as one of the 8 Guardian Stars, she could not simply turn away and ignore criminals like the Bajura brothers standing right in front of her. Jean Fry finally gave in, realizing from her tone alone that there was no stopping her once she had decided to act. He told Mira to listen to his plan first, before she made the situation even messier than it already was. But Mira was not exactly in the mood to stand still and listen. Instead, she lifted her focus and called out to Undine, and before Jean Fry could properly get through to her, another summon was already beginning to take shape. Undine answered Myra's call with a powerful surge of water. A dragon-like wave twisted through the air and roared forward, rushing straight toward the Bajura brothers with crushing force. The blue Bajura brother reacted immediately by raising Earth Fortress again. Just like before, he stepped into the defensive role, placing his heavy stone protection between Myra's attack and his brother. Myra's patience began to crack under the pressure. Watching the brothers block her again and again, she decided there was no longer any reason to hold herself back, even considering whether she should call out Ifrit next. Jean Fry moved quickly before the situation could spiral completely out of control. In a ridiculous but oddly effective interruption, he slapped a starfish onto Myra's head before she could unleash something truly catastrophic. Mira froze right where she stood, stunned into complete silence. Her face twisted with disbelief as she tried to understand why, in the middle of a battle, Jean Fry had chosen that exact moment to put a starfish on her head. Jean Fry explained that he had picked up the starfish earlier, and that he would much rather use materials from Myra's inventory than let her summon something powerful enough to destroy far more than just their enemies. Then, as if Myra's prized collection were nothing more than a shared toolbox, Jean Fry asked to borrow a fire material connected to Ifrit. His tone made the request sound completely reasonable, even though he was clearly asking for yet another valuable item from her hoard. Mira immediately objected, accusing Jean Fry of raiding her precious collection all over again. Jean Fry brushed right past her complaint and promised that once this was over, he would thank her properly. When Mira demanded to know exactly what kind of thanks he was talking about, Jean Fry gave an answer that actually caught her off guard. He offered to make her a special piece of equipment. That single promise instantly seized Myra's attention. Her anger paused for just a moment, replaced by the sharp, hungry focus of a collector who had just heard something far too tempting to ignore. Still clearly suspicious of him, Mira opened her inventory and handed over the materials he had asked for. She warned Jean Fry not to lie to her, making it very clear that if he tricked her, she would not forgive him. Mira transferred the ingredients into Jean Fry's hands, choosing to gamble on his promise despite the doubt still written across her face. She trusted him just enough to watch what he would create. The Memoria necklace around Jean Fry's neck began to shine, its glow signaling that he was about to use his unusual system once more. The air around him seemed to shift as another transformation began. Jean Fry activated a new job change without any hesitation. The necklace responded to his command, and his role began shifting again right there in the middle of the fight. This time, the Memoria necklace changed Jean Fry into the alchemist class. His entire presence adjusted along with the new job, giving him the air of someone prepared to craft rather than simply swing a weapon. The system confirmed the change clearly. Jean Fry had shifted from thief into alchemist, completing the job switch and leaving him ready to move into the next step of his plan. Now dressed as an alchemist, Jean Fry prepared to craft something on the spot, right in the middle of combat. Even with enemies still surrounding them, he moved with the calm focus of someone standing safely at a workbench. Mira could only stare at him, completely baffled by how absurd his system really was. Watching Jean Fry switch jobs and start crafting during an active battle made absolutely no sense, and yet he was doing it right in front of her eyes. Jean Fry calmly began the mixed alchemy process. His hands moved with practiced precision as he combined the materials Mira had just given him, treating each ingredient like part of a formula he already understood. By mixing wood, oil, and the Ifrit-linked flame material together, Jean Fry created a charred, oil-coated wooden sword. It looked rough and unimpressive at first glance, but it had been made specifically for a great sword master to wield. Mira immediately realized that Jean Fry's so-called special equipment was not at all what she had pictured. The crude-looking weapon in his hands was a far cry from the dazzling treasure she had expected him to produce. When Jean Fry proudly showed off the rough weapon, Mira snapped at him in anger, accusing him of tricking her. Feeling completely cheated by the result, she demanded that he return her collection right away. Jean Fry ignored her complaint and moved straight into the next part of his plan. With the freshly crafted sword in hand, he triggered yet another job change without slowing down. The Memoria necklace shifted him out of the alchemist class and into Great Swordmaster. The moment that class took hold, the weapon in his hand began responding to the role it had been crafted for. The crude wooden sword transformed into the S-rank Ifrit sword, bursting with fierce flames. In an instant, it became a weapon capable of unleashing a fire slash powerful enough to burn through anything standing in its path. Mira stood there in stunned silence as the worthless-looking craft turned into something extraordinary. The weapon she had doubted only moments earlier had become a rare and terrifying blade right before her eyes. Jean Fry explained that the weapon had evolved because it was created for the Great Swordmaster job and then equipped by that very same class. Once every condition aligned, its hidden true form awakened. Even Kukuru and the escorts holding her were left completely speechless. The sudden power-up had happened so quickly and so cleanly that everyone nearby could only stare at Jean Fry in disbelief. Kukuru was especially amazed by what she was seeing. It wasn't only Jean Fry's weapon that had transformed. Even his armor had shifted to match the appearance and presence of his new class. For a brief moment, even the blue Bajura brother found himself mesmerized by Jean Fry's transformation. He stared in stunned silence until the red Bajura brother snapped at him and forced him back to his senses. The blue Bajura brother quickly recovered his nerve and insisted that their combination was still unbeatable. No matter what kind of weapon Jean Fry held now, he believed their earth and wood teamwork could not be broken. He slammed his hand down into the ground and poured power into the floor beneath him. A heavy earth wave surged outward, meant to overwhelm Jean Fry before he could fully bring out the strength of his new weapon. A crushing wall of mud and stone rolled forward like a heavy tide. But Jean Fry stood calmly in front of it, facing the attack head-on without showing even the slightest trace of panic. At that exact moment, Undine unleashed a raging dragon wave from another angle. The water attack roared forward, taking full advantage of the Blue Bajura brothers' divided attention. Only then did the Blue Bajura brother realize what was really happening, but by that point it was already too late. The Jean Fry standing right in front of him had only been a decoy all along. The Blue Bajura brothers' defense had been stretched wide open before he even realized the danger. And before he could close that gap or pull his fortress back into shape, Undine's roaring water attack slammed into him head-on, swallowing his entire body inside the crushing current. Mira watched coldly and pointed out the fatal flaw in his so-called perfect defense. No fortress filled with openings could ever hope to stop a raging surge of water, and in that instant, his proud claim of being untouchable fell apart completely. The Red Bajura brother stared in panic as his partner was trapped inside the violent flow. The water churned and twisted around the Blue Bajura brother with terrifying pressure, leaving the Red brother frozen there, unable to do anything except watch him get overwhelmed. Rage twisted across the Red Bajura brother's face as the situation slipped out of his control. Desperate to strike back, he unleashed a rampaging tree attack, sending wild wooden growths tearing across the battlefield in every direction. Jean Fry faced the attack without flinching. He drew the Ifrit sword into a clean, formal stance, and flames began gathering along the blade as he prepared to answer the wooden assault with a blazing strike of his own. Then Jean Fry unleashed Dragon's Wrath Fire. A massive slash of flame erupted from the Ifrit sword, swelling into the shape of a roaring dragon as it surged forward with overwhelming heat and force. The blazing dragon tore straight through the Red Bajura brothers' wooden attack. Branches and roots that had looked so threatening a moment earlier burned away in an instant, unable to slow the flaming slash for even a single breath. The Red Bajura brother was swallowed by the vertical inferno before he could recover. The fire crashed down on him in one overwhelming blow, burning through his attack completely and bringing him down in the same devastating strike. Kukuru watched with wide, stunned eyes as the two feared Bajura brothers were overwhelmed one after the other. The criminals she had been terrified of only moments earlier had been crushed so quickly that she could barely process what she was seeing. With both Bajura brothers defeated, Mira and her spirit stood beside Jean Fry in the wrecked remains of the room. The entire balance of power had shifted, and now the ones radiating danger were no longer the guild leaders, but the intruders who had beaten them. Later, outside the guild, Mira finally released Kukuru. But before letting the matter end completely, she reminded Kukuru in a firm voice that she had once been the one talking about taking revenge. Mira warned Kukuru not to steal from people again outside of proper hunting grounds. Kukuru lowered her head meekly and apologized, her earlier bold and slippery attitude replaced by visible shame. Then Kukuru turned toward Jean Fry with a far more sincere expression on her face. This time, there was no trickery in her eyes as she thanked him from the bottom of her heart for saving her life when she had truly been in danger. Jean Fry still wasn't entirely sure whether the other thief's apology could really be trusted, but rather than waste time dwelling on that doubt, he shifted his attention back toward Kukuru and the situation in front of him. Meanwhile, Mira happily claimed the Ifrit sword as the proper thanks Jean Fry had promised her earlier. Her eyes shone with clear satisfaction, and from the look on her face, she had already decided the sword belonged in her collection. Jean Fry paused for a moment, clearly not thrilled about giving up something that useful. Still, the silence that followed said plenty. He had absolutely no desire to start another argument with Mira right then. In the end, Jean Fry gave up on fighting her over it. For the moment, he chose to let the matter rest rather than get dragged into yet another exhausting back and forth over her collection. After that, Jean Fry headed toward the seaside gate that led to the next dungeon. Ahead of him waited the sound of the ocean, marking the entrance to the next stage he needed to clear. As he moved toward the shore, Jean Fry thought back on Myra's strange collection and had to admit it had been surprisingly useful. Thanks to the items she carried, he had been able to switch into the thief class unnoticed and steal exactly what he needed. Jean Fry equipped a single-use shark head mask, a bizarre-looking item that allowed him to breathe underwater and communicate while submerged. It looked ridiculous on sight, but functionally, it was exactly the tool he needed for what came next. Even Jean Fry couldn't pretend the shark mask looked normal. The thing was absurd sitting on his head, but for the next stage it was the best option available, so he swallowed the embarrassment and wore it anyway. Jean Fry fixed his focus on the fourth demon's underwater dungeon. This time, he was determined to clear the stage as quickly as possible and avoid getting tangled up in another long, messy detour. He reminded himself that the moment someone entered the sea, an S-rank threat would appear. Even knowing that, Jean Fry judged that the stolen item he had obtained was good enough to let him move forward. Just as Jean Fry was preparing to head out, Kukuru called out to him again from behind. Her voice caught him before he could take the next step toward the water. Jean Fry turned around and found Kukuru staring at him in absolute disbelief. Her gaze was fixed directly on the shark mask, and the sight of him wearing it had clearly left her struggling to find a proper reaction. Then, without warning, Kukuru burst out with intense gratitude. Her voice rang with genuine emotion as she called Jean Fry master, as though that title had already been firmly decided in her heart. Kukuru explained that she was thanking Jean Fry for rescuing her from real danger. This time, her words didn't sound playful, sneaky, or self-serving. They carried honest appreciation for what he had done. Jean Fry wondered if removing his halo-like heavenly will had caused him to lose track of Kukuru's presence. Then he looked at her more carefully and asked, with obvious confusion, why she was still hanging around him. Kukuru answered him with startling honesty. With admiration shining clearly in her eyes, she declared that she had fallen in love with Jean Fry's strength after seeing what he could do. A system message immediately recognized Kukuru's respect as genuine. Jean Fry could only stare in bafflement, completely confused that even the system itself had somehow confirmed this unexpected development. Kukuru wasted no time after that. She begged Jean Fry to accept her as his disciple, making the request with total seriousness and a kind of determination that made it clear she was not joking. Before Jean Fry could even properly give permission, Kukuru started acting as if they were already traveling together. Her excitement spilled out so quickly that she treated the whole arrangement like it had already been settled. Kukuru even began talking about defeating the Demon King alongside Jean Fry. Meanwhile, Jean Fry could only wonder how the situation had escalated this far when he had never actually agreed to take her with him. Jean Fry tried to brush her off, telling Kukuru that she could go on her own if that was what she wanted. But Kukuru refused to let his dismissive words drive her away. Instead, Kukuru decided the answer was simple. If Jean Fry would not accept her yet, then she only needed to prove her value and show him that she could actually be useful. Jean Fry could only stare at her in growing frustration. Somehow, Kukuru kept making decisions for both of them, and every attempt he made to stop her only seemed to push her forward even harder. To show off what she could do, Kukuru suddenly dove straight into the sea. Without the slightest hesitation, she disappeared beneath the surface, determined to prove her ability to Jean Fry. Jean Fry watched her vanish beneath the water in silence. He looked too tired to stop her immediately, as if arguing with Kukuru had already drained more of his energy than the actual battle. Kukuru soon resurfaced and looked back to Jean Fry for instructions. Still treating him like her superior, she asked if she should go now, waiting as though his approval was all she needed. Then Kukuru returned carrying fish and underwater gear, proudly showing off just how quickly she could move beneath the surface. She clearly wanted Jean Fry to see with his own eyes that she could be useful. When Kukuru asked for his evaluation, Jean Fry had to admit there was only one word that truly fit what he had just witnessed. She was fast, shockingly, almost unbelievably fast. Jean Fry praised the Seawolf tribe's natural talent in the water. The compliment immediately made Kukuru swell with pride, her confidence returning all at once as though she had been waiting for those exact words. Jean Fry remembered what made sea wolves so special. On land, they moved much like ordinary people, but once they entered the water, their speed increased tenfold, though their underwater activity was limited to about 30 minutes. Trying to escape the situation, Jean Fry jokingly declared that Kukuru had already graduated from being his disciple. He waved goodbye as if that settled everything, clearly preparing to leave her behind. But Kukuru chased after him anyway, refusing to let the conversation end so easily. With all the seriousness she could muster, she insisted that she truly wanted to become stronger. Jean Fry hesitated when he saw the serious look on her face. It was becoming painfully obvious that Kukuru was not going to give up just because he tried to walk away. Kukuru waited anxiously for Jean Fry's answer, her eyes fixed on him without wavering. Nervous hope filled her expression as she waited to hear whether he would finally accept her. Jean Fry finally understood that trying to reason with Kukuru normally was pointless. She had completely fixated on following him, and no ordinary excuse was going to shake that determination loose. At last, Jean Fry relented. The moment Kukuru heard his answer, her face lit up with disbelief and joy. Even being accepted temporarily was enough to make her brighten, as though Jean Fry had just given her the greatest reward imaginable. Jean Fry made it clear that his decision had nothing to do with sentiment. It was simply the most practical option. He didn't have time to keep arguing with Kukuru, and more importantly, he couldn't risk irritating her again and giving her a reason to steal his equipment out of spite. He made sure Kukuru understood that this arrangement was temporary and nothing more. But even that small amount of permission was enough to make her light up with happiness, as if she had just been officially accepted. Kukuru thanked him again, her voice bright with excitement as she called him master, without even hesitating. Jean Fry immediately cut that down, warning her that if she used that title one more time, he would expel her right then and there. Kukuru instantly snapped into a sharp salute and corrected herself in a hurry, switching to calling him Jean Fry instead. Even after being scolded, her energy barely dropped, and she still looked completely thrilled to be following him. With the matter settled for the time being, Jean Fry turned his attention back toward the gate and started moving forward. Kukuru followed closely behind him, eager and obedient, acting as though she had already been welcomed into his party. Together, they stepped into the fourth continent's S-rank dungeon, the underwater palace known as Pablo Palace. Beyond the gate, an entire submerged world waited beneath the sea, silent, dangerous, and filled with ruins. Inside that underwater realm, Jean Fry advanced through the ruins on his own at first, drifting carefully along the sunken passages. Broken stone structures, flooded corridors, and ancient debris surrounded him in every direction. Jean Fry quickly checked whether the shark mask was doing its job. Ridiculous as it looked, he was able to breathe underwater without any trouble, proving that the strange item was working exactly as intended. Once he confirmed the mask could be trusted, Jean Fry moved into the next part of his plan. The Memoria necklace began to activate again, its glow signaling that another job change was about to begin. Jean Fry changed from alchemist into summoner, selecting a class that could adapt better to the strange conditions of the underwater dungeon. His equipment shifted with the role, and his presence changed along with it. Kukuru stared in open surprise as she watched the transformation happen so naturally. Even after everything she had seen, she still struggled to believe that Jean Fry's equipment let him switch jobs so freely. Jean Fry, meanwhile, focused more on Kukuru's own abilities than her reaction. Her tribe's ultrasonic voice caught his attention, and he realized it functioned much like dolphin-style communication beneath the water. Now acting as a summoner, Jean Fry opened his book and prepared to call forth a beast. The pages stirred beneath the water as he activated the summon, setting the spell into motion. But instead of a majestic spirit or some overwhelming monster, what appeared was a tiny electric creature. Its name was Dendon, and with its small body, it looked far less intimidating than anyone might have expected. The system identified Dendon as a low-rank summon, but it did have one useful ability. By releasing electricity, it could paralyze enemies, making it valuable as long as Jean Fry used it in the right situation. The moment Kukuru saw Dendon, she was instantly charmed. Its tiny body and little electric presence made her eyes brighten, as though she had just discovered something unexpectedly adorable. Jean Fry admitted that his summoner level was still too low to call out proper spirits. Even so, Dendon was enough for the moment, especially if he used its paralysis skill carefully. Jean Fry then gave Kukuru her very first task. He ordered her to lure a suitable underwater creature toward them, so they could begin raising Dendon's level as efficiently as possible. Kukuru accepted the order without hesitation and shot off through the water. With the natural speed of the Seawolf tribe, she moved like a streak beneath the surface, disappearing ahead in an instant. As Jean Fry watched Kukuru dart away, he quietly appreciated just how useful her underwater mobility really was. Having someone who could move that quickly in Pablo Palace made the entire strategy much easier to carry out. With Kukuru gathering targets for him, Jean Fry prepared to turn the dungeon into a training ground. If the plan worked, Dendon would be able to gain levels quickly through repeated battles. Before long, Kukuru came rushing back toward Jean Fry with obvious pride written all over her face. She announced that she had brought him prey, sounding eager to prove she had completed her task properly. At first, Jean Fry was pleased by how quickly Kukuru had returned. But then he looked past her and realized she had drawn in far more sea monsters than he had been expecting. Instead of retreating from the swarm, Jean Fry immediately began the hunt. He gave Dendon the order to use Electric Bolt, turning the monster's charge into the summon's first real test. The surrounding monsters rushed in all at once, closing the distance before Jean Fry could get boxed in. Their bodies surged through the water in a pack, ready to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Dendon answered with a sharp burst of electricity. The shock flashed outward through the water, spreading from its small body and meeting the charging monsters head-on. The electric current raced through the pack and caught the enemies completely off guard. Their movements suddenly stiffened as the paralysis took hold, stopping their charge before they could break through. Jean Fry took advantage of the opening without a second of hesitation. With the monsters frozen in place, he moved in confidently, using Dendon's paralysis to take control of the entire fight. He struck the immobilized creatures with Myra's borrowed weapon, smashing into them while they were unable to defend themselves properly. Every hit followed up on Dendon's setup and turned the paralysis into real damage. The stunned sea monsters were left helpless beneath the combined assault. Between Dendon's electricity and Jean Fry's follow-up strikes, the pack quickly lost its momentum and began collapsing one after another. Jean Fry noted that Dendon's direct damage was still weak because of the level difference. But that didn't matter much, the paralysis alone was enough. Kukuru could lure the enemies in, Dendon could lock them down, and Jean Fry could finish the job. The strategy worked immediately. Thanks to the shared experience from the battle, Dendon jumped all the way from level 1 to level 12 in a single burst of progress. Jean Fry confirmed that cooperative combat was functioning exactly the way he had hoped. As long as Dendon took part in the fight, it could level alongside him through the shared experience. Another wave of monsters fell not long after. With every enemy defeated, Dendon's level climbed once again, rising even higher until it reached level 18. Satisfied with how quickly things were moving, Jean Fry told Kukuru to keep bringing in more targets. Kukuru agreed with eager enthusiasm, clearly happy that she could be useful during the underwater hunt. As the fighting continued, Jean Fry remembered that he was still using Myra's borrowed weapon. But for now, he pushed that problem to the back of his mind, deciding it could wait until after the dungeon was cleared. Jean Fry repeated the same routine with the next group of monsters. Kukuru lured them in, Dendon paralyzed them, and once the battle was over, Dendon's level climbed again, this time reaching level 21. At that pace, Jean Fry realized he might actually be able to raise Dendon all the way to its maximum level. The underwater dungeon was turning into a far better training spot than he had originally expected. Then Kukuru returned once more, looking even prouder than before. With a bright, excited expression, she announced that this time she had found something much stronger. Jean Fry was prepared to welcome another useful target for training. But the instant he saw what Kukuru had actually brought back with her, his confidence started to waver. A massive tentacle descended beside him, slicing through the water with terrifying weight. Just that single limb was enough to show that this so-called prey was on a completely different scale. Then the full creature emerged from the depths of the ruins. Jean Fry found himself staring up at a gigantic kraken-like monster, its enormous body looming over them in the underwater palace. Jean Fry identified the monster as the evil kraken, a level 175 enemy. This was not even close to the ordinary sea monsters they had been farming just moments earlier. At first, Jean Fry still tried to praise Kukuru for bringing back such a strong target. But even as he spoke, he realized that Kukuru had no idea why his voice carried such obvious unease. Kukuru happily explained that the giant octopus she had brought was the area's mid-boss. To her, that sounded like an impressive achievement worth celebrating. Jean Fry then revealed the real problem behind her discovery. Once that mid-boss was defeated, the local demon king would be forced to appear next. Before they could discuss the consequences any further, the evil kraken launched its attack. Its tentacles whipped forward in a furious barrage, tearing through the water straight toward them. One of the strikes slammed into the seabed with tremendous force. The impact blasted debris through the water and forced Jean Fry to evade immediately. Jean Fry escaped the first blow and quickly regained his balance underwater. His body steadied again in the drifting current as he prepared for whatever attack came next. Jean Fry decided that this accident might actually save him time after all. Since his diving time was limited anyway, taking down the mid-boss now could push him toward the next stage faster than planned. Jean Fry does not waste even a single second before giving Kukuru her role. He tells her to become the bait, to draw the kraken's eyes onto herself and keep that monstrous attention fixed there, while he handles the real work of tearing down every tentacle first. Kukuru catches on instantly, and even though the job is clearly dangerous, she does not freeze or argue. She accepts it right away. Kukuru bursts forward through the water, cutting across the battlefield and slipping directly in front of the gigantic creature's face. By placing herself right in the kraken's line of sight, she deliberately pulls its focus away from Jean Fry, making sure the monster sees her as the easiest and most obvious target. With a bold, fearless grin on her face, Kukuru begins taunting the giant octopus head-on. She mocks the beast without holding back, practically daring it to chase her down, as though she is inviting the Kraken into a pursuit it could never ignore. Her provocation works exactly the way she needs it to. The Kraken's attention stays locked tightly on Kokuru, its rage chasing after every twist and movement she makes, and that gives Jean Fry the opening he was waiting for. As the Kraken swings its enormous body around and turns fully toward Kokuru, Jean Fry moves quietly behind it. With the monster completely distracted, he slides into the perfect position, lining himself up in a blind spot where the Kraken cannot easily interfere. Jean Fry recalls a crucial detail about this boss. The Kraken's tentacles are not treated as just one shared body part. Each one counts almost like an independent creature body, which means if he destroys them separately, he can gain experience from them not once, but 8 different times. He quickly confirms just how valuable the chance in front of him really is. Every single tentacle is a high-level target on its own, so this Kraken is not merely a mid-boss blocking the way. To Jean Fry, it is basically a giant bundle of experience waiting to be collected. Since this is an S-rank dungeon mid-boss, the rewards should be enormous if Jean Fry handles the fight correctly. As long as he destroys the tentacles before finishing off the main body, the payout could be exactly the kind of boost he needs right now. Jean Fry begins the assault by calling on Dendon. The moment he gives the command, Dendon releases Electric Bulb, sending a burst of paralyzing electricity into one of the Kraken's thrashing tentacles and forcing that limb to lock up in place. The instant the tentacle goes stiff and stops whipping through the water, Jean Fry launches himself straight toward it. He does not waste even a heartbeat, moving before the Kraken has any chance to react. Jean Fry drives all of his strength into the attack, aiming directly at the disabled limb. His purpose is completely clear. Sever the tentacle before the Kraken can shake off the paralysis and strike back. His blow lands with ruthless, clean precision. The strike tears through the Kraken's tentacle and cuts it away completely, sending the first massive limb drifting and falling apart from the monster's body. As that first tentacle is destroyed, a powerful rush of experience flows into Dendon. The reward hits without delay, and Dendon's level immediately rises, pushing it all the way up to level 27. And the rewards are not finished yet. More shared experience pours in from the battle, stacking on top of the first gain, and Dendon's level surges upward again, climbing rapidly until it reaches level 32. The gains keep piling up one after another. With every new burst of experience, Dendon grows stronger, its level continuing to rise until it soon reaches level 35. Almost immediately after that, another surge of experience follows. Dendon's level jumps once more, carrying it higher and higher until it reaches level 37. Proof that Jean Fry's strategy is working perfectly. By the time the next wave of rewards finally settles, Dendon has already climbed even further. In just a short stretch of combat, it has shot up dramatically, reaching level 43. Jean Fry continues using the same ruthless pattern without ever losing his rhythm. Dendon paralyzes a tentacle, Jean Fry rushes in the moment it stops moving, and another limb is crushed or sliced down before the Kraken can properly defend itself. While Jean Fry tears through the Kraken's tentacles one after another, Kokuru keeps playing her role flawlessly. She stays just out of the monster's reach, darting through the water fast enough to frustrate it and keep its attention away from him. When the final tentacle is finally destroyed, Kokuru's eyes open wide with excitement. She realizes that Jean Fry has already wiped out every single one of the Kraken's massive limbs, leaving the monster completely stripped down. Jean Fry checks Dendon's progress and sees that it has reached level 45. It is still not quite at the exact goal he has in mind, but it is close enough to keep his confidence steady and his plan moving forward. Now that the baiting stage has served its purpose, Jean Fry calls Kokuru back to him. There is no reason for her to keep risking herself in front of a boss that has already lost its tentacles and most of its threat. Kokuru immediately curves away from the Kraken's path and rushes back toward Jean Fry. Moving in a smooth arc through the water, she returns to his side and leaves the badly damaged monster behind her. From a short distance away, Jean Fry gives his signal with calm confidence. The Kraken, now stripped of its tentacles and severely weakened, slowly turns its main body toward him as if preparing for one last confrontation. Jean Fry notes that Dendon has already surpassed level 40 and unlocked a brand new skill. With that fresh power now available, he decides that the finishing blow against the Kraken will be built around this newly gained ability. Without showing the slightest hesitation, Jean Fry gives Dendon the next order. He tells it to activate Convert Thunder and bring out the new skill right away. Convert Thunder is a temporary enchantment skill, one that can place the Thunder attribute directly onto a weapon, With that effect active, even a normal weapon strike can be transformed into an attack charged with electrical force. Jean Fry applies the Thunder attribute to Soul Vantage, letting the weapon surge and crackle with fresh power. With the blade now enhanced, he prepares himself to deliver a far heavier finishing strike. Now fully armed for the final attack, Jean Fry closes the remaining distance between himself and the Kraken's main body. With all of its tentacles gone, the crippled mid-boss has nothing left to hide behind. Jean Fry intends to end this battle as fast as he possibly can. After all, the Kraken is only the mid-boss, and beyond this fight waits the real target he needs to reach, the Demon King battle. Jean Fry drops down from above and drives Thunder Fist straight into the Kraken. The electrified attack crashes into the monster with overwhelming force, carrying all the power he has built up for this moment. The thunder-charged impact rips through the Kraken's body and blows apart what remains of the boss. As the destruction settles through the water, Jean Fry is left standing amid the wreckage of the defeated creature. Kukuru immediately bursts into celebration, thrilled by what looks like a complete victory. Full of excitement, she asks whether Dendon has finally reached its maximum level, and G3 confirms that it has. With Dendon now fully maxed out and the mid-boss defeated, G3 announces that the necessary requirements have finally been met. The conditions for summoning the Demon King are now complete. Jean Fry sharpens his focus and readies himself for whatever is about to happen next. He knows the next enemy should appear at any moment, so he keeps himself prepared for the transition into the real fight. Suddenly, the sea around them begins to twist out of shape. The water churns violently, rising and spiraling into massive underwater vortexes that tower around the battlefield like walls of rotating current. G3 recognizes the sign at once and warns Kukuru to stay on guard. The calm after the Kraken's defeat is already gone, because the real battle is about to begin. The vortexes grow stronger, faster, and far more violent, gathering around a presence that feels much more dangerous than the Kraken ever did. The water itself seems to coil and tighten around something terrifying that is about to emerge. Jean Fry braces himself on top of the fallen boss's remains, holding his ground as the currents close in. From every side, the raging water surrounds him, leaving him at the center of the brewing storm. Rather than standing there and waiting to be swallowed by the storm, Jean Fry strikes forward with Thunder Fist. He drives his electrified attack straight into the raging current, choosing to meet the new threat head-on. From deep within the maelstrom, a hostile voice answers his attack. The voice declares that anyone who dares disturb the seas will never be allowed to leave alive. Kukuru is shaken by the voice alone. The weight and menace behind it are so intense that even before the enemy fully appears, she can already feel just how dangerous this opponent is. Jean Fry, however, keeps his expression completely steady. He refuses to let even the smallest flicker of fear show on his face as the enemy approaches through the storm. At last, the fourth Demon King reveals himself. Neptunes appears before them as a level 200 ocean god, and his trait allows him to automatically regenerate his health. Kukuru is overwhelmed by the sheer pressure radiating from the Demon King. Neptunes' presence alone feels heavier, colder, and far more terrifying than anything the Kraken had released. Jean Fry responds to that crushing pressure with confidence instead of panic. Just as he has done before, he decides that the only path forward is to defeat this enemy as quickly as possible. Before fully throwing himself into the clash, Jean Fry checks his own status. He confirms his current build and equipment, making sure every part of his setup is ready for the fight ahead. Neptunes towers over him, his enormous form making the difference in scale impossible to miss. The Demon King's authority fills the entire battlefield, as if even the sea itself is bowing down before him. Jean Fry thinks back to every Demon King he has faced so far. Each one has behaved in ways the game never predicted, proving again and again that this world is drifting further away from the version he remembers. Because of that uncertainty, Jean Fry knows he cannot afford to let this fight drag on. He has to defeat Neptunes quickly, before some new unexpected twist appears and changes the battle all over again. Jean Fry activates the memory necklace without a moment of doubt, letting its strange power flow through him and overwrite his current role. There, in the middle of the dark underwater battlefield, he shifts his job from summoner to mage, choosing a completely different fighting style as he prepares to face Neptunes head-on. Kukuru catches the change immediately. The second Jean Fry switches jobs, she realizes exactly what he has done, and she calls it out for what it looks like to her, another use of his absurdly overpowered job-switching tactic. Jean Fry barely reacts to Kukuru's complaint, brushing it aside as if the accusation does not bother him in the least. In his mind, this is not cheating at all. In a battle where one wrong move could get them killed, using every available option is simply proper strategy. Now standing as a mage, Jean Fry draws up his magical power and forms a glowing magic circle around himself. But instead of backing away like a typical caster would, he begins casting from dangerously close range, right in front of the Demon King himself. Jean Fry does not release the spell from a safe distance the way most mages would. He brings the magic straight toward Neptunes, closing in through the water and forcing the spell directly into the Demon King's personal space. The magic circle finishes forming, and Jean Fry unleashes the spell in a burst of lightning. Bright electric energy flashes outward, slicing through the dark ocean water as it surges straight toward Neptunes. The lightning coils around Neptunes' enormous body, wrapping him in crackling arcs of power. A moment later, the spell explodes across his form, sending sharp flashes of electricity bursting over the Demon King from every side. The spell hits him directly and lands with undeniable force, but Neptunes barely shows a reaction. Even after taking the full attack, the Demon King appears almost completely unharmed, as though Jean Fry's magic had been nothing more than a small irritation. Jean Fry instantly pulls back, trusting his instincts the moment he senses danger. After seeing how little damage the spell caused, he refuses to linger within Neptunes' reach and creates distance before the counterattack can arrive. Neptunes openly mocks the attack, looking down at Jean Fry's magic as if it was not even worth taking seriously. To the Demon King, that spell was far too weak to be considered a real threat. Then Neptunes strikes back with terrifying power. He swings a crushing hand attack straight toward Jean Fry, aiming to smash him down before he can recover from his failed spell. Jean Fry escapes the danger by activating swift wind teleportation. In a sudden blur of movement, his body slips away at high speed, avoiding the Demon King's devastating blow before it can connect. He reappears behind Neptunes, turning what looked like a retreat into an instant counterattack. Rather than simply running away, Jean Fry uses his new position to launch another offensive from the Demon King's blind spot. From behind Neptunes, Jean Fry drives forward with Thunder Fist. The electrified strike shoots in fast, aimed at a spot where the Demon King cannot easily turn around and defend himself. This time, Neptunes actually flinches from the impact. The reaction is small, but it is enough to prove the attack reached him, and for the first time in the battle, Jean Fry's hit seems to have made a real mark. Jean Fry immediately follows up before Neptunes can regain his balance. He activates Flash, releasing a burst of blinding light to disrupt the Demon King's senses and carve open another brief chance to attack. Using that tiny opening perfectly, Jean Fry rushes in again and slams another Thunder Fist straight into Neptunes' face. He strikes before the Demon King can fully respond, driving the attack in with sharp, aggressive timing. Jean Fry turns the single hit into a rapid chain of attacks, refusing to let the pace slow for even a second. He keeps hammering Neptunes again and again, trying to stack damage faster than the Demon King's automatic regeneration can erase it. The barrage crashes across Neptunes' upper body from multiple angles. Jean Fry shifts his position with every blow, pounding the Demon King repeatedly before he can fully seize control of the fight again. Kukuru watches the relentless assault unfold and starts cheering with rising excitement. As Jean Fry's attacks finally seem to be getting through, the pressure across the battlefield feels, for just a moment, like it might be shifting in their favor. But Neptunes recovers with a grin, making it clear that he is still nowhere near defeat. That expression alone says everything. Jean Fry's fierce combination attacks have hurt him, but they are still not enough to bring the Demon King down. Even so, Jean Fry keeps moving without pause. He refuses to let Neptunes settle into his own rhythm, making sure the Demon King never gets the chance to take full control of the battle's flow. Still, Jean Fry understands the real problem in front of him. Neptunes' defense is absurdly high, but Jean Fry has not been attacking without thought. Beneath the first wave of strikes, he has already prepared another layer to his plan. Jean Fry calls upon Dragon God Wind, bringing a new element into the fight. The water around him begins to churn and twist as another powerful force gathers against the Demon King. A massive wind dragon surges forward under Jean Fry's command. It tears through the underwater currents with overwhelming momentum, rushing at Neptunes like a raging storm given the shape of a beast. The wind dragon crashes into Neptunes and detonates in a violent underwater blast. The impact erupts outward with brutal force, shaking the surrounding sea as waves of power explode across the battlefield. Kukuru is left stunned by the sheer scale of the attack. All she can do is stare as that enormous burst of power tears through the battlefield right in front of her eyes. But Jean Fry does not allow himself even a second of celebration. Despite landing such a massive blow, he immediately judges the situation and realizes that Neptunes still has not been finished off. Jean Fry knows he needs one truly decisive final strike. If he fails to end Neptunes here, the Demon King will simply regenerate back to full strength, and Jean Fry's own time underwater is already running dangerously low. His shark mask confirms just how bad the situation has become. The display shows that he has only a little over 3 minutes of oxygen remaining, leaving him with almost no room for delay or mistakes. With caution no longer available to him, Jean Fry switches back to Summoner. He immediately calls Dendon out again, bringing his max-level summon back into the battle for the move that will decide everything. Now that Dendon has reached its maximum level, Jean Fry reveals the true value of its electric ball. If that attack connects even once, the paralysis effect is guaranteed to activate and lock the target down. Jean Fry sends Dendon charging forward through the violent currents, using the little summon to prepare the finishing move. Dendon rushes into the chaos, carrying the crucial key to stopping Neptunes in place. As the power in the water begins swelling even further, Jean Fry senses that something is wrong. Neptunes is gathering energy on a much larger scale than before, preparing a move far beyond his previous attacks. Kukuru can only stare as the pressure around them keeps rising. The force gathering throughout the sea becomes so overwhelming that the entire battlefield feels as if it is being crushed under invisible weight. Neptunes stands at the center of a colossal current, commanding the ocean around him as though the water were part of his own body. Every surrounding current bends to his will, creating a terrifying display of divine power. He declares that Jean Fry has done whatever he wanted in his ocean for long enough. His words carry the authority of a ruler who has finally decided to punish an intruder trespassing in his domain. At the same time, Neptunes acknowledges Jean Fry's strength. He admits that Jean Fry is the first human to challenge him alone on equal footing, something ordinary adventurers would never be capable of doing. Across the battlefield, the severed remains of the Kraken begin to move once again. The broken pieces that should have been nothing but wreckage are pulled back into motion under the Demon King's control. Jean Fry is caught off guard when he realizes what is happening. The mid-boss he believed he had already destroyed is not truly gone after all, and its remains are being used for something far worse. Neptunes reveals the answer through action, merging himself with the evil Kraken's remains. The Demon King absorbs the broken body into himself, transforming into a new fused form right before Jean Fry's eyes. Jean Fry immediately understands how impossible this is compared to the game he remembers. Once again, a Demon King is acting in a way that should never happen, continuing the pattern of unpredictable changes in this world. The fusion completes, and the creature that emerges is far more dangerous than either Neptunes or the Kraken alone. A new monster takes shape in the water, carrying the combined threat of both beings at once. Neptunes boasts that Jean Fry should consider himself honored. In his eyes, being allowed to witness this true form is a rare privilege, one that very few opponents would ever survive long enough to understand. Without warning, one of the fused tentacles lashes out across the battlefield. It snaps toward a nearby creature and catches it before the poor victim has any chance to escape. The creature begins dissolving the instant the tentacle makes contact. Its body melts away right where it is touched, proving that the fused tentacles now carry a deadly corrosive effect. Jean Fry is shocked as he sees what the new fused body is capable of. Those tentacles are no longer just heavy, powerful limbs. They now possess a horrifying property that makes even one touch potentially fatal. He quickly reaches the only conclusion that matters in the moment. Anything touched by those tentacles will melt, and there is no time to waste figuring out whether the cause is poison, acid, or something even worse. The fused monster attacks again almost immediately, whipping another corrosive tentacle straight toward Jean Fry. The strike cuts through the water with terrifying speed, forcing him to react purely on instinct. Jean Fry barely avoids the blow, slipping away just before it can touch him. The tentacle tears through the terrain beside him instead, showing exactly what would have happened to his body if that attack had landed. Jean Fry curses quietly under his breath as the entire situation starts slipping completely beyond his control. This was supposed to be a brutal but still manageable battle. Yet now the enemy has transformed into something far more dangerous than anything he had planned for. Kukuru panics the moment she sees Jean Fry being driven backward by the fused monster's pressure. Her eyes go wide with fear as he is forced closer and closer into a corner, with almost no space left to escape. Neptunes lets out a pleased laugh as he watches Jean Fry trapped beneath the massive fused body. To the Demon King, Jean Fry finally looks pinned down, helpless, and close enough to be crushed for good. Even while buried among the rubble and surrounded by danger on every side, Jean Fry keeps Dendon close to him. He forces his mind to stay calm, desperately searching for a way out instead of letting panic take over. Kukuru can barely believe Jean Fry is still alive after being slammed down so violently. From where she is watching, the impact looked so brutal that surviving it at all seems almost impossible. But then Jean Fry shouts back, proving that he is still conscious and still able to respond. Even after taking such a savage hit, he has not given up, and the fight is not over yet. Kukuru rushes toward him in alarm, desperate to get back to his side before things get worse. She moves as quickly as she can through the water, trying to help him recover before Neptunes has the chance to strike again. Neptunes watches the scene with amusement rather than concern, clearly entertained by Jean Fry's stubborn refusal to die. Instead of seeing him as a threat, the Demon King praises him for lasting longer than expected. Jean Fry finally admits to himself that this has become a serious problem. The battle has reached a point where even he can no longer pretend that everything is still going according to plan. He evaluates the danger in an instant and understands just how deadly the situation is. If even the tips of those tentacles touch him, he is finished, and with his shark mask nearly out of oxygen, he has no time left to hold anything back. With everything riding on the next move, Jean Fry makes one final gamble. He changes jobs again, casting aside Summoner and shifting into Pugilist for the last stretch of the fight. The memory necklace confirms the shift right away. Jean Fry's job changes from Summoner to Pugilist, locking him into a completely different combat style for this desperate final exchange. Because Soul Vantage is equipped under the correct conditions, the Pugilist job's special skill becomes available. But that power does not come freely, and the moment it unlocks, most of Jean Fry's remaining health is drained away. Jean Fry activates Fighting Spirit Injection, choosing to sacrifice 80% of his HP in return for explosive power. In exchange for that brutal cost, both his attack and defense are doubled. A fierce new aura bursts around Jean Fry as he faces the fused Demon King at close range. His body now radiates overwhelming power, but the price of that strength is already weighing heavily on him. Kukuru senses the sudden change almost immediately. From the pressure gathering around Jean Fry, she can tell that he has triggered an incredibly powerful buff, one far beyond an ordinary boost. Jean Fry reminds himself exactly how this skill works. Fighting Spirit Injection can only be used when Soul Vantage is equipped while he is in the Pugilist job, but even knowing that, the last exchange hurt much more than he expected. Neptunes sneers at him for changing outfits yet again, looking down on the new transformation with complete arrogance. He demands to know what could possibly make this form any different from the others Jean Fry has already used. Without giving Jean Fry time to answer, Neptunes sends more tentacles crashing down toward him. The Demon King declares that he will reduce Jean Fry to nothing more than food for the sea. Jean Fry bursts forward straight into the attack, using his enhanced speed and power to break through the crushing pressure. Instead of backing away from danger, he charges directly through it. As he closes the distance, Jean Fry realizes that the fused Demon King has grown faster and stronger as well. Neptunes' attack power and speed have both increased, making every clash between them even more dangerous than before. Jean Fry checks the situation and sees that his shark mask has less than 2 minutes of oxygen remaining. The battle cannot be allowed to drag on any longer. He has to finish it immediately. As Jean Fry rushes through the water, he admits the harsh truth to himself. A prolonged fight will only work against him now, because both his skills and his mask are close to expiring, and even then, he still cannot find a clean opening. In that desperate moment, Kukuru calls out to Jean Fry and moves in to help him. Her voice cuts through the chaos of the battlefield as she throws herself into the fight. Kukuru suddenly charges into the battlefield despite the danger surrounding them from every side. She rushes straight toward the fused Demon King's path, refusing to stand back and watch Jean Fry struggle alone. Jean Fry panics the instant he sees Kukuru rushing in. He tries to drive her away before she gets caught by the tentacles and dragged into the monster's deadly reach. But Kukuru does not retreat. Her focus stays sharp, and instead of backing down from the danger, she keeps moving forward with clear determination. The Sea Demon King welcomes the chance to kill both of them at the same time. To Neptunes, their decision to stand together looks like nothing more than a fatal mistake that has handed him the victory. The fused tentacles close in from every direction, surrounding Jean Fry and Kukuru almost instantly. With no room to relax or hesitate, the two of them are forced straight into defense. Jean Fry is caught off guard by how suddenly the pressure doubles around them. The moment Kukuru enters the battlefield, the Demon King's attacks tighten around both of them like a closing net. But Neptunes notices something strange in Kukuru's movements. Her underwater speed is not at all what he expected, and the way she moves immediately throws off his assumptions. Kukuru darts through the water with incredible agility, slipping past the incoming attacks before they can catch her. Her movement disrupts the Demon King's assault, breaking the rhythm of the tentacles as they chase after her. With Kukuru moving beside him, Jean Fry finally gets the breathing room he desperately needed. Her speed opens a path through the danger, allowing him to reposition against the monster instead of being trapped in place. Kukuru boasts that, with the Seawolf tribe's swimming speed, the Demon King's attacks look almost frozen to her. The high-speed movement works beautifully, even though being dragged along through it leaves Jean Fry feeling slightly sick. The Demon King realizes that Kukuru is far more troublesome than he first believed. Her speed underwater makes her a threat he cannot simply ignore or brush aside. Jean Fry steadies himself and begins thinking tactically again. Now that Kukuru has changed the flow of the fight, he can finally look for a way to turn this new opening into a path toward victory. Jean Fry thanks Kukuru for saving him, then immediately asks if she can keep dodging the Demon King's attacks. He needs to know whether her speed can hold out long enough for one final plan. Kukuru agrees without even the slightest hesitation. She tells Jean Fry to focus completely on killing the Demon King, while she handles the dodging and keeps them moving. Jean Fry decides that everything must end in the very next exchange. He gives Kukuru precise timing instructions, setting up a hit-and-run attack that depends entirely on her speed. Kukuru accepts the plan right away. She understands exactly what Jean Fry needs from her and prepares herself to move the moment he gives the timing. Together, they bait the Demon King into launching another attack. Just as Jean Fry planned, the tentacles surge out toward them, rushing in to crush both targets at once. Using Kukuru's speed, the two slip through the danger zone before the tentacles can close around them. They cut through the attack path and rush closer to the Demon King's body. For one brief instant, they disappear from the Demon King's line of sight. Their sudden burst of movement makes Neptunes lose track of them within the swirling water. The Demon King searches for them, his attention shifting as his guard opens for just a moment. That tiny lapse is exactly the opportunity Jean Fry has been waiting for. Jean Fry gives the signal, and Kukuru launches him straight back into the fight. With her speed driving him forward, he shoots toward the Demon King like a living projectile. Jean Fry crashes into Neptunes with a heavy electrified blow. The impact slams into the Demon King's body with enough force to shake the surrounding water. Before Neptunes can fully react, Jean Fry follows up with a brutal barrage. Strike after strike lands across the Demon King's fused body, forcing the monster to absorb the full weight of the assault. The Demon King roars in fury at the two brats who dared to corner him. But Jean Fry knows the truth better than anyone. His borrowed time is almost completely gone. Jean Fry understands that this is his final chance. If he cannot finish Neptunes here, everything will fall apart, so he resolves to pour all of his remaining strength into one decisive burst. Jean Fry calls for the last approach just as the Demon King raises its tentacles again. The final clash is about to begin, and with no time left to hesitate, everything comes down to this next move. Jean Fry gathers every last flicker of lightning he can still force out, pulling it all into one tightly clenched fist. The electricity coils denser and brighter around his hand, compressing into a single desperate punch that carries everything he has left. With no strength to spare, Jean Fry drives that fully charged fist straight into the Demon King's face. The blow lands head-on, tearing through the water with all of his remaining power packed behind it. Neptunes screams as the lightning impact rips through him. The blast shakes his massive body, leaving the Demon King reeling from the force of Jean Fry's desperate strike. Even after taking that crushing hit, the Demon King still forces himself to speak. Wounded and staggering, Neptunes warns them not to get arrogant just because they managed to land one solid blow. But before Neptunes can properly recover, Kukuru reveals the real trick behind their move. While the Demon King's attention was locked on Jean Fry, she had already slipped in and stolen his weapon. Kukuru raises the stolen weapon where Neptunes can see it clearly. The moment the Demon King recognizes his own weapon in her hands, he freezes, stunned by what has just happened. With a bright, almost innocent smile, Kukuru admits that taking things is a bad habit of hers. She even apologizes while saying it, but in the middle of a life-or-death battle, the apology somehow sounds even more shameless. Neptunes is left completely speechless. In the middle of this deadly clash, Kukuru has robbed him so cleanly and casually that even the Demon King needs a moment to understand what she has done. Jean Fry watches the exchange and dryly points out that Kukuru's so-called habit is far beyond some harmless little quirk. Calling it minor would be giving her way too much credit. Still, Jean Fry cannot deny how perfectly useful that theft turned out to be. He praises Kukuru, because her little act of robbery has created the exact opening they were desperately searching for. Jean Fry wastes no time taking advantage of the disarmed Demon King. He unleashes a barrage of thunder, sending lightning crashing into Neptunes again and again before the Demon King can regain control. The repeated thunderstrikes hammer Neptunes backward, forcing him to absorb impact after impact. Jean Fry keeps the pressure locked on him, pinning the Demon King in place with relentless electric blows. Then Jean Fry calls out to Kukuru again, shifting from the opening assault into the true finishing plan. This next move is no longer just about damaging Neptunes, it is the attack that will decide the entire battle. Jean Fry orders Kukuru to take the stolen weapon and leap out of the water. He explains that Neptunes is regenerating far too quickly while submerged, and Jean Fry himself is nearly out of oxygen, leaving them almost no time. Kukuru quickly understands what Jean Fry is trying to do. His plan is to punch the Demon King out of the sea and onto land, where Neptunes can no longer heal, and then Kukuru must use the stolen weapon to finish him. The weight of that responsibility hits Kukuru so hard that she freezes for a brief moment. But Jean Fry makes it clear that it has to be her. She is the one who must deliver the final blow. While Jean Fry keeps the Demon King occupied in front of him, he quietly admits the truth to himself. He has run out of time, and no matter how far he pushes his body, he cannot finish this fight alone. Kukuru hesitates under the pressure of the trust Jean Fry has placed in her. Then she steadies herself, pushes down the fear rising inside her, and decides to answer that trust with everything she has. Kukuru promises Jean Fry that she will give it her all. Her resolve hardens in that instant as she prepares to take on the role that only she can carry out. With the stolen weapon clutched in her hands, Kukuru rockets upward toward the surface. She cuts through the water at full speed, leaving the underwater battlefield behind as she races toward land. Kukuru bursts out of the sea and reaches land exactly as Jean Fry instructed. Water sprays around her as she plants herself into position, ready and waiting for the final strike. From above the surface, Kukuru calls down to Jean Fry and tells him she is ready. Her voice carries from the land and reaches him below, signaling that their last setup is finally in place. Far beneath the water, Jean Fry gathers the last of his strength into another thunder-charged fist. His body is nearly at its limit, but he forces the lightning to answer him one final time. The lightning around Jean Fry's hand swells until it reaches its absolute limit. Violent arcs of energy crackle around his fist, building into the final blow he has been saving for this exact moment. Jean Fry unleashes Thunder Grand Strike, driving the explosive attack straight into the Demon King. The force erupts through Neptunes with terrifying power, blasting his massive body upward through the water. The impact sends Neptunes flying out of the sea and onto land. The instant the Demon King is torn away from the ocean, his regeneration is cut off. Jean Fry immediately switches back to Summoner and calls on Dendon once more. Without wasting even a second, he orders Dendon to fire an electric ball at the Demon King. Dendon's electric attack lands cleanly and paralyzes Neptunes, freezing the Demon King's body in place. For one brief, precious moment, the monster cannot move at all. Jean Fry knows that the paralysis will last for only a single second. He shouts to Kukuru with everything he has, telling her that this tiny opening is their final chance. Kukuru activates the stolen weapon immediately. She does not hesitate for even a heartbeat, fully aware that the window Jean Fry created will vanish almost as soon as it appears. The stolen weapon materializes into a massive axe in Kukuru's hands. Gripping it tightly, she dives toward the immobilized Demon King with all the strength she can gather. Even with fear gripping her heart, Kukuru commits completely to the attack. She refuses to pull back now because this single strike has to be the one that ends the battle. Kukuru swings the huge axe down toward the Demon King's head. Her entire body follows the motion, putting her full weight and momentum behind the blade as it falls. She follows through with the strike completely, never slowing down and never pulling back. Every ounce of speed, courage, and momentum she has is poured into that one downward blow. The attack lands cleanly before the paralysis can wear off. Kukuru reaches the Demon King in the exact instant Jean Fry created for her, striking at the only moment that mattered. The axe cleaves deep into Neptunes' skull. The stolen weapon bites into the Demon King with devastating force, carving through him at the point of impact. Neptunes releases one final scream as the weapon finishes him. Under Kukuru's decisive strike, the Demon King's resistance finally collapses completely. After the kill, Jean Fry and Kukuru emerge from the sea together. Both of them are battered and exhausted, but despite the brutal fight, they have survived and are still standing. Jean Fry calmly confirms the result in front of them. The fourth Demon King has been defeated. The system announces the fall of Demon King Neptunes. Experience and rewards are granted, officially marking the end of the fierce battle. Kukuru stares at her reward in complete shock. The amount of money she has received from the victory is far beyond anything she expected to see. Her reward screen shows a massive 2.5 million gold. And as if that were not enough, Her level jumps from 119 all the way up to 124. When Kukuru asks why she received so much, Jean Fry explains it plainly. Neptunes' total reward was 5 million gold, so he divided both the money and the experience evenly between the two of them. Kukuru immediately protests, feeling that she did far too little to deserve half of such a huge reward. In her eyes, accepting that much would be unfair to Jean Fry. Jean Fry teases her for the contradiction in her attitude. She can be completely shameless when it comes to stealing, yet the moment money is involved, she suddenly becomes strangely modest. Kukuru insists that stealing is simply her skill, so that is completely different. Defeating the Demon King, however, was not something she accomplished by herself, and she cannot pretend otherwise. Jean Fry cannot fully understand Kukuru's strange logic, no matter how he looks at it. Even so, from her expression and the tone of her voice, he can tell that she is being completely sincere. Jean Fry tells Kukuru to accept the reward anyway. Then, as if the matter is settled, he announces that their promised partnership ends here and begins to walk away. Kukuru refuses to let Jean Fry leave that easily. She stops him with a sharp, piercing shout, her voice cutting through the moment before he can simply disappear. Kukuru declares that she still has far too much to learn from her master. Because of that, she has decided she will keep following Jean Fry from now on. For a brief moment, Jean Fry's mind goes completely blank. Kukuru's decision comes so suddenly and so firmly that even he is caught off guard, leaving him staring at her as he tries to process what she has just declared. When Jean Fry tries to ignore her and simply continues walking away, Kukuru immediately chases after him. She refuses to let even a small gap open between them, sticking close behind him with stubborn determination. Kukuru calls after Jean Fry, telling him to wait as her voice follows him down the path. The way she keeps running after him makes one thing perfectly clear. She has absolutely no intention of being left behind. After that, Jean Fry and Kukuru leave the battlefield behind and continue onward together. The chaos of the Demon King fight fades into the distance as their journey carries them toward an entirely new region. When they finally arrive on the 5th continent, Kukuru is instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Her eyes brighten as she takes in the unfamiliar scenery around her, clearly unable to hide how thrilled she is to see a brand new place. Jean Fry reminds Kukuru that the place he is heading for is the SSG, the sudden death survival game. Before they go any farther, he asks her one last time whether she truly understands what she is choosing to follow him into. Kukuru answers with nothing but eagerness, showing no hesitation in her face or voice. Rather than backing away from the danger, she pushes Jean Fry to hurry up and take her there already. Jean Fry finally gives in to her relentless persistence. Since Kukuru is this determined to come along, he decides there is no point wasting energy arguing with her and allows her to tag along. At the same time, Jean Fry quietly admits to himself that Kukuru may actually prove useful. Her ability to steal could become a powerful advantage in the challenges waiting for them in the SSG. Jean Fry then reveals the larger reason they need to enter the event. In order to challenge the 5th Demon King, they must first win the SSG and obtain a special piece of hidden equipment. They arrive at the SSG starting area, where adventurers have already gathered in huge numbers. The place is packed with competitors, all waiting for the survival game to officially begin. Kukuru looks around with wide-eyed amazement, clearly struck by the sheer size of the crowd. Seeing so many participants gathered in one place immediately captures her attention. Just as expected, Kukuru turns to Jean Fry and asks what the SSG actually is. Even though she has followed him all the way here, she still has no real understanding of the event they are about to enter. The nearby adventurers stare at her in complete disbelief after hearing the question. To them, it is almost impossible to understand how someone who calls herself an adventurer could not know about the SSG. Jean Fry briefly regrets bringing along a teammate who knows so little about the event. Still, since Kukuru is already standing beside him, he resigns himself to explaining the basic rules. Before Jean Fry can even begin his explanation, a sharp and hostile voice cuts through the area. Someone nearby snaps at another person, telling them to stop nagging and get lost. Jean Fry and Kukuru both turn toward the sudden commotion. The harsh tone pulls their attention away from the game and toward the argument breaking out nearby. They see a group of men surrounding a lone elf girl, clearly picking a fight with her. The elf stands there by herself, facing their hostility without a single person stepping in on her side. One of the men complains angrily that he only recruited an elf because he expected powerful magic from her. Instead, he says she turned out to be nothing but a complete disappointment. He mocks her even further for changing her job into an alchemist. In his eyes, that class is useless in a serious fight, good for nothing except mixing potions. The elf girl timidly agrees with the insult, shrinking back under their harsh words. But her status reveals the truth about her identity. She is Levin Luminous Lydia, an alchemist with the advanced mixer class. The men do not even give Levin the chance to defend herself properly. They cut her off coldly and announce that they have already found someone else to replace her. When Levin quietly says that she has no other teammates, the men show her no sympathy at all. Instead, they cruelly tell her to go find new teammates by herself. That is when Jean Fry steps forward and offers Levin a different path. Rather than letting her stay with those losers, he tells her she can join his team instead. Levin is startled by the sudden rescue and looks at Jean Fry in surprise. At the same time, Kukuru immediately leans in with interest, clearly curious about the quiet elf girl in front of them. The men are visibly caught off guard by Jean Fry's interference. They clearly did not expect anyone to step in for someone they had already dismissed and thrown aside. Jean Fry explains his reason in a straightforward way. The SSG requires each group to have 3 members, and right now, his own team is still missing one person. With the start time drawing closer, Levin nervously asks whether Jean Fry would really accept someone like her. Her voice carries both a fragile hope and a deep uncertainty as she waits for his answer. Jean Fry answers without the slightest hesitation and says yes. Kukuru happily supports the decision as well, welcoming Levin as though bringing her in were the most natural thing in the world. An announcement rings across the starting area, warning every participant that the game is about to begin. All competitors are told to finalize their teams of 3 immediately. Levin gratefully accepts Jean Fry's offer, relief softening her expression now that she has finally found a team. Kukuru welcomes her aboard with open enthusiasm, turning the moment into something far warmer than before. The rejected men sneer at Jean Fry, calling him an idiot for accepting someone they see as useless. They predict that his newly formed team will be wiped out almost as soon as the game begins. Before the argument can continue any further, the SSG officially begins. The noise and atmosphere of the crowd shift all at once as the event finally moves into motion. Heart badges appear on the chests of the other participants, making the main objective of the game clear at a glance. The entire competition is centered around those badges. Kukuru and Levin receive their own heart badges as well. The symbols appear on their chests, marking both of them as official participants in the SSG. Jean Fry studies his own badge closely and immediately sharpens his focus. His attention shifts into strategy mode as he begins considering how the game is likely to unfold. A final blessing is given to all the participants, and teleportation magic activates beneath their feet. Light begins to rise around the players, signaling that the transfer is about to start. Kukuru is startled as the teams are suddenly pulled away by the magic. The abrupt transportation catches her completely off guard, leaving her reacting in surprise as the light surrounds them. The teleportation finishes in a burst of bright light and sudden impact. In the blink of an eye, the crowded starting area disappears completely from view. The teams are scattered across the game field, with each group dropped into a different location. From that moment on, the real SSG has officially begun. Jean Fry, Kukuru, and Levin materialize together in a forested area. Trees surround them on every side, placing their newly formed team deep within the field. Kukuru looks around in confusion, trying to make sense of where they have landed. After a quick glance around, she realizes that only the 3 of them have been placed in this spot. Even after being teleported into the game field, Kukuru still turns to Jean Fry and asks him to finally explain what the SSG is. Her curiosity has not faded at all, even now that the event has already started. Jean Fry lets out a tired sigh, accepting that he has no choice but to explain it now. He begins with the simplest version of the rules, keeping it direct so Kukuru can follow along. Jean Fry explains that the game continues for 48 hours. During that time, the team that collects the greatest number of heart badges wins, while anyone who loses their own badge is eliminated. He adds that stolen badges are not only used for scoring points. They can also be spent to revive teammates who have already been eliminated from the game. The moment Kukuru hears that the game is built around stealing, her excitement instantly shoots up. To her, this sounds like the perfect competition, almost as if it was made for her. Kukuru eagerly concludes that all they have to do is steal as many hearts as possible. While she gets carried away with that idea, Jean Fry finally takes a moment to properly introduce himself to Levin. Jean Fry introduces Kukuru as the loud one standing beside him, then turns his attention to learning the elf girl's name properly. The quiet alchemist answers in a soft voice and tells him that she is Levin. Without wasting any more time, Jean Fry moves straight into their first plan. He asks Levin to begin by mixing something for him, putting her alchemist skills to use immediately. Levin quickly explains that she always carries a small supply of herbs with her, keeping them close for moments exactly like this. when something sudden and unpredictable happens. So if Jean Fry needs a certain mixture, material, or alchemic ingredient right away, she can prepare it for him immediately without needing to search elsewhere. Jean Fry responds without wasting even a second, giving Levin a direct and precise command. He tells her to create explosive grass as quickly as possible, then hurl it straight toward the enemy group gathered nearby before they can notice the danger and react. Levin gathers her focus, steadying her breathing as she activates her alchemist skill and draws on the herbs she had prepared in advance. Within just a brief moment, she successfully produces a bundle of high-rank explosive grass, an item far more dangerous and refined than anything thrown together on impulse. After confirming the exact direction Jean Fry had pointed out, Levin plants her feet, steadies her arm, and fixes her gaze on the target area. Then, with a clean throw, she sends the explosive grass flying exactly where he indicated, straight into the enemy team's position. Jean Fry does not panic, flinch, or hurry after giving the order. He simply remains where he is, calm and composed, watching with complete confidence as Levin's attack cuts through the air and drops right into the middle of the enemy formation. In the very next instant, a fierce explosion tears up from the ground beneath them. The three men are blasted upward before they can even process what has happened, their bodies thrown into the air by the sudden, violent burst of force. As the shockwave spreads and smoke rolls outward, Jean Fry's face breaks into a deeply satisfied grin. Beside him, Levin can only stare wide-eyed, completely stunned that something she created with her own hands could unleash such overwhelming destructive power. The leader of the enemy team struggles to force himself back onto his feet, his expression twisted with pain and confusion. He frantically looks around, clearly panicking as he tries and fails to understand how an attack could have struck them so suddenly. Jean Fry moves forward with a sharp, almost predatory smile, closing the distance with the calm confidence of someone who already knows the result. Then, in a steady voice, he declares that he will be taking their hearts. The enemy leader goes completely still, staring up at Jean Fry as alarm spreads across his face. The arrogance and confidence he showed only moments earlier disappear all at once under the pressure of Jean Fry's unwavering gaze. When the man finally snaps and demands to know what just happened, Jean Fry answers him plainly and without hesitation. He tells him the blast came from Levin's explosive grass, making it perfectly clear who was responsible for bringing them down. The enemy leader is left speechless as the truth sinks in. The quiet, timid elf he had treated as useless and thrown aside was the very person who had just landed a devastating attack on his entire team. But instead of acknowledging his own mistake, the man redirects all of his anger toward Levin. He yells that she should have shown that power sooner, acting as if revealing her talent earlier would have somehow justified him continuing to use and exploit her. Driven by frustration and wounded pride, the enemy leader suddenly lunges forward. He charges as if he can still force the situation back under his control, moving with the desperation of someone trying to reclaim what he has already lost. Before anyone else can fully react, Kukuru is already moving. In one swift burst, she darts through the opening and snatches away the enemy team's heart badges so fast that the men barely even register her passing. Kukuru springs back with a proud little spark of excitement, proudly announcing that she has secured the hearts. Her confidence shines through brightly, as though she has just discovered how simple this game can be when she moves first. Jean Fry and Levin both stare at her for a brief moment, visibly caught off guard by how quickly she understood the rules. Kukuru has adapted to the game almost unnaturally fast, as if stealing hearts is already becoming second nature to her. Only after that do the enemy players finally realize what has happened to them. Their expressions crumble into horror as they understand that every single one of their heart badges has already been taken away. Jean Fry cannot help but feel impressed by how smoothly Kukuru pulled it off on her first try. Meanwhile, Kukuru beams with pure delight, celebrating the fact that their opening clash ended in such a clean and easy victory. The defeated men are left with nothing but helpless screams, desperately shouting after them and demanding that their stolen hearts be returned. But by then it is far too late, and Jean Fry's team walks away with the first advantage firmly in their hands. Suddenly, a powerful burst of force sweeps across the area, and several players' hearts are sent flying away all at once. That sudden movement makes the battlefield feel even more dangerous, as the rules of the game reveal just how unforgiving they can be. Levin quickly figures out what is happening. In this game, the moment a player's heart is stolen, that player is immediately removed from the field and sent all the way back to the starting area. As the mechanic becomes clear to everyone, Levin's face brightens with excitement. She turns toward Kukuru and praises her warmly for managing to pull off such an impressive steal so quickly. Levin becomes shy almost right away and tries to modestly brush off the praise. From her point of view, Kukuru's instant triple steal was far more amazing, especially since she had taken all 3 hearts in one smooth move. Kukuru takes that encouragement straight to heart, and her confidence immediately begins to swell. If she can steal 3 hearts that easily, then in her mind, there is no reason she should stop there when even more targets are nearby. Before Jean Fry or Levin has the chance to hold her back, Kukuru spots another possible target in the area. Her eyes lock onto them, and without waiting for a plan or a warning, she charges off on her own. Her next prey is a trio of players standing together in a loose, relaxed formation. They look casual and unguarded, as though none of them expect someone to suddenly rush at them head-on. Just as Kukuru closes the distance, one of the men appears to claim another heart for himself. The group seems distracted by its own success, making them look, at least at first glance, like the perfect target for her next steal. But the instant Kukuru makes her move, a hidden countermeasure suddenly activates. What seemed like a wide-open opportunity transforms in a flash into a trap that had been waiting for her all along. Kukuru is caught completely off guard right in the middle of her attack. Her confident momentum collapses at once as she realizes that something has gone terribly wrong. By the time Kukuru fully understands the danger, it is already too late to pull back. Instead of stealing their hearts, she discovers in shock that her own heart has been taken from her. The 3 men gather around her with smug, satisfied expressions on their faces. They loom over Kukuru as if they had been waiting for this exact moment, pleased that their trap worked exactly as intended. Jean Fry watches the entire scene unfold and can only think that Kukuru brought this on herself. After rushing in recklessly without checking for danger, she had practically walked straight into the enemy's hands. Kukuru is left frozen in place, caught between confusion and embarrassment as the weight of her mistake hits her. The ambushers take their time teasing her, clearly enjoying the sight of her earlier confidence completely falling apart. The thieves explain that their trap was a countersteal reflection, a special measure meant to punish anyone who tried to take their hearts. Then they proudly gloat over the extra hearts they gained because of Kukuru's careless mistake. Kukuru clenches her teeth and bitterly admits that the one-use item must have cost them a lot. Even so, judging by how badly it punished her, she can tell it was worth preparing, and the frustration written across her face says it all. Levin panics when she sees Kukuru being forcibly removed from the field. The sudden loss hits her hard, and she can only watch helplessly as the rules of the game pull her teammate away. Kukuru is launched off the battlefield and sent flying back toward the starting area. Her reckless charge ends in a single instant, leaving behind only the harsh result of the trap she fell into. Jean Fry and Levin are left standing there in exasperated silence. As frustrating as the disaster is, it unfolded almost exactly the way anyone would expect after Kukuru rushed ahead without thinking. Stealing hearts is certainly a powerful tactic in this game, but it is not an invincible strategy. Players who survive understand that items, skills, traps, and countermeasures are all basic tools needed to stay in the fight. In SSG, victory is not determined by one strong move or a simple advantage alone. Preparation, knowledge, timing, and the ability to outthink an opponent matter just as much as raw speed or power. The 3 thieves, now feeling bold after catching Kukuru in their trap, shift their attention toward her remaining teammates. Dismissing Jean Fry and Levin as easy prey, they rush in with the intention of wiping them out as well. Jean Fry calmly steps into their path before they can properly begin their attack. With overwhelming speed, he intercepts all 3 of them at once, moving so quickly that their charge is stopped before it can truly start. In the very next instant, the attackers freeze in complete shock. All 3 of them realize almost simultaneously that their hearts have already been stolen. Jean Fry explains that against opponents like them, simple speed was enough to take their hearts before they had a chance to defend themselves. With that settled, he decides to revive Kukuru first and leave the lecture for later. The nearby players stare in stunned disbelief as they try to process what just happened. Jean Fry had stolen every heart in a single moment, giving the thieves no chance at all to react or recover. Even the dramatic system effect bursts out as if it is announcing his achievement for everyone nearby to see. Jean Fry, however, only feels irritated by how flashy and attention-grabbing the heart badges are designed to be. After that sudden reversal, the team gathers together again back in the clearing. The tension eases for the moment as Jean Fry, Levin, and Kukuru regroup after the chaotic series of events. Kukuru lowers her head and offers a sincere apology. This time, there is real regret in her voice as she promises that from now on, she will be more careful before rushing into danger. Jean Fry accepts her apology and lets the issue rest for the time being. Then he shifts the team's attention toward their next priority, surviving the night, while having Levin begin preparing the materials they will need to set up camp. Levin's expression immediately lights up when she hears Jean Fry's request, her eyes brightening as if she has finally been given a chance to contribute properly. Without even a moment of hesitation, she nods eagerly, ready to help prepare whatever supplies they will need to make it safely through the night. That night, the three of them settle down around a small campfire tucked deep within the jungle. The flames flicker and crackle softly against the surrounding darkness, while Kukuru has already drifted off nearby, sleeping so peacefully that she shows no trace of concern at all. While Levin and Kukuru get their rest, Jean Fry stays awake beside the fire, keeping watch in the quiet night. Through the faint rustling of leaves and branches, his senses catch suspicious movement somewhere out in the forest. Even after hearing that sound, Jean Fry does not appear frightened, tense, or shaken. He simply looks out into the lively darkness of the jungle, calm as ever, quietly noting that the forest remains restless even after nightfall while wondering what kind of trouble tomorrow might bring. Elsewhere beneath the cover of darkness, a hidden trap is already doing its job in silence. One unlucky passerby after another gets caught without warning, and before long, the trap leaves behind a huge collection of stolen hearts and valuable loot. That hidden trap is none other than Levin's custom-made steelgrass, a special plant she prepared using her alchemist ability. It waits quietly in the area, disguised as part of the jungle while carrying out its purpose. Once the steelgrass has been planted around the surrounding area, it quietly snatches items from travelers who pass too close. And by the time morning approaches, the results are already proving far more profitable than anyone might have expected. After watching the situation develop through the night, Jean Fry silently decides that it is time to wake the others. The brief calm is coming to an end, and if Levin and Kukuru keep sleeping any longer, they will only be putting themselves at greater risk. As dawn breaks, Jean Fry walks over to where his teammates are still lying on the ground and wakes both Levin and Kukuru. Pale morning light slips between the trees, slowly brightening the jungle around their campsite. Levin and Kukuru open their eyes to find that morning has already arrived around them. Jean Fry looks down at the two of them and comments on how peacefully they managed to sleep, even though they are resting in the middle of such a dangerous place. Then Jean Fry's voice shifts into a more serious tone. He warns Levin and Kukuru that enemies have shown up sooner than he expected, and he tells them clearly that no matter what happens, they must not allow their hearts to be stolen. The instant those words reach them, Levin and Kukuru tense up at the same time. Their sleepy, unfocused expressions vanish in a flash, replaced by sharp eyes, stiff shoulders, and the alert posture of people suddenly thrown back into danger. A new trio steps out from their hiding place among the trees, finally revealing themselves in the jungle shadows. From the irritated looks on their faces, it is clear they are not pleased that their attempt to ambush the sleeping team has already been exposed. Jean Fry quietly warns Levin and Kukuru not to take these opponents lightly. After all, these players managed to survive through the first day of the game, which means they cannot be treated like the careless enemies they handled before. With a steady look, Jean Fry makes the difference between them obvious. Compared to yesterday's reckless weaklings, this group is on an entirely different level, far more dangerous and far better prepared for a real fight. The enemy team steps forward with calm confidence, their formation controlled and deliberate rather than sloppy. Standing at the front is a composed blonde summoner, whose attitude and position make it clear that he is the leader of the group. The blonde leader quickly studies the situation and pieces together their trick with impressive accuracy. He realizes that Levin's visible armor was only being used as a decoy, and that Jean Fry's team must have relied on detection to notice the ambush before it could begin. Without giving Jean Fry's side any chance to respond, the blonde leader immediately activates an item. A sudden teleportation effect flares up around Jean Fry, Levin, and Kukuru, forcefully pulling the three teammates away from one another. Before any of them can properly react to what is happening, the team is torn apart. The space around them twists and distorts, and each of them is scattered away from the others in an instant. Jean Fry understands the enemy's real objective almost immediately. They are trying to divide the team, isolate each member, and then defeat them one by one before they can support each other. The teleportation effect throws each teammate into a different part of the forest. In the blink of an eye, the clearing vanishes from view, and the thick jungle swallows them separately. The forced separation keeps dragging them farther apart, stretching the distance between Jean Fry, Levin, and Kukuru more and more. Soon, they are so far from one another that even shouting would no longer reach the others. Levin suddenly finds herself standing alone in another section of the forest, cut off from the rest of her team. Waiting in front of her is the enemy archer, already positioned and ready to face her in a one-on-one fight. In another part of the jungle, another member of the team is thrown into a separate location as well. The displacement happens so abruptly that there is no time to regroup, call out, or even check whether the others are safe. Kukuru lands across from a beast handler dressed in green, the forest around them suddenly feeling much tighter. The moment her feet touch the ground, she realizes she is facing an opponent who looks fully prepared for close-range combat. Jean Fry, meanwhile, ends up alone with the blonde leader himself. The air in the forest seems to grow heavier as the two stand opposite each other, separated from every other teammate and opponent. The blonde leader begins explaining the plan with a smug confidence, as if victory is already guaranteed. First, they use items to split up the enemy team, and then their pre-summoned creatures move in to finish off the isolated targets. Jean Fry can immediately feel his patience wearing thin. What annoys him most is not the strategy itself, but the way the blonde leader keeps proudly laying out every detail as though he is showing off. The blonde leader continues to taunt Jean Fry, confidently declaring that he will soon be sent back to the starting area. He even sneers that once Jean Fry loses, he can reunite with his teammates there. Jean Fry replies without raising his voice or showing any visible anger. He simply points out that someone standing alone should not be acting quite so talkative and confident. Then Jean Fry calmly turns the threat right back on him. If anyone is going to be sent back to the starting area, he says, it will be the blonde leader instead. Separated from both Jean Fry and Levin, Kukuru draws her blades and steadies herself. With no teammates nearby to back her up, she controls her breathing and prepares to deal with the fight on her own. Levin, isolated in a different part of the forest, also forces herself to stand firm. Fear flickers across her face for a moment, but she knows that losing here is not something she can afford. Kukuru is the first one to make a move. The instant she spots an opening in front of her, she launches forward with explosive speed. Her movement is so fast that her body turns into a blur, her agility letting her close the distance and pressure the beast handler before he can completely settle into his stance. But the beast handler has already prepared his defense in advance. 3 summoned beasts surround him like living shields, and he braces himself behind them with no intention of taking Kukuru's attack directly. Even with that preparation, Kukuru's speed still catches him off guard. His eyes widen for a brief second, though he manages to keep enough composure to avoid falling into outright panic. Kukuru flashes a smirk and mocks him for being too slow to follow her movements. Her voice is sharp and confident, clearly meant to irritate him and throw him off balance. The beast handler responds by hurling a blade toward the spot where Kukuru has perched. The weapon slices through the air, aimed to pin her down and break the rhythm of her movement. Kukuru slips away immediately, dodging the attack and landing lightly as she scans the battlefield. In that brief moment, she quickly determines that the real target is the human controller, not the summoned beasts protecting him. The beast handler and his 3 summons begin closing in on Kukuru from all directions. Their formation tightens around her step by step, trying to box her in and cut off every possible route of escape. Rather than retreat, Kukuru chooses to charge straight through them. She commits to a direct strike, intending to take down the beast handler quickly and steal his heart before the summons can stop her. Her attack connects with a sharp, forceful impact. The sound rings out as Kukuru drives her strike straight toward her opponent with all the momentum of her charge behind it. But instead of reaching the beast handler himself, her blow crashes hard against a shield. The barrier catches the full force of the attack and stops it cold before it can break through to the person behind it. From safely behind his defense, the beast handler sneers at her attempt. To him, Kukuru's attack is nothing more than speed without real weight, fast enough to notice, but far too light to become a serious threat. Kukuru immediately fires back with an insult of her own, calling him out for hiding behind a shield. She pushes the taunt even further, accusing him of being too scared to face her directly. Her words clearly strike a nerve. The beast handler's expression tightens with irritation, and in the next moment, he orders his summoned beasts to tear her apart. The 3 monsters rush toward Kukuru from every side, surrounding her with heavy bodies, sharp claws, and snapping fangs. They try to crush her all at once before she can find an opening to escape. Kukuru answers with a swift spinning counterattack. Her blades flash through the air in one clean, flowing arc, cutting through all 3 summoned beasts in a single graceful motion. She lands lightly among the fallen bodies of the monsters, completely unfazed and still steady on her feet. Then she proudly boasts that slow, clumsy attacks like those will never be enough to catch her. The beast handler's expression contorts with rage, and instead of blaming himself, he immediately turns his anger on his own summoned beasts. He snaps at them furiously for failing to finish Kukuru off, unable to accept that three monsters together still could not bring down one opponent who simply kept moving faster than they could follow. But the moment the beast handler shifts his gaze back across the battlefield, the place where Kukuru had been standing is already empty. In the span of a single breath, she has slipped completely out of sight, vanishing so cleanly that he cannot track her movement at all. Using stealth to circle around him without making a sound, Kukuru suddenly appears right behind his back. Her voice comes from far too close for comfort, carrying that same teasing edge as she reminds him that, no matter how hard he tries, he is still much too slow to keep up with her. The beast handler only barely senses the danger closing in behind him. His body stiffens in alarm, but by the time he starts to turn and defend himself, Kukuru is already right inside his range. Kukuru drives her attack into him from behind before he can properly react. The strike lands cleanly, and the sudden impact knocks the beast handler forward, breaking his balance and forcing him to stagger under the blow. She gives him no chance at all to regain his footing. Kukuru immediately follows with a sharp, forceful kick, slamming him down into the ground and leaving him sprawled helplessly beneath her. Standing over the fallen beast handler, Kukuru looks down at him with a satisfied smirk spreading across her face. Then she throws his own insult right back at him, mocking the idea that her attacks were supposedly too light to matter. Believing the fight has already been decided, Kukuru reaches toward the beast handler to take his heart. Her confidence is absolute in that moment, as though victory is already within her grasp and there is nothing left for him to do. But just as Kukuru moves in to finish things, the summoned beasts she thought she had already cut down begin to stir around her. One after another, their bodies rise again, closing in from every side and turning the battlefield against her. Kukuru's eyes widen as the realization hits her all at once. The man she knocked to the ground was never the real summoner, and in that instant, she understands with a jolt that she has completely misunderstood how the enemy's setup works. The revived beasts continue tightening the circle, while Kukuru stands caught in the center of her own mistake. The space around her shrinks little by little, and the opening she believed she had created begins disappearing right before her eyes. Realizing she has made a serious miscalculation, Kukuru quickly changes her plan. Taking the heart is enough for now, and rather than push her luck against an enemy formation she still does not fully understand, she decides the smartest move is to run. Kukuru bursts away at full speed, slipping through the monster's reach before they can completely close around her. Her body flashes through the jungle, and for the moment, every bit of her focus shifts to escaping their pursuit. Meanwhile, in another section of the forest, Levin activates a wide area detection field and steadies herself in place. Surrounded by trees and shadows, she begins carefully searching the jungle around her for any enemy trying to stay hidden. Her search grass spreads its sensing range across a full 100 meters, feeling through the area for magical traces. With that field in place, Levin finally has a way to detect ambushes before they can close in on her. At first, however, the scan gives her no response at all. The complete lack of movement suggests that her enemy has hidden extremely well, staying outside the range of anything obvious enough to be caught. Levin remembers how the enemy slipped away from her first attack by using a smokescreen. Since that moment, the archer has remained completely untraceable, refusing to reveal herself or give Levin a clear target. Even so, Levin keeps the search going and studies every part of the field around her with care. Her eyes move over the brush, the branches, and the darker pockets between the trees, searching for even the faintest sign of movement. Far away, hidden deep in the tall grass, the archer watches Levin from a long distance. Concealed among the vegetation, she keeps her aim steady and waits patiently for the perfect moment to strike. Despite being hunted from somewhere she cannot see, Levin manages to stay surprisingly calm. She tells herself that as long as she keeps her focus, she can figure out what the enemy is trying to do and find a way through it. The archer, however, is thinking like a hunter who already has her prey cornered. To her, defeating one isolated target like Levin should be simple, especially now that Levin has been separated from the rest of her team. When the archer finally launches her attack, Levin reacts in an instant. She raises a plant barrier to intercept the incoming strike, and at the same time she identifies the direction the attack came from. Levin wastes no time countering. She immediately throws explosive grass toward the archer's position, sending the bundle ripping through the brush toward the spot where the threat seemed to originate. The explosion tears through the area with violent force, but it still fails to catch the archer. From a safe distance, the archer mocks Levin, pointing out that she has plenty of destructive power but not enough accuracy to make that power actually count. Levin slips into the brush and hides herself among the leaves, trying to break the enemy's line of sight. She is clearly shaken by the miss, but even then, she keeps thinking, searching for some way to turn the fight back in her favor. Then Levin senses another presence approaching from behind her. Her body immediately tenses, and she realizes that something else is closing in on her current position. To Levin's alarm, the presence behind her is not the archer at all. A group of summoned beasts is forcing its way through the jungle, pushing through the brush as they head straight for her hiding place. The monsters lunge in without hesitation, trying to trap Levin before she can slip away. Their bodies rush through the vegetation, cutting off the space around her and narrowing her escape routes. Levin reacts immediately by using smoke grass. Thick smoke bursts outward around her, spreading through the brush and blinding the beasts while throwing their senses into confusion. The summoned beasts lose track of Levin inside the dense smoke cloud. As they stumble around and search blindly, she slips behind cover and hides herself away from their line of attack. But even after Levin manages to hide, arrows continue striking around her position with unnerving precision. Each shot lands close enough to make it obvious that, somehow, the archer is still tracking her movements. Levin realizes the enemy is calculating her direction and distance with frightening accuracy, even through the thick smoke and dense jungle cover. If the archer can read the battlefield this well, escaping will not be simple. Even so, Levin refuses to let fear swallow her. Jean Fry and Kakuru accepted her as their teammate, and she will not allow her own weakness to become the reason they are dragged down. Holding tightly to that resolve, Levin reaches into her supplies and chooses another alchemical tool. This time, she selects an item made specifically to interfere with summoned creatures. With the beasts still surrounding the area, Levin lifts the lure plant over her head. The small plant becomes her next gamble, and she prepares to use it against the monsters pressing in around her. Levin throws the lure plant directly into the middle of the summoned beasts. It lands among them like bait placed right in their path, ready to pull their attention away from her. The lure plant arcs away and begins releasing its scent into the air. That smell spreads through the jungle, drifting outward and drawing the attention of every summoned creature nearby. The summoned beasts react almost immediately, their focus breaking as the irresistible scent takes hold. One after another, they abandon the chase and turn away from Levin, locking onto the lure instead. Watching from her hiding place, the archer is stunned by what she sees. The support she had been relying on has been neutralized far too easily by one unexpected tool from Levin. Levin understands that this has bought her a precious opening. By pulling the summoned beasts out of the fight, she has shifted the battle back into a one-on-one duel against the archer. The archer tries to protect her pride, insisting that she never needed the beasts to defeat Levin in the first place. But after every serious attempt has failed to finish the job, her words carry more frustration than real confidence. Levin quietly accepts that the archer's boasting no longer matters. Now that the fight has narrowed down to a single opponent, she decides to risk everything on one decisive move. Levin activates ultra-bright grass, unleashing a blinding alchemical flash designed to overwhelm the senses. In the next instant, a brilliant burst of light floods the entire area. The sudden flash catches the archer completely off guard. She has no time to shield her eyes before the light explodes across her vision and wipes out everything in front of her. Blinded and thrown into confusion, the archer staggers where she stands. Her balance falters badly, and she can barely keep herself upright as the world around her disappears into light. A moment later, the archer crashes hard onto the ground. She clutches at her eyes in pain, unable to see anything around her or properly understand where Levin has gone. Still blinded and disoriented, the archer demands to know what Levin did to her. Her voice, once so confident, is now sharp with panic because she can no longer fight the way she planned. Levin answers not with another explosion, but with a calm step forward. She approaches the fallen archer and gently taps her forehead with stolen heart strike, ending the fight before the woman can recover. With quiet composure, Levin takes the archer's heart while the woman remains helpless on the ground. The archer can do nothing to stop it, forced to endure the loss as Levin claims her victory. Before she leaves, Levin kindly tells the archer that the blindness will wear off soon. Then, without lingering any longer, she slips away from the area before the archer has a chance to regain her sight. The defeated archer can only shout after Levin in pure frustration, her angry voice slicing through the trees behind her. But Levin is already walking away from the fight, and with her heart taken and her strength gone, the archer has no way left to stop her. As Levin puts distance between herself and the battlefield, another expulsion effect suddenly flashes from somewhere deeper in the forest. The moment the archer hears it, she finally understands that Levin has already turned her focus forward and moved on to the next stage of the battle. Left alone in the grass, the archer continues yelling into the empty jungle, her voice carrying nowhere useful. But with Levin gone and her heart already stolen, all she can do now is vent her anger at the trees around her. Meanwhile, over in Jean Fry's fight against the blonde leader, the man laughs at Jean Fry's confidence like it is nothing more than a meaningless bluff. He tells Jean Fry to stop pretending, completely convinced that the advantage still belongs to him. To prove how certain he is, the blonde leader summons a fresh group of powerful beasts onto the battlefield. As the creatures gather around him and fill the area with pressure, he boasts as if the result has already been decided. Jean Fry's irritation grows with every smug word that leaves the blonde leader's mouth. Finally, having had enough of the constant bragging, Jean Fry reveals that he has not been talking for no reason at all. He has been deliberately stalling for time. The blonde leader's confident expression begins to crack when he notices one of his summoned beasts moving strangely. Its behavior no longer matches his command, and for the first time, a faint sense of danger creeps into his eyes. Then, one after another, the summoned creatures begin acting on their own. Rather than following the blonde leader's orders, they start moving as if some other unseen will has quietly slipped in and taken control. To the blonde leader's shock, the beasts do not gather around him at all. Instead, they move toward Jean Fry and stand protectively by his side, almost like they now recognize Jean Fry as their real master. The blonde leader stares at the scene in disbelief, unable to make sense of why his own summons have suddenly stopped obeying him. His composure breaks, and he demands to know what Jean Fry has done to them. Jean Fry simply reaches out and casually pets one of the creatures beside him, acting as if the situation is completely normal. With a calmness that almost feels teasing, he remarks that the beasts seem to have grown rather fond of him. Jean Fry lets those words hang in the air without rushing to explain the trick behind them. He clearly enjoys watching the blonde leader struggle to understand, letting his confusion deepen with every passing second. Standing calmly in the center of the beasts, Jean Fry repeats the idea with an easy smile. Judging from how the creatures are behaving now, it is obvious that they would rather stay with him than obey their original master. Then, at that exact moment, the system itself finally reveals the truth behind what has happened. After being used continuously for 20 straight hours, Jean Fry's heavenly will skill has evolved into an entirely new power called Obscure Illusionary Game Garden. Realizing that his control over the battlefield is slipping away, the blonde leader panics and shouts for the beasts to attack Jean Fry. His voice strains with desperation now, as though sheer volume alone might force them back under his command. But instead of turning their fangs on Jean Fry, the summoned creatures suddenly rush toward their original summoner. The blonde leader's own beasts charge straight at him, treating him as the enemy they are meant to tear down. The blonde man's face loses its confident edge as he frantically opens his summoning book. Desperate to seize control of the fight again, he tries to call out something even stronger to force the battlefield back in his favor. As a last resort, the blonde leader summons a massive armored demon into the chaos. The enormous figure appears with a crushing presence, towering above the battlefield as his emergency countermeasure. The newly summoned demon immediately crashes into the other beasts with terrifying force. In a single moment, the battlefield erupts into a chaotic melee, with claws, armor, and raw power colliding from every direction. The summoned creatures begin tearing into one another without any restraint. What should have been the blonde leader's carefully controlled army collapses right in front of him, turning into bloody confusion. The clash builds into a brutal finishing blow, smashing apart the blonde summoner's desperate attempt to turn things around. The very move he hoped would save him only pushes the battle even further beyond his control. A blue beast is struck down with horrifying force, its body crushed in the middle of the violent struggle. Blood sprays across the battlefield, making the savagery of the summoned creature's clash impossible to ignore. In the center of all that chaos, a red-skinned commander remains standing firm, still dominating the rhythm of the fight. Its presence makes the battlefield feel even more monstrous, as if the entire struggle has become horribly one-sided. Nearby, the blonde leader mocks a fallen subordinate for daring to defy its master. Still trying to preserve his superior attitude, he then turns that same threatening tone toward the next target. But his gloating suddenly breaks apart. From behind him comes the sound of something moving that should no longer be able to move at all, and that impossible noise makes his confidence begin to crack. The beasts he believed had already been killed start rising again from the ground. One by one, they pull themselves back up and close in around the blonde leader from every side. The blonde leader stares in horror as the truth sinks in. Somehow, the creatures he was certain had been eliminated have revived, and now they are advancing on him again. Jean Fry watches the blonde leader panic with calm detachment, offering him no help whatsoever. Instead, with a faintly mocking tone, he asks what kind of trick could possibly be responsible for such an impossible situation. Then Jean Fry answers his own question as if the explanation could not be simpler. Since the blonde leader kept adding more allies to the battlefield, Jean Fry merely responded by matching those numbers. The blonde man suddenly finds himself trapped as multiple Jean Fry lookalikes appear all around him. No matter where he turns, another copy seems to be waiting among the trees and shadows. He recognizes the technique as some kind of splitting type skill, but that realization only makes the situation feel worse. If these figures are copies, then he can no longer tell which threat is real and which one is only a deception. Jean Fry's copies continue multiplying, spreading far beyond anything that feels like an even exchange. Their overwhelming numbers throw the blonde leader's sense of control into complete disorder. Refusing to let himself be intimidated, the blonde leader tries to seize the advantage back through brute force. He reaches for another summon, betting that a stronger servant can smash through Jean Fry's growing army of illusions. The blonde leader calls forth a giganto-orc, relying on sheer destructive strength to break through the illusion army. The massive creature appears with an enormous axe already gripped in its hands. The summoned giant immediately swings its heavy axe through the crowd. The blade tears across the battlefield with enough force to mow down anything unlucky enough to stand in its path. But Jean Fry's copies deliberately allow the attack to pass through their ranks and into the surrounding chaos. Their movements subtly guide the giant's swing exactly where it will cause the most damage. Instead of wiping out Jean Fry's side, the orc strike cuts down the blonde leader's own forces. In one disastrous sweep, his attempted counterattack turns into a massacre of his allies. Seeing bodies scattered around him, the blonde leader forces out a laugh and tries to brush off the loss as if it means nothing. He dismisses Jean Fry's army as hollow intimidation, pretending he has not been shaken by what just happened. But then the surviving copies begin to rise again before his eyes. Their return proves that they are still part of the fight, no matter how desperately the blonde leader tries to deny their threat. Now surrounded at close range by Jean Fry's copies, the blonde leader finally starts to panic for real. The space around him shrinks tighter and tighter, and the confidence he showed earlier disappears under the pressure. Jean Fry cuts the exchange short, clearly finished entertaining the blonde leader's dramatic posturing. He decides to end the fight quickly so he can regroup with his real allies as soon as possible. The blonde man trembles as pressure closes in from every direction around him. Caught between copies, beasts, and complete confusion, he can no longer find any safe path to escape. Even the revived beasts tense up as though preparing for the final strike. For a brief moment, the entire battlefield seems to hold its breath around the cornered blonde leader. Before anyone can react, a gigantic reaper-like entity manifests above the battlefield. Its enormous form towers over everything below, dwarfing both the fighters and the summoned creatures gathered beneath it. Its arrival is marked by a piercing scream that echoes through the forest. The sound tears between the trees, making the battlefield feel as though death itself has descended from above. The blonde leader is blasted off his feet by the force of it. He crashes helplessly to the ground, his body left sprawled beneath that overwhelming presence. Jean Fry reveals that this entire outcome was created by the evolved form of Heavenly Wheel, obscure illusionary game garden. The skill has transformed the battlefield into a deceptive playground completely under his influence. This evolved ability can spread illusions across many different kinds of targets at the same time. Humans, summons, beasts, and monsters can all be caught within its effect, making it far more versatile than it had been before. Because the skill only unlocks after 20 hours of continuous combat use, this long survival game became the perfect place for it to evolve. The very trial meant to exhaust Jean Fry had instead handed him a brand new weapon. With the battle finally brought to an end, Jean Fry walks over to the defeated blonde leader at an unhurried pace, showing no urgency at all. He calmly reaches into the man's uniform and pulls out the hearts the summoner had been keeping stored away. When Jean Fry checks the hearts he has collected, a look of clear satisfaction settles across his face. It turns out the blonde leader had been stockpiling a surprisingly large number of them, making this victory feel even more rewarding than expected. Noticing the signs that the event is nearly over, Jean Fry decides there is no longer any reason for the team to remain split up. Before the final announcement comes, he needs to meet back up with Levin and Kukuru. Jean Fry returns to his companions and immediately finds Kukuru practically shining with excitement, eagerly demanding praise for what she accomplished. Levin, on the other hand, looks everyone over with concern, making sure the whole team made it through safely. The atmosphere among them quickly becomes much lighter. Kukuru proudly presents the hearts they managed to collect, while a captured enemy lies tied up nearby, showing just how completely their side managed to turn the fight around. Before long, more and more participants begin appearing again as the game itself starts to collapse and wind down around them. The survival match is clearly entering its final moments. Then an announcement echoes across the entire area, declaring that the SSG has officially come to an end. At that same instant, every survivor still remaining in the field is transported back to the starting point. A burst of light and sound erupts as the crowd reappears all at once. Players from every corner of the battlefield are suddenly gathered together again, many of them still carrying the tension and exhaustion of the fight. Jean Fry stands calmly among the gathered participants, with Levin and Kukuru beside him. The three teammates remain together in the crowd, waiting quietly for the final results to be announced. The host calls out to draw everyone's attention, gradually pulling the noisy crowd into silence. Once all eyes turn toward the stage, the ranking announcement officially begins. Third place is announced first, and it goes to the Dolgo team with a total of 46 hearts. Their score is strong enough to earn an immediate reaction from the surrounding crowd. Second place is revealed right after that, with Jessica's team taking the position after collecting 55 hearts. The number is impressive enough that the spectators react at once. Jessica's group bursts into wild celebration, absolutely thrilled by the score they managed to achieve. They are so confident in the result that they start acting as though they may have just set a brand new record. The crowd quickly realizes just how significant that number is. Since 55 hearts beats the old SSG record of 50, everyone immediately starts wondering who could possibly have scored even higher. Then first place is finally announced, and the mood of the entire crowd changes in an instant. Jean Fry's team has taken the top spot with an unbelievable total of 108 hearts. The audience is left completely stunned by the result. Jean Fry's team did not merely break the previous record. They crushed it by such an absurd margin that everyone struggles to even process the number. Whispers spread through the crowd as people begin recognizing Jean Fry from the news. They realize that the winner standing before them is not just another participant, but a famous rising figure they have already heard about. Jean Fry accepts the attention with quiet confidence, standing calmly while the crowd reacts around him. Beside him, Levin and Kukuru enjoy the moment in their own ways, soaking in the glory of their victory. As the winners, Jean Fry's team receives a reward of 100 million G, along with a keyless treasure chest of rarity F. The prize makes it clear just how valuable their record-breaking victory truly is. After the ceremony comes to an end, the three of them gather somewhere more private to discuss the rewards. Now that the excitement has settled, they need to decide how everything should be divided. Levin hesitates before speaking, still looking unsure whether she is really allowed to accept so much. In a timid voice, she asks if it is truly all right for her to keep the entire cash prize for herself. Jean Fry and Kukuru agree immediately, without making a big deal out of it. Neither of them places as much value on the money as Levin does, so they have no problem letting her take the full amount. Jean Fry only asks for one thing in return. Instead of taking a share of the cash, he wants Levin to give him the keyless treasure chest. Levin happily accepts that arrangement without hesitation. As a pharmacist, the money is far more useful to her than an unopened chest whose contents she cannot make use of right away. With the reward split settled, Jean Fry brings up one more favor he wants to ask of her. He asks Levin to handle another alchemical job for him, using materials he had already gathered during the event. Once that arrangement is made, the three of them part ways on good terms. Their cooperation has gone smoothly, and Levin leaves knowing both the reward and the next bit of work have been properly decided. That night, back at Jean Fry's inn, the building finally settles into silence. The noise and excitement from the event fade into the background, leaving only the quiet stillness of the room. Kukuru falls asleep almost the moment she drops onto the bed. She sprawls out without any restraint, breathing loudly and resting as if the chaos of the entire day had not bothered her at all. Jean Fry slips out alone beneath the night sky, carrying the keyless chest with him. Away from the room, he studies the chest's information carefully, checking exactly what kind of reward he has obtained. Once Jean Fry confirms that Kukuru is truly asleep and will not interrupt him, he decides to open the chest right away. Since the conditions are already in place, there is no reason to delay. Jean Fry changes his equipment and begins preparing everything needed for the task. He readies the proper tools and summons, setting up each part of the process step by step. Using the battle chronicle stored inside the memory necklace, Jean Fry shifts his class from alchemist to summoner. That change gives him access to the role he needs in order to unlock the chest. Jean Fry then summons Dendon, a small lightning creature crackling with electric energy. Dendon will serve as the third elemental source required for the unlocking procedure. Jean Fry recalls that the keyless treasure chest is only awarded after collecting 100 hearts. At first glance, it seems almost useless, but that is only because its hidden opening condition is not obvious. With the chest floating in front of him, Jean Fry begins the unlocking process. The quiet night becomes his private workspace as he carefully positions each element with precise control. At Jean Fry's command, Dendon starts building up lightning. Sparks gather around the small creature, steadily charging the electric power needed to activate the chest. Jean Fry adds the fire-spitting plant that Levin created for him, using it to provide the flame element. That plant becomes one part of the three-element key required to open the seal. He also prepares an ice-spitting plant to supply the frost element. With fire, ice, and lightning all ready, the hidden condition can finally be tested. Jean Fry strikes the chest with fire, ice, and lightning all at the same time. The combined elements reveal the chest's true key, forcing the sealed mechanism to respond and begin opening. The keyless chest successfully unlocks, its hidden mechanism finally reacting to the correct combination. From inside, a secret item emerges, revealing the true reward that had been sealed away. The item is called the left arm of the destroyer, a mysterious ring with an unknown rank. Just from its appearance, it is obvious that this is no ordinary piece of equipment. Jean Fry takes the ring into his hand with immediate interest. The moment he sees it up close, he understands that this reward is worth far more than a simple prize chest. As Jean Fry examines the ring, he realizes he has completed another part of a hidden equipment set. One more missing piece has finally fallen into place. The ring grants powerful stat boosts and also comes with a repulsive force ability called Super Repulsion. Even more interestingly, several of its other abilities remain sealed for now. Satisfied with the discovery, Jean Fry notes that his hidden equipment set is slowly coming together. Each new piece he obtains brings the full set one step closer to completion. Jean Fry equips the ring and carefully tests its weight and feel. He studies how it sits on his hand, quietly judging how naturally the item responds to him. Normally, after obtaining a new hidden item like this, Jean Fry would head straight for another S-rank dungeon. This time, however, one unresolved problem is still sitting right in front of him. Kukuru, however, eagerly assumes that the two of them are about to go out together again. Her excitement is obvious, making it clear that she expects to join whatever Jean Fry plans to do next. Over breakfast, Kukuru leans toward Jean Fry and asks what he plans to do next. She wants to know whether he is going to join another event or head into a dungeon again. Jean Fry hesitates instead of answering her immediately. As he looks at Kukuru across the table, he quietly considers what he should do with her from this point onward. Jean Fry understands immediately that this is not a risk he can afford to take. The next Continental S-rank dungeon is on a completely different level of danger, and if demons show up inside, opponents Kukuru still has no dependable method to deal with, then bringing her with him would be the same as dragging her straight into a death trap. So rather than asking Kukuru to come along this time, Jean Fry smoothly changes direction and gives her another assignment instead. He frames it as a special training exercise, making it sound like a task prepared just for her development as his disciple. He passes a long list into her hands and sends her off deep into the mountain, instructing her to gather every single material written there. According to him, collecting those items is part of the training she needs to complete before she can move forward. But as soon as Kukuru lowers her eyes and scans the list, her face tightens. There are way too many items listed, and it does not take her long to realize the truth. These materials are not really for her training at all, but supplies Jean Fry wants for his next dungeon attempt. Kukuru immediately protests, pointing out that gathering everything on her own would take an absurd amount of time. But Jean Fry does not back down or soften his expression. Instead, he bluntly warns her that if she refuses the order, their master and disciple relationship ends on the spot. That threat strikes Kukuru far harder than the impossible workload ever could. The thought of Jean Fry cutting her off as his disciple makes her anger waver, and even though frustration is burning in her chest, she forces herself to hold it in. In the end, Kukuru gives in almost right away. She turns on her heel and rushes toward the mountain, determined to complete the assignment no matter how exhausting it becomes, because the one thing she absolutely cannot accept is being abandoned by her master. After Kukuru disappears into the distance, Jean Fry remains standing there by himself. In silence, he admits that her honest, straightforward personality made it unexpectedly easy to create distance between them, and then he shifts his attention back to the dungeon he must challenge alone. Soon after, Jean Fry steps into the transfer portal that leads to the 5th Continental S-rank dungeon. As the portal begins to activate around him, he leaves Kukuru behind with an apology he never actually speaks aloud. While the light of the portal wraps around his body and swallows him whole, Jean Fry reminds himself once again that this decision is for Kukuru's safety. Even so, the transfer force pulls him farther and farther away until she is completely out of reach. The instant Jean Fry arrives at the dungeon entrance, there is no calm landing waiting for him. His body is violently hurled high into the open sky, launched upward with such force that it feels as though the dungeon itself is trying to throw him away. Even Jean Fry, who has already experienced more than enough bizarre dungeon openings, cannot help being briefly impressed. This entrance is not just strange. It is sudden, brutal, and designed to punish anyone who is not prepared from the very first second. As he begins to fall, a crushing wall of wind slams into him from every side. The pressure is so fierce that any ordinary challenger who entered without proper preparation would be torn apart before even understanding what was happening. Only then does the real structure of the dungeon reveal itself. This entire place is a floating island suspended in the sky, and before any entrant can even reach solid ground, they must first survive being dropped through a deadly stretch of open air. While Jean Fry cuts downward through the sky, his eyes catch movement nearby. Another participant is tumbling through the empty air beside him, spinning helplessly with no control over his own body. The man lets out a terrified scream the moment he realizes what kind of situation he has fallen into. There is no floor beneath his feet, no safe platform waiting below, only endless sky and a fall that will kill him if nothing changes. Jean Fry watches the scene with calm eyes and quickly understands the trap. Anyone who enters this dungeon without knowing about its opening mechanism has already been defeated before the actual challenge has even begun. Not far away, a more seasoned adventurer looks over at the panicking newcomer and sneers. Even while both of them are still falling through the sky, the veteran finds time to mock him for arriving so unprepared. To show that he knew exactly what he was walking into, the veteran pulls out a parachute and deploys it smoothly, without the slightest hesitation. With smug confidence, he explains that equipment like this is basically common sense for anyone challenging this dungeon. For a moment, the veteran drifts through the air with total confidence, his parachute carrying him steadily toward the island below. But that proud expression begins to change when he notices winged monsters circling closer and closer around him. A swarm of grotesque sky predators starts closing in from every direction, slicing through the air with hungry focus. Their eyes lock onto the parachuting adventurer, filled with the raw, murderous instinct of creatures that have already chosen their prey. Only at that moment does the veteran finally understand the fatal flaw in his plan. Suspended beneath the parachute canopy, moving slowly and unable to maneuver freely, he has turned himself into a helpless target floating in the monster's hunting ground. Jean Fry immediately grasps the deeper danger hidden inside this dungeon's entrance. Simple preparation is not enough here. Unless someone can fight while falling through the sky, they are still doomed. And in that instant, he feels genuine relief that Kukuru is not here beside him. Meanwhile, far away from the deadly sky above the dungeon, Kukuru is happily searching through the mountain for materials. She has no idea what kind of danger Jean Fry has just kept her away from, and continues her task completely unaware. Back above the floating island, Jean Fry hears the winged monsters beginning to turn their attention toward him as well. Their wings beat harder through the roaring wind as they draw closer, shifting from one target to the next. Several of the creatures dive at the same time, rushing straight down toward Jean Fry with their jaws wide open. They descend like living weapons, ready to rip him apart before he ever has the chance to reach the island. But Jean Fry does not panic, and he does not even bother trying to dodge in midair. Instead, with the same calm expression as always, he raises one hand toward the monsters charging directly at him. The new ring on his finger reacts at once, answering the movement of his hand as its power begins to activate. Jean Fry channels that force through his open palm, aiming it straight into the path of the incoming creatures. One of the flying monsters takes the impact head-on. In the next instant, its body is violently blasted backward, thrown away by the ring's invisible repulsive force as if it had struck an unseen wall. Jean Fry remains completely composed as he uses the ring in an actual battle for the first time. Rather than celebrating too soon, he observes the result carefully, watching how the ability behaves when used against living targets. The repulsive force bursts through the flock like a massive shockwave, tearing through the attackers in front of him. In a single overwhelming blast, the creatures are shredded apart, and the sky before Jean Fry is cleared in an instant. From that one exchange, Jean Fry is able to identify the ring's real combat function. Its power works almost like anti-gravity, creating a force that violently pushes away anything that comes too close to him. Satisfied once again by how useful hidden equipment can be, Gene Fry decides that the test has gone far enough. Now that he understands what the ring can do, it is time to stop falling and move on to the dungeon itself. Lightning begins gathering around his hand, flickering and building as he prepares to combine his movement abilities. Rather than letting gravity decide his path, Gene Fry gets ready to control his course through the sky himself. Activating Swift Wind Transfer, Gene Fry launches himself straight toward the floating island. Instead of continuing to plummet helplessly downward, he cuts across the open air with purpose, driving himself toward his destination. He soon reaches the temple known as the Island of Destruction and Creation, the central structure hidden within the floating dungeon. Without wasting any motion, Gene Fry enters the temple at the heart of the island. Gene Fry lands inside the temple and quickly takes in his surroundings. From the atmosphere and layout of the place, he confirms that he has arrived at the true objective point of this S-rank dungeon. Almost immediately, his gaze finds the object he came here to obtain. Deep within the temple, partially concealed by the strange interior, stands an ornate mirror waiting in silence. But the temple does not simply allow his intrusion to pass unanswered. As soon as Gene Fry's presence is recognized, the dungeon reacts by summoning destroyer creatures meant to eliminate him. The monsters surge toward him all at once, flooding the temple space with claws, twisted bodies, and pure killing intent. In only a moment, the quiet interior is filled with movement and danger. Before even a single one of them can reach him, Gene Fry responds with anti-gravity. He releases the ring's repulsive power straight into the charging group, sending the invisible force crashing into the pack. In the blink of an eye, the entire swarm is wiped out. Blood splashes across the temple floor, the rushing bodies are destroyed, and Gene Fry is left standing alone in the middle of the brutal aftermath. Once the brief massacre is over, Gene Fry calmly dismisses the power of his celestial ring. Then he scans the area around him, checking to make sure no other enemy or obstacle remains between him and his goal. With the temple guardians completely erased, Gene Fry turns his attention back to the mirror before him. Now that nothing is blocking his path, the strange object becomes the clear focus of the entire chamber. He steps closer to the mirror, already aware that this place is connected to a hidden event. Gene Fry knows there is a specific process tied to this object, and he understands what must happen next. The surface of the mirror begins to shift, its reflection warping instead of simply showing Gene Fry's own face. A moment later, the image of a robed figure appears within the glass. From inside the mirror, the robed figure begins to speak. Its voice carries. Gene Fry recognizes the situation immediately. This is the next phase of the hidden event, a stage that only activates after the creatures summoned by the temple have been defeated. Without showing even the slightest hesitation, Gene Fry presents the ring of the destruction god's left arm to the mirror. He offers it forward as the necessary catalyst to continue the event. As the ring's power responds, Gene Fry's reflection begins to align with it inside the mirror. In that same moment, the transfer process finally activates and starts to pull everything into motion. The instant Gene Fry offers the artifact forward, the ring seems to respond to his intention. Its surface pulses with a deep surge of power, and the mirror before him accepts the relic as if it had been waiting for this exact moment. A dense, heavy glow begins to gather around the bracelet-like relic on Gene Fry's wrist. The light wraps around it tightly, pressing down with a strange weight that feels completely different from any ordinary magic. Then, without warning, the mirror erupts in a brilliant flare of light. The sealed exchange hidden inside the temple finally breaks open, and the long-buried process reaches its final stage. From within the glowing mirror, a solemn voice echoes through the chamber. It declares that since the destruction god's left arm ring has been reflected through Gene Fry, the creation god's right arm ring will now be reflected back upon him. Right before Gene Fry's eyes, a new radiance starts to gather in the air. The light slowly takes shape, forming piece by piece as the reward emerges from the mirror's shining surface. Gene Fry takes possession of the creation god's right arm ring, another hidden item wrapped in mystery. Just like the relic before it, this equipment is so rare and abnormal that even its actual rank remains unknown. The mysterious voice gives him one last farewell from beyond the mirror. Its tone carries a quiet sense of recognition, acknowledging Gene Fry as someone worthy enough to obtain what had been sealed away in this place. Now that both rings are finally in his hands, Gene Fry completes the paired set of hidden equipment. Along with that, he obtains a second force-based ability, supergravity, a power that does the opposite of repulsion by dragging targets toward him. With the reward safely secured, Jean Fry decides not to spend his saved SP right away. For the moment, he leaves it untouched, because his main focus is still moving forward and pushing deeper into the dungeon. After all, the real enemy he came here to face has not appeared yet. Somewhere ahead, waiting within this floating dungeon, is the sky-ruling demon dragon known as Bahamutton. Inside its own domain, the enormous dragon begins to stir. It is as if the air itself has carried Jean Fry's presence to it, warning the beast that someone powerful is drawing closer. Bahamutton senses that presence almost immediately and recognizes its strength. After so long, it notes that a human this powerful has finally stepped into its territory again. Jean Fry descends into the dragon's arena with wind whipping violently around him and lightning crackling through the air. His arrival cuts through the battlefield with unmistakable force, making it clear he has come prepared. Instead of freezing up in front of such a terrifying opponent, Jean Fry faces the situation with a confident smile. The look on his face makes it seem like this monster is not a disaster, but the exact opponent he came here to challenge. His current status shows that he has climbed all the way to level 161. And with his growing collection of hidden gear supporting him, Jean Fry's actual combat strength now reaches far beyond what that number alone would imply. Jean Fry lands solidly on the battlefield, his feet meeting the ground without a trace of panic. His posture stays firm and controlled, showing that he is fully ready for the confrontation waiting right in front of him. The dragon narrows its eyes and studies Jean Fry with careful attention. Beneath that human presence, Bahamutton senses something strangely familiar, something it cannot ignore. Across the wide arena, Jean Fry and Bahamutton face one another in tense silence. Neither of them rushes to move first, and both appear to be measuring the other's strength before the battle truly begins. Jean Fry breaks that silence by addressing the dragon as if he already knows exactly who it is. Without hesitation, he calls the demon ruler directly by name Bahamutton. Bahamutton is a level 250 demon ruler that dominates the skies. Its airborne trait gives it a terrifying edge in battle, boosting its own power while weakening opponents who are forced to fight in the air. As Bahamutton catches Jean Fry's scent, it immediately understands that this human is a genuine threat. Even though the memory is unclear and difficult to place, the dragon wonders where they have met before, turning this encounter into the opening of a long-awaited rematch. Jean Fry still cannot fully figure out what has changed, but Bahamutton's strange, unfamiliar behavior tells him one thing with certainty: this fight is not going to play out exactly the way he remembers. The dragon demon begins gathering a thick mass of dark energy around itself. That power compresses tighter and tighter, forming into a deadly attack aimed directly at Jean Fry. Without giving Jean Fry any time to settle, Bahamutton unleashes Black Flame Roar. The dragon chooses a direct, overwhelming assault, intending to crush him head-on with sheer destructive force. A torrent of black flames pours down toward Jean Fry, roaring across the battlefield like a raging flood. If he fails to react in time, that burning darkness will swallow him completely. But Jean Fry does not let fear take over. His gaze sharpens in the face of the incoming flames, and rather than retreating in panic, he searches for the narrowest path through the attack. Before the black flames can fully close around him, Jean Fry activates Swift Wind Transfer. In the blink of an eye, his position shifts, slipping him out of the danger zone before the attack can trap him. With that single sudden movement, Jean Fry cuts through the distance and appears near Bahamutton's massive body. He has slipped past the flames before they could pin him down, bringing himself directly into striking range. Seeing the kind of enemy standing before him, Jean Fry realizes that a cautious approach will not be enough. Against Bahamutton, holding back would only get him killed, so he decides to fight with everything he has. He calls on the power of the creation god's right arm ring, choosing the gravity skill as the opening move of his counterattack. This time, he plans to control the flow of the fight himself. Using supergravity, Jean Fry releases a powerful pulling force toward Bahamutton. His goal is to drag the enormous dragon closer and force it into the range where he can strike directly. Bahamutton feels the invisible pull take hold at once. Its massive body is tugged forward, and in that instant, the dragon realizes that Jean Fry has just changed the rules of the battlefield. The dragon identifies the technique almost immediately. This is not ordinary physical strength or some simple trick. It is a gravity-based skill being used to control movement and dictate positioning. Jean Fry does not waste the brief opening. He drives forward with full force, closing in and swinging a punch wrapped in blazing fire. His fire fist lands as he turns the pull of supergravity into a close-range attack. The flaming strike is forced straight into Bahamutton's body, combining momentum, gravity, and raw impact in one blow. Jean Fry refuses to stop after landing just one hit. He follows through with a fierce barrage, striking again and again so Bahamudin has no chance to easily regain its rhythm. Bahamudin admits that the gravity trick is clever, but it also notices the flaw almost immediately. The pulling force may be useful, but it is not strong enough to completely restrain a monster of its power. Even after realizing that, Jean Fry does not back away. He stays right inside Bahamudin's space, keeping the pressure on and continuing his attacks from point-blank range. Then Jean Fry shifts tactics again, raising the intensity of the battle even further. He summons Dragon God Storm from above, bringing another massive attack down into the arena. A huge storm dragon crashes down from the sky with violent force. The sight forces Bahamudin to turn its attention upward instead of continuing its advance. Jean Fry rides the momentum of the attack without giving the dragon demon a moment to breathe. He drives the storm's force straight into Bahamudin, pressing the assault as hard as he can. The storm coils around Bahamudin and batters its body from multiple directions. For a brief moment, the dragon is hammered by the pressure and pinned in place by the swirling force. Jean Fry lands and keeps his eyes fixed on the smoke rising from the impact. He waits carefully, watching to see whether that combination of attacks was finally enough to make a meaningful difference. But from inside the smoke, Bahamudin's calm voice reaches him. That composed response alone makes it clear that the damage was nowhere near enough to decide the fight. As the smoke begins to clear, Bahamudin is still hovering in the air above the battlefield. Its body remains nearly untouched, and its presence looks almost completely unshaken. Instead of showing anger or irritation, the dragon looks delighted. To Bahamudin, this fight has become a source of entertainment, and it demands that Jean Fry show it even more power. Jean Fry gives no verbal answer, but the gap between their positions is becoming impossible to ignore. The difference in power and battlefield advantage is pressing down on him more clearly with every exchange. He realizes that fighting in the air gives Bahamudin a tremendous advantage. The dragon's special power in the sky is making this battle far more dangerous than an ordinary head-on fight. Bahamudin shifts its position and rises above Jean Fry once again. By reclaiming the higher ground, the dragon takes control of the battlefield from the air all over again. Black flames gather around both of Bahamudin's fists, burning ominously as the dragon looks down at Jean Fry from above. With a chilling confidence, it warns him not to die too quickly. Bahamudin draws the black fire even tighter around both fists, compressing the flames until they become dense, violent spheres. In the next moment, those flames take the shape of dragon black flame bombs, ready to rain down from above like a storm of exploding judgment. The bombardment begins almost instantly. Explosive blasts come crashing down one after another, forcing Jean Fry to move through the chaos with sharp, controlled steps as he weaves between the incoming attacks before they can engulf him. Instead of trying to endure the explosions directly, Jean Fry activates super anti-gravity at the last second. The repulsive force bursts outward around him, shoving the falling attacks off course before they can slam into him head-on. From above, Bahamudin watches the defense with a sharp, fascinated gaze. But rather than being impressed enough to stop, the dragon questions whether that kind of protection can truly keep Jean Fry alive for much longer. Then Bahamudin increases the pressure even more. It folds black flame decapitation into the barrage, adding a lethal slicing strike among the raining dark explosions and turning the entire attack pattern into something far more vicious. Jean Fry realizes just a moment too late that the rhythm of the assault has changed. The barrage was already dangerous before, but now every incoming strike carries a sharper angle, making the pattern much harder to predict. Bahamudin immediately notices the strain beginning to show in Jean Fry's movements. The dragon can tell that its relentless pressure is finally slipping through his control and forcing him closer to the edge. With no time left to hesitate, Jean Fry quickly compresses gravity in front of his body. The force gathers into a shield-like barrier, giving him just enough protection to withstand the next incoming blow. Bahamudin sees through the move the moment it happens. Even so, the dragon acknowledges that Jean Fry's timing was impressive, and that he managed to reduce the damage at the very last instant. But that brief acknowledgement quickly twists into mockery. Bahamudin calls Jean Fry too soft even in a situation like this, then begins gathering power again, preparing an even larger assault from high above. A storm of black flame projectiles closes in from all sides, surrounding Jean Fry so tightly that the space around him feels sealed off. With each blast cutting off another path, there is almost nowhere left for him to escape. The attacks detonate around him in a blinding chain reaction. Violent flashes, thick smoke, and overlapping impacts swallow the battlefield, turning the entire area into a roaring field of destruction. Jean Fry is blasted across the ground by the force of the explosions. His body skids hard through the battlefield, and for the first time in this exchange, both his momentum and control are ripped away from him. For the first time, Jean Fry's calm expression finally starts to crack. The composed mask he had been maintaining gives way, and visible frustration pushes through as the pressure of the fight catches up with him. Bahamudin gives him no chance to breathe or regain his stance. The dragon immediately launches another dark projectile straight toward him, pressing the attack before Jean Fry can fully recover. Jean Fry sees the next strike closing in fast, and in that instant, he understands exactly how bad the situation has become. His choices are narrowing, his defenses are being tested, and he is quickly running out of answers. At that critical moment, both divine bracelets suddenly respond. Just as Jean Fry is pushed to the very edge, their second skills unlock, as if awakened by the danger pressing down on him. Jean Fry reacts immediately, not wasting even a single breath. Before Bahamudin can finish him off, he brings the power of both bracelets into the fight and prepares to turn the entire situation around. Bahamudin senses the air around Jean Fry shift in an instant. The dragon braces itself, realizing from that sudden change that the next exchange will not be like any of the attacks before. Jean Fry finally finds the opening he has been waiting for. With his concentration sharpened to the limit, he reaches for the newly awakened power and activates Black Vortex. A dark sphere forms in front of Jean Fry, spinning with a deep and ominous pull. Its presence alone reveals a completely new form of defense, one that feels far more dangerous than a simple barrier. The incoming black flames do not explode against Jean Fry like before. Instead, they bend toward the spinning sphere, drawn into its center, and are swallowed completely by the vortex. Bahamudin is caught off guard as its attack vanishes before it can reach Jean Fry. The flames disappear from the battlefield as though they have been erased from existence. The dragon quickly pieces together what just happened. Jean Fry did not block the assault, deflect it, or weaken it. The vortex swallowed everything Bahamudin had fired. Jean Fry explains in a calm, steady voice that if Bahamudin keeps attacking from a distance, every one of those flames will be pulled into the black hole. No matter how powerful they are, they will never reach him that way. Bahamudin is visibly stunned by what it has just witnessed. The dragon cannot hide its shock that Jean Fry absorbed the attack outright instead of merely defending himself from it. Facing Jean Fry again, Bahamudin struggles to accept the reality in front of it. A skill capable of swallowing its black flames should not exist, and yet Jean Fry has just proven that it does. Jean Fry presses that hesitation even further. With quiet confidence, he points out that Bahamudin's expression has changed, and that the proud dragon finally looks shaken. Bahamudin refuses to let those words drag it off balance. It forces its composure back into place and insists that Jean Fry will not provoke it into losing control so easily. Jean Fry holds his stance and says nothing more for the moment. His eyes stay fixed on Bahamudin, carefully watching to see how the dragon intends to test the limits of this new ability. Instead of firing another blast from a distance, Bahamudin changes its approach completely. The dragon dives in close, bringing its enormous body and deadly claws directly into the fight. Jean Fry braces himself as Bahamudin's physical pressure crashes toward him. With the dragon's massive body closing around his space, the battlefield suddenly feels like a suffocating trap. From close range, Bahamudin taunts him with sharp confidence. It asks why Jean Fry is not absorbing this attack the same way he absorbed the black flames only moments earlier. The dragon quickly identifies the weakness behind the new technique. Jean Fry's black hole can swallow energy-based attacks, but it cannot absorb direct physical strikes from Bahamudin's body. Even while cornered by that realization, Jean Fry keeps observing the situation calmly. Bahamudin notices it too, the way he studies the bracelet's limits without falling into panic. Trusting the overwhelming power of its own body, Bahamudin decides to finish the fight through raw physical force. If flames will not work, then it will crush Jean Fry directly instead. Jean Fry keeps his expression under control, but he knows the truth. Bahamudin has found the flaw in his new defense, and that discovery makes the next move extremely dangerous. Before the dragon can fully capitalize on that weakness, Jean Fry suddenly disappears from its reach. One moment he is trapped in front of Bahamudin, and the next his body is gone. Bahamudin is startled by the sudden disappearance and immediately understands what happened. Jean Fry used teleportation to escape the trap at the very last possible moment. Jean Fry reappears behind the dragon, already preparing his counterattack. Between his hands, a bright sphere is forming, its gathered power glowing intensely as he holds it in place. In that instant, Jean Fry remembers the hidden condition behind the bracelets. The second skill of each bracelet only unlocks after the first skill from each bracelet has already been used. Now Jean Fry positions the absorbed power carefully between both hands. He shapes it with focused control, preparing to turn Bahamudin's own attack into the weapon that will strike back. At last, he understands the full mechanism behind the paired abilities. One bracelet swallows the incoming power, while the other releases the stored force back out. The creation god's right bracelet reveals its counterpart skill, White Hole. Unlike Black Vortex, this ability is made to fire back what has been absorbed with devastating force. Jean Fry gives the returning technique a name of his own. With the power gathered and ready, he calls it Wrathful Spiral. Then he unleashes the accumulated black flames straight back at Bahamutton. The dragon's own power is compressed into a concentrated blast and fired with terrifying intensity. Bahamutton recognizes the technique rushing toward it and reacts with alarm. Its instincts warn it of the danger, but by the time it understands what is coming, the attack is already too close. To the dragon's shock, the blast is the same roar of the heavens it had unleashed earlier. Now that power has been reflected back, transformed into a counterattack aimed straight at its own body. Jean Fry hovers above the battlefield, controlling the release with both hands as the reflected power descends below. Beneath him, Bahamutton is swallowed by the attack it created itself. Bahamutton strains against the impact, forcing its massive body to endure the crushing force head-on. The accumulated black flames crash over it, pressing down with the weight of its own power turned against it. Even while the reflected force is crushing down on him, Bahamutton refuses to treat it as anything impressive. Through the pressure, the dragon dismisses the attack coldly, insisting it is nothing more than a copy of the power it had created first. Jean Fry does not bother answering that arrogance with words. Instead, he drives forward through the violent chaos himself, closing the distance and making it clear that the reflected blast was never meant to be the end of his plan. Bahamutton is caught off guard when Jean Fry suddenly breaks through the storm of power and appears within striking range. Before the dragon can fully react, Jean Fry is already right there, moving in close enough to attack directly. Only then does Jean Fry reveal the real trap behind his counterattack. If Bahamutton thinks this is merely its own power being thrown back at it, then the real test is whether it can survive once Jean Fry adds an even stronger force on top of that. Jean Fry charges in with black flame decapitation, but this time he does not rely on the borrowed power alone. He wraps the attack with his own fire as well, increasing the destructive force behind the strike. The combined blow tears straight through Bahamutton's defenses and bites deep into the dragon's massive body. With overwhelming force, the impact drives Bahamutton downward and sends its enormous form crashing toward the ground. For the first time in the fight, Bahamutton's composure truly breaks. Its confident attitude finally shatters as Jean Fry's attack lands cleanly, and the damage reaches the dragon in a way it can no longer ignore. Bahamutton's huge body collapses beneath the force of the impact. And with that fall, the outcome of the battle becomes almost undeniable, as if the fight has already been decided in Jean Fry's favor. A confirmation reaches Jean Fry, declaring that the demon god Bahamutton has been defeated. With the victory now secured, the rewards of the dungeon officially become his to claim. The scene then shifts away from the battlefield and into a formal meeting room. There, the vice president begins the gathering by apologizing to everyone for summoning them on such short notice. He explains that 4 of the 8 Guardian Stars are currently away handling other missions. After that, he formally introduces himself as Nix Kroppen, the vice president of the Adventurers Guild. Only a small portion of the top Guardians have gathered in the room, and that limited attendance makes the situation feel even heavier. The empty seats alone suggest that whatever is happening cannot wait for everyone to return. One of the Guardians quickly cuts through the formal atmosphere, brushing aside the need for ceremony. They make it clear that there is no point wasting time and urge Nix to get straight to the reason they were called. Wyatt Dang, the shield-bearer, speaks with his usual calm and serious tone. Without hesitation, he assures Nix that whenever the guild calls for him, he will answer, no matter what the situation may be. Another member comments on Wyatt's serious attitude, almost as if this is exactly what everyone expected from him. Even in the tense meeting room, the remark shows how familiar these guardians are with each other. Maria Jenny, the healer class sister, adds that she only happened to have free time at the moment. Because of that, she wants the meeting to move quickly, without any unnecessary delays or drawn-out explanations. Mira Goldland, the summoner, remains quiet at first. She says nothing as she watches the room carefully, her silence making it clear that she is taking in the atmosphere before choosing how to respond. Nix accepts the mood in the room without arguing against it. Seeing that no one wants wasted words, he immediately turns to the serious matter that forced him to gather the Guardians in the first place. He reports that several unsettling incidents have been happening recently. Each one is strange enough to raise alarm, and together they are serious enough to demand the attention of the guild's strongest members. At first, the Guardians assume Nix must be referring to some dangerous guild causing trouble. Others consider the possibility that powerful monsters have started appearing in the region and disturbing the balance. Nix immediately corrects that assumption. The threat they are dealing with is not a guild, and it is not any known creature recorded in their existing information. Mira begins listening with greater focus. Her quiet gaze sharpens, and the weight behind Nyx's words starts to sink in, as she realizes the situation may be stranger than expected. Wyatt and Neria also grow more serious as they hear the report. They begin to understand that whatever Nyx is describing may not fit within any category the guild already understands. Nyx explains that the first report was simple, but deeply disturbing. People had begun seeing something witnesses could only describe as a black ghost. Elsewhere, Jean Fry hears the news that the fifth demon god has been defeated. Standing in the middle of the city square, he quietly takes in the announcement as the information spreads around him. Satisfied with the reward he has just earned from the dungeon, Jean Fry begins thinking about his next step. Naturally, his mind turns toward moving on to the sixth continent. At the same time, his thoughts briefly return to Kukuru. Her training is still going to take some time, which means she will not be able to properly join him again just yet. Meanwhile, Kukuru is off somewhere having her own strange little adventure. Her situation feels completely out of sync with the serious crisis beginning to unfold in other places. Back in the city, Jean Fry notices that a crowd has gathered around a public notice. People are packed together, murmuring anxiously as they stare at the announcement in front of them. A bystander explains to Jean Fry that the teleportation portal leading to the sixth continent has suddenly stopped functioning. Worse, no one seems to understand why it happened. That single detail immediately puts Jean Fry on alert. The news feels wrong in a way he cannot easily brush aside, and his expression tightens as he processes what it might mean. Jean Fry realizes that this kind of portal malfunction never occurred in the game he knows so well. That means the world is already shifting beyond the rules and events he remembers. Back in the meeting room, Nyx continues explaining the strange reports. According to the witnesses, these black ghosts look less like solid creatures and more like shadowy masses of mist. He adds that the sightings began about 2 weeks earlier. That timing makes it clear this is a recent anomaly, and from the way he speaks, it seems to be spreading rather than fading away. In the city square, Jean Fry remains caught among the uneasy crowd. As people continue whispering around him, he wonders how long the portal outage will last and what kind of cause could be behind it. Before anyone nearby can offer him a proper answer, a sudden disturbance breaks out close by. The strange movement immediately pulls Jean Fry's attention away from the notice. A black, smoky mass begins to rise near the area, twisting upward like living darkness. From its presence alone, Jean Fry understands at once that whatever this thing is, it is definitely not human. Back at the meeting, Nyx remains composed while the others take in the seriousness of his report. He does not raise his voice, but the calm way he speaks only makes the situation feel more ominous. He explains that these beings are not demons, and they are not ordinary creatures either. They appeared without warning, without any known origin, and then began attacking people. In the city square, Jean Fry turns directly toward that same type of black shadow. The strange mass is now manifesting right before him, no longer hidden in rumors or distant reports. Jean Fry's unease grows heavier as he stares at it. What had sounded like information from somewhere else is now unfolding directly in front of his eyes. Nyx admits that they still do not know what these beings truly are or what purpose they might have. All they understand is that their existence threatens not only humanity, but the world itself. The shadow in the square forms a glowing red eye within its smoky body. That single stare is enough to prove it is alive, aware of its surroundings, and openly hostile. Nyx concludes that before the damage becomes irreversible and more lives are lost, the 4 guardians present must take action themselves. Waiting any longer is no longer an option. The shadow opens a second red eye, and its smoky body begins to change shape. What first looked like a simple apparition starts transforming into something far more dangerous. Hearing that an unknown enemy must be defeated shakes Jean Fry deeply. This situation does not belong to the game events he remembers, which means he is facing something completely outside familiar rules. Nyx finally gives the strange phenomenon a name. From this point on, these mysterious enemies are known as nameless beings. In the square, the black mass swells upward beside Jean Fry's feet, its presence growing larger and more threatening. At this point, it is no longer a rumor, a report, or someone else's problem. The shadow twists into a monstrous face, its red eyes burning from within the darkness. Then its glowing maw opens wide, releasing an alien malice that makes the creature feel completely unnatural. Jean Fry braces himself in front of the creature, fixing his attention on the threat before him. In that moment, he realizes he may be the first person forced to face a nameless being directly. At last, the creature drags its full body out into the open, rising higher and higher until it towers over the square like a gigantic armored titan. Around its massive frame, a violent purple-black haze coils and surges, making the air around it feel heavy and unnatural. All across the square, the civilians completely lose their composure. People stumble backward, crash into one another, and stare up in pure horror, unable to understand how a monster of that size could suddenly appear right in the middle of their city. The nameless being throws its head back, then lets out a deafening roar that sweeps over the entire square like a shockwave. In that single moment, the fear already gripping the crowd explodes into absolute chaos. Jean Fry stands frozen where he is, his expression tightening as disbelief spreads across his face. A creature like this should not exist at all, not anywhere, because nothing like it was ever included in the game's original design. As Jean Fry keeps staring at the impossible monster in front of him, his mind races for an explanation. He desperately tries to understand what kind of twisted, broken reality he has been pulled into. The pressure rolling off the monster is so overwhelming that the civilians can no longer hold themselves together. The crowd turns into a stampede, with terrified people spinning around and fleeing wildly in every direction. But among the fleeing crowd, one man's legs simply give out beneath him. Instead of running, he collapses hard onto the ground, his voice trembling as he cries out and begs anyone nearby to save him. The nameless being notices the helpless civilian lying there and slowly shifts its attention toward him. One enormous claw begins reaching down, inching closer as if the creature is about to crush the man right where he fell. Jean Fry curses under his breath the instant he sees it. Without wasting another second, he activates super repulsion, hurling a wave of force straight forward to push the monster back from the fallen civilian. Jean Fry throws a repulsive barrier directly between the monster and the terrified civilians. With his body planted firmly in place, he forces the people behind him to keep running while he holds the line on his own. The barrier slams into the creature's massive body with a heavy impact. For a brief moment, its advance is stopped cold, and the gigantic monster is forced to recoil from the force. Even while shielding everyone behind him, Jean Fry is already thinking ahead and preparing his next move. He knows perfectly well that this first layer of defense will not be enough to keep the creature back for very long. As Jean Fry studies the monster more carefully, he immediately dismisses the idea that this is just some ordinary creature. Normal creatures should not be appearing out of nowhere in the center of a city. The nameless being raises its claws high into the air, its huge body shifting with clear intent. The movement makes it obvious that the creature is preparing to strike back at Jean Fry. Between those raised claws, a crackling green sphere of power begins to gather and glow. That one sight proves this thing is not only attacking through raw violence, but is actually capable of using structured combat skills. Jean Fry crosses his arms in front of himself and braces for the blast head-on. He holds his position directly in front of the civilians, making sure the incoming attack will hit him instead of reaching the people behind him. The impact tears into him with brutal force, sending pain through his body. And as he endures the blow, Jean Fry realizes that this enemy is far stronger, and far stranger, than he first believed. Jean Fry is driven down hard, hitting the ground with punishing force. But even then, he forces himself back up and refuses to collapse, because innocent civilians are still trapped in danger behind him. Then the creature begins its next move, and what Jean Fry sees makes the situation even more shocking. The monster shifts its body into a deliberate stance, one that is far too controlled and recognizable to be random. Jean Fry's eyes widen as recognition hits him instantly. That movement is unmistakable. The creature has just activated a boxer skill, crushing Jade Fist. The impossible truth lands on Jean Fry all at once. This nameless being is using the same kind of class skill that should only belong to an adventurer. A monstrous creature wrapped in swirling black and purple energy suddenly appears in the city. The instant the civilians nearby see it, panic spreads through them like wildfire. Jean Fry's attention snaps toward the spreading chaos, and his expression sharpens immediately. He can tell at a glance that this situation is spiraling far beyond any normal monster attack. Jean Fry realizes with frustration that he is still too far away to stop the creature cleanly. Cursing the terrible timing, he rushes forward. But as he sees the monster closing in on the fleeing civilians, he knows he may not reach them before it attacks. At the very last possible moment, an armored skeleton warrior steps into the monster's path. It places itself directly between the creature and the civilians, blocking the attack before it can reach them. The monster pauses for a brief beat, its movement faltering in surprise. It reacts as though something completely unexpected has just stepped in and interrupted its attack. The undead knight does not move like some empty, mindless summon. It stands firm and steady, clearly positioning itself as a deliberate shield for the civilians behind it. Instead of continuing to chase the helpless people, the creature shifts its attention away from them. It turns toward the skeleton guardian and squares itself against this new opponent. The undead knight acts first, swinging its weapon in a clean and powerful arc. The strike cuts straight toward the monster with sharp, decisive force. The slash lands with tremendous impact, carving into the creature's head. The force of the blow throws the monster off balance and sends its massive body crashing down. Jean Fry arrives just as the monster is knocked to the ground. Seeing the situation already shifting, he immediately understands that someone else has stepped in and taken control before he could. The one commanding the undead keeps his gaze fixed on the fallen creature, watching it carefully. After seeing it up close, he immediately recognizes that this enemy is not the same as an ordinary monster. With only a brief look, he reaches his conclusion. This strange enemy belongs to a separate category, one known as Nobody. From behind the undead soldiers, a red-haired man calmly reveals himself. His composed appearance makes it clear that he is the one giving orders to the undead troops. Jean Fry studies the red-haired man standing before him, taking in his calm presence and the way the undead obey him. He quickly realizes this rescuer is far from an ordinary adventurer. The man takes command without the slightest hesitation. He orders the civilians to follow his undead troops and move toward safety while there is still time. The crowd is still frightened, and many of them hesitate at first. But once they see that the undead soldiers are protecting them instead of attacking, they begin to obey and move with them. Before long, the civilians recognize the person who saved them as Nyx, one of the 8 guardians. As that realization spreads, their fear starts to ease, replaced by visible relief. The moment Jean Fry hears that title, his thoughts immediately connect the pieces. The man standing in front of him must be one of Myra's allies. That realization makes Jean Fry wonder right away whether Nyx is tied to the same larger faction as Myra. If he is one of her allies, then this encounter may be connected to something far bigger. Nyx thanks Jean Fry for helping protect the civilians in the city. But Jean Fry does not dwell on the praise for long, quickly pushing past it because there is a much more urgent question in front of them. Jean Fry focuses on the thing that matters most right now. He presses Nyx for an explanation, asking what that strange enemy actually is. Nyx opens a communication screen in front of him, the display appearing as he begins reaching out to his scattered allies across the city. One guardian reports in through the live communication channel, confirming that a target has been found at point N1. A second guardian follows almost immediately with another report. This time, another target has been identified at point W4, proving that the threat is not limited to a single location. Then Mira reports in from S2, her voice calm and controlled as she states that she has already captured one of the targets. Through the communication screen, Nyx confirms the full situation. The Guardians have intercepted multiple nobodies scattered throughout the city. Jean Fry finally understands what the term means. Nobody is the official name for this strange new type of enemy. As Jean Fry looks down at the fallen creature near his feet, the scale of the crisis becomes painfully clear. There are several of these things across the city, and the outbreak is far larger than it first seemed. With the immediate danger temporarily brought under control, Nyx turns his attention back to Jean Fry. Continuing the interest he had shown earlier, he addresses him directly by name. When Jean Fry's face shifts with visible surprise, Nyx simply smiles, as if that reaction is exactly what he expected. In a calm, easy tone, he tells Jean Fry that his name has already spread much farther than he seems to realize, then smoothly asks whether he has any interest in joining the 8 Guardians. Nyx's smile remains polite and gentle on the surface, the kind of expression that could almost pass as friendly. But the sharpness hidden in his eyes makes it clear that this is not just a casual invitation. He is quietly measuring Jean Fry's intentions at the same time. Jean Fry does not let himself get pulled along by the atmosphere of the moment. Instead, he keeps his guard up, watching Nyx with careful eyes and refusing to rush into an answer before he understands what this man is really after. In the end, Jean Fry makes his stance clear and turns down the idea of joining any organization. He states through his attitude that he would rather remain independent, and Nyx accepts the refusal calmly, though a faint trace of disappointment lingers in his reaction. Nyx does not seem especially surprised by Jean Fry's answer. If anything, he looks as though he had already expected this, recalling that Mira had singled Jean Fry out as someone unusual long before the two of them ever met face to face. Nyx explains that Mira had brought up Jean Fry's name to him before. According to her, both the aura around him and the equipment he carried made him stand out sharply from the average adventurer. While Nyx speaks, his eyes drift more intently toward Jean Fry's gear. His gaze lingers there for just a moment too long, giving the strong impression that he can read far more from it than he is willing to say aloud. Only after that does the red-haired man formally introduce himself. With calm composure, he gives his name as Nyx and reveals that he serves as the vice chairman of the Adventurer Association. Nyx extends his hand in a courteous handshake as he completes the introduction. Yet even in that simple, polite gesture, there is a quiet confidence about him that makes it feel as though the balance of power still rests firmly in his hands. Jean Fry immediately understands the weight behind that title. The man in front of him is not merely an influential official within the association. He is also one of the strongest figures standing near the very top. But even as their hands meet in that brief handshake, the damaged nobody behind them begins to move again. Its broken body twitches, then slowly forces itself up from the ground as if refusing to stay down. Nyx glances back toward the stirring creature and calmly notes that its strength lines up with the reports they had received. If anything, it may even be powerful enough to push his undead soldiers beyond what they can handle comfortably on their own. With the threat still moving behind them, Nyx turns his attention back to Jean Fry and begins explaining the truth. He lays out exactly what makes nobodies different from ordinary monsters. Nyx tells him that nobodies are not normal creatures in any sense. Their origin is still unknown, and up until now, they have remained so difficult to track and understand that no one has been able to classify them properly. Then Nyx's voice grows noticeably heavier, carrying a colder seriousness beneath his calm words. There is one fact about nobodies that matters above everything else. They are not enemies that can simply be ignored. If nobodies are allowed to live and continue moving unchecked, they will not stay the same. Nyx explains that they will keep growing, keep changing, and eventually develop into something far more dangerous than their current form. Nyx warns Jean Fry that the danger they represent could one day expand beyond a city, beyond even a kingdom. If left alone, their threat could rise to a level capable of wiping out entire civilizations. He says it plainly, without trying to soften the weight of the truth. If nobodies are left to spread and evolve, they could eventually become a force that destroys humanity itself. As if proving that his words are not exaggeration, Nyx leaves no room for hesitation. At his command, the undead knight immediately moves in again, closing the distance to attack the recovering creature. The nobody is caught in the renewed assault before it can fully recover. Under the undead knight's relentless strikes, its body is torn apart piece by piece. Jean Fry watches as the creature crumbles into scattered black fragments across the ground. The sight makes him understand just how absolute Nyx's methods are when it comes to dealing with these things. But instead of feeling relieved, Jean Fry feels a cold uneasiness settle in his chest. Nyx's calm, merciless brutality feels almost as unsettling as the monster they just destroyed. Nyx then gives the order with complete clarity. Any nobody that appears must be exterminated immediately, the moment it is encountered. He emphasizes that there can be no hesitation and no mercy when facing nobodies. No matter what shape they take, they must be treated as enemies that cannot be allowed to survive. Nyx adds that with Jean Fry's level of power, he should be capable of doing the same thing if he ever comes face to face with another nobody. Jean Fry remains silent on the outside, giving no immediate reply. But inwardly, he cannot ignore how overwhelming Nyx truly is, his strength, his position, and the authority behind every word he says. At this point, Nyx's identity becomes unmistakable. As one of the 8 guardians and a necromancer, it now makes perfect sense how he can command such powerful undead forces with effortless control. Meanwhile, at point N1, another nobody has already driven a group of civilians into a corner. Just before the monster can close in on them, Wyatt Dang arrives and places himself directly between the creature and its victims. The nobody does not waste even a second. It lunges straight at Wyatt Dang, throwing its entire body forward with raw, reckless force. Wyatt Dang does not step back, not even by an inch. Instead, he calmly lowers his stance, plants his feet, and braces himself firmly behind his shield. The creature's charge crashes into him head-on with a violent impact. But Wyatt Dang absorbs the blow through his shield and stops the monster's momentum completely in its tracks. One heavy strike after another slams against his defense, each hit landing with enough force to shake the space around him. Even so, Wyatt Dang holds his ground and refuses to give up even a single step. As he continues blocking the assault, Wyatt Dang quickly gauges the creature's power. From the weight behind each attack, he realizes that this enemy's offensive strength is dangerously high. Even with that realization, his expression stays calm and steady. Wyatt Dang concludes that no matter how fierce or powerful the creature may be, it still does not have enough strength to break through him. At exactly the right moment, Wyatt Dang activates his defensive counter skill. His solid stance shifts from pure defense into the opening of a counterattack. Wyatt Dang's parry catches the nobody's heavy strike perfectly, redirecting the force behind it. In the next instant, the monster's own power is turned back against its body. Facing the monster from behind his shield, Wyatt Dang speaks with steady confidence. He tells it that brute strength alone will never be enough to defeat him. Then Wyatt Dang immediately follows through with shield smash. He transforms his defense into a crushing offensive blow and drives the force straight into the nobody. The skill erupts against the nobody with explosive power. The impact hits so hard that the creature's body shatters apart under the force. When the blast of impact fades, the nobody lies broken and smoking on the ground. For a moment, it looks as though the creature has finally been finished off. Wyatt Dang stands over the wreckage with his shield still raised and ready. Seeing the ruined state of the target, he believes the enemy has been successfully neutralized. He prepares to report the elimination right away, ready to contact Vice Chairman Nix and deliver the result of the battle. But then fresh blood begins to stain the ground nearby. That sudden sign reveals the truth. The target has not actually died after all. The nobody begins regenerating before their eyes, its ruined body slowly pulling itself back together and rising once again. Nearby, a nun-like woman watches the unnatural recovery with sharp, intense interest. That woman is Maria Jenny. As she stares at the creature's unnatural existence, her expression twists with open disgust and cold contempt. Inside her heart, her prayer darkens into something far more vicious. It twists closer to a curse as she silently vows death to anything that dares to defy her. Maria Jenny steps forward, revealing herself as a healer-class guardian. Yet the dangerous pressure surrounding her feels nothing like the gentle, holy image people might expect from a saint. Sensing the danger coming from her, the nobody gives up on the idea of fighting directly. Instead, it turns away and tries to escape. Maria Jenny activates Warp Prayer, and in an instant, a massive weapon appears in her grasp. At the same time, a powerful surge rushes through her body, filling her with overwhelming force. Rather than showing even the slightest fear or hesitation, Maria Jenny smiles with open delight at the chance to kill it. Then she launches herself into the attack, her bloodlust unmistakable. Maria Jenny's skill seems to respond directly to the cruelty burning inside her. That vicious desire to kill is drawn out and transformed, turning her twisted intent into raw combat power. Maria Jenny is one of the 8 Guardians, an advanced healer known by the title Sister, and because of that holy-sounding role, the sadistic joy spreading across her face feels even more disturbing to witness. Back on Nix's side, he explains the situation to Jean Fry with a serious tone. As long as the crisis involving the nobodies remains unresolved, travel between continents will continue to stay restricted. Jean Fry gives a brief confirmation, making it clear that he understands Nix's explanation. But the moment those words sink in, something much deeper begins to stir quietly in the back of his mind. He thinks back to his previous life, remembering that there had once been rumors about something strangely similar. The strange part is that nothing like this had ever officially appeared in the game itself. The more Jean Fry turns those old memories over in his head, the stronger his suspicion becomes. Those rumors may have been hinting at the existence of nobodies, along with hidden equipment he had never been able to obtain back then. Just then, Nix receives Wyatt Dang's report through the communication line. Judging from what he hears, Nix assumes that another target has already been dealt with successfully. For a short moment, Nix looks genuinely impressed by the speed of the operation. It seems as though the Guardians are clearing the outbreak even faster than expected. But that brief confidence vanishes almost immediately. The instant Maria Jenny reports in and admits that her target managed to escape, the mood changes at once. Nix is truly caught off guard by her report. After all, Maria Jenny is supposed to be the strongest of the 3 Guardians sent into the field, and yet even she was unable to finish off her target. Maria Jenny quickly explains that she has not been injured. She also adds that she has already sent spirits after the escaping target, and their tracking shows it moving toward point S5. Nix reacts without wasting a second. He immediately orders every available force to regroup at S5, then prepares to head toward the location himself. Jean Fry refuses to simply remain behind while the others move out. He insists on going with Nix, seeing this as a rare opportunity to learn more about what nobodies truly are. He argues that they need to gather more information about the enemy's abilities. And with continent travel restrictions directly tied to this crisis, the matter is far too important for him to ignore. Nix pauses for a brief moment, silently weighing Jean Fry's reasoning. After considering it, he accepts that the logic behind Jean Fry's request does make sense. He agrees to treat Jean Fry as a useful combat asset for the operation. Even so, Nix remains cautious, because no one fully understands the true scale of the enemy's threat yet. Nix lays out the conditions clearly before they move. Once they enter the field, command decisions will belong to him, and Jean Fry will be acting under the Adventurer Association's protection rather than leading the mission himself. Jean Fry accepts those terms without pushing back. With the conditions settled, Nix allows him to come along as they set off toward the next battlefield. At point S5, Maria Jenny, Wyatt Dang, and 2 other Guardians are already chasing a nobody through the streets. They close in from several directions, steadily tightening the space around the fleeing creature. Then, instead of continuing to run, the creature suddenly stops. It turns back in the middle of the street, as if it has finally decided to face the people pursuing it. Maria Jenny mocks the creature for trying to flee from her, her voice cutting with contempt. She makes it clear that she has no intention of letting it escape from her a second time. To Maria Jenny, that earlier failure is not just a simple mistake in battle. It is a personal humiliation, and in her mind, the only way to correct it is by killing the creature herself. As she prepares another empowered strike, Maria Jenny's words seem aimed as much at herself as at the enemy. Her frustration sharpens, twisting into a violent edge as she gets ready to attack. Wyatt Dang calmly reminds her that unexpected things can always happen during battle. His steady voice is clearly meant to keep the team focused instead of allowing emotion to take control. He reinforces that the 8 Guardians are supposed to fight together as a single unit. Their strength comes from supporting one another, not from turning the battlefield into a contest of pride. The Guardians spread out around the nobody, cutting off its escape routes one by one. From every side, they close the circle until the creature has nowhere left to run. Maria Jenny notes that everyone has finally gathered in one place. With the full group assembled, she sees the timing as perfect to end the hunt once and for all. The silver-haired Guardian then notices the new arrivals. Not only have the Vice Chairman and the other Guardians reached the scene, but Jean Fry is also standing there among them. She immediately questions why Jean Fry is there, her tone blunt and filled with suspicion. Jean Fry, caught under that sharp stare, can only answer with an awkward excuse. Before the distraction can drag on any longer, Nyx cuts straight through it. He orders everyone to stop arguing and focus on killing the target first. The silver-haired Guardian tries to warn Nyx that something about this particular enemy is different. Its behavior does not match what the earlier reports described. Her warning becomes even more urgent as she reveals the most alarming detail. This nobody has just spoken. Nyx is visibly startled by that information. The idea that a creature believed to be mindless could use human language at all clearly shocks him. At almost the exact same moment, Jean Fry's system picks up something dangerous nearby. A large number of unidentified enemies are gathering around their position. Realizing that they are about to be surrounded, Jean Fry reacts instantly. He shouts for everyone to fall back before the situation can close in on them. But the nobody only grins at them, its twisted expression stretching across its face. That look alone makes it clear that Jean Fry's warning has come just a moment too late. Multiple nobodies appear all at once, emerging like a coordinated pack of predators. As they rush forward together, they call the humans food. The sudden escalation forces Jean Fry and the Guardians to react immediately. They tighten their positions around one another, shifting into a defensive formation without hesitation. Maria Jenny calls out to the fire spirit Ifrit, summoning its power in response to the enemies closing in around them. The fiery Guardian answers the threat with a wide-area attack. A powerful skill is unleashed across the battlefield. Blaze over. A roaring torrent of flames surges across the streets like a blazing wave. The fire sweeps over the battlefield and swallows the charging nobodies all at once. The entire pack is burned apart in a single overwhelming blast. Their bodies disappear beneath the force of the flames before they can break through. When the flames finally die down and the heat begins to clear, Jean Fry and the others are still unharmed. They stand safely behind the protection created by the Fire Guardian. The silver-haired Guardian complains that the enemies turned out to be weak after all. Even so, her frustration remains because one of them still escaped simply because it was able to speak. Nyx focuses on the far more serious meaning behind that detail. A creature capable of using human language is not just another monster. It is a much greater threat than they expected. He states the conclusion in plain, heavy words. Nobodies possess intelligence. Jean Fry's expression tightens as the weight of that truth settles over him. If these creatures can think, then they are far more dangerous than simple monsters acting on instinct. Wyatt Dang understands the danger as well. Maria Jenny and the silver-haired Guardian fall silent too, each of them realizing just how serious this situation has become. Jean Fry's thoughts start racing again as he connects this revelation to the rumors he once heard back in his previous life. The pieces are beginning to line up in a way he cannot ignore. Then Jean Fry senses another powerful magical presence deeper in the forest. His instincts immediately tell him that the presence belongs to another nobody. The moment Jean Fry gives his warning, Nyx, Maria Jenny, and the silver-haired Guardian all turn toward the forest at almost the same time. None of them dismiss his words. Instead, their eyes narrow toward the trees as they begin checking that hidden presence for themselves. Wyatt Dang looks over at Jean Fry with clear confusion on his face. He cannot hide his surprise as he asks how Jean Fry managed to notice something that even the Guardians had failed to detect. Before Jean Fry is forced to explain something he himself cannot easily reveal, Nick steps in with smooth timing. He calmly says that Jean Fry must have received specialized mana detection training back in his homeland, covering the gap before it can become suspicious. Nix quickly decides that a presence hidden this deep in the forest is too dangerous to overlook. With his usual composed tone, he asks Jean Fry to guide them toward the source of the strange mana. Jean Fry agrees to lead them, but an uncomfortable feeling remains lodged in his chest. Nix keeps steering the conversation and the situation so naturally that it almost feels like everything is being quietly arranged around him. With Jean Fry taking the front, the group enters the forest and moves between the trees. Nix, Maria Jenny, Wyatt Dang, and the silver-haired guardian follow close behind him, each one staying alert and prepared for anything to appear. After pushing deeper into the woods, Jean Fry finally spots something glowing among the trees. Hidden in the forest is a magical circle, and the moment he sees it, he recognizes it as the source of the strange presence. Jean Fry warns the others in a low, serious voice that the magic circle is not empty. Beyond it, he can sense an enormous amount of nobody mana gathering together in one concentrated place. Nix studies the glowing formation carefully, his eyes tracing the shape of the circle. He identifies it as a gate leading into another space, then points out that creating something like this requires a sage-class skill. The silver-haired guardian understands the implication almost immediately. Her expression tightens as she realizes that nobodies may not simply possess strange power, they may be stealing and using adventurers' skills. Jean Fry silently confirms the suspicion forming in his own mind. The rumors from his previous life were real after all, and nobodies are not just monsters. They are evolving and leveling up like players. Nix tries to keep the group from losing focus, speaking in a steady voice to hold everyone together. With 4 guardians gathered here and Jean Fry supporting them, he believes they should still be able to handle whatever is waiting beyond the gate. Only then do the others fully connect Jean Fry with the adventurer who has been making headlines recently. Their perception of him shifts, and he stops looking like some random rookie and starts looking like someone worth paying attention to. Maria Jenny and the silver-haired guardian both look Jean Fry over more openly now. At last, they realize he is the same newcomer everyone in the Adventurer Association has been talking about. Nix decides that they will move forward, but Jean Fry still cannot shake the uneasy feeling growing inside him. No matter how calmly Nix acts, Jean Fry feels as if he is being led exactly where Nix wants him to go. With the decision made and no real way to turn back, all 5 of them step into the glowing gate together. In the next moment, they pass through and enter the hidden space beyond it. What greets them is not a chaotic battlefield or a swarm of enemies. Instead, they find themselves standing inside a cold, silent stone corridor, stretching forward in a straight line until it ends at a single ominous door. Wyatt Dang immediately takes charge of the formation. He moves to the very front with his shield ready, positioning himself as the wall that will protect the rest of the team. Maria Jenny tells Jean Fry to stay close behind Wyatt Dang's shield. She makes it clear that the veteran guardians will handle the rear and keep the formation protected from both sides. Jean Fry accepts the arrangement with a faint smile. For now, he is perfectly willing to stay within the team's protection and observe carefully from inside their formation. Once everyone has taken their position, the group begins moving down the corridor. Step by step, they advance toward the final door, preparing themselves for whatever might be waiting behind it. Beyond the door, the team enters a chamber that feels almost like a prison. They step inside cautiously, scanning the space as they investigate the disturbance waiting deeper within. Wyatt Dang surveys the room from behind his raised shield, expecting an attack to come at any second. But despite the heavy tension in the air, there is no immediate sign of danger. For a short while, their search reveals nothing at all. The suffocating pressure filling the room seems to ease just a little, as though the danger may have slipped away. Then, without any warning, a hidden mechanism activates somewhere behind them. A sharp metallic sound cuts through the chamber, instantly snapping everyone's attention back. Jean Fry and Wyatt Dang both realize what is happening, but the realization comes a moment too late. The room itself has been waiting for the perfect timing to spring its trap. With a heavy crash, an iron cage drops down over the entrance. In an instant, Jean Fry and Wyatt Dang are sealed inside the chamber, cut off from the others. Outside the bars, Nix, Maria Jenny, and the silver-haired guardian rush toward the sealed entrance in alarm. Their attention locks onto the cage as they try to assess what just happened. Jean Fry and Wyatt Dang quickly confirm that the mechanism was a deliberate trap. Meanwhile, the others anxiously check through the bars, trying to see whether the 2 trapped inside have been injured. Jean Fry does not waste even a second. He immediately grabs the iron bars with both hands, gripping them hard as he tests whether he can force open a path out. After a quick check, Jean Fry confirms that the cage has locked them in completely. Even so, He reassures the others that he and Wyatt Dang are still able to fight. Before anyone can work out why the trap activated in the first place, another presence begins to stir inside the sealed chamber. The atmosphere shifts again, heavier than before. A harsh, unnatural sound echoes through the room, scraping through the silence of the chamber. Both trapped men turn at once, their focus snapping toward the real threat. A powerful nobody materializes from swirling purple energy, appearing inside the chamber so suddenly that both Jean Fry and Wyatt Dang can only wonder where it came from. Jean Fry immediately reports that the target has appeared and moves to engage it. He tries to strike first, aiming to hit the nobody before it can make the opening move. Wyatt Dang tells Jean Fry to leave this enemy to him. Stepping forward behind his shield, he makes it clear that he intends to handle the threat himself. But Jean Fry ignores the offer and launches his own attack with shield slash. Trusting the strength expected from his rank, he drives the skill straight toward the nobody. The strike connects cleanly and wipes out the lesser nobody in a single blow. The attack tears through its body before it can even properly fight back. That instant kill proves Jean Fry's strength beyond question, but it also confirms something far more troubling. This chamber is producing enemies meant to slowly wear them down. Wyatt Dang calmly evaluates the fallen monster's level as he looks at the remains. For someone of Jean Fry's rank, he notes, defeating an enemy like that should be almost routine. Outside the cage, the others hear the impact from the fight inside. When they realize the first threat has been handled without much trouble, a brief wave of relief passes through them. But that relief vanishes almost as quickly as it came. Behind Wyatt Dang, a far more dangerous figure suddenly appears. The newcomer reveals herself as a horned, masked female nobody. Her body is wrapped in ominous purple power, and the pressure around her feels far heavier than anything they have faced so far. Jean Fry and Wyatt Dang both turn toward her at the same time. The moment they face her, they can tell instantly that this enemy is on a completely different level from the one Jean Fry just destroyed. The female nobody seems to understand the difference as well. She dismisses the earlier enemies as nothing more than fodder, then fixes her attention on Wyatt Dang as if he is the only target worth noticing. Jean Fry tries to move first again, preparing to launch another attack. But Wyatt Dang senses the danger immediately and realizes Jean Fry is about to make a serious mistake. The named nobody remains completely calm in the face of Jean Fry's incoming strike. There is no fear in her posture, no panic in her movements, and not even the slightest sign that she feels pressured. She raises one hand casually, almost lazily, as though this is barely worth her effort. The gesture feels less like defense and more like a demonstration of the overwhelming gap between them. Instead of taking any damage, she activates Shield Break. With terrifying ease, she shatters Jean Fry's defensive technique and completely destroys the attack he had relied on. Jean Fry is left stunned in place, his eyes widening as the reality hits him. His own specialty has just been countered cleanly, and far too easily. The backlash hits Jean Fry with brutal force, throwing him down against the ground before he can recover his balance. His body trembles from the impact, and his mind reels as he struggles to process how easily his defense was shattered. The black-haired adventurer immediately moves toward Jean Fry, his face tightening with alarm. Seeing Jean Fry knocked down like that makes it clear to him that this battle has become far more dangerous than either of them had expected. The enemy introduces herself with chilling calm, giving her name as CCBAD. Her status is far beyond that of an ordinary monster, and it becomes obvious that she carries multiple adventurer skills copied directly into her own body. That revelation strikes the black-haired adventurer like a confirmation of his worst fear. Named nobodies are not merely copying the appearance or behavior of humans. They can truly use human abilities in actual combat. Kbad takes visible pleasure in the heavy silence that falls over them. She reads their stunned reactions as fear, and to her, that fear is nothing less than proof that she stands above them. Jean Fry admits that he misjudged just how dangerous CCBAD really is, but instead of staying shaken, he forces his focus back into place and orders the black-haired adventurer to stay behind him while he takes responsibility for holding her off. Kbad laughs at their determination, her voice dripping with cruel amusement. She mocks their resolve and promises that she will not kill them quickly, because she wants to enjoy every moment of breaking them down. The black-haired adventurer thinks back to the old rumors from the game, his eyes fixed on Kbad's overwhelming confidence. The more he watches her, the more he begins to connect her existence to a much larger hidden threat. Then the realization settles in. Kbad must be one of the 4 special named nobodies known as the Quattro, the enemies once rumored as the 4 Heavenly Kings. Standing face to face with CCBAD, the black-haired adventurer remembers another rumor tied to those 4 special enemies. It was said that defeating all of them could lead to something extraordinary. If that rumor is actually true, Then taking down the Quattro could unlock the hidden equipment he had failed to obtain in his previous life. The thought carries a temptation he cannot ignore. For the first time, the image of that legendary reward flashes clearly through his mind. Even while danger presses in around him, the possibility of that prize pulls at his thoughts. But he immediately pushes that temptation aside. There is no point thinking about a hidden reward if he cannot survive the enemy standing right in front of him. Kbad mistakes the calm look on his face for surrender. With a cruel smile spreading beneath her confidence, she prepares to tear him apart with her own hands. She draws her blade and lunges forward in one swift motion. Every movement carries the confidence of someone who fully believes the next strike will end the fight. But at the final instant, her attack slams into a golden barrier that suddenly blooms around the black-haired adventurer. The killing blow is stopped just before it can reach him. The black-haired adventurer realizes it immediately. Jean Fry has stepped in once again, intercepting the attack with a protective barrier before Kbad's blade could cut him down. Jean Fry plants himself directly between CCBAD and the black-haired adventurer. No matter how dangerous the enemy is, he refuses to let her attack reach the man behind him. Jean Fry reveals the skill sacrifice, a technique that takes fatal damage meant for an ally and redirects it onto himself. Even after enduring a brutal beating, he lifts himself back into the fight and declares that it is not over yet. Kbad's expression twists with furious irritation. She cannot stand the fact that this half-broken shield user keeps getting in her way and denying her the prey she wants. Jean Fry answers her without the slightest hesitation. As long as he is still standing, he makes it clear that no harm will reach the ally protected behind his back. The black-haired adventurer can only stare at Jean Fry's back in silence. The absolute conviction in Jean Fry's voice shakes him more deeply than he expected. Kbad dismisses Jean Fry as nothing more than an irritating obstacle. If he insists on standing in her way, then she decides she will simply kill him first. Even then, she still sees the black-haired adventurer as the more tempting target. But her meaning is clear. If Jean Fry keeps blocking her path, she will remove him before taking the prey she truly wants. Kbad casts Fire Arrow, sending a blazing projectile streaking down through the chamber. The flaming shot races toward the two men trapped inside with deadly speed. Jean Fry reacts at once and expands his defense into shield territory. A protective zone spreads around them, ready to intercept every attack that tries to break through. The skill immediately shows exactly why Jean Fry stands as their shield. Anything that enters its range is stopped before it can reach the ally he is protecting. Jean Fry repeats his promise with even firmer resolve. Kbad will not touch the man behind him, even if keeping that promise costs Jean Fry his own life. The two men brace themselves together inside the chamber. Jean Fry holds the front line with his shield raised, while the black-haired adventurer watches carefully from behind, searching for any opening. Kbad stacks Critical Strike together with Shield Break, layering her skills to create a force meant to crush Jean Fry's defenses outright. She is clearly preparing to smash through him by brute force. Jean Fry digs his feet firmly into the floor and refuses to back away. Instead of retreating from the incoming assault, he chooses to meet it straight on. He drives forward with his shield and crashes directly into Kbad's attack. The impact disrupts her rhythm, proving that even under pressure, Jean Fry can still push back in close combat. Kbad responds immediately with another Fire Arrow. She gives him no space to breathe, no moment to recover, and no chance to regain control of the fight. Jean Fry blocks the attack again, but each repeated impact eats away at his stamina. The strain runs through his body, making every defense more difficult than the last. As he continues holding the line, Jean Fry realizes just how skilled CCBAD truly is. She fights like a veteran, wasting no movement and leaving no easy opening for him to exploit. Another flaming shot comes almost instantly after the last. The relentless barrage keeps Jean Fry pinned in place, forcing him to endure the pressure without pause. The black-haired adventurer grows increasingly alarmed as he watches the pattern. Fire Arrow should not be a skill CCBAD can reuse again this quickly. Under the endless barrage, Jean Fry's stance finally starts to buckle. His shield arm trembles with every impact, the force of each strike driving more strain into his body. Kbad closes the distance with a pleased smile, clearly enjoying the sight in front of her. Jean Fry's defense is beginning to fail, and she savors every second of it. She openly praises his ability to block her attacks, but the compliment carries no kindness at all. It is twisted into another cruel taunt, meant to wear down his pride along with his body. Her amusement makes one thing painfully clear. Kbad has not shown everything she can do yet, and she still has more attacks waiting in reserve. A moment later, the answer appears right before them. A second CCBAD emerges beside the first, as though the battlefield itself has split her into two separate threats. Jean Fry is horrified as he realizes what has happened. Kbad has divided herself into two bodies, doubling the danger standing directly in front of him. The black-haired adventurer recognizes the technique at once. It is a summoner's clone skill, and that realization explains how CCBAD has been manipulating the flow of the battle. Both Kbads draw flaming bows at the same time, aiming down at Jean Fry and the black-haired adventurer. Their synchronized movements make it clear they are preparing to execute both of them together. The double barrage proves something terrifying. Even the clone can use fire arrow, which finally explains the impossible rapid-fire attacks from earlier. Jean Fry's eyes narrow as the trick becomes clear to him. Kbad may have been cycling her attacks through her clones from the very beginning of the fight. With two streams of fire arrow crashing down at the same time, Jean Fry is pushed to his absolute limit. He struggles to block both sides at once, his shield forced to cover more than it should be able to. The two Kbads sense the strain spreading through Jean Fry's defense. Seeing him weakening, they press the assault even harder, determined to crush him completely. Behind Jean Fry, the black-haired adventurer begins gathering power of his own. He understands that he can no longer stay passive while Jean Fry bears the full weight of the assault alone. Jean Fry stayed firmly planted in front of the black-haired adventurer, refusing to move even an inch from his protective position. No matter how badly things had turned against them, he was still determined to shield him, and when he called out, his voice carried a rare softness, relief that the other man was alive, and gratitude he could no longer keep buried. Jean Fry thanked the black-haired adventurer for saving him earlier, and for just a brief second, the pain and exhaustion on his battered face gave way to something almost gentle. But even after admitting that he owed him his life, he still refused to cancel sacrifice, choosing instead to keep taking the danger onto himself rather than let his teammates suffer the full force alone. The black-haired adventurer looked straight at Jean Fry, and in that moment he understood everything. Jean Fry had already chosen his path, and no argument, warning, or desperate plea would be enough to pull him back from that reckless decision now. For the first time, Jean Fry's eyes held nothing but clear recognition as he faced the black-haired adventurer. He finally acknowledged the strength standing beside him, no longer seeing him as someone to question, but accepting him fully as a real ally in the middle of battle. The black-haired adventurer did not answer right away. He simply stood there in the deadly stillness of the chamber, letting the weight of Jean Fry's trust sink in, as if that belief had become another burden resting heavily on his shoulders. Jean Fry then said that if they were truly teammates, there was nothing strange about putting his own life on the line. As the team's shield, protecting the black-haired adventurer was not some noble sacrifice in his eyes. It was simply the duty he had chosen to carry. Even Kbad, who had been watching them like trapped prey waiting to be finished off, fell silent for a short moment. Jean Fry's resolve was so unshakable that even she could feel the force of it pressing through the battlefield. The black-haired adventurer swept his gaze across the battlefield and quickly realized the truth was even worse than it first appeared. Even when Kbad and her clones entered their cooldowns, they left no real openings, and if he kept depending only on defense, both he and Jean Fry would eventually be worn down until death caught up with them. As they were forced closer and closer toward a corner, the black-haired adventurer clenched his jaw and searched frantically for a way out. His fingers tightened around the bracelets on his wrist, and he forced himself to think, desperately weighing what move he could still use in this impossible situation. Kbad's patience finally started to fade. The frozen deadlock no longer amused her, and with a bored, almost irritated look on her face, she decided that this little warm-up had already dragged on far longer than it deserved. She raised her power once again, drawing in strength for an attack far greater than anything she had shown before. The air around her seemed to tighten and grow heavy, as though the entire chamber knew she was preparing a finishing blow meant to end everything in one strike. Jean Fry and the black-haired adventurer both felt the change immediately. Before either of them could even speak, their bodies reacted to the sudden shift, because the pressure filling the room had become far more dangerous and deadly than before. Then, to their complete shock, another Kbad appeared before them. With a third body stepping into the battle, the fight escalated all over again, dragging the situation into an even more terrifying stage. Jean Fry's eyes widened as he stared at the three identical enemies now standing in front of them. He could barely process what he was seeing. Kbad had multiplied herself again, turning one nightmare into three separate threats. He knew better than anyone that a clone skill was not supposed to work this way. The fact that Kbad was ignoring that basic expectation made the whole situation feel even more unnatural, and the danger became that much harder to measure. The black-haired adventurer's expression tightened as the pieces suddenly clicked into place. If Kbad's clones were capable of creating more clones of their own, then her numbers would only keep increasing without limit unless they stopped her immediately. Kbad laughed at the stunned looks on their faces, openly mocking the fear and disbelief they could not hide. Then every version of her lifted a weapon at once, and flaming arrows burst from all directions in a ruthless spread meant to leave no escape. In the next instant, the chamber seemed to fill with armed Kbad clones. No matter where the two men looked, another bow was being drawn, another arrow was being aimed, and another deadly shot was locked directly onto them. Jean Fry and the black-haired adventurer both understood exactly what was about to happen. With so many enemies surrounding them at once, they were on the edge of being swallowed whole by an attack pouring in from every possible direction. The number of Kbads rose yet again, increasing to 5 right before their eyes. That single terrifying change confirmed the fear already building inside them. The battle was spiraling completely out of control. The black-haired adventurer refused to let the encirclement close around them without fighting back. He unleashed a powerful fire technique of his own, driving the flames forward with everything he had in an attempt to rip open a gap in Kbad's formation. Outside the cage, the others felt the shock of the blast ripple outward through the battlefield. But even as the force of the fight shook the space in front of them, they were still trapped beyond the barrier, unable to break in and help. They struck the barrier door again, throwing their strength into another attempt and hoping that this time it might finally give way. But no matter what they tried, the wall separating them from the battle refused to crack. Even their strongest attacks had failed to leave any meaningful damage behind. With no path into the cage, all they could do was stand there helplessly, watching the fight unfold and praying that Jean Fry and the black-haired adventurer would somehow survive. Back inside the cage, the black-haired adventurer rushed immediately to Jean Fry's side. Jean Fry had collapsed after absorbing far too much of the redirected damage, and at last, his body could no longer endure the punishment. When the black-haired adventurer saw how badly Jean Fry had been wounded, horror flashed across his face. Jean Fry's body had been torn apart far worse than he had realized, all because he had kept standing between him and Kbad's attacks. The black-haired adventurer called out Jean Fry's name in a voice filled with desperation. He leaned closer, trying to keep him awake and aware, refusing to let him fade away right there in front of him. Jean Fry could barely force his words past the pain, his voice weak, ragged, and broken. Yet even through that suffering, there was still relief in him, because the black-haired adventurer was alive. Even with death drawing closer, Jean Fry refused to abandon the person he had always been. He held tightly to his pride as the shield of the 8 guardians, clinging to that identity with everything he had left until the very end. Behind them, the remaining Kbad clones lingered in the background, watching the scene unfold without a word. They did not rush, did not interfere, only waited silently for the last trace of Jean Fry's resistance to disappear. The black-haired adventurer cursed under his breath as the full weight of reality pressed down on him. His escape routes had vanished, and the defensive tools he had relied on were already pushed far beyond their limit. He understood now that even his special bracelet had not been enough to save them completely. It could not fully block the endless rain of flaming arrows Kbad kept sending their way, and each attack had been grinding them down piece by piece. Before he could properly recover, another hit slammed into him. Blood spilled from the fresh wound, making it painfully clear that with Jean Fry collapsing, the black-haired adventurer was now exposed to Kbad's attacks as well. As he looked down at Jean Fry's broken body, the black-haired adventurer began piecing together what must have happened. The final volley had likely pushed sacrifice beyond its limit, overwhelming the skill and tearing through Jean Fry instead. Jean Fry apologized in a faint and ragged voice, every word sounding like it cost him what little strength he had left. He was sorry he could not protect the black-haired adventurer until the very end, and even sorrier that he was leaving him alone in such a hopeless situation. The 3 Kbads watched everything with cold satisfaction in their eyes. To them, the result had already been decided, and the 2 men in front of them were only struggling through the last moments before their defeat. The black-haired adventurer lowered his head, hiding his face beneath the heavy weight of grief. But underneath that sorrow, something harder began to form, anger sharpening into a resolve that could no longer be shaken. With his own health already pushed into a critical state, the black-haired adventurer turned toward Jean Fry and asked him for one final thing. His voice was low and controlled, but there was no hesitation left in it anymore. Kbad began to step closer, convinced that she was looking at a broken survivor with nowhere left to escape. In her mind, finishing him off now was no longer even a battle, it was nothing more than a formality. Jean Fry agreed without even a moment of doubt. Though he was already on the edge of collapse, he still trusted the black-haired adventurer completely and accepted that final request at once. The black-haired adventurer thanked him quietly, accepting the weight of what Jean Fry was about to entrust to him. This was no longer just a simple request between allies, it was the final trust of a teammate being placed in his hands. Kbad sneered at their farewell, her irritation growing as they continued speaking, as if they still had any choice in what came next. To her, Their determination was nothing more than pointless resistance from people who had already lost. Then she announced that her cooldown had ended. Without offering even the slightest mercy, Kabad drew back and released the final execution shot, aiming to finish the black-haired adventurer once and for all. But before that arrow could decide the outcome, one of Kabad's bodies was suddenly cut down. The attack came so quickly that the entire moment seemed to split apart right in front of her eyes. The remaining Kabad froze in surprise, unable to immediately understand what had just happened. The battlefield she believed she controlled had been broken wide open in a single instant. The black-haired adventurer now stood facing her, gripping the monstrous weapon centipede in his hands. Its terrifying shape made one thing clear: he had stopped relying only on defense, and had finally chosen to strike back. He warned Kabad to prepare herself, his voice steady despite the blood, wounds, and damage covering his body. With Centipede's remaining durability revealed, he braced himself for a decisive counterattack that could change the fight. In the blink of an eye, he killed one of the clones and stood over the fallen body. Just like that, the flow of the battle shifted, and the overwhelming advantage Kabad had been so confident in began to crack. Kabad stared at him in stunned disbelief. The instant the black-haired adventurer committed himself fully to offense, his speed became far more dangerous than she had ever expected. Fury twisted Kabad's expression as she lashed out, desperate to seize control of the battle again. She tried to force him back into the role of hunted prey, refusing to accept that the hunter and the hunted had suddenly changed places. Before Kabad could fully release her next attack, the black-haired adventurer moved ahead of her. His body shot forward like a blur across the battlefield, closing the distance so fast that Kabad did not even have enough time to steady her aim. Once he reached point-blank range, the black-haired adventurer swung Centipede into action. The bizarre, fluid blade slid around Kabad's defenses like living metal, slipping through the tiniest gap in her guard and reaching her despite her raised protection. In the middle of the attack, Centipede suddenly liquefied, twisting and changing shape before Kabad could properly react. Its blade shifted as it moved, cutting into her from an angle she had no chance of blocking in time. The black-haired adventurer did not waste even a second celebrating that strike. He turned at once toward the remaining Kabad bodies, planting his stance firmly, keeping his weapon ready, and pouring his full attention into offense. He warned Kabad that she would not get another chance after this. The calm pressure in his voice made it clear that he was done dragging the battle out. Right here, right now, he intended to finish her. Once more, he activated Centipede's liquefaction. The weapon stretched and spread within his grasp, its form widening into something even more brutal, as if preparing to carve across the entire battlefield in one motion. The transformed blade erupted outward in a vicious arc, sweeping through the remaining Kabad bodies with one clean and merciless strike. Before the clones could regain themselves, they were cut down together in a single execution. With Kabad finally defeated, the black-haired adventurer obtained the first Black Leaf reward tied to the 4 Heavenly Kings. But even though victory had been secured, the price of that victory felt far heavier than any reward placed before him. A reward card appeared in front of him, forming in the air as the battle at last reached its end. Its sudden arrival served as proof that Kabad had truly fallen and that the fight was finally over. He stared at the prize for only a brief moment before his eyes shifted back toward Jean Fry's fallen body. No matter what kind of reward had appeared, there was not even a trace of joy in this victory for him. With the reward held in one hand and the bloodied centipede still gripped in the other, the black-haired adventurer walked back toward Jean Fry. Each step felt heavy, burdened by the sacrifice Jean Fry had made to keep him alive. Jean Fry was fading fast, his voice reduced to almost nothing as the last of his strength slipped away. Even so, he forced himself to speak, asking the black-haired adventurer for one final favor. The black-haired adventurer lowered himself beside Jean Fry and listened with his head bowed close. In that quiet, painful moment, every word Jean Fry managed to say felt too important to miss. Jean Fry asked him to restore a weapon through a forbidden final rite. His request came out softly, but the meaning behind it carried the full weight of a dying adventurer's last wish. The black-haired adventurer's eyes widened slightly as soon as he understood what Jean Fry was asking of him. This was no ordinary favor, and once it was done, there would be no taking it back. He recognized the rite immediately as soul transfer, a one-time skill that allowed an adventurer on the verge of death to pass their weapon to another person. It was not just a technique, it was a final inheritance given at life's very edge. As he remembered that the ability could only be used once in an adventurer's entire lifetime, the request became even heavier. Jean Fry was not simply giving him a weapon, he was handing over the last legacy he had left behind. Jean Fry confirmed it without the slightest hesitation. With only a fading thread of strength remaining, he willingly entrusted the soul of his weapon to the black-haired adventurer. When an adventurer dies, the weapon that fought and lived beside them would normally return to the heavens. Once the bond between weapon and master was broken by death, that weapon soul was supposed to leave the world along with its owner. But if someone remained who could inherit and carry that will forward, the weapon soul did not have to vanish completely. Instead, it could be passed on, transferred into the hands of a successor who would continue what was left behind. The black-haired adventurer accepted Jean Frye's will without even a moment of hesitation. He took on the burden being entrusted to him, fully aware that this was more than a weapon. It was Jean Frye's final faith in him. When the others pushed their way forward, they found Wyatt lying in a widening pool of blood. He was already standing at death's door, his body shattered after taking a fatal blow meant to protect someone else. The black-haired adventurer noticed that the sealed passage had finally opened. After all the fighting, pain, and sacrifice they had endured, the survivors now had a path leading forward. The others rushed in, expecting to find the way ahead waiting for them, only to freeze the instant they saw Wyatt collapsed on the ground. Whatever relief they had started to feel disappeared in a heartbeat. Their hope turned cold as the truth slowly settled over the group. Someone had fallen here, and the price for opening the way had been paid in blood. The black-haired adventurer stood silently among the bodies, with Wyatt lying at his feet and the aftermath of the battle scattered all around him. In that stillness, the terrible cost of survival was laid bare for everyone to see. For a moment, the shock was too overwhelming for any of them to process. They could only stare at Wyatt in silence, unable to understand how everything had gone so terribly wrong so quickly. Maria was the first one to break from that frozen silence. She rushed straight to Wyatt's side, her voice trembling with panic and anger as she demanded to know what had happened to him. Wyatt lay completely still in front of her. He gave no answer, made no movement, and showed no sign that he could respond to the desperate questions she was throwing at him. Maria immediately began healing him, pouring her power into his wounded body, as if she could force reality itself to stop. She refused to accept that Wyatt might already be beyond saving. Even while desperately trying to save Wyatt, Maria noticed that Jean Frye was badly injured too. Her eyes snapped toward him, searching his bloodied state and the silence around him for the truth. She pressed Jean Frye to explain what had happened, her voice tight with fear and urgency. Maria needed to understand Wyatt's condition and the battle that had led them into this devastating moment. Jeffrey struggled to answer her, his words buried beneath exhaustion, pain, and guilt. Each breath seemed to weigh on him, as if speaking the truth was almost more than he could bear. At last, Jeffrey forced himself to admit what had happened. Wyatt had stepped in and taken the attack meant for him, shielding him with his own body and paying for it with his life. That confession struck the vice president with brutal force. In that instant, he understood exactly what Wyatt had done, and the sacrifice hidden inside Jeffrey's broken words became painfully clear. The vice president looked across the slaughtered enemies scattered around them and saw the evidence of Wyatt's desperate struggle. Before falling, Wyatt had clearly fought with everything he had, leaving the battlefield marked by the pain he endured. Maria kept calling Wyatt's name again and again, begging him to wake up as grief and anger tore through her voice. She could not forgive him for throwing away his own life just to save someone else. Mara stepped closer and gently tried to stop Maria from continuing. From Wyatt's motionless body and the silence surrounding him, she could already tell that he had gone beyond the reach of saving. The vice president turned away for a brief moment, forcing himself to swallow the grief rising in his chest. No matter how much it hurt, he knew they could not stay frozen in this place forever. Then Wyatt's voice suddenly cut through the silence one final time. That faint, unexpected sound instantly pulled everyone's attention back toward him. With the last breath he could still gather, Wyatt revealed that he had heard everything Jean Frye had said. Even while standing at the edge of death, those words had still managed to reach him. The vice president honored Wyatt as one of the finest among the 8 guardian stars. With solemn respect in his voice, he told Wyatt to rest after fulfilling his duty until the very end. Mary silently took in that final moment without saying a single word. Her expression remained calm on the surface, but beneath that quiet face, her grief was being held painfully tight. Maria's sorrow slowly began to harden into something colder. The panic and tears in her eyes gave way to a focused anger, settling deep inside her like a vow she would not forget. Jean Frye faced Wyatt's death in silence, not with loud sobs or open tears, but with a quiet resolve that said everything. The loss struck him deeply, yet it only made the determination in his heart burn stronger. Together, they formed a silent vow that Wyatt's death would not go unanswered. The grief hanging between them slowly turned into a shared promise of revenge. Carrying that resolve with them, the group moved toward the next door. They knew the dungeon was far from finished, and whatever waited beyond that entrance would bring another trial. This time, the vice president stepped forward and insisted on taking the lead himself. After what had happened, he would not allow anyone else to be the first to cross into danger again. The heavy door opened before them without even the slightest resistance. But the way it moved so smoothly only made the silence waiting beyond it feel even more suspicious. The group entered with extreme caution, each step careful and measured as they braced themselves for another trap. After everything the dungeon had already put them through, none of them believed it would simply let them pass so easily. Maria noticed the difference almost right away. Unlike the cruel trap they had just survived, the door behind them did not slam shut this time, and for a brief moment, that open passage meant they still had a way to retreat. But that small relief vanished almost as soon as it appeared. A new wave of monsters came surging into sight, flooding the room ahead of them and proving that even without trapping them inside, this chamber still intended to tear them apart. The vice president stepped out in front and ordered the others to pull back. With the horde closing the distance, he placed himself on the front line, ready to cut the monsters down before they could surround the group. Maria had no intention of standing safely behind him and simply watching. After everything they had just lost, anger was still burning inside her, and she needed to throw that rage somewhere before it consumed her completely. Mira agreed at once, her face carrying the same fierce resentment. Maria was not the only one desperate to strike back. By now, that fury had spread through the entire team. The vice president did not scold them for their anger or try to force them to calm themselves. Instead, he accepted that rage as something real, then gave it a target by turning it directly toward the enemies standing in their way. Then the vice president called forth an army of the undead. Huge skeletal knights rose inside the chamber one after another, looming over the battlefield as their weapons shone with a cold, deathly pressure. The summoned dead rushed straight into the monster crowd and smashed through it with overwhelming force. In one brutal sweep, the main wave was ripped apart before it could even make it to the group. Once the largest part of the horde had been shattered, Maria and Mira charged forward without wasting a breath. They threw themselves into the remaining monsters, ready to finish off every last creature still moving. As the vice president watched the battlefield unfold, the look in his eyes turned colder. Before any of them could properly face Wyatt's memory, he decided that every enemy in this room needed to be wiped out completely. Jean Fry watched the vice president from the side and sensed the icy resolve hidden beneath his composed expression. Even though the vice president looked calm, the determination inside him was just as ruthless as the attacks tearing through the monsters. When the fighting finally eased, the vice president shifted his attention back to Jean Fry. He checked on him directly, making sure Jean Fry was still able to keep moving after everything he had already endured. Jean Fry admitted that he was still shaken, but his own condition was not what weighed on him most. What stayed in his mind was how reliable Wyatt's team had been when things truly mattered. The vice president immediately understood what Jean Fry's words were really circling around. Beneath that comment about the team, Jean Fry's thoughts were fixed entirely on Wyatt himself. Jean Fry blamed himself for what had happened, convinced that Wyatt had died because he chose to protect him. That guilt pressed down on him heavily, as if Wyatt's sacrifice had opened a wound inside him that would not close. The vice president did not rush to brush that guilt away, nor did he offer him empty comfort. He allowed Jean Fry's words to hang in the air for a moment, giving him space to face the weight of that feeling directly. Then the vice president asked the one question that mattered most. In Wyatt's final moments, did Jean Fry truly believe Wyatt had hated him for being the person he chose to protect? Jean Fry answered in a quiet voice that he did not. No matter how much guilt he carried, he knew deep down that Wyatt had not died while hating him. As Jean Fry remembered Wyatt's final expression, that truth became even harder to deny. In the end, Wyatt had not looked resentful, bitter, or regretful at all. He had left this world with a smile. The vice president told Jean Fry that this was exactly the kind of man Wyatt had always been. That final smile had not been meaningless. It was the clearest proof of the choice Wyatt had made. The vice president reminded Jean Fry that Wyatt had accepted him as a teammate and protected him of his own free will. If Jean Fry truly wanted to honor that sacrifice, then he had to carry Wyatt's will forward instead of letting guilt swallow him whole. With that matter settled as much as it could be in such a painful moment, the vice president decided there was nothing more they could do in that room. He gave the order to move on, guiding the group toward the next trial waiting ahead. Jean Fry followed after them, still carrying the heavy weight of Wyatt's death deep in his chest. But beneath that burden, he now understood more clearly what Wyatt had entrusted to him by choosing to protect him. Before long, the group arrived at a junction where the path split into two separate routes. The dungeons stretched away in opposite directions, forcing them to stop and decide which way they would go. That split in the path immediately became a difficult choice. If they divided their strength, both sides would become more vulnerable, but if they moved as one group, the danger could be just as severe. The vice president weighed both risks with a careful, practical eye. Staying together might make them stronger in a direct fight, but if all four of them walked into a trap at the same time, the entire team could be wiped out in one move. In the end, he chose to divide them deliberately into pairs. It was not a reckless gamble, but a calculated way to reduce the chance that one scheme from the dungeon could destroy everyone at once. His reasoning was simple, cold, and practical. No matter what waited deeper inside, they could not allow a single trap, ambush, or enemy plan to erase the whole team in one strike. Maria immediately claimed Jean Fry as her partner. Part of that choice made sense strategically, but another part was obvious. She wanted room to fight in her own way without anyone trying to hold her back. Then Maria spotted a powerful target waiting up ahead. To her, that enemy was not merely another obstacle blocking the path. It looked like the perfect place to unload all the rage she had been holding inside. Their prey introduced itself by charging straight toward them. The demon revealed its name as Baika, the second Quattro, a terrifying monster standing at level 299. Baika made it clear that it had been waiting for humans like them to arrive. With greedy confidence, the demon declared that it would devour their abilities and turn their strength into its own. Elsewhere, the vice president and Mira found themselves confronted by another enemy. Standing before them was Abedek, the third Quattro, level 333, and the pressure radiating from him made it clear this battle would be even more difficult. With enemies appearing on both split paths, the team committed to fighting two battles at the same time. The next stage of the dungeon had begun, with the group divided and danger closing in from both sides. Maria and Jean Fry faced the gluttonous demon inside its chamber. Around Baika, the air felt thick, heavy, and foul, almost as if the room itself had been warped by the creature's endless hunger. Baika lounged there with absolute confidence, looking far more entertained than threatened by their arrival. It treated Maria and Jean Fry less like real opponents and more like prey that had foolishly wandered into its den. Jean Fry quickly judged that this enemy surpassed the previous one in both level and magical power. Because of that, he decided it would be smarter to observe its movements first instead of rushing in blindly. That careful plan almost fell apart the very instant the battle began. Before Jean Fry could properly study the situation, Maria had already moved on her own. Maria launched herself forward with explosive speed, closing the distance in a flash. Her sudden movement was so sharp and fast that even Jean Fry could barely follow her as she rushed straight at the demon. Jean Fry was stunned by how boldly she charged in without the slightest hesitation. There was no pause, no visible fear, and no sign that Maria cared how dangerous Baika might be. Maria's hatred for demons poured out of her without restraint. She declared that creatures like Baika deserved neither mercy nor prayer, only punishment delivered by her own hands. Then Maria activated the command power of her weapon. Her devotion twisted into something fierce and savage, reshaping the weapon according to the violent prayer burning inside her. Her staff transformed in an instant into a massive hammer-like axe, its weight and size expanding with terrifying force. Gripping it with both hands, Maria brought the weapon crashing down toward the demon. Only then did Baika realize that Maria had not been making an empty threat. By the time the danger fully sank in, the weapon was already falling, leaving the demon almost no time to react. The command effect of Maria's weapon changed its form according to her prayer. But her faith did not appear as gentle light or sacred comfort. It took shape as raw, brutal force meant to crush the enemy in front of her. Jean Fry could only stand back and watch as Maria took control of the fight by herself. In just a few moments, she had turned the opening exchange into a violent assault entirely on her terms. As he watched her fight, Jean Fry could not help wondering how someone with such a foul mouth had ever become a nun in the first place. The gap between her holy title and her savage attitude was almost impossible to ignore. Maria taunted Baika for being too slow, her voice sharp, cruel, and completely merciless. She promised to beat the fat off him, swinging her transformed weapon like she fully intended to prove every word. Jean Fry soon realized that Maria's reckless charge was not as careless as it first appeared. Beneath the crude language and explosive anger, her attacks were accurate, controlled, and clearly worthy of an elite fighter. But then Maria noticed something strange about the result of her strike. The blow had definitely landed, yet the effect did not feel right, and her expression shifted as she sensed that something was wrong. Maria clicked her tongue in frustration, grumbling that she had picked the wrong weapon form for that attack. But as Jean Fry watched her from behind, he began to realize the real issue went deeper than the weapon itself. Maria was truly fighting almost entirely by instinct. Just then, The demon suddenly sensed Jean Fry's presence and shifted its attention toward him. In its eyes, Jean Fry was not merely another human standing near the battlefield, but a stronger prize, the kind of prey worth taking and devouring for itself. Without even a trace of hesitation, the demon declared Jean Fry as its prey. Its focus pulled away from Maria and locked onto him instead, as if it had already decided that Jean Fry was the one it intended to claim. Maria narrowed her eyes, still trying to understand why her previous strike had failed to land the way she expected. She wondered if the demon's huge body had simply absorbed and hidden the pain, or if it had somehow managed to guard itself at the final instant. After a short moment, Maria realized that the demon's absurd appearance did not mean it was weak. With a level that high, it suddenly made sense why Wyatt had struggled so fiercely against monsters from this tier. That realization erased the last bit of playfulness from Maria's face. She stopped treating the demon like some easy target standing in her way, and instead began calling upon a far more serious prayer. Maria spoke as though she were offering the demon's flesh for a blood-stained feast, her voice sharp and burning with fury. Then she commanded her weapon once more, forcing its power to answer the brutal prayer raging inside her heart. But Maria's anger was so intense that her next swing nearly dragged Jean Fry into its path as well. He barely managed to react in time, throwing himself aside before her attack could slice him down right alongside the demon. Maria snapped at Jean Fry with a harsh warning, yanking his attention fully back into the fight. In a battle like this, she made it painfully clear that even a second of hesitation would be enough to get him killed. Jean Fry stared at her in horror, finally understanding just how dangerous Maria truly was. Her attacks were not only terrifying for the enemy. Any ally standing too close would barely have room to breathe. Even so, Jean Fry knew he could not keep standing back and watching from the sidelines. He steadied his breathing, called forth his centipede blade, and prepared himself to step into the battle for real. Jean Fry rushed forward to support Maria directly, closing the distance instead of hanging safely behind. He moved in to match her pace, determined not to let the demon exploit even the smallest opening between them. Maria instantly turned Jean Fry's arrival into part of her next move. Without stopping to explain a thing, she ordered him to give her a foothold, speaking as if she fully expected him to understand and react on the spot. Then Maria leapt first, trusting Jean Fry to follow her timing without question. Her body shot upward before he had any real chance to argue, hesitate, or ask what she was planning. Jean Fry moved purely on instinct and braced himself beneath her. In that tiny split second, he turned his own body into the platform Maria needed to launch her attack. Using Jean Fry's support, Maria kicked off and soared high above the demon. From overhead, she raised her transformed weapon, preparing to bring down a crushing blow from above. Maria came crashing down with terrifying force, the impact poised to smash through the demon beneath her. But at the very last moment, the creature slipped away, narrowly avoiding the full weight of her strike. Maria cursed the demon's unexpected agility, furious that something so bulky could move with that kind of speed. Behind her, Jean Fry was left sprawled across the floor after being used as her launching point. As Jean Fry watched Maria tear through the fight, a strange thought suddenly hit him. It felt almost absurd that Wyatt had ever been expected to serve as the shield for someone this wild, reckless, and overwhelming. Jean Fry could feel the truth in every fierce movement she made. Maria's grief and rage over Wyatt were driving her forward, turning each swing into an outlet for all the pain she could not put into words. Even so, Maria continued to keep the demon under constant pressure. Golden strikes flashed one after another, forcing the creature to stay on the move beneath her relentless assault. Maria's expression hardened until there was no hesitation left anywhere on her face. Every look in her eyes and every movement of her body showed that she had given herself completely to revenge. Jean Fry finally understood what he was witnessing. This violent, furious assault was not just Maria losing control to anger, it was her way of mourning Wyatt. The vice president's words echoed through Jean Fry's mind, reminding him that those who survived had to carry on the will of the dead. Through that painful thought, Maria's fury finally began to make sense to him. That realization pulled Jean Fry out of simply standing there and watching the fight unfold. He could not remain passive any longer while Maria carried that grief and anger all by herself. Maria shouted at Jean Fry to stay in the rear and do the job he was meant to do. She clearly did not want him charging in blindly and getting in the way of her attacks. Jean Fry hesitated, caught between the sting to his pride and the need to trust Maria's judgment. For a moment, he struggled with the idea that his role in this battle might not be the one he wanted. He admitted to himself that he still did not fully understand the limits of his own power. If he rushed into offense without knowing exactly what he could do, he might only create more danger for both of them. So Jean Fry made his choice, The best way to honor Wyatt in this fight was not to try to outshine Maria, but to support her completely and make sure her strength reached the enemy. Jean Fry committed himself to that role without looking away from the battle. From that moment on, his job was clear. He would make Maria's attack succeed, no matter what it took. Maria answered by condemning the demon's gluttony with cold, ruthless fury. As her weapon shifted again in her hands, she prepared another execution strike, one meant to punish Baika for every life monsters like him had taken. At that same time, in the other chamber, Abedek unleashed a thunderous attack of his own. The force exploded through the space around him, shaking the room as the battle on the second path erupted in full. Mira responded by summoning Huko, a dragon spirit wrapped in lightning. Crackling energy gathered around her body as she called that power into the fight. The dragon manifested beside Mira in a burst of blinding electricity. Its form surged and shimmered with lightning, filling the chamber with the sharp, violent sound of crackling power. Abedek remained seated on his throne, wrapped in chains and a dark purple aura. Even with Mira's dragon spirit appearing before him, he showed no fear at all, as if the sight barely impressed him. The lightning tore straight into Abedek's body, striking him with brutal force, but instead of collapsing under the blast, he endured it and roared back through the pain. Mira's eyes widened when she saw how he reacted. The lightning had not crushed him the way she expected. In fact, it almost looked as if the attack had excited him. Abedek's expression slowly began to twist, shifting into something disturbingly close to pleasure. The attack that should have weakened him was starting to look like something he was enjoying. Then Abedek revealed the reason behind his strange reaction. Somehow, instead of slowing him down with damage, the lightning had made his body feel lighter. The vice president immediately called out to Mira, recognizing the danger in Abedek's response. If her attack was affecting him in the wrong way, they needed to change their approach before he could take advantage of it. Mira did not answer right away. Her gaze stayed fixed on Abedek, her expression tense and focused as she silently recalculated and searched for the next move. Then Mira invoked Undine and Huko together, combining their powers into a stronger attack. Water and lightning gathered as one in front of her before she fired a concentrated aqua bolt straight at Abedek. A towering column of electrified water swallowed Abedek where he sat. The blast surged upward around him, roaring with crushing force while lightning crackled violently through the torrent. Even beneath that amplified strike, Abedek assessed the attack with unsettling calm. He admitted it was stronger than before, but still something he could survive, though a faint flicker of alarm finally crossed him. Then the truth became visible inside the raging torrent. Two skeletal guardians were protecting Abedek, standing between him and the full force of Mira's attack. The vice president calmly pointed out the weakness of relying on nothing but a tough body. If Abedek could not move, then repeated damage would eventually wear him down and break through his defenses. Abedek mocked the vice president's lecture with a tone of fake politeness. But no matter how arrogant he sounded, the strain on his body was beginning to show. The vice president answered him without losing even a trace of composure. Respect for elders had its limits, especially when the so-called elder demanding it was a monster who hurt innocent people. Then the vice president summoned a black armored lancer onto the battlefield. With a cold command, he ordered a bloody lance strike against the monster that had brought harm to the innocent. The summoned knight charged straight through the opening Mira had created. Its lance drove forward through the storm of water and lightning, aiming directly for Abedek at the center of the attack. The black armored lancer thrust its weapon forward with frightening power, the motion sharp and merciless. Its lance slammed straight into Abedek's face and drove through him without stopping, the impact rattling his entire body, as if the force had punched through more than flesh. The strike tore through Abedek and opened a gruesome hole in his chest, leaving the damage carved right through his massive frame. For one brief moment, it truly looked as if that single decisive blow had killed him on the spot and ended the fight instantly. The vice president stared at Abedek with a cold, unreadable look, his expression giving away almost nothing. He knew that destroying this one monster could never bring back the lives already lost, but that did not mean this punishment was unnecessary. At last, Abedek's huge body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Blood spread out beneath him in a dark, widening pool, staining the floor as his massive form finally went completely still. Believing that their battle had finally ended, the vice president and Mira did not waste another moment lingering there. They decided to regroup with Maria and Jean Fry right away, before the dungeon had a chance to spring another cruel surprise on them. They moved through the chamber where Abedek had fallen, expecting to pass through nothing but the aftermath of their fight. The quiet around them felt like proof that the enemy had already been dealt with for good. But in the very next instant, danger struck both of their senses at once. The vice president and Mira turned sharply toward the source of that feeling, But by then, they were already just a moment too late. Abedek's corpse was no longer where it should have been. The dark pool of blood still stained the floor, but the body that had collapsed there had vanished, making it painfully clear that the fatal-looking blow had not truly finished him. When the two of them looked upward, they found Abedek clinging above them like a predator waiting from the ceiling. He was already in motion, poised to strike before either of them could fully respond. Abedek attacked first, slashing into the vice president before Mira could stop him. The sudden strike shattered their moment of confusion and dragged the battle back into deadly motion all over again. Mira cried out as the vice president fell from the force of the blow. Nearby, Abedek landed with fresh power surging around him, his presence now feeling even more dangerous than it had before. Abedek praised their abilities with a delighted, hungry grin spreading across his face. To him, this was no longer just a simple battle. It had become a feast, and their skills were exactly the meal he had been waiting for. He revealed that he had already judged their powers as especially valuable prey. The way his eyes fixed on them made it obvious that he did not simply want to defeat them. He wanted to steal those abilities for himself. The vice president and Mira quickly realized what had happened. Abedek had taken a thief's stealth and a fighter's one-time resurrection, and the worst part was that there was no way to know how many more skills he had already stolen. That realization made the threat in front of them far more terrifying. If Abedek could layer multiple stolen abilities together at the same time, then he was not just stronger than expected, he was an enemy made from several dangers combined. Abedek confirmed their fear with a satisfied expression, showing off those stolen powers as the true foundation of his strength. Then he warned Mira to stay alert, speaking as if the real fight had only just begun. He openly named the abilities now under his control, including Immortal Life, Stealth, and Fast Slash. Each stolen skill made him seem less like a single opponent and more like a collection of deadly enemies packed into one body. Even while wounded, the vice president and Mira forced themselves to hold their ground. No matter how many stolen powers Abedek had gathered, they steeled themselves to bring him down. Meanwhile, back in Maria's battle, she drove her weapon straight into Baika's face with brutal force. Even after everything she had already thrown at him, Maria kept pushing forward, refusing to give the gluttonous demon even a second to breathe. For the first time since the assault began, Maria hesitated in the middle of her attack. Something felt off to her, like a sudden shift had taken place somewhere else deeper inside the dungeon. Jean Fry noticed that pause immediately. The battle no longer felt as if it was moving according to either of their expectations, and that tiny hesitation made the air between them and Baika grow even tenser. Baika absorbed another heavy blow, and the force cracked across his face with a sickening impact. But even with that damage carved into him, he still did not fall, his body stubbornly remaining upright. Baika admitted that the attack had been dangerous, but he boasted that he had survived by guarding at the last possible moment. His cracked face only made that smug confidence look even more disturbing. Maria refused to give him any chance to recover. She pressed forward with her axe, swinging again and again as if she intended to crush him before he could regain control of the fight. When the dust finally cleared, Baika was still standing in front of them. A sinister aura wrapped around his body, forcing both Maria and Jean Fry to reconsider just how troublesome this enemy truly was. They realized that Baika had not avoided the blow by dodging out of the way. Instead, he had reinforced his body with a magician's enhancement art and endured the impact directly from the front. Maria mocked him for hiding behind defense despite all his earlier arrogance. She threw the insult at him on purpose, clearly trying to provoke him into losing his temper and charging into a reckless exchange. Then Maria rushed in from the front, hurling insults as she closed the gap. Every sharp word was meant to pull Baika's attention onto her and keep his focus away from Jean Fry behind her. Baika caught Maria's attack with a grin, stopping the blow with his hands instead of shrinking away from it. Her defiance did not scare him at all. In fact, it only seemed to amuse him further. Maria's taunting only entertained Baika even more. He treated her resistance like the insolence of prey that still had not understood its place before him. But the moment Maria addressed him so casually, Baika's amusement twisted into rage. With a furious burst of strength, he lashed out and blasted her away with enough force to send her flying back. While Maria kept Baika occupied at close range, Jean Fry remained calm behind her. Rather than rushing in too early, he began preparing a finishing move, carefully waiting for the exact opening he needed. Maria understood what Jean Fry was trying to set up and agreed to hold Baika off a little longer. Even through her anger, she gave him the time he needed to prepare his next attack properly. Jean Fry shared Maria's fury over Wyatt's death, but he refused to let grief turn him reckless. If they were going to finish this enemy, he wanted to do it with control, precision, and no wasted movement. Even then, something about Baika continued to bother him. Jean Fry could sense that the demon was hiding more than simple brute defense behind that bloated body and mocking grin. The magical presence Baika had shown earlier was far too overwhelming to ignore. To Jean Fry, that defensive stance did not feel like fear, it felt more like a cover for something far more dangerous. Jean Fry concluded that Baika was waiting for the perfect moment to reveal a hidden ace. The demon was not merely enduring their attacks. He was quietly preparing his own counterstrike. Baika rose again, his voice thick with hunger and hatred. He swore that he would kill both Maria and Jean Fry, and once they were broken, he would devour them completely. Jean Fry stepped forward and placed himself directly in front of Maria. If Baika was finally about to reveal his next move, then Jean Fry was ready to test it with his own body first. At last, Baika revealed the hidden card Jean Fry had been waiting for. A powerful aqua cannon erupted from him and blasted straight toward both of them with crushing force. Baika roared with absolute confidence as the torrent of water surged forward. He was certain the blast would wash Jean Fry and Maria away before either of them could withstand it. Jean Fry planted his feet firmly in front of Maria and refused to take even a single step back. Instead of dodging, he faced the aqua cannon head-on and accepted the full force of the attack directly. Baika expected the blast to overwhelm Jean Fry almost instantly. Seeing him still standing there, the demon pushed even harder, pouring more and more power into the attack. But the surging water never managed to break through. Instead, it began to twist inward, spiraling toward a dark singularity forming between Jean Fry's hands. Jean Fry revealed Black Hole, the power of the left bracelet of the destroyer. With that ability, he absorbed the enemy's attack completely, swallowing the aqua cannon before it could ever reach Maria. As Jean Fry watched the water vanish into the darkness, the truth became clear to him. Baika's hidden ace had been real, but against Black Hole, it was ultimately useless. Jean Fry did not let that opening go to waste. He immediately turned the absorbed power back toward Baika, striking before the demon could even understand how his own attack had been reversed against him. Baika was shaken by the unfamiliar skill, and for the first time, his confidence visibly cracked. Yet even in the middle of that surprise, greed flashed through his eyes as he suddenly began to covet Jean Fry's power. Jean Fry saw that opening and lunged forward with a predatory smile on his face. If Baika was distracted by greed, then Jean Fry would use that exact moment to tear into him. With a swift and precise counterattack, Jean Fry sliced cleanly through Baika's arm. The strike landed before the monster could recover, cutting into him with brutal accuracy and shifting the momentum of the fight. The instant that severed limb drops heavily onto the dungeon floor, the creature jerks its head back and releases a vicious, throat-tearing howl, the sound warped by a mixture of unbearable pain and explosive rage. Even after having his arm ripped clean away, the monster does not collapse. Instead, he bares his fangs through the agony, snarling as he realizes these so-called prey are far more irritating, and far more dangerous, than he ever bothered to imagine. But rather than losing control completely, the creature forces himself to steady his body with an unsettling calm. Then he exposes yet another stolen ability, using that stolen healing power to begin repairing the mangled remains of his arm. As the enemy's torn flesh starts to knit back together before their eyes, Maria sharpens her focus once more. With one fierce look, she silently makes it clear that she is ready to step into the battle again. Maria recognizes Jean Fry's setup immediately, and her expression hardens with fierce approval. Calling down divine judgment, she declares that the filthy abomination standing in front of them will receive the punishment he deserves. With the force of her order-based skill surging through her body, Maria bursts forward like a drawn blade finally released from its sheath, her eyes blazing with fresh killing intent as she closes in. The monster finally senses that real danger is coming for him, but by the time he understands it, the opening has already vanished. A simple strengthening buff will never be enough to protect him from Maria's strike. Before he can retreat, twist away, or even take a single step back, his whole body suddenly freezes in place. Panic flashes across his face as he realizes he cannot move even one muscle. That is when Jean Fry reveals the secret behind the trap. By activating both bracelets at once, he has caught the enemy's body between two opposing forces, attraction pulling one way, and repulsion pushing the other. Jean Fry explains that once those two forces are layered together, he can control a single target's position almost at will, dragging them, suspending them, or pinning them exactly where he wants them to stay. Trapped in mid-motion with no path left to escape, the monster can only lift his gaze in helpless terror as Maria comes crashing down from above to finish the fight. Maria's glowing axe cuts through the air in a radiant arc, descending straight toward him while his eyes stretch wide with fear, his body unable to resist, dodge, or defend itself. The final blow rips clean through the monster's body, carving him apart in one overwhelming strike and bringing the brutal battle to a decisive, bloody end. For one last frozen instant, the monster's face remains locked in disbelief, as though his mind still refuses to accept that his body has already been split apart. As the enemy collapses in a violent spray of blood, Maria stands above the remains without a trace of mercy, offering a cold, mocking prayer for the monster she has just cut down. She stares down at the dead glutton with icy contempt, telling him that if he is still so hungry, then he can go satisfy that endless greed in the afterlife instead. A system reward then appears in front of them, confirming that Baika has been defeated and announcing that a second black leaf has now been granted. Maria picks up the dropped item and turns it over in her hand, looking genuinely confused. To her, this strange little thing does not look anything like a treasure worth getting excited over. Thinking it is nothing more than some useless-looking leaf, Maria starts to throw it away without a second thought. But before it can leave her hand, Jean Fry quickly stops her. Jean Fry takes the strange item for himself and studies it carefully, noting with quiet seriousness that they now possess 2 of the black leaves they need. While Jean Fry keeps examining the leaf, Maria's thoughts drift back to the strange technique he used at the very end of the battle, the one that froze the enemy completely in place. She has no choice but to admit that Jean Fry's power was not just empty bragging or exaggerated talk. As she reconsiders what she saw, her view of his real strength begins to shift. With Baika defeated and the rewards safely collected, the 2 of them leave the battle behind for the moment and turn their attention back to the larger problem, finding the rest of their group. Side by side, Jean Fry and Maria press deeper into the dungeon, their footsteps carrying through the cold stone corridors while the heavy silence closes in around them. But their confident progress comes to a painfully awkward stop when Maria, despite walking ahead as if she knows exactly where she is going, leads them straight into a dead end. Maria insists that all they need to do is go back to the fork where everyone split up. But when Jean Fry presses her for the direction, she cannot actually say where that fork is. Flustered, embarrassed, and clearly annoyed, Maria snaps back at Jean Fry, insisting that in a situation like this, he should be the one stepping up and leading the way. The tension between them suddenly shifts into something almost comically awkward, with Maria venting her frustration out loud while Jean Fry gets pulled helplessly into the middle of her complaints. Right in the middle of their bickering, Maria suddenly grabs Jean Fry by the chest, acting on impulse. But that one sudden motion triggers something neither of them is prepared for. In the next instant, the stone corridor around them disappears completely, as if the dungeon itself has been ripped away from their sight in a single blink. A heartbeat later, they reappear somewhere else inside the dungeon. Both of them are left stunned by the sudden shift, struggling to make sense of what just happened. Jean Fry quickly understands that they have been teleported, but the more troubling part becomes clear immediately. Neither he nor Maria has any idea where they have landed. Their shock grows even heavier when they notice 2 familiar figures lying nearby, both collapsed motionless on the dungeon floor. One of them is the vice president, badly beaten and unconscious, his body sprawled across the stone as though he had been thrown there after an incredibly brutal fight. The other fallen figure is Mira. She is collapsed just as badly, her body clearly injured and barely responsive. The moment Jean Fry recognizes her, he rushes toward Mira without even a second of hesitation. Jean Fry lifts Mira into his arms in a panic, calling her name and begging her to stay awake while his eyes search her face for even the smallest sign of consciousness. Mira's eyes flutter open for only a brief moment, and she barely manages to recognize Jean Fry before her remaining strength slips away and she starts fading again. Before Jean Fry can even process what has happened to her, a new enemy cuts into the moment, smugly saying they should be grateful that he brought their comrade back to them. Jean Fry turns sharply toward the voice and finds himself facing an older opponent with a far more intimidating presence, his body wrapped in that same dark, sinister energy. The old man explains in a calm, almost insulting tone that he moved their ally here for the sake of these helpless weaklings, speaking as though he has done them some kind of favor. At that moment, Jean Fry understands the truth at once. This old man is the one responsible for the sudden teleportation. Piece by piece, Jean Fry connects what happened. Their abrupt relocation was never a random accident. It was deliberate, precise, and fully controlled by the enemy standing before them. Even worse, the old man somehow knew exactly where the separated members of their group were, almost as if their movements through the dungeon had never been hidden from him at all. Jean Fry realizes the terrifying meaning behind it. This dungeon is no longer just a maze they are trying to survive. It is effectively under the enemy side's control. Maria pushes the entire navigation problem out of her mind and immediately rushes to the vice president's side, focusing on only one thing now: saving him. She starts reassuring him that she can heal him, telling him she can restore his arm and treat the injuries covering his battered body. But before Maria can even finish speaking, The old man slips in behind her and strikes with brutal force, cutting off her words in an instant. Jean Fry and the vice president both realize what has happened a moment too late, their eyes widening in shock as the attack lands before either of them can stop it. Mira, still only half-conscious and too weak to move, can do nothing but watch in horror as Maria is struck down right in front of them. Maria's body violently jerks from the impact, and in the very next instant, blood bursts from her mouth as the old man's merciless strike tears through her wounded body with terrifying force. She slams hard against the cold dungeon floor, her strength draining out of her all at once, while the vice president cries out Maria's name in pure panic, unable to hide the terror in his voice. Jean Fry and Mira are left staring in stunned silence, their eyes locked on the scene before them, both of them frozen by how suddenly and completely the battle has turned against their side. The old man gazes down at Maria with an unnerving calm, warning her in a cold voice that she should not be so careless about trying to heal someone right in front of him. Then, as if that warning had been nothing more than a casual passing comment, he raises his hand, gathers a harsh light into his palm, and begins shaping it into a concentrated beam attack. Jean Fry immediately feels the change in pressure around them, and the difference is impossible to ignore. This enemy is on a completely different level from the last one, and that realization makes his worry for Maria spike even harder. Still lying wounded on the stone floor, Maria forces out a strained apology to the vice president, blaming herself for dropping her guard at the worst possible moment. The vice president urgently tells Maria not to waste even a second worrying about him, insisting that before anything else, she needs to heal her own injuries first. But Maria is already lying in a pool of blood that continues to spread beneath her, her body so badly damaged that she cannot respond with the speed or strength she desperately needs. Then a look of horror spreads across Maria's face as she tries to activate her healing skill, only to realize that nothing happens at all. That sudden failure shakes Maria to her core, leaving her exposed and helpless on the dungeon floor, with no way to recover herself from the damage. The old man steps over Maria with her own axe gripped firmly in his hand, making it painfully clear that he has stolen even the weapon born from her own power. Jean Fry understands it at once. The axe came from Maria's skill, and the moment that truth hits him, his expression tightens, because the old man has somehow taken that power away from her. What shocks Jean Fry even more is the impossible detail right in front of him. Maria is still alive, and yet her skill has already been stripped from her body. That contradiction makes the old man's theft ability feel even more terrifying, because it clearly does not obey the rules Jean Fry thought they understood. The old man lifts the stolen axe almost like a trophy, showing it off in front of Maria while taunting her, making it obvious he has no intention of handing it back. Maria tries to protest, forcing herself to speak despite the pain, but her battered body cannot endure the strain, and another mouthful of blood spills from her lips. Jean Fry forces himself to push through the shock and fear, fixing his focus on the one thing that matters most in that moment, saving Maria before it becomes too late. The old man, completely relaxed in the middle of their desperation, begins explaining how his theft ability works, treating the whole situation like a lesson being given to foolish children. He claims that if they somehow manage to defeat him, then the skills he has stolen may return to their original owners. Jean Fry has no choice but to hold on to that slim possibility, preparing himself to fight while Maria's chance of recovery rests on that fragile hope. He knows that charging in without understanding the enemy's theft ability could get him killed instantly, but if he hesitates for too long, Maria may lose her life instead. So Jean Fry makes his choice and launches himself straight at the old man, trying to use speed to force open even the tiniest opportunity. But before Jean Fry can land a blow, or even close the distance properly, his charge is stopped completely in its tracks. The old man tells Jean Fry to calm down, speaking in that same cold, dismissive tone someone might use when scolding a misbehaving child. Jean Fry recognizes the crushing force wrapping around his body as Emperor's aura, the advanced fighter skill from God Hand that can immobilize its target where they stand. Even with his own injuries weighing him down, the vice president steps forward and declares that even if Jean Fry has been stopped, he will not let Maria be taken from them. He supports that vow with his own skill, insisting that the bond between them is not something the old man has any right to mock or laugh at. A sharp, shadow-edged attack surges through the hallway, slicing across the air as it races directly toward the old man. The old man responds without even a flicker of panic, producing a spectral duplicate that rises up in front of him to meet the incoming attack head-on. Even while blocking everything they throw at him, he continues lecturing the younger fighters, clearly entertained by the desperation burning across their faces. With a condescending air, the old man demands that they show proper respect for age and authority, as if his own cruelty should still be honored. Mira, now back on her feet despite her injuries, rejects him without hesitation, declaring that a destructive old man like him deserves death rather than respect. She summons 3 elemental spirits at the same time, drawing fire, water, and lightning together as their separate powers begin gathering for one combined assault. Calling out Burr's trio, Mira pours everything she has left into the technique, committing the last of her remaining strength to a single desperate attack. The fused elemental blast roars forward with overwhelming force, rushing toward the old man like a violent storm made from fire, water, and lightning all crashing together. For the first time, even the old man admits that the attack looks dangerous enough to deserve his attention. He decides that 5 layers of defense should be enough to endure it, saying it with the calmness of someone simply measuring out a basic precaution. One iron wall after another appears in rapid succession, proving that he can stack defensive skills almost instantly, without showing the slightest visible strain. Mira narrows her eyes and watches his every movement carefully, trying to figure out where the limits of his abilities actually begin and end. She realizes that each shield on its own is not especially extraordinary. What makes him terrifying is the speed and ease with which he can chain those defenses together. The old man praises the power of the younger generation, but even that praise is soaked in arrogance, as though their strength is merely some privilege that comes with youth. Then he reveals an even stronger defense, summoning a massive armored guardian that rises behind him like an enormous wall of steel. Mira refuses to back down and orders her 3 spirits to attack together once again, pushing them into another coordinated strike against the old man. The spirits channel their elemental power into a massive sword, shaping their combined force into a single weapon meant to deliver an even stronger blow. The weapon fully takes form, radiating compressed elemental energy so thick and intense that the air around it seems to tremble. But instead of simply hiding behind his guardian, the old man uses Elemental's gospel to infuse those same elemental powers into the guardian's own attack. The vice president bitterly remarks that indulging a monster like this only brings suffering to everyone unlucky enough to be around him. The 2 forces collide head-on, and the resulting impact detonates into a massive explosion that swallows the entire hall in smoke, pressure, and violent force. Mira and the vice president can only stare into the thick smoke hanging in front of them, unable to tell whether their desperate gamble has actually worked. Even as the smoke continues rolling through the hall in heavy waves, Mira and the vice president keep their bodies tense and their eyes forward. Neither of them dares to relax, because they both understand that an enemy like this old man would never go down from a single clash so easily. Then, from deep inside that thick cloud of smoke, a spinning blue attack suddenly rips its way out. It slices through the haze and cuts across the air, shooting straight toward them with terrifying speed. The attack closes the gap almost instantly, moving so fast that Mira and the vice president barely have time to register it, let alone fully react or put up a proper defense. The vice president catches a glimpse of the attack's shape as it comes at them, and in that split second, a grim understanding starts to form in his eyes. He knows exactly what kind of technique is flying toward them. A moment later, Mira realizes it too. Her expression tightens sharply as she recognizes the familiar technique and understands just how dangerous the stolen power has become in the old man's hands. With a smug smile, the old man confirms the fear written across their faces, naming the technique Shadow Edge, the very same skill that belongs to the vice president. He mocks them by saying he might as well return the skill, but instead of giving anything back, he turns that stolen power against them like a blade aimed straight at its owner. At that very same moment, Jean Fry appears behind the old man, his body still faintly glowing with the lingering traces of the immobilizing aura that had trapped him only moments earlier. For the first time since the fight began, the old man looks genuinely confused. He cannot understand how Jean Fry could have taken a skill from him in return, even for a moment. Jean Fry can feel that his body still is not moving as freely as it should, but even through that resistance, he has managed to grasp at least part of how the old man's strange ability functions. Then a sudden flash erupts behind him, slicing through the tense moment like a warning signal. Jean Fry instantly understands that another attack is already being launched. Jean Fry shouts at Mira and the vice president to dodge, his voice cutting through the chaos as he realizes the old man is striking at them from behind. At the last possible second, Mira calls out to Ifrit, forcing herself to react despite her injuries and sending the fire spirit forward to intercept the incoming blow. Ifrit throws himself directly into the path of the attack, taking the strike head-on and shielding both wounded allies before the enemy's blade-like power can cut them down. Even after his ambush fails, the old man does not look shaken at all. He remains perfectly composed, as if their desperate defense has done nothing more than mildly inconvenience him. Ifrit explains what Mira had been trying to do, using him to block the attack first, then immediately turning that defense into the setup for a counterattack. For one brief moment, that plan almost worked. The old man admits that she managed to injure him just a little, and the damage around one of his eyes proves her counter was not completely meaningless. Still bleeding on the dungeon floor, Maria glares at him with pure fury. She is enraged that he is throwing around her stolen skills so casually, as if they have already become his property. But the old man pays no attention to Maria's anger. Instead, his greedy gaze shifts toward Mira, and he declares that her skills will be the next ones he devours. The vice president calls out to Mira in alarm, his voice sharpening the instant he realizes the old man's threat is now aimed directly at her. The old man raises Maria's stolen axe once again, preparing to bring down another decisive blow as the whole battle balances on the edge of disaster. The red-haired vice president sees the danger closing in around Mira and shouts her name, desperation breaking through his voice as he tries to warn her. Mira, pinned against the ground and unable to move the way she needs to, hears him calling out. She struggles with everything she has to force her battered body to respond. Maria notices the sudden shift as well, and even with pain dragging her down, she turns her bloodied face toward the new threat. The vice president twists around sharply, every instinct in his body screaming that the situation has just taken an even worse turn. A violent invisible force suddenly drags a body downward, making it clear that the enemy is now controlling a power that feels almost like gravity itself. The old thief stands firm within the haze of purple aura surrounding him, his posture calm and oppressive, making it painfully obvious that he is the one dominating the battlefield. Jean Fry steps in front of the injured group and throws up a barrier, cutting into the enemy's control before the wounded can be crushed any further. He reveals the source of that sudden rescue, the right ring of the god of creation, using its super attraction skill to drag the situation back from the brink. The old man immediately notices that Jean Fry is still able to move, and a flicker of curiosity crosses his face as he studies this unfamiliar ability more closely. The vice president recognizes that Jean Fry has just protected them and thanks him, but Jean Fry does not linger on it. He simply orders the 3 wounded allies to stay together while he handles the fight. The vice president wants to object, fully aware of how dangerous this enemy is and unwilling to let Jean Fry carry the entire burden by himself. But Jean Fry stays calm, his eyes locked on the old thief while his mind continues working through the hidden weakness inside the enemy's power. The old thief explains the rule behind his theft ability. Before he can steal a skill, he must first see that skill with his own eyes and then obtain blood from its owner. That condition immediately makes the vice president focus on the blood requirement, and he realizes that this detail may be the key to understanding the old man's method. He thinks back to the earlier victims, remembering how severely they had been wounded before their powers were taken away from them. Jean Fry pieces the pattern together and realizes the thief must be able to survey the entire dungeon, letting him find useful targets with terrifying precision and efficiency. Maria confirms that the logic fits. Once the old thief had that information, all he needed was blood, which explains why Mira kept her skills when her outer wounds were still only minor. Jean Fry reaches a grim conclusion. Every drawn-out exchange only benefits the thief, giving him more chances to steal from them, while their own side grows weaker and weaker. The vice president falls silent, watching Jean Fry calculate the situation in front of him as the weight of that realization settles over the entire group. Jean Fry decides that if his theory is correct, then even though they look cornered right now, their side may still be the one holding the real advantage. The vice president admits that the situation seems hopeless on the surface, but as he listens to Jean Fry's reasoning, he begins to trust the calm judgment behind those words. Seeing Jean Fry standing firm with powers the enemy still does not completely understand, the vice president starts to believe that this newcomer might truly be able to turn the fight around. Swallowing his pride as one of the 8 guardians, the vice president chooses to place the battle in Sir Jean Fry's hands. Jean Fry accepts that responsibility without the slightest hesitation, stepping into the role as if he has already made peace with the danger waiting ahead. The old thief sneers at him for protecting the others, assuming Jean Fry is just another naive fool throwing himself into danger for wounded allies. Jean Fry does not answer with a speech. Instead, he draws a dark weapon and faces the old thief directly, letting that action speak for him. The old man realizes that his emperor's aura has failed to fully suppress Jean Fry, and his expression shifts as he begins reassessing him as a serious threat. Jean Fry plants himself firmly between the enemy and the wounded, making it clear through his stance alone that if necessary, he will take this fight on by himself. The thief silently weighs his options, debating whether he should unleash his strongest move this early, because Jean Fry has become far more troublesome than he expected. Jean Fry does not throw himself forward recklessly. Before committing to his next move, he keeps his eyes on the old thief and confirms the one question that matters most. If they defeat him, will the stolen skills return to the people they truly belong to? The old man admits that, as long as the original owner is still alive, the stolen power should go back once he is defeated, because his theft is not permanent ownership but only a borrowed state. But with his next breath, he proudly adds that no one has ever managed to beat him before, so even he cannot say with complete certainty what will actually happen. Jean Fry briefly glances back toward the 3 injured allies behind him, taking in their battered bodies, their blood, and their fading strength, reminding himself exactly what is at stake in this fight. He also realizes that Quattro is still somewhere else in the dungeon, separated from them, and with Maria bleeding out nearby, There is no room left for hesitation or wasted time. The old thief decides that Jean Fry has already become far too troublesome to ignore, and before the situation slips any further out of his control, he chooses to finish him off directly. With murderous confidence, the old thief lunges forward, his killing intent pressing down on the hall as he declares that he will devour every last one of them together. Jean Fry meets that threat with only a faint, fearless smile, standing calm even as the old thief comes charging straight toward him. Instead of retreating under the pressure, Jean Fry fires back with a bright gravitational blast, refusing to let the old thief's momentum swallow the battlefield. The blast crashes into the old man with enough force to make him brace himself, his body tightening as the impact pushes hard against him. Even then, the old thief quickly activates his own movement skill, slipping away from the worst of the attack and keeping his momentum alive as he presses forward once again. Jean Fry changes tactics without a moment of hesitation, smoothly shifting from one ability to another with a steady calm that makes it clear he is not panicking under the pressure. The thief recognizes the force of repulsion and curses Jean Fry's troublesome versatility, but that irritation does not last long before it twists into something greedier. Rather than fearing Jean Fry's unknown power, the old thief's eyes begin to gleam with hunger, deciding that an ability like this would be absolutely worth stealing for himself. He charges in again, determined to break through Jean Fry's defenses with brute force and crush whatever resistance stands in his way. Jean Fry raises another layered barrier directly in front of him, cutting off the old thief's rush before he can fully close the distance. Then Jean Fry instantly follows with the opposite force, activating supergravity and dragging the enemy toward him just like he had done before. At the same time, Jean Fry activates his ring again, tightening his grip over the battlefield and forcing the exchange to unfold exactly where he wants it. The old man tries to fight against the pull, but the force is too overwhelming, dragging him straight into Jean Fry's range despite his resistance. Jean Fry seizes that brief opening and calls forth Centipede, the dark blade sliding into his hand as he prepares to strike the old thief head-on. The thief meets the first slash with raw defense, stopping the blow before it can carve fully through him. But Jean Fry does not let the clash end there. He shifts his angle and continues attacking, aiming to test the old man's actual body instead of simply colliding with the aura around him. This time, the old thief feels the strike bite in deeper than the attacks before it, the impact sinking through more of his defense than he expected. For the first time, real strain begins to show on the old man's face, his composed expression cracking as Jean Fry's pressure starts pushing through. He admits that these strikes are resonating through his body much more strongly than the earlier blows, proving that Jean Fry's offense has become genuinely dangerous. Jean Fry realizes that the enemy's defense is still tougher than expected, and a normal, straightforward assault will not be enough to finish him off. With Maria's life slipping away by the second behind him, Jean Fry accepts the truth. He has no choice left but to take a desperate gamble. He deliberately loosens his grip on Centipede, letting the weapon lower as if he is about to abandon it, clearly baiting the thief into reacting. The old man narrows his eyes, confused by the sight of Jean Fry putting away his weapon in the middle of such a deadly fight. Instead of attacking immediately, Jean Fry asks whether the thief has ever once considered apologizing to the people whose powers he stole. The old man answers with open cruelty, saying he enjoys watching victims die by the very abilities taken from them, and that the weak deserve to lose everything they have. Hearing that vile answer, the wounded allies behind Jean Fry do not shrink back in fear. Instead, their expressions harden, and their resolve only grows stronger as they listen. The thief laughs at the very idea of regret, mocking Jean Fry as a complete idiot for expecting even the smallest trace of guilt from someone like him. Jean Fry accepts that answer in silence, and in that quiet moment, he makes his decision. There is no mercy left to offer this man. He declares that he will no longer hold anything back, then triggers a class change, stepping into the power and presence of the great swordsman. Memoriam's necklace shifts Jean Fry's job from alchemist to great swordsman, revealing that he can freely take on the classes of enemies he has defeated before. The vice president and Maria are both stunned by what they are seeing, realizing that Jean Fry has been hiding yet another trump card none of them expected. The old man sneers at the transformation, dismissing it as nothing more than flashy theatrics meant to intimidate him. Jean Fry tells him that the real performance belongs to the thief, then promises that he will bury him here without listening to a single plea for mercy. The thief suddenly tries to strike from behind, convinced that Jean Fry is bluffing and that this transformation changes nothing about the outcome. He brushes off Jean Fry's threat with open contempt, insisting that the rookie is the one who will be dying in this place. Then the thief reveals the source of his confidence. He has already drawn Jean Fry's blood, and he believes that means Jean Fry's power is as good as stolen. Jean Fry is cut, and blood spills from the fresh wound, seemingly giving the old thief the exact condition he needs to activate his theft. But even while wounded, Jean Fry remains completely composed, watching the old thief carefully to see what will happen next. The old man exults in triumph, absolutely certain that he has secured another successful theft and is about to add Jean Fry's strength to his collection. His confidence rises to its highest point as he prepares to claim Jean Fry's power for himself. But the theft fails completely, and the old thief's expression twists with shock the moment he realizes he cannot take Jean Fry's power at all. As confusion spreads across the enemy's face, Jean Fry calmly confirms that his suspicion had been correct. Jean Fry realizes that the old thief can only steal job-based skills from other people. Then Jean Fry explains the missing piece. Skills granted through equipment cannot be stolen, which means Centipede and his artifacts remain completely beyond the old man's reach. Jean Fry immediately links Centipede to his great swordsman class, and the moment that connection locks into place, the weapon's hidden techniques unlock all at once: Poison Fang range and Two Heavens One style. Now properly equipped for his new class, Jean Fry lowers his stance like a true swordsman preparing for a killing exchange, gripping a dark blade in each hand as his posture becomes sharper and steadier. In that instant, Jean Fry understands that this is what he had been missing all along. Two matching swords, perfectly suited to bring out the full strength of his new fighting style. The old thief still tries to crush Jean Fry's momentum with words, sneering that carrying one extra weapon will not change how this fight ends. But before the old thief can make his next move, something inside his body begins to go wrong. Poison starts spreading through him, silently creeping through his veins from within. Jean Fry activates Poison Fang range, and the effect takes hold at once, paralyzing the old thief and sealing every skill within the area. In exchange, Jean Fry's own life is pushed down to a razor-thin margin. With both of them now standing only one clean hit away from the end, Jean Fry commits everything he has to ending the battle with a single decisive strike. The old man realizes the trap far too late. If he cannot use skills, then every stolen power he has gathered is suddenly useless in his hands. As panic finally spreads across the old thief's face, Jean Fry moves in without hesitation, closing the distance before his enemy can recover from the shock. Jean Fry delivers his judgment in a cold voice, telling the thief to die and apologize for everything he has taken from others. Two Heavens One style activates, granting Jean Fry true dual wielding, and because he is standing right on the edge of death, every movement naturally guides his blades toward a perfect vital point. In one smooth and unstoppable motion, Jean Fry releases the decisive twin sword technique, both blades moving together as if they are part of the same fatal breath. The dark blades tear straight through the old man's vital point, cutting him down instantly before the thief can even let out a scream. The thief aback collapses dead on the spot, and Jean Fry receives his reward, the third four-leaf black leaf. Back in his normal form, Jean Fry looks down at the card-like reward resting in his hand, surprised by its strange shape and the way it suddenly appeared after the fight. The prize is clearly identified as a four-leaf black leaf. But Jean Fry barely has a moment to process the reward before the condition of his wounded allies rushes back into his mind. He immediately calls out to Maria, needing to know whether the power stolen from her has truly returned now that Abac has fallen. Maria confirms that the old man's defeat restored the stolen skill to its rightful owner, just as Abac had claimed it might. With warmth finally returning to her voice, Maria sincerely thanks Jean Fry for saving all of them from that terrible situation. Her gratitude makes Jean Fry remember the way she once forcefully declared him her partner, ordering him to do his job without hesitating. Now that her energy is coming back, Maria immediately begins healing the group, even casually offering to restore Jean Fry and the vice president as though that terrifying battle has already become yesterday's problem. The vice president politely refuses to receive treatment first, insisting that Mira should be healed before anyone else. Mira immediately protests, pointing out that the vice president is obviously in worse shape than she is, and before long, the three of them start bickering over who should be treated first. Jean Fry stands over the suddenly lively group, relieved beyond words that they are alive, but also slightly overwhelmed by how quickly their usual energy has returned. That small moment of peace vanishes almost immediately when Jean Fry senses another threat nearby, and his expression sharpens in an instant. The vice president admits that he has plenty of questions for Jean Fry, but for now, he pushes them aside and offers his sincere thanks instead. Jean Fry awkwardly brushes off the praise, saying that he only did what he was able to do in the moment. But before he can finish speaking, Jean Fry cuts himself off, his attention pulled away as the feeling of a new danger draws closer. He warns the others that the battle still is not over, and just like that, tension floods back into the hall. A presence even stronger than the old thief steps into the area, pressing down on everyone like an entirely new nightmare taking shape. The newcomer greets them with amused approval, praising them for managing to survive the three enemies who came before him. He introduces himself as Eri, level 400, and explains that he came personally because the earlier fight was moving too slowly and had become boring to watch. Eri walks toward them with light, casual steps, acting less like someone entering a deadly battlefield and more like a child joining in on a game. At first, the vice president mistakes Eri for a child, but the crushing pressure surrounding him quickly makes it clear that this newcomer is something far more terrifying. As the group tenses around him, Eri passes by with complete confidence, showing no concern at all for their weapons, their wounds, or the hostility aimed at him. Maria's expression hardens as she feels the danger radiating from him, her instincts warning her that this opponent is standing on a completely different level. Mira is just as alarmed, her silver hair shifting as she turns toward Eri and braces her battered body for whatever he might do next. Eri ignores everyone else and looks straight at Jean Fry, calling him the strongest person there and asking him to play. Jean Fry is caught off guard for a moment by how casually the monster speaks, as if this life-or-death situation is nothing more than entertainment to him. The vice president quietly admits that he could not even react to Eri's presence, realizing just how completely outmatched they might be. Jean Fry asks what Eri means by play, and Eri answers cheerfully, explaining that he simply enjoys playing with strong people. Eri dismisses the others as weaklings who would break too quickly to be any fun, and that careless insult immediately sparks Maria's irritation. Maria snaps back at him, refusing to be treated as weak, and warns the brat to watch his mouth. The instant Maria talks back, Eri's smile disappears. His playful mood turns sour, and her defiance begins to clearly annoy him. Dark power erupts around the group, and in a single moment, the atmosphere shifts from childish playfulness into something cold, heavy, and lethal. Eri turns away from Maria and says that he is speaking to Jean Fry, making it painfully clear that everyone else is beneath his notice. Then another voice, or perhaps another presence speaking through him, warns the others not to interfere. A sinister barrier forms around Maria, Mira, and the vice president, trapping them away from Jean Fry and cutting them off from the fight. The trap is revealed as Barrier of Fear, a shaman skill that confines its targets, drains their HP through terror, and blocks both normal skills and equipment skills while they are trapped inside. Jean Fry grasps how dangerous the situation is almost the moment he lays eyes on it. The barrier, his allies trapped helplessly inside, and Eri standing there with that smug, satisfied look all come together at once, making his expression tighten as he realizes this is far beyond a normal ambush. Jean Fry does not waste even a single breath. An hourglass-shaped item appears in his hand, and his gaze turns razor-sharp as he examines it closely, desperately trying to find any possible opening, weakness, or method that could break through the barrier before everything falls apart. As Jean Fry watches their HP slowly ticking down little by little, the reality of the trap hits him with brutal force. If he cannot get them out quickly, the barrier alone will kill them before Eri even has to lift another finger. Eri's mouth twists into a pleased, arrogant smile as he finally reveals what has really happened. Every move they made, every step they took, had led them exactly into the place he wanted, and the delight in his voice makes it obvious they walked straight into his setup. Eri tells Jean Fry to stop staring so seriously at the trap and the people trapped inside it. With a childish kind of excitement, twisted and unsettling, he pushes Jean Fry to forget about saving anyone and just come play with him instead. Jean Fry has no intention of playing along. He launches himself forward immediately, swinging his attack toward Eri with enough force to cut past him, determined to force his way to the barrier before it finishes off the others. Jean Fry makes his answer unmistakably clear through both his words and his raised weapon. He is not here to join Eri's warped little game, and with cold urgency in his voice, he demands that Eri release everyone trapped inside the barrier. Eri slips away from the incoming strike with almost casual elegance, dodging as if Jean Fry's attack barely scares him at all. But instead of looking annoyed, his face brightens with pure delight, thrilled that Jean Fry is fast enough to actually keep him entertained. Their attacks clash again and again, each impact pushing the fight faster, but Eri only grows more excited with every exchange. He begs Jean Fry to stay with him forever as his playmate, and beneath that playful tone, his twisted loneliness becomes impossible to miss. Inside the barrier, Maria watches the battle unfold with a tense grimace, frustration written all over her face. The other monsters are already terrible in their own ways, but Eri's cruel, childish behavior makes him feel like the most unbearable kind of brat imaginable. Eri complains like a spoiled child who has gotten bored of every toy around him. His usual companions are all weaker than he is, so none of them can excite him anymore, and that is exactly why his attention has locked so obsessively onto Jean Fry. Jean Fry shuts down Eri's invitation without even a flicker of hesitation. His expression darkens, the last bit of patience drains from his face, and he snaps at Eri to shut his mouth already. Eri suddenly darts away toward the throne area, moving so lightly and casually that the fight almost seems like a game of tag to him. Jean Fry reacts immediately, chasing after him without letting the distance between them stretch any farther. From the throne, Eri lounges with cruel confidence, acting as if he already owns the entire battlefield. Then he gives Jean Fry another threat, saying that if Jean Fry refuses to become his playmate willingly, Eri will simply keep playing until the human's limbs can no longer hold together. Eri adds the next thought with a small, chilling smile, as if it is the most natural thing in the world. Even if Jean Fry completely breaks, that is fine too, because once the fun is over, Eri can just eat him afterward. Jean Fry answers that horrifying threat with a cold, almost darkly amused edge in his voice. Instead of trembling at Eri's words, he throws the danger right back at him, promising that Eri is the one who is going to be beaten down. Eri bursts into laughter, his excitement flaring up all over again like the threat only made things more fun. Then, wearing a bright but dangerous grin, he announces that it is finally his turn to go on the offensive. Eri casts Thunder, a magician's skill that calls a violent strike down from above. In the next instant, the air over Jean Fry begins to crackle and distort, as a powerful bolt of lightning gathers directly overhead. Jean Fry sees the spell forming above him, and every instinct in his body screams that he is in serious danger. With only a heartbeat to react, he understands immediately that this is not an attack he can afford to take head-on. The lightning comes crashing down toward Jean Fry in a blinding flash of force. There is no time left for careful thought or planning, only movement, and he forces himself into an immediate evasive maneuver. Eri watches him with a wide, delighted grin, calling out for him to dodge faster. His voice stays playful, but the warning inside it is deadly clear. If that lightning lands cleanly, Jean Fry will be disintegrated on the spot. Jean Fry sprints through the storm of lightning, driving his body as hard as he can while bolts slam down all around him. Every dodge is narrow enough to feel like luck, and each step keeps him alive by only the smallest possible margin as Eri keeps pressing him mercilessly. From his throne, the pale green-haired enemy follows Jean Fry's movements with growing interest. Even though dealing with him clearly irritates Eri, he cannot deny what he is seeing. Jean Fry is genuinely dangerous. Jean Fry's situation becomes even more desperate as one brutal fact comes back to him. Maria never got the chance to heal him earlier, which means his HP has remained frozen at a single point this whole time. With only 1 HP left, even the tiniest mistake would mean instant death. Jean Fry keeps running beneath the relentless rain of thunder, every step carrying the full weight of survival as he refuses to let one bolt touch him. Eri's eyes narrow when he notices Jean Fry preparing something different. His playful attention shifts at once, locking onto Jean Fry's next move as he waits to see what kind of power will come out next. Jean Fry activates the left ring of the God of Destruction and draws out Black Hole. With no room left to hesitate or second-guess himself, he stakes everything on that power and the chance it might give him to turn the fight around. Eri recognizes the technique from before, but rather than retreating, he becomes even more excited. He demands to see more of it, making it painfully obvious that he is still treating Jean Fry less like an enemy and more like a fascinating toy. Inside the barrier, Maria's expression tightens with regret, as she realizes she should have healed Jean Fry before things reached this point. Trapped where she is and unable to reach him, she desperately searches for any way to break free and help. Nyx remembers the cruel rule behind the barrier of fear. It cannot be shattered from the inside, not by ordinary force, and the only way to remove it is for the shaman who cast it to be defeated or willingly release it. All Maria can do is call out to Jean Fry from behind the barrier. Her voice pushes toward him desperately while he keeps dodging attack after attack, his life hanging by a thread with every movement. Then Eri suddenly closes the distance, rushing in before Jean Fry can regain control of the battle's flow. The playful space he kept between them disappears in an instant, replaced by a direct and dangerous charge. Eri switches to Twin Blade and bears down on Jean Fry with a vicious close-range assault. With both blades ready to strike, he challenges Jean Fry to try absorbing a direct melee attack instead. Jean Fry braces himself and tightens his stance as the pressure crashes toward him. In that instant, he understands that the fight has shifted into something even more brutal, where one wrong move could end him instantly. As the blades slam against him, Jean Fry sees the real problem clearly. Eri is able to keep launching heavy close-range attacks while still maintaining the barrier of fear at the same time, and he is doing it without showing any visible strain. When the blade strikes fail to settle the fight, Eri changes tactics without missing even a beat. He shifts smoothly from weapons to magic and unleashes Quartet Fire Bullet. For flaming shots drop toward Jean Fry, cutting through the air as they burn their way down. Watching their path carefully, Jean Fry judges the attack and decides that this level of firepower might still be something he can manage. But Eri immediately doubles the danger with Summoning Mirror. The fire skill is copied, the number of attacks multiplies at once, and the threat closing in around Jean Fry becomes far more vicious than before. Jean Fry's eyes widen as he realizes the attack pattern has changed yet again. What looked manageable just a moment earlier is already transforming into another carefully layered trap. Fry is caught off guard as the number of fire bullets suddenly surges around him from multiple directions. Eri watches calmly from where he stands, pleased as the trap tightens and convinced that Jean Fry has nowhere left to escape. Fry is pushed into a corner, and Eri grins with open, unhidden delight. He is clearly enjoying every second of the crisis, savoring just how completely he has driven Jean Fry to the edge. Then Eri shuts down Jean Fry's counter with Divide. By canceling a single attack just once, he keeps the entire exchange under his control and denies Jean Fry the opening he was trying to create. Jean Fry responds by using White Hole from the right ring of the God of Creation. In that moment, the truth becomes clear. He had stored the earlier thunder attack instead of simply absorbing the fire attack right in front of him. Instead of backing away from Jean Fry's response, Eri becomes even more thrilled. His excitement sharpens into something cruel and dangerous as he decides to try blowing Jean Fry apart completely. Eri adds another attribute to his assault through Attribute Endowment. The attack gains a fresh layer of power, stacking even more pressure onto Jean Fry as the force coming at him grows heavier. Jean Fry realizes that even his ring skills still do not carry enough force to finish Eri off. And with his HP stuck at 1, the number of options left to him is shrinking dangerously fast. He quickly runs through every possible alternative in his mind and rejects them one after another. Changing jobs would reset his skills, his movement skill is still stuck on cooldown, and because of the level gap, another trick he might have used is completely useless here. Even while desperately searching for a way out, Jean Fry sees Eri charging in again. This time, light and dark power gather in both of Eri's hands, glowing with opposite forces as they build into a dangerous new attack. Eri mocks Jean Fry for slowing down, clearly noticing the strain starting to show in his movements. Then he fires Light and Dark Fist, sending a combined wave of clashing attributes straight toward Jean Fry. Their powers collide head-on, erupting into a blinding clash that floods the entire area with light. For a brief moment, the force of the impact swallows everything in front of them, drowning the battlefield in the explosion. In that exact split second, Jean Fry's eyes suddenly sharpen, as if every scattered piece of the battle has finally clicked into place inside his mind. Buried within that violent clash of powers, he realizes the opening he has been waiting for has appeared at last. But even after catching that chance, the impact itself is still far too overwhelming to ignore. Jean Fry's body is blown backward like a ragdoll, sent skidding through the air before he crashes hard against the ground with brutal force. Eri begins strolling toward him without even a trace of urgency, his steps calm and careless as he looks down at Jean Fry like the battle is already over. With a mocking smile spreading across his face, he taunts Jean Fry for reaching his limits so quickly. Still hungry for more entertainment, Eri clicks his tongue with obvious disappointment. After all, Jean Fry was someone he had personally acknowledged as strong, so in Eri's mind, he should have been able to keep the game interesting for much longer than this. Jean Fry lets his shoulders sink and allows his body to go still, making it look as though his will to fight has finally run out. But beneath that calm, defeated-looking expression, he is choosing not to resist on purpose, quietly trying to lure Eri into lowering his guard. Jean Fry stays seated on the floor, breathing quietly as Eri stands over him with absolute confidence. From Eri's point of view, Jean Fry is already finished, so there is no reason left for him to remain careful. Eri sneers down at Jean Fry for giving up so easily, his earlier excitement fading into irritation. To him, a fight that ends in such a pathetic-looking way is not satisfying at all, but only a bitter disappointment. Eri pushes the insult even further, mocking Jean Fry's strength as if it had never deserved praise in the first place. He even laughs at his own judgment, ridiculing himself for ever thinking Jean Fry could be a serious opponent. But the moment those words leave his mouth, Eri suddenly pauses. Jean Fry does not respond with fear, humiliation, or rage, and the steady calm on his face is nothing like what Eri expected from someone who had supposedly been defeated. Jean Fry turns that mockery right back on him without losing his composure. In a calm, steady voice, he points out that if anyone has been tossed around and dragged through this fight, it has actually been Eri. Eri's expression twists sharply with anger as he snaps back that he is strong. Furious at having his pride challenged, he demands to know what possible reason Jean Fry could have for calling him weak. Jean Fry answers without raising his voice, making the words feel even colder. To him, true strength means being able to handle 6 attributes or more, and with that simple statement, he exposes just how childish Eri's understanding of power really is. Jean Fry lays it out plainly, listing each attribute as if he is trapping Eri with nothing but simple facts. Eri has lightning, fire, wind, light, and dark, but even after counting them all, that still only adds up to 5. Eri assumes Jean Fry is only bluffing to protect his pride after being cornered. He laughs off that sudden confidence, treating it as one final desperate act from an opponent who has already lost. To prove Jean Fry wrong on the spot, Eri immediately summons Aqua Burst. Water surges into his attack with sudden force, as if he is trying to make Jean Fry swallow every word he just said. At that moment, Jean Fry finally lets a smile appear. Eri has stepped exactly where Jean Fry wanted him to, taking the bait without realizing there was a trap waiting underneath it. Instead of dodging the incoming water attack, Jean Fry faces it directly. He plants himself firmly in place, ready to complete the setup he has been quietly building toward all along. For the first time, Eri's confidence begins to flicker. The sudden calm in Jean Fry's eyes unsettles him, because this is no longer the look of a man who has been cornered with nowhere to run. Jean Fry reveals the truth with quiet satisfaction in his voice. His provocation worked exactly as intended, and Eri swallowed every bit of it without stopping to question what he was being led into. Jean Fry even thanks Eri for falling for such a cheap trick. His words remain calm, but that calmness makes them cut even deeper, because they prove that this time Eri was the one being manipulated. Eri freezes in shock as Jean Fry absorbs Aqua Burst right in front of him. What shakes him the most is the contradiction he cannot understand. An earlier, weaker attack had not been fully absorbed, yet this stronger one disappears into Jean Fry's power. Jean Fry explains that the earlier light and dark fist had only been a feint setup from the very beginning. It was meant to make Eri reduce the power of his next attack just enough, giving Jean Fry exactly what he needed to take it in. With that weakened 6 attribute attack now completed, both rings finally satisfy their hidden condition. The third skill unlocks at last, and a new power reveals itself under the name Macrocosm. Jean Fry rises as the combined power of destruction and creation gathers in both of his hands. The air around him shifts completely, as though two impossible forces have suddenly bent themselves to his will at the same time. Even the ones trapped behind the barrier can immediately tell that something entirely different has awakened. The pressure surrounding Jean Fry no longer feels like an ordinary skill being activated. Maria and Nyx can only stare from inside the barrier, their eyes locked on Jean Fry as the strange power spreads through the battlefield. Neither of them can identify what he has just brought forth. Jean Fry admits that Eri was indeed strong, but says his immaturity is exactly what allowed everyone to survive. If Eri had truly used the people inside the barrier as hostages, Jean Fry knows he would already have been defeated. Eri rejects that idea with furious pride burning across his face. Being looked down on in that way enrages him completely, and he insists that he never needed such cheap methods in order to win. Eri declares that the people trapped inside the barrier were never meant to be used as leverage against Jean Fry. In his mind, they were only there to watch his performance and witness just how powerful he really was. Still clinging stubbornly to his wounded pride, Eri draws his blades once again. Anger burns through his expression as he insists that this fight is nowhere near finished. Jean Fry remains completely calm in the face of that rage, his posture steady and unmoved. Without so much as flinching, he tells Eri that the battle is already over, at least for him. Jean Fry says it with absolute certainty, leaving no room for doubt in his voice. No matter how much Eri struggles from this point on, this fight has already become Jean Fry's victory. For the first time, Eri's confidence visibly begins to shake. The unwavering certainty in Jean Fry's voice makes the arrogance he had been hiding behind start to crack. Eri explodes with rage, shouting threats as his expression twists into something vicious. He swears he will mutilate Jean Fry and force everyone else to watch as Jean Fry is eaten. Jean Fry does not answer Eri's threat with panic, fear, or even anger. Instead, he quietly steadies himself and prepares the power that will bring the entire battle to an end. Jean Fry invokes Macrocosm, and a vast, star-filled void lined with golden edges begins unfolding around the battlefield. Only then does Eri finally understand that the power standing before him is far beyond anything he imagined. The new dimension opens beneath and around Eri like a cosmic abyss swallowing the world itself. Before his charge can ever reach Jean Fry, the space engulfs him completely, trapping him inside a prison of darkness and stars. Eri looks around in disbelief as the battlefield vanishes from view. No matter where he turns, there is only endless darkness, distant worlds, and a terrifying silence spreading through the void around him. Then Eri notices the dark energy saturating the space itself. A chill runs through him as he realizes this prison is not simply surrounded by darkness. The entire place is made from it. When Eri turns back, Jean Fry is already outside the prison, watching from a safe distance beyond its reach. Eri is sealed inside the void, while Jean Fry stands calmly on the other side. Jean Fry explains that macrocosm only unlocks after absorbing 6 or more attributes within a set time limit. Its power is absurdly overwhelming, but that strength comes with a severe cost, a cooldown that lasts 30 full days. Inside the prison, Eri's body begins to flicker and distort in an unnatural way. The skill's effect starts destabilizing him piece by piece, as if the void itself is slowly breaking him apart. Panic finally grips Eri when he tries to use his skills and nothing answers him. Every ability he has relied on has been sealed away inside that space, leaving him with no power to call upon. Jean Fry tells him that macrocosm is an unfair skill, one that swallows whatever target it captures. Then he repeats the truth Eri can no longer escape from: this victory belongs to Jean Fry. Driven into desperation, Eri attempts one final move from within the void. Even with fear rising inside him, he refuses to accept that the battle has already ended in his defeat. Dark tendrils rise around Eri, twisting through the prison like living shadows. But instead of rescuing him, they are absorbed into the very same darkness that is already swallowing him whole. Eri realizes the truth far too late. The darkness is not merely holding him in place. It is consuming him as well, dragging him deeper and deeper into a prison he has no way to escape. As Jean Fry turns and begins walking away, Eri reaches out from inside the void with a trembling hand. His voice cracks under the weight of fear as he begs Jean Fry to keep playing with him. Left alone inside that endless darkness, Eri finally breaks down completely. The fear of the void and the terror of being abandoned crush him all at once, leaving no trace of his earlier arrogance. Then a final white collapse flashes through the darkness, swallowing the last shape of the prison. The void seals itself completely, cutting Eri off as the darkness closes around him for good. Back in the hall, the place where Air had been standing is now almost completely empty. Only a few faint traces still hang in the air, slowly fading away like the last proof of his existence is being wiped from the world. Jean Fry turns his eyes toward that vanishing spot, his expression cold and impossible to read. There is not even a flicker of pity on his face for the enemy who had tried to trap every one of them. Jean Fry coolly tells the brat to keep playing alone inside that dimension for as long as he wants. At the same time, the system announces Air's defeat and grants Jean Fry the 4th four-leafed black clover, marking the final card taken from the Quattro. But before the group can fully take in that new reward, another item suddenly appears before them. An hourglass materializes in front of Jean Fry, glowing faintly as though it had been waiting for Air's defeat before revealing itself. At that exact same moment, the barrier finally begins to break apart. The suffocating wall that had trapped the others collapses, and the group reappears in the hall as they are released at last. Maria immediately realizes the barrier has vanished. Her eyes rush toward Jean Fry, and with worry still mixed into her relief, she asks if he really managed to win. Jean Fry answers her plainly, without making the victory sound grand. Air has been thrown into some unreachable fold of space, somewhere so far removed from them that, for all practical purposes, he is gone for good. Maria hurries straight to Jean Fry's side and finally starts healing him properly. After being unable to heal him earlier, she clearly wants to make up for that failure as quickly as possible. Nick steps forward and gives Jean Fry a formal word of thanks. He acknowledges that Jean Fry carried almost the entire crisis on his own shoulders and got them through a situation that could have wiped everyone out. Jean Fry does not let that praise inflate his ego. He responds with quiet modesty, saying that everyone had a part in this, and that he only managed to bring it to an end because they had helped him along the way. With the immediate danger finally behind them, the group decides there is no reason to stay in that hall any longer. One by one, they begin preparing to leave and put the nightmare behind them. Even so, Jean Fry cannot fully shake the feeling that something is off. While everyone else starts to move on, a faint uneasiness remains lodged in the back of his mind. Jean Fry carefully reasons through what he knows. Air was the final member of the Quattro, and his halo cannot sense any enemies nearby, so the weaker monsters must have scattered after their boss was defeated. Then Mira suddenly calls out to the vice leader in alarm. Her voice cuts sharply through the brief calm, carrying the urgency of someone who has just noticed something seriously wrong. Nix quickly finds the new problem. The door they had used to enter the hall has completely disappeared, leaving behind no visible path back to the outside. The group turns toward the spot where the exit should have been, only to find a flat blank wall staring back at them. That empty surface makes the silence in the hall feel even heavier than before. Maria's fear becomes impossible to hide, and Nix grimly agrees with her concern. Even after defeating Air, They may still be trapped inside the sealed space with no obvious way out. Jean Fry suspects this might be Air's final trick, a lingering trap left behind even after his defeat. In his mind, Air's childish voice almost seems to echo again, as if promising that the game will never truly end. Jean Fry thinks it over and quickly finds a contradiction. If this dungeon had really been created by a sage's job skill, then defeating the caster should have released them already. That single inconsistency sparks a new idea in Jean Fry's mind. His expression changes just slightly, as if a possible answer has begun taking shape. Jean Fry opens his crafting interface and immediately starts testing that theory. His fingers move through the options as he searches for the hidden link between the rewards they have gathered. When Maria asks what he has figured out, Jean Fry tells her that he may have found a way to escape. His tone is cautious, but underneath it, there is a clear hint of confidence. Jean Fry warns the others not to treat his idea as absolute certainty just yet. Still, he asks them to trust his intuition, because the strange situation feels like it has one last hidden answer waiting to be uncovered. Jean Fry summons the 4 Black Clover rewards and prepares to combine them. The pieces appear before him one after another, each carrying the weight of the Quattro member it came from. All 4 four-leaf Black Clover items line up together as though they are reacting to one another. The way they arrange themselves makes it clear they were never meant to stay separate forever. Jean Fry then adds Jackal's soul to the 4 pieces. As he looks at the materials gathered together, he realizes this may be a hidden recipe buried within the drops left behind by the Quattro. Jean Fry changes his job to alchemist and activates transmute. Using that skill, he forces the gathered materials to merge together, pushing them toward a single new form. The materials twist and fuse in a burst of power before reshaping into a massive, ornate scythe. Its design is so imposing and elaborate that it hardly feels like an ordinary weapon at all. The system confirms that the transmutation has succeeded. Jean Fry receives a hidden equipment item called Grim Reaper, a weapon that clearly belongs to a level far beyond normal gear. The others can only stare in stunned silence as Jean Fry stands there holding the impossible scythe. Just its presence alone seems to change the air around them. Jean Fry recognizes it almost immediately as one of the legendary hidden equipments. Until this moment, it had only been something he had heard about through rumors, not something he ever expected to hold in his own hands. Then the scythe suddenly speaks, its voice bursting out with wild excitement. It cries out in joy, thrilled to taste fresh air again after being sealed away for ages. The weapon keeps loudly celebrating its freedom, fully enjoying the fact that it has finally escaped confinement. Everyone nearby is left frozen in shock, struggling to process the fact that the scythe is talking. Maria and Mira immediately complain about how ridiculously loud the weapon is. The scythe snaps back in offended disbelief, insisting that it is not some cheap toy with noisy gimmicks attached. Then the scythe realizes that Jean Fry is the one who summoned it. In an instant, its mood turns gleeful, and it happily accepts Jean Fry as its new master. Jean Fry confirms that the rumors were true after all. Hidden equipment really can talk, though this particular one is already proving to be much more troublesome than he expected. He also learns the downside almost immediately. No matter how powerful the Grim Reaper might be, its endless noise is already enough to start testing everyone's patience. The Grim Reaper cheerfully announces that it will be Jean Fry's partner from now on. With far too much enthusiasm, it promises that the two of them are going to get along wonderfully. Using the newly forged scythe, Jean Fry swings at the sealed space itself. The blade tears through the confinement as though it is cutting into something no ordinary weapon should ever be able to touch. Jean Fry leads the others through the opening created by that slash. The Grim Reaper rips a path through the sealed space, carving out a route that guides them back toward reality. Once they finally make it outside, Jean Fry checks the weapon's status. He learns that its first skill, Soul Reaping, can damage intangible things, which explains how it managed to cut open an escape route for them. The Grim Reaper proudly boasts that it can tear apart almost anything. But the moment it finishes bragging, it ruins the mood completely by throwing in tasteless jokes that make the others regret listening. Jean Fry quietly endures all the noise, because the weapon's stats and future potential are simply too valuable to ignore. Annoying or not, the Grim Reaper is still a prize worth keeping. High above them, a hooded figure watches the group from the shadows. Hidden from their sight, the observer silently follows their movements without revealing even a hint of their presence. Jean Fry suddenly feels it, a faint, uneasy sense that someone may be watching them. His attention sharpens at once, and his body subtly turns toward the source of that strange feeling. He looks toward the nearby buildings, scanning rooftops, dark corners, and every place someone could be hiding. Even so, he cannot tell whether that presence is real or just his imagination. Before Jean Fry can chase that feeling any further, Nix calls him back. The moment slips away, pulling Jean Fry's attention away from the hidden observer. Nix thanks Jean Fry again, this time with a calmer expression now that they have escaped safely. He explains that the team will return to the association to make their official report. After that, Nix turns the conversation directly toward Jean Fry. His tone grows more serious, making it clear that the next matter concerns Jean Fry personally. Because Jean Fry played such a major role in resolving the incident, Nix asks him to come to the association as well. With that request, it becomes clear that Jean Fry has become someone the association can no longer ignore. The instant Jean Fry hears that request, his stomach tightens with a bad feeling. Outwardly, he keeps his face calm and controlled, but inside, he already understands that following them could turn into a huge headache before he even realizes it. His thoughts immediately land on the most obvious danger. If the vice leader begins questioning him, then the conversation will almost definitely circle back to the hidden equipment he has just obtained. Jean Fry quickly imagines what could happen if he obediently follows them all the way back. The association might detain him, sit him down under official pressure, and start digging into every secret he has been trying to keep hidden. And even worse, they might judge the Grim Reaper as something far too dangerous to leave in his possession. If that happens, there is a real chance they could try to confiscate it from him by force or authority. Jean Fry quietly decides that slipping away before things get complicated may be the safest move. But before he can actually act on that thought, Nix adds one more important detail: the chairman himself wants to speak with him. Nix explains that the chairman of the Adventurers Association personally requested this meeting because the Nobody's incident is being treated as an extremely serious matter. Even so, he makes it clear that Jean Fry is not being forced, and still has the right to refuse. The moment Jean Fry realizes the chairman is directly involved, he stops thinking about escaping quite so quickly. A request from someone at that level is not something he can treat like an ordinary summons. A small, calculating smile slowly forms on Jean Fry's face. If the chairman is going out of his way to meet him, then this may not only be dangerous, it may also be a chance for Jean Fry to gain something useful. Far away from the city, the scene shifts to another land beneath a much darker sky. The air there feels heavy and distant, wrapped in an ominous stillness that makes the entire place seem hostile. On the 8th continent, a cloaked subordinate kneels low before 4 shadowy rulers and delivers a grim report. The Quattro, including Air, have all been wiped out after a human counterattack completely overturned their plans. The rulers stay silent as they listen to the news. No one speaks right away, and the weight of that failure slowly spreads through the chamber like a heavy shadow. Then the report reveals an even more troubling detail. Among the humans who fought back, one of them had been using divine gears. That single term sends a visible shock through the rulers. Divine gears stir memories of an ancient enemy, a name and threat they have not heard spoken of for 1,000 long years. But even with that unsettling revelation hanging over them, their resolve does not collapse. They swear to continue carrying out Lord Abyss's will, and promise death to anyone foolish enough to stand in their path. Back in the city, Jean Fry continues moving forward with the others. After everything they survived together, the tension between them has clearly softened, and the atmosphere feels noticeably lighter than before. Jean Fry and the group walk together toward the Adventurers Association, now much more at ease with one another after surviving the crisis. Before long, they arrive at the chairman's building and announce that they have come. Inside the room, an elderly man is already waiting for them with calm authority. As the group steps in, his quiet presence alone makes the entire space feel more formal, restrained, and controlled. The chairman praises them for defeating the Nobodies and acknowledges the dangerous ordeal they overcame. Then he introduces himself formally as Zingsmanzhou, a berserker. Nix begins his report with a heavy look on his face, and the first name he brings up is Wired. The loss clearly weighs on him, even before he can move on to the rest of the details. A blond man in armor adds that Wired's death was a serious blow. It was painful on a personal level, but beyond that, it was also a major loss for the Adventurers Association as a whole. The chairman then shifts his attention toward Jean Fry. Speaking on behalf of the association, Zingsmanzhou personally thanks him for everything he did during the incident. Only then does Jean Fry fully understand what kind of person is standing in front of him. Chairman Zingsmanzhou may look old at first glance, but Jean Fry immediately senses that he is anything but ordinary, and absolutely not someone to underestimate. The association chairman, Zingsmanzhou, formally introduces himself to Jean Fry Van Raid. After that, he reveals that there is an important reason he personally summoned Jean Fry to this place. Zingsmanzhou does not bother dancing around the point. Right now, Jean Fry is the person the association is watching with the greatest interest. The chairman warns Jean Fry that the crisis tied to his recent mission has not truly come to an end. What happened with the nobodies was only one part of a much larger situation still unfolding. To make the seriousness of the situation clear, the association brings up a live display in front of Jean Fry and his companions. The room grows tense as everyone turns their attention toward what is about to be shown. Jean Fry and the others brace themselves as the report begins. The atmosphere is so serious that it is obvious whatever appears next is not going to be good news. The screen reveals a massive outbreak of monsters rampaging through a city. Streets, buildings, and fleeing civilians are all caught in the chaos as the creatures run wild inside the city walls. The group is stunned by the sight in front of them. Monsters appearing inside a city should be impossible, and for a moment, everyone is left speechless by what they are seeing. The disaster looks so absurd that disbelief becomes their first reaction. For a brief moment, it is hard for them to accept that the scene on the display could actually be real. They point out the obvious contradiction immediately. Every city is supposed to be protected by barriers strong enough to prevent monsters from entering in the first place. That contradiction quickly leads to a darker suspicion. If monsters have somehow appeared inside protected walls, then this new disaster may be connected to the mysterious nobodies. Jean Fry falls silent as that possibility takes root in his mind. His gaze sharpens, focusing carefully on the idea that the nobodies may still be moving behind the scenes. The thought keeps circling among them. Monsters inside a city, barriers somehow failing, and the possible involvement of the nobodies all point toward a danger much larger than a normal outbreak. The chairman confirms that the outbreak is absolutely real. He explains that after Jean Fry defeated the nobodies, reports of mass monster appearances began coming in from a city on the 6th continent. The association responded without delay by sending the other 8 guardians and special extermination forces to the 6 cities. For the moment, civilians and adventurers have been evacuated in order to reduce the damage as much as possible. Nix quickly understands what the chairman is suggesting. His expression turns serious as he asks whether his own team is expected to head to the affected area as well. The chairman gives his approval, and Nix answers immediately without hesitation. Thanks to Maria's healing, their team has recovered enough to deploy again right away. The chairman apologizes for sending them back into danger so soon after everything they have just endured. Even so, he admits that the association is short on people who are both capable enough and trustworthy enough for this mission. He asks Jean Fry's side to move to the site without wasting any time. Jean Fry accepts the request, understanding that the situation has already become far too serious to ignore. Maria studies the evidence on the display more carefully before accepting any easy conclusion. Her eyes follow the details on the screen, searching not only for what is visible, but also for what seems to be missing. She points out that while a large number of monsters have appeared, the nobodies themselves do not seem to have shown up. That detail stands out to her more sharply than anything else. The chairman confirms that the current reports support Maria's observation. At the very least, that means the situation has not yet reached the same hopeless level as their previous encounter. Maria still warns everyone not to relax too soon. Just because the nobodies have not appeared right now does not mean the danger has already passed. The chairman agrees with her cautious reading of the situation. He reminds them that the nobodies have not appeared yet, which is very different from saying they cannot appear at all. He warns that the entire outbreak could still be a trap. If intelligent enemies are truly behind it, then the monsters flooding the cities may only be the first layer of the danger. Nix reinforces that warning with a grim expression. The nobodies are not mindless beasts that simply attack on instinct. They think, plan, and set traps like living strategists. Nix then asks how the other 8 guardians are doing on the 6th continent. If they are already fighting there, their progress may reveal something important about how this outbreak works. The chairman reports that one of them, Laluka, has already cleared a C-rank dungeon boss. Immediately after that boss was defeated, the monsters connected to that dungeon vanished from the city. That discovery points them toward a possible solution. If the dungeon bosses scattered across the 6th continent can be defeated, then the monsters flooding into the cities may disappear along with them. But Xingsman warns them not to accept that explanation as the truth just yet. For now, it is only a working theory because they still have no clear answer for the biggest mystery, why only dungeon monsters were able to break through the city defenses in the first place. Maria's expression tightens as frustration settles across her face. Even after all the information they have gathered, there are still too many missing pieces, and every new answer only seems to drag another question into the open. Nix sums up the situation in a calm, steady voice. Whether or not the nobodies are truly connected is still uncertain, but their most urgent task is clear. They have to eliminate the monster waves attacking the cities before anything else. The others grow quiet as Nix's conclusion sinks in. None of them look pleased with it, but but they all understand that chasing the deeper mystery will have to wait until the disaster in front of them is brought under control. For now, the group accepts the course they have to take. Before they can uncover the truth behind the outbreak, they must focus on suppressing the monsters already threatening the cities and preventing the damage from spreading further. Zingsman Zhou explains that this is the strategy the association is already following. Leluca has moved ahead to clear a nearby A-rank dungeon, hoping that defeating its boss will cut off one source of the monster invasion. He continues by laying out the rest of the deployments. Leon is on his way toward a D-rank dungeon, Gigant has been assigned to handle a B-rank dungeon, and Ryu is already in the middle of clearing an E-rank dungeon. That leaves only the F-rank and S-rank dungeons without assigned fighters. Realizing how little time they have left, Nyx urges everyone to move quickly before the situation in the cities grows any worse. Jean Fry quietly picks up on one important detail. Zingsman Zhou has not mentioned the hidden equipment from the previous incident even once, and that silence tells Jean Fry the issue is being left untouched, at least for the moment. Just as Jean Fry starts to lower his guard, Zingsman Zhou suddenly calls out to him directly. The chairman's tone makes it clear that he wants to speak with Jean Fry in particular, and that brief sense of relief vanishes immediately. Nyx and Maria both notice the shift right away. From their expressions alone, it is obvious they can already tell this conversation is about to become troublesome for Jean Fry. Zingsman Zhou begins by thanking Jean Fry once again for the role he played in eliminating the nobodies during the earlier crisis. His words are polite, but the weight in the room feels much heavier than simple gratitude. Jean Fry answers with proper courtesy, keeping his voice calm and respectful. Even so, his eyes remain careful, because he clearly expects there to be some kind of catch hidden behind the chairman's thanks. The others can feel it too. The way Zingsman Zhou pauses and quietly studies Jean Fry makes it obvious that this is not just polite conversation, and that a difficult request is about to follow. Then Zingsman Zhou's mood sharpens in an instant. The warmth fades from his expression, and the atmosphere in the room shifts from formal courtesy into something closer to silent judgment. A heavy wave of pressure rolls out from the chairman as he faces Jean Fry head-on. This is no casual test of manners anymore, but a direct challenge from a man used to measuring strength with nothing but his presence. Jean Fry keeps his expression steady and refuses to flinch under the pressure. But beneath that calm face, he immediately senses the danger behind Zingsman Zhou's intent and understands that the chairman is not merely making conversation. Zingsman Zhou apologizes for being so blunt before explaining his reason. He refuses to judge anyone's strength based only on second-hand reports, so he needs to verify Jean Fry's power directly with his own eyes. After measuring Jean Fry for himself, Zingsman Zhou comes to a startling conclusion. Jean Fry may be the strongest person he has ever encountered, perhaps even above air, and even if Zingsman Zhou used all of his hidden equipment, their fight would likely end in a draw. Instead of shrinking back from that assessment, Jean Fry answers it with a faint, confident smile. His calm reaction makes it clear that the chairman's pressure has not frightened him in the slightest. Zingsman Zhou watches that smile closely, studying every bit of Jean Fry's response. That small reaction tells him just as much as any formal report could, and the chairman begins weighing the young man even more seriously. Nyx cuts in before the tension has a chance to grow any sharper. He protests that this is the worst possible time for a power struggle, especially when a monster outbreak is already spreading across the 6th continent. At Nyx's words, Zingsman Zhou's expression softens again. The intimidating pressure slowly fades from the room, and the air finally loosens from the edge of confrontation. Zingsman Zhou laughs off his sudden aggression as an old habit he has never completely shaken. Then he asks Jean Fry to lend the association his strength once more, because right now, reliable and capable fighters are desperately needed. Privately, Zingsman Zhou acknowledges what his instincts have already told him. Jean Fry possesses exceptional talent, the kind that cannot be ignored when a crisis of this scale is unfolding. He also understands that Jean Fry can kill monsters even Nyx's party would struggle against. With that kind of combat ability available, the association cannot afford to leave him sitting on the sidelines. Jean Fry answers honestly, making it clear that he does not owe the association anything. However, since he does owe Nyx a favor, he is willing to cooperate this time. Nyx immediately tries to smooth over Jean Fry's blunt wording before it can offend the chairman. His hurried reaction makes it clear he is doing his best to keep the conversation from turning sour again. Jean Fry then pushes the conversation even further, speaking with bold confidence. If the association gives him the right hunting ground, he promises that he can produce better results than the 8 Guardians. To prove that he is not simply boasting, Jean Fry volunteers for the most dangerous target left on the board. He chooses the S-rank dungeon, taking the hardest assignment for himself. Zingsman Zhou studies Jean Fry with renewed interest. The chairman's eyes narrow slightly, as if he is reassessing just how far this young man is willing to go. For a brief moment, the two men face each other like rivals negotiating from equal ground. Neither one backs down, and the air between them carries a sharp, competitive tension. After a short pause, Zingsman Zhou accepts Jean Fry's terms. With that decision, the S-rank dungeon is officially handed over to Jean Fry. With the deal settled, Jean Fry wastes no time at all. The moment the arrangement is confirmed, he immediately prepares to head out. Jean Fry departs at once with Mira by his side, electricity crackling around his body as he accelerates toward the S-rank dungeon. There is no hesitation in his movement, only urgency driving him forward. On the way, Jean Fry reminds himself that the nobodies could return at any moment. That means he has to secure the next piece of hidden equipment as quickly as possible, before another crisis catches him unprepared. Their mission begins inside the S-rank dungeon, where Jean Fry and Mira step into a cavern crawling with monsters. The air is thick with hostility, and enemies swarm through the darkness from every direction. The creatures rush toward them in overwhelming numbers. Their footsteps, claws, and roars fill the cavern as the horde pours forward like a living flood. Mira reacts without the slightest hesitation, summoning Ifrit directly onto the battlefield. With a sharp command, she orders the spirit to burn everything blocking their path to the ground. A sea of flames erupts across the cavern, swallowing the charging horde in an instant. The monsters are consumed before they can even reach them, their bodies disappearing beneath the roaring blaze. Mira finally lets out a breath as the battlefield settles into ash and scattered bones. Heat still ripples through the air while the remains of the monsters crumble around her. Even after that devastating attack, Mira understands that the real problem has not changed. The number of enemies is absurd, and no matter how many they kill, none of it will matter unless they reach the boss demon. Then Mira senses movement nearby. Before she can fully react, the next wave of monsters closes in, dragging the battle roaring back to life. Jean Fry suddenly cuts through another wave himself, moving with brutal speed. His attack rips open a path through the monsters before they can surround them again. He continues slaughtering them with almost effortless precision, his dark blade tearing through one monster after another. Every swing carves out more space, leaving broken bodies scattered across the cavern in his wake. By the time Mira looks in his direction again, Jean Fry has already pushed far ahead through the wreckage. The distance between them makes it painfully clear just how quickly he is advancing through the dungeon. Jean Fry glances back casually and remarks that Mira has been working hard. His tone is light, almost too relaxed for someone standing in the middle of a monster-infested S-rank dungeon. Mira narrows her eyes and asks whether his sudden enthusiasm has something to do with the conditions he forced on the association president. She can tell his eagerness is not coming from simple duty alone. Jean Fry admits that the conditions are part of the reason, but says they are mostly just a safety net. Mira immediately accuses him of scheming again, recognizing that familiar look on his face. Jean Fry brushes off the accusation as if it is nothing worth worrying about. He claims he is simply doing the association a favor, and that the arrangement happens to work out nicely for both sides. Mira still didn't look like she had completely accepted Jean Fry's explanation. Her eyes narrowed just a little, as if she was silently measuring every word he had said. But even with that doubt still showing on her face, she chose not to interrupt him, letting Jean Fry continue speaking. A moment later, Mira shifted her attention away from Jean Fry and raised her focus toward the communication system. Without wasting time, she opened a direct line, clearly preparing to send the latest situation back to command. While Mira handled the report, Jean Fry was already thinking several steps ahead. The material he needed for his next hidden gear was famous for having an absolutely terrible drop rate. But now, with this huge outbreak spreading across the dungeon and all 8 guardians acting at the same time, the number of enemies had exploded, and that meant his odds of finally getting the material had gone up as well. Through the communication channel, the chairman's voice soon came through, reaching Mira directly. He asked her for a proper status update, wanting to know exactly how things were going and whether she and Jean Fry had encountered any serious trouble on their side. Mira replied in a calm, controlled voice, explaining that the only real issue was the sheer number of enemies rushing in from every direction. When the chairman heard that, concern immediately entered his tone. With only the 2 of them holding that front, he realized they might be facing an even heavier burden than the other guardian squads. Jean Fry answered without even a trace of hesitation. His voice was steady, sharp, and filled with complete confidence, as he declared that if they truly wanted to prove their strength, then handling a battlefield of this level was exactly what they had to do. After hearing such a firm response, the chairman seemed to accept their determination. Instead of pressing them with more doubts or warnings, he chose to trust Mira and Jean Fry, leaving the rest of that front in their hands. Mira gave a brief but respectful acknowledgement, confirming that she understood the order. With that short response, she brought the conversation with the chairman to a close. But once the call went silent, Myra's thoughts immediately drifted back to Jean Fry. She couldn't help but think that he was just as strange, unpredictable, and hard to read as the president himself. Even so, when Mira looked around the battlefield, she couldn't deny what was right in front of her. Monster corpses were scattered everywhere, every one of them cut down by Jean Fry's own hands. No matter how bizarre he acted, his ability was real, and she found herself wondering when he had become this overwhelmingly strong. Not long after that, another report came in through the line, this time giving them a broader update on how things were unfolding across the other dungeon fronts. According to the report, Leon, Gigant, and Ryu were all advancing without any major problems. Each of them was moving steadily through their own route, pushing forward smoothly and already drawing close to the boss enemies assigned to them. Nyx and Maria's squads were performing just as impressively. Their teams were cutting through their own routes at a fast pace, closing the gap quickly and catching up to the others before long. Mira felt a brief sense of relief when she heard that the overall operation was still going smoothly. But that relief faded almost immediately. Her expression changed the instant she remembered that one person's status still had not been confirmed. Mira turned her attention back toward the chairman and asked about Leluka. The chairman answered that there had still been no change on Leluka's end. Just like before, she remained completely unreachable, with no direct contact or clear update coming from her side. Then, almost as if the thought had only just come back to him, the chairman remembered another unusual figure. Someone who stood on the same strange, hard-to-understand level as Jean Fry and the president. He explained that Leluka had last checked in right before heading into the A-rank dungeon. At that time, she had specifically requested that no backup be sent, meaning she was most likely handling the entire situation by herself. Because of that, the chairman believed there was probably no reason to worry too much. The chairman then concluded that Leluka Alves, the strongest of the 8 guardian stars, should be more than capable of dealing with whatever was waiting inside that dungeon. Still, he told Mira that if anything changed, she was to contact him immediately. After the call ended, Mira quietly confirmed the instruction. She took in the chairman's words with a calm, steady expression, clearly keeping them in mind. As the communication line finally closed, Mira shifted her gaze back toward Jean Fry once again. Jean Fry looked straight ahead, his attention already fixed on what came next. He told Mira that it was time for them to move forward and head directly toward the location of the boss demon. Elsewhere, the chairman continued monitoring the battlefield from front to front. He contacted Leon, Gigant, and Ryu in turn, checking whether their teams were still making steady progress. Leon was the first to answer, and just as expected, his voice was filled with his usual fearless confidence. He declared that everything on his side was completely under control, even mocking the monsters for being so pathetic and lacking any real courage. Ryu's side also reported in calmly, with no sign of panic or urgency in the response. He confirmed that, so far, they had not run into anything that could be called a serious problem. Then Gigant gave his own update in that heavy, straightforward way of his. He stated that his team was also close to reaching their assigned boss, and they were nearly at the final point. After hearing that every front was still holding steady, the chairman finally allowed himself to relax, even if only slightly. But right at that moment, a new voice suddenly broke into the communication line, cutting through the exchange without any warning. It was Leluka. After being unreachable for so long, she had finally contacted the chairman herself. The chairman greeted her with obvious relief, though there was also a faint hint of reproach in his voice. He told her that, if anything, he should be the one asking how she was doing. Leluka replied in a casual, almost carefree tone, saying that she had only just arrived at the A-rank dungeon and was about to go inside now. The chairman was visibly taken aback by that answer. For someone with Leluka's speed and ability, arriving this late was extremely unusual. Leluka explained lightly that she had run into a small problem on the way there, but she quickly added that the matter had already been taken care of, and from this point on, she would clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. The chairman then addressed everyone on the line at once, telling them that if anything else happened, they were to contact him immediately. One after another, the others responded and acknowledged his instruction. However, before the communication could fully end, the chairman added one last comment. Leon suddenly burst into laughter as he brought up Jean Fry's earlier challenge toward the association. Instead of sounding offended by it, Leon seemed genuinely entertained, even openly admiring that kind of reckless, fearless confidence. Ryu, meanwhile, stayed perfectly composed, just like always. His expression remained cool and unreadable, giving away almost nothing about what he thought. Gigantus appeared to approve as well, though he expressed it in his own rough and blunt manner. He said Jean Fry wasn't merely cocky. He was downright offensively rude for speaking to the president that way and making it sound as if he planned to use the association for his own purposes. The chairman stepped in to defend Jean Fry, saying that while the young man was definitely cheeky, he was not a bad person. Then he told them to treat that statement as his report and shift their attention back to the mission. With that, the chairman urged every squad to keep doing their best and wished them success on each of their respective fronts. After the call ended, Lelouka found herself genuinely intrigued. A rookie powerful or unusual enough to catch the chairman's attention was not someone she could simply ignore. Back inside the S-rank dungeon, Jean Fry and Mira finally arrived at the entrance to the boss chamber. Waiting before them was a massive armored demon, standing tall like a wall of iron. Behind them, the path they had taken was now littered with the bodies of every monster they had slaughtered along the way. The brutal scene made one thing painfully obvious. Jean Fry and Mira had not reached the boss through careful dungeon progression or cautious strategy. They had simply smashed through everything in their path with overwhelming force. The boss introduced itself as the Iron Golem, a level 400 demon with such immense defense that ordinary attacks would not even count unless they broke past a certain damage threshold. Jean Fry stared at the demon with visible confusion as it started talking about dungeon trials. From his point of view, none of that really made sense because he had not followed any proper route at all. He had just cut down everything standing in his way. Then, without wasting even a second, Jean Fry immediately claimed the boss as his opponent. He made it clear to Mira that she was not to interfere. Mira seemed to realize right away that trying to argue with him would be pointless. With a resigned look on her face, she stepped back and let Jean Fry do exactly as he wanted. At that exact moment, another man suddenly dropped into the chamber. He landed as if he had timed his entrance perfectly, then declared that he had made it just in time. Jean Fry and Mira both turned toward the unexpected newcomer at once. The surprise on their faces was clear, as his sudden arrival completely interrupted the tense standoff with the boss. The newcomer's gaze went straight to Jean Fry, and without any hesitation, he called him by name. His voice sounded bright, almost teasing, and with a cheerful smile on his face, he said he had come to see with his own eyes just how much this rookie could really do. As the view pulled wider across the boss chamber, the identity of the sudden intruder became impossible to miss. Lelouka was standing there in the open, right before Jean Fry, Mira, and the Iron Golem, acting as if stepping into the middle of an S-rank battlefield was no more serious than dropping by for a casual visit. Jean Fry's expression tightened the instant he felt Lelouka's presence. This wasn't the ordinary feeling of an ally arriving to provide backup, and as he stared at Lelouka, a silent question rose in his mind about who this person truly was. The pressure radiating from Lelouka was enormous, so dense and heavy that it seemed to spread through the entire boss chamber. Jean Fry quickly understood that Lelouka might be standing on the same level as the president himself, or perhaps even somewhere beyond that. Mira couldn't hide the shock on her face. The moment she recognized Lelouka, she immediately demanded an explanation, asking why Lelouka had suddenly shown up here of all places. Jean Fry was just as confused as Mira. Lelouka was supposed to be dealing with an entirely different dungeon, and more than that, she was one of the 8 Guardian Stars, someone who had no reason to appear in this chamber so suddenly. Lelouka answered with a relaxed smile, as if the whole thing were perfectly normal. She explained that she had heard there was a rookie bold enough to challenge the association, and that alone sounded interesting enough to make her come all the way here to see Jean Fry for herself. There was no hostility in Lelouka's eyes at all. Instead, she simply watched Jean Fry with open amusement, like she had stumbled upon something rare and entertaining that she wanted to observe a little longer. Jean Fry didn't respond immediately. He remained silent, his eyes locked on Lelouka, carefully studying her as he tried to figure out what she was really planning by appearing here. When Mira reminded her that the president had said she was supposed to be at the A-rank dungeon, Lelouka replied in the same casual tone as before. She said she had indeed gone there, had already finished clearing it, and then had come straight to this place afterward. Mira was left completely speechless. It wasn't just the words themselves that stunned her, but the calm, almost effortless way Lelouka said them, as if clearing an A-rank dungeon was nothing worth reacting to. For a brief moment, Jean Fry's thoughts seemed to stop. Then he began piecing the timing together in his head, trying to make sense of what Lelouka had just said. Jean Fry realized that Lelouka had cleared an entire A-rank dungeon and still arrived at the S-rank boss chamber almost right afterward. Considering how little time had passed since her last contact with the chairman, her appearance here was so absurd that it only proved how monstrous her abilities really were. Even though Jean Fry knew Lelouka was technically an ally on their side, that didn't make her feel any less ridiculous. If anything, her casual attitude only made the situation seem even more unreal. Jean Fry couldn't help thinking that Lelouka was a complete abnormality. And as if her entrance wasn't already outrageous enough, Lelouka suddenly dropped a massive boulder into the chamber, letting it slam down with brutal, echoing force. The iron golem reacted immediately. Its huge armored body shifted, and it raised one enormous arm, preparing to swing back with the weight of a living fortress. Annoyed by how casually everyone was talking in front of it, the boss let out a furious snarl. It accused them of treating it like some minor background obstacle and warned them not to underestimate the power standing before them. Lelouka only laughed at the demon's anger. She offered a mocking little apology, but the smile on her face made it clear that there wasn't even a trace of sincerity behind it. Then, with effortless agility, Lelouka sprang upward and landed lightly on a high ledge above the battlefield, removing herself from the center of the fight as casually as if she were finding a seat. From that perch overlooking the chamber, Lelouka announced that she would simply watch from there. The rest of the fight, she made clear, would be left entirely in Jean Fry's hands. Mira could only stare up at her in disbelief. Lelouka had really crossed all that distance, finished another dungeon, and come all the way here just to stand aside and watch Jean Fry fight. Jean Fry turned his attention back toward the battle in front of him. Without looking for assistance, he ordered Mira not to interfere, making it clear that he intended to defeat the demon alone. Mira warned him that there was another presence in the room giving off unmistakable hostility. Her words forced Jean Fry to take notice of the thick, dangerous pressure gathering around them. Mira quickly understood what that hostile aura was telling them. The demon was warning her not to step into the fight, because its attention had already locked completely onto Jean Fry. The sixth demon mocked Jean Fry for daring to face it alone. To the demon, his confidence looked less like courage and more like reckless arrogance from someone who didn't understand the difference in power. The demon went on to dismiss Mira's involvement as meaningless, saying that even her help would not change the result. Then, as if formally accepting a duel, it acknowledged Jean Fry's challenge. Mira was stunned by what had just happened. Even after telling her to stay back, Jean Fry had gone even further and intentionally provoked an S-rank demon into focusing all of its attention on him alone. Jean Fry paid no attention to the demon's intimidation. He stood directly before the towering monster, planting himself in its path and squaring his body as he prepared to clash with it head-on. From the sidelines, the blue-haired Lelouka watched the scene with calm interest. Her eyes stayed on Jean Fry as he fully committed himself to the duel. Lelouka understood very well that against an S-rank demon of this level, there was only one real way to bring it down. With curiosity shining in her eyes, Lelouka wondered what Jean Fry would choose to do now that the real battle was finally starting before them. Jean Fry didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. Rather than waiting for the demon to make the first move, he launched himself forward and charged straight at it. The iron golem followed Jean Fry's reckless advance with its gaze. As the rookie closed the distance without showing any fear, the demon's interest in him seemed to grow. Jean Fry used the demon's own movement to his advantage. At exactly the right moment, he sprang upward, creating a direct line of approach toward the monster's head. In one clean motion, Jean Fry landed on top of the demon and raised his blade high above him. His aim was clear. He was going for a single strike powerful enough to end the fight right there. Jean Fry poured every ounce of strength he could gather into that attack. There was no hesitation and no attempt to hold anything back as he committed his whole body to the blow. His blade came crashing down against the demon's armor with a violent impact that rang through the chamber. But even beneath that heavy strike, the iron golem's massive body endured. Even the iron golem appeared surprised. After cutting his way through the entire dungeon just to reach this chamber, Jean Fry still had enough strength left to unleash an attack with that much force. Jean Fry immediately followed up with a rapid chain of strikes. Blow after blow hammered into the demon's armor as he tried to break through its defense with relentless pressure and sheer persistence. As he kept attacking, Jean Fry judged that the demon's toughness was far beyond what he had expected. He began to suspect that its abnormal strength was connected to the earlier incident involving the nobodies. Watching from above, Lelouka confirmed what Jean Fry had already started to sense. The demon's level had risen far higher than what it should normally have possessed. But even with that unnatural boost, the iron golem's movements gradually began to break down. Under Jean Fry's non-stop assault, its massive body slowly started to falter. Jean Fry kept pressing forward without letting up for even a moment. He refused to give the monster any chance to recover, reset its stance, or regain control of the fight. Lelouka came to her own conclusion as she watched. Level alone wasn't enough. No matter how much stronger the demon had become, it was still inferior to Jean Fry in the things that truly decided a battle. At last, the demon began to show real signs of pain. Its enormous armored body reacted under Jean Fry's repeated blows, proving that his attacks were finally starting to take effect. Jean Fry then dropped back to reset his position, landing a short distance away from the demon. Behind him, Mira watched in silence, taking in the state of the battle. Mira admitted that the demon's durability was every bit as monstrous as expected. Its armor was refusing to give way easily, even after taking so many direct hits. She explained that the sixth demon's defense far exceeded its offensive power. Because of that, landing a clean finishing blow through its armor alone would be nearly impossible. Lelouka remained calm on the sidelines, still making no move to help. Instead, she continued studying every choice Jean Fry made, watching him as if the answer she wanted was hidden in his next move. Jean Fry stayed close to the demon and kept carving at it from point-blank range. Rather than relying only on brute force, he searched for an opening, some weakness that would let him go beyond simply overpowering its armor. From her spot high above the battlefield, Lelouka's excitement slowly began to cool. After hearing so many rumors about Jean Fry, she had expected something more surprising, but the fight below looked like he was simply trying to smash through the iron golem with plain, straightforward force. For a short while, Lelouka didn't say a single word. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she watched Jean Fry's movements from above, silently reevaluating the rookie she had come all this way to observe. Then, almost as if she had already lost interest, Lelouka let out a small sigh and decided that the fight had become far less entertaining than she had expected. Even so, Lelouka couldn't deny Jean Fry's strength entirely. The fact that he had reached this deep into the dungeon with only Mira backing him up was already proof that he stood far above ordinary adventurers. But to Lelouka, that still wasn't enough. It didn't explain why the chairman seemed to value Jean Fry so highly, or why this rookie had managed to draw so much attention. Down below, in the middle of the battlefield, Jean Fry suddenly changed the rhythm of his attack. His movement shifted sharply, and both the angle of his approach and the place he was aiming for changed at once. Instead of continuing to pound away at the iron golem's thick outer armor, Jean Fry slipped closer to the demon's body. In one clean movement, he moved inside its guard, cutting past the range where its defense looked strongest. That sudden shift was enough to make Lelouka's eyes sharpen. Her fading interest snapped back into focus as she leaned her attention toward the fight again. Jean Fry drove his blade straight into the demon's chest with terrifying accuracy. The strike landed exactly where he wanted it, and the iron golem's armored shell split open under the force. The instant the hidden core was revealed beneath the cracked armor, Jean Fry recognized it for what it was. That exposed point was the true target he had been searching for. A faint smile appeared on Jean Fry's face, making it clear that this wasn't some lucky accident. From the very beginning, this was the opening he had been trying to create. Lelouka immediately understood what had happened. Jean Fry had forced the core to reveal itself much earlier than it should have, and for the first time, she was genuinely startled by how perfectly his plan had worked. Still trying to process what she had just seen, Lelouka turned her gaze toward Mira, looking for some kind of explanation. When Lelouka asked whether Mira had taught Jean Fry the proper way demons were supposed to be hunted, Mira denied it immediately, without even a moment of hesitation. That answer only shocked Lelouka even more. As far as she knew, this should have been Jean Fry's first real demon hunt after the tutorial. Lelouka couldn't understand how Jean Fry had identified the demon's hidden weakness completely on his own. There should have been no easy way for him to know where to aim. The truth behind the sixth demon was simple but brutal. It carried a core deep inside its body, and the quality of the reward depended on how much power was used when that core was destroyed. Jean Fry had no intention of using only the minimum strength needed to end the fight. If a better reward was possible, then he was going to aim for the highest result he could claim. To make that intention perfectly clear, Jean Fry changed weapons and brought out the Grim Reaper. With that weapon in hand, he prepared himself for a full-power finishing strike. The Grim Reaper reacted as if it had been waiting for this exact moment. The weapon seemed to erupt with excitement, practically trembling with eagerness to show off what it could do. But then the weapon's attention suddenly snapped toward Mira. Somehow, in its own bizarre way, it seemed to decide that she was the most dangerous presence in the room. Its loud teasing immediately made Jean Fry embarrassed, and he tried to shut the weapon up before it could keep going. Mira, meanwhile, rejected the ridiculous nonsense without the slightest hesitation. Watching from above, Lelouka wondered if the core appearing so quickly might have simply been luck. Even so, she couldn't ignore the strange weapon in Jean Fry's hand, which clearly had some unusual gimmick of its own. But now that the demon's core was exposed, the real test had finally begun. What mattered now was whether Jean Fry could actually destroy it in a way that would earn an S-rank reward. Lelouka remembered clearly that only a very small number of people had ever accomplished such a thing. Among them were herself and the chairman. Then the Grim Reaper suddenly cried out with wild excitement, announcing that Gene Fry was already unlocking its second skill. A system notice appeared in front of them, confirming the unlock. Grim Reaper Skill 2, Over Death, had been activated because the level gap between Gene Fry and his target had exceeded 200. Lelouka was shaken the moment she saw it. Gene Fry had met the exact unlock condition recorded in the old information, and the timing was far too perfect to ignore. In that instant, Lelouka realized what Gene Fry had truly done. He had taken the demon's abnormal level boost, the very thing that should have made it more dangerous, and deliberately turned it into an advantage for himself. That realization finally broke through Lelouka's detached composure. She stopped looking at Gene Fry like a mildly interesting rookie and began watching him with completely renewed attention. The boredom in Lelouka's eyes disappeared completely. In its place came genuine excitement, because she had finally understood the full calculation hidden behind Gene Fry's plan. Gene Fry then unleashed the empowered strike. With the Grim Reaper in hand, he drove the blade straight toward the exposed core without wasting a single motion. The demon could only stare as the attack closed in. The blade was heading directly toward the very center of its weakness, leaving it no room to escape. With one clean, decisive slash, the core was cut perfectly in half. Gene Fry landed with the Grim Reaper still gripped in his hand. Around him, shattered fragments scattered through the air, drifting down from the force of the strike. With its core destroyed, the sixth demon's enormous body began to lose its shape. The structure holding it together failed from within, and the armored giant started collapsing in on itself. High above the battlefield, Lelouka broke into a delighted grin. The sight of Gene Fry's victory had clearly thrilled her more than she expected. Mira kept her expression calm on the surface, but her focused gaze said everything. She was watching Gene Fry's result closely and taking what he had accomplished very seriously. Gene Fry looked satisfied as well. The outcome had gone exactly the way he wanted, and the result matched the goal he had been aiming for from the start. The demon's head and body continued to crumble apart. Piece by piece, the massive armored form broke down, making its defeat impossible to deny. Gene Fry stood over the fallen S-rank demon, clearly emerging as the victor of the battle. A system message appeared, confirming the result. Gene Fry's strike against the core had been judged S-rank, and he had successfully earned an S-rank subjugation reward. The reward then revealed itself as a sealed core stone of rank S, a prize worthy of both the danger he had faced and the risk he had taken. Gene Fry didn't burst into celebration. Instead, he reacted with quiet calculation, already weighing the value of what he had gained. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper proudly bragged that its spectacular finish was only the beginning of its greatness, before somehow drifting into ridiculous nonsense about romance. Gene Fry cut off the weapons chatter immediately. Before the Grim Reaper could ramble any further, he dismissed it and shut the whole conversation down. From her ledge above the chamber, Lelouka continued watching Gene Fry closely. Her renewed interest had not faded in the slightest. By this point, Lelouka was no longer merely amused by the strange weapon. She was genuinely curious about what kind of bizarre power it possessed and what else Gene Fry might be hiding. Gene Fry quietly addressed the weapon as Grim Reaper-chan, almost as if holding it back until the perfect moment had been part of his plan all along. Lelouka praised Gene Fry for producing S-rank power, pointing out that he had just broken the record as the youngest person ever to accomplish such a feat. But even as Lelouka praised him, a hint of irritation slipped through her expression. After all, Gene Fry had just surpassed her own record right in front of her eyes. Gene Fry confirmed the result in his own mind, feeling a quiet satisfaction settle over him. The S-rank reward had been secured exactly according to his plan, with no wasted effort and no deviation from what he had intended. Now that the goal right in front of him had been completed, Gene Fry's thoughts were already moving ahead. Instead of lingering on the victory, his mind shifted toward the next stage of the larger plan he had been quietly building. Some time later, the chairman brought everyone together for a formal debriefing. Standing before the assembled group, he announced that the monster rampage that had spread through the city had finally been brought under control. Facing the group directly, the chairman offered his sincere thanks to each person there. He acknowledged the effort they had put in during the crisis and made it clear that their work had been essential in ending the chaos. Mira stood among the others as the debriefing began. Her posture remained calm and composed, but her eyes stayed attentive, fixed on the chairman as she waited to hear what would come next. Lelouka and the old man were also present at the gathering. But after witnessing Gene Fry's performance, the two of them wore very different expressions, each processing what they had seen in their own way. Leon, the red-haired fighter, was the first to speak up in his usual loud manner. With a bold grin, he boasted that if he had been fired up enough, he could have handled the entire crisis all on his own. The chairman then turned his attention toward his aide, Nix. In a steady voice, he called on him to bring out the rewards that had been prepared for the group. Nick stepped forward and presented the full collection of spoils gathered from the earlier subjugation. One by one, the results of the operation were laid out for everyone to see. The others looked over the total haul and accepted that it was a reasonable result, especially considering that it had come from the combined efforts of all 8 guardians. And with that settled, it naturally meant Jean Fry's share would be dealt with next. Jean Fry remained quiet while the distribution continued. He simply watched the rewards in front of him, making no unnecessary movements as he waited for his turn. Gigant, the old man, immediately seized the chance to take a jab at him. With a blunt tone, he called Jean Fry the rude youngster everyone had been talking about. Gigant then made his feelings even clearer. He said flatly that he had no intention of getting along with someone who didn't even seem to understand how disrespectful his own behavior was. The chairman quickly stepped in and cut off Gigant's hostility before it could go any further. He reminded him that Jean Fry had played an essential role in the operation and was not someone they could afford to treat carelessly. Jean Fry didn't flinch at Gigant's words in the slightest. His response was just as direct, making it clear that he didn't care about receiving Gigant's approval either. He stated plainly that he had only come here to keep the promises he had made to the chairman. Winning over the rest of the group was never part of his reason for being there. After saying that, Jean Fry stepped forward by himself. Without waiting for anyone to guide him, he moved closer to the reward table so he could inspect the items directly. The others watched him with surprise as he took that liberty so naturally. Jean Fry acted as if examining the spoils for himself was simply his right, not something he needed permission for. Then their eyes fell on what was displayed in front of him. Among the rewards was the prize from subjugating the 6th demon god, an item clearly marked with an S-rank classification. Gigant could hardly believe what he was seeing. The idea that Jean Fry had truly registered an S-rank attack, reaching the same level as the chairman and Leluca, seemed almost impossible to accept, but Leluca confirmed that it had really happened. Leluca stated calmly that both she and Mira had seen Jean Fry's strike with their own eyes. With 2 direct witnesses standing there was no room left to deny the result. Leon took that achievement as proof that Jean Fry truly did have real fighting spirit. His attitude changed almost immediately, turning far more enthusiastic than before. With a loud laugh, Leon congratulated Jean Fry in his own rough, overbearing way. He slapped him so hard that Jean Fry could barely endure the impact, even while trying to keep himself steady. The chairman laughed warmly at the scene unfolding in front of him. Meanwhile, Gigant stood nearby fuming, clearly irritated that this rookie had managed to steal so much attention from everyone. The chairman then praised Jean Fry properly, not only for the enormous number of monsters he had defeated, but also for returning with an S-rank subjugation reward on top of everything else. Keeping the agreement they had made, the chairman told Jean Fry that he would be allowed to choose first from the rewards. Whatever item he wanted, he could take it before anyone else. With several powerful figures gathered close behind him and watching his every move, Jean Fry silently examined the options. His gaze moved carefully from item to item, weighing each one without saying a word. After a short moment, Jean Fry accepted the chairman's offer. He made up his mind and prepared to choose his reward. As Jean Fry looked across the items, certainty slowly settled into his eyes. Among everything placed before him, he had finally spotted the one thing he truly needed. His focus sharpened the instant he recognized it. Hidden among the spoils was the key item he had been searching for. But the object that caught Jean Fry's attention was not the impressive S-rank treasure everyone expected him to choose. Instead, his eyes locked onto something that looked completely unimpressive at first glance. A lowly monster tail. The item card identified it as a cord monkey's tail, marked at a worthless F rank. It was such a useless material that it couldn't even be sold for anything. Everyone around Jean Fry was completely baffled by his choice. None of them could understand why he would ignore the valuable treasures in front of him and focus on something so insignificant. Leon burst out laughing the moment he realized what Jean Fry was looking at. Maria, on the other hand, openly protested, saying that a tail that useless didn't even deserve to be called treasure. The chairman looked at Jean Fry and gave him one final chance to reconsider. He wanted to make sure Jean Fry truly intended to choose such a strange and seemingly worthless item. But Jean Fry didn't hesitate for even a second. He insisted that this unimpressive cord monkey's tail was exactly the item he needed. Leluca watched Jean Fry carefully from the side. She noticed the look in his eyes, the kind of focused expression that made it seem like he was following a private plan no one else could see. The chairman accepted Jean Fry's decision without arguing any further. Then, instead of ending things there, he made an even more shocking offer by inviting Jean Fry to join the 8 Guardians. The others reacted with obvious surprise. An invitation like that was extraordinary, and everyone there understood that the chairman would never make such an offer lightly. Mira and Maria watched in tense silence. Both of them understood just how serious this invitation was, and how rarely anyone would ever receive such a chance. Jean Fry answered with politeness, but there was no wavering in his voice. His decision was firm, and he refused the chairman's offer. He explained that he simply wasn't suited to moving as part of a group. In his own view, he would be far better off acting alone and handling things independently. Leluca seemed amused by Jean Fry's boldness. After all, she had just watched him turn down an invitation that most people would never have the courage to refuse. The chairman accepted the rejection with surprising ease. He even remarked that Jean Fry might be the first person ever to refuse him in such a straightforward way. After everything had been settled, Jean Fry returned alone to the ruined dungeon area. He stepped back into the place where the earlier battle had left deep scars behind. With the cord monkey's tail in his hand, Jean Fry thought back over the mysteries that still remained unanswered. Both the Nobody's incident and the recent monster rampage continued to linger in his mind. For now, Jean Fry accepted that if those mysteries surfaced again, someone would most likely contact him when the time came. Until that moment arrived, Jean Fry decided to keep moving on his own. His next goal was to continue chasing the next piece of hidden equipment. Meanwhile, far away inside an S-rank dungeon on the 7th continent, a far darker scheme was already beginning to stir beneath the surface. There, a subordinate reported that they still needed even more undead souls in order to resurrect Lord Abyss. The report also revealed that they had already gone so far as to lend power to the forces operating on the 6th continent. The destruction of those forces threw the superior into a cold, seething rage. To him, their failure was not merely a setback. It was a disgrace so humiliating that it deserved nothing but condemnation. He stared down at the subordinate with open contempt, his gaze sharp and merciless. In a disgusted voice, he called the servant pathetic for crawling back before him with nothing to offer except excuses. The trembling servant desperately begged for forgiveness, his voice shaking under the weight of fear. But the superior had no patience at all for weakness, and instead ordered everyone to focus completely on the resurrection ritual while demanding that even more sacrifices be gathered immediately. The servant swore absolute obedience without daring to raise his head. He promised that he would gather the souls they needed and personally kill the human who had stolen their divine gear. Nearby, another ominous figure stood in silence, watching the entire exchange without the slightest flicker of emotion. That inhuman calm made the atmosphere feel even heavier, as if the room itself had grown colder around them. The superior accepted the vow in a chilling voice. He declared that lesser races had no purpose beyond serving their resurrection, as if their lives were nothing more than fuel for the ritual. Then, with only a casual movement of his hand, the superior released a glimpse of overwhelming power. It was only a fragment, yet it was enough to terrify the subordinate and force him into complete submission. The servant was crushed beneath that pressure, his body buckling as a scream tore out of him. In that moment, the superior's warning became impossible to misunderstand. After that, the superior shifted his command toward the 7th demon god's side. His voice turned deadly as he ordered them not to repeat the 6th demon god's failure and demanded absolute success. The subordinate immediately dropped to one knee. His posture was stiff with fear, every movement showing total obedience to the command he had just received. With his head lowered, the subordinate answered in complete submission. He promised that he would not fail again, making the vow as if his life depended on it. Back among the ruined dungeon grounds, Jean Fry opened his item interface and began organizing the materials he had been collecting. One by one, he prepared the pieces needed for his next hidden creation. He started with the E-rank and D-rank dungeon drops he had obtained earlier. Carefully, Jean Fry placed each material into the crafting recipe, fitting them into position one after another. Then Jean Fry added the reward he had received from the association. It was the very item he had chosen so deliberately, the one everyone else had failed to understand. The cord monkey's tail became the final ingredient in the recipe. With that strange and unimpressive-looking material added in, the unusual combination he had been aiming for was finally complete. After checking the recipe one last time and confirming that every required item was in place, Jean Fry activated the transmutation without hesitation. The process succeeded, and a brand new hidden item appeared before him. It was the 13th cat-eye scope, a rank A item created from the materials he had gathered. Jean Fry wasted no time at all. He immediately equipped the scope, eager to see exactly what kind of hidden secret this new item would allow him to uncover. The moment he looked through the scope, a hidden path suddenly came into view. A place that had looked completely empty only moments earlier now revealed a route that had been invisible to the naked eye. Once Jean Fry realized the cat-eye scope could reveal a secret route, he followed the glowing line forward. It led him toward a concealed door, guiding him directly into the next stage of his plan. The next step of Jean Fry's journey began as a sealed chamber slowly opened in front of him, revealing the entrance to a place that had been hidden away. The heavy doors began to shift with a deep, grinding movement. Bit by bit, they gave way, almost as if the hidden trial beyond them was inviting him inside. Jean Fry forced the doors fully open and stepped forward. The moment he entered, his figure was swallowed by a space filled with blinding white light. He emerged from the shrine-like entrance and found himself standing inside a completely white chamber. The space around him looked empty, silent, and unnaturally clean. At first glance, the room seemed to contain nothing at all. But Jean Fry did not lower his guard, because he suspected there was something hidden deeper within that blank white space. A system notice soon confirmed his suspicion. It detected magical power nearby and identified an item located 10 meters away from his current position. Trusting the clue, Jean Fry began moving through the empty white chamber. His steps carried him straight toward the location where the hidden reward had been detected. As he drew closer, his halo reacted, giving him further confirmation. The only item inside the chamber was now within reach. Jean Fry reached out into what looked like empty air. His hand made contact with the concealed object, finally touching the treasure that had been hidden from sight. The hidden treasure then revealed itself as a new equipment set called Costume, Athena. It was divided into two separate pieces, a top and a bottom. Jean Fry inspected the strange outfit with cautious interest. Its appearance was unusual, but as he studied it more closely, he began to sense the hidden potential it carried. Once he understood that he had obtained something truly valuable, Jean Fry allowed himself a quiet sense of satisfaction. The effort it took to reach this chamber had clearly paid off. The item turned out to be an unknown rank costume with high defense and a powerful stealth skill. Several times a day, it could erase both Jean Fry's appearance and his presence, making him vanish from sight and awareness. With Athena now in his possession, Jean Fry decided he was finally prepared. The time had come for him to head toward the seventh continent. His destination was the seventh continent, a new region filled with Eastern-style cities, unfamiliar lands, and an entire chain of dungeons waiting to be challenged. Jean Fry arrived at a vantage point overlooking the continent. From there, he took in the sight of the place he had worked so hard to reach. As he stood there looking out over the land, Jean Fry reflected that the journey had somehow felt both long and strangely instantaneous. But before he could stay in that thought for long, an incoming call interrupted him. He recognized the call as Kukuru's right away. At the same time, he felt a slight pang of guilt as he remembered that he had been neglecting her recently. Feeling a little guilty, Jean Fry answered the call. He spoke to Kukuru and asked what she needed from him. Kukuru answered with obvious excitement in her voice. She reported that she had successfully gathered all the materials Jean Fry had asked her to collect. But as Kukuru looked over the haul she had brought back, something unexpected suddenly caught her attention. Her excitement paused as her eyes landed on something she had not expected to see. Back at the inn, Kukuru became confused when she noticed another batch of materials had appeared there. She had only just returned, yet the extra pile was already waiting in front of her. She realized the total amount was nearly double what Jean Fry had originally requested. The unexpected pile left her staring in confusion, unable to understand why so much more had been gathered. Jean Fry casually admitted that he had needed those materials for the next dungeon. Then, when he pretended that her help was no longer necessary, Kukuru immediately reacted to the mention of another dungeon. Realizing that Kukuru still wanted to go with him, Jean Fry dropped the act. He sent her off with a teasing farewell, keeping his tone light even as he moved on without her. As Jean Fry continued walking alone, he silently apologized to Kukuru in his heart. He knew the demon god battle waiting ahead would be a bad match for her, no matter how eager she was to help. He pressed forward into the barren outskirts of the continent. The safer paths fell behind him, and the land around him grew emptier and more desolate with every step. Jean Fry reminded himself that the seventh continent worked differently from the others. Before he could challenge the S-rank dungeon, every dungeon from F rank through a rank had to be cleared first, which was another reason Kukuru would not be able to keep up with him. At last, Jean Fry arrived at the entrance to the seventh continent's F-rank dungeon. Standing before it, he prepared to begin the full sequence from the very first rank. To give himself the greatest possible advantage from the start, Jean Fry equipped the Athena costume. With his new gear ready, he stepped toward the challenge waiting inside. With Athena now equipped, Jean Fry steps across the dungeon threshold in complete concealment, his entire outfit arranged for one purpose only: to move silently, stay unseen, and strike before anyone even realizes he is there. The instant he enters the dungeon, Jean Fry's goal is already fixed in his mind. This time, he is not just clearing it. He is determined to finish the run faster than before, no matter what enemy tries to slow him down. The F-rank boss hardly has time to register Jean Fry's presence before the first attack comes down. In almost the same moment the battle begins, the monster is already collapsing under his opening strike. After that, Jean Fry tears straight through the E-rank dungeon with the same terrifying smoothness, cutting monsters down one after another before they can even grasp what has just entered their territory. By the time he pushes into the D-rank dungeon, Jean Fry's pace has not dropped at all. His momentum only keeps building, and the next boss is carved apart beneath a relentless assault it cannot withstand. Even the following E-rank boss ends up meeting that exact same fate, taken down with cold, ruthless speed before it can offer anything close to a real counterattack. Jean Fry stands quietly in the center of the aftermath, the signs of battle scattered all around him. Yet his breathing stays calm and even, as though all that violence barely slowed his steps. As Jean Fry looks back over the results, the value of Athena's stealth becomes painfully clear. His enemies are not just losing sight of him, they cannot even sense the presence that is ending their lives. With that success feeding his confidence, Jean Fry sees no reason to bring the streak to a halt. Instead, he prepares to press forward again, setting his sights on the B-rank dungeon next. But before Jean Fry can continue on his way, his ears catch voices nearby. A group of beast-like adventurers is receiving orders, and those orders are to turn this very area into their base of operations. The commanding voice makes Jean Fry stop for a moment. There is something about the tone, something oddly familiar in the way it carries, that pulls at his memory. After listening a little longer, Jean Fry finally places the voice. The one speaking is Leon, one of the 8 guardians he had already crossed paths with before. Leon, meanwhile, seems to take Jean Fry's presence as part of some separate mission. Without hesitation, he orders his subordinates to investigate the disappearances that have been happening around the area. At Leon's command, his personal guild, Ultimate Fom, responds right away. The members begin spreading out through the surroundings, searching carefully for any trace of what might have happened there. Still covered by Athena's power, Jean Fry somehow ends up standing right among them. He is close enough that anyone should have noticed him immediately, and yet not a single person reacts. For a short moment, Jean Fry lets his guard loosen. From what he can see, Athena's stealth is working perfectly, keeping him completely invisible even in the middle of a group. Then, without the slightest warning, Leon turns his head directly toward Jean Fry's hiding spot, his gaze landing on the empty air as if something there has brushed against his senses. Trusting nothing but instinct, Leon recognizes him anyway and breaks into a bright, friendly greeting, cheerfully declaring that the two of them have somehow run into each other again. Jean Fry freezes where he stands as Leon points straight at him. That single gesture makes it painfully obvious that the Guardian knows exactly where he is, stealth or not. For one stunned second, Jean Fry cannot make sense of it. Athena's concealment should still be hiding him completely, so there should be no reason Leon can perceive him at all. Leon simply laughs when he sees Jean Fry's embarrassed reaction, and that casual laughter confirms the worst of it. Somehow, even with the concealment still active, Leon can detect him clearly. Jean Fry studies Leon more closely, searching for some sign of a detection ability. But there is no visible spell, no obvious trick, and no clear skill giving away his hidden position. The idea that Leon located him through pure animal-like instinct alone leaves Jean Fry genuinely shaken. Since there is no longer any point in staying hidden, he finally drops the stealth effect. Jean Fry's concealed presence slowly returns to the open world, his outline surfacing again as Athena's invisible veil fades away from around him. Fry fully reappears in front of Leon, standing there in plain sight once more. At the same time, his thoughts race as he tries to figure out how to explain Athena's stealth without exposing too much. Leon watches him with sharp, attentive eyes, his gaze lingering on Jean Fry in a way that makes it feel as though he understands more than he is actually saying. But instead of pressing Jean Fry for an explanation, Leon's attention suddenly shifts to his equipment. With visible excitement, he assumes Jean Fry must have come here to challenge the 7th demon god as well. Jean Fry immediately realizes that Leon's reckless assumption has created a perfect escape route. It gives him a way out of an extremely awkward conversation without needing to reveal the truth. So Fry chooses to let Leon fill in the missing pieces by himself. Meanwhile, Leon explains that he is investigating reports of missing adventurers, hoping to find survivors or at least some clue behind the disappearances. Once he hears that explanation, Jean Fry's expression grows a little tighter. The strange situation stops feeling like a simple interruption, and he begins taking the matter much more seriously. As Jean Fry turns the information over in his mind, a troubling possibility starts to form. The mysterious nobodies may be connected to the people vanishing throughout this area. Leon, being exactly the kind of man Jean Fry remembers, treats the unknown danger as something that can probably be solved by charging straight at it and smashing it with enough passion. With that same bright and fearless energy, Leon heads off to regroup with the others. Jean Fry, caught in the flow of the conversation, can only awkwardly go along with how things have developed. As Jean Fry watches Leon walk away, he cannot help admitting it to himself. As absurd and unpredictable as Leon is, the man is impressive in a way that almost ignores common sense entirely. Once Leon has moved on, Jean Fry pulls his focus back to his own objective. He decides to continue forward alone, heading deeper into the dungeon without letting the encounter stop him. Before long, Jean Fry arrives at the B-rank dungeon boss. The acid werewolf waits ahead, and Jean Fry prepares himself to complete the next clear he needs for his progress. He locks his attention onto the acid werewolf, closes the distance without hesitation, and moves in for a quick finish so he can push onward toward the A-rank dungeon as soon as possible. But just before Jean Fry can bring the fight to an end, another attack suddenly blasts in from the side, crashing into the scene and violently interrupting the battle. The acid werewolf recoils in alarm as a second monster forces its way into the chamber. From the pressure it gives off, this new intruder is clearly on an even higher level. That creature is revealed to be Hresvolger, the A-rank dungeon boss, somehow appearing inside the B-rank dungeon where it absolutely should not be. Jean Fry's alarm rises at once. An A-rank boss wandering into the wrong dungeon is not merely unusual. It is a sign that something in this place has gone seriously wrong. Leon comes charging in behind Hresvolger, loudly mocking the monster for running away. Then, as if it is the most natural thing in the world, he recognizes Jean Fry by scent all over again. Jean Fry can only stare at the ridiculous scene unfolding in front of him. Running into Leon again, this quickly feels almost too absurd to be real. Now Jean Fry finds himself trapped in the same room with Leon, the B-rank boss, and the A-rank boss all at once. The situation has become so chaotic that even he is left completely baffled. Leon cuts straight through the confusion with a casual apology, acting as though dragging an A-rank boss into Jean Fry's battle is just a minor inconvenience and nothing worth panicking over. He explains that while he was looking into the disappearances, the A-rank boss suddenly attacked him. So Leon fought back, and before he knew it, he had chased the monster all the way here. Jean Fry listens to Leon's explanation, but in his own mind, he finds it very hard to accept that Leon only dealt with the monster a little. The terrified expression on the A-rank boss's face says more than Leon ever could. To Jean Fry, it is obvious that Leon must have beaten the creature far worse than he is willing to admit. With no path left to escape, both bosses end up facing Jean Fry and Leon together. The pressure in the room tightens around them, leaving the monsters cornered, tense, and visibly desperate. But instead of working together against their enemies, the B-rank boss and the A-rank boss crumble under the pressure. In a burst of panic and confusion, they suddenly turn on each other. Jean Fry immediately grasps just how abnormal the situation has become. Two bosses from completely different dungeons should never be standing in the same place like this, and the only explanation that makes sense is that some outside force has been tampering with the dungeon system. Leon, on the other hand, does not look nearly as interested in carefully solving the mystery. With a fierce grin spreading across his face, he rushes forward instead, clearly more eager to prove his strength through action than discussion. Without showing even the smallest sign of fear, Leon throws himself straight into the path of both bosses. He faces the two monstrous enemies head-on. Standing before them like the danger is only making his blood burn hotter. The two monsters launch themselves at him together, their bodies surging forward in a desperate joint attack. But Leon meets that combined assault with such overwhelming power that their momentum is crushed almost instantly. Leon drives his foot hard into the ground, anchoring himself for one decisive finishing strike. Then he kicks upward, launching his body into the air while lining both bosses into the perfect path for a single attack. As Leon rises above them, a fierce surge of energy gathers around his spear technique. His grip tightens around the weapon, and the force condenses sharply at the point, ready to pierce through everything below. With absolute confidence burning across his expression, Leon releases the strike without hesitation. There is not a trace of doubt in his face, as if he already knows the attack will tear through whatever stands before him. Leon's one blossom-piercing death fires forward in a brutal, perfectly straight line. The spear force drives clean through both bosses at once, leaving neither of them any chance to dodge or escape. The B-rank boss and the A-rank boss are destroyed together by that single devastating blow. Their bodies buckle and collapse under the overwhelming impact of Leon's spear, erased before they can even recover. Leon lands calmly between the falling bodies, his posture relaxed and steady. He stands there as if defeating 2 dungeon bosses with 1 attack was not a miracle at all, but merely a simple warm-up. Jean Fry can only stare at what just happened, his eyes fixed on the aftermath in disbelief. Leon had erased both bosses at the same time with 1 move, and the sheer ease of it leaves him stunned. After seeing that display from so close up, Jean Fry has no choice but to reconsider Leon completely. This guardian is not just carefree and loud. Beneath that casual attitude, his strength is far beyond what Jean Fry first imagined. But just as Jean Fry begins processing how powerful Leon really is, a much worse thought suddenly cuts through his mind. Because Leon defeated both the A-rank and B-rank bosses before Jean Fry could officially clear them himself, Jean Fry starts to worry that his requirement to challenge the S-rank boss may have been completely ruined. While Leon laughs loudly about how there was no real competition for him, the aftermath is suddenly interrupted by a message from the chairman coming through. The chairman first praises Leon for the work he has done, acknowledging the result. But right after that, he quickly asks whether Leon managed to uncover any clues connected to the strange disappearances. Leon reports back that the missing adventurers are still a mystery, with no clear explanation found yet. However, he also mentions that he defeated an A-rank boss that had appeared somewhere it absolutely should not have been. The chairman's tone shifts immediately when he hears that. The news of an A-rank boss showing up inside a B-rank dungeon clearly disturbs him far more than Leon seems to realize. As Leon casually brushes off the abnormal situation like it is nothing worth worrying about, the chairman suddenly notices another figure standing behind him. The chairman recognizes the person at once. The one standing behind Leon is none other than Jean Fry. The chairman asks whether Jean Fry has been accompanying Leon this whole time, and Jean Fry awkwardly tries to make the situation sound less serious. But the chairman quickly points out that Jean Fry seems unusually quiet. Jean Fry lightly brushes aside the comment, trying not to draw more attention to himself. Yet inside, he is already accepting the painful possibility that he may have to redo both the A-rank and B-rank clears, until the chairman suddenly changes the subject. That sudden shift makes Jean Fry's attention sharpen. The chairman's voice carries a different weight now, and it sounds like something far more urgent is about to be said. The chairman orders both Leon and Jean Fry to leave the local investigation to the core. Instead of staying there, they are to head straight for the S-rank area immediately, in their current condition. Leon asks why they have to move so suddenly, clearly wondering what could have changed so fast. The chairman admits that the exact cause has not yet been confirmed. Even without full confirmation, the chairman reveals what he suspects. A strange phenomenon connected to the nobodies may have already begun to occur. Since the other guardians are all away dealing with separate missions, the chairman assigns the job to the closest available pair, Leon and Jean Fry. Leon accepts the assignment instantly, without even pausing to think it over. Jean Fry listens carefully to every word, weighing the chairman's warning in silence. The moment the nobodies are mentioned, his attention locks onto the mission with far more focus than before. Fry agrees to go as well, partly because he has already wanted to uncover more about the nobodies. Leon immediately becomes excited by the decision and declares that the 2 of them should form a party. A formal party request suddenly appears in front of Jean Fry, hovering there like a perfectly timed answer to the problem that had been troubling him only moments earlier. Jean Fry studies the request in front of him and quickly begins connecting the pieces. If he accepts it now, it may completely change how the previous dungeon clears are counted. Fry realizes that by joining Leon, the earlier clears can be treated as cooperative progress, restoring his chance to challenge the S-rank boss after all. With that issue finally settled, the 2 of them arrive together at the 7th Continent's S-rank dungeon. Leon looks thrilled by the dangerous pressure hanging in the air, his excitement practically written across his face. Jean Fry, however, keeps his expression controlled, quietly fixing his attention on the dungeon waiting ahead. Almost right away, Jean Fry notices something wrong inside the dungeon. The number of creatures gathered there is far beyond what should be normal, and that abnormal crowding reminds him strongly of the 6th incident. Leon does not respond with caution at all. Instead, he welcomes the danger with a fearless grin, clearly enjoying the thought that this fight might finally be more challenging. Jean Fry concludes that the similarities to the 6th case make a connection to the nobodies even more likely. Meanwhile, Leon only grows more eager, ready to throw himself against whatever is waiting deeper inside. Ahead of them, the tower begins to tremble, the entire dungeon seeming to shake awake. It is as if the threat inside has finally noticed their presence and is beginning to reveal itself. The 2 of them charge straight into the horde, breaking through the mass of monsters in a violent opening rush. Their attacks send creature after creature crashing down before the swarm can fully surround them. As Jean Fry fights his way through, he confirms that the pattern is almost exactly the same as the 6th incident. The only difference is that this time, the creatures are not just more numerous, they are individually stronger as well. Leon answers the swarm with a wide, sweeping spear technique. In one brutal wave, his attack tears through the clustered monsters, clearing space with sheer destructive force. Even though the creatures have obviously been strengthened, Leon still calls them boring. To him, they are nothing more than weak opponents standing far below his level. Then, while his excitement is still burning hot, Leon suddenly turns the entire mission into a competition. He challenges Jean Fry to see which of them can defeat more creatures. Jean Fry is momentarily caught off guard by the sudden challenge. He can hardly believe Leon is casually turning such a dangerous mission into a game right in the middle of battle. Leon pushes the energy even higher, proudly declaring that a contest like this needs a proper name. His enthusiasm makes it sound as if he is announcing some grand event. With complete seriousness, Leon names it the "Which One is Stronger" battle, acting as though the dramatic title is perfectly reasonable and needs no explanation. Leon presents the whole thing with the confidence of someone opening an official tournament. Jean Fry, meanwhile, can only cringe inwardly at how ridiculous and theatrical the name sounds. Leon explains the rules in the simplest way possible. The two of them will compete, and whoever defeats the greater number of creatures by the end will be the winner. Without even waiting for Jean Fry to properly agree, Leon tells him to get ready. In Leon's mind, the contest has already been decided, and there is no room left for objections. Then Leon starts the competition entirely on his own, rushing forward before Jean Fry has any real chance to protest or slow him down. Jean Fry reacts immediately, moving fast enough to claim his first kill before Leon can widen the gap too much. He refuses to let the Guardian charge ahead and steal the lead without a fight. Even stronger monsters begin flooding in from every direction, bursting out from between the trees in heavy waves. The forest around them turns into a surging battlefield, and the danger rises to an even more brutal level. Leon does not slow down for even a second. Instead, he dives straight into the thickest part of the swarm, charging right into the center of the monsters with a thrilled grin, as if this kind of escalating danger is exactly what he has been waiting for. As Leon cuts through one enemy after another, he begins counting his kills out loud. His voice carries through the chaos, ringing over the clash of weapons, tearing claws, and bodies dropping across the battlefield. His count keeps rising at an incredible speed, higher and higher with every monster that falls. The kills come so quickly in succession that the battlefield itself seems unable to keep pace with Leon's momentum. Jean Fry watches Leon's movements carefully and notices something important. Even though Leon looks like he is rampaging through the horde on pure instinct, every swing still lands with sharp control, brutal precision, and almost no wasted motion. Remembering how Leon handled the earlier bosses, Jean Fry stops seeing him as nothing more than a reckless powerhouse. Now, he begins studying Leon's fighting style with a much more serious eye. Jean Fry comes to the conclusion that Leon's raw physical strength must be near the very top among the 8 guardians. His style may look rough and explosive, but there is frightening efficiency hidden inside every movement. As Jean Fry measures Leon's combat ability in his head, he even finds himself comparing Leon to Lelouch's. Judging from what he is seeing, Leon may very well stand on the same level as that exceptional mage. At that exact moment, a massive armored creature rises up directly behind Jean Fry. Its huge shadow stretches over him from behind, closing in before the monster can bring its attack down. Jean Fry senses the danger immediately. Without panic or wasted movement, he turns with calm precision, his body reacting before the creature can take full advantage of its position. With one clean motion, Jean Fry cuts the giant monster down on the spot. The threat is ended before its attack can even properly begin. Leon catches sight of that flawless kill, and his expression shifts with understanding. In that instant, he realizes that Jean Fry is not just some ordinary partner fighting beside him. Leon reminds himself that this is the 7th continent's S-rank dungeon. In a place like this, even the ordinary creatures are dangerous enough to tear average adventurers apart. And yet Jean Fry is slicing through these strengthened enemies without struggling at all. Watching him fight like that makes Leon understand that Jean Fry's skill is completely real. The forest erupts with fresh movement as another wave begins to close in. Branches shake, shadows shift between the trees, and enemies press toward them from every side. Another monster is cut apart almost immediately in the middle of the continuing slaughter. Its body drops into the growing chaos around them, adding to the battlefield already littered with corpses. Leon glances back through the storm of combat and sees Jean Fry standing among a spread of fallen monsters. Blow for blow, kill for kill, Jean Fry is keeping pace with him. When Leon proudly announces that he has taken down 775 creatures, Jean Fry answers in a calm voice. His own total is exactly the same. Leon is thrilled, almost glowing with delight at the thought of finding a true rival. But Jean Fry's focus has already started shifting away from the contest, because this battle is revealing something far more important than a kill count. After falling behind, Leon lightly teases Jean Fry as if the fight is still just playful competition. Then, without warning, he changes the tone completely and asks why Jean Fry became an adventurer in the first place. Jean Fry is caught off guard by the sudden personal question. For a brief moment, his attention is pulled away from the tension of the battlefield and toward Leon instead. Leon pushes past the awkward pause as if it is nothing, and Jean Fry eventually begins to answer. He explains that poverty was what forced him onto the path of an adventurer. The moment Leon hears that, he takes Jean Fry's simple answer and turns it into a grand tragedy in his own imagination. His eyes well up dramatically, and he starts crying for Jean Fry with full, heartfelt intensity. Jean Fry can only stare at him in complete confusion. Leon's reaction is so bizarre, yet somehow so sincere, that Jean Fry has no idea how he is supposed to respond. Before Jean Fry can even finish explaining himself, Leon has already invented an entire tragic backstory for him. In Leon's version, there are dead parents, terrible illness, and crushing family burdens all weighing on Jean Fry's shoulders. Jean Fry realizes that Leon has somehow extracted far too much from almost no information at all. With a baffled look, he asks whether this ridiculous level of insight is actually some kind of skill. Leon does not answer the question. Instead, he breaks down even harder, his emotions spilling over as if Jean Fry's imagined suffering has personally struck him in the heart. Then Leon throws himself toward Jean Fry, praising him for enduring so much pain. He treats Jean Fry like a heroic younger brother who has survived unimaginable hardships and still kept moving forward. Jean Fry shoves him away to get some space, but Leon barely seems bothered. Instead, he casually reveals that he also came from a harsh upbringing deep in the mountains. That confession finally catches Jean Fry's attention. He pauses and looks at Leon a little more closely, his interest sharpening despite himself. Leon explains that he grew up poor in a family with 20 siblings. Jean Fry is left stunned, unable to ignore the sheer scale of a household that large. Leon reflects on the 10 years after he left his village, describing them as brutal years filled with hardship and struggle. But after everything he went through, he finally managed to build a life for himself. He proudly declares that he now earns enough to support everyone back home. Because of that, Leon believes he can understand Jean Fry's feelings better than almost anyone else. Jean Fry begins to understand something about him. Beneath Leon's overwhelming energy, exhausting personality, and ridiculous dramatics, there is a genuinely kind man who truly means every word he says. Their strange emotional moment is suddenly cut short when a new enemy approaches. Leon dramatically tells Jean Fry to wait before he embraces him again, as if the heartfelt reunion has merely been delayed. In the next instant, both men turn serious. Their attention snaps toward the approaching presence, and the atmosphere around them shifts sharply back into danger. The newcomer reveals itself as the Crimson Cow, the mid-boss of this S-rank dungeon. It stands directly in their path, radiating an intimidating presence that demands their full attention. Its arrival drags both of them completely back into battle mode. The strange emotional detour from moments ago disappears at once, replaced by the tense weight of the fight ahead. Leon drops the sentimental act immediately and tells his new brother that the heartfelt speech can wait. Right now, the battle has started again. The mid-boss speaks directly to them, its words cutting through the air with a clear warning. The humans will not be allowed to proceed any farther. Jean Fry and Leon are both struck by the same disturbing realization. A mid-boss should not be capable of speaking at all. Leon immediately begins to suspect that this abnormal behavior may be tied to the mysterious nobodies they have been investigating. Jean Fry agrees that something is definitely wrong. Under normal conditions, mid-boss monsters should never possess the ability to speak like this. Leon sets the mystery aside for the moment and summons his spear again. Whatever the reason behind this abnormality may be, he chooses to deal with the enemy standing in front of them first. Then he turns the situation into a tiebreaker, declaring that whoever defeats both the mid-boss and the demon god will be the winner of their contest. Without a second of hesitation, Leon launches the first attack from above. Spear in hand, he drives straight down toward the Crimson Cow, ready to strike before the enemy can control the pace. The mid-boss reveals that it is acting under the direct orders of the demon god Orochi. His command is simple and merciless: kill every last one of them. It immediately counters Leon's attack by using a stolen adventurer skill, Rock Bullet. Stone projectiles fire toward Leon, the mid-boss clearly trying to finish him off on the spot. Leon recognizes the technique right away as a magician's skill. In that instant, He understands that this enemy is using powers it should never have been able to possess. The barrage closes in around Leon like a deadly cage. Conjured spears and stone bullets rain down from every side, trapping him in the middle of the attack as the danger tightens around him. Jean Fry quickly pieces the clues together, and the answer feels grim. If this mid-boss can use stolen adventurer skills, then the entire dungeon may have already been altered by the nobodies, because that ability matches their method far too closely to be a coincidence. Leon reaches the same conclusion almost at the same time. He says it aloud without hesitation, confirming that this strange power is clearly tied to the nobodies and their ability to steal what belongs to adventurers. The mid-boss's eyes suddenly burn with a dangerous glow, and its whole body tightens with hostile intent. It looks ready to crush Leon under the stolen power now gathered inside it. The monster boasts with cold confidence, telling them that resistance is pointless. No matter how hard they struggle, it warns, they will never be able to push far enough to reach Orochi. Leon responds in the most Leon-like way possible. Instead of retreating, dodging, or even hesitating, he forces himself straight through the incoming attack as if breaking through danger is the only answer he understands. Inside the storm of flying projectiles, Leon plants his feet firmly and holds his ground. The barrage crashes around him, but he refuses to be swallowed by it or forced even a single step off balance. Rather than looking frightened by what they have just discovered, Leon seems even more fired up. To him, this is not just a threat. It is direct proof that the nobodies really are stealing adventurer skills. Jean Fry watches Leon with sharper focus now, sensing the pressure around him begin to shift. The battle's atmosphere changes, growing heavier and more dangerous with every passing second. Fry notices Leon's aura changing and immediately understands that he is preparing a Lancer technique. In the next instant, Leon activates Divine Might, a skill that raises his overall stats and floods his body with power. Leon openly challenges the enemy to try stealing the skill from him if it can. Then, with complete confidence, he declares that he will personally bring the monster down and claim the winning point for himself. For the first time, the mid-boss visibly braces itself. Its earlier confidence begins to crack, and tension spreads across its body as Leon's growing pressure bears down on it. Leon explodes forward in a single rush, closing the distance with terrifying speed. One moment he is standing away from the monster, and the next, the space between them is gone. His empowered strike slams into the mid-boss with savage force. The impact tears into its body the moment it connects, and blood sprays from the wound as Leon's power breaks through. The mid-boss staggers back from the sudden blow, clearly damaged by the burst of strength it failed to withstand. Its body reels under the force, shaken by how hard Leon's attack landed. Even as the monster's injuries begin to heal, it is forced to acknowledge the truth in front of it. Leon is not some ordinary opponent it can crush with stolen skills alone. Leon sees the wounds closing before his eyes and immediately understands what that means. The enemy has another stolen ability, and this time it is using a healing skill. Anger cuts into Leon's voice as he glares at the monster. He demands to know whether that healing power was also stolen from another adventurer. The monster answers with smug satisfaction, confirming it without shame. It treats the stolen skills like trophies gathered from the victims it has taken along the way. At that moment, Jean Fry finally understands what must have happened to the missing adventurers. He quickly warns Leon to be careful before the enemy can use the same theft method again. Jean Fry explains the conditions behind the nobody's ability to steal skills. They need to make eye contact with their target, and they also have to consume the victim's blood. Leon grasps the danger right away, but backing down is not even in his mind. Instead, he mocks the monster and invites it to try stealing from him anyway. Then Leon charges in again, deliberately dragging the fight into close range. He forces the enemy to fight on his terms, where his own pace and pressure can dominate the battle. Jean Fry shouts after him in alarm, worried by how reckless the move looks. Even after hearing the exact conditions, Leon is still closing the distance like he has no intention of protecting himself. Leon's next assault crashes into the mid-boss with even greater violence. The attack carves into it so brutally that the earlier injuries now look almost minor by comparison. The monster is shaken by how thoroughly Leon is overpowering it. No matter how it looks for a chance to respond, it cannot find even the smallest opening to launch a counterattack. Leon taunts it without holding back, demanding that if it wants his skill so badly, it should stop hesitating and try stealing it right now. Jean Fry watches from the side, unable to step into the rhythm of the fight. Leon's momentum keeps swallowing the entire battlefield, leaving almost no room for anyone else to interfere. He has to admit what is happening right in front of him. Once Leon fully draws out Divine Might, even an S-rank dungeon mid-boss cannot manage to lay a hand on him. Leon proudly explains that his Divine Might is stronger than the normal version. According to him, he has stacked it with his own absurd idea of pure guts, turning it into something even more ridiculous. Jean Fry can only decide that Leon's explanation makes absolutely no sense. At the same time, he also understands how disastrous it would be if a skill that powerful were ever stolen. The mid-boss tries to launch another attack, but Leon does not flinch at all. He stays where he is, completely unfazed, as if the enemy's attempt barely deserves his attention. Jean Fry warns that if skill theft is already this much of a concern here, then the battles waiting ahead against the demon gods will be even more dangerous. Leon suddenly offers what he sees as a solution. He tells Jean Fry that he might be able to use Leon's special version of divine might as well. Jean Fry is left baffled when Leon casually says he will simply share the skill with him. Leon speaks as if handing over such an incredible power is no different from offering basic help. Leon reminds him that party members can share skills once certain conditions are fulfilled. Since the two of them have already defeated hundreds of creatures together, those conditions have apparently been met. Now treating Jean Fry like family, Leon decides that their brotherhood is more than enough reason to pass the skill along. To him, that alone settles the matter completely. Leon assures Jean Fry that once the skill is shared, the power should become available to him right away. He says it with total confidence, as if there is no reason to doubt it. The mid-boss is horrified by what it is seeing. Leon's strength is already absurd enough, but now he is casually trying to empower another fighter in the middle of their battle. Leon explains that Divine Might is a top-tier enhancement skill that boosts every stat. Then, with his voice booming proudly, he announces the beginning of their brotherly training. The system confirms it almost immediately. A message appears showing that Leon's Divine Might has successfully been shared with Jean Fry. Jean Fry understands the real problem at once. Receiving the skill may be simple, but actually controlling that power properly in the middle of live combat is a completely different challenge. Leon brushes off that concern as if it is nothing serious. He encourages Jean Fry to start from zero and tells him there is no shame in beginning as a complete beginner. Jean Fry insists that embarrassment has nothing to do with it. He is simply being realistic because mastering a powerful new skill should never be easy, especially in the middle of a dangerous fight. Then, to Leon's obvious delight, Jean Fry unexpectedly begins sensing the flow of the power almost immediately. He adapts far faster than anyone would reasonably expect. Leon stares at him in surprise, clearly thrown by how quickly Jean Fry is responding to the unfamiliar force. Even Leon did not expect him to grasp the sensation that fast. Jean Fry casually strikes a pose beneath the blazing aura now wrapping around him. The sight makes Leon erupt with approval, cheering him on like a proud older brother watching his younger sibling succeed. Leon reveals that the power Jean Fry is using is still only about 1/10 of Leon's own full divine might. In other words, this impressive output is just a small fraction of the original. Even so, Leon keeps shouting vague and wildly unhelpful advice, telling Jean Fry to push harder, release more power, and let everything out with even more guts. Jean Fry decides that Leon's teaching style is sloppy at best and almost impossible to follow logically. But the skill itself is far too valuable for him to dismiss or ignore. He realizes that this kind of power cannot be mastered through theory alone. If he wants to control divine might properly, he will need to build real practical fundamentals through direct experience in battle. Leon demonstrates the technique for Jean Fry one more time, letting the power flare through his body as if it is second nature to him. But his explanation is still so vague, instinctive, and full of feeling that Jean Fry can only conclude divine might is not something he can master without real practice and time. Leon's answer shows absolutely no patience for that kind of careful thinking. He bluntly tells Jean Fry to learn it faster, as if determination alone should be enough to erase every difficult step in the process. Jean Fry silently decides that Leon's faith in guts is impressive, but also completely unreasonable. No matter how much willpower someone has, pure determination cannot magically fix every problem standing in front of them. Jean Fry begins testing the power in a stiff, awkward way, trying to feel out the rhythm inside his body. Nearby, Leon watches every movement with sharp eyes, judging his form far more harshly than Jean Fry had expected. Leon finally steps in and starts correcting Jean Fry directly, physically adjusting his stance, posture, and the way his body carries the force. Through those rough, hands-on corrections, Jean Fry begins to catch the sensation Leon has been trying to describe. Leon enthusiastically explains the technique as adding even more guts on top of an already blazing fighting spirit. And somehow, despite how absurd those words sound, the strange image actually starts helping Jean Fry understand the feeling. Jean Fry still cannot honestly say he understands Leon's theory in any logical way. Even so, his body begins to sense the right state little by little, as though the unfamiliar power inside him is slowly becoming less distant. Then that faint, uncertain intuition suddenly sharpens. What had only been a vague feeling moments ago turns into a clear breakthrough that runs through Jean Fry's entire body. Jean Fry feels the scattered force inside him begin to gather properly. The unstable surge that had been pushing in every direction starts settling into a steadier, more controlled rhythm. The power begins to fit through Fry's body more naturally, flowing instead of clashing against him. Leon notices the shift immediately and realizes that Jean Fry has finally found the correct current. Jean Fry is amazed by the intense, heat-like surge rushing through him. Every part of his body feels sharper, lighter, and stronger all at once, as if his senses and muscles have awakened together. Leon proudly declares that Jean Fry has already reached a tiny fraction of his full power. But both of them are so caught up in that sudden progress that they fail to notice something important nearby. Jean Fry realizes that even half of Leon's divine might would be an overwhelming force to handle. Even this shared version, limited as it is, already feels incredibly powerful moving through his own hands. As the borrowed strength courses through him, Jean Fry understands the real nature of skill sharing. Receiving a skill is powerful, but its true value depends entirely on whether the person using it can actually control what they have been given. Only when a borrowed skill is properly understood and mastered can skill sharing reveal its real worth. Otherwise, no matter how strong the skill may be, it remains nothing more than unused potential. Leon suddenly moves on as if the first lesson is already complete, announcing without warning that it is time for the second lesson to begin. His next assignment is ridiculously direct. Jean Fry must now use divine might in actual combat against the enemy standing right in front of them. Jean Fry turns his attention back toward the battlefield and finally notices something absurd. The mid-boss has been kneeling quietly in formal submission this entire time, waiting there while their training unfolded. Jean Fry is completely baffled that the fight somehow managed to pause itself like that. But Leon wastes no time and immediately orders the mid-boss to spar with Jean Fry next. Just like that, Fry becomes the monster's next opponent. The battered mid-boss curses Leon's recklessness, but despite its ruined condition, it is forced back into battle as Jean Fry's unwilling training partner. Leon tells Jean Fry to test the skill immediately. In response, the mid-boss raises its sword again, dragged once more into combat even though its body is already heavily damaged. From the sidelines, Leon calmly tells Jean Fry to show him his divine might. He watches with complete confidence, as though this deadly clash has become nothing more than a training exercise. Jean Fry decides that if he can truly master this borrowed power, it could change the way he fights. He may no longer need to waste his own skills so carelessly every time a battle becomes difficult. Meanwhile, the mid-boss understands that in its current state, defeating Orochi is no longer possible. So it resolves to at least kill Jean Fry before its own end finally arrives. The mid-boss lunges forward with murderous intent, pouring every bit of strength it has left into one attack aimed directly at Jean Fry. Jean Fry remains unervingly calm as the attack rushes toward him. Even with the monster closing in, his focus stays steady, his body waiting for the exact moment to move. He answers with a clean, empowered slash, striking at the perfect instant. With the force of divine might behind the blow, he knocks the monster aside and breaks its charge. That exchange proves that Jean Fry can move while using the borrowed power. But it also makes one thing clear: he is still only barely keeping divine might under control. Jean Fry immediately discovers a new problem within his own body. The sudden speed and force granted by divine might are greater than what he can fully keep up with yet. He feels strangely light and overloaded at the same time. His boosted movements seem to surge ahead of his commands, pulling faster than he can properly guide them. Watching him closely, Leon realizes that Jean Fry has now stepped into Leon's world of combat. It is a realm where raw divine power changes the feeling of every movement, every step, and every strike. The mid-boss gathers itself for one final desperate strike. Even after being overwhelmed again and again, it still refuses to accept defeat quietly. Both Jean Fry and Leon notice the change in the enemy at almost the same time. Something about the mid-boss's behavior has suddenly shifted, and the air around it feels different. Before either Jean Fry or Leon can properly react, Orochi himself appears. In one brutal motion, he crushes the failing mid-boss beneath his foot. Orochi looks down at the creature with cold contempt, his presence heavy and merciless. He scolds the mid-boss for its incompetence and weakness as if it is not even worth pitying. Orochi declares that he will deal with the intruders personally. At that moment, he reveals himself as the seventh demon god, a level 500 monster whose trait allows him to grow stronger the longer the battle continues. Jean Fry is stunned by the sudden escalation. The battle has not simply become more dangerous, it has jumped into an entirely different level in an instant. The dying mid-boss can only call out to Orochi in terror. Crushed beneath the demon god's overwhelming presence, it is completely helpless. Orochi answers with chilling indifference, telling the creature that there is no place beneath his command for anyone weak. Without the slightest hesitation, Orochi discards the mid-boss's corpse. To him, the defeated creature is nothing more than worthless trash to be thrown aside. Leon bitterly points out that the mid-boss was supposed to be their winning point. Orochi stealing that kill has ruined the clean finish of their contest. But Leon's focus shifts almost immediately. If the mid-boss is gone, then the answer is simple, they will just have to defeat Orochi instead. Jean Fry recognizes Orochi as an S-rank demon, but something about this version feels different from what he expected. He begins to suspect that Orochi may have been affected by the nobodies as well. That suspicion only grows stronger as Jean Fry studies Orochi's altered aura. There is something unnatural mixed into the demon god's presence, something that does not feel like ordinary monster power. Jean Fry and Leon stand side by side before the demon god, both of them still wrapped in the golden power of Leon's divine might. Their auras burn in front of Orochi's oppressive presence. Orochi studies Jean Fry closely, his gaze lingering on him with interest. He wonders whether this human is the one rumored to wield divine gear. Jean Fry steps forward to answer the threat himself. He places his body directly in Orochi's path, refusing to let the demon god advance unchecked. Orochi smiles with complete confidence, already convinced that Jean Fry is still far beneath him. To the demon god, the human standing before him does not yet look like a true threat. The demon god then vows that Jean Fry will no longer be allowed to interfere with the nobody's plans. His words carry the weight of a direct warning and an execution sentence. Jean Fry lowers himself into a ready stance, his focus locked on Orochi. Beside him, Leon remains prepared as well, and together they brace themselves to face the seventh demon god. Instead of rushing in to rescue Jean Fry the moment things turn dangerous, Leon stands back with that maddening calm look on his face, letting the pressure climb even higher before announcing that Lesson 3 has now officially begun. And for this lesson, Leon's condition is beyond unreasonable. He tells Jean Fry that he has to bring down Orochi using divine might alone, with no other tricks, no backup skills, and no easy way out. Jean Fry immediately snaps back, his expression tightening as he argues that there is no way something that absurd could possibly work. But Leon does not waver at all, answering with complete confidence that the very first thing Jean Fry needs is the belief that victory is possible. Once Jean Fry realizes there is no winning against Leon's warped sense of logic, he stops trying to reason with him altogether. Staring at Leon in disbelief, he can only ask whether he is actually being serious about this. Leon does not pause, flinch, or soften his tone for even a moment. He is completely serious because from his point of view, if Jean Fry can defeat Orochi under those brutal restrictions, then that alone would be enough to count as a winning score. Jean Fry has no real answer to that. All he can do is clench his jaw, hold back his frustration, and stand there trapped inside the ridiculous situation Leon has forced onto him. Orochi chooses violence over discussion. With a vicious surge of power, he unleashes Serpent Devourer, and a gigantic white serpent takes shape, rising with its jaws stretched wide like it intends to swallow everything in front of it whole. The massive serpent wastes no time. Its enormous body tears across the battlefield, rushing forward with terrifying speed as it charges straight toward both Jean Fry and Leon. Then, like a living trap snapping shut, the serpent bursts up from beneath the ground. It erupts under them in a violent surge, towering over both men with a crushing presence that makes the danger feel impossible to ignore. Jean Fry keeps his gaze locked onto the serpent's movements, trying desperately to track every twist of its body. In the middle of all that chaos, he fights to keep his focus from breaking. Leon cuts in with a sharp warning, reminding him that real enemies are not going to stand around politely and wait until he finishes awakening, adjusting, or figuring out how to handle his power. Jean Fry can barely swallow down his irritation. In his mind, Leon is the absolute last person who should be saying that, especially after turning a deadly boss fight into some insane personal training session. Even so, Jean Fry cannot deny the point completely. Deep down, he understands that Leon has deliberately thrown him into the kind of life-or-death pressure that might finally force his power to awaken the right way. Leon even says it out loud, treating the whole nightmare like the perfect self-imposed trial. Then he makes the rule even clearer, firmly forbidding Jean Fry from relying on any skill other than divine might. Orochi sneers at the restriction, openly mocking the idea that Jean Fry could ever face him alone like this. To Orochi, the challenge sounds less like training and more like a foolish human walking willingly toward death. Jean Fry pulls himself together anyway. He steadies his breathing, fixes his stance, and despite the impossible odds stacked in front of him, he accepts the challenge without backing down. Orochi reveals an even greater portion of his power, causing more serpents to manifest around him. As they gather, He dismisses Jean Fry as nothing more than one reckless human charging straight toward his own end. With Serpent Devourer now fully released, Orochi sends the serpents rushing in all at once. Their purpose is clear: tear Jean Fry apart and end the confrontation before he has any chance to adapt. Jean Fry moves first by meeting one of the giant white serpents head-on. He raises his dark blade in front of him and swings with the intent to cut it down before those massive jaws can swallow him. Rather than retreating from the monster barreling toward him, Jean Fry plants his feet firmly into the ground. He braces his whole body, steadies himself, and pours everything he has into that single swing. His weapon carves forward with enough force to look like a decisive counterattack. But instead of finishing the serpent off, the momentum sends Jean Fry flying past it, leaving the threat still alive and the danger far from over. The sheer force behind his own movement throws him completely off balance. His body skids across the battlefield, and for a moment he has to fight just to regain his footing. As Jean Fry catches himself and pulls his body back under control, a startling realization hits him. Divine Might has not just strengthened him a little, it has massively amplified every part of his physical ability. The danger of that sudden boost becomes clear almost immediately. If he cannot control this power, he might end up losing himself inside it completely. Meanwhile, Orochi coldly dismisses his last attack as nothing but a worthless attempt. Orochi keeps pressing him with insults, saying that even stealing Jean Fry's skill would serve no purpose. In his eyes, Jean Fry is simply too weak to use that kind of power properly in the first place. The serpent attacks again, forcing Jean Fry to move on instinct. He dodges and slashes at the same time, all while struggling to adjust to the overwhelming speed now surging through his own body. Jean Fry admits to himself that Divine Might is not supporting him as smoothly as he had hoped. Instead of making everything easier, the sudden burst of power is throwing off his focus and breaking the rhythm of his movements. But he refuses to let panic take control. Bit by bit, he forces his mind to settle, dragging his breathing back into order one moment at a time. Then Jean Fry realizes the answer is not to suppress the power or hold it back. What he needs is to make his body synchronize with those boosted stats, until the overwhelming strength becomes a natural part of every movement. Jean Fry tightens his grip around his weapon, fixes his eyes forward, and commits himself fully. Even while the battle continues around him, he chooses to master this power in motion. Standing directly before Orochi, Jean Fry decides to test that control under real combat pressure. The battlefield itself becomes the only training ground he has left. Jean Fry launches himself upward, then comes crashing down with a full-powered Divine Might assault. From above, he pours all of his newly boosted strength into the attack. But the real target of that sudden charge is not Orochi at all. Jean Fry is aiming straight for Leon, the one who has been calmly watching this so-called lesson unfold from the side. Before the strike can connect, Leon reads the entire attack with just one glance. In that instant, he decides Jean Fry's movement is still far too slow. Leon stops Jean Fry's blade with effortless ease, catching the attack in one hand as though all that boosted power barely carries any weight at all. Jean Fry freezes in shock, his confidence shaken by what just happened. Even after activating Divine Might, Leon can still halt his blade so casually, as if the attack never had a chance to reach him. Orochi's eyes sharpen as he watches the exchange. In that single moment, he immediately understands what has just been revealed right in front of him. With a cold sense of realization, Orochi points out the obvious truth. The truly powerful one standing on this battlefield is not Jean Fry, it is Leon. Leon seems almost amused that Orochi has finally noticed the real gap between them. His expression remains calm, but there is a faint air of entertainment in the way he reacts. Then Leon shifts his attention back to Jean Fry. Instead of scolding him harshly, he tells him that for now, the spirit behind that attempt is good enough. And with that, the training session ends almost as abruptly as it began. Leon cuts the lesson short before Jean Fry can drive himself any further. As a reward for enduring the lesson up to this point, Leon finally removes the restriction. Jean Fry is now allowed to use his skills again. Orochi remains completely confident, refusing to see the change as a real threat. He insists that adding a few extra skills will not matter, because Jean Fry is still fundamentally too weak to defeat him. Then, without even a hint of warning, Jean Fry suddenly vanishes from Orochi's sight. One moment he is there, and the next, he disappears so completely that there is no clear trace of where he went. For the first time, Orochi is visibly caught off guard. His confidence flickers as he tries to process the sudden disappearance and figure out what Jean Fry has just done. Orochi quickly wonders whether Jean Fry used invisibility or some hidden function built into his divine gear. Preparing to answer with brute force, he immediately gets ready to unleash a wide-area attack. But before Orochi can carry out that move, a concealed strike suddenly tears across his chest. The slash cuts through his defense and interrupts him in the middle of his action. Still hidden within that concealment, Jean Fry keeps himself out of sight and uses the opening to attack again. He refuses to give Orochi a clear target to focus on. Jean Fry quickly checks whether Orochi has some absurd survival ability like the Super Wild Child Man. Instead of challenging him head-on, he continues striking from Orochi's blind side, where the enemy cannot easily respond. Orochi is forced onto the defensive, raising his guard and enduring one slash after another. The worst part is that he still cannot properly see, predict, or track where Jean Fry's attacks are coming from. Blood runs from the fresh cuts carved across Orochi's body, and his patience finally starts to crack. His irritation boils up through his sneer as he spits at Jean Fry's hidden fighting style, calling it nothing more than a coward's trick. Orochi snaps for Jean Fry to stop skulking around and reveal himself. But from somewhere out of sight, Jean Fry answers back calmly, reminding him that he was the one who had just claimed a few extra skills would not change anything. That sharp response lands harder than Orochi expects. For a brief moment, something clicks inside his mind, and it drags up the memory of another opponent who once carried an ability just as irritating and difficult to deal with. The instant that memory comes back to him, Orochi's mocking expression drains away, the playful cruelty in his face disappears, and the air around him suddenly turns colder, sharper, and far more serious. He remembers the humiliation of a past failure, and that old sting digs into him all over again. With that shame burning beneath his skin, Orochi swears to himself that he absolutely cannot allow another defeat. That buried fear does not stay as fear for long. It twists violently into rage, and Orochi's power erupts around him in a dark, unstable surge, pressing down on the battlefield with a much more dangerous weight than before. Jean Fry senses the shift almost immediately. The atmosphere has changed, and he realizes that Orochi is no longer simply mocking them or playing around. He is becoming a far more serious threat. From the side of the battlefield, Leon notices it too. His eyes narrow slightly as Orochi's killing intent thickens, making it clear that the fight has just moved into a much uglier stage. Then Orochi releases a blood-red technique, and eerie images begin forming in the air. One by one, the faces of the people Jean Fry treasures most appear before him, displayed like hostages meant to tear directly at his heart. Jean Fry understands what the illusion is the moment he sees it, and the impact hits him hard. This attack is not just trying to wound his body anymore, it is reaching into the most personal part of him. Among those projected hostages, Jean Fry sees Amelia and even his own mother. Their images hang there in front of him like cruel bait, placed deliberately to shake his focus and weaken his resolve. Orochi does not stop with Jean Fry's loved ones. He brings Leon's family into the illusion as well, making the message painfully clear. He can target whatever each of them holds dearest. Leon's expression hardens the moment he realizes exactly what Orochi is suggesting. The threat has crossed a line now, and it is no longer just Jean Fry's weakness being attacked. It has become personal for Leon too. With twisted confidence, Orochi explains that humans are always at their weakest when hostages are involved. His serpents, he says, can track their targets through scent, gender, and magical power, making escape almost impossible. Then Orochi reveals the most dangerous part of the trap. One of his serpents has already absorbed the super explosion skill, and that serpent is now making its way straight toward Leon's town. As proof that this is not some empty threat, Orochi summons several unstable explosive orbs around himself. Each one pulses with destructive energy, flickering like it could detonate at any moment. Jean Fry and Leon are forced to reassess the entire situation. This is no longer just a battle against Orochi on the battlefield. It has turned into a hostage crisis with innocent lives hanging in the balance. Orochi mocks the confidence they had shown earlier, sneering at how quickly their courage changes once the lives of innocent people are placed directly on the line. Then he sends the explosive projectiles flying toward them, forcing the issue immediately. With each bomb rushing in, he tests whether Jean Fry and Leon will defend themselves or hesitate because of the hostages. Leon moves first. With a sharp, precise motion, he strikes one of the bombs aside using his bare hand, knocking it off course before it can slam into them directly. But even that effortless-looking move is not without cost. Leon's fingers are left singed by the impact, proving just how dangerous and lethal those explosive attacks really are. Annoyance flashes across Leon's face as he notices the burn. He warns Jean Fry not to underestimate these attacks, and definitely not to treat something this deadly like a game. Orochi continues advancing from behind the floating bombs, using them almost like a moving shield. Step by step, he takes control of the battlefield's rhythm and forces Jean Fry and Leon to react on his terms. Jean Fry finally grasps the real problem behind super explosion. The skill activates automatically when its user is defeated, which means he cannot simply kill the serpent carrying it without triggering disaster. Orochi watches Jean Fry's expression change and clearly enjoys every second of it. He takes pleasure in the exact moment Jean Fry understands how tightly the trap has closed around him. Then Orochi tightens the pressure even more. He forbids them from blocking his next attack and warns that if they resist, he will execute the hostages one by one. Leon curses under his breath, his jaw tensing as the reality of the threat settles in. He understands right away that Orochi is not the kind of enemy to bluff about something this cruel. With chilling calm, Orochi asks how long the two of them think they can last under these conditions. His voice carries the confidence of someone who knows he has already cornered them. Then Orochi unleashes a full barrage, sending attack after attack crashing toward them. Jean Fry and Leon are forced into a brutal choice: protect themselves and risk the hostages, or take the punishment head-on. In that single instant, both Jean Fry and Leon reach the same grim conclusion. Neither of them has to say it out loud, because the answer is written clearly on their faces. Leon steps in front of Jean Fry and takes the barrage onto himself. He makes sure Jean Fry does not move in a way that might trigger Orochi's threat against the hostages. The attacks hammer into Leon one after another, each impact tearing into him with brutal force. Blood begins to spread beneath his feet, pooling on the ground as the damage continues to build. Even as blood soaks his body, Leon refuses to collapse. He stays standing through sheer toughness, stubbornness, and a will strong enough to keep him upright despite the punishment. Jean Fry is shaken to his core as he watches Leon take those hits for him. The sight of Leon willingly suffering in his place leaves him stunned and unable to look away. Leon tells Jean Fry not to waste his focus worrying about other people. Right now, he needs to keep his eyes on the battle in front of him and survive what is happening here. Jean Fry is left completely speechless. No response comes to him, because Leon's sacrifice hangs between them too heavily for ordinary words to carry. The barrage continues tearing into both of them, but neither Jean Fry nor Leon puts up a proper defense. They endure the damage because any careless resistance might cost the hostages their lives. From a distance, Orochi watches them being worn down by the assault. The satisfaction on his face makes it clear that he is enjoying every second of seeing his plan work. At last, both fighters are knocked down and left sprawled across the ground. Wounded, bleeding, and barely holding on to consciousness, they struggle just to keep themselves from fading out. Orochi laughs down at them, mocking the weakness of humans who willingly cripple themselves for the sake of protecting others. To him, their compassion is nothing but a flaw to exploit. Even while lying in a pool of his own blood, Leon's first concern is still Jean Fry. He checks whether Jean Fry is alive, and Jean Fry manages to answer that he is still conscious. Jean Fry admits that the situation has become critical. If they cannot find a way out immediately, then they may be trapped with no path forward at all. Leon gives a grim, battered joke from where he lies, saying that if one careless move sets off an explosion, the two of them might have no choice but to die right here on the spot. Jean Fry can see no clear solution. In their current state, they cannot defeat Orochi, and they also cannot stop the explosion that is already waiting to happen. Just as Jean Fry sinks into that lowest moment of hopelessness, his talking scythe suddenly reappears. Its unexpected return cuts through the despair like a sharp voice breaking the silence. The scythe's arrival snaps Jean Fry out of his dark thoughts. His attention is pulled back from the edge, forcing him to focus on the weapon that has returned at exactly the right time. The scythe proudly boasts that it managed to escape entirely on its own. After all, it insists that it is far beyond anything as ordinary or lowly as common gear. Then, without wasting another moment, the scythe immediately demands to know why Jean Fry is still struggling so badly. From its point of view, he already has a useful skill available to rely on. Leon, barely conscious and beaten almost senseless, can only listen in confusion. He is far too battered to understand what the weapon is suddenly talking about. The scythe reminds Jean Fry that he recently unlocked Overdeath. With that blunt reminder, it makes one thing clear. The answer Jean Fry needs may already be sitting right in his hands. Jean Fry goes still for a brief moment, the chaos around him seeming to fade as his eyes narrow with sudden understanding. Little by little, the scythe's words begin to sink in, and the meaning behind them finally clicks. The scythe practically glows with smug satisfaction, sounding almost delighted as it confirms that Jean Fry has finally remembered the exact possibility he should have realized much sooner. Since Jean Fry came all this way just to rescue it, the scythe decides that repaying the favor is only fair. Now, in the middle of this nightmare, it will help him find a way to survive. Leon lifts his battered head and looks toward Jean Fry and the scythe, still wounded but sharp enough to follow what is happening. In that moment, the strange talking weapon suddenly becomes the one steering the plan. Jean Fry accepts the scythe's proposal immediately, without wasting time on doubt. He leaves the super explosion problem in the weapon's hands, while he and Leon turn their full attention toward bringing Orochi down together. Leon studies Jean Fry closely, his tired eyes locked on Jean Fry's expression. He watches for any trace of hesitation, waiting to see whether this desperate gamble is something Jean Fry truly believes can work. Then the corner of Leon's mouth lifts into a grin. He can see it clearly now. Jean Fry has finally found the courage to get back on his feet and bet everything on one final chance. Leon laughs through the pain, his voice rough but amused, and tells Jean Fry that at long last, he finally looks like someone who is truly ready to fight for real. With that, Leon puts his trust in Jean Fry completely. All the doubt disappears from his face, and he simply asks what role Jean Fry wants him to take in this plan. Jean Fry answers with a confidence strong enough to cut through the despair hanging over them. His voice is steadier now than it has been since Orochi first revealed the hostage threat. He tells Leon to hit Orochi with a blow powerful enough to kill him, but to hold it back by the smallest margin so Orochi stays alive for just a little longer. Leon accepts that absurdly precise order without a single complaint. The way he reacts makes it seem as though adjusting a lethal attack that perfectly is exactly the kind of impossible thing he can do. Orochi, still standing among the floating explosive orbs, looks at them with a sneer. He mocks them for speaking as if they have somehow taken control of the battlefield again. But Leon charges straight at him anyway. His wounded body surges forward with renewed aggression, and his grip tightens hard around his spear as he closes the distance. Leon declares that no one else is going to die on this battlefield today. The only one whose life ends here, he makes clear, is Orochi. Orochi is visibly shaken by the sudden shift in momentum. For the first time in this exchange, his confidence cracks as Leon rushes directly toward him. Leon does not slow down for even a second. He pushes through the pressure head-on, refusing to let Orochi keep hiding behind the hostage threat any longer. Orochi tries to shout a warning, reminding Leon that if he dares to strike him, the explosion will be triggered. His voice carries panic beneath the threat. But Leon cuts him off before that warning can stop anything. He drives in a crushing hell pattern strike, and the impact blasts Orochi away with brutal force. Orochi reels from the blow, his body shaken hard by the force of Leon's attack. The impact knocks the arrogance from his face and leaves him struggling to recover. Above Orochi, Jean Fry rises into position with the scythe gripped in his hands. He is ready to carry out the second half of their plan before this brief opening disappears. The scythe announces the activation of Grim Reaper Skill 1, Soul Hunt. In Jean Fry's grasp, its presence suddenly feels sharper, colder, and unmistakably deadly. In that instant, Jean Fry understands what the skill is truly meant to do. This is not an attack designed to cut through flesh, bone, or anything physical. Soul Hunt can tear apart things that have no physical form, which means Jean Fry can target the explosion effect itself. Instead of cutting into Orochi's body, he drives the scythe into the intangible skill clinging to Orochi. For the first time since Orochi revealed his hostage trap, Jean Fry feels real certainty return to him. This is not just a desperate hope anymore, this plan can actually work. The skill is ripped away from Orochi, leaving him disoriented and exposed. The dangerous power he had relied on is torn loose, stripping away the trap that had kept them cornered. Jean Fry follows through with a wide, sweeping motion of the scythe, completing the extraction. With that final pull, he drags the stolen power fully out of Orochi's reach. The stolen super explosion skill takes visible shape around the scythe, forming into a blue spectral figure. It hovers there like a captured soul, separated from its owner. Jean Fry stares at the sight in stunned amazement. Even after making the move himself, he can barely believe he has truly pulled a skill out into the open. He realizes that he has literally hunted down and separated the skill itself. With the danger finally removed, Jean Fry calls out to Leon, telling him that the threat is gone now. Now that Orochi's trap has finally been stripped away, Jean Fry gives Leon the order to finish it. He tells him to hit Orochi with everything he has left. Leon answers with delighted approval, his grin returning despite all the blood and damage on his body. For the first time in a while, the battlefield has shifted back in their favor. He dedicates the final strike to avenging the family Orochi dared to threaten, making it clear that this blow is not just about winning the battle. Leon condemns Orochi to die drowning in regret for all the fear, cruelty, and suffering he tried to force onto others. Then Leon unleashes his beast spear technique, Kishi Stab. Every bit of strength he has left pours into the finishing thrust. The attack lands like the charge of a ferocious beast shaped into a spear. It tears straight through Orochi with overwhelming power, leaving him unable to resist. Orochi's head and upper body burst apart under the impact. His body cannot withstand the force of Leon's final blow, and the attack destroys him completely. What remains of Orochi collapses heavily to the ground. After all the threats, traps, and cruelty, Orochi is finally defeated. Even after falling, Orochi's ruined body twitches weakly against the ground. It looks as though the final remnants of life are still refusing to disappear. Leon looks down at him and throws out a dry joke, saying Orochi simply did not have enough guts to survive someone like him. Jean Fry slowly lowers the scythe, his arms finally easing as the battle tension begins to drain from his shoulders. Relief starts to settle in, little by little. But Leon immediately turns the victory back into their running contest. With absolute pride, he claims the point for himself because he was the one who landed the finishing blow. Jean Fry can only stare at him in disbelief. After everything they just survived, he looks as though he cannot believe Leon is still thinking about the score. Leon explains with complete confidence that, in their strength contest, the one who finishes the enemy earns the point. It does not matter to him that the battle was won through teamwork. He cheerfully declares himself the winner of this round, clearly satisfied with his own logic. Jean Fry answers him with flat, deadpan sarcasm, making it obvious he is not impressed. Then Leon lets the joke fade for a brief moment. His tone shifts, and he admits that Jean Fry truly fought beside him as an equal. Before Jean Fry can answer, both of them suddenly sense a new presence approaching. The mood around them turns cold in an instant, cutting through the relief of victory. They immediately separate and ready themselves for another fight. Even with their bodies wounded and exhausted, their muscles tense as they prepare for whatever threat is coming next. A pale, tattooed man descends from above inside a column of purple-white power. His arrival presses down over the battlefield like a silent warning. Just the look on his face is enough to make the danger clear. This man is far beyond the enemies Jean Fry and Leon have only just managed to defeat. Even broken and dying on the ground, Orochi still manages to curl his mouth into a sneer. With the last of his venom, he insists that no matter how much power humans obtain, they are still nothing more than a lowly species. The newcomer looks down at everyone with a level of contempt even colder than Orochi's. To him, humans are not merely weak, they are creatures worth less than trash. Leon's eyes narrow as he stares at the intruder who has suddenly appeared before them. He asks who this man is, but Jean Fry can only answer honestly, saying he has no idea. The only thing Jean Fry can clearly sense is the aura pouring from the stranger's body. It feels overwhelmingly wrong, like something poisonous and unnatural has just entered the battlefield. A crushing pressure settles over Jean Fry's wounded body, making every breath feel heavier. With a cold realization, he understands that another terrifying enemy has appeared before he and Leon have even had time to recover. The newcomer stands there with perfect calm, as though the entire battlefield has already fallen under his control. He prepares to speak like everyone else is merely being allowed the privilege of listening. Jean Fry and Leon brace themselves side by side, their injuries still fresh and their bodies tight with tension. Even exhausted, they prepare for whatever this unknown stranger is about to do next. The stranger descends fully and lands before them, wrapped in an unnatural power that ripples around his body. The energy moves like a cold, distorted haze, making his presence feel even more unsettling. He introduces himself as Grimoire, the Tome of Annihilation. Strangely, his tone is almost polite as he apologizes for interrupting what should have been their moment of celebration. But that polite mask vanishes almost immediately. With chilling simplicity, Grimoire reveals his real purpose, telling them that he wants them to die quietly. Then, with a faint trace of amusement in his voice, Grimoire adds that he already understands them well enough to know they are not the kind of people who would cooperate with a request like that. Leon answers with his usual sharp tongue. He admits the introduction was polite enough, but calls everything that came after it complete nonsense before asking whether Grimoire is just another nobody. Grimoire's expression barely shifts when he hears the word. He simply acknowledges it as the name humans have chosen to give beings like him. He confirms that if Jean Fry and Leon insist on placing them all under that same title, then yes, he is close enough to what humans would call a nobody. Leon has no interest in wasting time on names or formal explanations. He cuts straight to the point and asks the only thing that matters, what Grimoire actually wants. Grimoire answers without the slightest hesitation. His goal is the resurrection of Lord Abyss. Neither Jean Fry nor Leon recognizes the name. At the exact moment an even greater enemy has arrived, they are suddenly forced to face a new mystery they know nothing about. The tattooed enemy declares that Lord Abyss will soon be known across the entire world and worshipped by all. With that one statement, he reveals that the threat behind him is far larger than either of them expected. Jean Fry faces Grimoire in silence, watching him carefully and measuring every word. He quickly realizes this man is not just another fanatic who wandered onto the battlefield by chance. Even with his body injured and drained, Jean Fry keeps his composure. He studies every detail of his opponent, refusing to let the pressure show too clearly on his face. From the way Grimoire speaks, Jean Fry begins piecing things together. This Lord Abyss is most likely the true leader standing behind the nobodies. The thought alone is enough for Jean Fry to make up his mind. Someone like Lord Abyss can never be allowed to return, so he tightens his grip around his weapon and steels himself for what comes next. Grimoire notices the shift in Jean Fry's intent right away. For the first time, a faint trace of caution appears in his gaze as he watches Jean Fry prepare himself. Before Jean Fry can rush forward, Grimoire calmly tells him there is no reason to be in such a hurry. His tone remains smooth, as if he is still in complete control. Jean Fry forces himself to hold back instead of taking the bait. Even as the urge to attack rises inside him, he steadies his body and keeps himself from moving recklessly. Grimoire's attention drifts toward the pendant hanging at Jean Fry's chest. His gaze also lingers on the strange power connected to the equipment Jean Fry carries. The unusual blade in Jean Fry's hand becomes the center of the tense standoff. Grimoire's eyes are drawn to it like he is staring at a relic he has been waiting to encounter. Grimoire reveals that he already knew the divine gear had resurfaced. That one detail makes it clear that this meeting is not as sudden or accidental as it first seemed. Even so, Grimoire admits that Jean Fry surprises him. He did not expect Jean Fry to be capable of wielding something like that entirely on his own. Jean Fry realizes Grimoire may be referring to his own equipment when he says divine gear. But before he can think any deeper about it, the situation shifts too quickly. Leon suddenly charges in from the side, cutting the conversation short in an instant. His movement forces the quiet standoff to explode into action. He plants himself between Grimoire and his allies, openly stepping forward as the one who is ready to meet the challenge head-on. For Leon, there is nothing left to discuss. Words have reached their limit, and the only thing that can settle this confrontation now is battle. With reckless confidence still burning through his battered body, Leon launches himself straight at Grimoire. He chooses to prove his answer with action instead of more talk. But Leon's attack is met by the looming presence of demon god Orochi. The sudden appearance of that being shocks Jean Fry, stopping his thoughts cold. Jean Fry stares in disbelief, unable to process what he is seeing at first. Something on the level of demon god Orochi is connected to this enemy, and that realization hits him hard. Leon pulls back just enough to reassess the situation, but he still keeps himself positioned in front. Jean Fry remains behind him, watching the new threat unfold. At first, Leon wonders if Orochi somehow survived after all. But after looking more closely, he realizes the situation is much stranger than a simple return from death. Grimoire lifts one hand with calm, deliberate precision. Through Orochi's presence, he begins channeling a different kind of power. Jean Fry watches the movement closely, his eyes tracking every detail. He tries to understand exactly what kind of technique Grimoire is using. Then it clicks for Jean Fry. Grimoire is activating a special ability, not fighting with the kind of ordinary combat skills that humans normally rely on. Grimoire remarks that resolving this peacefully would have been much easier. But since the conversation has reached this point, he calmly accepts that it has become a fight to the death. A dark portal opens behind Grimoire, spreading across the air like a black wound. With that, he begins a full summoning ritual. Grotesque monsters start pouring out beside Orochi in a wave. In an instant, what should have been one confrontation turns into an entire battlefield filled with enemies. Leon and Jean Fry suddenly find themselves facing a whole swarm instead of a single opponent. The danger multiplies around them before they can even catch their breath. Both of them are thrown off by the sheer scale of the summoning. They struggle to grasp what kind of power Grimoire is truly wielding. Grimoire boasts that this is not a human skill at all. According to him, it is a superior power reserved only for the chosen weapons of Lord Abyss. He looks down on human techniques as crude imitations, nothing more than stolen scraps compared to the authority he commands. At Grimoire's command, the monsters surge forward all at once. They close in on Jean Fry and Leon from every direction, flooding the battlefield with pressure. Jean Fry is almost swallowed by the rushing mob before he can reposition himself. The swarm presses in so quickly that one wrong step could bury him completely beneath the attack. Jean Fry unleashes a brutal repulsion blast from the center of his body, the shock of it pulsing outward in a violent wave. The nearest creatures are slammed head-on by the force, their bodies hurled backward and knocked off their feet, buying him just a tiny, precious pocket of space to breathe. But that tiny opening barely lasts for more than a heartbeat. The instant those monsters are thrown back, another wave surges in to replace them, rushing from every side at once until the battlefield closes around Jean Fry again like a living wall of claws and bodies. Jean Fry's gaze sharpens as he scans the battlefield in front of him, his eyes narrowing with cold focus. And in that quick glance, he understands the truth immediately. The situation is much worse than he wanted to believe, because the number of enemies is far too great to handle cleanly. The swarm presses in so tightly that the creatures almost seem packed shoulder to shoulder, sealing off every route around him. Even the space above is crowded and blocked, leaving Jean Fry trapped with no easy path to slip through or escape. With every possible way out cut off and his back nearly forced against the wall, Jean Fry steadies his stance and forces his breathing under control. If there is no path around this swarm, then he makes his decision. He will break straight through the monsters with his own hands. Leon catches sight of Jean Fry being swallowed deeper and deeper by the surrounding monsters, their bodies closing over him like a tide. The moment he sees it, Leon's head snaps toward him, and he shouts out in alarm before he can stop himself. At that exact same moment, the enemy remains positioned calmly behind the portal, watching the chaos from a distance. His expression barely changes, as if every scream, every clash, and every movement on the battlefield is still unfolding exactly within his control. Anger burns across Leon's face as he drives himself straight into the mob of monsters, cutting through anything in his path. While forcing his way forward, he spits out his fury, condemning those nobodies for barging into the fight and doing whatever they pleased. But the word lands with far more weight than Leon realizes. The moment he throws out nobody with such open contempt, the insult seems to pierce straight through the battlefield and sink deep into the enemy's pride. The enemy suddenly goes completely still, his calm composure cracking for the first time with a visible flash of irritation. Then, in a voice gone cold and dangerous, he demands that Leon say those words again. Almost immediately, black shadows begin to rise around the enemy's body, coiling upward like thick smoke from the ground. The dark energy curls and gathers around him, making it painfully clear that Leon has just stepped on a very dangerous nerve. Leon senses the change in the air and catches the shift in the enemy's presence, but he does not slow his charge. Instead, he keeps forcing his way forward through the chaos, his eyes fixed on breaking through no matter what comes at him. The shadows stretch outward across the ground, spreading like spilled ink before sharpening into long, dark tendrils. Each one twists and reaches toward Leon with a strange, living motion, like weapons hungry for the chance to strike. One of the tendrils snaps forward with terrifying speed, whipping through the air before Leon can fully react. It catches him in the middle of his charge, knocking his balance loose and breaking the rhythm of his attack in an instant. Jean Fry turns his head toward the sudden disturbance, his attention pulled by the violent shift in the fight. But even as he looks, the monsters around him continue to crush inward, keeping him locked inside their suffocating formation. Leon hits the ground hard, the impact tearing a pained sound from his throat as his body skids across the battlefield. The shadow strike completely shatters the momentum of his assault, throwing him out of step just when he had been pushing forward. The enemy's voice drops into something icy and sharp as he declares that he will not be lumped together with such vulgar beings. From the way he speaks, it is clear that being called a nobody is not a simple insult to him. It is an unforgivable offense. Then, without the slightest warning, the enemy appears beside Jean Fry, closing the distance as if space itself barely matters. Standing near him with perfect calm, he acknowledges that Jean Fry is stronger than he originally expected. Even with pain still running through his body, Leon lifts his head and breaks into a grin. Refusing to stay down, he forces himself back onto his feet and declares with stubborn confidence that now, it is his turn to move again. Before the enemy can fully exploit Jean Fry's dangerous position, Leon throws himself back into motion. He launches forward once more, driving his entire body into the fight, as if the earlier blow only made him more determined. Leon raises his spear and brings it down with a heavy, crushing strike, pouring his full strength into the movement. The blow comes crashing straight toward the enemy in front of him, aiming to smash through anything standing in its path. But the enemy avoids it with unnerving ease, slipping away at the very last moment. Leon's spear slams down into the spot where the enemy had just been standing, the impact landing on empty ground instead of its target. A thin sneer crosses the enemy's face as he looks at Leon's attack with open contempt. He mocks Leon's spear technique outright, calling it crude, clumsy, and completely lacking any real control. Leon fires back immediately, refusing to swallow the insult for even a second. He snaps that the problem is not his spear technique at all. The real issue is the enemy's terrible judgment. He even pushes the argument further, insisting that the spear itself is already proving his point. According to Leon, the weapon's raw fighting spirit alone is more than enough to show the enemy exactly what kind of power he is standing against. Jean Fry, still trapped inside the relentless swarm of monsters, hears Leon's strange argument cutting through the noise of battle. For a brief instant, even in the middle of fighting for his life, he can only pause in disbelief. To Jean Fry, Leon's reasoning makes absolutely no sense at all, but there is no time to stop and question it while monsters keep pressing in around him. Meanwhile, Leon pushes his attack even harder, challenging the enemy to try keeping up with his speed. Leon's spear suddenly blurs in his hands, moving so fast that the strikes seem to multiply. In the next moment, his technique becomes a violent storm of thrusts raining in from every angle, forcing the enemy to shift into defense. For the first time, the enemy's expression changes, if only slightly. Watching Leon's attacks come faster and heavier than before, he admits that both Leon's speed and strength have clearly risen beyond their earlier level. Leon answers without the slightest hesitation, warning that noticing his improvement will not be enough to save him. Then he drives everything into a deadly thrust, aiming the spear forward with the force of an attack meant to end the fight. As Leon's strike bears down on him, the enemy's confidence finally begins to shake. The sheer pressure behind the incoming spear forces even him to abandon his casual attitude and react with real seriousness. Leon dives in with his spear blazing straight ahead, the tip carrying the full force of a finishing blow. Every bit of his momentum is aimed at ending the battle in a single decisive hit. From inside the surrounding swarm, Jean Fry glances back toward the clash, sensing the pressure in the air shift behind him. Even while fighting off the monsters, he can tell that Leon's battle with the enemy has reached a dangerous peak. A massive explosion of force erupts from Leon's attack, blasting across the battlefield with a violent shockwave. Smoke kicks up from the impact, spreading outward as the ground trembles beneath the collision. Jean Fry hears the thunderous blast roaring behind him, but the monsters are still crowding his vision from every side. With chaos filling the battlefield around him, he cannot see clearly enough to know what actually happened. When the smoke finally starts to thin, the truth is revealed. Leon's spear has been stopped just short of its target. A towering wall of black shadow stands firmly between him and the enemy, blocking the strike before it can break through. Behind that dark barrier, the enemy remains completely unharmed, a calm smile resting on his face. He looks untouched and unshaken, as though Leon's strongest charge had never truly come close to threatening him. Leon understands it immediately, his eyes sharpening as he sees the distance between his spear and the enemy. His attack never pierced the barrier, and the point of the weapon never actually reached its intended target. But Leon does not retreat or hesitate. Instead, he bursts into a laugh, digs his feet in harder, and chooses to keep driving the very same attack forward with even more stubborn force. The enemy watches Leon's spear grind uselessly against the wall of shadow, his expression calm and full of disdain. To him, Leon's struggle looks almost beneath notice, as if the effort is nothing more than a noisy inconvenience. Leon quickly realizes that this man is not surviving on tricks or misdirection alone. Behind that shadowy defense is overwhelming strength, enough to force Leon's own technique back through sheer power. With a roar, Leon braces his body and drives forward even harder, muscles tightening as he refuses to give ground. No matter how much the shadow wall pushes against him, he will not let it shove him back or make him yield. Suddenly, the shadows surrounding the enemy burst outward in a violent surge, expanding like a dark wave. They swallow the line of Leon's attack and hurl the pressure back against him all at once. Even as Leon's spear is knocked off course, the enemy remains perfectly composed behind his shadows. His posture does not waver, making it seem as though he had been controlling the entire exchange from the very beginning. Leon refuses to treat that setback as a defeat. He tightens both hands around the spear, resets his stance immediately, and prepares to launch another follow-up attack without giving the enemy a moment of peace. He twists into a spinning spear thrust, whipping the weapon through the air with fierce momentum. The movement aims to overwhelm the enemy's defense by striking from several directions almost at the same time. A rotating ring of spear strikes closes in around the enemy, circling him from every side. The attacks tighten like a trap, leaving almost no obvious gap where he could safely slip away. Even with Leon's technique threatening to surround him, the enemy continues looking down on the attack. He dismisses it with cold contempt, calling Leon's style savage, vulgar, and completely unrefined. But then his eyes catch something hidden within the pattern of Leon's assault. In that instant, his mockery falters, and genuine surprise flashes across his face for the first time. The enemy cuts off his own ridicule immediately, his expression turning serious as he activates Shadow Step. From that moment on, he decides to stop playing around and end this exchange with his full seriousness. A gigantic foot made entirely of shadow suddenly takes shape above Leon, spreading over him like a dark ceiling and swallowing the light around his position. Before he can spring away or even fully shift his stance, it drops with terrifying speed, crashing down toward him with crushing force. Leon throws everything he has into resisting it, planting himself beneath that falling darkness and pushing back with both raw strength and sheer stubborn will. But the pressure bearing down on him is far too massive, pressing on him like an unstoppable weight from above. For the first time, the fearless confidence on Leon's face begins to fracture. His muscles strain, his body trembles under the pressure, and no matter how desperately he tries to hold it up, he realizes he cannot completely stop the shadow from coming down. The enormous shadow finally slams him straight into the ground, smashing him flat beneath its weight. Leon is pinned so completely under that dark pressure that even the smallest movement becomes painfully difficult. Jean Fry sees Leon trapped beneath the crushing shadow, and alarm flashes across his face at once. His expression tightens as he turns toward him and shouts Leon's name through the chaos. Still trapped under that black force, Leon clenches his teeth until his anger spills out in a snarl. He rages at the enemy for looking down on people so casually, treating them as if they were nothing more than insects beneath his feet. The enemy answers without showing even the slightest flicker of emotion. Cold and unmoved, he activates shadow domination, tightening his power over Leon and driving the control even deeper. Black restraints begin crawling across Leon's body, spreading over his arms, legs, and torso like living chains. One after another, the dark bindings lock into place, until every part of him is held down by the shadow's grip. Leon struggles with everything left in him, his muscles bulging and straining beneath the black restraints. But no matter how violently he fights back or how hard he tries to tear free, the bindings refuse to loosen even slightly. The enemy calmly explains the true nature of the technique. He has seized control of Leon's shadow itself. And because a body and its shadow cannot be separated, Leon's ability to move freely has been completely taken from him. For a brief moment, the enemy says nothing at all. He simply watches Leon continue to resist even while bound, as though silently measuring just how absurdly stubborn this human can be. Leon's eyes sharpen as the explanation sinks in, and the meaning becomes painfully clear. This is no longer only a fight against the enemy standing before him. Leon is now being forced to battle against his own shadow. But Leon does not let that realization drag him into despair. Instead, his mind starts racing, searching for even the smallest opening that could let him turn that same rule back against the one controlling him. He forces his trapped body to move despite the restraints, dragging himself forward against the shadow's brutal resistance. The bindings pull and tear at him with vicious force, but Leon keeps pushing anyway. Through nothing but sheer willpower, Leon claws his way forward little by little. Even under what should be absolute control, he refuses to lie still and accept being pinned in place. The enemy's calm finally wavers when he sees Leon moving at all. Shock cuts across his face, because someone trapped under shadow domination should never be able to force their body forward like this. Then Leon's power bursts outward violently, raw energy surging from his body in a sudden explosion. The force of it begins tearing through the domination, breaking the enemy's control by brute strength alone. The enemy stares in disbelief as Leon forces himself back onto his feet. A blazing aura wraps around Leon's body, burning against the darkness that had been holding him down moments before. Leon stands upright again, his presence steady and defiant despite everything he has just endured. Then he declares that the enemy's shadow domination has been smashed apart. The enemy can only stare at Leon, unable to accept the sight in front of him. By every rule he understands, breaking free from that technique should have been impossible. Leon grabs that moment of disbelief with a fierce grin spreading across his face. He taunts the nobody directly, making it clear that his shadow is no longer something the enemy can control. Now both irritated and genuinely intrigued, the enemy's mood shifts. He decides there is no point in holding back any longer and prepares to use a technique he has not brought out in a very long time. The enemy begins to chant, his voice dropping into a deeper and far more ominous rhythm. Each word seems to stretch through the air, and Leon can feel the danger around them rising faster with every syllable. Purple energy starts swelling around the enemy's body, growing thicker and heavier as the ritual continues. The entire atmosphere seems to darken with it, turning sinister and oppressive around the battlefield. Leon lowers his body into a ready stance, spear angled and prepared to strike. He knows he has to move before the enemy can complete whatever terrifying technique is starting to take shape. Every instinct in Leon's body screams that the power gathering in front of him is dangerously abnormal. This is the kind of attack he cannot afford to let finish, not even for a second. Leon tightens his grip around the spear, steadying his breath as his focus sharpens completely. In that moment, he commits himself to ending the battle right then and there. Leon launches forward with a decisive spear thrust, driving the weapon straight toward the chanting enemy. He puts everything behind the attack, aiming to stop the technique before it can fully activate. But the enemy slips away with a movement like an afterimage, vanishing from the line of attack at the last instant. Leon's spear pierces through empty space, stabbing the spot where the enemy's body had seemed to be only a moment earlier. Still continuing the chant, the enemy lets a faint smile rise on his face. It is the kind of smile that makes it seem as though Leon's desperate attempt to interrupt him had already failed from the very beginning. In that instant, Leon understands that time is rapidly slipping out of his hands. The suffocating pressure in the air, the enemy's chant continuing without pause, and the strange energy gathering around him all point to the same terrifying answer. This is a finishing move, and Leon has to stop it no matter what it takes. At last, the enemy finishes the invocation and releases the completed technique. Its name is Judgment of the Shadow Realm. A strange domain expands outward and swallows both fighters whole, wrapping the space around them in deep shadow. Within that eerie realm, the very moment around Leon's thrust seems to freeze in place. Leon is startled when, inside the technique, control of his body suddenly comes back to him. It feels as though the previous binding has been lifted all at once, leaving him able to move again. The enemy explains that this art freezes both of them in place, binding their shadows together inside the same space. As the price for using it, he must also give up his own ability to move. But in exchange for that sacrifice, the next attack becomes impossible to dodge. And the purpose of that unavoidable strike is nothing less than killing the target outright. With Leon trapped inside the shared shadow, the enemy speaks with cold certainty. He declares that a lowly human like Leon will die right there in that darkness. Leon clenches his teeth as the killing effect rips into him, pain tearing through his body. His frame shakes under the force of the technique, but he fights to endure it. The enemy watches him suffer with cold satisfaction written across his face. In his mind, Judgment of the Shadow Realm has already decided how this battle will end. Convinced that Leon is finished, the enemy begins shifting his attention away from him and toward the others. He is already treating the fight as though it has been settled. But from within the binding, Leon suddenly launches a counterattack. In that crucial instant, he reveals a hidden spear technique the enemy never anticipated. Leon's spear strikes from behind and pierces straight into the enemy, drawing blood in a sudden, brutal reversal. The certainty on the enemy's face shatters instantly. The enemy freezes in complete shock, unable to make sense of what just happened. He cannot understand how he was struck from inside a technique that was supposed to be unavoidable and absolute. Leon reveals the trick with a bloodied grin, his expression defiant even through the damage he has taken. The spear had stretched farther than the enemy expected, reaching through the path created by their connected shadows. Laughing despite the blood on his body, Leon points out the crucial flaw in the enemy's technique. It accounted for their shadows, but it failed to consider one important thing, the shadow of the spear itself. Leon reminds the nobody that lowering his guard was the real mistake. No matter what the enemy assumed, Leon had never been dead yet. The enemy coughs up blood, his expression twisting with fury as he curses Leon through clenched teeth. He is enraged that a mere human managed to turn his own trap against him. The shadow bindings begin to loosen around Leon, unraveling piece by piece as the damage disrupts the technique's control. What had once held him so completely now starts falling apart. Leon senses the change immediately, feeling the crushing pressure around his body weaken. The shadows that had locked him in place begin to give way, and the hold over him starts to break. Leon feels the crushing pressure around his body finally begin to loosen, and for one brief second, relief flashes through him as he realizes he can move again. But the instant he tries to shift even a little, pain tears through him hard enough to make it painfully clear that his injuries are far worse than he first understood. Across from him, the enemy's body flickers unsteadily, his entire form wavering as the damage takes its toll. Even though Leon's spear has pierced him and left a serious wound behind, the enemy somehow refuses to collapse and remains standing in place. The enemy lets out a rough, strained laugh, acting as though the wound running through him is barely worth noticing. Then, with a cold look fixed on Leon, he claims that Leon has already used up everything he has and reached the very end of his strength. He gives Leon no chance to catch his breath or steady himself. In the next instant, the enemy lashes out again, sending razor-sharp shadow spikes ripping forward through the air to finish Leon, while his body is still weak and exposed. At the very moment the attack is about to reach him, Jean Fry finally bursts free from the surrounding chaos. He throws himself in front of Leon without hesitation, placing his own body in the path of the shadow spikes and intercepting the strike before it can hit its target. The enemy's eyes widen at the sudden interruption, surprise cutting through his expression. He clearly did not expect Jean Fry to reach them in time, not after everything that had been blocking his way only moments earlier. His gaze shifts past Jean Fry toward the battlefield behind him, and only then does he truly see what has happened. The area that had once been packed with summoned creatures is now nothing but a devastated stretch of wreckage and scattered remains. In that moment, the truth finally clicks into place for the enemy. The creatures he had summoned to surround and bury Jean Fry have already been completely wiped out. Jean Fry drops down beside Leon, pushing the enemy out of his mind for just a short moment. Before anything else, his attention locks onto the ally in front of him, the one barely clinging to consciousness after enduring that brutal technique. Leon weakly calls out Jean Fry's name, his voice thin, rough, and strained. Just getting the words out sounds like it is taking almost everything he has left to stay awake. Jean Fry looks over Leon's battered body and immediately asks how bad his injuries are. But even in that half-conscious state, Leon still manages to point out that Jean Fry himself does not exactly look like he is in good condition either. Jean Fry tells Leon not to die on him, his voice firm even though exhaustion is weighing heavily on him too. Then he promises that he will bring this enemy down soon, making it clear that he intends to end the fight before Leon's condition gets any worse. The enemy sneers at Jean Fry's promise, looking at his resolve with open contempt. To him, those words sound like nothing more than empty confidence, and he mocks the idea that Jean Fry could actually finish the battle. Even with blood staining his body and the damage clearly slowing him down, the enemy begins gathering shadow power once again. This time, his intent is obvious. He plans to wipe all of them out together with one final attack. But before that dark power can fully build, Jean Fry moves first. In a flash, he closes the distance and drives a flaming punch straight into the enemy, striking before the next technique can properly take shape. The enemy's eyes snap wide open the instant the counterattack connects. The sudden blow lands before he can complete his move, cutting through his momentum and catching him completely off guard. Jean Fry does not stop there. He follows through immediately, hammering the enemy with a brutal strike that crashes into his face and body, finally knocking him backward and breaking the pressure he had been trying to build. Bleeding and furious, the enemy staggers away from the impact, his footing shaken for the first time in this exchange. And in that moment, the battle's momentum begins to shift back toward Jean Fry and the barely surviving Leon. The demon-faced enemy stands there with blood running over him, yet his confidence has not completely vanished. His sharp stare remains locked on Jean Fry, full of anger, pride, and the refusal to accept that he is being cornered. Jean Fry drops down onto one knee, his body finally showing the cost of the long battle. He is battered, worn down, and nearly drained after forcing himself through so many attacks and enemies. Noticing Jean Fry's condition, the enemy immediately seizes on it and begins to mock him. He says Jean Fry is exhausted now, that his strength has run dry, and that he can no longer use his abilities properly. Jean Fry does not bother denying it. He openly admits that the enemy pushed him hard enough to burn through almost every skill and option he had available. Seeing that weakness, the enemy decides this is the perfect moment to take advantage of the opening. If he can restore his own injuries now, he can seize control of the battle again and turn the situation back in his favor. But Jean Fry does not panic in the slightest. Instead, a sharp light returns to his eyes as he realizes that even after everything he has used, he still has one move left. Jean Fry equips Athena gear, and in that instant, a new divine set begins activating around his body. The shift in presence is immediate, as though a higher power has suddenly answered his call. Golden restorative energy begins flowing through Jean Fry, wrapping around him in a warm, radiant light. That divine glow pushes back against the damage covering his body, starting to undo the punishment he has taken. Jean Fry braces himself as the effect settles into him, drawing a steadier breath while the divine power spreads through every wound. Bit by bit, the strain on his body begins to ease. The enemy notices the sudden change right away, and his expression tightens with unease. Something about Jean Fry's presence has shifted, and he can immediately tell that this is not a normal recovery. To the enemy's shock, Jean Fry's wounds begin closing right before his eyes. The damage heals in real time as the golden energy continues surging around him, restoring what had been broken moments before. Jean Fry turns the situation back on him with a dry, almost mocking calm. Instead of showing fear or desperation, he thanks his opponent for pushing him this far. He reveals that the pressure of this brutal fight has awakened Athena Gear's second skill. Because of it, both his health and his mana have been completely restored. A system notice appears, confirming what has just happened. Jean Fry has met the required condition to unlock a new ability, Blessing of the Goddess. The newly awakened skill restores him all the way back to full condition. And beyond simply healing him, It also resets or replenishes several of the abilities he had already burned through earlier in the battle. Among the resources brought back are his weapon and leg gear, returning important parts of his equipment to him. With those restored, Jean Fry is once again in a state where he can properly fight. His key cooldowns are refreshed as well, along with multiple limited-use abilities he had nearly lost. In an instant, options that had been exhausted are suddenly back in Jean Fry's hands. The moment the divine equipment finishes activating, the enemy understands that the battlefield has changed. Jean Fry is no longer a drained opponent on the verge of collapse, and the fight has become dangerous for him all over again. Jean Fry tightens his grip around his blade, feeling his restored strength settle back into his body. His resolve burns back into place, sharper and steadier than before. He refuses to waste even a single second now. Leon is still badly wounded nearby, and every moment that passes could decide whether his ally survives. With his speed renewed, Jean Fry launches himself straight at the enemy. His body cuts across the ruined battlefield like a streak, closing in before the enemy can properly respond. He reaches the enemy before the man can fully recover from the earlier blows or rebuild his defenses. Jean Fry gives him no space, no pause, and no time to prepare. The impact hits the enemy with such overwhelming force that a shocked scream bursts out of him before he can hold it back. The blow lands hard enough to shake his composure all over again. Blood splashes down onto the ground as Jean Fry's attack connects cleanly. The strike cuts through the enemy's defenses and leaves a brutal mark behind. Jean Fry follows the opening with a decisive slash, driving the blade across the enemy's body. This time, he swings with the full weight of his restored power behind the attack. In that instant, Jean Fry understands something clearly. Leon had already pushed this foe deep into a corner. The damage Leon caused weakened him enough that landing the finishing blow has become far easier. To end the battle for good, Jean Fry channels meltdown through his blade. Destructive power surges into the weapon, building toward a strike meant to finish the enemy completely. Black shadow energy suddenly erupts around the enemy, rising up like a dark prison. The shadows surround him from every side, wrapping the space around his body in a suffocating barrier. Jean Fry pauses as the technique reacts in a way he did not expect. Instead of behaving normally, the darkness moves strangely, making it clear that something is wrong with the way the attack is unfolding. Rather than collapsing inside the darkness, the enemy remains standing. Purple power begins gathering around his body, thickening in the air as if he is preparing something even more dangerous. The enemy's pride erupts violently, his anger boiling over at the very thought that a human believed he could be finished so easily. His wounded body trembles with fury, but his will refuses to break. Rejecting the idea that Jean Fry could ever stand above him, the enemy releases a hidden technique of his own. And with that, the fight is forced into an even more dangerous turn. The shadows surrounding the enemy begin to churn violently, twisting over each other like thick smoke that has suddenly come alive. Under his command, the darkness coils tighter and tighter, gathering itself into a new and unsettling shape. With the writhing darkness now fully under his control, the enemy invokes Doppelganger Requiem. The shadows compress into a solid form, and a complete duplicate appears before Jean Fry, standing in his path like a nightmare made real. The shadow copy steps into view with a sinister grin stretched across its face, that expression carved into it like pure malice. This presence gives off a heavy, hateful pressure, so intense it feels almost alive. Jean Fry goes still for a brief moment, stunned as he watches the formless darkness finish taking shape. What had started as a mass of shadows has become something far more disturbing and far more terrifying than he expected. The enemy looks at the completed technique with visible disgust and admits that he hates being forced to use it. What irritates him even more is that the one pushing him this far is nothing more than a human. The most disturbing part of all is the duplicate's appearance. It has taken Jean Fry's own form completely, standing there like a warped reflection dragged out from the deepest part of the darkness. Jean Fry's expression tightens as the truth fully sinks in. This is not just another shadow monster standing in front of him. He is staring at another version of himself. The enemy explains that the shadow has copied Jean Fry with frightening perfection. Its body, its presence, and even the smallest details are mirrored so closely that telling the original apart from the duplicate has become almost impossible. Jean Fry quickly realizes the danger is not limited to appearance alone. The copy has reproduced his hidden gear and weapon as well, meaning it has copied far more than just his face, body, and posture. The enemy watches Jean Fry's reaction with obvious satisfaction, savoring the unease spreading across his face. He clearly enjoys seeing just how deeply this revelation has shaken him. Jean Fry immediately understands how dangerous the situation has become. If the duplicate can use everything he can use, then this fight may have already transformed into a trap before he even had time to notice. For the first time since the battle began, Jean Fry silently admits the possibility he has been trying to avoid. This time he may truly be in serious trouble. The enemy taunts him with cruel delight, clearly enjoying the thought of Jean Fry being killed by his own reflection. To him, there is something especially satisfying about making Jean Fry fall to a copy of himself. Jean Fry forces his breathing to even out and keeps his eyes locked firmly on the duplicate. Instead of letting panic take over, he studies every small movement, every shift in posture, and every sign of what it might do next. The shadow stands ready in front of him, gripping Jean Fry's own monstrous blade with disturbing ease. It holds the weapon as naturally as if it had always belonged in its hand. The look on its face makes its purpose painfully obvious. This copy has no hesitation, no mercy, and no will of its own beyond one clear objective: to kill Jean Fry. Jean Fry squares his stance and raises his guard, preparing himself for the first exchange. He needs to find out exactly how deeply the shadow has copied him, and there is only one way to test it. Even though he still does not fully understand what the duplicate is or how far its imitation goes, Jean Fry knows one thing for certain. Hesitating now would only hand the enemy even more control over the fight. Deciding that watching from a distance will only waste precious time, Jean Fry makes the first move. He strikes before the enemy can tighten the trap further and releases his repulsion field. The duplicate reacts instantly, mirroring Jean Fry's movement with eerie precision. It moves as if it had known his decision before he made it, matching him without a single wasted motion. Two repulsion fields crash into each other at the exact same moment, their opposing forces smashing head-on in the space between them. For a brief instant, the pressure surges violently, then both powers cancel each other out completely. Jean Fry's eyes widen when he sees the copy reproduce the skill perfectly. There is no delay, no flaw, and no hesitation in the way it answers him. That single exchange tells Jean Fry something dangerous. If the duplicate can respond to each of his techniques with the exact same move, then it can neutralize his attacks before they ever become decisive. Refusing to let the battle stall there, Jean Fry immediately increases the pressure. He shifts his power and switches to meltdown, trying to force the copy into a different kind of exchange. But the shadow copy follows him just as easily. It unleashes meltdown in perfect response, moving like Jean Fry's own reflection had stepped out of a mirror and joined the battle. Then both sides release Toxic Heaven Gate at the same time, and the battlefield is flooded with matching bursts of deadly power. The two identical forces expand outward, filling the air with a terrifying pressure. The twin attacks smash together in a fierce deadlock, their strength grinding against itself without either side gaining even the smallest advantage. The clash holds in place, violent and balanced. Even their weapon techniques cancel each other out. Every swing Jean Fry makes is answered by the same motion, every counter is met with an identical counter, until it feels like he is fighting inside a deadly mirror. Frustration begins to rise inside Jean Fry as the copy keeps reproducing everything he does, even meltdown. No matter what he tries, the duplicate shuts it down, leaving him without a clean opening to exploit. But in the middle of that clash, Jean Fry notices something strange. There is something unnatural in the way the shadow is using the skill, something that does not quite match how meltdown should behave. He reasons through it quickly. Meltdown's true strength should come from its freedom to transform, so forcing it into the exact same shape just to cancel his attack feels wrong, almost too rigid. That realization sparks a new suspicion in Jean Fry's mind. The copy may not be freely choosing his skills after all, it may only be reacting to what he does first. The enemy confirms part of Jean Fry's guess, explaining that the shadow can only mimic its target, cannot activate one of Jean Fry's skills unless Jean Fry uses that skill first. But Jean Fry catches the problem immediately. If the enemy is willing to admit that limitation so easily, then there must be another catch hidden behind the explanation. The enemy admits the copy cannot use Jean Fry's abilities at will, but his tone remains far too calm. It is obvious that this limitation is not the true weakness Jean Fry should be focusing on. As the enemy continues speaking, shadow creatures begin gathering behind Jean Fry. One by one, their dark forms creep back onto the battlefield, surrounding the area with a renewed sense of danger. Jean Fry senses the shift immediately, feeling the pressure around him change. The fight is no longer only about the duplicate standing in front of him. The battlefield itself is starting to close in again. The monsters Jean Fry had already defeated earlier begin to reappear under the enemy's control. What should have been dead and gone rises again, returning as fresh threats around him. Jean Fry recognizes them at once, and the realization hits him hard. The victories he had already fought so hard to earn have been twisted into new dangers surrounding him all over again. The enemy finally reveals the real trap behind the technique. Because the duplicate is Jean Fry's own shadow, it can nullify all of Jean Fry's direct attacks, while outside forces are used to wear him down and kill him. The shadow copy smiles with cruel satisfaction, its expression sharpening as if it has been waiting for this moment. It looks as though Jean Fry has finally understood the truth only after it is already too late. Jean Fry realizes this was not a desperate last resort from the enemy. This entire situation was part of his plan from the beginning, a trap prepared carefully and revealed only when it had already surrounded him. If Jean Fry's own attacks cannot harm the copy, then the answer becomes painfully clear. The only thing capable of breaking through must be power that does not originate from Jean Fry himself. The enemy points toward Leon's fallen body, drawing Jean Fry's attention to him. With that gesture, he reveals that Leon's condition was part of the true setup all along. With monsters now surrounding Jean Fry and the shadow duplicate still blocking his path, the enemy declares that the outcome has already been decided. In his eyes, every possible escape has been sealed. Jean Fry curses under his breath as the full danger of the situation sets in. What had looked like a one-on-one duel has suddenly become something far more complicated and far more deadly. He knows his options are shrinking fast. He has fewer reliable skills left to depend on, and with no healing remaining to save him from another mistake, one wrong move could cost him everything. Under the weight of that mounting pressure, Jean Fry searches desperately for any possible way to turn the fight around. He needs an opening before the trap closes completely around him. Convinced that victory is already within his grasp, the enemy gives the command without hesitation. He orders the monsters to finish off the human once and for all. The creatures obey immediately, rushing Jean Fry from every side at once. Their dark bodies surge across the ruined battlefield, and in an instant, the chaos erupts all over again. Jean Fry is forced to fall back into defense as the swarm rushes in around him again, their bodies crowding the battlefield from every side. With claws, shadows, and pressure closing in all at once, he is left with almost no space to move, much less breathe. In that desperate instant, Jean Fry reaches for the power Leon had entrusted to him. With no other clean path left, he activates divine might and places his faith in that borrowed strength. A brilliant golden aura bursts to life around Jean Fry's body, wrapping him in divine radiance from head to toe. The moment that light flares outward, the entire pressure he gives off on the battlefield changes completely. Jean Fry's eyes sharpen as he fixes his focus on the one chance still remaining. He knows how dangerous this gamble is, but he commits himself to it fully, without holding anything back. The divine power spreads outward in waves of golden light, rolling beyond Jean Fry's own body and across the battlefield. That warm glow reaches even Leon's injured form nearby, brushing over him as the power expands. Jean Fry's thoughts snap back to Leon lying behind him, barely hanging on after everything he has endured. In that moment, Jean Fry stakes everything on the skill Leon had trusted him to carry. Seeing Leon still collapsed on the ground reminds Jean Fry that the battle is not over yet. Even now, with every other route nearly sealed, there is still one final path he has not taken. Leon, barely clinging to consciousness, seems to sense what Jean Fry is about to do. Even without hearing the choice spoken aloud, he understands the gamble Jean Fry is preparing to make. Grimoire dismisses the attempt with cold confidence, refusing to see it as a real threat. In his mind, no matter what Jean Fry tries at this point, the outcome has already been decided. Jean Fry releases another repulsion field, and a wide shockwave erupts from him across the battlefield. The force surges outward in a golden burst, blasting the surrounding monsters away from his position. The shadow duplicate reacts immediately and unleashes repulsion field at the same time. Just like before, it expects the two identical powers to collide and cancel each other out completely. But this time, the clash does not settle into a clean draw. Jean Fry keeps pushing his power forward through the collision, forcing the pressure to break past the balance. Grimoire's expression twists with disbelief as he watches the impossible happen. Instead of being neutralized, Jean Fry's output starts driving the shadow duplicate back. He cannot understand how a perfect imitation could lose in strength after copying the exact same skill at the exact same moment. To Grimoire, the result should have been perfectly equal. Jean Fry stands before the shadow duplicate wrapped in radiant gold, his aura blazing brighter with every passing second. The difference between them becomes clearer and clearer as his divine pressure overwhelms the copy. Leon remains wounded on the ground, but he is still conscious enough to watch the exchange unfold. And almost immediately, he understands what separates Jean Fry from the imitation. Leon explains that copying the shape of a skill is meaningless if the one using it lacks the training, experience, and instinct required to wield divine might properly. A fake can repeat the motion, but it cannot reproduce the mastery behind it. The shadow duplicate is left exposed in front of Jean Fry. Standing among the torn remains of the monsters, his renewed power has just ripped apart. This perfect imitation no longer looks so invincible. Leon pushes the point even further, making it clear that raw imitation will never be enough. A copy may mimic a technique's appearance, but it cannot recreate the resolve and battle instinct that give the real move its strength. Jean Fry seizes that opening immediately, refusing to let the moment slip away. He charges straight toward the shadow duplicate, closing the distance with restored speed and purpose. He pours everything into the attack, his will, his strength, and the divine power blazing through him. Every bit of force gathers into a blow meant to destroy the copy once and for all. The shadow duplicate tries to defend itself, raising its guard against the incoming strike. But Jean Fry's empowered blow crashes through that defense with unstoppable force. The copied weapon begins to crack under the pressure, fractures racing along the blade as it struggles to withstand Jean Fry's power. The imitation starts breaking apart right in the duplicate's hands. The shadow duplicate stares at the splitting blade in disbelief, as if it cannot accept what is happening. Its perfect reflection is being destroyed piece by piece. Jean Fry drives the strike all the way through, cutting straight across the duplicate's body. With one decisive blow, he tears the shadow apart and splits the false version of himself open. At that same instant, the backlash tears into Grimoire's real body. The broken shadow link turns the damage back onto him, ripping open his true form as the technique collapses. Grimoire screams in agony as the transferred damage strikes him directly. Blood bursts from the wound created by the failure of his own technique, turning his confidence into raw pain. Jean Fry understands that the battle has finally reached its ending point. Without lingering on Grimoire, his attention immediately shifts away from the enemy and back toward Leon. With Leon's encouragement pushing him forward, Jean Fry calls upon the wind of the dragon god through divine might. The divine power gathers again, this time taking the form of a roaring wind. The system identifies the technique as Athena Gear's third skill. It is a high-speed wind element attack, strengthened and driven by divine force. A violent storm of divine wind erupts across the battlefield, sweeping forward with golden power. The roaring torrent swallows Grimoire whole, trapping him inside the overwhelming current. Within that raging wind, Grimoire's shadow form is torn apart piece by piece. The divine current shreds through him relentlessly, breaking down the darkness under its force. When the attack finally fades, Jean Fry remains standing in the last traces of the golden aura. His blade lowers as the storm dies around him, leaving the battlefield silent in its wake. Leon, still collapsed on the ground, manages to praise Jean Fry for finishing the battle. His voice is weak and strained, but the relief in it is impossible to miss. At last, the battlefield begins to quiet. The divine light surrounding Jean Fry slowly fades away as the chaos that had consumed everything finally starts to settle. The final traces of the storm scatter upward into the open sky, dissolving into the air. With that, the battle is finally brought to an end. Leon's hand gives a faint twitch against the ground, small but unmistakable. Even after everything he has suffered, that tiny movement proves he is still alive. The scene shifts to the Adventurers Association's exclusive medical center, where a heavy sense of urgency hangs over the entrance. The atmosphere there is tense, as if everyone is waiting for terrible news to arrive. A white-haired woman stands outside the building, waiting with a serious expression. Her posture makes it look as though she has been expecting grave news at any moment. Suddenly, she notices someone approaching at high speed. The rapid movement immediately catches her attention, pulling her gaze toward the incoming figures. Jean Fry rushes into view carrying Leon in his arms, moving with desperate urgency. Beside him, Maria races forward at the same frantic pace, matching his panic step for step. Maria stays close to Jean Fry as they hurry ahead, her concern clear in every movement. Even through the panic of the moment, Jean Fry recognizes her immediately. They land and keep moving without allowing themselves to slow down. There is no hesitation, no pause, and not a single second to waste. Maria urgently demands to know where Leon's room is, her voice sharp with fear and impatience. Jean Fry pushes forward at once, carrying Leon deeper into the medical center. They sprint through the hospital corridors in a rush, their footsteps echoing hard against the walls. The quiet medical center is filled with the sound of their desperate race. Neither Jean Fry nor Maria wastes even a heartbeat. With Leon's life hanging in the balance, they race farther inside as quickly as their bodies can carry them. Later, Jean Fry reflects that 3 days have passed since he defeated Grimoire. Right after the battle ended, he had brought Leon to the medical center without delay. At that time, the healers had admitted the truth with grim expressions. Leon's condition was far beyond what they could handle on their own. That was why the association president had no choice but to recall Maria from her expedition. And the moment Jean Fry learned that, he went to meet her as quickly as he possibly could. As Jean Fry ran, only one thought filled his mind: Leon. Over and over, he silently begged him to hold on, praying that he would not die before help could reach him. Jean Fry hurried straight toward Leon's room without slowing down, his breathing tight and uneven as dread pressed against his chest. With every step, he silently prayed that somehow, they had made it back in time before the situation became irreversible. But the instant he stepped through the doorway, that fragile hope dropped like a stone. The room was completely deserted, and no matter where Jean Fry looked, there was not a single trace of Leon to be found. Even the bed had already been neatly cleared, the sheets gone and the space left painfully clean. For one terrible moment, that empty bed forced Jean Fry's mind to picture the worst possible ending before he could stop himself. Maria felt that same cold fear crawl through her as well. Her expression tightened, and the awful thought hit her all at once. That maybe, just like before, they had come back a little too late. Jean Fry's thoughts immediately snapped back to Leon's condition, and his whole body tensed as if he were preparing himself for a report he absolutely did not want to hear. Then, without warning, Leon's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. When Jean Fry turned, there he was, awake, clear-eyed, completely conscious, and casually eating as if nothing serious had ever happened. Jean Fry and Maria both froze where they stood, their eyes locked on Leon in stunned silence. The way he looked so normal, so healthy, and so casually alive left them completely unable to react. Leon greeted them with a bright, easygoing smile, his tone cheerful and relaxed. He acted so carefree that for a second, it almost felt like the life-or-death crisis from before had never existed at all. Jean Fry could do nothing but stare at him, utterly lost. The man who had seemed to be standing at death's door was now right in front of him, joking around like he had merely overslept. A short while later, Mira walked in as well, with a flat, unimpressed look on her face. She dryly pointed out that Leon had barely even opened his eyes before he was already causing trouble again. Even the staff had to admit they had never witnessed anyone recover at such an unbelievable speed. Meanwhile, Leon treated the entire situation like he had simply woken up from a perfectly refreshing nap. Leon only laughed it off, waving away the seriousness of the treatment as if it barely mattered. To him, there was no complicated explanation. He simply insisted that a little pure guts was enough to bring him right back. By that point, Jean Fry had no choice but to accept what was in front of him. Leon's absurd toughness had clearly gone far beyond anything that could still be called common sense. Even so, underneath all that disbelief, Jean Fry was genuinely relieved that Leon had survived. And while he was still processing that relief, Maria wasted no time slipping right back into bickering with Leon over the snacks. As the memories of the battle came rushing back, Jean Fry spoke honestly. He admitted that if Leon had not made that quick decision at the crucial moment, there was no way he would have been able to win. The moment Leon heard that praise, his face immediately brightened. A satisfied grin spread across his expression, and it was obvious he was enjoying this rare compliment from Jean Fry more than he wanted to hide. But then Leon quickly turned the moment around, insisting that he was actually the one who should be grateful. Still wearing that eager smile, he immediately suggested they hold another contest to decide once and for all who was stronger. Jean Fry was left completely at a loss for words. Between his relief, his disbelief, and his exhausted resignation, all he could do was stand there as Leon's ridiculous challenge hung in the air. Somewhere else, a black-haired young man quietly smiled to himself. His expression remained calm and unreadable as he settled on exactly what he intended to do next. Near a grand complex that looked almost like an academy, he stood in silence and confirmed his decision. His mind was already made up, and he was prepared to move forward with the plan. Alone out in the open courtyard, he kept his presence controlled and low-key. Rather than drawing attention to himself, he remained composed, carefully preparing to act when the time was right. Ever since the grimoire incident, he knew the president and the 8 guardian stars had become much more cautious. Because of that, every target had grown far harder to locate than they had been before. And to him, that fact only made the situation more certain. If things had tightened this much, then someone even more powerful than Grimoire had to be operating somewhere behind the scenes. In order to stay one step ahead of whoever that hidden force might be, he concluded that he needed to secure the final hidden equipment as quickly as possible. The scene then shifted to a brilliant festival night, where fireworks bloomed across the dark sky and the streets below shimmered with bright lights, noise, and celebration. He arrived at the shrine beside the Lake of Difficult Serpents on the 7th continent, where a lively local festival was already underway and the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. The festival streets were packed from one end to the other, with crowds filling every path around the shrine grounds. All around him, the place had become a loud, colorful spectacle of movement and anticipation. A ceremonial procession passed through the area, giving the gathering an even grander feeling. It was obvious at a glance that this was not some ordinary local event, but a major celebration for the entire region. He moved calmly through the festival, slipping into the flow of people, lantern light, and excited cheers. To anyone watching, he looked just like another visitor enjoying the night. When he noticed the sheer number of people who had gathered, he understood the reason immediately. With the featured race being so famously popular, a crowd this massive was only natural. Before long, an announcement rang clearly over the festival grounds, declaring that the night parade of 100 Demons race had returned. Both ordinary civilians and adventurers were invited to join in and test themselves. The event was a race against yokai who had lived in that region since ancient times. That made it more than a simple contest of speed, it was a direct clash between humans and spirits. The winner would receive an A-rank reward called the Night Parade Scroll, a rare and valuable prize impressive enough to draw serious attention from anyone who understood its worth. As soon as the reward was announced, the crowd burst into excitement. Voices rose from every direction, and the festival grounds filled with a fresh wave of shouting and anticipation. While most people were fired up simply because the prize sounded thrilling, the young man's gaze fixed on the scroll for a far more specific purpose. He shut out every other distraction around him, letting the noise, lights, and celebration fade into the background as his attention narrowed completely onto the race ahead. For him, winning the Night Parade Scroll was not just a nice bonus or a festival prize. It was the essential key item he needed in order to obtain the next hidden gear. Soon after, the racers were called together at the starting line inside the shrine yard. The contestants gathered in place as the beginning of the race drew closer. The rules were straightforward. The participants had to race against the yokai across a 500-meter course, and the first one to cross the finish line would be declared the winner. However, there was one major restriction that made the challenge far more serious. Every racer had to remove all of their equipment, and the use of magic was completely forbidden. The young man accepted the handicap without showing the slightest complaint. As his gear was taken away, he was left with nothing to rely on except his own physical ability. Even placed at that disadvantage, he remained perfectly calm. His posture stayed steady, and as the starting moment approached, there was no trace of panic on his face. Then the yokai racers were summoned into the shrine yard, and the atmosphere shifted at once. What had begun as a festival race now looked like a strange, dramatic showdown between humans and ancient spirits. The yokai began boasting loudly among themselves, each one brimming with confidence. They all seemed convinced that this year, victory would finally belong to them. At the starting line, the young man stood among the other contestants with a composed expression. Instead of looking anxious or intimidated, he appeared calm, focused, and quietly confident. Then the signal came and the race burst into motion. The yokai shot forward the instant it began, launching themselves down the course with astonishing speed. He immediately understood that the yokai were not just talking big, they were truly fast. In those first few moments, he watched them surge ahead and seize the lead. But partway through the race, a sudden cry from off to the side cut through his focus and pulled his attention away from the path in front of him. A small Tengu yokai had fallen behind the others, crying helplessly because his fan had broken. Without it, he could no longer keep pace with the race. Rather than continue chasing after the leaders, the young man stopped right where he was. He turned away from the course and moved his attention toward the little Tengu, checking on him instead. The little Tengu, still sniffling through his tears, explains what happened in a shaky voice. During the race, his fan had slipped off his wind board, flown away, and shattered, leaving him stranded there with no way to keep going. The instant Jean Frive and Raid hears those words, his gaze becomes noticeably sharper. Rather than seeing it as just a simple accident, he immediately realizes this situation might be the exact opening he needs to turn the race in his favor. Because the yokai are still allowed to rely on their own abilities and personal items during the race, Jean Frive and Raid stays calm and quickly thinks it through. Then he offers, almost casually, to create an even better fan for the little Tengu. Without losing even a moment, Jean Frive and Raid takes the broken Tengu fan and combines it with a behemoth scale through alchemy. In a flash, the ruined item is transformed into a completely new Great Tengu fan. The upgraded fan appears with a much heavier and more commanding presence than the old one ever had. Just from the way it looks, it is clear that this new tool has power far beyond the Tengu's original fan. Jean Frive and Raid then holds the newly made fan out toward the stunned little Tengu. With his usual calm expression, he simply asks whether this replacement is good enough for him to use. The little Tengu's tear-streaked face brightens almost instantly. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he accepts the fan with both hands, looking at Jean Frive and Raid as if he has just met a true benefactor. Determined to repay the kindness he has just received, the little Tengu speaks with sudden fierce resolve. He promises Jean Frive and Raid that he will take first place for him no matter what. Then, clutching the new fan tightly, the Tengu launches himself forward with explosive force. In the next instant, he blasts back into the race like a sudden gust tearing across the course. The rush of wind from that takeoff is so powerful that even Jean Frive and Raid is shaken by it. The Tengu shoots past him with the force of a storm, leaving the air whipping violently behind him. The Tengu charges straight through the middle of the race pack, his upgraded fan driving him forward at incredible speed. Human contestants and yokai alike are left behind as he cuts past them one after another. Before anyone has the chance to close the gap, the Tengu reaches the finish line first. With that final burst, he carries Jean Frive and Raid's hopes across the line and secures the victory. The win is officially counted as Jean Frive and Raid's victory, and his thoughts immediately move past the race itself. What matters now is the Night Parade Scroll, and how it can be used to break the next seal. Once the race has been decided, Jean Frive and Raid begins making his way through the noisy festival crowd. He heads toward the prize counter, ready to claim the reward he came here for. At the counter, the staff formally present him with the championship prize. They hand over the A-rank reward known as the Night Parade Scroll, the very item that had drawn so much attention. As Jean Frive and Raid receives the scroll, his mind is already moving beyond the celebration around him. Rather than getting swept up in the festive mood, he quietly starts considering what needs to happen next. His focus becomes even sharper as he prepares to put the prize to use as efficiently as possible. The noise of the festival continues around him, but he does not let it pull his attention away. However, before the yokai can scatter and leave the shrine grounds, Jean Frive and Raid suddenly remembers one more task that must be handled quickly. There is still something he needs from them before they disappear. With the scroll in hand, he walks over to the gathered yokai and makes his request. To them, it sounds like he is simply asking for commemorative autographs. The yokai find the idea funny and strangely flattering, so they do not question it too deeply. Even without understanding his true reason, they happily agree to write down their names for him. When Jean Frive and Raid shows up holding the Night Parade Scroll, the yokai begin crowding around him with lively curiosity. One after another, they gather close, ready to leave their signatures behind. But for Jean Frive and Raid, these signatures are not some simple souvenir from the festival. Having the yokai sign the Night Parade Scroll is actually the first necessary step toward obtaining the next hidden gear. Before he can continue any further with the process, an old yokai suddenly speaks up and addresses him directly. That unexpected voice stops Jean Frive and Raid in his tracks. An elderly figure steps out from among the yokai, moving with a calm confidence that sets him apart from the rest. His presence alone makes it clear that he holds real authority here. The old yokai makes his position very clear. If Jean Frive and Raid wants his autograph as well, then a simple request will not be enough. Proper compensation will be required. Jean Frive and Raid recognizes him almost immediately. The elderly yokai standing before him is Nurarihayan, the boss who reigns above the other yokai. Rather than arguing, bargaining, or wasting time with pointless back and forth, Jean Frive and Raid keeps his composure. He calmly accepts the condition and agrees to pay for the signature. Without showing the slightest hesitation, he offers 1 million gold on the spot. The amount comes out so casually that it feels less like a huge payment and more like an opening bid. The old yokai's expression shifts the moment the money appears before him. The prideful air he carried just seconds ago quickly gives way to a much more obvious look of interest. Satisfied with the payment, Nurarihayan decides that giving his signature is acceptable after all. Still, he makes a grand point of reminding Jean Frive and Raid just how important and distinguished he is. Then Jean Frive and Raid raises the offer even further, all the way up to 10 million gold. At that point, the deal becomes far too tempting for Nurarihayan to even think about refusing. Nurarihayan is left completely stunned by the sheer wealth this seemingly ordinary young man is carrying. In that very moment, he decides that Jean Frive and Raid is definitely someone worth getting close to. Just as Jean Frive and Raid is about to leave and continue with his goal, Nurarihayan suddenly calls him back. This time, his voice is noticeably warmer than it had been before. Now clearly looking at him with favor, Nurarihayan offers Jean Frive and Raid an additional gift as a gesture of goodwill. He hands him a rare yokai bell, treating it like a sign of their newfound friendly connection. With both the signed Night Parade Scroll and the yokai bell from Nurarihayan now in his possession, Jean Frive and Raid silently confirms his progress. The second step has been completed. He then shifts his attention toward the final requirement. Looking nearby, he soon spots exactly the yokai he needs. A kappa who is still lingering around after the race. The kappa is happily eating cucumbers, chewing away without a care in the world. He seems to be enjoying the quiet calm that has settled in after all the excitement of the race. Jean Fry Van Raid immediately points out that the dish on the kappa's head has dried up from all that running. By calling attention to that weakness, he catches the kappa's attention right away. As thanks for the rain from earlier, Jean Fry Van Raid offers the kappa a holy sea orb. It is an S-rank item with the ability to summon rainfall, making it incredibly valuable. He explains that the orb can refill the kappa's head dish and restore his strength. In other words, for this particular yokai, it is practically the perfect gift. The holy sea orb releases water immediately, and the dry dish on the kappa's head is filled again at once. In just a moment, it is replenished and refreshed. The kappa stares at the result in complete amazement before his face lights up with joy. He is clearly delighted by such a useful and generous gift. Moved by Jean Fry Van Raid's kindness, the kappa warmly calls him a good human. Then, wanting to give something back, he offers Jean Fry Van Raid a cucumber in return. With that simple exchange now complete, Jean Fry Van Raid understands that everything he needed has finally fallen into place. Every required condition has been fulfilled. He leaves the noise and brightness of the festival behind, stepping away from the crowd. From there, he withdraws to a quieter location where he can finish the process without being interrupted. Once he is alone, Jean Fry Van Raid checks the 3 items he has gathered. The night parade scroll covered in signatures, the yokai bell given by Nurari Hyon, and the cucumber received from the kappa. After making sure everything is ready, Jean Fry Van Raid brings the 3 items together. Using alchemy, he combines the sign scroll, the bell, and the cucumber into a single result. But what appears afterward is strangely underwhelming. Instead of something grand or impressive, the result is only a low-rank cursed talisman, far less remarkable than he might have expected. Even so, Jean Fry Van Raid does not hesitate or doubt the process. Trusting the hidden mechanism behind it, he prepares to use the cursed talisman exactly as required. He steps into an open area and activates the cursed talisman. Then he lifts one hand, and a flame begins to gather in his palm. Jean Fry Van Raid summons the flames around his fists, letting the heat spiral and coil like living serpents over his hands. The air around him ripples with intensity, and every flicker of fire hints at the raw power he is about to unleash on the cursed talisman. Following the precise hidden conditions, he plunges the gathered fire directly into the cursed talisman. In an instant, the object ignites, engulfed in roaring flames that lick and twist as if feeding on the talisman's dark essence. The moment the talisman catches fire, the seal reacts violently. A blinding surge of light erupts outward, spilling into the surrounding darkness, as though whatever had been trapped inside was finally breaking free from a long, oppressive confinement. Jean Fry Van Raid's mind sharpens with recognition. This is the critical step. By burning the talisman just so, the hidden equipment he's been chasing should finally be revealed, its presence emerging from the shadows like a long-forgotten secret. As the charred remnants crumble and fall, the object within is set free. From the thick darkness, skeletal hands begin to materialize slowly, curling and stretching into forms both unnerving and majestic, as if they are haunted by centuries of unseen energy. Watching the eerie limbs solidify before his eyes, Jean Fry Van Raid instantly understands what he is seeing. The final hidden equipment has finally manifested. It is the cursed guardian hand, a relic of sinister power. The skeletal hands swirl and spin around him, circling like restless spirits searching for a purpose. With deliberate motion, they leap forward, wrapping around him and binding themselves to his body, transforming into a fully realized, functional piece of gear. With the hands now fused to him, Jean Fry Van Raid allows himself a moment of satisfaction. Every hidden requirement has been completed, and the cursed guardian hand is finally his, its dark aura now under his command. But the feeling of triumph is fleeting. His focus quickly shifts from possession to mastery, contemplating the powerful abilities that remain locked within the cursed guardian hand, waiting to be unleashed. Jean Fry Van Raid reflects on his previous life, remembering how no matter what he tried, the second and third skills of this cursed gear always eluded him. The frustration of past failures stings sharply in his mind. Determined not to let history repeat itself, he steels his resolve. Yet, despite this burning determination, he is still uncertain where to begin, the path to unlocking these latent powers shrouded in mystery. As he wrestles with this dilemma, an all-too-familiar voice suddenly intrudes, cutting through his concentration with surprising cheer. The talking scythe materializes once more without warning, cheerfully calling him brother, and barging into the center of his thoughts as though he owns the moment. Jean Fry Van Raid can't help but complain immediately, muttering that the real shock isn't the appearance of the cursed guardian hand. It's the scythe's relentless habit of showing up out of nowhere. The scythe brushes off his irritation with a nonchalant flick, pointing out casually that the cursed guardian hand itself appeared just as abruptly. So it hardly counts as the strangest thing happening right now. The scene shifts abruptly, the view moving away from Jean Frive and Raid and over a dark, misty lakeside before cutting sharply to an entirely different location. Inside a hidden chamber cloaked in an ominous atmosphere, 3 foreboding figures gather. The air vibrates with tension as if a dangerous plan is about to be set into motion. One of the figures turns to address the Archer of Annihilation, known as Archie, her voice slicing through the darkness of the room. Archie voices her irritation openly, complaining that Grimoire's previous actions have only complicated matters, creating more trouble and making everything far more aggravating than before. Deciding not to handle the problem herself, Archie leaves the remaining responsibilities to Hexen, stepping back with a mix of annoyance and resignation. Hexen, wielder of the Staff of Ruin, accepts the task with a cold, confident air. Every word she speaks carries the weight of certainty, as if eliminating obstacles is nothing more than a simple exercise. Nearby, another subordinate stands silently, Nightmare, the blade of extermination. His presence alone radiates silent menace, a perfect complement to the cold efficiency of Hexen. Nightmare reports grimly that only a few more souls need to be collected to complete Lord Abyss's full revival. His plan is straightforward: slaughter humans efficiently to reach the quota as quickly as possible. Hexen then issues a critical directive: the person currently wielding the divine gear must be eliminated. Nothing less will ensure the success of their overarching plan. Once that individual is dealt with, no force will stand in the way of the greater scheme, and their path toward domination will be clear. To these figures, victory means absolute control, the world itself bending under the authority of Lord Abyss, their ambitions unrestrained by morality or opposition. The perspective then shifts once again, this time to a C-rank dungeon situated on the 7th continent, dimly lit and ominously silent. Inside the dungeon, Jean Frive and Raid suddenly bursts into action. His movements are blindingly fast, aggressive, and precise, leaving no room for hesitation. With the talking scythe in hand, he swings in a massive, brutal arc. The weapon slices cleanly through multiple monsters in a single, fluid strike, the sound of cutting echoing through the cavernous space. The scythe cheers gleefully, its voice full of delight, seemingly relishing every moment of carnage as it marvels at the destruction around them. Jean Frive and Raid continues his relentless assault, moving seamlessly from one target to the next. Each strike is efficient, precise, leaving nothing standing in his path. The dungeon floor quickly becomes littered with monster corpses. The scythe can hardly contain its admiration, marveling at how effortlessly Jean Frive and Raid dominates the battlefield. It assumes, with unshakable confidence, that this display of destruction should be sufficient to trigger the second skill of the cursed guardian hand. Jean Frive and Raid admits to being surprised that the scythe even knows this supposed condition. Yet he can't resist reminding it that constant boasting about its knowledge is exhausting beyond measure. He acknowledges that the scythe has proven useful so far, but the relentless chatter remains a persistent annoyance that cannot be ignored. The scythe, undeterred, insists that this time will be different. Its tone carries absolute certainty, as if unlocking the skill is already guaranteed before it has even happened. Then it calls over the last remaining monster, setting the stage with dramatic flair. This is clearly meant to be the grand finale of the test, the final act before the hidden skill should reveal itself. Jean Frive and Raid dispatches the last creature in a dramatic, decisive strike. His confidence is unshakable, fully expecting that this completed kill count will finally trigger the hidden unlock. With the final monster down, he declares with certainty that the second skill of the Cursed Guardian Hand should now have been activated, the result anticipated but still unconfirmed. Later, back in town, Jean Frive and Raid sits alone on a wooden bench. His posture is heavy, and his expression darkens as he broods over the frustratingly disappointing result. Despite all of his efforts, nothing has changed. Jean Frive and Raid can do nothing but mutter that the entire situation is utterly unbelievable in the most exasperating way. The scythe tries to offer encouragement, but he snaps sharply in response. Its words have no right to console him after leading him astray and giving him false confidence. Going over the failed attempt in his mind, Jean Frive and Raid recalls that he had indeed defeated a full 100 creatures, carefully moving from B rank to C rank, exactly as the scythe had instructed. The scythe, now sheepish, admits its memory of the condition had been flawed. Its previous confidence evaporates entirely, leaving only embarrassment. After a brief apology, the scythe vanishes into thin air, leaving Jean Frive and Raid even more irritated, frustration simmering beneath his calm exterior. He slumps further back against the bench, the weight of wasted effort pressing on him. All that energy, all that precision, and yet nothing has come of it. With no clue about the actual unlock condition, he decides to stop obsessing over it for the time being. Turning his thoughts elsewhere, he prepares to head back into town. But just as he is about to move, the sound of hurried footsteps cuts through the quiet. Someone is approaching fast, the urgency unmistakable in every pounding step. Two children come running into view, their faces pale with panic. Their voices are filled with desperation as they call out to Jean Frive and Raid, urgently begging him to follow. They need his help immediately because people are in serious trouble. Startled by the sudden interruption, Jean Frive and Raid spins to face the source of the cries. His focus snaps back to the present, eyes scanning the children for answers as the tension of the moment grips him. A young boy and girl dressed in plain, ordinary clothes rush straight up to Jean Frive and Raid, both of them looking pale with fear. They are breathing hard, their shoulders rising and falling as if they have run there in complete desperation. The boy tries to be the first one to explain, but panic keeps catching in his throat. His voice cracks again and again, making his words come out broken and uneven instead of clear. Jean Frive and Raid does not ignore them or push them away. Instead, he lowers himself closer to their height, bringing his gaze level with theirs and giving the frightened children his full attention. That is when Jean Frive and Raid notices how strange the situation really is. This desperate cry for help is not coming from trained adventurers or city officials, but from two small, helpless children with nowhere else to turn. The moment the children realize Jean Frive and Raid is an adventurer, they cling to that tiny bit of hope. With trembling voices, they beg him to help, asking if he is strong enough to save someone. Jean Frive and Raid answers them calmly, confirming that he is indeed an adventurer. Then, keeping his tone steady so they can calm down, he asks them to explain exactly what happened from the beginning. When the boy finally manages to say that their parents have disappeared, Jean Frive and Raid's first thought is fairly simple. Maybe the adults wandered off somewhere, got separated, or lost their way. But the children immediately shake off that assumption and correct him in panic. They insist their mother and father were taken by a red-eyed monster that suddenly appeared inside their own home. Those words make Jean Frive and Raid go completely still. His expression tightens, and the detail about the monster's eyes lands with a weight that instantly changes the entire situation. He quietly repeats the words red-eyed under his breath. Almost immediately, his mind connects that description to a dangerous kind of enemy he has already learned to recognize. If this is one of those monsters capable of nullifying the protection of city walls, then this is not just a simple kidnapping case. It is a much more serious threat hiding behind the children's frightened story. The children break down all over again, their small voices shaking as they plead with him. Over and over, they beg Jean Frive and Raid to save their mother and father before it is too late. Jean Frive and Raid accepts their request immediately. There is no hesitation in his answer, no doubt in his expression, and no sign that he is even considering refusing them. He promises the children that he will find their parents. Then he tells them to take him directly to the house where everything happened, so he can see the scene for himself. The children thank him even as fear still clings to their faces. Then they quickly turn and hurry ahead, leading Jean Frive and Raid back toward the place they had fled from. Before long, they arrive in front of a dark, isolated house. The moment the building comes into view, its gloomy shape and quiet surroundings give off a deeply unsettling feeling. The boy raises a trembling hand and points toward the inner room. In a frightened voice, he says the black monster is waiting somewhere inside. Jean Frive and Raid tells the children to stay exactly where they are. Then, without bringing them any closer to the danger, he steps forward on his own to investigate the house. A faint, halo-like glow surrounds Jean Frive and Raid as he enters the abandoned house. Behind him, the two younger siblings keep their distance, trailing after him but staying far enough back to watch. Once he is inside, Jean Frive and Raid quietly studies the room. Almost right away, his eyes narrow, because something about the entire place feels wrong. The dust, the neglected interior, and the stale air all tell the same story. No one has lived in this house for a long time, which means the building itself is most likely nothing more than bait. For the moment, Jean Frive and Raid sets the siblings' story aside in his mind. Instead, he focuses on the real danger he came to confirm, the presence of those red-eyed beings. Even though he understands he may already be standing in the middle of a trap, Jean Frive and Raid chooses to test it deliberately. He wants to see exactly what kind of reaction the house will trigger. The instant Jean Frive and Raid makes his move, a hidden spell beneath the building suddenly activates. Magical force surges upward and swallows the entire area at once. Jean Frive and Raid realizes that the house is positioned at the edge of nothingness. The entire property is not just an abandoned building. It has been worked into a magical construct. From above, the full truth becomes visible. The lonely house sits at the center of an enormous magic circle carved into the dead forest around it. Jean Frive and Raid recognizes the formation as a summoning spell and reacts immediately. Before it can fully activate, he tries to escape using a wind transfer technique. But the spell is stronger than his attempt to flee. It overwhelms the technique, seizes the entire house, and drags the building away toward another location. Jean Frive and Raid is pulled into a vast stone chamber, where the very same summoning circle has been recreated inside. The space feels sealed off, heavy, and carefully prepared. A hidden enemy greets Jean Frive and Raid with open satisfaction. From the tone alone, it is clear the trap has worked exactly as intended, and its prey has finally been caught. The transported house settles into place inside the chamber, as if it has been neatly slotted into the final part of the setup. The summoner's arrangement is completed with chilling precision. Jean Frive and Raid stumbles out of the house while coughing, his body still rattled by the sudden relocation. The forced transfer leaves him shaken and momentarily unsteady on his feet. Still recovering from the impact of being dragged through space, Jean Frive and Raid looks around the chamber. His eyes move across the stone walls as he tries to figure out exactly where he has been brought. An unseen voice mocks him from somewhere in the chamber. The speaker sneers at Jean Frive and Raid, accusing him of relying too heavily on the protection of his divine gear. The voice continues to boast, claiming that even someone chosen by divine gear can still be deceived. As long as the trap is prepared cleverly enough, even that kind of chosen user can be caught. Jean Frive and Raid immediately focuses on the unfamiliar phrase, divine gear. The term grabs his attention because it may finally reveal the true nature of the weapon he has been carrying. Then another figure emerges from the surrounding shadows. This newcomer reveals that their side already knew the divine gear had resurfaced. Jean Frive and Raid watches the newcomer carefully and starts piecing things together. He suspects this person may have some connection to the original owner of the weapon he inherited. At that moment, the two siblings who came with him suddenly abandon their frightened act. Their expressions shift, and they reveal themselves as willing accomplices while mocking Jean Frive and Raid for being careless enough to follow them. Their little family tragedy is exposed as nothing but a performance. Every tear, every desperate plea, and every terrified word was part of the trap designed to lure him in. The old witch-like enemy sneers at the scene, saying humans can be every bit as underhanded as demons. In her eyes, they can even be more twisted and deceptive than grimoire. When Jean Frive and Raid calls out the deception for what it is, the witch only seems more certain of her judgment. She decides that this sharpness is exactly why divine gear users are such troublesome opponents. The witch then demands that Jean Frive and Raid hand over the divine gear. And as if that were not enough, she casually orders him to die once he has surrendered it. Jean Frive and Raid admits that he still does not fully understand what the term divine gear actually means. Even so, his answer is firm. He has no intention of handing anything over. Instead, Jean Frive and Raid calls the dark blade into his hand. With the weapon now ready, he turns the witch's death sentence right back on her. The witch remains completely calm even under his threat. She shows no fear and, more importantly, no interest at all in fighting Jean Frive and Raid directly. Rather than facing him head-on, the witch sends the red-eyed siblings after him. She treats them like disposable attackers, using them to wear him down in her place. Then the witch reveals the bigger trick behind the trap. Jean Frive and Raid was not merely summoned away. He was reverse summoned into the so-called Eighth Land. Leaving Jean Frive and Raid trapped together with the children, the witch withdraws from the confrontation. Her parting order is cold and cruel, telling them to take their time killing him. Jean Frive and Raid is visibly stunned when he hears the name Eighth Land. As the meaning begins to sink in, he realizes this place may be far more significant than he first assumed. Jean Frive and Raid presses for answers, his voice sharp as he tries to pin Hexen down. But Hexen only continues moving away, treating his confusion and urgency like a cruel little joke that is not worth taking seriously. Then, with a calmness that makes the words even colder, Hexen finally reveals what they are truly aiming for. Once they break free, their first act will be nothing less than the slaughter of humanity. The threat becomes even more terrifying when Hexen adds that Lord Abyss is already on the brink of resurrection. The way she says it makes it sound less like a possibility and more like something inevitable. With that declaration hanging in the air, the situation no longer feels like some hidden plot taking place in the shadows. It feels like the opening move of a massive upheaval, one that could drag enemies, allies, and entire nations into open war. Jean Frive and Raid immediately tries to stop Hexen from leaving. He needs more answers, and the urgency in his movements makes it clear he has no intention of letting the enemy disappear so easily. But that only makes his frustration burn hotter. Hexen has given him just enough information to shake the ground under him, then started walking away before explaining anything that truly matters. Before Jean Frive and Raid can chase after her, the two siblings suddenly spring into action. They move to block him at once, forcing him to stay inside the chamber instead of pursuing Hexen. Now there is no trace of their earlier frightened child act. The red-eyed boy and girl arm themselves and step firmly into Jean Frive and Raid's path, cutting off his route with clear hostility. One of the children warns him in a cold voice to stay out of Hexen's affairs. Their stance makes it obvious that they are not here to scare him, they fully intend to stop him. Hexen accepts their offer to handle the battle without the slightest concern. She leaves the rest to them as calmly as if Jean Frive and Raid has already been sealed inside the trap. Jean Frive and Raid makes one last attempt to reach Hexen before she can slip away. But the witch escapes before he can close the distance, disappearing beyond his reach. Once Jean Frive and Raid realizes Hexen is gone, his focus snaps back to the threat directly in front of him. The bigger mystery will have to wait, because the immediate danger is already moving. He narrows his attention as the siblings begin closing in from both sides. Their weapons are ready, their movements tighten around him, and the space between them starts to shrink. Their first coordinated attack comes in fast, cutting through the chamber with sudden force. Jean Frive and Raid has only an instant to react before the strike can reach him. With sharp footwork, Jean Frive and Raid slips away from the opening blow, avoiding it by a narrow margin. At the same time, he keeps his dark blade low and ready at his side. The siblings make their mission clear, announcing that Hexen ordered them to kill Jean Frive and Raid right here. There will be no negotiation, no escape route, and no chance for him to simply walk away. They sneer at his past victories, mocking the enemies he defeated before. Compared to them, they insist those opponents were nothing more than weaklings. Jean Frive and Raid does not waste any energy reacting to their taunts. Instead, he cuts straight to the heart of the matter and demands to know what Hexen and the others are truly planning. But the siblings do not give him a real answer. They only repeat Hexen's grand phrase about turning the world upside down, as if echoing that slogan is enough to explain everything. Jean Frive and Raid immediately calls them out for it, ridiculing them for parroting words they clearly do not understand. Their blind obedience is obvious to him the moment they speak. Even while he talks, Jean Frive and Raid never lets his guard drop. His eyes keep tracking their shoulders, their footing, and the timing of their next move. Then Jean Frive and Raid launches into a lightning-fast leap, cutting through their rhythm before their offense can fully lock around him. In one sudden movement, he breaks the pressure they were trying to build. The girl lashes out in anger, unable to stand how calm Jean Frive and Raid remains. Even with both siblings attacking him together, he still looks controlled, focused, and far too composed. Jean Frive and Raid slips past the whip and the pull-arm strike before they can catch him in place. Their attempt to bind his movement fails before it can fully close around him. Rather than challenging their strength head-on, Jean Frive and Raid uses speed as his weapon. He cuts straight through the gap in their formation, moving where their attacks cannot fully follow. The siblings answer with a crisscrossing barrage, their attacks weaving together through the air. They try to trap Jean Frive and Raid midair, aiming to stop him before he can land safely. They reposition in perfect sync, shifting their angles with sharp coordination. Even with rage twisting their faces, their teamwork remains disciplined and dangerously precise. Jean Frive and Raid steadies himself calmly as both attackers circle in around him. The siblings prepare a synchronized strike, clearly intending to end the battle with their next move. The boy finally gives himself completely to his bloodlust and charges forward. His expression twists with open murderous intent as he throws himself into the attack. The girl mirrors his movement from the opposite side, attacking with the same savage urge. She is just as consumed by the desire to rip Jean Frive and Raid apart. Their combined assault crashes down with terrifying force. The impact slams into the chamber floor so violently that the stone beneath them shatters under the blow. But when the dust lifts and the broken stone settles, Jean Frive and Raid is already above them. He is completely untouched, with power crackling around his body as if the attack never even reached him. Jean Frive and Raid calmly judges their abilities. The siblings are definitely stronger and faster than the enemies he fought earlier, but their style leans far too heavily on their weapons. Mistaking his evasive movements for fear, the siblings shout at him to stop running away. To them, his speed looks like avoidance, not control. Jean Frive and Raid answers with action instead of argument. In a blur, he drops through their defenses and strikes both siblings at once before either of them can react. After cutting them down, Jean Frive and Raid makes it clear that he learned endurance the hard way. Enemies like them have no right to underestimate what he has survived. Both siblings are badly wounded now, their earlier confidence shaken. For the first time, they are forced to truly recognize the strength standing in front of them. Gene Fry Van Raid adds that fighters who depend only on raw power and weapons have no place mocking the opponents he defeated before. To him, their arrogance has already exposed their limits. Elsewhere, Hexen and several other sinister figures observe the situation with growing irritation. Gene Fry Van Raid's resistance is proving far stronger than they had expected. Gene Fry Van Raid calls out to the distant schemers, telling them to stop acting so impressive. Their threats, their poses, and their dramatic displays no longer intimidate him at all. The siblings begin to tremble as they feel the shift in Gene Fry Van Raid's presence. The confidence around him has become sharper, heavier, and far more dangerous than before. They finally understand that if even Hexen is watching him closely, then this human cannot be treated as some ordinary prey. He is far more dangerous than he first appeared. Gene Fry Van Raid reflects quietly on himself, realizing that his long streak of easy victories has left him bored. Without noticing it, he had grown duller and less focused than he should have been. Thinking back on all the people who have gathered around him lately, Gene Fry Van Raid realizes something important. He has drifted away from the fighting style that once defined him. When the wounded siblings fail to understand what he means, Gene Fry Van Raid dismisses their shallow assumptions about humans relying on teamwork. They are looking at the idea far too simply. He admits that fighting together with others has value, and he does not deny its usefulness. But deep down, that was never the kind of combat that suited him best. Facing these enemies has reminded Gene Fry Van Raid of the real reason he began fighting in the first place. The danger, the uncertainty, and the challenge are what awaken him. The unknown eighth continent and the hidden existence of the nobody stir something old inside him. Once again, he feels that obsession with unexplored challenges beginning to burn. At that very moment, a new skill awakens within him. Hardcore returns. By embracing solo play as the core of his strength, Gene Fry Van Raid reconnects with the power that truly belongs to him. A grin spreads across Gene Fry Van Raid's face, the kind of grin a player makes after discovering a brand new game. Now, fully back in his element, he prepares to end this fight completely on his own terms. He brings the weapon around with monstrous force, the swing tearing through the air in a huge, sweeping arc. Before the brother and sister can even brace themselves properly, that brutal slash crashes down across the space around them and overwhelms their defenses in an instant. The sibling pair is hurled backward by the sudden explosion of power, their bodies skidding and slamming hard into the ground. The impact rattles them so badly that their consciousness begins to flicker, as if they are only a heartbeat away from blacking out completely. Even the ones standing on the enemy side are forced to fall silent at what they have just seen. Whatever hatred or contempt they may hold toward him, none of them can deny the truth before their eyes. This human strength has already surpassed anything ordinary. Wounded, shaken, and barely able to steady themselves, the siblings can only glare up at him through the pain. Their eyes burn with resentment as they curse him under their breath, their hatred swelling even as fear digs deeper into their hearts. Yet even after being beaten into such a miserable state, one of them still clings stubbornly to a single murderous thought. If even the smallest opening appears, they have to take it and kill him as quickly as they can. Seeing that the two of them can barely pose a threat anymore, he simply stands there with a calm, almost careless confidence. With his posture loose and his expression steady, he openly dares them to come closer, making it painfully obvious that he no longer considers them real opponents. The mystery surrounding the eighth still gnaws at him, pulling at his curiosity from the back of his mind. But he forces that question aside for now, deciding that returning as soon as possible and stopping Hexen has to take priority over everything else. That disturbing phrase, turning the world upside down, keeps echoing inside his head again and again. The longer he thinks about it, the stronger his instincts become, warning him that those words are pointing towards something far more catastrophic than they first sounded. He starts looking around this strange place for any possible way out, his eyes scanning for a path back. At the same time, he wonders whether Grimm's power might be the very thing capable of tearing open an escape route for him. With that thought in mind, he raises the dark blade in his grip and feels its weight settle in his hand. His focus sharpens as he prepares to test whether this weapon can truly respond to what he needs right now. But just as he is about to act, the talking scythe suddenly interrupts with a burst of wild excitement. It blurts out that, after all this time, it has finally managed to remember something important. The scythe hurries to explain, its words spilling out as it reveals what that recovered memory is connected to. Apparently, it has remembered the condition required to unlock a second skill tied directly to his hand. The injured siblings stare at the scene in complete bewilderment, their expressions caught somewhere between pain and confusion. They cannot understand why this human has suddenly started arguing with his own weapon right in the middle of a battle. Annoyed by the sudden interruption, he snaps back at the scythe and tells it to stop cutting in whenever it feels like it. This time, he demands that it explain properly and say what it means in a way that actually makes sense. The scythe answers him immediately, laying out the condition as plainly as possible. To unlock that second skill, he needs to level up 100 times while on the 8th continent. He instantly narrows his eyes, clearly doubting whether that sudden claim is something he should trust. But the scythe stubbornly pushes back, insisting that the fact it remembered the condition out of nowhere should already be enough proof. Then the scythe points out the timing like it should have been obvious all along. Right now, at this very moment, he is already standing on the 8th continent. That one sentence strikes him like a jolt through the chest. He freezes where he stands, caught so completely off guard that, for a brief moment, he cannot even respond. The shock quickly turns into urgency, and he immediately demands an explanation. He asks how the scythe can possibly be so certain that this bizarre place is truly the 8th continent. The scythe answers in an almost casual tone, saying that it has been here before. But almost as soon as it says that, it admits it cannot remember why it ever came to this place in the first place. Even with its memories still broken and full of missing pieces, the scythe understands one point with absolute clarity. What it has just remembered may be the very clue they need to uncover what the nobodies are truly trying to achieve. Far away from that battlefield, the scene shifts across the world to the first continent, a massive land floating high above in the sky. There, Hexen appears above the continent, suspended in the open air. Waiting nearby are two powerful allies, and he moves to join them as if everything is already proceeding according to plan. One of those allies asks whether Hexen has succeeded in capturing the target. Hexen responds with calm confidence, his answer making it clear that, in his mind, success is already close enough to grasp. When the conversation shifts to whether the loss of Grimoire has made the plan harder to carry out, Hexen shows no sign of concern at all. He remains perfectly composed and insists that everything is still moving exactly as intended. Then, high above the first continent, the three of them begin a massive ritual together. Their figures hang in the sky like omens, and the entire scene feels like the opening moment of a disaster about to descend. Down below, people begin noticing something strange overhead. A tiny dark point has formed far above them, and as they look up, alarm spreads across their faces. That small point expands with terrifying speed, spreading outward like ink bleeding across the sky. In moments, it blooms into a vast black stain that begins to swallow the first continent from above. Meanwhile, at the guild headquarters, the crisis reaches them in the form of an emergency report being rushed directly toward the president. The messenger bursts into the office without any attempt at formality, his sudden entrance filled with panic. From the way he rushes in, it is obvious that this disaster cannot afford even a second of delay. The president immediately asks what happened, but the aide can barely get the words out. He hesitates, struggling as though the report itself is so unbelievable that speaking it aloud feels impossible. At last, the aide forces himself to deliver the news. The entire first continent has disappeared. The president can only stare back in stunned disbelief, unable to immediately accept what he has just heard. For a heavy moment, that impossible statement seems to freeze the room. Everyone present is left trying to understand how something as enormous as an entire continent could simply vanish from existence. One guild member is the first to react, his expression twisting with disbelief and growing unease. As the meaning of the report begins to sink in, worry spreads clearly across his face. Another member says nothing at all. The scale of the disaster hits him so heavily that he is left completely silent, with no immediate response to offer. A third member manages to keep his composure, refusing to let panic take over. Instead, he studies the report with a sharp, cold focus, as if trying to cut straight through the chaos to the truth beneath it. The strategist among them begins working through the consequences almost immediately. While the others are still caught in shock, his mind is already moving ahead, considering what this disaster could mean next. Across the guild's wider network, the same emergency feed begins reaching others as well. One after another, they take in the information, and their faces turn grave as the reality of the situation spreads. From farther away, a blue-haired member watches the situation unfold with a serious gaze. Rather than stopping at the first wave of shock, he is already looking past it, searching for the deeper cause behind what happened. The president confirms that the report is genuine, leaving no room for doubt. This is not a mistake, not a wild rumor, and not some misunderstanding passed through the chain of command. One hot-headed member tries to break through the suffocating tension with a joke, perhaps hoping to lighten the room for even a second. But the mood is far too heavy, and no one is in any state to laugh. The president shuts him down at once, his voice firm enough to cut the remark off completely. His tone makes it unmistakably clear that this is not the time for jokes, careless words, or forced humor. The others have no choice but to agree with him. After all, the disappearance of an entire continent is too absurd, too horrifying, and far too serious for anyone to treat it lightly. When they press the president for more details, he decides that explaining it with words will only waste time. Instead, he chooses to show them the evidence directly so they can see the truth for themselves. He brings up an image of the first continent, but the sight on display is nothing like what should be there. Where land, cities, and life should have filled the view, there is only a flat, featureless black void. Seeing the image with their own eyes strikes the guild members even harder than the report itself. Their faces change immediately, visibly shaken by the impossible darkness displayed in front of them. They quickly understand that this blackness has not taken only one city, one border region, or even a single battlefield. The darkness has swallowed the entire landmass. The president confirms the dreadful truth without softening it. That black, empty void is now the current state of the first continent. And the situation is even worse than the image suggests. Every guild member stationed there has gone completely silent, and even the radar has stopped responding, as if the continent itself has been wiped clean from the world. The blue-haired member quietly thinks through the scale of the catastrophe, measuring how impossible such an act should be. In the end, he reaches one chilling conclusion: only the hidden faction known as the Nobodies could be capable of causing something this enormous. He repeats the name Nobodies under his breath, and a sharp glimmer flashes through his eyes. It is as if the hidden enemy he has been waiting to confront has finally revealed itself from the darkness. The president gives a heavy, grim nod, his expression darkening as he confirms the suspicion. Out of every possible force that could be responsible, the Nobodies remain the most likely ones behind a disaster this impossible. Another guild member narrows his eyes, his face tightening as the same answer settles in his mind. The enemy that had been hiding in the shadows for so long has finally stopped lurking and chosen to move in the open. A nun-like member looks deeply unsettled, her brows drawing together as worry spreads across her face. In a troubled voice, she wonders what kind of reason could possibly push anyone to commit something so extreme and horrifying. The strategist answers in a cold, controlled tone, cutting straight to the core of the matter. He reminds everyone that the Nobodies have never hidden their true objective. They hunt humans. But this time, that goal has taken on a far more terrifying scale. They are no longer going after scattered victims or isolated groups. Now they are striking at entire continents all at once. The blue-haired member calls the move unbelievably bold, but there is no admiration in his voice. His expression hardens as he makes it clear that this action has crossed far beyond any line they could ever tolerate. The guild members steady themselves and reaffirm the duty they have always carried. Remembering that they exist to protect civilians, they quickly reach the same conclusion. The Nobodies must be stopped before the destruction spreads any further. The president orders everyone to remain on high alert until more information can be gathered. But even while he gives that command, one unsettling question continues pressing at the back of his mind. He turns his eyes toward the others and asks a question that immediately changes the weight of the room. Are the Nobodies capable of flying through the sky? Ryu thinks back to something Leon once told him, and the memory suddenly clicks into place with what is happening now. His expression sharpens as he tells the others that he may have already found them. Lifting his gaze toward the sky, Ryu focuses on the distant lights hanging far above. After staring at them for a moment, he identifies those figures as the Nobodies themselves. When Ryu confirms that there are 3 of them, the tension among the others spikes instantly. The threat is no longer a theory or a suspicion. The enemy has truly appeared overhead. The president immediately orders Ryu to keep his eyes locked on them no matter what. Ryu answers that he is already mounted on a dragon, holding his position high in the sky and watching their every movement. Ryu reports that the enemy has already begun doing something above the continent. Waiting for reinforcements would take too much time, and from what he can see, they may not have that kind of time left. Realizing that there might not be another chance to intervene, Ryu makes his decision on the spot. If someone has to stop them right now, then he will do it with his own hands. Ignoring the warning to hold back, Ryu drives forward toward the ritual without hesitation. If these Nobodies are anything like the one Leon fought before, then even a single moment of delay could turn deadly. As Ryu's dragon slices through the open sky and races straight toward the 3 distant figures, the others can only shout after him. All they can do now is hope he survives the first clash long enough to disrupt whatever they are doing. A young fighter riding atop a dragon finally catches up to the 3 invaders high above the continent. Up there, surrounded by open air and looming danger, the atmosphere itself feels heavy enough to crush him. The white-haired leader notices his arrival and calmly remarks that they were discovered sooner than expected. Yet his face remains completely relaxed, showing not even the slightest hint that this interruption worries him. The dragon rider comes to a stop in front of the trio, facing them head-on in the sky. Beneath them, an ominous dark ritual circle hangs over the continent, making the entire scene feel like the beginning of a catastrophe. Standing balanced on the dragon's back, the boy steadies his footing and braces himself against the danger ahead. His body tightens as he prepares to resist whatever terrifying power the invaders are about to unleash. Determination burns fiercely in his eyes as he faces them without backing down. In a firm voice, he vows that he will not allow these invaders to keep moving freely through his skies. The enemy leader stays perfectly calm, as if the boy's courage is nothing more than a passing breeze. He treats that fierce resolve like it carries no real weight at all. Then the leader reveals the cruel truth without the slightest hesitation. No matter how desperately the boy struggles, it will not change anything, because he intends to erase everything anyway. Elsewhere, Jean Fry presses his talking scythe for answers, his patience already wearing thin. He demands to know more about the mysterious Eighth Continent and why the weapon brought him to this strange place. The scythe can only repeat the same answer again and again. It still cannot remember the reason. That useless response only makes Jean Fry's frustration grow sharper with every passing second. At last, Jean Fry's irritation boils over completely. He realizes that when it comes to actually explaining anything important, this talking scythe is almost unbelievably useless. Behind him, the two wounded shrine maidens remain in silence, their bodies tense as they gather themselves for another strike. While his attention is caught on the arguing weapon, they prepare to move against his exposed back. At the very last possible moment, Jean Fry senses the danger closing in behind him. His eyes shift back over his shoulder, catching the attack just before it can fully reach him. His expression hardens in an instant, the irritation in his eyes turning cold and decisive. In that brief moment, he decides there is no longer any reason to keep holding himself back. A violent blast erupts without warning, tearing through the tense silence around him. The force strikes the attacking shrine maidens before they can finish their move, knocking them off balance in one brutal burst. The two women are thrown down hard, their bodies crashing into the ground but still left alive. Stunned by the impact, they tremble and struggle to regain control of themselves. Even then, one of them still mocks Jean Fry for daring to leave his back exposed. But beneath the taunt, she has no choice but to acknowledge that his counterattack was strong enough to pin them down. Jean Fry then calls upon a new combat skill, shifting the pressure around him in an instant. The power known as Title Match begins to activate. The two women realize it a heartbeat too late, their eyes widening as the change takes hold. This is not just another ordinary attack. Jean Fry has triggered something far more dangerous. Their confidence begins to crack as the atmosphere around Jean Fry changes completely. A heavy pressure rolls outward from him, and the growing force of his power starts bearing down on them. Jean Fry brings his hands together and firmly enters the battle state created by Title Match. His posture becomes focused and deliberate, as if he has stepped into a formal duel where retreat is no longer an option. Energy surges around his body, gathering thicker and heavier with every passing moment. The skill fully takes effect, wrapping him in a powerful aura that makes the air feel dense around him. Title Match grants Jean Fry 3 timed rounds, and with each round, his stats are doubled. But the price is brutal. If he cannot win before the time runs out, every piece of his equipment will disappear. Even knowing how dangerous that cost is, Jean Fry accepts the gamble without a flicker of hesitation. To conquer the Eighth Continent, he is willing to risk whatever he has to. Before charging in, Jean Fry layers another advantage onto the fight by using Beckoning Curse. The curse weakens his opponent's stats even further, shifting the odds more heavily in his favor. The curse slams into the two shrine maidens immediately, and the effect is impossible for them to ignore. Their strength drains away, their bodies reel, and their movements begin to lose stability. Jean Fry wastes absolutely no time. While they are still suppressed and struggling to recover, he lunges straight toward them, closing the distance before they can regain their footing. In the middle of that charge, another power suddenly awakens within him. At that moment, Jean Fry unlocks the second skill tied directly to himself. His fist ignites with blazing force as Jean Fry bursts upward in a furious rush. With explosive speed, he drives his attack forward, putting lethal power behind the blow. The strike tears through both women in a single devastating attack. Before they can properly defend themselves, the force of the blow leaves them catastrophically wounded. Jean Fry does not let the momentum fade. He seizes one of them in the flow of the assault and finishes by smashing her down into the ground with crushing force. As the attack finally lets his frustration burst out, Jean Fry shifts the blame onto the talking scythe for pushing him into this outburst. At the same time, the kills reward him with several new levels. Jean Fry notes that he still needs many more levels before reaching his goal. But now, A new suspicion begins forming in his mind. The Cursed Hand's second skill may be unlocked by slaughtering enemies. A sudden tremor tears straight through Jean Fry's thoughts, cutting off whatever conclusion he was about to reach. The air around him shakes violently, and he immediately lifts his head, his expression sharpening with alarm. Jean Fry feels the disturbance rolling out in every direction, like a powerful earthquake spreading beneath his feet. The force travels through the entire area, making it clear that this is not some small aftershock. The ruined hall starts trembling even more fiercely, its broken walls and loose debris rattling all around him. As the shaking grows stronger, the pressure in the air becomes heavier, pressing down like something enormous is waking up. Then, from the shattered floor around Jean Fry, strange blue lights begin to rise. They drift upward slowly, like glowing embers floating into the air after a fire, filling the broken hall with an eerie shine. Jean Fry stares at the mysterious glow with confusion written across his face. His eyes follow the lights as they float around him, trying to understand what kind of strange phenomenon has suddenly taken over the hall. More and more of the blue lights gather in the air, multiplying until they surround him from every side. Before long, the entire space is washed in that ghostly radiance, turning the ruined hall into something otherworldly. Far away from the hall, an enormous burst of blue light suddenly erupts over the sea and mountains. The distant landscape is lit up with frightening intensity, as if the horizon itself has been swallowed by a terrifying flash. Back inside the ruined hall, Jean Fry looks around as the glow begins to fade. Still unable to make sense of what he just witnessed, he can only wonder what in the world has happened. One of the dying shrine maidens raises her voice with what little strength remains in her body. With her final breath drawing close, she praises Lord Hexen, declaring that he has achieved something truly extraordinary. Even as her life slips away, she turns her hatred toward Jean Fry one last time. Through fading strength and bitter resentment, she declares that he will be the next sacrifice. Then her body finally goes still, and her life comes to an end. At the same moment, Jean Fry receives even more levels from her death, the reward feeding directly into his growing power. The Cursed Hand responds immediately, as if triggered by the death. A crowd of monstrous soldiers begins to appear, closing in from every direction and surrounding Jean Fry on all sides. Jean Fry realizes that the enemy leader must have set something massive in motion. But instead of being shaken, his expression shifts, because the sudden swarm saves him the trouble of going out to search for more targets. Excitement begins to rise in Jean Fry's eyes as he looks over the monsters gathering around him. To him, every enemy in sight has already become nothing more than fresh experience points waiting to be claimed. Outside, the sky continues to roar beneath the aftermath of that distant catastrophe. The entire world seems to tremble from the impact, as if the disaster has left the heavens themselves shaking. Jean Fry throws himself straight into the horde with savage enthusiasm, charging forward without a trace of hesitation. From the way he rushes into the swarm, it feels as though he has been waiting for exactly this kind of moment. His flaming strike crashes into a giant monster and tears through it in one brutal blow. The experience surges into him immediately, pushing Jean Fry all the way up to level 300. An armored creature rushes in with its weapon raised high, trying to strike him down. But by this point, the surrounding swarm no longer has enough power to make Jean Fry feel threatened. Jean Fry answers the attack with a merciless kick, driving his foot into another enemy with crushing force. The impact sends its body crashing apart, leaving no room for it to recover. Monsters cry out all around him as the battlefield descends into chaos, but Jean Fry does not slow down for even a second. He keeps cutting them down one after another, moving through the horde with relentless momentum. A group of armed enemies charges at him from the front, weapons raised as they try to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Their formation closes in, aiming to bury him before he can properly react. Jean Fry burns straight through their formation in a single blazing charge. Before their attack can surround him, he tears it apart from the center and scatters them in every direction. After breaking past level 300, Jean Fry begins paying closer attention to what these constant kills are teaching him. The more enemies he defeats, the more clearly he starts to notice a new pattern. These monsters are different from the enemies he fought earlier. They are not just giving him stolen skills after death. Many of them are carrying actual weapons that can be left behind. Jean Fry proves that point almost immediately by smashing another armed foe apart. As the monster's broken body falls, its equipment drops away from it, confirming what he has started to suspect. A new notice appears, confirming that defeated enemies are capable of dropping equipment. From the battlefield, Jean Fry acquires an ordinary spear, adding a real weapon to his spoils. That spear becomes clear, solid proof of the pattern he has just discovered. Resting in his grasp, it shows that these monsters can leave behind usable items, not just levels or skills. Jean Fry quickly reaches the obvious conclusion. If he keeps farming these enemies, he can gain both the levels he needs and the equipment that may expand his options in battle. He immediately connects the discovery to his alchemist ability. Dropped weapons can be broken down into materials, and those materials can be used for coatings and items that help recover cooldowns. That realization sharpens Jean Fry's focus even more. What should have looked like an endless enemy horde now looks like a perfect opportunity standing right in front of him. With armed monsters surrounding him from every side, Jean Fry's expression twists into a fierce grin. Instead of fearing the situation, he welcomes it, because this is exactly the kind of dungeon he wanted. One monster tries to slip in from behind, moving in quietly for an ambush while Jean Fry is surrounded. But he remains completely calm, as if he sensed the attack before it even began. Before the attacker can land a single blow, Jean Fry cuts it down without hesitation. Another body drops near the growing pile around him, adding one more kill to the battlefield. Meanwhile, high above the continent, the white-haired invader ends the dragon rider with a single contemptuous strike. The boy's desperate resistance is crushed so easily that it looks painfully effortless. Even as the boy dies, the white-haired invader looks down on him with cold dismissal. He calls him weak, treating his life as though it never carried any value at all. The dragon and its rider fall away from the three invaders, their bodies dropping helplessly through the sky. They tumble downward like broken things tossed aside without even a second thought. The leader watches them plummet without the slightest change in expression. There is no pity in his eyes, no satisfaction either, only an empty, chilling indifference. With that same icy detachment, he wonders whether all humans are this disappointing when they finally stand before him. To him, the boy's resistance has been nothing more than a brief annoyance. The trio wastes no more time thinking about the fallen dragon rider. As if nothing important has happened at all, they turn their attention back to the plan and prepare to continue. Their ritual circle begins to shrink and compress, pulling its power inward. The darkness gathers into a black sphere, dense with terrifying destructive force. From below, the dying boy can only stare upward helplessly. Above him, that dreadful attack continues taking shape, and there is nothing left he can do to stop it. The black sphere spreads over the continent like a bottomless void opening in the sky. Its darkness expands wider and wider, as though it intends to swallow the entire land beneath it. Elsewhere, the human president moves with urgent speed as new reports keep pouring in one after another. The disaster is still unfolding, and every update only makes the situation more desperate. He receives the devastating news that Ryu has fallen, and that the second continent has already been lost. With that confirmed, the third continent becomes the most likely target for the invaders' next attack. Without wasting a second, the president orders every available force to head for the third continent immediately. At the same time, he takes personal command of the civilian evacuation, knowing there is no room for delay. The defenders confirm that 3 enemies are visible above the third continent. Their report matches exactly what Ryu predicted before he fell, making the threat impossible to deny. They report that the second continent vanished into a black void the moment the invaders gathered enough power. Now, with the same 3 figures overhead, they fear that the same disaster is about to repeat itself. The focus shifts toward the endangered third continent, where the next tragedy is already starting to unfold. The land below sits under the shadow of an approaching catastrophe. The 3 invaders arrive above it and hover in formation, looking down at the continent beneath them. From that height, they appear like executioners preparing to deliver the next fatal strike. The white-haired leader casts his gaze over the continent below, calm and cruel as ever. Then he invites the next round of slaughter to begin, as if the destruction beneath him is nothing more than another game. Hexen notices the humans moving almost immediately, his eyes sliding toward the sudden disturbance in the sky. Before the defenders can fully close the distance, he has already sensed their approach and turned his attention toward them. In the next instant, an attack flashes toward Hexen, slicing across the open sky with incredible speed. It comes in so sharply and so suddenly that even Hexen shows a rare flicker of surprise on his face. His female ally watches the humans gathering around them with cold amusement in her eyes. To her, their desperate arrival looks less like a rescue force and more like insects finally swarming toward the danger. The 8 guardian stars assemble high in the sky, spreading themselves out before the invaders. With the third continent below them, they form a direct defensive line, standing between the enemy and the land they must protect. Among the group, the red-haired fighter and the bespectacled strategist take their positions, both staring firmly at the enemies ahead. Their bodies are tense, their focus locked, ready to move the moment the battle begins. The nun and the elder also settle into the formation, their expressions grim and unshaken. They understand exactly what is at stake, and each of them prepares for a fight they absolutely cannot afford to lose. A silver-haired woman, the blue-haired Reluca, and another ally complete the lineup of humanity's defenders. Together, they fill the sky with the strongest remaining force the humans can gather. Hexen calmly looks over the assembled humans, taking in how quickly they managed to find him and his allies again. The fact that they keep tracking them down tells him their scouting network is far more capable than he expected. The red-haired fighter answers without the slightest hesitation, making the reason clear. His enhanced eyesight is what allowed him to spot the invaders and track them all the way to this place. The elder keeps his eyes fixed on the enemy, his expression thoughtful but tense. He says they still need to confirm whether the information they received from the giant earlier was truly correct. He explains their working theory in a measured voice. If the invaders erased the continent by combining the power of all three of them, then forcing them apart may be enough to prevent that catastrophic attack from happening again. Reluca reacts to that possibility at once, his eyes sharpening with immediate interest. The moment he hears it, he looks as if he has already found a weakness worth ripping wide open. Hexen catches the change in the humans' faces and understands what it means. Their expressions tell him they have managed to figure out at least one piece of the truth behind the attack. Reluca steps forward before anyone else can make a move, his aura beginning to flare around him. With confidence radiating from his stance, he volunteers to be the one to test that theory himself. A confident smile spreads across Reluca's face as the pressure rises around him. Instead of shrinking from the danger, he seems even more excited by the thought of facing it head-on. Hexen studies Reluca for a brief moment, his gaze narrowing just enough to show recognition. In that short exchange, he immediately understands that this man is genuinely powerful. Because of that, Hexen adjusts the way he sees the humans before him. At least one of them, he admits, cannot be treated like ordinary prey. Deciding that the strongest opponent should belong to him, Hexen claims Reluca as his own target. His tone makes it clear that he intends to handle that battle personally. Reluca accepts the challenge without any sign of fear, stepping into the center of the confrontation with ease. By taking the enemy leader for himself, he leaves the others free to choose their own opponents. Reluca and the white-haired Hexen face each other directly in the sky. For a tense, silent moment, nothing needs to be said. The duel between them has already been decided. The silver-haired woman watches Reluca step up and immediately understands the meaning behind it. If he is willing to take this opponent himself, then the enemy before them must be frighteningly formidable. The nun reaches the same conclusion, her posture tightening as she prepares herself. This battle will not be simple, and every instinct tells her they are facing something far beyond ordinary danger. The red-haired fighter decides to test their theory in the most direct way possible. Without trying to hide anything, he asks whether the invaders can only erase a continent when all three of them are together. The elder and the nun both break into a nervous sweat the moment he says it. They look stunned that he has just blurted out their entire strategy right in front of the enemy. The quieter members of the team react with the same pained disbelief. Their expressions make it painfully clear that they wish he had shown even a little more subtlety. The bespectacled strategist moves quickly to recover the situation before the mistake can cost them. He explains that confirming the theory matters, but what truly matters is buying enough time for the civilian evacuation. He lays out their real objective in clear terms. If they can empty the continent before the attack lands, then the enemy's mass erasure strike loses its purpose, which means their job is to stall for time no matter what it costs. Hexen understands what they are aiming for immediately, and instead of denying it, he confirms the crucial point without hesitation. To flip an entire continent, all three of them are indeed required. The human side absorbs that answer at once, letting the confirmation settle over the formation. Now that they have the one truth they desperately needed, their resolve and positioning sharpen around it. The silver-haired woman grows suspicious the moment Hexen gives up the answer so easily. If he is willing to confirm it without resistance, then the invaders are either overflowing with confidence or hiding some other danger entirely. Hexen brushes aside any thought of complicated mind games, his expression calm and unreadable. If the humans want to split them apart, then he has no problem granting that wish. He turns his attention toward Archie and gives the order to move. The witch-like Archie answers Hexen immediately, without a trace of hesitation. His readiness makes it clear that he has been prepared to carry out the command from the start. Hexen tells Archie to choose any of the weaker humans as his opponent. At the same time, he makes one thing unmistakably clear. Reluca is not to be touched, because Reluca belongs to Hexen alone. The meaning behind his words is impossible to miss. The strongest human standing before them has already been marked as Hexen's personal prey. Reluca responds with a light joke, saying that being popular really is troublesome. Whether he wants it or not, everyone seems determined to choose him. Back inside the dungeon, Jean Fry continues slaughtering monsters without slowing down for even a moment. He cuts through the horde again and again, and with every kill his level climbs higher. After gaining a full 100 levels on the 8th continent, Jean Fry finally reaches the condition he needed. At last, the Cursed Hand's second skill unlocks, revealing the power known as Soul Grasp. In the basement of the Adventurers Guild, the president hands the remaining operation over to a subordinate. The subordinate accepts the responsibility with a firm acknowledgement, understanding the weight of what has been entrusted to them. Once the president is left alone, he draws himself together and steadies his resolve. With no one else beside him, he prepares to take the next crucial step. Before him lies a hidden emergency teleportation circle, concealed as a last resort. It is a secret measure prepared specifically for a catastrophe on the scale now unfolding before them. The president remembers that the former 8 Guardian Stars created this circle for the worst possible scenario. Even though he knew it existed, he never truly believed the day would come when he would actually have to use it. This circle holds the power to evacuate every person on an entire continent at once. But it must be activated in complete secrecy, because if the enemy traces the destination, the evacuees will never truly be safe. The president begins the activation ritual, focusing his will into the hidden mechanism. Beneath him, the circle starts to respond, awakening after waiting in silence for so long. As the circle flares to life beneath his feet, the president admits to himself just how difficult this operation will be. Still, he places his hope in the current 8 Guardian Stars, trusting them to hold the line long enough. Archie's power suddenly rips through the battlefield, tearing the combatants away from the sky in an instant. Before they can resist, they are relocated to a vast desert battlefield. The nun looks around in shock, her eyes scanning the endless sand around them. Only moments ago, they were high in the air, yet now they have been thrown into the 3rd continent's S-rank field. The elder quickly pieces together what must have happened, his expression tightening. Archie's witch-like power has scattered everyone, separating the fighters and sending them to different locations. Archie appears before the elder and the nun, standing alone against the two of them. His presence makes it clear that he intends to handle this battlefield himself. Meanwhile, on the 4th continent, the female invader stands facing the red-haired fighter and the bespectacled strategist. With the fighters split apart, their own separate battle is about to begin. The red-haired fighter steps forward with unmistakable excitement, practically itching for the clash to begin. Without holding anything back, he boldly challenges the female invader and pulls the vice president into the fight right alongside him, as if this matchup has already been decided. The female invader accepts their challenge without even a moment of hesitation. A confident smile curves across her face, making it obvious that she has no intention of retreating or treating the two of them as a serious problem. Meanwhile, on the 5th continent, Hexen stands directly across from Reluca and the silver-haired woman. The space between them is already tense and heavy, filled with the kind of killing intent that makes the air feel sharp. The silver-haired woman glances around with unease, quickly realizing something strange about their situation. For some reason, instead of being sent to another battlefield, she has been teleported together with Reluca. She knows better than most just how overwhelming Reluca's strength truly is, but even that knowledge does not calm her. With a serious expression, she warns him that Hexen is giving off the same kind of dangerous pressure. Reluca simply smiles at her warning, as if those words only make the moment more exciting for him. Rather than looking cautious, his expression brightens, like the thought of a deadly duel is exactly what he was hoping for. Hexen answers that energy with the same predatory confidence of his own. He faces Reluca with the calm satisfaction of a hunter who has finally discovered prey worth chasing. Back in the desert, Archie declares his intention without hesitation. He says he will kill the 2 defenders quickly, and once that little task is finished, he will celebrate the resurrection of Lord Abyss. The moment Lord Abyss is mentioned, both the elder and Maria tense sharply. They immediately understand that Archie's words are pointing toward a threat far greater than the battle standing right in front of them. On the 4th continent, the red-haired fighter and the vice president remain steady in the face of their opponent. Neither of them loses composure as they prepare to engage the female invader in their own battle. On the 5th continent, Reluca and the silver-haired woman hold their ground before Hexen. Even with the enemy leader's pressure bearing down on them, they refuse to give up so much as a single step. Inside the dungeon, the cursed hand suddenly speaks up with obvious excitement in its voice. It announces that the new skill has finally appeared, sounding almost satisfied that the long-awaited power has awakened. The system reveals the details of Soul Grasp, explaining the true function of the skill. It can seize the soul of an enemy Jean Fry has defeated and turn that soul into a soldier, while the size of his army increases as his level rises. The moment Jean Fry understands what that means, his eyes light up. The confusion from earlier is cut away by pure excitement as he realizes just how useful this new ability might become. He repeats the effect of the skill to himself, letting the meaning sink in properly. Enemies he defeats can be transformed into troops, and those troops can then become part of his own command. Even so, Jean Fry pauses instead of rushing to use it right away. Before relying on soul grasp in battle, he wants to understand exactly how the skill works in practice. The talking scythe proudly declares that it finally remembered the condition after all. It also confirms that Jean Fry is asking the right question, as if pleased to finally be useful for once. Then it explains the heart of soul grasp in simple terms. By taking the souls of enemies he has defeated, Jean Fry can build a personal army made up of loyal subordinates. Jean Fry learns that this new power allows him to seize enemy souls after victory. Once captured, those souls can be converted into allies who obey him absolutely. He immediately recognizes the value of that ability. If he uses it properly, soul grasp could become one of the most useful tools he has gained so far. To Jean Fry, the skill feels like a more advanced form of necromancy. It is the kind of power that could let him command an army of enslaved warriors taken from the enemies he has already crushed. Still, he notices the current drawback almost immediately. For now, there is a limit to how many souls he can control at the same time. But Jean Fry quickly reassures himself, because the 8th continent is practically perfect for leveling. Experience comes incredibly fast here, and the place is overflowing with both enemies and weapons. On top of that, the weapons dropped by the monsters can be dismantled and turned into crafting materials. Because of that, Jean Fry begins to see the entire continent as the ideal resource farm. In his mind, the pieces come together one after another. Soul control, weapon drops, dismantling, and crafting. Once he links all of it together, Jean Fry realizes he has stumbled onto a skill with unbelievable value. Jean Fry closes the interface while new plans are already forming in his head. But before he can focus on them for long, his attention shifts sharply as he senses something far more important nearby. The earthquake from earlier and that strange disturbance of souls still bother him. Since even the Grim Reaper cannot explain what caused them, Jean Fry starts to suspect that a hidden threat may be close. That suspicion is proven right when a familiar mocking voice suddenly echoes out from the darkness. The voice cuts through the dungeon air, carrying the confidence of someone who has been waiting for him. Jean Fry's expression turns serious in an instant. His body tightens instinctively as he recognizes the danger behind that voice. A monstrous 3-headed demon wolf bursts into view before him, wrapped in a violent surge of dark power. Its massive body tears into the scene with overwhelming force, filling the space with its presence. The beast reveals itself with open hostility, making its intent obvious from the very beginning. This is not some random monster wandering across Jean Fry's path. Jean Fry starts to identify the creature, but he does not even get the chance to finish the thought. Before he can put the pieces together, the demon launches itself into an attack. A vicious blade flashes toward Jean Fry without warning, slicing through the air at terrifying speed. The strike comes so fast that it seems to cut the space between them apart. Jean Fry narrowly slips away from the attack, evading at the very last moment. The demon's assault rips through the spot where he had been standing only a breath earlier. Jean Fry is clearly annoyed that the monster interrupted him in the middle of his own thought. Still, even through that irritation, he has to admit that this enemy moves faster than he expected. The Grim Reaper gleefully explains that the demon has entered a berserk state. Meanwhile, Jean Fry's view of the creature begins to shift, and he starts seeing it less as a threat and more as a valuable source of experience. From Jean Fry's point of view, the beast standing in front of him has already lost its intimidation. All he sees now is a walking pile of EXP waiting to be claimed. The demon, however, clearly remembers Jean Fry. It snarls at him with bitter recognition, saying that he is still just as arrogant as ever. Jean Fry cuts straight through the posturing and refuses to play along. He demands a clear answer, asking exactly who this enemy really is. The creature introduces itself as Helmbros, the demon god of the first continent. Hearing that name catches Jean Fry off guard, making him pause for a brief moment. Helmbros looms over Jean Fry with a crushing presence, his massive form radiating pressure. By revealing the weight of his true identity, he seems to reclaim the momentum of the confrontation. Jean Fry casually remembers him as that mole-like nuisance from before, tossing out the comparison without much concern. The remark immediately provokes a furious correction from the demon. Helmbros insists that this monstrous body is his true form on the 8th continent. He then boasts that he is far stronger now than he was during their previous encounter. Instead of being intimidated, Jean Fry actually seems amused. The fact that his enemy comes with such a dramatic backstory only makes the fight feel more entertaining to him. Jean Fry decides that the timing could not be better. With Soul Grasp freshly unlocked, this enemy has appeared at exactly the right moment for what he wants to test next. Predatory excitement rises inside him as he looks at Helmbros. Jean Fry resolves to make this demon god the very first soldier in his brand new personal army. Elsewhere in the desert, Archie and the two defenders are still caught up in bickering instead of fully focusing on the crisis around them. The tension of battle is there, but their argument keeps dragging the mood sideways. Maria and the old man trade insults over who looks older, their words snapping back and forth with ridiculous intensity. If anything, the exchange proves that their teamwork is still as dysfunctional as ever. Archie watches both of them with open contempt, clearly unimpressed by the childish argument unfolding in front of him. His expression makes it obvious that he finds the two defenders utterly pathetic. Then Archie insults them outright, calling them ugly and unlucky with smug confidence. With that single cruel remark, she seizes control of the exchange and looks down on them as if the outcome has already been decided. At that exact moment, Leon's message finally comes through, confirming that everything has unfolded just the way they planned. The enemy formation has been successfully torn apart, their forces split into separate groups, leaving each side cut off, isolated, and much easier to crush one by one. Leon is practically burning with battle spirit as he declares that this fight is his battlefield to finish. He has no intention of sneaking around, overthinking tactics, or relying on clever tricks. He plans to charge straight in and break through the enemy with nothing but raw willpower and overwhelming force. The strategist wearing glasses watches Leon's movements closely, his eyes sharpening behind the lenses. The moment he sees Leon release divine power right from the start, he understands the situation immediately. Leon would never open that strongly unless the opponent in front of him was anything but ordinary. Once the strategist realizes just how dangerous Leon's enemy must be, he stops treating the situation lightly as well. Keeping his expression calm and controlled, he raises his focus and quietly begins preparing a powerful summon of his own. As Leon throws himself into the charge, enormous skeletal reapers begin rising from the battlefield like towering figures of death. Their hollow frames gather around him in formation, transforming what looked like a reckless rush into a terrifying coordinated assault. The goddess-like ally immediately snaps at Leon the second she sees him barreling forward. From her point of view, he is rushing in like a human battering ram, all momentum and fighting spirit, but with absolutely no trace of strategy or subtlety. Meanwhile, far inside the forest, another battle explodes into motion with brutal speed. The opening clash is already vicious enough to send blood splattering across the scene, leaving no time for hesitation, warning, or even a single steady breath. The blue-haired fighter closes the distance in an instant, stepping right into the white-haired armored man's space before delivering a devastating point-blank strike. The impact lands with crushing force, cutting through any chance of escape before his opponent can even pull away. Blood bursts from the armored man's mouth as the blow drives into him, but even under that brutal pain, his expression does not completely collapse. His body staggers from the force, yet somehow, beneath the damage, he still manages to hold onto his composure. After drawing first blood, the blue-haired fighter shows no excitement, no satisfaction, and not even the slightest hint of mercy. His face remains cold and unreadable, as though landing such a strike was simply the natural outcome of this duel. Before the armored man can steady himself or catch his breath, the blue-haired fighter moves again. His next attack comes with terrifying precision, aimed not to prolong the fight, but to end it as cleanly and lethally as possible. Nearby, the white-haired woman can only stare in stunned silence as the blue-haired fighter continues overwhelming him. The way he dominates the armored man so completely leaves her frozen where she stands, unable to believe what she is seeing. She remains tense and uncertain, her eyes locked tightly on the two fighters as the air around them grows heavier. For that brief moment, all she can do is watch, unsure whether the battle has already reached its end or is only about to become even worse. When the armored man finally goes down, her breath catches in her throat. The sight forces a cold realization into her mind. After that overwhelming exchange, the blue-haired fighter may have already beaten him. The defeated opponent lies sprawled across the ground at the blue-haired man's feet, completely motionless. His heavy armor presses against the earth, making the silence around his fallen body feel even more final. Standing above him, the blue-haired victor remains perfectly composed, as if he has never once lost control of the battlefield. Just from his posture alone, it is obvious that, for now, the fight belongs entirely to him. He looks down at the armored man and mocks the crude, unrefined way he fights. To the blue-haired fighter, the entire duel feels almost beneath him, as though he is dealing with someone too rough and unsophisticated to be considered a true challenge. But the armored man is not finished yet. Purple energy suddenly surges around his body, wrapping him in a fierce glow as he forces himself back to his feet, refusing to stay down or accept the defeat placed before him. The white-haired woman is shaken all over again as the battle flares back to life before she can even process the last exchange. 1 second, she thinks it might be over, and the next, both fighters are already poised to clash again. Deep down, the armored man is forced to admit the truth. His opponent is even faster than he first believed, and every single movement proves more dangerous and harder to read than he expected. The blue-haired fighter surges forward once again, tearing across the space between them in a flash. His speed is so blinding that the distance does not seem to close gradually, it simply disappears. As he presses in, the blue-haired fighter reveals that the armored man saw through his illusion almost immediately. That alone proves this opponent is no fool, no matter how rough, direct, or crude his fighting style may appear on the surface. Even then, the blue-haired fighter continues to needle him with sharp words. He taunts the armored man for pretending to be so calm and emotionless, hinting that behind that cold front, he may actually be far lonelier than he wants anyone to realize. From the white-haired woman's perspective, their entire exchange flashes past almost too quickly for her eyes to follow. The moment the two of them move, the fight seems to begin, unfold, and vanish in the span of a single blink. A sinking feeling settles over her as she realizes she can no longer keep up with either of them. Their speed and reactions belong to a level far beyond her reach, and if she tries to step in now, she will only be swallowed by a battle she cannot control. Back in the desert, the witch raises her staff high above the scorched battlefield, gathering a tremendous force in the air above them. With a commanding voice, she releases a blazing celestial spell known as Stardust Meteor. The old man and Maria both snap their gazes upward in alarm as the magic swells overhead. Just from the scale of the spell spreading across the sky, it becomes clear that this is no ordinary attack. A colossal burning meteor forms high above them, blazing like a star of destruction pulled down from the heavens. Then it begins its descent, casting an enormous shadow over the desert as it falls toward the battlefield. Maria understands the danger at once. With her eyes fixed on the blazing mass above, she recognizes the threat for exactly what it is: a giant meteor, dropping straight down toward them. High above the battlefield, the witch floats with absolute confidence, looking down at them as though the outcome has already been decided. Every part of her posture radiates arrogance, certainty, and complete belief in her own power. She declares that both of them will be crushed together beneath the force of her spell. In her eyes, there is simply no way they can endure, block, or survive an attack of this overwhelming size. Maria, however, does not waste even a second panicking. She immediately orders the old man to cover her, making it clear from her steady voice and determined stance that she is already preparing a counterattack. Even as the old man reacts in panic, Maria pushes forward without letting his fear slow her down. She plants herself firmly on the battlefield and begins calling forth her own summon. Answering Maria's will, the Valkyrie's great axe appears before her, a massive divine weapon radiating overwhelming power. Its enormous size alone makes the space around her feel heavier, as if the air itself is being pressed down. Maria braces her body beneath the terrifying weight of the great axe and swings it into position. Every muscle in her body tightens as she prepares to face the falling meteor head-on instead of backing away. With fierce resolve blazing in her eyes, Maria commits everything she has to this single counterattack. She does not retreat, does not hesitate, and pours all of her strength into the strike that is about to come. Her axe collides with the descending meteor in an explosive impact that tears across the sky. The clash erupts into a violent burst of light, heat, and shattered magical power. The witch watches the collision from above, but the confidence on her face begins to falter. For the first time since casting the spell, the result no longer looks as certain as she believed it would be. Then pure shock spreads across the witch's face as the impossible happens right before her eyes. Maria smashes the meteor apart with a single devastating blow, destroying the witch's overwhelming attack in one decisive strike. The witch spits out an insult, calling Maria violent, but her words cannot hide what she has just witnessed. Even while sneering at her, she is forced to recognize how terrifying Maria's strength truly is. But then the witch notices something else hidden beneath the chaos of that collision. While everyone's attention had been locked on Maria's strike, the old man had quietly been preparing his own move. The old man stays calm as he reveals the truth behind their plan. Their first attack was never meant to finish everything by itself. It was only the opening move, setting the stage for what came next. He casts Mirroring Wall, and a reflective magical barrier rises around him with a sharp, shimmering glow. The shield forms at exactly the right moment, turning the battlefield itself into a trap. The shattered fragments of the meteor begin raining down from above, but instead of striking the old man directly, they are pulled toward the gleaming barrier. One after another, the burning pieces crash toward the wall as the spell activates. The witch realizes what has happened far too late. Her own attack has been reflected perfectly, though she still desperately clings to the belief that her technique should not be able to harm the one who cast it. That confidence starts to crumble the instant the reflected force turns back toward her. The very power she unleashed now comes rushing at her with terrifying speed and unstoppable momentum. Maria adds a vicious curse of her own, condemning the old witch to wither beneath divine punishment. Her words strike cold and merciless, carrying the same brutal force as the weapon she just swung. Maria's holy technique takes shape as an enormous cross, blazing with sacred power in the air. It locks the witch in place, pinning her where she floats and leaving her suspended with no way to escape. Maria revels in the reversal, declaring that the witch will now be destroyed by her own technique. The arrogance that once belonged to the witch has been turned completely back on her. With the witch immobilized, the reflected meteors gather around her from above and every side. The fragments of her own celestial attack close in all at once, ready to crash down on the very person who summoned them. A violent chain of explosions detonates all around the witch, each blast crashing into the next before the previous one can even fade. In moments, her entire figure is swallowed beneath a storm of smoke, flames, and brutal shockwaves tearing through the battlefield. When the smoke finally starts to loosen and drift away, the witch is still standing there, but her body is visibly battered, burned, and scorched from the reflected assault. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she grudgingly admits that their little trap was far more clever than she had expected. But the witch refuses to let them enjoy even a single breath of victory. As her anger surges higher, she immediately calls forth another terrifying power, releasing a destructive technique known as Arkesia of Ruin. The instant that sinister power takes effect, the Valkyrie axe suddenly turns against Maria, moving as though an invisible force has seized control of it. The witch's counterattack snaps into motion without warning, forcing Maria to confront the very divine weapon she had just summoned herself. With vicious force, the witch knocks the massive weapon aside, sending its power veering off course. Her expression twists with fury as she snarls at Maria, furious that Maria would dare to interfere in her battle. Maria fires back without retreating a single step, declaring that ancient monsters who have clung to the world long past their era deserve nothing less than divine judgment. At the same time, the old man praises Maria's effort, even as he quietly begins preparing the next spell of his own. The old man steadies his breath and tightens his focus, refusing to allow the witch to seize control of the battle's rhythm again. His face grows firm and resolute as holy power gathers around him for his next attack. Then he unleashes Glory Ray, and a towering column of sacred light comes crashing down from above. The brilliant beam slams directly onto the witch, swallowing her body in a blinding explosion of divine radiance. The witch screams as the holy light consumes her, burning across her body from every direction at once. Her furious voice cuts through the battlefield, sharp and piercing beneath the crushing force of the beam. Yet even while trapped inside that blazing attack, the witch begins to laugh again. The twisted sound rises from within the light, still confident and unsettling, as though she has been waiting to reveal another move. She reveals that her own attack is not finished either. Behind the old man, a demonic beast emerges from the chaos, its enormous body rising over him before he has enough time to fully react. The old man senses the danger just a moment too late. His eyes widen as he turns in alarm, realizing with a chill that the real threat has already appeared directly behind him. The summoned monster brings its gigantic body crashing down toward him with overwhelming force. The attack drops like a massive hammer from above, leaving him almost no room to dodge or escape. Maria can only watch in horror as the monster descends on him. Her entire body stiffens, her eyes locked on the old man, but the attack is already falling too fast for her to stop it. The old man is smashed violently into the ground, and blood bursts out from the brutal impact. The force rips through the battlefield, leaving him crushed beneath the monster's overwhelming attack. Back inside the hall, Helmbros releases a furious roar as dark energy surges wildly around his towering body. Shadows coil, swell, and churn around him, making it clear that he is about to reveal an even greater portion of his power. Helmbrose glares down at the young man and commands him to witness his true strength. His voice shakes through the hall with arrogant confidence, as if this next display alone will bring the entire fight to an end. But under the pressure of the massive demons standing before him, the young man remains strangely calm. Instead of panicking or bracing in fear, he is already looking at the battle like a crafting problem waiting to be solved. With his attention fixed on his interface, the young man begins rapidly cycling through dismantling and synthesis options. His eyes scan the choices with sharp focus, calculating his next move even while the battle continues around him. He starts dismantling more weapons one after another, breaking each one down into usable materials right in the middle of combat. Every weapon he sacrifices adds fresh resources to his growing stockpile, pushing his preparation further. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he changes class and equips a completely different weapon set. Helmbrose watches the sudden shift with clear confusion, unable to understand why his opponent would be rearranging his gear at a moment like this. Once the new setup is in place, the young man begins synthesizing the gathered parts into something entirely different. Piece by piece, the dismantled materials come together under his control, forming the result he has been aiming for. Helmbrose is left completely baffled by the sight in front of him. In the middle of a life-or-death battle, his opponent seems to be casually changing equipment like he is standing in a workshop rather than facing down a demon. The young man pays no attention to the terrifying presence looming behind him. He continues combining materials, dismantling weapons, changing class, and refining the process step by step until everything is finally ready for one last synthesis. At last, the entire process creates a strange item called unearthly fruit. It appears in his hand like the reward for a perfectly executed chain of preparation and careful crafting. The young man takes the strange fruit with clear satisfaction written across his face. After all that rapid dismantling and synthesis, the result is exactly what he had been trying to produce. He notes that gathering materials like this would normally be an exhausting burden. But by dismantling weapons directly, he has managed to speed up the entire process several times over, cutting through the usual effort with ruthless efficiency. Without showing even a trace of hesitation, the young man decides to use the fruit immediately. Still looking almost cheerful, he bites into it as though this terrifying battlefield is the perfect place to pause for a quick snack. Helmbrose erupts in rage at being ignored so completely. Feeling mocked and humiliated, he vows to make the young man regret treating him as though he is not even worth paying attention to. The effect of the unearthly fruit activates right away. For a limited time, the number of weapon slots the young man can equip increases, giving him access to an even more dangerous battle setup. A fresh surge of power follows as the new weapon slot unlocks. Energy gathers around the young man, making the air near him feel denser, heavier, and sharper than it did only moments ago. Helmbrose senses the change instantly. The balance of the fight has shifted, and the confidence he had been clinging to just moments earlier begins to crack under the pressure. When the demon's massive blow comes crashing toward him, the young man catches it casually with one hand. The impact that should have crushed him stops cold, as though Helmbrose's overwhelming strength means absolutely nothing. A smirk spreads across the young man's face as he looks up at Helmbrose. Instead of treating him like a terrifying demon, he speaks to him like a misbehaving pet that needs to be trained. He promises that once everything is over, he will teach the beast how to sit. The insult lands even harder because he says it so casually, with complete confidence in the outcome. Helmbrose is horrified by what is happening. Even in the perfect form he had boasted about so proudly, he is being overpowered with such ease that the truth becomes impossible for him to deny. The young man grins as two new abilities, Centipede and Soul Vantage, lock firmly into place. Their effects settle into his equipment set, forming a combination far more dangerous than anything he had shown before. That exact combination satisfies the conditions needed for a hidden skill to awaken. The moment the requirement is fulfilled, a sealed power begins to stir and release itself. A massive scythe and a sword wrapped in purple flame manifest beside him at the same time. As the weapons appear, the hidden power continues to unlock, filling the hall with a dark and ominous pressure. The young man stands calmly at the center of a widening aura, his presence growing more overwhelming with every passing second. Across from him, Helmbrose braces himself, unable to predict what kind of attack is about to come next. The hidden skill finally reveals its name, Soul-Focusing 100 Venom Hellfire Sword. The instant it appears, the entire battlefield feels as though it has been swallowed by burning poison and hellish flame. Its effect is absolutely merciless. Anyone caught within range is struck by extreme poison and extreme burns, while their strength and defense are stripped away to nothing and their life force drains at terrifying speed. Helmbrose feels the effects seize his body immediately. His limbs lock up, his insides begin to burn, and the poison spreads through him as the weakening force takes hold all at once. The young man leaps high above the immobilized demon, rising over Helmbrose with his sword already lifted. From that height, the coming strike looks less like a simple attack and more like an execution. He calmly adjusts the angle of his blade, lining it up with cold precision for the final blow. There is no panic or wasted motion in his movement, only the quiet certainty that the fight has already been decided. Then he brings the sword down and gives the command to sit. The casual joke transforms instantly into a killing strike, crashing onto Helmbrose with devastating force. Helmbrose's body erupts beneath the impact, the force ripping through him in a violent burst. The demon's so-called perfect form shudders under the blow, then begins to break apart. The demon collapses into a ruined heap at the young man's feet. All of Helmbrose's arrogance vanishes with that fall, leaving nothing behind but his broken body on the floor. Satisfied with the result, the young man remarks that the weapon still performs flawlessly even after so much time has passed. With the fight settled, he begins collecting elemental data from what just happened. As he studies the demon's weakness to fire, the young man starts wondering about the 8th demon god. If Helmbrose reacts this strongly to fire, then perhaps that demon god does not have a natural element at all. Deciding that there is no need to keep guessing about the demon's true nature right now, the young man shifts his focus to the far more important prize lying right in front of him. With Helmbrose finally defeated, he wastes no time and immediately activates another tool, the cursed guardian hand. Around the young man, skeletal hands begin to emerge one after another, crawling out from the dark energy like bony claws reaching in from another world. At the same time, his interface flashes with a new option, offering him the chance to use Soul Grasp on the first demon god. The young man accepts the option instantly, without even a second of hesitation. His gaze sharpens with open excitement, making it obvious that he is eager to seize Helmbrose's soul before this rare opportunity can disappear. From Helmbrose's fallen corpse, thick streams of dark soul smoke begin pouring out, twisting and curling through the air like black mist being dragged from deep inside the body. The capture process begins at once, forcibly pulling the demon's remaining essence out of his ruined form. As the soul is drawn free, the young man watches the entire process with undisguised delight. Seeing that dense, dark energy gather before him makes it clear that this victory has turned into a prize far more valuable than he first expected. When the captured soul finally takes on a clear shape, the young man can barely hold back his satisfaction. Staring at the result now hovering before him, he calls it incredible with the kind of genuine excitement that comes from getting exactly what he wanted. The captured Helmbrose is converted into a soldier, and shockingly, he retains both the level and the stats he had before. Even with all that power, this new servant only occupies one slot out of a possible 100, meaning the young man still has plenty of room to build an even larger force. After reviewing the details, the young man judges his new servant as physically impressive, exactly the kind of heavy-hitting brute he had been hoping to obtain. Its intelligence and luck are so awful they are almost funny, but when it comes to raw strength, Helmbrose is precisely the weapon he wanted. Before the young man can savor his victory for too long, a familiar voice suddenly cuts in from behind him, coldly calling him livestock. The insult slices through the aftermath of Helmbrose's defeat, instantly shifting the atmosphere again. The demon god of the second continent, Ormer, appears with a hungry and murderous presence pressing down around him. He announces that this time, he will devour the young man for certain, leaving no doubt about what he came here to do. But instead of showing even the smallest flicker of fear, the young man welcomes Ormer's arrival as if this is exactly what he hoped would happen. With a calm smile on his face, he says the timing could not be better, because he had been wanting to meet Ormer as well. Then the young man's expression turns sharper, his excitement twisting into something openly greedy and predatory. Without backing away in the slightest, he demands that Ormer hand over his soul too. For one brief moment, Ormer is left completely speechless. The demand is so bold, so outrageous, and so far beyond what he expected that even a demon god needs a second to process what he just heard. Elsewhere, high above the third continent, the battered witch remains hovering in the sky after barely surviving the vicious desert battle. Her body still bears the scars and burns from the earlier clash, but even damaged, she refuses to fall from the air. Then the goddess-like ally appears beside her, arriving close enough to block any quiet attempt at escape. With that single movement, the witch's chance of slipping away unnoticed disappears completely. The goddess-like ally turns her attention toward the witch and asks whether the matter has already been handled. Her tone is direct and firm, as if she expects a clear answer and has no patience for excuses. The witch dismisses her previous opponents as nothing more than weak insects beneath her notice. Judging from her arrogant expression, it is obvious she considers the earlier battle unworthy of her and is already preparing herself for whatever comes next. The battle below has already become savage, with human defenders lying dead across the ruined ground. Blood stains the aftermath, making the cost of the enemy's advance impossible to ignore. Another fallen fighter lies motionless nearby, further proving how brutal the enemy's push has been. Every body left on the ground tells the same grim story. This advance has been paid for in blood. High above the battlefield, two invaders watch the situation unfold from a distance. They point out that the terrifying human they fear has not appeared yet, though one human below still stands out as unusually strong. When one of them suggests getting involved, the other refuses, unwilling to risk provoking nightmare by interfering without permission. Even with that warning, they still dismiss the resistance below with cold confidence. In their minds, no matter how impressive a human may seem in battle, a human remains nothing more than a human. From their view over the fifth continent, the outcome already feels settled. They believe no human could ever defeat nightmare, so everything happening below is only a temporary delay before the inevitable end. Down on the ground, Nightmare's armored double prepares to finish the fight with his own hands. His stance lowers, his killing intent tightens, and the air around him grows heavy with pressure. The armored double launches himself straight at the blue-haired guardian, swinging his sword downward in a strike wrapped in dark power. The blade tears through the air with such force that the battlefield seems to tremble beneath it. The blue-haired guardian remains calm even as the deadly attack closes in on him. At the very last instant, his eyes follow the movement perfectly, reading the path of the strike before it can connect. His opponent presses forward with complete confidence, convinced that the human has no path left to escape. To the armored double, the guardian already looks cornered and ready to be cut down. But rather than meeting the blade head-on with another weapon, the blue-haired guardian gathers power into his fist. He chooses not to block steel with steel, but to answer the incoming strike with his own body and strength. In one sharp motion, the guardian slips inside the line of the attack and closes the gap before the armored double can recover. The space between them vanishes almost instantly, leaving no time for his opponent to adjust. Lightning begins gathering around the guardian's arm, crackling fiercely as he commits fully to the counterattack. His fist becomes the center of a violent surge of energy, ready to explode on impact. The punch lands with explosive force, slamming into the armored double and blasting him backward through the air. The impact sends him flying as the shock of the counterattack ripples across the battlefield. Even while reeling from the force of that blow, the armored double manages to hold onto his composure. He steadies himself in midair and immediately begins preparing his next move. From above, he retaliates with a wide sweeping slash of dark power. The attack tears downward through the forest, carving a destructive path across everything beneath it. The shockwave rips through the trees, shredding trunks apart and scattering debris in every direction. In an instant, the battlefield turns into a violent storm of splinters, dust, and broken earth. Nearby allies can do little more than brace themselves against the stray force pouring out from the clash. They raise their arms and shield their bodies as the aftershock rolls over them. Watching from cover, one of the allies realizes just how terrifying the Guardian's strength truly is. The real battle is happening some distance away, and yet simply defending against the leftover force is already difficult. That same observer is stunned by what is happening in front of them. For the first time, Reluka, the armored double, is being pressured this fiercely by a human opponent. The blue-haired guardian grits his teeth and refuses to let the pressure slow him down. Even with the entire battlefield shaking from the force around him, he keeps pushing forward. Reluka answers with that same fierce intensity, no longer treating the battle like something casual or beneath him. His focus sharpens, making it clear that he now sees the guardian as a genuine threat. Their next exchange shakes the entire region around them. Every collision sends tremors racing through the land, as though even the ground itself is struggling to withstand their power. By the time the two of them face each other again, the battlefield has been carved into a massive crater. Broken earth stretches out around them, marking the sheer violence of their repeated clashes. The guardian wipes blood from the corner of his mouth and looks forward with a fierce, almost thrilled expression. Instead of backing away from the danger, he welcomes it, excited to finally face an opponent worthy of his strength. Reluka mocks that excitement with a sneer, saying he expected more from the most decent among the humans. His words are meant to cut into the Guardian's confidence before the next exchange begins. The Guardian does not bother answering with words. Instead, he raises the stakes with action, letting power surge through his body as he activates a technique called double boost. Reluka refuses to be left behind and responds with a dark technique of his own, Black Dance. Shadows gather around him and twist with a deadly rhythm as his power becomes even sharper. Both fighters launch their signature attacks at the exact same time. The duel transforms into a direct clash of ultimate moves, with neither side willing to retreat or yield even a single step. Far above the chaos, the two observing invaders suddenly call out to Hexen and Archie as the atmosphere shifts. Something new has entered the battlefield, and both of them sense the change immediately. Their earlier confidence begins to waver the moment that new presence settles over the field. The pressure in the air changes so sharply that even they can no longer pretend the situation is completely under control. The real Nightmare finally appears, replacing the distant authority of the clone with the crushing presence of the original himself. His arrival instantly changes the weight of the entire battlefield. Reluca acknowledges him immediately, recognizing that overwhelming presence without a trace of hesitation. He remarks that Nightmare has finally decided to show himself at last. Hexen looks toward the battlefield and points out that the human has fought far better than Nightmare expected. From the state of the battle, it is clear that things have already gone far beyond their original assumptions. Nightmare treats the human's desperate resistance as though it carries no weight at all. In his eyes, every ounce of effort being poured into the struggle is nothing more than a brief inconvenience, because the fight is already moving toward the ending he considers unavoidable. Then Nightmare reveals the truth that completely changes the meaning of the battle below. The one crossing blades with the human is not even Nightmare's real body, it is merely one of his clones. Nightmare makes it clear that this revelation changes absolutely nothing about the final outcome. A human still cannot become a true threat to him, and with cold authority, he orders Hexen and Archie to hurry up and finish flipping the third continent. Hexen and Archie accept Nightmare's command without delay. Neither of them dares to question his order, and their immediate obedience shows that the next stage of the enemy's plan is already moving forward. Down below, the clone stands among drifting black feathers as Nightmare's shadow seems to settle over the entire battlefield. When the duel begins moving again, every step and every breath carries a heavier pressure than before. The Guardian breathes heavily, his body clearly worn down from the fierce battle, but his eyes remain locked on the enemy in front of him. He begins to understand that this clone is tied to something far more dangerous than he first realized. The clone advances once more with his sword lowered at his side, his posture calm, steady, and completely unshaken. Even after everything the Guardian has thrown at him, the clone continues walking forward as if his victory has been certain from the very beginning. With a cold, unimpressed stare, the clone asks if this is truly the limit of the human strength. His voice carries open disappointment, as though he is starting to believe he may have given the Guardian too much credit. The Guardian refuses to give in, even with his breathing uneven and the pressure closing around him from every side. He holds his ground and declares that the fight is not finished yet. Privately, however, the clone is forced to admit something that unsettles him. This human stamina and magic reserves are outrageously deep, reaching a level that almost reminds him of the last truly great opponent he remembers. Before Ether can push the battle any further, the ground suddenly begins to shake beneath his feet. A new disturbance rolls across the battlefield, cutting into the duel at the worst possible moment. At first, the Guardian assumes the violent shaking must be an earthquake. The ground rumbles with such force that it feels as though the entire region is being ripped apart from somewhere deep below. But almost immediately, a far more terrifying possibility begins to settle over him. The tremor does not feel natural, and the timing is far too precise to be dismissed as a simple coincidence. The Guardian turns sharply toward the clone, his expression tightening as realization strikes him. This shaking has another cause, and the enemy standing before him clearly knows exactly what is happening. The clone confirms it with chilling calm, offering no comfort and no hesitation. The Guardian's suspicion is correct, and the truth behind the tremor is far worse than any ordinary natural disaster. The clone reveals that the third continent has just been flipped. With that single sentence, the overwhelming scale of the enemy's power becomes impossible to deny. The Guardian demands to know whether Nightmare lied when he claimed he could not do it alone. The clone answers without pausing, explaining that the three invaders worked together to make the continent flip happen. That answer lands on the Guardian like a crushing weight against his chest. If all three invaders can combine their power on that scale, then their true strength is even more terrifying than he had feared. With a sinking feeling, the Guardian starts piecing the situation together. If the enemy in front of him is only a clone, then the real Nightmare and the others have already finished their work somewhere else. The clone twists the knife even deeper by telling him that the battle with the Guardian's comrades has already ended. The words fall with cruel certainty, leaving no room for hope or comforting excuses. In that instant, the Guardian is forced to imagine the friends he may have failed to protect. Their faces flash through his mind one after another, each tied to the awful possibility that he reached this point too late. The clone calmly adds that once the fourth continent falls, this place will be next. His tone is almost casual, as if he is merely listing the order in which the world is going to collapse. The Guardian finally grasps the terrifying scale of the threat standing before him. Even a single clone on its own has enough power to bring disaster down upon an entire continent. He understands that defeating this clone alone will not be enough to save anyone. If Nightmare's main body joins back up with the other two invaders, the entire situation will become completely hopeless. With no clear road to victory in sight, the Guardian forces himself to decide what matters most right now. At the very least, no matter what happens next, he has to get Mira to safety. As that decision settles firmly in his mind, a teleportation circle begins forming beneath his feet. Blue light spreads across the ground in glowing lines, gathering around him as the escape spell starts to activate. Mira is pulled into the same spell, appearing beside the Guardian inside the shining circle. The magic wraps around both of them at once, linking them to the evacuation point that had already been prepared. The Guardian sees Mira appear beside him and immediately understands what it means. The evacuation plan has reached them just in time, moments before the clone can force the fight to its conclusion. He calls out to Mira as the teleportation spell begins to fully take hold. The blue light around them grows brighter and stronger, swallowing their bodies as the ruined battlefield starts fading from sight. The clone watches as the two of them vanish in a flash of blue light before he can stop them. In the very next instant, the place where they had been standing is completely empty. Left alone on the damaged battlefield, the clone briefly wonders where they managed to escape to. His gaze remains fixed on the fading traces of magic still lingering in the air. It does not take him long to identify what happened. This was not a simple disappearance or a trick of speed, but summoning magic used to pull them away from the battlefield. Even after recognizing the method of their escape, the clone shows no real concern. To him, their retreat is nothing more than a meaningless attempt to postpone what cannot be avoided. No matter what the humans choose to do, the clone believes the ending will not change. Whether they run, hide, regroup, or continue fighting, their fate has already been sealed. The scene shifts to the underground restricted area of the Adventurers Association, a hidden chamber chosen as the evacuation destination. Far beneath the battlefield above, this sealed refuge waits behind layers of protection. The Guardian and Mira arrive safely inside the hidden chamber. The glow of teleportation slowly fades from around their bodies, leaving both of them standing within the association's secret emergency shelter. The Guardian immediately recognizes the place and calls out to Reluka and Mira, checking whether they are safe. Even after escaping danger himself, his first instinct is still to confirm the condition of the people around him. Instead of Reluka or Mira answering first, an elderly leader responds from inside the chamber. He asks about their condition, and from his presence alone, it becomes clear that he is the one who arranged their rescue. The old man stands before them with the calm authority of someone in charge. Even while disaster continues unfolding outside, his composed bearing helps anchor the hidden room. He explains that they are now inside the Adventurers Association's restricted zone. This hidden area is not somewhere ordinary people could ever enter, but a protected space prepared for emergencies exactly like this. The Guardian understands at once that this chamber is the forced teleportation evacuation point. The fact that they arrived here means the larger rescue plan has successfully activated. The President confirms the truth for him. While the Guardian was holding the enemy back, every civilian from the 4th to the 6th continents was successfully teleported away to safety. When the Guardian asks about the other Guardian stars, the President's expression darkens with regret. He admits that only these two could be saved in time. Mira absorbs that answer in complete silence. The air around her grows heavy, because she understands exactly what the President's words imply about the others who did not make it here. The Guardian forces himself to harden his heart instead of breaking under the weight of the news. The loss presses down on him, but he knows he cannot afford to collapse in this moment. The President praises the two of them for managing to hold out as long as they did. But even as he acknowledges their effort, he warns them that the enemy has proven even more dangerous than anyone expected. The Guardian accepts that grim reality without turning away from it. He understands now that he and the people gathered here have become the final line of defense. Vengeance has never been the Guardian's usual reason for fighting, but this time, his resolve hardens into something much sharper. With everything they have lost, he swears that they will stop the invaders no matter what it takes. The President agrees, his own expression becoming firm as he prepares himself for the confrontation ahead. The time for retreat has passed, and the next battle will decide everything. He declares that when they face the enemy again, it will be the enemy's final battle. His words settle over the hidden chamber like a solemn vow, marking the beginning of their counterattack. Outside, the world sits beneath a dark and uneasy sky, with heavy clouds hanging low as if the heavens themselves are warning of what is coming. Now that the evacuation is complete and the enemy is closing in, the next stage of the battle begins in tense silence. Elsewhere, Jean Fry stands over the body of a slain enemy, his black hair shifting beneath the strange glow of the halo above him. Behind his back, a demonic shadow rises like a captured beast, silent but ready to obey the moment he gives an order. Jean Fry confirms that he has successfully secured the second demon god. Instead of breaking into some wild celebration, he studies its condition with calm, practical focus, like a commander inspecting a dangerous new weapon he has just claimed for himself. Everything is going more smoothly than Jean Fry originally expected, and a clear look of satisfaction settles across his face. With one powerful soul already under his control, he starts looking forward to gathering even more soldiers for his growing force. A furious enemy glares at Jean Fry and condemns him for once again tampering with souls. In their eyes, what he is doing is not merely theft. It is the same forbidden sin being repeated right in front of them. More hostile gods and monsters begin appearing around him, each one radiating anger as they close in. They realize that Jean Fry has come to plunder the 8th continent as well, and none of them intend to stand by and allow it. Jean Fry calmly looks over the gathering crowd with dry amusement, completely unfazed by how many enemies have surrounded him. Instead of retreating or showing caution, he casually remarks that they were considerate enough to show up all at once. Among the enemies, a jackal-headed foe steps forward, his expression twisted with rage as he snarls a vow at Jean Fry. This time, he declares, Jean Fry's soul will be the one taken. Jean Fry responds with cold confidence, making it clear that the enemy has misunderstood the situation completely. He promises that he is not the prey here. He will be the one taking every last one of their souls instead. To make that threat a reality, Jean Fry decides it is time to use his newest power. He turns his attention to the third skill he has just unlocked from the vestments of Athena. The skill activates as protection of the great goddess, and divine power immediately wraps itself around Jean Fry's body. His entire presence shifts in an instant, as though sacred armor has descended over him from head to toe. The effect gives him a powerful increase to his stats, earned by defeating strong enemies while staying hidden in stealth. Every victory he claimed from the shadows now flows back into him, directly feeding his rising strength. Jean Fry's attributes surge upward all at once, pushing his power to a whole new level. Rather than wait or hesitate, he welcomes the opportunity to test this fresh strength on the enemies gathered right in front of him. Back at the evacuation site, the president turns his attention toward Reluka and checks on his condition. Even with the crisis still unfolding, he needs to know whether the fighters they have left are still capable of standing on the front line. Reluka turns toward the president to answer, while the old man's aides watch closely from nearby. The whole chamber seems to hold its breath for his response, because at this point, there is no room left for weakness. Reluka reports that his body has fully recovered and that he is ready to move again. Mira adds that she is prepared as well, making it clear that neither of them has any intention of sitting out the battle still to come. The president then reveals the larger plan for defending the continent. Adventurers who specialize in dispelling attack magic and raising anti-magic barriers have been gathered together to create one enormous protective spell. With volunteers supplying mana to keep the formation stable, they are now protecting the entire continent. Every person pouring power into the spell has become part of the final defensive line standing between the people and destruction. Seen from high above, the barrier spreads across the land like a vast dome of light. It covers the continent in a single enormous protective shell, standing firm against the threat of annihilation. The president reflects that weak mages, if they stand alone, may never be able to resist an overwhelming power. But when all of them unite their strength together, their combined resistance can still hold back something terrifying, and that thought gives him at least a small measure of reassurance. Among the volunteers, Kukuru confirms the instructions with tense determination in her voice. Just as Mira told them, all they need to do is keep pouring mana into the magic circle and maintain the barrier for as long as their strength can last. Then, from somewhere nearby, someone recognizes Kukuru and calls out to her after a long time apart. For one brief moment, the suffocating tension around the magic circle softens, with the surprise of an unexpected reunion. Riven steps forward, and simply seeing her brings a small break in the oppressive mood. Even with disaster closing in from every direction, their reunion gives the moment a faint touch of warmth. Kukuru quickly turns toward Riven and asks if Jean Fry is with her. The question leaves her almost immediately, showing that his absence has been weighing heavily on her mind. Instead, Kukuru blurts out that Jean Fry dragged her all over the place to collect materials, only to run off on his own afterward. Her frustration comes pouring out just as quickly as her worry. When Riven learns that those materials were meant for a hot pot from Jean Fry's homeland, she is stunned. In the middle of a world-ending crisis, Jean Fry somehow still found time to prioritize cooking. Kukuru indignantly insists that she would never serve her master stolen food. But that anger soon gives way to unease as she admits that she lost contact with Jean Fry afterward and fears something terrible may be happening to him. Reluka listens to their conversation in silence, his expression growing more serious with each passing moment. Even before anyone says it out loud, he can already sense that the enemy is approaching. Reluka announces that the invaders have arrived. His words cut straight through the chamber, and the brief warmth of reunion disappears beneath the crushing weight of the battle about to begin. Above the barrier, the three enemy leaders appear in the sky, facing the last defended continent head-on. Their presence presses down against the shining dome like a storm gathering just before it breaks. Nightmare hovers at the center, radiating that same oppressive calm as before. He does not need to shout, posture, or make any dramatic gesture. His presence alone is enough to make the air feel heavier. Hexen looks down at the humans and mocks them, saying he expected some clever trick from their side. Instead, all he sees below is what appears to be their final, desperate stand. The invaders declare that only the seventh continent remains. With that final step now within reach, Lord Abyss's revival has become dangerously close. Nightmare promises that no matter what the humans try, every trace of resistance will be erased. His voice carries the certainty of someone who believes the ending has already been written. Below them, the president stands alone at the very front of the defense, facing the invaders without the slightest flinch. Beneath the vast, darkened sky, his small figure makes his courage look even more striking. The president acknowledges the overwhelming power standing before them, but his calm expression does not waver. The way he holds himself suggests that he has already prepared a move of his own. At that same moment, elsewhere, Jean Fry praises his allies for holding the line against their enemies. Their efforts have bought the precious time needed for the next move to finally unfold. Then the president suddenly moves. In a single strike too fast to be seen, he cuts through the two invaders watching from the sky before either one can react. Hexen and Archie are decapitated in an instant. Their heads are taken before they can even understand that an attack has reached them. Their final thoughts are nothing but pure confusion. Neither Hexen nor Archie can comprehend how their heads were severed so suddenly, or how the old man moved faster than their senses could follow. Nightmare realizes too late that he did not see the attack either. Even his awareness failed to catch the president's movement before the strike had already been completed. The severed bodies of Hexen and Archie crash downward, falling through the air as undeniable proof of the president's technique. His strike bypassed even their ability to sense danger. The old man calmly names the art he used. It is one of his secret techniques, a killing move kept hidden until the exact moment it would matter most. That technique is Frenzied Hunt, a deadly art capable of instantly slaying enemies that even all 8 Guardian Stars together could not defeat. With one movement, the president completely overturns the battlefield. Hexen and Archie lie dead before the horrified crowd, their arrogance severed along with their heads. Of the 3 invaders who had appeared above the barrier, only Nightmare remains alive. The president remarks wearily that age has made his movements slower. As impossible as the feat looks to everyone watching, he speaks as though it still falls short of what he could have done in his prime. Reluka reflects in awe that his grandfather's berserker class is monstrous, even compared to their strongest fighters. The old man's strength exists on a level that seems to defy common sense. Reluka fully understands what he has just witnessed. His grandfather killed, in a single instant, enemies that the Guardian Stars could not overcome even when fighting together. The president then turns his attention toward Nightmare, and his gaze grows sharper. With Hexen and Archie already cut down, only one enemy remains before them. The president challenges Nightmare directly, asking what he can do now that his allies have been slain. His words carry a clear warning. Without them, Nightmare may no longer be able to flip continents on his own. Even after taking such a crushing loss, Nightmare's expression barely moved at all. He simply remained where he was, terrifyingly composed, as if the defeat in front of him had not shaken him in the slightest. Then, in a voice that was cold, flat, and completely steady, he answered that he had never once needed anyone standing beside him. To Nightmare, his own existence alone was already more than enough. And with that, the horrifying meaning behind his words finally began to reveal itself. The bodies of his followers had never been important to him from the very beginning. As long as their souls remained untouched, Nightmare could still continue his plan without the slightest problem. One after another, he began dragging those souls toward himself, pulling them into his own body like fuel for something even more terrifying. Far below, the crowd immediately felt the danger change. What had looked like a terrifying battle taking place above them was no longer only a fight in the sky. It had suddenly become a threat pointed straight at everyone gathered beneath it. Reluka understood at once that there was no longer any room for hesitation. With urgency cutting through her voice, she commanded the defenders to attack immediately, before Nightmare could finish whatever dreadful ritual he had already begun. In the next instant, arrows, magic, and countless attacks tore upward through the air from every direction. Like a furious storm, they all converged on Nightmare at once, carrying the defenders' desperate strength with them. The entire wave of attacks crashed into him together and detonated with violent force. A massive explosion burst outward, swallowing the space around Nightmare's body in blinding destruction. But the power of that blast refused to stay contained in the sky. The roaring shockwave began surging downward toward the civilians below, threatening to drag countless innocent people into the very destruction meant for Nightmare. Myra's head snapped upward, alarm flashing clearly across her face. In that moment, she realized the defenders' desperate attack might have made the situation even more dangerous instead of stopping it. Then Nightmare emerged from inside the explosion without a single injury on him. With only a casual sweep of his hand, he redirected the raging blast downward, treating that terrifying force like nothing more than smoke drifting in the wind. The defenders could only stare up at him in stunned disbelief. Right then, they understood that the enemy before them was not some ordinary opponent, but a monster whose power stood far beyond anything common sense could explain. Nightmare looked down at them from above with absolute contempt in his eyes. To him, every single one of them was nothing more than an insect crawling beneath his notice. Even so, their constant interference had clearly begun to grate on him. His presence grew darker, and a deeper, far more sinister power started to surge outward from his body. Mira sensed immediately that the danger was spiraling beyond anything they could control. Without wasting even a second, she shouted for everyone to retreat at once. As civilians scattered in panic, the Guardian and the President rushed forward together. Side by side, they moved to confront Nightmare head-on, fully aware that the continent's final line of defense was already on the edge of collapse. The blue-haired fighter was directed toward the enemy he truly needed to face. The moment he understood who his target was, he launched himself forward without the slightest hesitation. He opened the assault with triple boosts, Thunder God's flash, his body slicing through the air in a blazing rush as he aimed his strike straight at the white-haired enemy. At that same moment, the old master moved as well, joining the attack without missing a single beat. From opposite sides, the two humans closed in together, trying to pin their opponent between them. The elder followed through with Mad Bone Crusher, pouring all his strength into the blow. He struck with the intention of crushing the enemy before there was even a chance to counterattack. Yet their target remained perfectly calm, his body wrapped in a dark aura that rippled around him like living shadow. Not even the faintest sign of pressure appeared on his face. With effortless control, he stopped both attacks at the same time. Their forward momentum disappeared in an instant, as though their combined assault had smashed into an unmoving wall. The elder understood the truth immediately. Even with the two of them attacking together from both sides, they had done little more than brush against the surface of the enemy's real strength. The enemy's contempt only became heavier. He made it clear that he had grown completely tired of fighting humans, as if their resistance had become nothing more than an annoying interruption. The blue-haired fighter snapped back without yielding an inch. If the enemy hated this world so badly, he told him, then he should simply leave it behind. The enemy rejected that idea without even a moment of thought. His presence pressed down even harder, making it obvious that he was preparing something far more terrifying than anything before. Both humans felt the atmosphere around them shift. Their instincts screamed that a dangerous attack was coming, and they braced themselves for the disaster that was about to unfold. Then, with a chilling sense of final judgment, the enemy decided that everything standing before him would be reduced to dust. A colossal wave of annihilation exploded outward from his body. Before either human could escape, the destructive force swallowed them both completely. Outside, the world seemed to fall into a hollow, eerie emptiness. The silence left behind suggested that the destruction had not ended there, and that its reach had spread across a horrifying, global scale. Elsewhere, a black-haired man with a halo stood calmly in place and began to count. His voice sounded almost like he was calling each arrival forward, one by one. At his command, the first 3 members of his soul core appeared before him. They took shape as towering red spectral warriors, each one filled with an oppressive and overwhelming power. He continued counting without stopping, and before long 6 monstrous spirits had assembled in front of him. Together, they stood like a terrifying army made entirely of souls. As he looked over them, he spoke with quiet satisfaction. His soul core had grown into a force that could truly be called formidable. Now, only one piece was still missing, the 7th demon god. But just as he acknowledged that final absence, a sudden disturbance made itself known nearby. The moment he sensed that familiar pattern in the air, he understood immediately. Someone important was about to appear. Then the blue-haired fighter and the elder came crashing into the hall. Their bodies were battered and worn down, but despite everything they had endured, they were still alive. The black-haired man's expression shifted in surprise when he saw that the president and Reluka had survived. Staring at them, he demanded to know why they had come there. Before they could settle, an unseen voice answered with cruel amusement. It mocked humanity for still refusing to give up, even though the end had already arrived. The owner of that taunting voice soon stepped into view. It was the white-haired enemy, entering the hall with the same chilling arrogance he had carried before. The black-haired man studied him closely, his gaze narrowing. Almost immediately, he sensed that something about this newcomer was deeply wrong. The elder recognized him at once as Jeffrey. His voice turned urgent as he asked why Jeffrey had come to that place. Jeffrey answered with a heavy, grim weight in his voice. He admitted that the continents had been erased because he had been too weak to stop it. He then identified the armored enemy as an ally of the being Lien had fought. With that warning, he made it clear that this enemy's goal was to wipe out all of humanity. The black-haired man quickly pieced the truth together. Only those protected by special powers had survived the erasure, and elsewhere, a witch-like observer realized with dread that this catastrophe was exactly what had been foretold. The armored enemy noticed that the bearer of divine raiment was still alive, and that discovery seemed to catch his interest. The black-haired man faced him now with open hatred, no longer hiding the fury burning in his eyes, and demanded to know what had been done to his homeland. The enemy answered without showing the slightest trace of remorse. There was no homeland left anymore, because every continent and all of humanity had already been erased. He explained it as casually as if he were discussing something meaningless. Slaughtering the entire world, he said, had simply been the fastest way to gather souls. The black-haired man froze as the truth fully sank into him. In that crushing moment, the only thought that filled his mind was his family. The survivors could hardly believe the words they were hearing. Stunned and horrified, they asked whether everyone had truly been sacrificed for nothing more than convenience. The enemy confirmed it without a trace of shame, his voice carrying a chilling kind of pride. To him, the destruction of the entire world was not a tragedy at all, but something sacred, because everything belonged to Lord Abyss, and humans were merely offerings placed before their rightful ruler. He pushed the cruelty even further, declaring that the souls of the dead would serve as fuel for Abyss's revival. In his twisted eyes, humanity's massacre had never been meaningless slaughter. It was a grand ritual designed to awaken his master from the depths. At those words, Lien's thoughts flashed straight to his mother and Amelia, and the pain struck him like a blade driven through his chest. But that grief did not leave him trembling for long. It hardened inside him, burning hotter and sharper until it became pure rage. The enemy stared at him with a cold, merciless gaze and forced him to face the truth. Across the entire world, only the three of them were still standing there alive, while everyone else had already been erased without exception. Lien finally could not restrain himself anymore. With fury blazing in his eyes and his weapon raised, he charged first, throwing his whole body straight toward the armored enemy. His first blow landed hard against the enemy's torso, smashing into the armor with a heavy, brutal impact that echoed through the space between them. From that close distance, Lien glared directly into him and demanded that everyone be brought back. His voice shook with grief and anger, but beneath it was an unbreakable refusal to accept what had just happened. He ordered the enemy to restore the world exactly as it had been before, to return the continents, the people, and every single life stolen in that senseless massacre. The enemy rejected him immediately, without even pretending to consider it. He made it clear that undoing what had already been done was not something he had any intention of granting. Lien completely refused to accept that answer. Instead of stepping back or begging again, he poured the full weight of his demand into raw physical force. This was no longer a desperate plea from someone drowning in grief. Through the way he stood, the way he struck, and the pressure behind his eyes, Lien made it clear that he was giving an order. Their confrontation erupted instantly into a fierce close-range battle. Blades and energy collided again and again, filling the narrow space between them with violent flashes and explosive force. Lien did not retreat even once as the exchange intensified. Every movement he made was packed with clenched fury, and he fought like someone driven forward by unbearable loss rather than careful calculation. The enemy's confidence began to waver as the battle continued. Little by little, he realized that the man standing before him was far more dangerous than he had first assumed. Then Lien broke straight through his guard and drove a vicious strike into him, forcing the armored enemy to endure the full weight of the blow head-on. Blood spilled from the impact, and for the first time the enemy's composure visibly cracked. The arrogance on his face gave way to pain and disbelief as the reality of the wound hit him. Even injured, the enemy could not ignore the power he had just felt. He was forced to acknowledge the terrifying strength of someone who carried divine raiment. In that instant, the enemy reached a grim and dangerous conclusion. If Lien was allowed to keep growing stronger, this human might one day become a threat even to Lord Abyss himself. That possibility was something he could never allow. Right then and there, the enemy decided that Lien had to be killed immediately, before that hidden danger could fully awaken. Lien, however, stayed unerringly calm despite the rage blazing inside him. With his eyes fixed on the enemy, he repeated his demand one last time and told him to restore everything he had taken. The enemy answered with nothing but a sneer, looking down on Lien's ultimatum as if it were merely the foolish delusion of a grieving human. He challenged Lien to take the world back by force if he truly believed he could do it. Lien accepted that answer without another word, understanding that the only path left was to defeat him completely. Lien activated protection of the great goddess, and in the very next moment, his already monstrous power surged even higher. His presence sharpened and expanded, becoming something overwhelming to stand before. The enemy recognized the technique as soon as it appeared, but knowing what it was did nothing to save him. The opponent in front of him had changed entirely. The pressure pouring out of Lien pinned the enemy in place. Even the possibility of escape seemed to vanish, crushed beneath the sheer force now surrounding him. A towering surge of purple energy gathered around Lien's weapon, swelling darker and higher by the second. It was as if all of his grief and fury had been drawn directly into the blade. Then Lien unleashed it in a wide, sweeping strike. The force ripped forward with devastating power and blasted the enemy backward. The enemy's body began to burn and break apart under the attack. Flames swallowed his armor and flesh while he screamed, unable to believe that this was actually happening to him. Even as the fire consumed him, the enemy still refused to accept the truth. In his final disbelief, he could not admit that a mere human had truly defeated him. The two survivors watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. They could barely process what their eyes had just witnessed. Lien had actually brought the enemy down with his own hands. Lien stood over the ruined enemy without the slightest trace of celebration. His expression remained grim, and his weapon stayed ready, as though he understood the battle might not be finished yet. Even after winning, Lien suspected the fallen foe had only served as the key to reviving Lord Abyss. If defeating him had triggered the next stage, then perhaps the people who were erased still existed somewhere beyond reach. Lien silently vowed that he would recover everything, no matter what it cost him. But before he could take another step forward, the elder suddenly called out his name in alarm. A strange blue radiance began rising from the remains of the fallen enemy. The light glowed brighter and brighter against the ruined body, making the air around it feel deeply unnatural. The corpse was gradually swallowed by that eerie light, and from within it, something far deeper and more ominous than simple death began to emerge. When the elder realized that the enemy's soul itself was reacting, his face tightened with dread. In a grave voice, he declared that the true process had finally begun. A sinister smile appeared, and a glowing gem pulsed with an unsettling light. Every beat of that radiance hinted that this revival had been prepared from the very beginning. Then a voice rang out across the space, announcing with absolute certainty that the next stage was now beginning. Without anyone physically moving from where they stood, the entire world around them changed. The hall faded away, replaced by a blank and unreal battlefield that felt completely detached from reality itself. The survivors quickly understood that this was not simple teleportation, and it was not an ordinary summoning either. The space itself had been rewritten around them, and Lien stayed focused, immediately searching for the source of the distortion. Above a dark, winged form, an elegant figure with horns slowly rose into view. At last, the true master behind everything had finally appeared before them. The revived being spoke with clear irritation, complaining that this little diversion had dragged on far longer than he would have liked. Still, there was one thing that seemed to please him. The very moment he awakened, he had been greeted by a user of divine raiment. The elder felt the crushing magical pressure bearing down on them and quickly understood something terrifying. Even this being's ordinary words carried enough power to wound the mind. The blue-haired fighter understood it just as quickly. This presence stood on a level completely beyond the armored enemy they had only just managed to defeat. Lien recognized him as a being from another dimension, an existence that surpassed every powerful enemy he had ever encountered before. As Lien began to name the newcomer, the being confirmed the title himself. Abyss introduced himself as the god of the deep and the true master of this world. Lien listened without flinching, his eyes locked firmly on Abyss. He calmly measured the true enemy now standing before him. Abyss recalled how, 1,000 years ago, he had been defeated and had lost control of the world to humans after his fall. And now that he had finally revived, Abyss declared that he would take the world back. This time, he would reclaim it and rule everything with his own hands. Abyss's eyes settled on Lien before anyone else, his cold gaze locking onto him with unmistakable killing intent. Among the few people still standing in that ruined space, Abyss had already decided who needed to be erased first. In Abyss's mind, the divine raiment and the human bold enough to carry it were the greatest threats on the entire battlefield. Before he could reclaim the world or crush the rest of humanity's resistance, Lien and that dangerous power had to vanish completely. Lien understood the meaning of that stare almost instantly. The enemy in front of him was not just another servant, not another powerful obstacle along the way. This was the true final boss waiting at the very end of everything. He steadied his breathing and planted himself as if he had finally reached the last stage of a brutal game, the kind where one wrong move could destroy everything. This time, Lien resolved that he would clear it perfectly, without leaving even a single regret behind. Lien charged straight toward Abyss without flinching, his grip tightening around his weapon as pride burned through the fear pressing down on him. As a hardcore gamer, he silently swore that no matter how impossible this battle looked, he would find a way to clear it. Behind him, the two survivors could only cry out Lien's name as he rushed ahead on his own. They had no time to stop him, and even if they wanted to follow, the overwhelming pressure around Abyss left them with no opening to move. Lien attacked while shouting for the people he had lost, his voice breaking through the battlefield with the weight of his family and friends behind every step. Each movement carried their memory forward with him. That cry soon grew beyond his own loved ones and reached toward all of humanity itself. Lien's strike crashed forward with explosive force as he demanded that Abyss return every single life that had been stolen from the world. For one fleeting moment, Lien believed that maybe his resolve, his rage, and the full weight behind that blow might actually be enough to force a path through Abyss. But Abyss rejected that hope with cruel, effortless calm. He called Lien's belief nothing more than delusion and told him to separate the dreams inside his head from the harsh reality standing right in front of him. Lien did not waste breath arguing back. Instead, he pushed his body forward through the crushing pressure, closed the distance again, and drove in with another direct physical attack. When that still failed to break through Abyss's defense, Lien understood there was no reason to hold anything back. He revealed hidden equipment and unleashed a blazing attack at point-blank range, detonating the flames right before Abyss's body. Abyss caught the flaming strike with just one hand, standing completely untouched while the fire roared against him. With effortless contempt in his expression, he called the attempt naive, making the difference between them feel painfully clear. Lien immediately shifted into a rapid chain of advanced skills, striking from multiple angles as if speed and variety might overwhelm Abyss. But Abyss received the barrage almost like he was enjoying it, finding the old rhythm of battle nostalgic and strangely exciting. Refusing to let the pace slow even for a second, Lien summoned another weapon into his hand. This time, a skeletal scythe appeared, its grim shape carrying a cold, deathly presence across the battlefield. He swung the scythe with the technique over death, aiming to settle the fight with one decisive strike. The attack erupted across the battlefield in a blinding flash, swallowing everything ahead of him in its path. But when the light finally faded, Abyss was still standing exactly where he had been. He looked barely impressed, as though Lien's desperate finishing blow had done no more than graze the surface. Abyss then revealed why that power disgusted him so deeply. Divine raiment had once destroyed his ambitions, and even after 1,000 years had passed, it remained the one thing he hated above all else. To answer that hated power directly, Abyss reached into the darkness surrounding him and began summoning legendary weapons out of the void itself. Those weapons gathered above Lien one after another, spreading into a deadly execution array. They hovered over him like a judgment already decided, waiting only for the order to fall. Abyss gave that order in a voice that was simple, cold, and direct. The summoned blades were to take Lien's head. The first wave came crashing down from above, and Lien twisted away at the very last possible instant. The blades missed him by a hair's breadth, close enough that death seemed to brush right past his skin. Lien countered without hesitation, lifting a concentrated sphere of light high over his head, as dense power gathered tightly above him. The summoned weapons turned and crashed back toward Abyss, but he stayed perfectly centered within his aura. Even as the attack rushed toward him, he remained completely unmoved. Watching every movement carefully, Lien realized that Abyss was not merely throwing weapons around at random. He could summon them freely, direct their paths, and control every motion with terrifying precision. Lien knew that weapon control was not unheard of among top adventurers. But what Abyss was doing stood on a completely different level from any ordinary version of that technique. Abyss proved that difference immediately by calling even more specialized staves out of the darkness, each one appearing with its own distinct and dangerous presence. Among those weapons were the Ice Demon's Fang Staff and the Thunder Dragon's Scale Staff, both legendary arms now floating obediently under Abyss's command. Their attacks slammed down in vertical bursts, striking with such violent force that Lien was pushed onto the defensive and forced to guard instead of advancing. Lien quickly judged the situation with grim focus. Every weapon Abyss summoned carried tremendous power, and even worse, each one seemed to come with skills Lien had never seen before. Even so, Lien accepted that reality without letting his focus break. This overwhelming variety, this unfair arsenal, this ridiculous pressure, this was exactly the kind of strength the final boss was supposed to have. Then Abyss revealed the deeper truth behind the battle from 1,000 years ago. Humanity's hope back then had rested on 8 heroes, and when Lien questioned what he meant, Abyss made it clear that no amount of gear would let one person defeat him alone. With a slow and deliberate gesture, Abyss prepared to show Lien exactly what he meant by the strength that came from overwhelming numbers. An entire field of spectral swords materialized behind Abyss, spreading out information like a heavenly army ready to descend. The shining blades filled the space behind him with silent, lethal pressure. Lien did not back down in the face of that display. Instead, he mocked the idea that true strength could be measured by numbers alone. To answer Abyss directly, Lien summoned his own vast soul core and monster army behind him. In moments, the battlefield filled with the gathered forces he had carried with him. For the first time, Abyss seemed genuinely interested. Lien's response had caught his attention in a way that simple attacks and desperate strikes had not. Lien stood before his assembled army of souls, facing Abyss without lowering his gaze. It was as if he was trying to match a god with a force of his own. Abyss decided to test whether Lien's army represented true power or was nothing more than decoration. With a command, he sent his countless blades rushing forward. The summoned swords rained down toward Lien and his spectral host, filling the air with a deadly storm of flashing steel. Lien gave his own order without a second of hesitation. His forces charged upward and forward, meeting Abyss's attack head-on instead of retreating. The battlefield exploded as the descending storm of blades collided with the rising army of souls. The two survivors could only watch helplessly from the sidelines, knowing there was no place for them in a clash of that scale, while Abyss hovered above the wreckage of the first impact, still untouched and completely in control. Abyss praised the effort with cool amusement in his voice. His tone carried interest rather than concern, as if Lien had simply made the battle a little more entertaining. Lien returned that acknowledgement in his own way, admitting that Abyss was an opponent worthy of everything he could possibly throw at him. Across a mound of shattered summoned weapons and broken spirits, the two faced each other once again. The battlefield between them was already scarred by the violence of their first true exchange. The elder watched with a heavy expression, unable to tear his eyes away. Deep down, he admitted the truth to himself. This battle was far beyond anything he could exploit, support, or interfere with. Lien then proposed that they stop testing each other with cautious moves and half-measures. If Abyss wanted a real fight, then it was time for them to step fully into a true confrontation. Abyss laughed at the sheer audacity of the challenge, amused that a human would dare speak to him in such a way. But even with that arrogance, he did not refuse. He agreed to indulge Lien for a short while, treating the challenge like a brief diversion before he eventually crushed him completely. With that, Abyss finally descended toward Lien, closing the distance between them at last. And in that moment, the true duel between the two began in earnest. Lien and the old chairman tensed at almost the exact same moment, their muscles tightening as the pressure around Abyss suddenly became far more suffocating. The enemy before them was no longer acting like this battle was some brief amusement to pass the time. Abyss then declared that he was finally taking on a form he had not shown in 1,000 years. The moment those words left him, the air itself seemed to sink, weighed down by the meaning behind that revelation. Then Abyss fully manifested before them, revealing the perfect form of the god of the Abyss. Just by existing there, his presence twisted the battlefield, pressing down with a force that felt nearly impossible to endure. The sheer scale of that transformation struck both Lien and the chairman silent. For a brief moment, neither of them could move, their eyes fixed on the overwhelming figure now standing in front of them. A cold realization ran through Lien as he stared at Abyss. Up until this moment, the god had not been fighting seriously at all. Everything before this had been nothing more than a warm-up. The chairman stood there shaken, his expression drawn tight as his thoughts turned toward Lien. In that desperate instant, he understood exactly who the world's final hope had become. The old man felt the shame of his own failure crushing him. He had been the chairman, yet he had saved no one and had been forced to flee. With that guilt in his voice, he placed the fate of the world in Lien's hands and begged him to rescue everyone. While Abyss turned his attention back to Lien and insisted that this could not possibly be the full limit of his power. Lien answered in a calm voice, showing no fear even while facing Abyss in his perfect form. He admitted that what he was about to show might not look as grand or dramatic, but it would be just as real. To Lien, Abyss's overwhelming transformation was not the final proof of victory. It was loud, terrifying, and dramatic, sure, but by itself it was not enough to decide how this battle would end. In response, Lien called forth a massive reaper behind him. Its towering figure rose over the battlefield like a shadow of death, looming silently at his back. Lien declared that the Grim Reaper had also descended in its own perfect form. For the first time, Abyss was visibly caught off guard, his confidence shaken by Lien's sudden counter. Grim recognized the form immediately as the complete manifestation of the Grim Reaper. The requirement had already been fulfilled. 300 soul soldiers had been gathered, and with that, the true form had finally been unlocked. But Lien still had more to reveal. To push his strength even further, he brought out a strange fruit he had been saving for precisely a moment like this. Without even a second of hesitation, Lien ate the fruit. Whatever effect it carried, whatever risk came with it, he accepted it on the spot. The fruit immediately connected Centipede and Soul Vantage as paired equipment, triggering the hidden sword skill. With that link complete, Lien could now combine Centipede, Soul Vantage, and Grim Reaper all at the same time. With the fruit completing his triple equipment setup, Lien fixed his eyes on Abyss. His stance sharpened, and he urged the god before him to end this once and for all. Grim asked if Lien had finally recovered his memories, and Lien answered that the complete manifestation behind him was proof enough. A power like this could not have appeared unless something inside him had truly returned. Grim's excitement rose at once. Calling Lien his brother, he urged him to take command and lead the attack. Before they could savor that moment, Abyss cut in and declared that he would be the one to end everything. Driven by the ambition he had carried for 1,000 years, Abyss charged forward, vowing that no one would ever block his rise again, while Lien and Grim rushed straight in to meet him head-on. Abyss opened the clash with a brutal blade strike, swinging downward with enough force to split the very space between them. Lien met the attack directly, raising his purple sword into its path and catching Abyss's blade before it could cut him down. The pressure slammed into Lien with crushing force, but he held his ground. His stance refused to break, and his focus stayed locked firmly on Abyss. Grim moved the instant an opening appeared, swinging in from behind to punish the gap Abyss had created by attacking Lien head-on. Lien followed with another strike from the opposite side, trying to trap Abyss between himself and Grim in a deadly pincer assault. But Abyss slipped through their trap with frightening ease. He broke the angle of their assault in an instant and forced Lien down low beneath the crushing pressure. Abyss rose above them once more, reclaiming the high ground as if the entire battlefield naturally belonged beneath his feet. With cold irritation in his voice, Abyss ordered them to get out of his way. To him, even their strongest coordinated assault had only delayed him for a brief moment. Then he unleashed an overwhelming blast of force, sending raw, crushing power outward and driving both Lien and Grim backward at once. Lien skidded hard across the ground from the impact, struggling to regain his balance. Even through the shock, Grim admitted that Abyss was still every bit as monstrously strong as he had ever been. Lien steadied himself and forced his thoughts to slow down instead of charging in blindly again. Keeping his eyes on Abyss, he demanded to know what the god truly wanted, and why he was so determined to target this world. Abyss answered as though the truth should have been obvious from the start. This had always been his story, and he was the abyssal god destined to swallow everything and reign over it. He insisted that no world had the right to exist outside his control. Anything beyond his grasp was not free, it was simply something waiting to be conquered. For Abyss, domination was not merely a desire or an ambition. It was the only proof of his own existence, the only way he could confirm who he truly was. Lien mocked him as nothing more than a selfish final boss, but that simplicity also told him something important. An enemy this self-centered left no room for hesitation, pity, or sympathy. Lien decided that facing someone without sentiment actually made things easier. If Abyss wanted to rule everything, then all Lien had to do was defeat him completely, without holding anything back. Abyss responded with a dark laugh, clearly amused by Lien's resolve and by the defiance still burning so stubbornly in his eyes. Lien then turned toward Grim and asked how Abyss had been dealt with in the past. He was searching for any clue, any piece of history that might help them survive the fight in front of them. Grim began to explain that 1,000 years ago, His former masters and several other heroes had gathered together for the sole purpose of confronting Abyss. Those warriors were the very people Abyss would later call the Eight Heroes, the ones who had once stood directly in the path of his ambition. Before Abyss could twist that old story to suit himself, Grimm corrected the record, making sure Lien understood what had truly happened back then. Abyss admitted that the heroes had never truly defeated him. At best, they had only sealed him away, and that was exactly why he still existed in the present. Abyss smiled as he remembered it, clearly savoring the fact that even the heroes of that ancient age had failed to erase him completely. Grimm confirmed the bitter truth. In that ancient battle, sealing Abyss had been the absolute best result anyone had been able to achieve. Abyss then revealed how it had happened. He had dragged the heroes into his mental realm and worn them down one after another until their magic was almost completely drained. In the end, the exhausted heroes had sealed one another instead of properly sealing Abyss himself, leaving behind the opening that allowed him to return. Abyss boasted that the few surviving humans had sealed those heroes away, but this time, Lien had no such support behind him. He was standing against Abyss alone. Then Abyss unleashed a finishing technique, directing the full force of the attack straight toward Lien. The blow struck Lien with devastating impact, smashing into him and sending his body flying across the battlefield. Grimm cried out as Lien crashed down in pain, the force of the attack making the ground tremble beneath him. Abyss gathered another killing blow, his power condensing once more into something even more dangerous. Looking down at Lien, he declared that this was the end. Grimm rushed over to Lien's side in a panic, his voice strained with desperation as he tried to see if Lien could still move. At that point, even standing back up against Abyss looked almost impossible. Lien forced his battered body off the ground, refusing to stay down no matter how much damage he had taken. But before the fight could truly resume, Abyss spoke coldly, declaring that before he ended Lien himself, he would erase that cursed divine gear from existence forever. For a brief moment, Lien froze, unable to understand why Abyss had suddenly brought up hidden gear. That confusion lasted only until Abyss revealed the truth. This entire mental world had been created for one purpose alone, to seal away divine gear. Abyss explained that keeping this realm active consumed an enormous amount of mana, so it was a trump card he could only use once. But after dragging the gear into the space and absorbing it, he planned to destroy it completely with his ultimate technique. In Abyss's eyes, the moment Lien lost his divine gear, he would no longer be a threat. Without that power in his hands, Lien would become nothing more than another helpless human waiting to be crushed. Then Abyss began tearing the divine gear out of Lien by force. Its power was dragged from him violently, as if Abyss were ripping away a part of Lien's very existence. The weapon in Lien's hands started to crumble, breaking apart right between his fingers. Shadowy fragments and fine dust peeled away from it, scattering into the strange air around him. Lien stared in shock as the gear disintegrated before his eyes. The weapon he had trusted and relied on was slipping away piece by piece, vanishing from his grasp no matter how badly he wanted to hold on. The final traces of that power drifted into the surrounding mental world, fading like ash carried by a silent wind until almost nothing of it remained. Only then did Lien fully understand what Abyss had been doing all along. But by the time the truth reached him, it was already too late to stop the process. His hidden gear was being ground down into dust right before him, stripped away from his control and swallowed by the very realm Abyss had created and ruled. All Lien could do was call out to Grimm, his voice shaken with disbelief as the connection between them began slipping farther and farther beyond his reach. Grimm rushed toward him in alarm, desperately trying to reach Lien before the last remaining pieces of the gear disappeared completely. Grimm revealed that the same horrifying thing had happened to him 100 years earlier, when Abyss's power tore into him and left him broken. Back then, Grimm had been struck down, ripped apart and robbed of his memories. Now Lien reached desperately for the fading remains in front of him, refusing to let Grimm be taken from him all over again. But the final fragments slipped past Lien's fingers before he could grasp them. They scattered out of reach, dissolving into the realm before he could hold on. Abyss laughed as though the battle had already been decided in his favor. With Lien stripped of his gear, he was certain there was nothing left in this human that he needed to fear. He explained that every piece of divine gear taken from his victims became part of the foundation of this mental world. Once the gear was absorbed into it, it could never manifest again. With Lien disarmed, cornered, and robbed of his greatest power, Abyss demanded the next thing he intended to claim, Lien's soul. Lien barely managed to deflect the next strike with the small amount of power still left to him. At the very last moment, he forced the attack aside before it could land cleanly. Even so, the impact nearly crushed through his defense. His body reeled under the force, shaken by the overwhelming pressure pressing down on him. Lien forced himself not to panic and tried to think instead. Deep within himself, He searched for the instincts that had carried him through impossible battles again and again. Abyss rained weapons down from every direction, surrounding Lien in lethal pressure. As the blades descended, he reminded Lien that this world obeyed him alone. Lien understood that the situation was becoming more hopeless by the second. His gear was gone, the battlefield belonged to Abyss, and every path forward seemed to disappear around him. At that critical moment, a new spell suddenly erupted across the battlefield. It cut through the darkness like a bright burst of defiance breaking into the hopeless scene. Reluca intervened with triple boost. Raijin flash, smashing aside the weapons that were falling toward Lien. In the same motion, he placed himself between Lien and the attack. Lien stared at him in disbelief, stunned that Reluca had managed to arrive in the middle of such a hopeless and distorted battlefield. Abyss turned toward the interruption, his attention shifting with cold irritation to the one who had dared interfere in his execution. Reluca urged Lien not to give up, his voice cutting firmly through the pressure. No matter how impossible this battle looked, he promised that they would keep fighting at Lien's side. Then Lien heard another voice, one he never expected to reach him inside a place like this. Reluca told Lien that he could hear the trapped voices as well. Abyss, however, dismissed them with pure contempt, calling them worthless weaklings who no longer had any meaning. Abyss tried to ignore the disturbance and force his form to remain stable. He refused to accept that anything within his own realm could possibly resist his will. But then Abyss suddenly felt something wrong inside his own body. A disruption stirred deep within the power he had absorbed, like a rebellion waking from within him. A voice called out to Lien, telling him to fight with everything he had left and to hold on with nothing but pure guts. Lien recognized that voice immediately as Leon's. His eyes widened as he realized the voice was coming from somewhere inside Abyss's realm itself. Leon called directly to Lien once again, pushing his voice through the strange space to make absolutely sure it reached him. Then Leon revealed the truth. Everyone had been trapped inside the very thing Abyss had absorbed. Even though they had been imprisoned in that terrible place, they were not gone. They were still alive, clinging to existence through sheer willpower. The trapped souls refused to accept being locked away inside Abyss's cage. Even from within him, they were still determined to resist and fight back. Lien and Reluca listened as those voices rose around them one after another. And for the first time in that desperate battle, a fragile but real hope began to return. Another ally called out, wanting to make sure Lien and Reluca were safe. Hearing that voice, Lien turned his attention back to Abyss with a sharper question, demanding to know where everyone had truly gone. Abyss confirmed that all of them had been taken inside him. With that answer, Lien finally understood the truth behind what had happened to the missing people. Then a familiar voice reached Lien once more, telling him that it had heard everything. That trapped ally offered to lend Lien strength, promising to help him so they could all make it back to the real world together. More voices began joining in, one after another, urging their master to keep going. Some even joked that Lien still owed them for abandoning them earlier, bringing an unexpected warmth into the middle of the nightmare. As the voices continued to rise, Abyss was shaken by the realization that the souls he had absorbed were not completely under his control. He searched angrily for the source of the rebellion, trying to understand how anyone trapped inside him could still defy his will from within his own power. The answer was Grimm's scythe, the divine gear that had once carved away part of Abyss's mental world before the ancient sealing. Abyss realized that just before he was sealed 1,000 years ago, that scythe had cut off a fragment of his mental realm. Fury overtook him as he raged against the divine gear. He cursed it for stealing back something he had already claimed as his own. The pressure suddenly tears through Abyss from the inside, as if something deep within his body is ripping him apart. His whole form twists under the strain, and the countless souls he had swallowed begin pushing back against him all at once. Abyss is struck with pure horror when he understands what is really happening. Even after being reduced to nothing but souls trapped inside his body, they still refuse to kneel, still refuse to obey, and continue fighting desperately against his control. Reluca's eyes fly open the moment she notices the shift. Abyss, who had looked completely untouchable only seconds earlier, is now starting to stagger, his balance crumbling as something inside him finally begins to break apart. One of their allies quickly explains that every single piece of Jean Fry's equipment is actually an ancient relic passed down from long ago. At that exact moment, Jean Fry hears a familiar voice mixed among the trapped souls and realizes with a jolt that it belongs to Mira. Then Mira speaks up, offering a dangerous but possible way forward. If they can break the mental world Abyss absorbed into himself, there may still be a chance for Jean Fry's gear to tear itself free and return to him. Leon immediately understands the risk behind that plan and says it aloud. If they can destroy that inner realm from within, then Jean Fry's stolen gear might finally be released and come back to its rightful owner. All of the trapped allies arrive at the same conclusion together. They will gather the millions of souls sealed inside Abyss, overload him from within, rip his mental world apart, and force Jean Fry's gear to return. Jean Fry can do nothing but stand there in stunned silence, listening as everyone trapped inside Abyss places their trust, their strength, and their final hope directly onto his shoulders. Abyss grinds his teeth in fury, trying to crush the rebellion before it spreads any further. Calling humans nothing more than foolish insects, he gathers his overwhelming force and prepares to stop their plan by force. But no matter how fiercely Abyss tries to seize control again, the resistance inside him keeps rising stronger. Their defiance interferes with his power, shakes his focus, and breaks his concentration over and over. The trapped souls raise their voices together, pouring everything they have into pushing Jean Fry forward. They urge him to stand tall, move with courage, and smash Abyss's mental world apart with everything he has. More allies add their voices to the cry, sending their strength and every bitter grudge they have carried into the same rising wave. What started as scattered resistance now becomes one united force standing firmly behind Jean Fry. Even the ordinary people imprisoned inside Abyss begin begging Jean Fry to take them back home. They may not have much power left to offer, but they still give him whatever strength their souls can spare. Abyss lets out a roar as pain tears through his entire being, but even in that agony, he refuses to accept what is happening. He insists their struggle means nothing and that none of them can possibly change the final outcome. Refusing to let his control slip away, Abyss gathers his power once again. With desperate force, he tries to seal everything shut and crush the uprising using Mad Fist. But before that technique can fully form, the chairman throws himself straight into its path. He intercepts the attack head-on, using his own body and power to block it. The force of the impact is redirected across Abyss's face instead, carving through him with brutal violence and making him scream out in pain. The chairman clenches his teeth and endures the crushing strain, forcing himself to hold his ground just long enough to create the opening Jean Fry so desperately needs. Jean Fry and Reluca stare forward, their eyes locked on the sudden gap in Abyss's defenses. In that instant, they both realize the chance they had been waiting for has finally appeared. For one brief moment, Jean Fry hesitates, caught between disbelief and the crushing weight of everyone's expectations pressing down on him. The chairman immediately shouts at him, snapping Jean Fry back into focus and urging him not to waste this opportunity, because he has to move right now. Under the force of everyone's combined assault, the mental world finally begins to fracture. Cracks spread through it like glass struck directly at its weakest point. As the illusion shatters into countless glittering fragments, the strange battlefield around them collapses piece by piece, and the real world slowly begins to return. Reluca quickly understands what has happened. They have made it back, and Abyss's barrier has truly been broken. Jean Fry looks around in stunned disbelief, barely able to process that such an impossible, desperate plan actually succeeded. From high above him, a bright sphere of light begins to descend. Wrapped in the glow of a magic circle, it slowly lowers into view like a power returning to its master. Jean Fry reaches out without even thinking, and the returning power gathers before his hands, shining as if it had been waiting for this moment all along. Then the light pours straight into his body, rushing through him in a brilliant surge that fills him completely from head to toe. Jean Fry stays perfectly still, allowing the restoration to wash over him as his lost power settles back into its rightful place. Even the halo above him begins to glow with greater intensity, its radiance growing brighter as the transformation continues to deepen. The pendant resting against Jean Fry's chest reacts as well, pulsing with light as though it recognizes that his true power has finally returned. Jean Fry plants his feet firmly beneath him and stands steady in the restored world, while the last remnants of the shattered mental realm fade away around him. A deep wave of relief passes through him as the truth finally sinks in. His gear has returned to him at last. A system message appears before him, confirming that all of Jean Fry's hidden gear has been fully released at the same time and automatically re-equipped. That complete restoration immediately activates an entirely new special condition, opening a path that had never appeared before. Jean Fry's class changes on the spot, shifting away from alchemist and transforming into a hidden job known as the Hidden Gear Master. Golden power erupts around Jean Fry in a radiant glow, and even he seems overwhelmed by the sheer scale of what he has suddenly become. His new status rises beyond measurement in every single attribute, marking a complete transcendence that places him on a level far beyond what he was before. Now empowered beyond measure, Jean Fry stands once again in the real world alongside Reluca and the chairman, facing Abyss head-on. Abyss immediately senses that Jean Fry's gear has returned, while Reluca looks on in amazement, realizing that Jean Fry has truly reclaimed his real power. The chairman turns his gaze toward Jean Fry, sensing clearly that the balance of the entire battle has shifted in their favor. Jean Fry quietly takes in the change inside himself, feeling both the immense weight of his restored power and the heavy responsibility of what must happen next. Reluca celebrates with visible relief, thrilled that Jean Fry has actually pulled it off. But Abyss, already sounding like someone cornered by fate itself, can only spit out a bitter threat. Abyss surges forward again in a violent storm of rage, warning them not to think the fight is over yet. His darkness spreads outward once more, and the souls trapped inside him cry out as Leon and the others realize they are being swallowed again. The old man suddenly loses contact with the others completely, making it painfully clear that the situation has become critical all over again. Abyss rages over the fact that his divine raiment has been sealed, and his hatred immediately locks onto the one responsible for taking it away from him. Driven by that fury, Abyss decides to devour the people standing before him and turn their souls into power for himself. Leon braces himself in front of his grandfather, putting his own body between the old man and the incoming attack as Abyss's power crashes down toward them. With no clear path to escape, Leon can only shout out to his grandfather in panic as the danger closes in right before their eyes. But just before the strike can connect, something suddenly slices through Abyss's armor and cuts off the attack, stopping his assault at the very last possible moment. Jean Fry appears in a burst of blazing golden power, stepping right into the space between Abyss and the others. His presence cuts across the battlefield like an unmovable wall, making it clear that this is the line Abyss is no longer allowed to cross. Leon snaps his head around in shock, his body still tense from the danger that had been closing in. The moment the figure who saved them comes into view, his eyes widen, and disbelief flashes across his face. Abyss slowly turns his gaze toward the new opponent standing in his way. Only then does he notice the fresh wound already carved into his own body, left behind by the sudden interruption that stopped his attack. Jean Fry stands in front of him with a calm, steady expression, not showing even the slightest hint of fear. In that quiet but firm moment, he makes it clear that Abyss's real enemy has been standing before him all along. Abyss fixes his eyes on Jean Fry, and his expression twists with hatred as recognition sets in. The threat he thought he could crush has returned once more, planting himself directly in Abyss's path. Rage floods through Abyss when he realizes the user of divine raiment is still alive and still standing against him. With venom burning in his voice, he vows to drag both Jean Fry and that dangerous power down into hell. Jean Fry faces the incoming killing blow without taking a single step back. He raises his restored power head-on, meets Abyss's attack directly, and stops it with a force that completely overwhelms the strike. His counter comes almost immediately with no wasted motion at all. Jean Fry's attack slams into Abyss with brutal impact, tearing open a deep and serious wound across the god's body. With his weapon raised and golden energy roaring around him like a storm, Jean Fry stands there fully restored. His stance is solid, his gaze is unwavering, and everything about him says he is ready to end this fight. Jean Fry gives Abyss absolutely no chance to recover. He charges in at once, driving the god backward with relentless pressure, while Abyss can only stare in stunned disbelief at the human who is now overpowering him. Abyss realizes with shock that a single strike from Jean Fry has already shattered his armor. His pride recoils at the sight, refusing to accept that a human could damage him so badly with just one blow. Jean Fry remembers how close he had come to losing everything in this battle. But because Leon, the president, Reluca, and everyone else helped him recover his hidden equipment, he now has the strength to stand and fight again. He understands now that the equipment returned to him has awakened a hidden power he never even realized was sleeping inside him. And the moment that truth settles in, his confidence returns completely. Abyss suddenly lunges in close, trying to strike back before Jean Fry can take full control of the battle's rhythm. But Jean Fry does not retreat, does not flinch, and refuses to give even an inch. There is no longer even the smallest trace of hesitation in Jean Fry's eyes. He keeps his gaze fixed straight ahead, and his restored strength rises to meet Abyss's attack with absolute certainty. Jean Fry unleashes a devastating slash that cuts straight through Abyss's body. At the same time, a system notice appears, confirming that Mind's Eye has activated and that damage dealt to vital points has been tripled. Jean Fry keeps moving forward without slowing down for even a breath. He carries the momentum of that first strike directly into another attack, refusing to let Abyss recover his footing. He hammers Abyss with a relentless combination, each golden blow crashing down one after another. The attacks keep the god pinned beneath the pressure, unable to escape the force bearing down on him. As his strikes continue to land, Jean Fry's voice cuts through the battlefield with anger and purpose. He demands that Abyss release every single person he has stolen away. Jean Fry presses the assault even harder, pushing his command further. He orders Abyss to restore the world to the way it was before this entire disaster ever began. Every blow Jean Fry lands sinks deeper than the one before it. His attacks carve through Abyss's defenses, grinding down the last pieces of resistance the god still has left. Mind's Eye keeps activating again and again, turning Jean Fry's furious assault into a chain of precise and deadly strikes. Each hit finds Abyss's weak points and tears into them without mercy. Abyss roars in agony as Jean Fry's attacks tear through him from every angle. His body is being broken, but even worse, his pride is being crushed beneath the force of a human he looked down on. He curses the very idea that a mere human could push him this far. And not just humans as a whole, but one single human standing before him, driving him toward defeat. Jean Fry rejects Abyss with cold, unwavering certainty. His words make it clear that someone like Abyss no longer has any place left in this world. Then Jean Fry calls down what feels like a final judgment. With his power rising around him, he orders Abyss to fade away into absolute nothingness. Jean Fry activates Centipede's third skill, Meltdown. Above him, an enormous finishing blade begins to form, blazing with overwhelming power as it gathers for the final strike. Even with destruction closing in over him, Abyss still refuses to accept reality. He cannot bear the thought that he is being defeated by a human for a second time. As Jean Fry brings the attack down, Abyss screams in furious disbelief. He cannot accept that someone like Jean Fry is the one forcing him to lose. The finishing strike detonates with catastrophic force, swallowing Abyss inside a massive explosion. His scream echoes across the battlefield as his body is engulfed by the blast and begins breaking apart under the impact. The explosion erupts upward like a towering pillar of light, shooting into the sky with blinding intensity. Its radiance is so immense that it can be seen far beyond the battlefield. The ruined structure shakes violently in the aftermath, trembling under the force of the blast. Cracks spread through what remains, and pieces of debris begin collapsing all around them. Leon and his grandfather manage to survive the blast, crouched low beneath the falling debris. Through the chaos around them, they look upward, trying to understand what just happened. They shield themselves from the dust and shattered fragments raining down around them. For a few tense moments, all they can do is wait for the destruction to finally settle. When the dust slowly begins to clear, Jean Fry stands alone at the center of the wreckage. His weapon hangs lowered at his side, and the battlefield around him has gone eerily still. Leon finally lets himself believe what he is seeing. He stares across the empty battlefield as the realization sinks in that Abyss is dead, and that they have truly won. Jean Fry lets out a slow, heavy breath, the exhaustion from the battle finally showing through. Even so, he keeps himself alert, as if ready to respond if anything still remains. A system window appears in front of him, glowing in the quiet aftermath. Its arrival signals that the battle has finally and truly reached its end. The system confirms Abyss's defeat, along with the acquisition of all hidden equipment and the unlocking of every skill. It also confirms Jean Fry's class change into Hidden Equipment Master, plus one final unknown skill. Jean Fry's attention immediately settles on the notice about that mysterious new ability. His expression tightens slightly, uncertain because this one skill is different from all the others. When he checks the details, the skill gives him no real explanation at all beyond its name. That lack of information leaves Jean Fry unsure of what kind of power it actually contains. The system then asks whether he wants to cast the unknown skill. For a brief moment, Jean Fry hesitates, weighing the choice in silence before deciding what to do. Even without understanding the skill's details, Jean Fry instinctively feels that this power is meant to set everything right. Trusting that feeling, he chooses to activate it. The system immediately confirms his decision, announcing that the unknown skill has now been used. Only then is the effect finally revealed. Everything that had been flipped over will now be returned to its proper state. That mysterious power spreads outward from the battlefield, reaching far beyond the place where they fought. It moves across the world, carrying restoration with it wherever it goes. 1 full year passes after that battle, and the world finally settles into a new kind of normal life. The chaos fades into memory, and peace slowly takes root again. The old man now spends his days quietly in town, surrounded by the ordinary rhythm of daily life. He watches people pass by, taking in the peaceful scenes that once felt impossible. He greets someone he has not seen in a while, his voice carrying the calm warmth of a peaceful day. After everything they endured, even this simple moment feels worth savoring. Leon arrives to meet him, and their reunion is filled with gentle warmth. In that quiet exchange, it feels as though the peace they fought so hard to protect has finally begun to truly take root. Leon smiles with an expression far gentler than before, the tension finally easing from his face. His shoulders settle into a relaxed posture, as though the heavy burden he carried through that brutal battle has, at last, begun to lift from him. They speak with light humor about how completely the world has changed now that the creatures and dungeons are gone. People are no longer losing their lives the way they once did, and that simple truth makes the peace around them feel almost too unreal to believe. The old man quietly looks back on everything that has happened, his gaze softening as he feels how quickly time has slipped away since that terrifying battle. To him, the entire year almost feels as if it passed in a single blink. Leon teases the old man for suddenly getting so sentimental, his tone playful instead of serious. The old man only laughs it off, brushing the comment aside with that easy, familiar warmth between them. Even though a full year has already passed, Leon still cannot completely leave that day behind. Every now and then, his thoughts drift back to the moment when Abyss was finally brought down. The old man admits that the world has become so quiet and peaceful now, it almost feels as though that terrible battle never happened in the first place. But deep inside, he knows the truth. Defeating Abyss changed everything. Leon explains that after the creatures and dungeons vanished, the need for adventurers disappeared along with them. But he has also been hearing disturbing rumors that many former adventurers, now left with power but no proper role, have started using their abilities for theft and extortion. And with the Adventurers Association already disbanded, there is no longer a powerful organization in place to keep skill users under control. That means ordinary civilians are now far more vulnerable when those people decide to abuse their strength. The old man grows quiet for a moment, already sensing the direction Leon's thoughts are moving in. Then he turns his attention toward Reluka and asks whether she understands what Leon is truly thinking. Reluka answers immediately, without the slightest hesitation. After knowing each other for so long, they no longer need many words to understand what the other is trying to say. Reluka agrees to follow Leon's lead, accepting the path he is preparing to take. Behind him, the 8 guardian stars stand in silence, ready to support the decision he is about to make. Meanwhile, far away on the first continent, back in Jean Fry's hometown, his life has taken a turn no one would have expected. After all the chaos, his days have become surprisingly ordinary. Instead of clashing on battlefields or facing terrifying monsters, Jean Fry now spends his time working the soil. Under the wide open sky, he quietly tends the fields like an ordinary farmer. His younger sister calls out to him from nearby, telling him to come over and have a drink. She reminds him that their mother wants him to stop working for a while and take a proper rest. Jean Fry accepts the break with a relaxed smile, letting the simple warmth of home settle around him. For a little while, he allows himself to enjoy the peaceful rhythm of an ordinary day. He sits down with a mug in his hand while a system window floats nearby, still quietly present even in his everyday life. Jean Fry enjoys the comfort of that simple drink for a moment, until a familiar thought gradually pulls his attention elsewhere. Jean Fry lifts his gaze toward the calm, endless sky above him. As he watches the peaceful view stretch overhead, he wonders if this is what the world is supposed to look like after everything has finally been cleared. Everywhere he looks, the people around him have moved forward with their lives. They have settled back into quiet routines, living in a world where peace has slowly become normal again. Even so, Jean Fry understands that peace is something precious and wonderful. And yet, somewhere deep inside him, he cannot shake the restless feeling that something important is still missing. Just as that uneasy feeling settles over him, a new request suddenly draws Jean Fry's attention back to the present. Around the same time, trouble begins stirring nearby. Jean Fry immediately recognizes the commotion for what it is. Without needing anyone to explain, he realizes that Kukuru is causing problems again. Jean Fry lets out a weary sigh, his expression showing the kind of tired acceptance that comes from dealing with this too many times. Even in a peaceful world, it seems there are still nuisances waiting for him. The system congratulates Jean Fry for clearing the game, then delivers a request from the former president of the Adventurers Association. It asks him directly whether he wants to continue playing. Jean Fry pauses for only a short moment, as if the answer has already been waiting inside him all along. There is no need for him to think about it for very long. Jean Fry admits that no matter how much the world changes, he is still a hardcore gamer at heart. He accepts the request, and before long, the scene shifts to the outskirts of the first continent, where he is already chasing criminals down. 2 thieves run desperately, trying everything they can to shake Jean Fry off their trail. But when simply fleeing no longer seems like enough, they decide to turn around and fight back using their skills. One of the thieves unleashes an intimidation-based attack, hoping the pressure will freeze Jean Fry in place before he can close the distance any further. But Jean Fry charges straight through the attack as if it barely exists. The force that was meant to stop him only tears up the street behind him instead. In the next instant, Jean Fry closes the gap between them with shocking speed. He moves far faster than the thieves ever imagined possible. The two criminals stare in stunned disbelief as Jean Fry rushes straight toward them without slowing down at all. Their confidence begins to crumble the moment they see him coming. Their intimidation skill has failed completely, leaving both of them shaken. Neither thief can understand why their attack had absolutely no effect on him. Now driven into desperation, the pair decide to strike Jean Fry together. They move to attack him from both sides at once, hoping to overwhelm him with a combined assault. But before either of them can properly make their move, Jean Fry suddenly disappears from their sight. One moment he is in front of them, and the next he is simply gone. The thieves immediately panic when they realize he has vanished. Their eyes dart around frantically, searching every direction as they try to figure out where he could have gone. Jean Fry reappears behind them without the slightest warning, his presence calm and controlled. He casually mocks their confusion, making it painfully clear that they have already lost control of this fight. Before the thieves can even turn around to defend themselves, Jean Fry moves first. In an instant he strikes them down. Standing over them with flames burning in his hand, Jean Fry leaves the two criminals frozen in terror. They are completely helpless now, with no strength left to resist him. Jean Fry looks down at them with a cold, unimpressed stare. Then he tells them not to create extra work for him, as if dealing with them is nothing more than an annoying chore. Once the criminals are secured and no longer able to run, Jean Fry opens a system channel. With the situation under control, he prepares to report back in. Jean Fry informs headquarters that both culprits have been captured and the stolen goods have been recovered, and he says he is ready to bring everything in. The former president praises his speed and reliability, then tells him there is no need to transport them himself because a recovery team has already been dispatched. As the team arrives through teleportation, Jean Fry wastes no time handing the criminals over to them. With that, the job is wrapped up without any further delay. 3 years have now passed since Abyss was defeated. On the surface, the world still appears peaceful, because both the dungeons and the creatures have completely disappeared. But beneath that calm surface, a different kind of threat has started to spread. Many displaced adventurers, with no place left in the old order, have begun using their powers to commit crimes. In the past, even when corrupt guilds caused trouble, there was still a way to deal with them. If things went too far, the Adventurers Association could step in and take action. Now, however, things are different. The system no longer allows guilds to be formed at all, removing that old structure completely. Because of that, criminals can only be tracked down through reports from civilians, so the former president asks Jean Fry to take on another job. He also mentions that Mira is already on her way to brief Jean Fry in person. That night, Jean Fry and Mira head out together, traveling toward the deep region of the First Continent. The peaceful daytime atmosphere is gone, replaced by the quiet tension of a covert mission. From a hidden vantage point, Jean Fry watches the people moving below. After observing them carefully, he identifies them as the criminal organization they were sent to investigate. Mira confirms Jean Fry's observation, making it clear that they have found the right group. The people below are definitely the targets of their investigation. Mira explains that this organization has recently been trespassing into sacred sites across multiple continents. They have been destroying valuable ruins and secretly stealing items from those protected places. That criminal group has already made a name for itself in the darker corners of the continent. In the shadows, people know them by one chilling name, Noir. Jean Fry narrows his eyes, clearly not convinced that ordinary profit explains what Noir is doing. If they really tried to sell treasure stolen from ruined sacred sites, the trail of evidence would expose them almost instantly. Mira agrees, and that is exactly why the whole case feels so suspicious to her. They need to move quietly, uncover Noir's true purpose, and find out who is secretly pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Jean Fry gives a nod as though he understands Myra's point, even agreeing with her out loud. But in the very next breath, he starts moving forward like he has already decided to smash the entire problem head-on. Mira rushes after him in a panic, frustration written all over her face. She hurriedly reminds Jean Fry that this is supposed to be an undercover investigation, not a loud frontal attack straight into enemy territory. One of Noir's men suddenly notices movement nearby. His eyes sharpen at once, and suspicion begins to creep into his expression as he focuses on the disturbance. With their cover already collapsing, Jean Fry and Mira have no choice but to step out into the open. The criminals immediately turn on them, demanding to know who these two intruders are. The gang sizes them up from head to toe and quickly dismisses them as nothing more than suspicious outsiders. They warn the pair to leave immediately if they only came there looking for entertainment. Mira tries to pull back and somehow rescue what little remains of their disguise. Flustered and embarrassed, she clings to Jean Fry as the situation grows more awkward with every passing second. Jean Fry, however, somehow focuses on the worst possible detail. Instead of fixing the situation, he notices that Mira called him by the wrong name and scolds her for it, making the whole scene even more ridiculous. Mira finally loses her patience and snaps at him. She shouts that Jean Fry needs to learn what an undercover investigation actually means before charging straight into the enemy's face like this. The criminals decide the two of them are far too suspicious to simply let walk away. One by one, Noir's men begin closing in, surrounding Jean Fry and Mira from every side. Since their cover is already completely ruined, Jean Fry sees no reason to keep pretending. He suggests that they might as well skip the act and question the gang directly. Mira quickly casts a spell over the entire area, sealing the surrounding space inside a magical prison. In an instant, Noir's men are trapped, with no clear path left to escape. Jean Fry immediately recognizes the spell as Spellmage's Black Prison. Then he warns the criminals in a calm voice that nobody is getting out of there until they start talking. When one of the men tries to resist, Jean Fry casually breaks part of the prison wall with his own strength. He then points out that with a level gap this massive, even a barrier like this is as flimsy as paper to him. Jean Fry steps in close before the man can recover his nerve. In one smooth motion, he presses his blade against the man's throat, completely turning the interrogation in their favor. With his weapon held steady at the criminal's neck, Jean Fry asks the question directly. He demands to know why Noir has been going around destroying ruins. To force the truth out of him, Jean Fry warns that the man will die if he keeps hiding anything. Terrified, the criminal finally breaks down and insists they were only following orders from above, while collecting items from a prepared list. Mira steps forward, refusing to let him escape with such a vague excuse. She threatens him with a grotesquely excessive spirit-based punishment, and even Jean Fry is left stunned by how terrifying she becomes whenever damaged antiquities are involved. Jean Fry pauses for a moment, watching Myra's expression carefully. From the look in her eyes, he realizes she is not joking even a little. Completely overwhelmed by fear, the man finally blurts out the name behind the orders. The one directing them is the Wind Serpent Guild. That name hits Mira like a shock. In the world as it exists now, guilds should no longer be possible at all. The criminal adds that their boss is somewhere on the first continent. According to him, the ruined destruction, the stolen items, and even the deaths have all been directed by that person. When Mira asks how Jean Fry knows so much, Jean Fry avoids giving her a real answer. He keeps the source of his information to himself and leaves that part unexplained. Mira concludes that they have confirmed a mastermind operating behind Noir. Her anger hardens as she declares that the destruction of precious ruins is something she will never forgive. Before the criminal can offer another word, Mira begins preparing to unleash her full spirit combo. From the look of it, she is ready to execute him right there on the spot. Jean Fry immediately steps in and stops Mira before her rage can go any further. He cuts off the punishment before it can begin. Jean Fry warns the man that when Mira loses control over antiques, things become genuinely dangerous. Even top-tier monsters would not survive if her wrath were aimed at them. The criminal is so terrified by what he hears that his body gives out before Mira can even start. He collapses unconscious right in front of them. With the man passed out at their feet, Jean Fry and Mira are left with one clear lead to follow. Somewhere on the first continent, the true mastermind is still waiting. As the aftermath settles, Mira looks at the man with open disgust and condemns his hypocrisy. She cannot stand that he dared to call someone else monstrous while he himself was desecrating a corpse. Among the things the dead man left behind, one dropped storage device stands out. It becomes the only clue worth taking from the scene. When Jean Fry and Mira inspect the device, they realize the Wind Serpent Guild is connected to Noir. That single discovery makes the entire case much more dangerous than it first appeared. The name finally clicks for Jean Fry after Mira reminds him that this is the same guild he once clashed with on another continent. Jean Fry casually recalls that old conflict, showing just how little that victory had meant to him at the time. Mira explains that although the guild master was arrested and exiled back then, the organization should have collapsed along with him. By all rights, the Wind Serpent Guild should no longer be active. Instead, Jean Fry and Mira realize there must have been an even higher-ranking Grand Master above the man they captured, so they decide to alert their chairman immediately. But when Mira checks the recovered item list, it looks harmless at first glance, leaving her unsure why it matters so much. Jean Fry warns Mira that if someone intentionally gathered those exact items, then the situation is far worse than it looks. It means they are trying to assemble dark equipment. The moment Mira hears that term, her attention sharpens. She recognizes dark equipment as an extremely dangerous class of gear, not something anyone should be putting together. Jean Fry explains that dark equipment is created by combining certain specific items. If the set is completed, its power could grow strong enough to threaten an entire continent. Even worse, the battle with Abyss disabled Jean Fry's old hidden gear master job. Because of that, Jean Fry can no longer be certain he has a direct way to counter something as dangerous as dark equipment. Even with that uncertainty weighing on him, Jean Fry decides they cannot afford to wait. They have to move right away and confront the true boss of the Wind Serpent Guild on this continent. At the Eldora ruins, members of the Wind Serpent Guild gather before their leader. One after another, they report the progress of their mission. The man standing in command is revealed to be Zhao Servant, the former Grand Master of the Wind Serpent Guild. His subordinates announce with pride that all 90 required items have finally been collected. Their mission, at least on the surface, is complete. Zhao Servant confirms that the collection is finished, and his expression grows sharper. With the necessary items gathered, he prepares to move into the next stage of his plan. He can feel that the decisive moment he has been waiting for has finally arrived. Everything he has prepared is now ready to move forward. But before Zhao Servant can proceed, an intruder suddenly appears. A cold voice cuts through the ruins and orders him to step aside. Jean Fry and his companions walk openly into the ruins, armed and completely unafraid. They make no attempt to hide themselves, announcing their presence with every steady step. Zhao Servant quickly studies the intruders standing before him. After only a brief look, he realizes that the black-haired man among them is the one holding real authority. Zhao Servant curls his lips into a sneer at their sudden, disrespectful entrance, clearly offended by how boldly they walked in. He mocks their complete lack of manners, then coldly demands their names, warning that if their answer does not satisfy him, he will cut them down right where they stand. Jean Fry begins introducing himself, his tone steady and almost casual. He explains that he belongs to the only remaining force capable of crossing between continents and arresting criminals now that the old world order has collapsed. The moment Zhao Servant hears that description, his expression shifts. Those words point directly to the organization that rose after the Fallen Adventurers Association was replaced, and he immediately understands what kind of people have come for him. Jean Fry confirms Zhao Servant's suspicion with a deliberately teasing half-answer. He does not spell everything out, but he gives Zhao Servant just enough to realize exactly who has arrived to drag him down. At that same moment, Jean Fry's gear begins evolving once again. New powers awaken one after another inside him, as Melt, Heaven, and Phantasmal Playground Silver unlock in rapid succession. The air inside the ruins suddenly feels sharper and heavier as Jean Fry and Zhao Servant face each other across the ancient stone. Neither of them moves right away, each silently measuring the other's strength before the clash begins. Zhao Servant looks down on them with open contempt, dismissing Jean Fry and Mira as foolish idealists still clinging to the old Guardian Star tradition. In his eyes, they are wasting their power on protecting ordinary people who cannot protect themselves. Mira remains calm beside Jean Fry, her posture steady and her expression controlled. She lets Zhao Servant's insult pass without giving him the satisfaction of seeing her react. Jean Fry answers in a cold voice that criminals like Zhao Servant are exactly why his work never seems to end. His words carry no angered shouting, just a blunt certainty that this man is another problem to be dealt with. Jean Fry makes it clear that he has no interest in wasting time on a long conversation. As far as he is concerned, this arrest is going to be handled quickly and cleanly. But as Zhao Servant studies Jean Fry's face more carefully, the confidence in his eyes begins to waver. Something about the black-haired man standing before him feels strangely familiar. Mira confirms it without hesitation, cutting straight through Zhao Servant's uncertainty. She tells him plainly that yes, he has seen Jean Fry before. Then the realization crashes into Zhao Servant all at once. His eyes widen with recognition as he identifies Jean Fry as the hero of the Abyss. The sudden recognition catches Jean Fry slightly off guard. One of Zhao Servant's men then remembers the old title, Blue-Eyed Jean Fry, connecting the famous legend to the man standing in front of them, while Jean Fry simply shrugs it off as if that name has nothing to do with the arrest at hand. Zhao Servant's entire attitude changes in an instant, shifting from arrogant contempt into a strange, delighted respect. He even thanks Jean Fry, claiming that Jean Fry once helped him in the past. Zhao Servant then turns his attention to Mira and recognizes her as one of the former 8 Guardian Stars. He knows her as the woman who once commanded adventurers on the 7th continent. Seeing the weight carried by both of their reputations, Zhao Servant changes his approach and tries to tempt them instead. He offers Jean Fry and Mira wealth, comfort, and an easier life if they stand at his side. Jean Fry and Mira reject the offer immediately, without even needing to glance at each other. There is no hesitation in their answer, and no interest in anything Zhao Servant is offering. Mira steps forward and formally announces why they have come. In front of everyone gathered there, she declares that Zhao Servant is being arrested for illegal entry and theft. Zhao Servant only laughs at the accusation, treating the charges like a joke. With a twisted smile, he claims that his apology will be killing both of them right there. Murderous intent spills from Zhao's servant as he launches his attack. His voice turns cruel as he promises Jean Fry and Mira an eternal rest. At his command, a massive summoned serpent surges forward, its huge body tearing through the space between them. The battle begins as the creature rushes at Jean Fry and Mira with terrifying speed. The giant serpent comes crashing down in a violent opening strike, aiming to crush both of them beneath its overwhelming weight and force. Zhao's servant's followers panic the moment the fight breaks out, rushing to support their leader. They shout for the intruders to be captured immediately, treating Jean Fry and Mira as enemies who cannot be allowed to leave. Jean Fry drops one of the charging men in an instant, proving the enormous gap in strength before the mob can even properly close in. Then he claims Zhao's servant as his own opponent and leaves the lesser enemies for Mira to handle. Mira accepts the split with a dry, sarcastic remark, clearly unsurprised by Jean Fry's confidence. She turns away from him and prepares to take care of the underlings herself. Mira summons Ifrit, and a roaring wall of fire explodes across the ruins. The flames tear through the attackers before they can swarm her, forcing the crowd back with blazing force. While Mira holds the mob at bay with that burning power, Jean Fry launches himself straight toward Zhao's servant. His focus never wavers from the real target. As he moves through the air, Jean Fry decides this is the perfect chance to test the new illusion skill he has just unlocked. The timing is too useful to ignore. Phantasmal Playground Silver activates, and the space around Zhao's servant begins to twist under Jean Fry's control. The battlefield itself starts to shift, bending into something unreal. Before Zhao's servant can prevent it, he is pulled into the skill's false world. In an instant, he finds himself trapped inside a strange battlefield created by Jean Fry's power. Zhao's servant immediately senses that something about the world around him is wrong. His eyes sharpen as he scans the distorted battlefield, trying to understand the nature of the trap. It does not take him long to reach the truth. Zhao's servant quickly identifies Jean Fry's new power as an illusion-type ability. Confident in the strength of his own mind, Zhao's servant forces himself forward without hesitation. He is convinced that he can break through what he sees as nothing more than a deceptive trick. Jean Fry watches him with a calm, unreadable expression. From the way he stands there, it is clear he had already expected Zhao's servant to respond exactly like this. Zhao's servant boasts that illusions are useless against him, his voice filled with arrogance. He declares that a trick like this could never be enough to hold his mind. Jean Fry notes that Zhao's servant broke through the illusion using sheer mental force. The reaction feels familiar to him, reminding him of Leon. Zhao's servant answers by summoning twin wind serpents, deciding to stop relying on words and illusions altogether. Instead, he chooses to overwhelm Jean Fry with raw physical power. The two serpents close in from both sides, aiming to trap Jean Fry in a pincer attack. But Jean Fry reads the movement almost immediately and judges the pattern simple enough to avoid. Zhao's servant then reveals that the twin attack was only bait. Hidden behind that first strike, even more serpents had been waiting all along. In the next instant, an entire ring of serpents rises around Jean Fry. What looked like a two-sided attack turns into a full encirclement from every direction. Zhao's servant sees Jean Fry caught inside the formation and takes it as proof that the battle is already decided. In his mind, victory is now certain. But Jean Fry remains unervingly calm, showing no trace of panic even as the serpents close in around him. His expression barely changes. The serpents loom over Jean Fry from every side while Zhao's servant presses the attack with full confidence. He is utterly convinced that Jean Fry has nowhere left to run. Then, right in the middle of his own assault, Zhao's servant suddenly feels something go wrong. The confidence in his face begins to crack. A line of blood appears at the corner of Zhao's servant's mouth, even though Jean Fry has not visibly struck him. The wound seems to come from nowhere. The damage worsens immediately, and Zhao's servant starts coughing up blood in shock. His body reacts as if it has been hit by an attack he cannot see or understand. Zhao's servant cannot make sense of why he is bleeding at all. Confusion spreads across his face as the confidence he had just moments ago begins to fall apart. Jean Fry calmly tells Zhao's servant that his turn is over. His voice is so steady that it sounds as if the outcome has already been decided. A status display appears, revealing Jean Fry's unreadable, absurdly boosted stats. The numbers make the gap between them look almost impossible to measure, as if Zhao's servant has been facing something far beyond his reach from the start. He makes it clear that from this second forward, he has no intention of holding anything back anymore. The calm restraint from before is gone, and he warns that the very next strike will mark the true beginning of his attack. Zhao goes completely still, frozen where he stands as disbelief spreads across his face. His eyes widen in shock when he realizes the hero is actually projecting a status screen right there in the middle of the battlefield. The glowing panel hanging in the air says everything Zhao does not want to accept. The hero's numbers have climbed so far beyond ordinary limits that they barely look readable anymore, as if they have stepped outside the range of normal human understanding. Then Zhao's own status window appears in front of him, and the sight hits him like a crushing blow. His health has already fallen to a terrifying level, and worse, his body is being eaten away by an extreme deadly poison. The instant Zhao compares both status screens, every trace of confidence begins draining from his expression. The hero's data looks so absurd it feels unreal, and only now does Zhao realize his HP had been sliced down before he even understood how the attack reached him. At the same time, Zhao finally notices the fatal condition spreading through his body. The truth sinks in with chilling clarity. He has not just been damaged, he has been struck by a poison status designed to kill him outright. For the first time since the fight began, Zhao's arrogant mask fully breaks apart. The pride in his eyes fades, and raw, unmistakable fear starts showing through his face. Only now, far too late, does Zhao understand the cruelest part of the trap. Even the moment when he thought he had shattered the illusion and escaped was simply another layer of that same illusion wrapping tighter around him. Back on the real battlefield, Zhao can do nothing but stare helplessly at the hero, his mind so shaken that he can no longer tell what is real and what is false. The hero looks back at him calmly and explains that phantasmal playground, silver is an illusion that will always reach its intended target. He continues, revealing that Zhao's sensation of breaking free had never been real in the first place. That false escape was deliberately planted, a carefully prepared bait meant to drag Zhao even deeper into the illusion. And while Zhao was trapped inside that deception, heaven had already done its work. Every chosen enemy nearby had been marked with extreme lethal poison, their HP forced down to 1 as their bodies were left paralyzed and helpless. With Zhao fully cornered and the trap already complete, the hero shifts his focus to another piece of equipment. Without hesitation, he calls it forward, preparing to end the confrontation for good. A skeletal weapon spirit answers his summons, rising up behind him in a towering red and black form. It looks like a reaper emerging from the depths of death itself, casting a terrifying presence over the battlefield. Zhao, desperate to keep the last scraps of his pride from falling apart, forces out a sneer and tries to dismiss the display as nothing more than empty intimidation. Then, gathering what strength he has left, he prepares one final attack. The hero does not flinch, step back, or even raise his guard. He simply watches Zhao with unwavering eyes and tells him, in a steady voice, that the battle is already over. Before Zhao can finish launching that last strike, the summoned weapon spirit moves first. Cuts into the moment with terrifying speed, acting faster than Zhao can even react. The spirit's gleeful arrival makes one thing impossible to ignore. The hero's weapons are not just silent tools waiting to be used. They are living beings with their own wills, moods, and wildly distinct personalities. The spirit announces its return with ridiculous dramatic flair, as if the entire battlefield has suddenly become a stage built just for its grand entrance. When it starts boasting about showing off some brand new move, the hero immediately cuts through the nonsense. With no patience for theatrics, he forces the weapon to focus on the enemy right in front of them. The weapon obeys instantly, striking Zhao cleanly and sending him flying backward in a violent burst of blood. Nearby, the woman watches as the remaining underlings collapse one after another, each of them dropping under the hero's automatic poison effect. All she can do is stare and call his equipment completely absurd. Meanwhile, the weapon spirit shamelessly starts flirting as if they are not standing in the middle of a battlefield, until the hero dismisses it with obvious impatience. With Zhao finally defeated and the battlefield brought under control, the hero and the woman settle on their next move. Before doing anything else, they decide they need to report everything to their chairman. Even after their victory, the hero's face remains tense, because the real dark equipment still has not been recovered. Then Zhao, barely conscious and clinging weakly to life, lets out a faint laugh and confirms that the hero really had sensed dark equipment. The hero notices that Zhao is still awake and turns his attention back to him. He tells Zhao to stop obsessing over the ordinary parts they had collected, because those pieces are clearly not the heart of the matter. Zhao answers with a bitter, exhausted smile, as if he knows something they have not fully grasped yet. Then he reveals that those parts have already lost all meaning. At last, Zhao tells them the truth they were missing. The dark equipment they have been searching for is not here at all. The hero understands the implication almost immediately. If the real dark equipment is somewhere else, then Zhao could never have been the only mastermind controlling this entire operation. A message from a hidden figure confirms that suspicion. Somewhere far away from this battlefield, the gateway to the dark world has already been opened. In that instant, the hero realizes that the true danger has already slipped beyond this place. Zhao's defeat is no longer the end of the crisis. It is only proof that something much larger has begun. Later, back at headquarters, the hero stands before the chairman and delivers a full report. He explains everything that happened on the battlefield from beginning to end. He states that Zhao has been captured, but the location of the dark gear is still unknown. The most dangerous piece of the entire case remains unresolved, hanging over them like an unanswered threat. The chairman listens to the report carefully, taking in every detail without interrupting. Even with the outcome incomplete, he still praises their efforts and acknowledges the value of what they managed to accomplish. Then the chairman reveals a truth that shocks the room. The true mastermind behind Noir is Selim, and the moment that name is spoken, it strikes the hero like a bolt of lightning. The hero immediately thinks back to Zhao's testimony. He remembers Zhao saying that someone had offered him dark gear and drawn him into an alliance. From those details, the chairman reaches a grim conclusion. The wind serpents were most likely manipulated from the very start, used and targeted by that same man behind the scenes. Because the guild included former Guardian stars, their bitterness toward the old Adventurers Association gave Selim exactly what he needed. Their resentment made them especially vulnerable to being exploited. The chairman then explains something even more stunning. Selim was once the former president of the Adventurer Association. The revelation leaves the two younger agents shaken by the sheer scale of the betrayal. He says Selim's name has not appeared for more than 20 years. After all that time, he never imagined he would hear it again, especially not connected to something this dangerous. The hero struggles to process what he is hearing. He cannot easily connect Selim's respected past with the idea that the same man could have been the one who founded Noir. The chairman explains that Selim was once a powerful and deeply respected figure, someone nearly everyone trusted. But then, without warning, he suddenly resigned from his position and vanished. No one ever found out why Selim disappeared so abruptly. In the years that followed, all that remained were rumors, speculation, and questions nobody could answer. The hero admits that it is hard to believe someone with such a respected history would willingly join hands with criminals. The idea feels almost impossible to accept. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted when a violent disturbance tears through the building. The entire place shakes around them, cutting the discussion short in an instant. They quickly realize that something enormous is happening outside. A thunderous phenomenon rolls through the area, far too intense and unnatural to be mistaken for ordinary noise. The hero senses the danger immediately. His instincts sharpen at once, warning him that this is not some simple change in the weather. When he looks outside, he sees the sky darkening in a way that feels completely unnatural. Broad daylight is being swallowed as the heavens turn black overhead. The woman connects the strange darkness to Selim's identity as an alchemist. Alarmed by what she is seeing, she urgently asks whether something like this could really be possible. The chairman confirms it without even a moment of hesitation. His expression tightens as the scattered pieces finally begin falling into place. He realizes that they have been outmaneuvered. Only an alchemist could forge dark gear, and the unnatural darkness spreading outside is the effect of that gear being activated. The hero reacts immediately, already ready to move toward the source of the crisis. As the situation grows more dangerous with every passing second, the chairman calls out to him. Jingsman quickly breaks down why Heaven's Will had failed to detect the dark gear before. At that earlier stage, only the raw materials had been gathered, and the cursed equipment itself had not fully taken form yet, meaning there was still nothing complete for the ability to lock onto. He tells Jean Fry that the finer details will have to wait, his tone hardening as the crisis unfolds around them. Right now, Jingsman knows there is no room for delay, so he immediately prepares to head straight towards Selim himself. When Jean Fry questions how Jingsman can already know where Selim would go, the chairman answers without the slightest pause. For a man like Selim, there is only one location he would choose for a ritual this important. The woman instantly steps forward, clearly about to say that she will go with Jingsman. But before she can finish offering to join the chase, she stops herself midway, rethinks the situation, and changes her decision. Instead of following them, she tells both Jean Fry and Jingsman that their presence is needed somewhere even more urgent. She then takes on a separate responsibility herself, making it clear that she will handle that task alone. The scene then cuts far away from headquarters, shifting to the remote Altequa Lake region on the first continent. Out there, in a lonely stretch of wilderness, the chaos of the city feels impossibly distant. In the middle of that open wild land, a blazing ritual circle burns across the ground. Its light flickers violently, as though forbidden power has branded the earth itself with a glowing scar. Standing at the very center of the ritual is a cloaked man, his figure framed by the ominous light. Before him, A complete suit of dark gear has finally manifested, taking solid shape in the heart of the circle. Jean Fry reaches the ritual site and immediately calls out the man's name. His voice cuts sharply through the heat, the glow, and the oppressive energy pouring from the circle. The cloaked figure turns toward Jean Fry with unsettling calm. He does not look surprised or shaken at all, almost as if he had been expecting this confrontation from the very beginning. Jean Fry now stands alone before the burning ritual circle, facing the source of the darkness spreading across the land. In that moment, he understands that he has finally reached the very center of the crisis. The man confirms that he is indeed Selim, then coldly warns Jean Fry to stop interfering. His words make it clear that the plan has already moved far beyond the point where it can be easily stopped. Jean Fry explains that dark gear may offer terrifying strength, but that power always comes with a price. Anyone reckless enough to wield it is forced to carry a deadly curse in exchange. Speaking in the name of his organization, Jean Fry demands that Selim hand over the dark gear peacefully. He makes it clear that surrendering it now is the only way to keep the situation from spiraling even further. Selim studies Jean Fry's confidence and quickly pieces together the truth. Jean Fry must be carrying a divine arm, one capable of exposing secrets that ordinary eyes would never be able to see. Jean Fry realizes at once that Selim has figured him out. In that same instant, he understands that Selim now knows how he was able to trace both the location and the dark gear itself. But Selim brushes that discovery aside as if it no longer matters. The activation has already been completed, and from his point of view, Jean Fry has arrived much too late to change anything. Even so, Jean Fry charges forward, determined to stop Selim before the ritual can progress any further. But the very moment he moves, a sharp sense of danger tells him the situation has already crossed a critical line. Selim completes the full jet black equipment set and awakens the special class known as Dark Knight. In the next instant, an ominous force swallows his body, transforming him into a black armored figure overflowing with pure menace. For one brief moment, even Selim himself seems caught off guard. He looks down at his transformed body in stunned silence, as though trying to fully understand the terrifying form he has just taken. As the magic circle roars around him, Selim stands before Jean Fry in raid and reveals the dark power now wrapped around his entire body. Jean Fry immediately understands that Selim has truly equipped the forbidden dark gear, and his expression turns deadly serious. Selim begins to savor the armor's overwhelming presence, flexing his transformed body as if testing every inch of it. The sinister aura rolls off him like a living storm, and he clearly relishes the power surging through him. With deep satisfaction, he confirms that the ancient records were not exaggerating. Dark gear is pouring exactly the kind of overwhelming strength he desired into every part of his body. Now filled with confidence, Selim turns his attention back to Jean Fry. He demands to know how Jean Fry learned about dark gear in the first place, and what he is truly trying to accomplish by coming here. Jean Fry refuses to let Selim control the pace of the conversation. Calmly addressing him by name, he makes it clear that he already knows exactly who the man standing before him really is. Selim explains that after his soul was swallowed by the abyss, he came to learn of Jean Fry's existence. From that moment on, he became convinced that Jean Fry was the answer he had spent so long searching for. Jean Fry remains silent and lets him speak, his gaze never leaving Selim. Rather than interrupting, he watches closely as the man begins revealing the obsession that has been driving him all this time. Selim starts recounting his past, saying he was born with extraordinary talent. He rose above every rival who stood in his way, pushing higher and higher until he finally reached the position of association president. He remembers how people praised him, admired his brilliance, and even envied everything he had achieved. Jean Fry, however, listens with little patience and quietly dismisses the whole speech as nothing but arrogant boasting. Selim admits that, as time passed, the idea of protecting others lost all meaning to him. What truly consumed him was the desire for greater personal strength, no matter what road he had to follow to obtain it. Jean Fry responds dryly, noting that Selim's selfish way of thinking sounds unpleasantly familiar. It is as if he has heard that same twisted belief from someone else before. Selim continues, explaining that everything changed when Jingsman appeared in his life. Jingsman became the first person Selim had ever faced who was actually able to defeat him. That one defeat poisoned everything inside him. To Selim, losing was not just a setback, it was an unbearable humiliation, because he could not accept the idea of standing beneath anyone. So Selim abandoned his official responsibilities, resigned from his position, and chose to live for strength alone. After years of relentless training, he finally surpassed Jingsman, only for that triumph to be crushed by an even greater shock. During the Abyss incident, Selim encountered Jean Fry. The sheer scale of Jean Fry's power made everything Selim had achieved through all those years of effort feel suddenly small and meaningless. Selim confesses that he simply could not accept it. Even after giving his entire life to reaching the top, there was still a higher realm of power standing beyond his grasp. Unable to endure that gap, Selim made a decision. He would take any path available to him, even if that path was dangerous, forbidden, or stained with darkness. He resolved that no matter what price he had to pay, he would surpass Jean Fry. And in the end, he decided that dark gear was the one tool powerful enough to turn that ambition into reality. With that conviction burning fiercely in his eyes, Selim raises his dark blade. He declares that this power is what will finally let him go beyond Jean Fry. Selim makes the first move, rushing in and closing the distance almost instantly. He brings his heavy blade crashing down from above in a brutal overhead strike. Jean Fry calmly draws his own weapon and meets the attack directly. He receives the impact head-on, without showing even the slightest trace of panic. As Jean Fry watches Selim fight, his judgment grows cold and clear. All this stolen power, all this destruction, is nothing more than resentment pushed to a meaningless extreme. Their blades collide with a sharp, violent crash, and Jean Fry condemns Selim for what he has done. He calls out the way Selim used Zhao and the others as disposable pawns, all just to feed his own obsession. Selim pushes forward with even greater force, trying to overwhelm Jean Fry through raw strength alone. The pressure of the dark gear surges behind every movement, pressing down like a crushing weight. And yet, even with the massive boost from the dark gear flooding through his stats, Selim still cannot understand it. Somehow, Jean Fry continues to stand above him. Frustration twists through Selim as the truth sinks in. This power was supposed to rival divine arms, and yet even now, it still cannot completely close the distance between them. Jean Fry, meanwhile, is already thinking beyond the duel in front of him. With calm confidence, he notes that someone else's preparations should be reaching completion right about now. Then, as if answering his expectation, a sudden sign appears. Jean Fry recognizes it immediately, understanding that the next phase of their plan has finally arrived. An unknown incoming call suddenly flashes into view, cutting across the tension of the battlefield like a signal from somewhere outside the fight. Even with the alert appearing before them, the battle does not stop right away. For one more breath, the clash continues, and the sound of their weapons keeps ringing through the air. Jean Fry takes command of the clash almost immediately, turning the momentum around before Selim can even settle into his attack. With one decisive push, he forces Selim backward, making it brutally obvious that every advantage granted by dark gear is completely useless against him. Now that the upper hand is firmly in his control, Jean Fry offers Selim one final opening to end this without further resistance. He tells him that if he quietly surrenders here and now, there may still be room for his punishment to be reduced. But Selim refuses to lower his head, even with the situation slipping further out of his grasp. His fingers clamp tighter around his weapon, and stubborn pride keeps his body rooted in place. He simply cannot accept what is happening in front of him. The dark gear he spent so long chasing, the forbidden strength he sacrificed his entire life to obtain, is still being overpowered by Jean Fry's divine arm. That disbelief begins twisting into something more frantic and desperate. Selim glares at Jean Fry and demands to know why the distance between them is still so impossibly wide. Jean Fry only looks back at him with a faint, almost amused expression. To him, the answer seems like it has been obvious from the very beginning, and nothing Selim has done has changed it. If that gap in power still exists, then Selim decides he will crush it by force. No matter what method he has to use, he is determined to drag himself closer to Jean Fry's level. Selim raises one hand high toward the sky, his dark armor radiating with ominous energy. Then he calls out, commanding his dark soldiers to gather under his will. All across the world, the summoning of the dark soldiers activates at the same time. One after another, the creatures begin appearing exactly where they had been destined to emerge. Selim exults as his hidden backup plan finally begins unfolding, convinced that this will turn the situation in his favor. But Jean Fry has already moved ahead of him, connected through a group call with the strongest allies he had arranged beforehand. The calm confidence on Jean Fry's face makes Selim's expression stiffen. Little by little, Selim begins to sense that something about his perfect plan has gone terribly wrong. Selim looks up at the call interface in alarm, realizing that Jean Fry may have predicted this move as well. Then one of Jean Fry's allies, a red-haired fighter, cheerfully checks in as if this worldwide emergency is nothing more than a routine assignment, leaving Selim staring in stunned silence. A nun-like ally complains through the call, saying she answered the president's global emergency summons expecting something serious. Instead, the enemies waiting for her were so weak that they barely justified the trouble of showing up. Jean Fry folds his arms and simply lets the reports come in one after another. He allows Selim to watch in real time, as the emergency plan he had been counting on begins collapsing from every direction. With horror creeping across his face, Selim finally understands what he is seeing. Every single person connected to that call is powerful enough to stand beside the 8 Guardian Stars. Jean Fry reminds him that these elite fighters are now operating as his own group. Every one of them moved exactly where he ordered them to go, arriving at the points Selim thought he had prepared. Another ally casually reports in, saying the enemies at their assigned location have already been wiped out without any real difficulty. Then they ask, almost lazily, if that result is good enough. The color drains from Selim's face as the full scale of Jean Fry's trap becomes impossible to deny. The confidence he had been clinging to finally starts to crack apart. The nun lazily points out one of the fallen dark soldiers, making it painfully clear how little of a threat it actually was. Nearby, a small military-looking ally is even sitting on one of the corpses, turning Selim's prized summons into a humiliating joke. As each call window shows yet another ally standing victorious, Selim is forced to face the truth. Every last one of his dark soldiers has already been neutralized. Jean Fry then tells him calmly that from the very beginning, he had never intended to rely on dark gear today. His plan was built around something else entirely. Only then does Selim realize what Jean Fry had truly been waiting for. Jean Fry had been holding out specifically for the moment Selim activated the Dark Soldier skill. Jean Fry reveals that he had already asked Jingsman about that ability in advance. After learning how it worked, he built his entire counterplan around the mechanics of the skill. He explains that there are only 7 Dark Soldiers in total. When they gather together, they can become dangerous, but each one always appears in a fixed location. Because the soldiers spawn separately, one by one, in different places, Jean Fry already knew how to handle them. As long as fighters on the level of the 8 Guardian Stars were sent to the correct locations, each soldier could be crushed without much trouble. Selim realizes bitterly that Jean Fry had not merely guessed at his contingency plan. He had predicted it, studied it, and prepared the perfect answer before Selim even had the chance to use it. Even after all of that, Selim still refuses to surrender. He insists that the true power of Dark Gear is far greater than the Dark Soldiers, then gathers himself for one final ultimate attack, staking everything on a direct finishing blow. A massive vortex of crimson energy erupts around Selim, roaring and spinning violently. He pours the last of his strength into the technique, letting the red power coil around him like a raging storm. One of Jean Fry's distant allies watches the attack swell through the call feed. Another simply observes in silence, showing no sign of fear or concern despite the terrifying spectacle unfolding on screen. Even from headquarters, Jingsman can feel the enormous magical output surging from the battlefield. He immediately recognizes that Selim's final attack truly does carry frightening power. Jean Fry remains completely relaxed in the heart of the storm. With a casual tone, he lightly asks whether they should head over too, speaking as if the outcome has already been decided. Selim declares that this strike will end Jean Fry once and for all, and that it will finally let him surpass the man he hates. But Jean Fry answers that threat with nothing more than a faint, untroubled smile. A blue-haired ally starts to move as though the matter has already been wrapped up and there is no reason to stay. But another ally stops them with a warning, pointing out that the fight has not quite ended yet. The group's attention shifts back toward the battlefield. There, beneath the pressure of Selim's final technique, the last exchange is about to begin. Selim lunges forward with everything he has left, throwing his entire body behind the finishing attack. Every bit of his remaining strength is poured into that final charge. With a furious scream, he drives the strike straight toward Jean Fry. In Selim's mind, this one blow is his last chance to force victory into his hands. Jean Fry stops the attack effortlessly with a long polearm, catching the strike as if it were nothing. He blocks it so casually that one hand remains tucked in his pocket the entire time. The skeletal spirit attached to the weapon bursts in with gleeful excitement. It proudly declares that it will claim the spotlight for their side's grand ending. Jean Fry calmly reassures the weapon that everything is already under control. Even with Selim's final attack pressing down on him, there is not the slightest trace of concern in his voice. The blue-haired ally begins explaining why Selim never truly had a chance from the start. At the same time, Jean Fry sweeps his divine arm through the attack, proving that as the hero of the abyss, he no longer has any enemies left on Selim's level. Selim is struck down by overwhelming force, his body blasted toward the ground. He crashes hard and ends up sprawled helplessly, the power he trusted completely broken. Back at headquarters, Jingsman praises everyone for their work. His words acknowledge how smoothly they handled the crisis from start to finish. The gathered group reports that Noir has been dismantled cleanly. Thanks to their coordinated movements, the entire incident was brought to an end without any major complications. Some of the members mock how weak Noir turned out to be once they were confronted directly. Jingsman, however, shifts his attention away from the jokes and focuses on the one final matter that still remains. That last unresolved matter is Selim himself. The man who had once stood as a terrifying mastermind has now been reduced to a broken prisoner in front of them. Someone asks for confirmation, wanting to be certain of the decision. Are they truly going to destroy the dark gear instead of preserving it for study or safekeeping? Another person suggests a different possibility, saying the equipment might be kept sealed away under strict containment at headquarters. Rather than erasing it outright, they wonder if it could be controlled. Jean Fry thinks to himself that Selim's obsession with the armor had become so extreme and pathetic that, strangely enough, it made the artifact itself feel less frightening by comparison. Jingsman agrees that containment might technically be possible, but he argues that as long as the dark gear continues to exist, there will always be a chance that someone else could misuse it one day. The others accept Jingsman's reasoning, understanding that the safest choice is to erase the source of the disaster completely. Before it can ever create another crisis, the dark gear must be destroyed for good. Meanwhile, the more emotional members gather closely around the white-haired girl, surrounding her with gentle voices and careful comfort. After everything that has just happened, she is still struggling to calm herself, and they do what they can to help her steady her breathing. When someone asks Jean Fry if they will be able to keep relying on him from this point forward, he agrees without even a second of hesitation. Then, shifting straight into action, he calls for Mira to bring out the Spirit All-Stars. Jean Fry steps forward and takes charge of preparing the missing elements needed for what comes next. The others do not argue or try to interfere, simply giving him space because they trust him to handle the most dangerous part himself. Jean Fry activates All Creation, a technique that requires him to absorb all 6 elements into himself. As the power gathers, a dark golden sphere begins to form in front of him, glowing with a heavy, ominous pressure. Everyone watches in tense silence as Jean Fry carefully steadies the technique. With the dangerous remains still needing to be erased completely, all eyes stay fixed on him as he prepares to wipe them away for good. Even the strongest people present cannot help but be impressed by the scale and control of Jean Fry's power. Then, with almost frightening casualness, he feeds both Selim and the dark gear into the sphere, prompting the onlookers to complain that his disposal method is a little too rough. Jingsman declares that the matter is now settled. With that single statement, the long and dangerous crisis is finally brought to a clean, decisive end. But Jingsman does not linger on the victory for long. He immediately moves the conversation forward, explaining that new requests are already pouring in from across the continent, and that the group will soon be needed once again. Jean Fry answers with relaxed confidence, showing no sign of hesitation at all. Now that Selim has been safely defeated, he is clearly ready to keep moving forward into whatever comes next. Before long, life returns to its usual busy rhythm, with the group throwing themselves back into missions, training, and the everyday chaos that always seems to follow them. Then, many decades later, the story shifts to the Jean Fry residence, where a cluttered study is lit by glowing screens and buried under papers, scattered notes, and traces of a private project nearing its final stage. At the center of that room sits an older Jean Fry, surrounded by the quiet proof of years of work. He saves his data into an AI system, rewrites the final section, and runs one last test. When the process finally succeeds, he realizes that the long project is complete. Jean Fry breaks into genuine excitement, unable to hide his joy. The game he decided to make for his retirement 10 years ago has finally been finished after all that time and effort. Satisfied with the result, Jean Fry quietly looks back on his life. He knows he has already done everything he could in that world, and he has since retired from the group he once served. With the world now peaceful and the people closest to him already gone from his life, Jean Fry feels the weight of what remains. Around him, there is no more battle, no more urgent mission, only a long, quiet solitude. That is why he chose to spend those peaceful years creating a game. Using his old programming experience, stubborn persistence, and countless hours of focused effort, he slowly shaped the project until it was finally complete. Jean Fry encourages himself with the creed of a true hardcore gamer. If the perfect game does not exist anywhere in the world, then a real player simply rolls up his sleeves and makes it himself. At last, Jean Fry sits down in front of the screen, ready to see what all those years of work have actually produced. His attention locks onto the display as the moment of truth finally arrives. The title screen appears before him, glowing across the monitor. The moment Jean Fry sees it come to life, excitement rises through him all at once. He is thrilled to see that the game actually boots properly and reaches a playable login screen. After all those years of development, the simple fact that it works feels like undeniable proof that his long project was worth it. The game opens on a grand academy, presenting its world with a sweeping introduction. Slowly, that opening draws the player into the setting before revealing the central premise behind the story. Instead of casting the player as a gifted academy protagonist, the game begins from a far harsher position. The player starts as a doomed villainous mob character and must overturn that fate through special battles, explosive growth, and sheer determination. Gene Fry selects the villainous mob character he designed himself. With that choice, he sets that role as the player's starting point inside the world of the game. The system then displays a question, asking whether he wants to register a new player and reincarnate that person into the world of the game. Gene Fry chooses yes without hesitation. After spending so much time building toward this exact moment, his hand moves almost automatically. Even so, a faint flicker of doubt makes him pause for just a second. Something about the wording on the screen feels a little stranger than it should. He laughs the thought off as ridiculous, telling himself there is no way pressing a single button could actually send him into the world of his own game. Then Gene Fry taps yes anyway, brushing aside that absurd feeling as nothing more than nerves. Without letting himself overthink it, he continues forward. Treating the moment like an ordinary test run, Gene Fry gets ready to properly evaluate the game he created with his own hands. To him, this is supposed to be just another step in checking his finished work. Suddenly, a strange light floods through the room, turning his casual joke into something impossible to ignore. Gene Fry's eyes widen as he realizes this is not some normal startup effect from the game. From within that brilliant light, a hand reaches out toward him. A black-haired figure from inside the game takes Gene Fry's hand and pulls him forward. The figure smiles at Gene Fry with calm familiarity. It is the kind of smile that makes it feel as though this meeting had been expected from the very beginning. Gene Fry realizes in shock that someone from inside the game is calling out to him. A person from a world he thought was nothing but fiction is reaching across the boundary toward him. The sensation feels unmistakably familiar to him, almost like a memory stirring deep inside his body. It is as if Gene Fry has experienced this kind of crossing once before. A moment later, Gene Fry's physical room is left completely empty. His presence has shifted entirely, crossing over into the world of the game. The system announces that a new player has logged in. Then it confirms that the player has reincarnated into the world. Gene Fry is welcomed as a guest and told that he can watch the protagonist's playthrough unfold live before his very eyes. Then the system extends an even deeper invitation to him. It asks Gene Fry to enjoy this world together with that protagonist. Gene Fry accepts the invitation, and the game itself welcomes him inside. In the end, he steps into the very world he created with his own hands.